Chapter 1. The Transformation of a Salted Fish. In a luxurious bar nestled within the city of Notting, the atmosphere remained vibrant and boisterous despite the late hour. Dapperly dressed young gentlemen, adorned with ostentatious attire and flamboyant hairstyles, belted out songs, while a throng of scantily clad young women gathered around, cheering enthusiastically. The owner of the establishment, previously oozing with sycophantic smiles and obsequiousness, suddenly turned, his jowls quivering as he bellowed at a slender boy, no more than 6 years old, clad in a diminutive server's uniform. "Tianyu, where on earth have you gone? The patrons on the second floor are waiting for their drinks." Despite the glistening beads of sweat adorning his forehead, the boy adeptly balanced a bottle of fine wine on a silver tray and swiftly ascended the opulently decorated staircase to the second floor. Coming. 50-year-old Shifeng liquor is on its way. Esteemed guests, please enjoy." As soon as the child exited the room, the bar owner's roar echoed once more. "Tianyu, do you wish to forfeit your wages? Can't you see the kitchen is overwhelmed? Curse the vile capitalists," murmured the boy, clutching the silver tray to his side, his head bowed as he hurried into the bustling kitchen. "Tianyu, why aren't you heading home at this hour? You really are quite the trooper," inquired a rotund, sweating middle-aged man, donning a chef's hat, as Tianyu entered the kitchen. The boy shrugged, replying, "I have no choice. I must save enough for the tuition to the Junior Soulmaster Academy." The head chef, upon hearing this, scoffed. "Have you awakened your martial soul? How can you think of attending the Junior Soulmaster Academy without even having awakened it?" Tianyu gazed at the mocking chef and declared, "It will happen soon, just 3 more days, after which I shall awaken my martial soul at the Martial Soul Hall." Another busy worker in the kitchen chimed in, "You can awaken your martial soul anytime once you turn 6. Why wait 3 more days? 3 days from now, Master Su Yuntao will preside over the awakening ceremony, which is why I must wait," Tianyu explained. "Are you out of your mind? There are plenty of soul masters at the Martial Soul Hall who can conduct the awakening ceremony. Why must you seek out Master Su Yuntao specifically?" As the chef stirred the pot, Tianyu pursed his lips and chose not to respond. Why seek Master Su Yuntao for the awakening? It was simply because the martial souls awakened by him had a significant probability of being top tier. As for why Tianyu felt this way, it stemmed from his previous life as an ordinary young man on Blue Star. He possessed no distinguished lineage, but was cherished by loving parents. He worked diligently to complete his education, only to find himself toiling in a mundane office job after graduation, ultimately collapsing in an elevator from sheer exhaustion. When he regained consciousness, he discovered that he had transformed into a frail child, ill-equipped to fend for himself. As a modern youth, he immediately recognized the phenomenon as a transmigration. Yet, unlike others who were accompanied by wise mentors or systems, or those reborn into affluent families, Tianyu found himself bereft of any such advantages. His new identity was not that of a pampered heir or a powerful figure, but rather that of a starving little beggar. More critically, the nature of his transmigration was irreversible whether he liked it or not. He had to accept this new reality. Fortunately, Tianyu was aware that the world he had entered was called Douluo, a setting from an anime that was currently gaining immense popularity. He recalled that the protagonist had recently triumphed in the elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Tianyu also remembered that within the Martial Soul Hall of Notting City, there was a renowned martial soul awakener named Su Yuntao, who was rumored to have a high success rate in awakening even the most seemingly useless martial souls into divine ones. If Tianyu wished to turn his fortunes around, he needed the assistance of this esteemed awakener to illuminate his martial soul. Thus, he had been patiently awaiting the time when Su Yuntao would conduct the awakening ceremony. However, it had taken Tianyu half a year to gather information about Su Yuntao, during which he had come to understand the harsh realities of life in Douluo. He realized that to live freely and unabashedly in this world, one must become a formidable soul master. In Douluo, soul masters not only enjoyed high social status, but also wielded the power to shape their own destinies. Regrettably, at present, Tianyu was merely an ordinary salted fish without an awakened martial soul, and even if he were to awaken one, he still needed to save enough for the tuition to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Thus, in pursuit of his dream of transformation, Lu Tianyu took on various odd jobs around Nodding City, leveraging his past experiences of working to earn a living to accumulate nearly 5 silver soul coins over the course of 5 months. On the morning of his anticipated awakening, Lu Tianyu first bathed in a small river outside Nodding City. He then donned the clothes he had prepared in advance and tied his long hair into a high ponytail atop his head. If given the choice, he would prefer not to have long hair, but haircuts cost money, and in Douluo, no one batted an eye at men with long hair. Thus, in a bid to save, he opted to keep his flowing locks. Once dressed and ready, Lu Tianyu stood by the riverbank, using the reflection on the water's surface to examine his appearance for the first time. After all, what remarkable features could a 6-year-old child possess? In Lu Tianyu's eyes, he appeared much like any other child fair-skinned with a hint of baby fat. Whether this salted fish can turn its fortunes around rests on today. Master Su Yuntao, please do not let me down, Lu Tianyu muttered to himself, filled with a mixture of anxiety and hope, before turning to make his way into Nodding City. Navigating the streets with ease, he arrived at the tallest and most opulent building in the city, where an intricate emblem hung prominently. The emblem featured swords, hammers, dragons, chrysanthemums, human figures, and a pair of wings, the insignia of the Martial Soul Hall, the largest soul master organization in Douluo. Having visited this place several times, Lu Tianyu approached the entrance, only to be stopped by a guard clad in armor. "You boy, this is the Martial Soul Hall. If you are here for the Martial Soul Awakening, proceed, left upon entering. If not, please leave at once." Lu Tianyu, unperturbed, inquired, "Is Master Su Yuntao in charge of the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony today?" The guard, feeling a sense of déjà vu upon seeing Lu Tianyu, but unable to place him, replied with uncertainty, "Yes, today's ceremony is indeed overseen by Master Su Yuntao." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I am here for the awakening of my martial soul. Thank you, sir." With that, he stepped past the guard, who looked on in confusion, entering the Martial Soul Hall for the first time. Upon crossing the threshold, he found himself astounded by the grandeur of the hall. It was even more magnificent than he had imagined. Poverty had truly limited his imagination. After consulting a soul master adorned with a Battle Soul Master emblem, Lu Tianyu made his way to a room located on the left side of the hall. As he approached the door, he noticed a woman exiting, cradling a sobbing boy, likely around 6 years old, who had clearly failed to awaken a martial soul capable of cultivation. He watched the mother and child depart, understanding their plight. Peering into the room, he found it dimly lit, the contours barely discernible. "Little one, if you wish to awaken your martial soul, come inside." A voice devoid of emotion suddenly called out from within. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianyu stepped inside. His gaze settled on a young man, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, clad in a cloud-white soul master robe. He halted 3 meters away, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Lu Tianyu, honored to meet Master Su Yuntao." Su Yuntao regarded Lu Tianyu with mild curiosity. "Oh, you know me." A knowing smile graced Lu Tianyu's face as he replied, "Just now acquainted, I humbly request your assistance in awakening my martial soul." Su Yuntao chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. "An interesting little fellow you are. Stand still and do not move. And no matter what you see, do not be afraid." Lu Tianyu felt no fear towards Su Yuntao, but rather a dread that his martial soul might not meet the master's expectations. "Spirit of the Lone Wolf, manifest." Su Yuntao summoned his soul power, and from above him emerged 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow. Simultaneously, a towering blue wolf apparition, exceeding 3 meters in height, materialized behind him, and at that moment, Su Yuntao's eyes glimmered with a spectral blue light. Although Lu Tianyu had prepared himself for Su Yuntao's summoning of the martial soul, he was still taken aback and instinctively stepped back upon witnessing the towering, 3-meter phantom wolf behind Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao, unfazed by the spectacle, offered soothing words. "I told you not to be afraid. This is my martial soul, the lone wolf. If you awaken a martial soul capable of cultivation, It could be just like mine. As he spoke, Su Yuntao summoned his soul power, casting 6 black stones into the air. These stones began to orbit around Lu Tianyu, propelled by the force of his soul energy. In an instant, Lu Tianyu felt a peculiar current seep through his pores, flowing into his body and coalescing into a warm sensation that coursed through his limbs and vital organs. All right, little one, close your eyes and concentrate. Extend your right hand. In truth, there was no need for Lu Tianyu to do anything. The warm energy within him naturally surged toward his right hand. Compelled by an unseen force, he raised his right palm, and soon thereafter, he felt something emerge from the center of his hand. Opening his eyes instinctively, he beheld a somewhat ethereal, inch-tall white figure hovering above his palm. The figure, though vague, revealed the outlines of a head, torso, and limbs, along with a pair of small eyes radiating a purple glow upon its cheeks. Is this a type of beast martial soul? It must be a beast martial soul, Lu Tianyu mused, momentarily stunned, his heart racing. If even Master Su Yuntao hesitated regarding this martial soul, it surely must be a divine-level martial soul. Now, let me see if you possess any soul power. Simply will your martial soul back, Su Yuntao instructed, tossing a transparent crystal orb that floated before Lu Tianyu. With a mere thought, the white figure above his palm reintegrated into his being. Lu Tianyu felt an ease in summoning it whenever he wished. However, this was not the moment to experiment with calling forth his martial soul. He cautiously placed his trembling right hand upon the floating crystal ball. Suddenly, the previously dull orb shimmered with a gentle, pale blue light. 8th level. No, it should be innate 9th level soul power. Seeing this, Su Yuntao exclaimed with a hint of urgency, I never anticipated you to be a genius. With a beast martial soul combined with innate 9th level soul power, you are destined to become a remarkable soul master. Lu Tianyu stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Su Yuntao in disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to be said that his martial soul was a useless one? That no matter how hard he tried, he could never become a soul master? Why was he being hailed as a genius? Surely, Su Yuntao's definition of genius was someone who could only reach level 50 at best. Clenching his teeth, Lu Tianyu looked at Su Yuntao with a glimmer of hope in his eyes and said, Master Su Yuntao, could it be that you're mistaken? My martial soul should be a useless one that would render any effort to become a soul master futile, right? It was the first time Su Yuntao encountered a child who hoped for his martial soul to be useless. He chuckled warmly. Even if your martial soul is deemed useless, it is still a beast martial soul. And combined with your innate 9th level soul power, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass mine. After all, I only had 3rd level soul power when I awakened my martial soul. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, Lu Tianyu felt despondent, as if he had awakened a worthless martial soul. This left Su Yuntao momentarily speechless, forgetting to extend the invitation for Lu Tianyu to join the Martial Soul Hall. Habitually, he issued a Martial Soul Awakening certificate, handing it to Lu Tianyu. After receiving his Martial Soul Awakening certificate, Lu Tianyu turned and, in a daze, exited the room and the Martial Soul Hall. Onlookers, both inside and outside the hall, were not surprised by Lu Tianyu's demeanor, for such occurrences unfolded daily within the Martial Soul Hall. Lu Tianyu had no recollection of how he returned to his humble dwelling, only awakening to the pangs of hunger deep into the night. Bathed in the serene moonlight, Lu Tianyu gazed at his Martial Soul Awakening certificate. Name: Lu Tianyu. Martial Soul. Humanoid Beast Martial Soul. Soul Power: Innate 9th level. Location of Martial Soul Awakening: Nodding City Martial Soul Branch. Martial Soul Awakening Master: Su Yuntao. This was far from the Martial Soul Awakening experience Lu Tianyu had envisioned. He had hoped for a scenario where Su Yuntao looked upon him with disdain, declaring his martial soul to be utterly useless, devoid of any chance for cultivation. He had imagined that within his left hand lay a hidden martial soul, one that surpassed all the pinnacle martial souls in the continent. Yet, Lu Tianyu felt no other martial soul concealed within his left hand during the awakening. He had concentrated all his attention there. What he felt was nothing, only a peculiar sensation emanating from his right palm, resulting in the emergence of a phantom figure as his martial soul. He had awakened a beast martial soul capable of cultivation. Alongside the innate ninth-level soul power, such a talent was bound to create a stir within the nodding Primary Soul Master Academy. Chapter 2. Enrollment. This outcome completely disrupted Lu Tianyu's prior plans, leaving him with no choice but to attend the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy for his studies. As for reaching a level of cultivation that he aspired to, Lu Tianyu felt uncertain. Suddenly, he recalled that there was someone in Nodding City who could assist him. However, with his mediocre talent, it seemed improbable that he would attract the attention of the master. If he could not receive guidance from the master, he would have to cling to the protagonist Tang-san, for even if he could not partake in substantial benefits, he could at least enjoy the broth. Early the next day, Lu Tianyu arrived at another splendid edifice in Nodding City, which was the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. At the entrance, he stopped a rather attractive female teacher to inquire about registration. To his surprise, upon reviewing Lu Tianyu's Soul Awakening certificate, the teacher's demeanor became exceedingly warm. The haughty expression on her face transformed into a gentle smile, and she affectionately referred to him as Brother Tianyu, more fluently than his own parents from his past life. Following this teacher, named Surong, Lu Tianyu entered a tall teaching building, where he somewhat absent-mindedly registered, paid his tuition fees, and received his school uniform, meal card, daily necessities, and bedding. Surong graciously escorted Lu Tianyu to the single dormitory area, personally made his bed, and arranged his toiletries. After completing these tasks, she brought him to the academy's cafeteria and treated him to a sumptuous meal. Surong's enthusiasm left Lu Tianyu feeling somewhat bewildered, as his memories depicted the protagonist's experience at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy as quite arduous, fraught with bullying from seniors and the burden of maintaining the academy's cleanliness. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern was to ascertain whether Tang-san had enrolled at the academy. As for seeking out the master, Lu Tianyu contemplated but ultimately decided against it. The master exuded an aura of rigidity, aloofness, and omniscience, prompting Lu Tianyu to refrain from any deliberate engagement that might leave a negative impression. Instead, he resolved to cultivate a relationship with Tang-san and glean useful cultivation knowledge from the master through him. With this in mind, Lu Tianyu asked, "Teacher Surong, is there a student named Tang-san at our academy?" Surong replied with a beaming smile, "No, there are only 7 work-study students at the academy, and none of them is named Tang-san." Lu Tianyu furrowed his brow at her response and inquired further, "When does the registration for new students end?" Surong explained, "Registration for new students ended the day before yesterday, but there may be some who are late for other reasons." Surong sensed Lu Tianyu's desire to find Tang-san, hence her half-explanatory response. However, Lu Tianyu distinctly remembered that Tang-san had not been tardy during registration and had even acquired his first soul ring on the day of the opening ceremony. Undeterred, he pressed on, "Could it be that you were mistaken, Teacher Surong? Are you certain there is no Tang-san among this year's work-study students? And a girl named Xiaowu?" Surong assured him, "This year, there are no girls enrolled. If there were, I would certainly remember." Realizing that further inquiries might expose his intentions, Lu Tianyu shifted the conversation to inquire about what he should be cautious of while cultivating at the academy. Surong was more than willing to share her insights, explaining that the majority of teachings at the Junior Soul Master Academy revolved around the foundational theories of soul cultivation. Particularly for first and second year students, the curriculum consisted solely of theoretical courses and introductory meditation guidance. It was quite a feat for the 6- or 7-year-old children to remain attentive for half a day, with over 70% unable to even recognize characters. A class of students must meet cultural standards before they can engage in practical training. Upon graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy, students would advance to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, where they would encounter a plethora of practical training courses. Even those attending the Advanced Soul Master Academy would dedicate roughly 30% of their time to theoretical studies, as a soul master must possess sufficient knowledge to fully develop their soul abilities. In summary, students at the Junior Soul Master Academy only had 1 day of practical training each week, with the remaining time allocated to theoretical learning and meditation for soul power cultivation, especially since most students possessed soul power ranging from half to 5 levels. Those with soul power exceeding 5 levels would receive invitations from the Spirit Hall, and those who accepted such invitations typically proceeded to study at the Soul Master Academy established by the Spirit Hall. Lu Tianyu's situation was indeed rare. Possessing level 9 soul power yet not attending the Soul Master Academy established by the Spirit Hall was an extraordinary occurrence. After their meal, Surong guided Lu Tianyu on a tour of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, and they returned to the dormitory to rest around 10 o'clock at night. During his exploration of the academy, Lu Tianyu deliberately searched the work-study student residence, but found no trace of Xiao Wu. The following morning, as Lu Tianyu finished grooming himself, Surong came to invite him to breakfast in the cafeteria. On the second floor, they encountered a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his face appearing somewhat pale. When Surong saw him, she reluctantly addressed him as master. However, the middle-aged man merely cast a cold glance at Surong before turning away with his hands clasped behind his back, departing the cafeteria. Without needing an introduction from Surong, Lu Tianyu deduced the man's identity. He was the renowned master Yu Xiaojing. Humph, brother Tianyu, don't mind that person. He merely relies on his connection with the academy's director. What is there to be so proud of? Lu Tianyu glanced at Surong, but chose not to comment further. After all, one could be haughty if they possessed the merit to back it up. Not finding Tang San or Xiao Wu in the presence of the master stirred doubts in Lu Tianyu's mind about whether he had arrived at the Junior Soul Master Academy ahead of Tang San. Yet, a timely arrival was still an arrival. Now that he had reached the age to awaken his soul, it was only fitting that he did so. He recalled the master mentioning that the younger one began cultivating soul power, the faster their progress would be. Delaying for a year could potentially confine one to a certain realm for a lifetime. After learning how to meditate for soul power cultivation, Lu Tianyu dedicated nearly all his time to it, aside from sleeping, eating, and attending classes, as soul power was one of the criteria for evaluating a soul master's strength. Regardless of how formidable one's martial soul may be or the innate soul power possessed at the time of awakening, without attaining level 10 or 20 soul power, one would not qualify for a soul ring, which is fundamentally essential for a soul master. Within a month of enrolling as a new student, Lu Tianyu successfully cultivated his soul power to level 10. However, he refrained from discussing this achievement with any of the academy's teachers, as none of them provided information regarding soul beasts or soul rings. He recalled that knowledge about soul beasts and soul rings was information the master had casually mentioned. Lu Tianyu felt that even if he had to wait a little longer, it was worth it to find someone knowledgeable to accompany him in seeking out a soul ring. As the second year of new student registration approached, Lu Tianyu observed the master leaving the academy and entering Notting City. Shortly thereafter, a girl dressed in pink, adorned with a pink rabbit hair accessory, joyfully bounced into the academy. The little girl was oblivious to Lu Tianyu's presence as she dashed inside, and he restrained himself from greeting Xiao Wu multiple times. Around midday, an elderly man, hunched and dressed simply, led a similarly attired child with bright eyes to the academy entrance. The middle-aged gatekeeper, noticing their humble attire, attempted to create trouble for them, only to be shoved to the ground by the child. Just then, the master returned, intervening in the dispute between the gatekeeper and the child. Watching this scene unfold, Lu Tianyu couldn't help but smile, for the first encounter between Tang San and the master was indeed a spectacle. This peculiar feeling was genuinely delightful to Lu Tianyu. After reprimanding the middle-aged gatekeeper, the master led Tang San into the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. As Tang San stepped through the entrance, he glanced at Lu Tianyu, who smiled back at him. The master seemed to notice the subtle exchange between Tang San and Lu Tianyu, furrowing his brow at Lu Tianyu, but remaining silent. When he brought Tang San to stand beside Lu Tianyu, he finally spoke. "You are Lu Tianyu, the prodigy with innate soul power of level 9, correct?" Lu Tianyu, taken aback that the master recognized him, quickly stood and replied, "I am now at level 10. As for being a prodigy, I cannot claim such a title." The master, intrigued by Lu Tianyu's response, continued, "Oh, currently, there are only 6 students in the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy with level 10 soul power. The other 5 are in their 5th year. This year, among the 6th year students, you alone in the 2nd year possess level 10. If you are not a prodigy, then who qualifies as one?" Upon hearing the master's words, Lu Tianyu glanced at Tang San and remarked, "For instance, those who awaken their martial souls with innate soul power of level 10. I have only reached this level after a year of practice." The master, shedding his usual indifference, expressed genuine interest. If I am not mistaken, you should have attained level 10 6 months ago." Lu Tianyu met the master's gaze and replied earnestly, "Soul power does not entirely represent talent. My understanding of martial souls is akin to that of a novice." The master's heart resonated with Lu Tianyu's words, as he had long sought to prove that soul power does not equate to a soul master's talent. "Continue," he urged, his voice trembling slightly. Why do you believe soul power cannot fully represent talent? Lu Tianyu, lifting his chin slightly, looked into the master's eyes and said, I am unsure. It is merely a feeling. Over the past year, I have yearned to cultivate my martial soul, yet I find myself at a loss on how to proceed. He then raised his right hand, summoning his martial soul, and added, So far, I have only managed to summon my martial soul. Beyond that, I know nothing. I do not even know its name, its characteristics, or the abilities it could bestow upon me. What merits should I cultivate, and what flaws must I address? Both Tang San and the master watched with curiosity as a phantom figure materialized in Lu Tianyu's palm. Even the erudite master could not immediately identify Lu Tianyu's martial soul. However, he was certain it was a top-tier martial soul. Supporting his own theory that the quality of a martial soul correlates with the innate soul power at the time of awakening. Thus, higher innate soul power signifies superior martial soul quality. What an intriguing young man, and what a fascinating martial soul. If you truly wish to explore your martial soul further, you may come to me, the master offered. Lu Tianyu, taken by surprise, shuddered slightly. He had merely expressed his pent-up frustrations from the past year. That the master was willing to investigate his martial soul was unexpected, as it seemed a case of serendipity. His unintentional remarks had struck a chord with the master. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Tianyu bowed respectfully and said, Thank you for your guidance, master. The master nodded gently. Indeed, your martial soul is quite rare. At least, it differs from the few I am familiar with. How about this? Come to my office tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu quickly agreed. Yes, master. Unbeknownst to him, his casual comments had touched the master's heartstrings, especially since the master was excited by Tang San, the genius with dual martial souls. This led him to momentarily shed his usual aloofness to offer assistance to Lu Tianyu. As night fell, Lu Tianyu remained in his dormitory, eagerly awaiting the hour to meet the master, the only person he could think of who might help him unravel the mysteries of his martial soul. Seeking help from the spirit hall or major sects felt futile. They hardly had any reason to wholeheartedly nurture him. Even if they were willing, their motives would be self-serving, binding him to their sect's interests and agendas. Engaging in the power struggles between the spirit hall and major sects without sufficient strength was tantamount to courting disaster. It was far wiser to cultivate in seclusion and become a free-spirited soul master. Establishing a connection with Yu Shaojing was his first step toward becoming stronger. Lu Tianyu found the wait torturous, and afternoon felt like an eternity. When the academy's streetlights flickered to life, he donned a fresh set of clothes and made his way to the master's residence. He had taken note of the master's location upon entering the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and now stood before the door to the room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came the master's voice from within. Gently pushing the door open, Lu Tianyu discovered not only the master inside but also Tang San, who had changed into the academy's uniform. After exchanging a glance with Tang San, Lu Tianyu bowed to the master. Good evening, master. The master replied with a soft acknowledgement. Lu Tianyu, do you wish to accompany me tomorrow to the soul hunting forest to find soul rings? Chapter 3. The Master and Tang San for the Master. Taking Lu Tianyu to search for soul rings was merely a favor owed to the principal of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Lu Tianyu was deeply contemplating how to hitch a ride on Tang San's coattails to accompany the master into the soul hunting forest in search of soul beasts. It was akin to someone presenting a pillow just as one was about to fall asleep. Affectedly composed, he replied, If it does not trouble you, master, I would be honored to accompany you in the search for soul rings. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, the master chuckled softly. I can't fathom what experiences you've had, young man. Your smooth talk is hardly that of a child you clearly wish to join yet insist on such indirectness. He sighed. Never mind. Let me see your martial soul. The master's interest in Lu Tianyu's martial soul far surpassed his curiosity about Lu Tianyu himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he swiftly directed his focus to the martial soul, which piqued his utmost interest. Lu Tianyu nodded gently, raised his right hand, and summoned his martial soul once more through sheer will. The master moved in front of Lu Tianyu, grasping his right hand with meticulous attention, keenly observing the ethereal manifestation of Lu Tianyu's martial soul. At that moment, Tang San, who had just finished his meal, exclaimed softly, drawing the master's and Lu Tianyu's attention. What is it, Xiao San? Have you made a discovery? The master inquired mildly. Tang San glanced at Lu Tianyu's cheek and then at the illusory figure on his right hand. Teacher, I feel that the face of this martial soul bears a striking resemblance to senior brother Lu's. The master, upon reflection, recognized the uncanny resemblance between Lu Tianyu's martial soul and Lu Tianyu himself. He hurried back to his desk, retrieving a magnifying glass crafted from crystal, utilizing the magnifying capabilities. Both the master and Tang San were presented with an astonishing sight. The martial soul hovering above Lu Tianyu's palm mirrored his facial features precisely. It is said that a martial soul can take on any form. Yet this is the first time I have encountered a martial soul that is an exact replica of its owner. This must be a type of intrinsic martial soul. After a year since awakening his martial soul, Lu Tianyu finally learned its name today. Is this an intrinsic martial soul? Master, how does one cultivate it? Lu Tianyu gazed at the master with a hint of urgency. Having discovered the name of his martial soul, he felt a sense of direction in his cultivation. However, the master gently shook his head. This I have only encountered an intrinsic martial soul once in my lifetime, and I am unaware of its specific characteristics. Nevertheless, I can assure you that the quality of your intrinsic martial soul is undoubtedly top tier. Now, try to channel your martial soul to attack me. After hearing the master's instruction, Lu Tianyu nodded lightly and directed his martial soul to strike at the master. In that instant, he felt the soul power surging into his martial soul, which then vanished from his palm. Subsequently, Lu Tianyu swiftly delivered a powerful punch to the master's chest, causing the unprepared master to stagger back several steps, grasping a bookshelf to steady himself. Teacher master, both Tang San and Lu Tianyu exclaimed in unison. While Lu Tianyu stared at his right hand in disbelief, he could distinctly sense that he had merely commanded his martial soul to attack the master. To his astonishment, his martial soul had first integrated with his body before taking control of his right fist to strike at the master. What are you doing? Tang San, regaining his composure, retaliated with a punch aimed at Lu Tianyu. However, Lu Tianyu perceived Tang San's movements as exceedingly slow. He hastily raised his hand to block the incoming attack, and to Tang San and the master's astonishment, Lu Tianyu's reflexes appeared remarkably swift, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Taken aback, Tang San instinctively lifted his leg to execute a sweeping kick at Lu Tianyu's left side. Yet, Lu Tianyu, again a step ahead, raised his leg to intercept Tang San's knee, thwarting the sweeping attack. The master, aware that Lu Tianyu had never participated in any practical combat training, recognized Tang San as the capable leader of the work-study students, possessing the strength to defeat sixth-year students. From the master's perspective, Tang San's strikes were rapid and skillful. Yet after failing to gain an advantage in 2 consecutive attempts, he promptly harnessed his soul power, stepping into the ghost shadow mist and launching a series of rapid assaults on Lu Tianyu. However, irrespective of the techniques Tang San employed, Lu Tianyu adeptly countered each attack with remarkable timing. As he parried Tang San's onslaught, Lu Tianyu exclaimed, "Let me explain, it was unintentional." The master, rubbing his sore chest, interjected, "All right, Xiao San, it was I who instructed Xiaoyu to attack me." Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San ceased his offensive, and Lu Tianyu exhaled in relief. He gazed at his own hands in astonishment. Despite having no practical combat training, he had entirely thwarted Tang San's advances. "Xiaoyu, you must have your martial soul manifested now," the master suddenly inquired, prompting Lu Tianyu to respond, "It appears so, master. I feel as though my martial soul is fused within me." After listening to Lu Tianyu, the master hurriedly retrieved a piece of rubber from a nearby shelf. "Now, Xiaoyu, deliver your strongest punch to this rubber." Lu Tianyu nodded and approached the substantial, dark rubber, raising his right arm to strike down with great force. The resounding impact resonated throughout the master's chamber, leaving a 3-centimeter deep indentation in the rubber. The master nodded appreciatively. "Now, release your martial soul and strike the rubber again." Lu Tianyu concentrated, feeling the martial soul disengage from his body, and then struck the rubber once more. This time, the rubber merely emitted a dull thud, with no discernible mark left behind. Observing this, the master remarked, "An attack force of 100 Jin leaves a 1-centimeter dent in the rubber. When your martial soul is manifested, it left a 3-centimeter indentation. This indicates that your martial soul amplifies your attack power by approximately 300 Jin. Moreover, from your recent skirmish with Xiao San, it seems that your martial soul has also enhanced your reaction speed." The master continued with further assessments of different attributes, and it was not until late into the night that he finally nodded and stated, "Through our extensive evaluations, I have drawn these conclusions about your martial soul. After manifesting, your attributes, including reaction speed, attack power, and defense, have been enhanced by roughly 2-fold, while your vision has improved 3-fold. Lu Tianyu summoned his martial soul once more. and the ethereal figure prominently displayed its eyes, which shimmered with a violet luminescence. The master elaborated. Other martial souls typically emphasize a singular aspect in their enhancement. However, it is indeed rare to find one that offers comprehensive augmentation as yours does. The cultivation path of a soul master is usually determined by the characteristics of their martial soul. Your intrinsic martial soul provides the most significant enhancement to your vision, yet enhanced vision is a hallmark of agility-type soul masters. Given your innate talent, to solely pursue agility-based cultivation would be a waste, as you have the potential to develop across all types of battle soul master cultivation. After listening to the master's words, Tianyu pondered for a moment before speaking. Master, since my martial soul can enhance all my attributes, does that imply that I need not overly concern myself with compensating for its deficiencies? The master, clearly satisfied with Tianyu's insight, nodded and replied, indeed. While other soul masters must consider both their desired attributes and how to mitigate their martial soul's shortcomings when seeking soul rings, this often significantly constrains their growth potential. However, one must recognize that every strength has its weaknesses. Striving for a well-rounded development can lead to mediocrity. Hence, I advise you to focus on evolving into a powerful attack type or agile attack type soul master. Upon hearing this, Tianyu nodded slightly. Although his martial soul possessed the potential for defensive cultivation, he understood that the best defense is offense. A defensive soul master may stand undefeated against opponents who cannot breach their defenses, yet when faced with one capable of doing so, they are destined for utter defeat with no chance for resurgence. Noticing that both Tianyu and Tang Xin appeared drowsy, the master said, "All right. You two should return and rest. Tomorrow morning we will venture to the soul-hunting forest to seek your soul rings. And I will elaborate further on your martial souls then." Tianyu's eyelids were already heavy, having exhausted himself by continuously summoning his martial soul for various tests. Together with Tang San, he left the master's chamber and returned to their respective dormitories, sleeping soundly until the following afternoon when Tang San awakened him. It was at this moment that Tianyu recalled their plan to accompany the master to the soul-hunting forest to search for soul rings. In a flurry, he dressed and hurried with Tang San to the playground in search of the master. Upon their arrival, the master offered no further words but simply stated, "Let us depart." After arriving in Notting City, the master had hired a carriage and gestured for Tianyu and Tang San to board as they set off toward the soul-hunting forest. During the journey, the master systematically elucidated the intricacies of soul master cultivation, and Tianyu felt that what the master conveyed would take other instructors at least 6 years to impart. With the master's guidance, Tianyu and Tang San smoothly entered the heavily guarded soul-hunting forest. After approximately 500 meters, the master halted and turned to them with an unusually serious demeanor. "Tang San, Yu, from this point forward, do not stray from my side. The forest is predominantly inhabited by 10 and 100-year-old soul beasts, but it also conceals the perilous 1,000-year beasts." Exchanging a glance with Tang San, Tianyu nodded in agreement. After the master's warning, he summoned his spirit. "Come forth, San Pao." 2 yellow soul rings materialized above the master's head, coalescing into a creature resembling a bulldog yet akin to a piglet, adorned with 3 prominent bumps atop its head. Strangely, this martial soul moved as if it were alive. Tang San noted that this peculiar martial soul was neither a weapon nor a beast type. However, Tianyu was already aware that the master's martial soul was a variant type, a curious entity whose unique attack method was to release gas. San Pao bounded playfully before the master, and while Tianyu maintained a composed expression, Tang San could hardly suppress his amusement at the comical appearance of San Pao. The master's face remained impassive as he calmly introduced, "This is my martial soul, San Pao. As you surmised, it is indeed a variant martial soul. It can launch only 3 attacks. Hence the name 3 Cannon. Its acute sense of smell makes it particularly adept at locating soul beasts." Tianyu and Tang San nodded in understanding, and the master turned, allowing San Pao to lead the way. At that moment, Tianyu recalled that in the anime, the master and Tang San entered the soul-hunting forest at noon. But it was now already dusk. He glanced at Tang San, pondering whether he would miss the chance to encounter the mantis snake. Tang San, noticing Tianyu's gaze, merely smiled, unaware of the reason behind it. Following San Pao, Tianyu and Tang San traversed approximately 1,500 meters through the forest, which had now plunged into darkness. As they passed a makeshift campsite constructed from 3 massive rocks, the master announced, "All right, we shall rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will continue our search for soul beasts." Lu Tianyu gazed at the rudimentary campsite and thought to himself, in the anime. The master and Tang San trekked from noon until evening before finding a place to rest, leading to Tang San's encounter with the mantis snake. It seemed that Tang San would miss the opportunity for the mantis snake's soul ring, as the surrounding area was teeming with soul beasts under 10 years old. And they had yet to even come across a solitary 10-year-old bamboo. In a hurry, Lu Tianyu scoured the vicinity, gathering dry branches and leaves to start a fire. While the master instructed Tang San to sprinkle a powder nearby to ward off snakes and pests. The next morning, the master roused Lu Tianyu and Tang San, urging them to cultivate their soul power while he prepared sweet potatoes over the fire. Once their training concluded, the trio consumed the sweet potatoes while venturing deeper into the soul-hunting forest. After approximately half an hour, Ro San Pao discovered a 10-year-old solitary bamboo growing in the forest. Upon seeing this solitary bamboo, Lu Tianyu glanced at Tang San once more, realizing that Tang San's first soul skill would be entirely different from what he was familiar with. Could this be the butterfly effect caused by his transmigration? It seemed that due to his presence, Tang San would not obtain the mantis snake's soul ring as portrayed in the anime. Chapter 4. The First Soul Skill, 6 Styles, Part 1. The master once mentioned that the maximum age for a soul ring that can be absorbed is that of a soul beast providing a ring of 420 years. Therefore, the pursuit of a suitable soul beast for Tang San's martial spirit was abandoned as they ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest. The soul beasts they encountered next were predominantly of 10 years cultivation, including the colorful cat, the forest wolf, the green vine, and various flying birds. The trio followed Luo Sanpao from morning until afternoon, and Lu Tianyu observed that for the past half hour, there had been no sight of animal-type soul beasts. Gazing at the mountain hollow before them, he pondered whether they had already traversed the soul-hunting forest and reached the entrance on the other side. Lost in thought, Luo Sanpao, who had already ascended the hollow, suddenly called out urgently. The master, sensing through his connection with his martial spirit, quickly cautioned, "Be careful. There are soul beasts ahead." Tang San reacted the fastest, swiftly channeling his soul power to prepare to execute the ghost shadow mysterious steps, quietly arming his silent sleeve arrow. However, Lu Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, only then summoning his martial spirit for amplification. Once prepared, he carefully followed the master's lead to the top of the hollow. Upon seeing the scene below, Lu Tianyu, the master, and Tang San stood frozen in astonishment. At the bottom of the hollow lay a serpent-like soul beast, approximately 4 meters long and as thick as a barrel, its body cloaked in azure scales, coiling around a monkey-type soul beast covered in golden fur. Both soul beasts radiated yellow soul power. The master, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Mandala snake, King Kong ape. Both are 100-year soul beasts." Lu Tianyu's martial spirit was a primary martial spirit, making the soul ring provided by the monkey-type beast most fitting, while the mandala snake was naturally aligned with Tang San's blue silver grass. After observing for a moment, the master continued, "Xiao San, Xiao Yu, your luck is truly extraordinary. The mandala snake and King Kong ape have exhausted themselves in combat. Now is the perfect opportunity to hunt them and acquire their soul rings." With that, the master retrieved 2 finely crafted steel daggers from his soul guide and handed them to Lu Tianyu and Tang San. "Xiao Yu, you will take down the King Kong ape. Xiao San, you shall slay the mandala snake. The King Kong ape's fatal weakness lies in its eyes, while the mandala snake's critical point is its mouth." After exchanging glances, Lu Tianyu and Tang San cautiously approached the entangled King Kong ape and mandala snake. The traces around them indicated that the two had been engaged in a fierce struggle for quite some time, now too fatigued to move. Merely watching as Lu Tianyu and Tang San drew nearer, Lu Tianyu turned to Tang San and said, "Xiao San, you should strike first. The snake's venom is perilous." Tang San nodded in agreement, then hurled the steel dagger from a distance of 3 meters. The dagger flew with precision, embedding itself in the mandala snake's gaping mouth, causing its yellow soul-illuminated eyes to dim. As the soul power surged from the mandala snake, it coalesced into a yellow soul ring in the air. Once it had drawn its last breath, Lu Tianyu moved to the nearly lifeless King Kong ape. He plunged the dagger into the creature's eye, piercing its brain, and soon the King Kong ape's soul power also dissipated, forming another yellow soul ring. The master approached Lu Tianyu and Tang San, gazing at the slowly rotating yellow soul rings above them. As the snake and ape contend, the soul master benefits. "Xiao San, Xiao Yu, absorb and refine the soul rings using the method I taught you yesterday." Joy illuminated the faces of Lu Tianyu and Tang San. Yesterday, the master had elaborated on the dangers of hunting soul beasts, yet neither had anticipated their extraordinary fortune in encountering two suitable soul beasts engaged in mutual destruction. Lu Tianyu mused whether their serendipity stemmed from his and Tang San's shared journeys as transmigrators, which perhaps led to this fortunate encounter of the snake and ape struggle, thus benefiting the soul masters. Lost in thought, Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power to summon his martial spirit. Guiding the yellow soul ring from the King Kong ape towards his martial spirit. Wait, Xiaoyu, this King Kong ape possesses 600 years of cultivation. The master suddenly intervened, but it was too late. He could only watch as the King Kong ape's soul ring encircled Lu Tianyu's own. As Lu Tianyu sensed the master's warning, darkness enveloped his vision, and he found himself in a dim space filled with floating orbs of light. Beneath his feet appeared a yellow soul ring, while two orbs from above gravitated towards him. Curiously, Lu Tianyu raised his hands to catch the two orbs. And in that instant, a thought of choosing one flashed through his mind. Navy 6 styles. Shinigami white hits. The orb in his right hand suddenly displayed the 4 illusory characters for Navy 6 styles, while the one in his left hand bore the characters for Shinigami white hits. Lu Tianyu recognized these techniques from his previous life, knowing them to be martial arts from the anime One Piece and Bleach. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the thought in his mind urged him to choose one of the martial arts. Was it possible that the selected technique would become his first soul skill? Wasn't it said that the soul skills acquired by soul masters from absorbed soul rings were random? Unable to move, Lu Tianyu understood that his only option was to make a choice. Should he select the orb representing the Navy 6 styles or the one representing Shinigami white hits? Frankly, it was challenging to assess which technique was superior, as both bore their own merits and drawbacks. The Navy 6 styles included the swift movement of Soru, the ability to leap through the air with Jeppo, the razor-like kicks of Shurgon, the penetrating thrusts of Tekai, the precise evasion of Shira, and the formidable defense of Tekai. In contrast, white hits focused on pure close quarters combat techniques, with a formidable adaptability and versatility suitable for all melee scenarios. Compared to white hits, the Navy 6 styles offered greater practicality, particularly with Saru, Jeppo, and Shurgon, which possessed unique attributes that white hits lacked. However, Tekai, Shira, and Jeppo were somewhat lacking. Considering the myriad of soul skills available to soul masters, some soul skills had locking effects or passive triggering abilities, rendering Tekai and Shira ineffective against those with such capabilities. As for Tekai, it was well known that those employing the Navy 6 styles often faltered against this technique. On the other hand, white hits, devoid of fixed attacks, could yield terrifying close combat capabilities when mastered to a high degree. After deep contemplation, Lu Tianyu chose the orb of the Navy 6 styles. Even if Tekai, Shira, and Jeppo were somewhat lacking, the exceptional abilities of Saru, Jeppo, and Shurgon were sufficient to be equivalent to a soul skill of considerable potential. As Lu Tianyu made his choice, the orb in his right hand suddenly erupted, unleashing a cascade of thoughts that penetrated his consciousness. Soon, Lu Tianyu's awareness revealed the methods for mastering the Navy 6 styles, and as he regained control over his consciousness, he awakened to find the master looking at him with great concern, while Tang San sat cross-legged within a yellow soul ring, his eyes tightly shut. Xiaoyu, how do you feel? Are you all right? The master sighed in relief upon seeing Lu Tianyu awaken, promptly inquiring. Lu Tianyu smiled faintly at the master and said, I am fine, master. You just advised me against absorbing the soul ring, did you not? The master gazed at Lu Tianyu as if he were a monster, taking a deep breath and replying, Indeed, the abdomen of that golden ape bears 6 white stripes. This indicates its cultivation age is 600 years, however. You still managed to absorb and refine its soul ring. Only after hearing the master's words did Lu Tianyu notice the yellow soul ring swirling around him. Yet, apart from the sudden acquisition of the training method for the Marine 6 styles in his mind, he felt nothing unusual. The master inquired earnestly, Little you, do you truly feel no discomfort? Lu Tianyu, bewildered, nodded and replied, I genuinely feel nothing, just as usual. At that moment, a surge of soul power erupted from Tang San, who was seated opposite Lu Tianyu, accompanied by a sigh of relief. Lu Tianyu rose to retract his martial soul, and only then did a wave of soul power erupt from within him. However, the soul power quickly flowed back to his dantian, and as he moved his body, a series of sounds akin to popping beans resonated. It was only at this point that the master truly felt reassured and turned his attention to Tang San. Upon hearing the commotion caused by Lu Tianyu's movements, Tang San also regained his composure. Seeing that Lu Tianyu was unharmed, he exhaled in relief, saying, Senior Lu, Are you all right? I heard the teacher mention that the soul ring you absorbed is 600 years old. Tianyu smiled gently and replied, You may simply call me by my name. As for my feelings, they are quite inexplicable. Regarding anything else, I feel entirely normal. At this juncture, the master remarked, all right, you two fortunate young souls. Congratulations on obtaining your first soul rings, officially becoming soul masters. While speaking, the master looked at Tang San and Tianyu, adding, The greatest reward of becoming a soul master is that you both now possess the soul skills provided by your soul rings. Little San, please demonstrate the soul skill you have acquired. Tang San nodded excitedly, saying, Of course, teacher. The soul skill I obtained is called Binding. It can ensnare any target within 50 meters. As he spoke, Tang San summoned his martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, and activated its first soul skill. A yellow soul ring beneath his feet shimmered, and suddenly, 3 clusters of blue silvergrass, the size of eggs, sprang forth at distances of 30, 40, and 50 meters, swiftly binding themselves to the trunk of a large tree. Simultaneously, a cluster of deep blue silvergrass, exuding a faint fragrance, grew beneath Tang San's feet. Both Tianyu and the master gazed curiously at the scene. The master reached out and pinched Tang San's summoned blue silvergrass, noting, its flexibility has significantly increased. This scent, it must be the toxin from the mandala snake. Tang San confirmed, Indeed, unfortunately, I acquired the paralysis toxin from the mandala snake. The master reassured him, the combination of binding and paralysis toxin is quite formidable. Anyone you ensnare will remain paralyzed even if they manage to escape. Tang San nodded gently, contemplating that besides gaining a soul skill, the more crucial aspect was the removal of the shackles on his Xiantian gong. The master meticulously gathered data on the various properties of the blue silvergrass after Tang San absorbed his first soul ring. And Tianyu quietly admired the master's diligence. Once the data concerning Tang San's physical and martial soul attributes was collected, the master turned his gaze to Tianyu and said, Little you, let me see your first soul skill. You are the first soul master I have witnessed to successfully absorb a soul ring beyond your level and survive. I believe this is directly related to your martial soul. The act of absorbing a soul ring beyond one's capability carries the highest mortality rate among soul masters, as they often can only roughly estimate the cultivation age of the soul beast. When one absorbs the soul ring of a soul beast exceeding their limits, they may find themselves unable to endure the overwhelming soul power contained within and be overwhelmed. Tianyu nodded and said, Master, my first soul skill is called 6 Styles. It encompasses 6 derivative techniques. With a thought, he summoned his martial soul, which, having absorbed the soul ring, manifested as a phantom behind him. A yellow soul ring appeared above Tianyu's head, gradually descending to his waist and rotating gently. As Tianyu activated his martial soul, the ethereal figure behind him transformed into specks of spiritual light and merged into his body. In that instant, Tianyu felt an infusion of power coursing through him. Recalling the methods to execute the 6 styles, he felt capable of effortlessly performing them, turning his gaze toward a large tree approximately 5 meters away. 6 styles, Gale Foot. With a swift motion, Tianyu raised his right foot and thrust it forward, unleashing a pale blue blade of air that sliced through the air and struck the tree. A resounding crash echoed as the massive tree, requiring the embrace of 2 adults, shook violently, leaving a 5-centimeter deep indentation on its sturdy trunk. Tang San and the master exchanged astonished glances, both utterly shocked by Tianyu's display. The master was the first to speak, saying, Little you, how is it that I perceived no fluctuation of soul power from your attack? Regardless of the soul skill employed, soul masters invariably generate some degree of soul power fluctuation, even with the intent to conceal it. A release would occur upon striking a target. In fact, some powerful soul skills emit soul power fluctuations that can be quite overwhelming. However, when Tianyu executed Galefoot, the only sound was the initial rush of wind. Even after the wind blade impacted the tree, no soul power fluctuations were detected, leaving the master perplexed by the seemingly law-defying attack. Chapter 5, The First Soul Skill, 6 Forms, Part 2. Upon hearing the master's words, Tianyu smiled faintly and replied, The physical techniques I employ rely solely on brute strength. Thus, it is impossible for there to be any fluctuations of soul power. The master was momentarily taken aback by Tianyu's statement. Can techniques that rely purely on physical strength still be considered soul skills? In an instant, the master developed a profound interest in Tianyu's first soul skill, inquiring, The 6 forms consist of 6 techniques that harness physical strength, correct? Please demonstrate the remaining 5 for me. Lu Tianyu nodded gently. Of course, master. 6 forms, shave. As his voice trailed off, Lu Tianyu executed a rapid series of over 30 steps in place. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a sharp sound akin to a gust of wind. And in the blink of an eye, Lu Tianyu's figure appeared 6 meters away in an open space. 6 forms, moonwalk. Lu Tianyu forcefully propelled himself into the air, and even after his feet left the ground, he continued to push against the air. Crack! Crack! The air erupted with 2 explosive sounds as Lu Tianyu soared to a height of 5 or 6 meters above the ground. 6 forms, finger gun. As he spoke, Lu Tianyu raised his right hand, extending his index finger. As he descended towards the ground, he thrust his finger sharply towards a nearby tree. His seemingly slender finger pierced through the tough bark as effortlessly as a nail, embedding itself deep into the resilient wood. In a matter of moments, Lu Tianyu executed 12 rapid thrusts with his index finger. Just 1 meter above the ground, he tensed his entire body, muscles and tendons taut. 6 forms, iron block. With a thunderous crash, Lu Tianyu plummeted from 6 meters in the air to the ground, his feet sinking deeply into the soft earth. The master and Tang San watched in astonishment as Lu Tianyu demonstrated this series of techniques, unsure of where to begin their praise. Once Lu Tianyu released the iron block technique, he extracted his feet from the ground and turned to Tang San, saying, "Little San for the next technique. 6 forms, drawing paper, you will need to attack me for me to demonstrate." Tang San glanced at the master, and upon receiving a nod of approval, he stepped forward to face Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu chuckled, "Little San. Unleash all your attacks upon me. The drawing paper technique is reputed to evade all non-targeted soul skills and area attacks." Tang San's lips curled into a slight smile. "Lu sure little you, you'd better be careful." With that, he raised his fist and lunged towards Lu Tianyu, who evaded each of Tang San's strikes with the agility of a rapidly reacting sheet of paper. As he executed the drawing paper technique, Lu Tianyu urged, "Come at me with your full strength, little San. I sense this is far from your limit." Without a word, Tang San escalated the intensity of his assault. Despite his relentless attempts, including the application of his control crane catching dragon technique, he could not land a single blow on Lu Tianyu. After approximately 5 minutes, the master finally interjected, "All right, let's call it a day, little San. Little you, your soul skills in the 6 forms are indeed impressive. However, the weaknesses of finger gun, drawing paper, and iron block are quite evident. Their practicality is nowhere near that of shave, moonwalk, and gale foot." Lu Tianyu exhaled deeply. So the master shares the same sentiment. Thus, I believe I should focus on honing shave, moonwalk, and gale foot. The master, slightly taken aback, asked uncertainly, "Wait, little you. What do you mean by honing?" Lu Tianyu beamed at the master, the literal interpretation. "I have yet to unleash the full potential of the 6 forms. I still need to invest considerable time in training to enhance their power. I feel that my 6 forms resemble a self-created soul skill, with the soul rings merely providing a means to cultivate it. In the world of One Piece, many individuals can wield the 6 forms. Some have just begun to master them, while others have perfected them to an art. At present, Lu Tianyu feels akin to possessing a mere 600 points of power, having just reached the threshold to utilize the 6 forms. Once his power reaches 2,000, the might of the 6 forms will not only multiply but may also give rise to numerous variations." Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, the master hurriedly retrieved a notebook from his soul guide device, diligently jotting down notes. He found Lu Tianyu's concept of soul skills resembling self-created techniques to be exceedingly intriguing. As Lu Tianyu retracted his martial spirit, he felt as though all his strength had been sapped, collapsing limply to the ground. Tang San, standing nearby, was startled and rushed to Lu Tianyu's side, exclaiming, "Little you, what's wrong?" Gasping for breath, Lu Tianyu replied, "I'm merely fatigued, after all. I just executed all 6 techniques in one go." The master, who had already approached Lu Tianyu, resumed his note-taking after hearing his words. Tang San offered Lu Tianyu some water and encouraged him to rest comfortably. Before long, Lu Tianyu succumbed to a deep slumber. When Lu Tianyu awoke, he found himself in the dormitory of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, unaware of how he had returned to Nodding City. Attempting to sit up, he discovered he still lacked strength, even feeling a dull ache in his arms as he tried to lift them. At that moment, Lu Tianyu couldn't help but curse his martial spirit for being so troublesome. After all, it was merely a complete demonstration of the 6 forms. Having released his martial spirit, he felt like a feeble shrimp, pondering how he would navigate his future as a soul master. About an hour later, the door of his dormitory swung open, and Lu Tianyu strained to turn his head, spotting Tang San alongside a small girl clad in the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy uniform, adorned with pink rabbit ear accessories. Senior Lu, you're finally awake. Do you feel any better? Tang San, relieved to see Lu Tianyu conscious, hurried to his side. Drink some water first. I'll go get you something to eat. Hearing Tang San's words, Lu Tianyu felt a pang of emotion. Since being reborn in the world of Douluo continent, he had not viewed himself as a child. Tang San skillfully helped Lu Tianyu sip some water, noticing the latter's clenched teeth, seemingly enduring some discomfort. Senior Lu. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Lu Tianyu quickly shook his head. No, it's just an old injury, thank you, little San. In that moment, Lu Tianyu realized that Tang San was not the unfamiliar protagonist from his memories, but rather a flesh-and-blood individual. Tang San gently shook his head. As long as you're okay. I wonder what's up with your martial spirit. How could it leave such serious after effects? Lu Tianyu promptly replied. Who has to say? It seems I have a long way to go before truly mastering my martial spirit. Hey, Tang San, why are you, a work-study student, concerned about these nobles? At that moment, the little girl accompanying Tang San interjected irritably. Tang San turned to her. Little Wu, Senior Lu is not a noble. Little Wu raised her chin defiantly. Anyone who can have a private dormitory must be a noble. Just look at his room compared to ours. Unable to hold back, Lu Tianyu interjected. I paid 3 silver soul coins in tuition when I entered the academy. How much did you pay upon enrollment? What? Soul coins? You have 3? I didn't realize you were so wealthy. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. When she looked at Lu Tianyu again, a flattering smile graced her cheeks as she said, Senior Lu. Lu Tianyu, fully aware of Xiao's thoughts, couldn't help but recall that after paying 3 soul coins last year, he had become utterly destitute. Furthermore, he hadn't even paid this year's tuition yet. He hastily replied, Don't worry. I will be moving to the work-study dormitory soon. If I wish to continue residing in this dormitory, I would need to pay a gold soul coin, which is simply not worth it, even if I were to sell myself. Tang San glanced at Lu Tianyu and said, Senior Lu, the teacher mentioned that once we become soul masters, we can receive a monthly subsidy from the Spirit Hall. If we register at the Spirit Hall today, we can receive 2 months' worth. Soul Master Subsidy. How could I have forgotten about that? Both Xiao Wu and Lu Tianyu exclaimed simultaneously after hearing Tang San's words. Of course, Xiao Wu was astonished to learn for the first time that Soul Masters received subsidies, while Lu Tianyu recalled that he had initially intended to become a Soul Master to obtain the subsidies when he first traversed to Douluo continent. However, he had gradually forgotten about it while waiting for Su Yutao to awaken his martial soul. The thought of it made Lu Tianyu sit up in excitement, only to be met with a wave of soreness in his muscles and tendons. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Xiao-san, thank you. If not for your reminder, I would never have thought of the Soul Master subsidy. Tang San awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied, Oh, it's nothing. The teacher told me. As Lu Tianyu attempted to rise from the bed, he realized he lacked the strength to move even a limb. Given his current condition, it was impossible for him to get out of bed for several days. However, missing the day would mean losing a month's worth of the Soul Master subsidy. A first-ring Soul Master received a gold soul coin in subsidies each month, which was immensely valuable to Lu Tianyu at the moment. Even a copper soul coin would be cherished. Hey, Xiao-san, could you lend me some energy for healing? At least enough for me to register at the Spirit Hall and obtain the subsidy? Suddenly, Lu Tianyu thought of Tang San, who could be considered half a healer. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's request, Tang San nodded in agreement, albeit with a look of surprise in his eyes. Soul Masters could accelerate their healing process by channeling their soul power, but the concept of using soul power for healing was foreign to Douluo continent. Tang San removed his shoes, sat cross-legged behind Lu Tianyu, and placed his palms against Lu Tianyu's back, gradually channeling his soul power into him. Lu Tianyu, feeling Tang San's soul power flowing through his meridians, focused on sensing how Tang San circulated his energy within him. After half an hour, Lu Tianyu felt his previously weak body rejuvenated. At that moment, Tang San withdrew his soul power. Xiao-san, thank you. Once I receive the Soul Master subsidy, I will treat you to a feast. A few beads of glistening sweat appeared on Tang San's forehead, indicating that using his power for healing was quite exhausting. He merely smiled and shook his head, saying, It's a trivial matter. I will need your guidance in many areas in the future, Senior Lu. After the recent event, Lu Tianyu felt much more favorable towards Tang San. He turned to him, now wearing his shoes, and said, You can call me Xiaoyu Gu or just Xiaoyu. I cannot accept the title of senior. Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Wu interjected, Xiaoyu Gu. Are you going to the spirit hall to register as a soul master? Take me with you, please. Lu Tianyu glanced at Xiao Wu and then at Tang San. Xiao San, you've already been to the spirit hall. Tang San honestly nodded. Yes, I just returned from the spirit hall. I received 2 gold soul coins as my subsidy. Upon hearing that 2 gold soul coins awaited her, Xiao Wu's eyes nearly transformed into coins as she eagerly urged Lu Tianyu to take her to the spirit hall. Under the temptation of money, Lu Tianyu could only suppress the waves of weakness coursing through him as he was dragged by Xiao Wu toward the spirit hall for the soul power assessment. During the assessment phase, Lu Tianyu's soul power astonishingly reached level 14. He quickly explained, I was severely injured while hunting a soul beast 6 months ago. I had to lie in bed for that duration before I could move again, and today is the first day I can act. The soul master overseeing Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu's assessment nodded, understanding the situation. It was common for soul masters to suffer injuries while hunting soul beasts, with many even losing their lives in the process. Consequently, Lu Tianyu's registration date as a soul master was 6 months earlier than both Xiao Wu and Tang San, allowing him to receive the accumulated subsidies for that period, along with the upcoming month's subsidy, all at once. Each first-ring soul master received a gold soul coin monthly. So Lu Tianyu received a total of 7 gold soul coins at once. Xiao Wu looked at her meager 2 gold soul coins, and then at the pile of gold soul coins in Lu Tianyu's hands, feeling as though the world was filled with malice towards her. As soon as they exited the spirit hall, Xiao Wu insisted that Lu Tianyu treat her, claiming that it was her discretion not to expose his lie that enabled him to acquire so many gold soul coins. Lu Tianyu, knowing that Xiao Wu often dragged Tang San shopping, casually replied, Sure, treating you to a meal won't bankrupt me. Suddenly, Xiao Wu realized she had missed out on a long-term benefactor and quickly changed her tune. No, you must treat me to meals from now on, or I will expose you. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu became furious. The audacity of her extortion was boundless. Truthfully, he was genuinely fearful of the spirit hall discovering that he had only just become a soul master. So he could only reluctantly agree as he followed the jubilant Xiao Wu towards the commercial street of Nodding City. Chapter 6. The first meeting with Tang. How suddenly Lu Tianyu spotted a shop specializing in marinated meats. He recalled working there for a day, earning 5 copper soul coins. A glance at Xiao Wu sparked an idea within him, and he strode confidently to the marinated meat shop, saying, Hey, Boss Luke, I'll take 3 pounds of marinated rabbit meat and 10 spicy rabbit heads. Luke, the owner of the shop, habitually replied, Sure thing. 3 pounds of marinated rabbit meat and 10 spicy rabbit heads. Lu Tianyu. In truth, Nodding City was not very large, and Lu Tianyu had worked at numerous places within its bounds. Upon recognizing Lu Tianyu, Luke also noticed the emblem on his chest signifying his status as a rank 1 soul master, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. You have become a soul master? Lu Tianyu nodded lightly. Yes, I just registered as a soul master today. Xiao Yu, I always knew you would achieve greatness. Everyone, listen. Luke exclaimed loudly to those around him. Lu Tianyu from Nodding City is now a rank 1 soul master. What? Really? I heard he starved to death long ago. Luke, is that true? That little beggar? A soul master? Lu Tianyu merely chuckled inwardly at the murmurs around him, accepting the neatly packaged rabbit meat and spicy rabbit heads from the shop assistant. He tossed a gold soul coin onto the counter, stating, Keep the change, it's no trouble. With that, he turned gracefully and walked over to Xiao Wu, saying, Let's go, Xiao Wu. Today, I shall treat you to a delightful meal. As Luke's loud proclamation attracted a crowd, many recognized Lu Tianyu, adorned in the uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, with the emblem of a rank 1 soul master on his chest. At that moment, they regretted not having kept Lu Tianyu employed in their shops. Some even recalled having underpaid him or bullied him in the past. Yet, Lu Tianyu paid them no mind, since arriving in Douluo continent. He had never regarded the small Nodding City as significant. Feeling the gazes directed at him stirred a sense of nostalgia within Lu Tianyu, prompting him to recall a saying, When you are down and out, none will stand by you. When you rise again, who are you to them? Xiao Wu quietly followed Lu Tianyu toward the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, having heard many astonishing remarks from the shop owners. Upon entering the academy gates, she remarked, Xiao Yu, so you truly are not of noble birth. Let us discard our meal agreement from now on. Lu Tianyu chuckled, I wasn't before, but now I have become the soul master that many envy. In the eyes of ordinary people, I am already akin to nobility. Considering his age of 7 and a soul power level of 14, it was entirely plausible for him to cultivate to the rank of soul emperor or soul sage. A soul sage was a legendary figure in Notting City, similar to the renowned soul sage from Holy Spirit Village where Tang San resided. Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu found Tang San in the dormitory area, and together they sought out the master to relish the marinated rabbit meat and spicy rabbit heads. However, when Lu Tianyu presented the food, Xiao Wu's initial excitement waned. Meanwhile, Tang San savored the spicy dishes he had been accustomed to in his previous life, eating a spicy rabbit head with one hand while urging Xiao Wu to eat faster. As for the master, he merely sampled the food before returning to his research, ultimately leaving the 3 pounds of marinated rabbit meat and 10 spicy rabbit heads mostly consumed by Lu Tianyu and Tang San. Once they had cleaned up the scattered bones, the master addressed Lu Tianyu, saying, "Xiao Yu, your martial soul is a primary martial soul. Thus, you will experience greater backlash compared to other beast martial souls. You can no longer recklessly utilize your soul skills, and henceforth, your training must also emphasize strengthening your physical body alongside your soul power." Lu Tianyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Master, this is your training plan. From tomorrow onward, follow this schedule diligently," the master stated, handing Lu Tianyu a thick notebook and calmly articulating his words. Lu Tianyu respectfully accepted the notebook, replying solemnly, "Understood, Master." The master nodded gently. "Rest well. I will check your training progress in 7 days." Both Lu Tianyu and Tang San nodded in agreement, departing from the master's quarters with Xiao Wu. On their way, Xiao Wu shot Lu Tianyu an irate glare before running off, ignoring Tang San. "Tang San, I too shall train under the master's guidance from now on. I hope you will assist me in the future," Lu Tianyu remarked. Tang San stared blankly at Lu Tianyu. "Lu Master. Xiao Yu, you are older than I, and you entered school before I did. You possess far more knowledge than I. It is I who should learn from you." "Oh, no, that is incorrect. It should be I who learns from you," Lu Tianyu replied, and their argument ended without a resolution, for in Douluo continent, it was the capable who served as teachers. With Lu Tianyu's soul power surpassing Tang San's by a level, he became Tang San's senior. However, both preferred to call each other by their given names. Lu Tianyu first went to the Academy's finance office to pay 3 years tuition, allowing him to fully dedicate himself to his training. The master had devised a rich training regimen for Lu Tianyu, consisting of 3 daily training sessions for soul power. Mornings were reserved for theoretical studies, while afternoons focused on physical and practical training. After 6 days of this regimen, the master would assess Lu Tianyu and Tang San's progress, adjusting their training plans accordingly. With the master's guidance, Lu Tianyu's training accelerated significantly. In merely 21 days, he elevated his soul power to the 15th level, allowing him to leap 8 meters with a single use of his skill and perform 12 moon steps without any adverse effects. The most remarkable enhancement was the power of his Gale Foot, when he first absorbed and refined his first soul ring. The cutting energy of Gale Foot could only maintain its lethality within 5 meters. Beyond that distance, the energy dissipated into a mere gust of wind. Upon reaching the 15th level, the cutting energy of Gale Foot could maintain its lethality within 10 meters. This outcome validated Lu Tianyu's assertion that soul skills could be enhanced through training. In contrast, no matter how diligently Tang San trained, his first soul skill had never shown significant improvement, leading the master to conclude that only beast martial soul masters could enhance their soul skills through later training. To test this hypothesis, Xiao Wu, whose martial soul was a beast martial soul rabbit and whose first soul skill was also reliant on her body, was selected as an experimental subject. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu showed little enthusiasm for training, often dragging Tang San off to play in Notting City. Nonetheless, her soul power grew at a comparable rate to Lu Tianyu's. Whenever Lu Tianyu advanced a level, so too did Xiao Wu. After completing a full academic year, Tang San prepared to return home, and upon hearing this, Xiao Wu insisted on accompanying him. Unable to withstand the persistent pleas of Xiao Wu, Tang San reluctantly agreed to her request. However, he soon turned to seek out Lu Tianyu, who was engaged in physical training, hoping that Lu Tianyu would accompany him and Xiao Wu to his home. Lu Tianyu, not wishing to be the third wheel, decisively declined the invitation. Although he was curious about what Tang San's village was like, the thought of witnessing the affectionate interactions between Xiao Wu and Tang San made him feel superfluous. With no success in persuading Lu Tianyu, Tang San returned to Shahan village, looking rather dejected, alongside Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu made his way to the residence of the master to consult him about the issues he faced during his training. The master was exceedingly pleased with Lu Tianyu's fervent dedication to his cultivation, as it resonated deeply with the master's own lifelong regret of being unable to cultivate. He harbored a profound disdain for students who possessed the talent for cultivation but squandered their time recklessly. Thus, when Lu Tianyu presented his inquiries, the master was more than willing to provide answers and engage in research. As the master was imparting strategies for battling control-type soul masters, a sudden knock echoed at the door, causing him to pause mid-lecture. With an irritable glance towards the door, he coldly instructed, "Come in." In the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, only the Academy's director and a select few, including Lu Tianyu and Tang San, would seek the master's attention. The master despised interruptions during his lessons, yet it was evident that the visitor had pressing matters to discuss. Just as Lu Tianyu was about to open the door, it swung open from the outside, revealing a burly middle-aged man clad in a tattered black cloak, his face obscured by a thick beard. Upon entering the master's room, the man lifted his hood, unveiling a pair of murky eyes that emanated an unusual and oppressive aura. Lu Tianyu recognized this imposing figure as Tang San's father, Tang Hao, a formidable titled Douluo who had cultivated his soul power to an astonishing level above 90. Merely locking eyes with Tang Hao, Lu Tianyu felt an overwhelming pressure that surpassed even the full force of the Academy's Soul King director. Upon recognizing Tang Hao's visage, the master's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Hao Tian, little one, you should step outside. I have some matters to discuss privately with the master." Tang Hao interrupted the master with a voice imbued with magnetism, addressing Lu Tianyu calmly. Turning to the visibly trembling master, Lu Tianyu observed the master's quaking form as he urged, "You should go back." After receiving the master's response, Lu Tianyu exited the room. As he passed Tang Hao, he felt his limbs tremble uncontrollably. Once he closed the door behind him, a wave of relief washed over him. It was only when he stepped into the sunlit training ground that he exhaled deeply, dispelling the tension within. Clenching his fists, he reflected, "Is this the pressure emanating from a titled Douluo?" The mere act of walking past him had left him feeling utterly drained. In that moment, Lu Tianyu found himself filled with an unprecedented fascination for titled Douluo powers, resolving to aspire to become one himself. As a gentle breeze brushed against him, Lu Tianyu felt a chill, realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced back at the building housing the master's room before turning towards the woods where he usually trained. Originally, Lu Tianyu intended to rest for the day, but after encountering Tang Hao, he recognized the vast distance he still had to cover. Recalling the training regimen outlined by the master, Lu Tianyu resolved to double the intensity. He would increase his sets of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats from 100 to 200 and extend his daily long run from 10 kilometers to 20. Furthermore, he vowed to complete these foundational exercises within the same time frame, and in the afternoon, he would practice the soul techniques of shaving, moonstep, and gale foot. Physical skills were paramount in his cultivation journey. He thought of the characters in anime who had mastered their techniques to perfection. The variations stemming from different practitioners were immense, and he too aspired to reach such heights. Through over a year of research, the master discovered that Lu Tianyu's martial soul did not significantly amplify the power of his soul techniques. Rather, the enhancement from his martial soul primarily boosted his overall attributes, endowing him with a physique and stamina far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. After absorbing the soul ring of the diamond ape, Lu Tianyu had demonstrated the ability to leave a 6-centimeter deep imprint in gelatin during his martial soul manifestation. This indicated that his martial soul's attributes had increased 6-fold, with similar enhancements to his reaction speed and defensive capabilities. This revelation reminded Lu Tianyu of the strength assessment methods for users of 6 styles in anime, where a well-trained elite soldier was measured at 10 units of strength. To fully master the 6 styles, one needed at least 500 units. And after absorbing his first soul ring, Lu Tianyu's martial soul attributes felt akin to possessing 800 units of strength. Consequently, Lu Tianyu decided to utilize this unit of strength as a standard for evaluating the power of his martial soul, while his soul power rank would merely serve to categorize him as a specific type of soul master. Chapter 7. Gentle Fist. 10 months after Lu Tianyu encountered Tang Hao, he finally cultivated his soul power to the level of 20. At this point, Tang San and Xiao Wu had only reached level 17. Upon learning of Lu Tianyu's breakthrough, Master immediately sought out the principal of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, hoping that together they could take Lu Tianyu to the soul hunting forest to find him a soul ring. According to Master S research, Lu Tianyu, due to the nature of his martial spirit, could absorb soul rings with a limit at least double that of an ordinary soul master. This meant that when absorbing his first soul ring, he could take one from a soul beast with an age of 800 years. For the second soul ring, an ordinary soul master could endure a limit of 800 years. However, Lu Tianyu would not recklessly challenge a soul beast of 1600 years. Yet, it was deemed feasible for him to attempt to absorb a soul ring from a soul beast aged 1200 years. A conclusion reached through extensive calculations and considerations by Master. The location for the hunt was still the soul-hunting forest. Although there were no exceptional soul beasts in the specially enclosed forest, given Lu Tianyu's martial spirit characteristics, the primary focus was on the age of the soul beasts. After entering the soul-hunting forest, Master, Lu Tianyu, and the principal followed Luo Sanpao for 3 days before finally encountering a saber-toothed tiger with an age of approximately 1100 years in a valley. The saber-toothed tiger, unlike other tiger-type soul beasts, was not adept at long-distance running and preferred to ambush its prey near water sources or in low shrubs, waiting for an unsuspecting target to pass by. Once close enough, it would pounce fiercely, using its powerful claws to bring the prey down, subsequently aiming for a fatal strike at the neck. Upon selecting the target, Master did not permit Lu Tianyu to participate in the hunt, as the strength of a 1000-year soul beast far surpassed that of a 100-year soul beast. Even Master, with his soul power at level 29, dared not approach too closely, instead using his 2 soul skills to provide cover for the principal. The odor emitted by Master's martial spirit, Luo Sanpao, was intensely pungent, unbearable even for humans with less developed olfactory senses. For the particularly sensitive saber-toothed tiger, every passing second was tormenting. It took the principal half an hour to subdue the creature. After all, hunting and subduing were entirely different challenges. Only after the saber-toothed tiger had lost all capacity for resistance did Lu Tianyu step forward to deliver the final blow with the steel dagger. As the saber-toothed tiger drew its last breath, Lu Tianyu felt as though he witnessed a look of relief in its eyes. For the beast, that half hour was likely more unbearable than hell itself. Once the saber-toothed tiger perished, its soul power was released, coalescing in the air into a purple soul ring. The principal, seeing the soul ring emerge, seated himself to recover his soul power, while Lu Tianyu remained in a state of recuperation. As soon as the saber-toothed tiger's soul ring appeared, Lu Tianyu quickly sat down and drew the ring towards himself. Just like the last time he absorbed the soul ring of the Diamond 8. Lu Tianyu's consciousness followed the saber-toothed tiger's soul ring into the realm of his martial spirit's consciousness. This time, 3 luminous orbs were drawn before Lu Tianyu by the soul ring of the saber-toothed tiger. As the orbs stabilized, illusory characters appeared above them, reading from left to right. The first orb bore the inscription White Strike, the second Red Steel Fist, and the third, Gentle Fist. Previously, he had to choose between 2 options, but now he faced a triad of choices. While the technique of White Strike was well known, Steel Fist and Gentle Fist represented 2 distinctly different martial styles. Steel Fist was direct and powerful, boasting considerable destructive force and striking capability. In contrast, Gentle Fist targeted the opponent's internal organs and meridians, offering a technique that could defend against all physical and solid elemental attacks, including those with soul skills that had locking effects. In this regard, the defensive capabilities of Gentle Fist far surpassed those of the Iron Block technique from the 6 styles. After careful consideration, Lu Tianyu chose Gentle Fist, recognizing that a technique combining both offensive and defensive traits would be advantageous for his future as a soul master. Upon grasping the luminous orb of Gentle Fist, a series of training methods and a technique named Bagua Palm, Return to Heaven flooded his mind. The so-called Bagua 64 Palms, 128 Palms, and Bagua Empty Palms were all advanced skills derived from the Return to Heaven technique, which he could naturally execute once he mastered the basic form. As Lu Tianyu's consciousness withdrew from the realm of his martial spirit, he felt something warm and tingling affixed to his spine, radiating a peculiar, comforting sensation. However, before he could explore this feeling further, a surge of soul power flowed from his martial spirit into his body. Lu Tianyu had no choice but to focus all his attention on suppressing and calming the tumultuous soul power within him, and when it finally settled, he opened his eyes. By this time, it was already the following morning. Both the principal and master sighed in relief upon seeing Lu Tianyu awaken. After all, he had absorbed a soul ring of 1,000 years, while other soul masters could only absorb rings with a maximum age of 800 years. This shattered the conventional understanding of soul ring age limits within the soul master community. On their way back to Nodding City, the principal continuously inquired about Lu Tianyu's martial spirit, to which Master could only vaguely explain that Lu Tianyu's martial spirit traits allowed him to endure soul rings beyond the capacity of ordinary soul masters. Due to the principal's insistence, Lu Tianyu had no opportunity to mention the strange sensation on his spine. Upon returning to Nodding City, it was already afternoon. Master instructed Lu Tianyu to go to the Martial Spirit Hall to assess his soul power level. This would provide an accurate understanding of Lu Tianyu's level after absorbing his second soul ring. Furthermore, after absorbing 2 soul rings, Lu Tianyu had now become a great soul master, and the monthly allowance from the Martial Spirit Hall had increased from 1 gold soul coin to 10. After receiving his allowance from the Martial Spirit Hall, Master advised both Lu Tianyu and Tang San to save diligently, for their expenses in intermediate and advanced Soul Master academies would not be as modest as those in the Junior Academy. Following the evaluation at the Martial Spirit Hall, it was confirmed that Lu Tianyu's soul power had risen to level 22 after absorbing his second soul ring. After inscribing the date of his ascension to Great Soul Master in his Soul Master Journal, he promptly received his monthly allowance. In fact, at the beginning of the month, Tang San, Lu Tianyu, and Xiao Wu had already collected their allowances once. Upon revealing his second soul ring, Lu Tianyu received a warm invitation from the Martial Spirit Hall. However, Lu Tianyu declined the recruitment, preferring to avoid the competition among the powerful factions. Upon returning to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Lu Tianyu did not seek out others, but instead found Master, who was instructing Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiaoyu, congratulations on acquiring your second soul ring and successfully advancing to Great Soul Master. Brother Xiaoyu, congratulations on your advancement to Great Soul Master. Before Lu Tianyu could respond, Tang San and Xiao Wu eagerly expressed their congratulations. Master then turned to Lu Tianyu and asked, "So, Xiaoyu, what is your soul power level?" "Master, my soul power has reached level 22, but I feel I will soon attain level 23, Lu Tianyu replied honestly. Master nodded thoughtfully, as I suspected. Master, I have something I wish to inquire about, Lu Tianyu began. Since leaving the soul-hunting forest, the warm, tingling sensation on his spine had persisted without fading. Master looked at Lu Tianyu and encouraged him. Feel free to ask any questions, no need to hesitate. After glancing at Tang San and Xiao Wu, Lu Tianyu explained. It's like this, Master. Ever since I absorbed the saber-toothed tiger's soul ring, I felt as though something is attached to my spine. The warm and tingling sensation was quite pleasant, yet my hands could not grasp it. After listening to Lu Tianyu, the master furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, No wonder you appeared so restless in the carriage. Take off your clothes and let me see. Hearing this, Lu Tianyu hurriedly removed his upper garments, revealing a well-defined and robust physique. Xiao Wu, feeling embarrassed, found an excuse to leave the vicinity. The master and Tang San observed Lu Tianyu's back but found nothing unusual. The master pondered for a moment and said, Xiaoyu, please clarify your current sensations. There seems to be nothing peculiar on your back. Lu Tianyu could only describe the warmth and tingling comfort emanating from his spine, unable to find further adjectives. The master placed his palm against Lu Tianyu's spine to sense it closely but found no results, leading him to suspect that Lu Tianyu's condition might be related to his second spirit ring. Xiaoyu, please tell me about the soul skill you acquired after absorbing your second spirit ring. Could your unusual sensations be linked to it? Lu Tianyu was uncertain about the connection, yet the master's analysis seemed unrelated to his second soul skill. However, he could only contemplate the soul skill aspect. After donning his clothes, he turned to the master and said, Master, my second soul skill is called Soft Fist. By employing Soft Fist, I can transform my strength into a fluid-like or air-like force, striking with a blend of softness and firmness. It allows me to easily penetrate the external defenses to target internal organs and meridians. And it can also manifest as a shield to deflect all physical attacks directed at me, including substantial elemental assaults. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's explanation, a glimmer of curiosity sparked in the master's eyes. Oh, why not demonstrate your soft fist on me? He suggested. Lu Tianyu quickly shook his head, saying, No, I feel that after absorbing the second spirit ring, the potency of my first soul skill has significantly increased as well. I estimate that I now possess approximately 1,900 to 2,000 points of power. The wind blades from my gale feet could likely inflict some damage on targets 15 meters away. Since I have just acquired the soft fist, I might easily misjudge its intensity and inadvertently harm you. It's best to refrain from trying it lightly. Tang San interjected, Indeed, Master. Injuries to the internal organs and meridians can be quite challenging to heal. How about this? Xiaoyu, let us try a gentle clash with your soft fist. Even if you get hurt, I have ways to treat it. It was true that Lu Tianyu was intrigued by the potential of soft fist and how formidable it could be. In reality, his primary concern was not the offensive capability of the soft fist, but rather its reputed 360-degree absolute defense. Although such a claim might seem exaggerated, it indeed suggested an unparalleled defensive prowess. The master, aware that Tang San had also cultivated other self-created soul skills, seemed to have a knack for healing injuries. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "Very well, Xiaoyu. Do your utmost to control the power." Lu Tianyu nodded gently. "Understood, Xiao San. You must also exercise caution, as this is my first time employing the soft fist." Tang San nodded and assumed a defensive stance, discreetly activating his Xian Jade hand, while Lu Tianyu took a deep breath and summoned his martial spirit. As a 2-meter-tall humanoid shadow materialized behind him, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, emerged above his head. Martial Spirit Manifestation, second soul skill, Soft Fist. As Lu Tianyu completed the Martial Spirit Manifestation, the purple soul ring beneath him began to shimmer. Subsequently, Lu Tianyu adjusted his earlier combat posture, leaning slightly forward in a remarkably relaxed manner, raising his right hand to face Tang San. Recalling the essence of executing the Soft Fist, Lu Tianyu took a slight step forward, appearing before Tang San in an instant, and swiftly thrust his right palm toward Tang San's icy jade-like left fist. At the moment of contact, Tang San felt a surge of explosive energy penetrate the defenses of his Xian Jade hand, invading the meridians and bones of his left hand. A crisp sound echoed as their fists merely grazed each other, yet Tang San was propelled backwards several paces before coming to a halt. As he retreated, the force unleashed by the soft fist coursed through his left hand's meridians and bones, suddenly erupting and causing a tingling sensation throughout his entire left arm. Despite having secretly activated his soul power to counteract the penetrating force that Lu Tianyu had described, the outcome was less than satisfactory when the power exploded. After a while, Tang San's left hand, up to his elbow, became swollen, resembling a gleaming pig's trotter. Witnessing Tang San's reddened and swollen arm, the master felt a twinge of fear. Had Lu Tianyu landed a soft fist on his abdomen, he might have been bedridden for several days before regaining strength. Once the master confirmed that Tang San's arm was not severely injured, he recalled that the defensive capabilities of the soft fist had yet to be demonstrated. However, during Lu Tianyu's demonstration, he had only executed the 8 trigrams, returning heaven 16 palms. There remained a considerable gap to achieve the complete 8 trigrams, returning heaven 64 palms, necessitating extensive training in the soft fist technique. After Lu Tianyu had showcased his second soul skill, the master still could not discern the cause of the unusual sensations in Lu Tianyu's spine. Chapter 8. External Spirit Bone, the Chimei Staff, in Truth. The master had already formed a conclusion in his heart upon hearing Lu Tianyu mention this matter in advance. Yet he was reluctant to believe that such a cause could lead to the peculiar sensation in Lu Tianyu's spine. However, at this moment, the master could think of no other explanation. After much deliberation, he addressed Lu Tianyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, follow me. Xiao San, continue with your unfinished training." The master led Lu Tianyu back to his chamber, securely closing the doors and windows before turning to Lu Tianyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, try to envision that you can extract whatever is attached to your spine." Lu Tianyu had not considered this before, but he nodded and delved his consciousness inward, contemplating the idea of removing the entity affixed to his spine. Suddenly, he felt his soul power surge uncontrollably from his dantian into his spine, and he truly sensed the detachment of the entity from his body. To the master, it appeared as though a sudden wave of soul power erupted from Lu Tianyu, with the energy eagerly gathering at his back. Gradually, within the luminous aura of the soul power, a phantom of a spine emerged, ultimately solidifying into a staff the size of an egg, resembling pure white jade, known as the Chimei Staff. With a mere thought, Lu Tianyu summoned the staff to float before him, and the strange sense of comfort that had lingered around his spine vanished. Holding the Chimei Staff, which gleamed like white jade, Lu Tianyu wore a bewildered expression. Was this staff truly a part of his spine? "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Upon witnessing the Chimei Staff manifesting from Lu Tianyu's spine, the master widened his eyes. After hearing Lu Tianyu's inquiry, he exhaled a sigh of relief. An unprecedented excitement flickered across his face as he placed a trembling hand on Lu Tianyu's shoulder, saying, "Xiaoyu, I never anticipated such fortune to befall you. While I had my suspicions, I truly did not expect it to be this." Listening to the master's reflective words, Lu Tianyu regarded the Chimei Staff in his hands with growing confusion. After a considerable pause, the master spoke again. "Xiaoyu, do you remember what I once told you and Xiao San? More rings mean more bones. but fewer rings mean fewer bones, and it's best to flee. Lu Tianyu certainly recalled the master's sage advice, and it dawned on him. Master, you mean to say this staff is a spirit bone? But you mentioned that spirit bones only exist in these 6 areas: the head, left and right arms, left and right legs, and the torso. Does this staff qualify as a torso bone? The master gently shook his head, explaining, once absorbed, spirit bones cannot be entirely extracted. Therefore, this staff-like spirit bone is not a torso bone, but rather a rare external spirit bone, existing only in legend. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu recalled an anime where Tang San obtained an external spirit bone known as the 8 Spider Lances. Yet he noted that Tang San's external spirit bone bore no resemblance to his own. The master seemed to sense Lu Tianyu's confusion and elaborated. External spirit bones are a general term for all spirit bones beyond the 6 mainstream categories. In other words, any spirit bone that does not belong to the 6 major categories is considered an external spirit bone. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu understood and then looked at the master, asking, "Teacher, what purpose does this external spirit bone serve?" The master lightly shook his head. "I have only read about such spirit bones in books, but I am uncertain of their specific functions. One thing is certain, however, external spirit bones will enhance in strength alongside the soul master's growth. Thus, acquiring an external spirit bone early on greatly benefits a soul master's development." After speaking, the master reached out and lightly tapped the Chime staff in Lu Tianyu's hand, then gently caressed it, remarking, "It feels similar to a martial spirit, shaped like a staff. It appears to have fallen from a saber-toothed tiger. Let us name this external spirit bone the Tiger Soul Chime staff. This way, you can also learn some staff techniques to create your own soul skills." Lu Tianyu chuckled at the master's words, playfully twirling the staff and joking, "In the future, I can confidently say that the Tiger Soul Chime staff is my martial spirit." The master, initially intending to caution against revealing Lu Tianyu's possession of an external spirit bone to outsiders, was compelled to respond to Lu Tianyu's just with a serious tone. "Precisely, Xiaoyu. Henceforth, your second soul skill will be to summon the Tiger Soul Chime staff as a weapon. This soul skill is uniquely tied to your primary martial spirit, and you must answer as such to anyone who inquires. Understood?" Having studied under the master for so long, Lu Tianyu had never encountered such light-hearted banter between the master and himself, nor with Tang San. This indicated that the master was genuinely entrusting him to adopt the summoning of the Tiger Soul Chime staff as his second soul skill. However, Lu Tianyu expressed concern. "But master, Xiao San has seen my soft fist." The master chuckled, reassuring Lu Tianyu, "Do not worry. Xiao San will understand, and keep your external spirit bone and true second soul skill a secret." With the master's assurance, Lu Tianyu released his worries and, with a thought, transformed the Tiger Soul Chime staff into a streak of light that surged back into his body. It reattached itself to his spine, radiating a warm and pleasantly tingling sensation. After clarifying the matter of the external spirit bone, the master gathered various instruments to test and collect data on Lu Tianyu's martial spirit attributes following his absorption of the second spirit ring. After a series of tests, it was discovered that Lu Tianyu's attributes had tripled from their original state, with his vision enhanced threefold. During the manifestation of his martial spirit, he possessed a power of 100, indicating an increase of 100 from his previous capabilities. With his power exceeding 2,000, the potency of his 6 styles became even more formidable. Particularly, the Gale Kick, which Lu Tianyu had diligently practiced over the past 2 years, could unleash wind blades that maintained considerable lethality within a 15-meter range. If within 5 meters, the wind blades could effortlessly sever logs the size of wash basins, a strength comparable to that of most attack-oriented soul masters' first soul skills. As Lu Tianyu's soul power increased and the age of the absorbed spirit rings grew, the enhancement in his power value became more pronounced, and when it surpassed 10,000, the Gale Kick would exhibit even greater might. It could be said that Lu Tianyu's martial spirit was extraordinarily potent, with the strength of all his soul skills capable of amplifying alongside his soul power. In contrast, the first 2 soul skills of other soul masters often became rather ineffective by the time they reached the Soul King level, with only a select few first and second soul skills retaining some effectiveness. Reflecting on this, Lu Tianyu couldn't help but recall the time he sought Su Yuntao to awaken his martial spirit. Indeed, the craftsmanship of Brother Tao was exceptional. That evening, after completing his daily 3 sessions of soul power cultivation, Lu Tianyu retired to bed on schedule. In his dreams, He felt as though a cat was nestled on his back, purring softly. Yet, Lu Tianyu found the sound soothing rather than bothersome, enhancing the quality of his sleep to unprecedented levels. When he awoke the next day, he felt invigorated, as if the purring from the previous night had banished all the fatigue hidden within him. In the afternoon, Lu Tianyu arranged to train in practical combat with Tang San. As Lu Tianyu summoned the Tiger Soul Chimei staff, Tang San merely smiled at him, then the two began to spar. As Lu Tianyu had never learned any staff techniques, Tang San seized the opportunity to deliver a thorough beating. In pursuit of mastering the art of staff wielding, Lu Tianyu took the initiative to audit classes alongside 5th grade students at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, where the homeroom teacher was a third-ring soul ancestor possessing a steel staff martial spirit. Upon learning that Lu Tianyu's second soul skill allowed him to summon a tiger soul staff as his weapon, the teacher graciously permitted him to attend classes. During these sessions, the teacher would occasionally offer guidance on the usage of the tiger soul staff. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu remained diligent in his practice of soft fist. His mastery of the 6 techniques, shaving, moonstep, and gale foot, reached an exquisite level, and any further enhancement of their power would only be achievable after he absorbed his 3rd soul ring. Consequently, his routine training primarily served to consolidate his skills, while most of his time was devoted to soft fist and the tiger soul staff. For months after Lu Tianyu acquired his 2nd soul ring, Tang San finally elevated his soul power to the 20th level. The master enlisted the help of the dean of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy to accompany Tang San in search of his 2nd soul ring in the soul hunting forest. In reality, they departed on the first day and returned by noon the following day. Later, the master revealed that while searching for Lu Tianyu's 2nd soul ring, he had noticed a suitable soul beast for Tang San, a plant-type soul beast known as the Ghost Vine, approximately 600 years old. Tang San's 2nd soul skill, named Parasite, allowed the seeds of blue silver grass to stealthily infiltrate an opponent's body alongside the activation of his 1st soul skill. Once Tang San invoked his 2nd soul skill, the dormant blue silver grass seeds would rapidly grow, ensnaring the opponent. This sudden assault could disrupt the opponent's rhythm during critical moments or create opportunities for his team. Undoubtedly, the master selected the most exceptional soul beast attributes for Tang San. A month after Tang San's acquisition of his 2nd soul ring, the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy commenced its annual vacation. Upon returning to school, Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu would advance a grade. During the break, Xiao Wu mentioned needing to return home for a while. When they reunited, Xiao Wu had also become a 2nd ring battle soul master. Tang San expressed his frustration at Xiao Wu's impulsiveness, asserting that such an important decision regarding soul rings should have been discussed with the master. In truth, the master focused solely on guiding Tang San, offering occasional insights to Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu due to their commendable talents and close relationship with Tang San. After reaching the 20th level of soul power, the pace of advancement noticeably slowed. The master explained that the growth rate would diminish further upon reaching the 30th and 40th levels. Thus, attaining the 40th level of soul power as early as possible would increase the likelihood of venturing into the domain of tidal Douluo. Lu Tianyu dedicated nearly 2 years to this pursuit, finally achieving the 30th level of soul power just 20 days before graduation. The master had long planned for Lu Tianyu's 3rd soul ring, drawing from years of research on his innate martial spirit. The limit for Lu Tianyu's 3rd soul ring was estimated to be around 3,800 years. However, for safety, the master advised him to hunt a power-type soul beast with an approximate age of 3,000 years. Unfortunately, no soul beasts over 2,000 years old had been spotted in the soul hunting forest near Notting City for over a decade. Even if a power-type soul beast of around 2,000 years were to appear, the master was uncertain of their ability to subdue it. Thus, when Lu Tianyu informed the master of his 30th level soul power, he advised him not to accept any offers from intermediate soul master academies after graduation. Instead, the master recommended that Lu Tianyu enroll in a soul master academy named Shrek in the Balak Kingdom, a place with which he was quite familiar. Lu Tianyu was confident that he would acquire a soul ring well suited to him there. Consequently, after receiving his graduation certificate from the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Lu Tianyu was never seen again by the faculty and students, leaving teachers from intermediate soul master academies in nearby cities disheartened. In reality, on the very night Lu Tianyu obtained his graduation certificate, a mysterious flying soul master quietly arrived in Notting City. Lu Tianyu followed the soul master out of the city, and only the master, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were aware of this development. As the master bid farewell to Lu Tianyu, He mentioned that he would accompany Tang San to Soto City the following year to search for Lu Tianyu, emphasizing that he must not slacken his training over the next year. It was unclear what the master communicated to the enigmatic Flying Soul Master. But after delivering Lu Tianyu to Soto City in the Ballot Kingdom, the Soul Master vanished after leaving behind a map, fully embodying the persona of a mysterious figure. However, this mystery was relative to the Soul Master alone. Upon seeing the Soul Master's martial spirit, Lu Tianyu had already deduced his identity. In Soto City, Lu Tianyu rented a house with a small courtyard to reside in, as it was not yet time to enroll in Shrek Academy. Additionally, having just broken through to the 30th level of soul power, he required time to solidify his newfound strength and adjust to the attribute enhancements resulting from this breakthrough. Lu Tianyu was particularly sensitive to the attribute increases brought about by his physical techniques, so he immersed himself in training until he clearly understood his strength. After stabilizing and mastering the augmented attributes, he would then attend to other matters. This time, Lu Tianyu spent over 20 days fully mastering his abilities, only to discover that there were merely 5 days left before Shrek Academy began accepting new students. Chapter 9, Shrek Academy having arrived in Soto City nearly a month ago. It was for the first time that Lu Tianyu ventured into the streets of the city, surrounded by towering, opulent edifices and a myriad of shops. With passers-by adorned in silk and satin, he felt akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. This sensation intensified upon observing numerous establishments catering specifically to soul masters. As in Notting City, one could only procure essential items for soul masters at the Spirit Halls branch. Sauntering along, Lu Tianyu found himself before a boutique specializing in custom soul master robes. Gazing at his reflection in the glass, he noted that his current robe was evidently a size too small. Last year, when he acquired this garment at the Spirit Hall, he stood at a modest height of approximately 1.35 meters, but this year, he had shot up to 1.5 meters. Throughout his 5 years as a soul master, he had never invested in a proper outfit, let alone purchase soul guide devices with various functionalities. Reflecting on his upcoming enrollment at Shrek Academy, he resolved that even in his financial straits, he must procure a suitable ensemble. With this thought, a warm smile instinctively graced his cheeks, narrowing his already small eyes into mere slits. Upon entering the clothing store, he was met with the proprietor's enthusiastic reception. In a moment of sheer confusion, he agreed to have the owner measure him for 3 custom robes. Many soul masters often infuse their attire with elements reflecting their martial spirits, as who would want to showcase their soul? This essence was the very foundation of their existence on the continent, prompting a desire to incorporate these characteristics into their clothing and accessories. However, Lu Tianyu's martial spirit was rather unique, being a rare entity among beast martial spirits. Moreover, he lacked any strong preferences in fashion. If he had to name favorites, they would be the God Robe from Naruto, the Captain's Haori from Bleach, and the Justice Cloak from One Piece. Perhaps it was their association with formidable characters that drew him to these garments. When the proprietor inquired about his personal style preferences, Lu Tianyu articulated this particular desire. The owner proceeded to ask Lu Tianyu numerous questions regarding his combat habits, ensuring that his attire would not hinder his prowess in battle. Lu Tianyu entered the store around noon, and by the time he emerged, it was already 9 in the evening. The shopkeeper informed him that the custom robes would be ready for collection in 3 days. Subsequently, Lu Tianyu found a nearby inn to rest, completing his habitual soul power cultivation before retiring for the night. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber, during which the sound emanating from his spine resembled a cat's gentle purring. Over the years, Lu Tianyu had come to understand that this was the effect of his external soul bone. When affixed to his spine, it would generate a soothing resonance akin to that of felines, aiding in the treatment of internal injuries and fortifying his organs and bones while allowing his spirit to relax completely. Nevertheless, he preferred to refer to this ability as the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. Ever since acquiring the external soul bone known as the Tiger's Soul Staff, he had enjoyed exceptionally restful nights, awakening each morning invigorated and restored to peak condition. Even after expending all his energy and stamina the previous day, a single night's rest would rejuvenate him to full vitality. Thus, Lu Tianyu dedicated himself fervently to physical training, driven by a relentless pursuit of excellence. By the age of 12, he had cultivated his soul power to level 30, achieving a combat power of 2,300 upon activating his martial spirit. For him, higher combat power translated to greater efficacy in executing martial techniques. On the following morning, around 6, Lu Tianyu felt rejuvenated and restored. After his habitual meditation and soul power training, he donned his attire and ventured out in search of sustenance. Initially intending to engage in long-distance running, he opted to forego the plan out of fear of losing his way, instead opting to explore 3 nearby streets. While passing a blacksmith shop, an idea struck him regarding the use of weighted gear to enhance physical strength and stamina. He entered the forge and commissioned a set of weights totaling 150 pounds, which included a 50-pound iron chainmail, a pair of 50-pound gauntlets, and a pair of 50-pound leg bindings. With a storage soul guide, he could easily stow the weights when not in use, alleviating concerns about where to place them during combat. Back at the inn, Tianyu donned his custom weights for training. The sudden addition of 150 pounds drained his energy and stamina by the afternoon. For the next 2 days, he continued training under this burden, an exhilarating exhaustion washing over him, leaving him drenched in sweat. As the final day for new student registration at Shrek Academy arrived, Tianyu eschewed the weights, instead wearing the custom robes he had commissioned for 150 gold soul coins. The ensemble reflected the style of an assault-oriented battle soul master. Aside from the white high-collared half-sleeve god robe, the long robe, undershirt, trousers, and boots were predominantly black. The undershirt and trousers were crafted from highly elastic and breathable fabric, appearing to cling seamlessly to his body without any sense of constriction, lending a sensation of weightlessness. The craftsmanship of the long robe was exquisite, tailored to accentuate Tianyu's physique. While it bore a hint of vintage charm, it did not impede his ability to execute any techniques. He wore a pair of calf-hugging leather boots, having spent 30 gold soul coins on them, recognizing the necessity of agile footwork in his martial arts. The outer white god robe was designed based on Tianyu's verbal description, integrating elements from the god robe and the elegant motifs of the captain's haori, along with the lightness and shoulder design of the justice cloak. This half-sleeve robe was not only visually appealing but also practical for combat, allowing full freedom of movement. With his long hair styled into a high ponytail and a side-swept fringe, Tianyu emanated confidence and vitality from head to toe. Following the map's directions, he exited the southern gate of Soto City. Passing through a sparse thicket of trees, he arrived at the entrance of a seemingly dilapidated village, where the words Shrek Academy were crookedly inscribed. At the academy's entrance sat an elderly man with graying hair, appearing drowsy, likely in his 50s. As today marked the last day for new student registration, Tianyu noticed a conspicuous absence of fellow applicants during his journey, even at the academy's gates. Having previously learned about Shrek Academy's admission criteria through anime, he recalled that candidates were required to possess a minimum soul power of level 25 by the age of 12. This realization sparked a twinge of apprehension within Tianyu, as he was uncertain of his exact age. Since crossing over, he had only known that he had yet to awaken his martial spirit. According to the customs of Douluo continent, the absence of an awakened martial spirit typically indicated one had not yet reached the age of 6. However, he had awakened his martial spirit only after a 6-month delay, leading him to speculate that even if he were older than 12, he could not possibly be 13. The first assessment at Shrek Academy was overseen by Li Yusong, who had not intended to wait at the entrance for applicants. Unbeknownst to him, the academy's director insisted he remain, adamantly declaring that today would surely see new students pass his evaluation. Li Yusong had been waiting since morning until noon. Just as he was preparing to pack up and return to the academy, he caught sight of Tianyu's figure. However, when Tianyu was almost before him, he paused, his expression mirroring that of other students encountering Shrek Academy for the first time. After much inner turmoil, Tianyu stepped forward, a warm smile gracing his face as he narrowed his eyes and said, "Hello, teacher, I would like to enroll." Although Li Yusong pretended to be napping, he had been discreetly observing the seemingly affluent young lad before him. The enrollment fee is 10 gold soul coins. Tianyu retrieved 10 gold soul coins from his soul guide and placed them into the box in front of Li Yusong. At that moment, Li Yusong instructed, "Please extend your right hand towards me." Tianyu's greatest concern was that he was over the age of 13, but at this juncture, fear was futile. He extended his right hand, and Li Yusong began to assess his bone age. "The bone age is suitable. Now, release your martial soul for me to examine." Upon hearing this, Tianyu let out a sigh of relief. As long as his age was acceptable, he was confident in his chances of entering Shrek Academy. As he retracted his right hand, he summoned his soul power, and 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, emerged above his head, accompanied by a 2-meter-tall humanoid silhouette. How is this possible? The second soul ring is 1,000 years old. Li Yusong stood up in astonishment, so overwhelmed that he inadvertently tugged at his beard. "Young lad, How did you manage this? How did you absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Lu Tianyu was quite pleased with Li Yusong's reaction and smiled back. It's because my martial soul is a relatively rare innate martial soul, which endows my physical attributes to be double that of an ordinary soul master. Thus, I can absorb soul rings that are double the age of what a typical soul master could. Rest assured, the second soul ring is merely from a saber-toothed tiger that has just surpassed 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Li Yusong thought to himself, I have a rather colorful exclamation that I'm unsure whether to vocalize. The second soul ring is already 1,000 years old. What more could one desire? Do they expect to absorb a 9,000-year ring? Teacher, have I passed your assessment? Lu Tianyu, noticing Li Yusong's silence, couldn't he help but prompt him. After being reminded, Li Yusong returned to his senses and said, You have passed the first stage. I shall take you to the next assessment. Teacher Li, I will escort him to the next stage. You may wait to see if any other students arrive to enroll. At that moment, a young man clad in a white suit, with flowing golden hair and captivating eyes, emerged from the academy. Li Yusong shot a disapproving glance at the golden-haired youth and said, At this hour, it's unlikely anyone else will come. Having this fellow pass is sufficient for today. Come along, lad. I am Li Yusong, primarily responsible for finances and guiding practical training at Shrek Academy. Greetings, I am Dai Mubai. My martial soul is the White Tiger, a level 35 assault system soul master. As soon as Dai Mubai introduced himself, Lu Tianyu recognized his name. After hearing Dai Mubai's self-introduction, Lu Tianyu smiled and nodded. Hello, Teacher Li, Senior Dai. I am Lu Tianyu. My innate martial soul is a level 32 ring assault system soul master. Since Li Yusong and Dai Mubai had introduced themselves, Lu Tianyu naturally followed suit. Upon reaching level 30 soul power, a soul master's title changes from Great Soul Master to Soul Master, but as Lu Tianyu only possessed 2 soul rings, he emphasized this detail in his introduction. Level 30. Li Yusong and Dai Mubai exclaimed in unison, their gazes towards Lu Tianyu filled with astonishment. Lu Tianyu timidly inquired, Is there a problem? Li Yusong hurriedly shook his head. No. No problem at all. Completely none. How could there be no problem? Achieving level 30 soul power at the age of 12 already met the graduation standards of a high-level soul master academy. Dai Mubai was certain that Lu Tianyu would be accepted into Shrek Academy. Such talent could not be dismissed by any sect or academy. Given that Lu Tianyu had already reached level 30, the subsequent soul power test and the third assessment of martial soul control were skipped. Li Yusong and Dai Mubai led Lu Tianyu to Zhao Wujie, who was leisurely enjoying some watermelon. Upon seeing Zhao Wujie reclining in a rocking chair, Dai Mubai spoke. Teacher Zhao, we have a student who has reached the 4th stage. Zhao Wujie cast a cursory glance at Lu Tianyu, muttering, Young man. Reaching the 4th stage indicates some talent, but passing my assessment is not so simple. You must endure Dai Mubai's attacks for the duration of an incense stick. Should you falter, return from whence you came. Do you understand? I understand, teacher. I am aware of my innate limitations, thus I must rely on diligent effort to grow stronger. Zhao Wujie chuckled at Lu Tianyu's words, a commendable mindset, yet innate deficiencies are an undeniable hurdle. When you first awakened your martial soul, did your soul power exceed level 5? Indeed, it surpassed that. It was level 9. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's response, Zhao Wujie became overly excited and inadvertently inhaled the watermelon pulp he had just eaten. Once languidly reclining, he now tumbled to the ground, coughing violently until tears and snot streamed down his face, finally expelling the watermelon pulp from his windpipe. Chapter 10. The Power of the Gentle Fist Upon Rising. Zhao Wujie gazed at Lu Tianyu with a look of indignation. Having reached the 9th level of innate soul power, Lu claimed his innate talent was insufficient. Must one possess full innate soul power to be considered merely average in talent? After glaring at Lu Tianyu for a considerable time, Zhao Wujie finally said, Prepare yourself. Mubai, if you cannot defeat this fellow within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you shall see how I deal with you. Mubai, upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, quickly nodded in agreement. As a soul master with a soul power level of 35, defeating a soul master with only 30 levels and 2 soul rings within such a time frame seemed a trivial matter. Turning to Lu Tianyu, he declared, Lu Tianyu, unleash your full strength. Although I wish for you to become my junior, I shall not hold back. Lu Tianyu met Mubai's gaze with a warm smile. His eyes crescent-shaped as he softly replied, Indeed, it should be so. To conceal one's prowess in battle is an affront to oneself and an insult to one's opponent. Mubai felt that Lu Tianyu's words and demeanor were somewhat reckless. Since becoming the gatekeeper of the 4th round at Shrek Academy, He had never encountered someone as audacious in speech as Lu Tianyu. Li Yusong and Zhao Wujie stepped aside, eager to ascertain the extent of Lu Tianyu's talent that allowed him to speak so boldly. Lu Tianyu and Mu Bai moved into a small courtyard overgrown with weeds. Standing 10 meters apart, Zhao Wujie lit an incense stick and tossed it onto the ground visible to both Lu Tianyu and Mu Bai, announcing, "Now, the countdown begins." Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Mu Bai's eyes as he summoned his martial spirit, exclaiming, "White Tiger, manifest." Above Mu Bai's head appeared 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, while a 3-meter-tall phantom of a white tiger materialized behind him. As Mu Bai completed his martial spirit manifestation, the white tiger's phantom transformed into shimmering light and merged into his body, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy that swept over Lu Tianyu. In response, Lu Tianyu summoned his own martial spirit, channeling his soul power to manifest it as well. Zhao Wujie, upon witnessing the colors of the soul rings above Lu Tianyu's head, nearly bit his own tongue in astonishment. He nudged Li Yusong with his shoulder, saying, "You impudent rascal, where did you summon this monster from? This soul power fluctuation has reached 30 levels." Zhao Wujie, being a soul sage of level 76, could naturally sense Lu Tianyu's precise soul power level as he conjured it. Li Yusong, with a wry smile, shook his head and replied, "I suspect this little monster was summoned by Old Flander. No wonder that old ghost insisted I guard the entrance today." In the courtyard, Mu Bai was also taken aback by the purple soul ring beneath Lu Tianyu. But now was not the time for him to be astonished by Lu Tianyu's soul ring configuration. With a thought, the second soul ring surrounding Mu Bai began to shine. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A large, dazzling golden ball of soul power erupted from Mu Bai's mouth, hurtling towards Lu Tianyu, who was 10 meters away. Seeing this, Lu Tianyu leapt into the air with a powerful stomp, declaring, "Swift, Gale Step, Chaos." As Lu Tianyu soared, he rapidly kicked in midair, each strike releasing a 3-meter-long azure air blade that sliced through the air towards Mu Bai. Although Mu Bai did not sense any soul power fluctuation from the air blades, he acted cautiously and unleashed his first soul skill. First soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Shield. With a flash from his first soul ring, a golden barrier resembling a protective aura appeared around him. Boom, boom, boom. The 13 air blades that Lu Tianyu unleashed struck relentlessly against Mu Bai's protective barrier, transmitting immense force that shook the ground beneath, causing dust to swirl. Both Mu Bai and the onlookers, Zhao Wujie and Li Yusong, frowned slightly, for the air blades did not emit any soul power fluctuations upon impact with Mu Bai's first soul skill. As Lu Tianyu landed gracefully, Mu Bai suddenly propelled himself off the ground, closing the distance to Lu Tianyu. It was evident that after the initial exchange of soul skills, they were now transitioning into close combat. With a thought, Lu Tianyu deliberately activated his second soul ring, proclaiming, "Second soul skill, Tiger's Might, equals Staff." He secretly channeled soul power into his spine, summoning the external soul bone that typically adhered there. Li Yusong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld Lu Tianyu conjuring a staff resembling white jade. He couldn't help but clench his fist in delight. Lu Tianyu grasped the Tiger's Might staff, performing a flourish before engaging in battle with the approaching Mu Bai. Mu Bai's claw strikes were incredibly formidable, sending Lu Tianyu staggering back 3 steps with his first attack. Just as Mu Bai prepared to press his advantage, Lu Tianyu's figure abruptly vanished before him. Swift. When Lu Tianyu reappeared, it was behind Mu Bai, and he swung the Tiger's Might staff, striking Mu Bai from behind. Thud. Mu Bai stumbled forward from the blow, but quickly regained his balance. Spinning around, he aimed a right kick at Lu Tianyu's chest, certain that a hit would injure him. Swift. Just as Mu Bai was about to land his attack, Lu Tianyu's form vanished, appearing beside Mu Bai instead. In that instant, Lu Tianyu swung the staff, striking Mu Bai's calf, causing him to fall to the ground. Mu Bai thought to himself, this elusive speed can only belong to an agile combat soul master. Or perhaps Lu Tianyu had exaggerated during his introduction. At the edge of the courtyard, Li Yusong watched as Lu Tianyu knocked Mu Bai to the ground, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He turned to the grim-faced Zhao Wujie and said, "Bear blind. If all goes well, Lu Tianyu shall be my disciple." Who would have thought that he'd make his teacher proud so soon? After falling, Mu Bai quickly executed a sweeping kick to prevent Lu Tianyu from closing in. While Lu Tianyu indeed intended to capitalize on the opportunity to deliver a thorough beating to his fallen opponent. However, before he could attack, Mu Bai's sweeping kick thwarted him, forcing Lu Tianyu to instinctively leap into the air to evade. At this moment, Mu Bai had already regained his footing. And as he observed Lu Tianyu leaping to avoid his kick, a glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Seeing this, Zhao Wujie raised his palm, large as a fan, and slapped it on Li Yusong's shoulder, remarking, ultimately, it is a lack of experience. He has leapt into the air, becoming a target. In the air, Lu Tianyu noticed the pride in Mu Bai's eyes, but being airborne was his advantage. Moon Step. Just as Mu Bai's soul skill was about to strike Lu Tianyu, he suddenly stepped forcefully in the air. It was as if he had found solid ground, allowing him to swiftly evade Mu Bai's attack. With a series of quick footfalls in midair, Lu Tianyu retreated, narrowly escaping the onslaught of Mu Bai's second soul skill. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Tianyu then leapt again, returning to hover before Mu Bai. Zhao Wujie, Li Yusong, and Mu Bai stared in astonishment at Lu Tianyu's continuous flight, utterly baffled by how he maneuvered in midair without any apparent foothold. Gale Staff, Lotus. With the aid of the Moon Step, Lu Tianyu soared above Dai Mu Bai's head, seizing the opportunity as Dai Mu Bai momentarily lost focus. He swiftly swung the tiger's roar staff, leaving in its wake an ethereal lotus blossom, a manifestation of Lu Tianyu's technique derived from the gale foot applied to the staff. In an instant, a blade of energy surged towards the grounded Dai Mu Bai, appearing to the onlookers, Li Yusong and Zhao Wujing, as if Lu Tianyu had launched a pale blue lotus the size of a bathtub. Dai Mu Bai, witnessing the rapidly approaching pale blue energy blade forming into a lotus, felt a pang of trepidation. He initially intended to use his first spirit skill for defense, yet ultimately channeled his spirit power into his third spirit ring. The third spirit skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Boom. Just as Dai Mu Bai activated his third spirit skill, the sizable pale blue lotus struck him. A towering mushroom cloud of dust, over 30 meters high, erupted within the courtyard, obscuring the vision of all present. Lu Tianyu, meanwhile, descended back to the ground, attuning himself to the oppressive fluctuations of spirit power concealed within the dust. Understanding Dai Mu Bai's spirit skills from his past life, Lu Tianyu recognized that the White Tiger Diamond Transformation significantly bolstered Dai Mu Bai's defenses, augmenting other attributes as well. Thus, he realized that his earlier technique would not suffice to defeat a Dai Mu Bai empowered by this skill. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu sensed a surge of spirit power before him, and with a forceful stomp, his figure vanished from sight. Swish, crash. Just as Lu Tianyu's form disappeared, Dai Mu Bai, towering nearly 6 feet tall, with muscles rippling, materialized at the spot Lu Tianyu had occupied. With a swift motion, Dai Mu Bai unleashed a gust of wind with his tiger claw, dispersing the dust that had enveloped the courtyard. Once visibility was restored, Dai Mu Bai beheld Lu Tianyu standing with his staff, a mixture of embarrassment and anger flickering in his eyes. Lu Tianyu, your strength truly exceeds my expectations. You are not a power-type battle spirit master, but rather an agility type, aren't you? Lu Tianyu, puzzled by Dai Mu Bai's assertion, hurriedly defended himself. I am indeed a power-type battle spirit master. Just because I'm a bit faster, does that make me an agility type? Dai Mu Bai, upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, silently cursed. MMP, is that speed merely a bit faster? Compared to a legitimate agility type spirit master, I am simply outmatched. Perceiving the indignation in Dai Mu Bai's gaze, Lu Tianyu sighed in resignation. All right. I want to use my speed to gain the upper hand over you. He then retracted the tiger's roar staff and raised his right hand in a gesture to execute the gentle fist technique, adding, however, if I employ this spirit skill against you, you might find yourself bedridden for half a month. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Dai Mu Bai retorted loudly, such arrogance. Let us see who ends up bedridden for half a month. With that, he lunged forward, raising his massive tiger claw, aiming for Lu Tianyu's chest. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, empty palm. Lu Tianyu's feet executed an extraordinary maneuver, allowing his body to pivot swiftly, presenting his side to Dai Mu Bai. At the same time, he thrust his right palm forward, generating a formidable force just a foot away from Dai Mu Bai's claw, causing it to be repelled backward. Lu Tianyu's left hand then lightly struck Dai Mu Bai's abdomen. Dai Mu Bai's towering form was instantly propelled backward by 3 meters, skidding 2 meters before coming to a halt. He felt as though he had been dealt a powerful blow to the stomach, a sharp pain radiating through his insides. Clenching his teeth to stifle a cry, he knelt on one knee, one hand pressing against his abdomen while the other supported him on the ground, gasping for breath. My gentle fist can penetrate your defenses, directly assaulting your internal organs, rendering you unable to withstand my spirit skill's effects. How does it feel now? Lu Tianyu genuinely wished to cease this confrontation. Though the gentle fist appeared soft and unassuming, its true might was fearsome, inflicting injuries that were challenging to treat, which is why Lu Tianyu seldom practiced it in sparring. Dai Mubai, rising to his feet, summoned his spirit power. Cease? Did you not say before the battle that concealing one's true strength is an insult not only to oneself, but also to one's opponent? Lu Tianyu, I accept you as my brother, but I hope you neither insult me nor yourself. Show me your true strength. Recognizing the sincerity in Dai Mubai's eyes, Lu Tianyu felt he had indeed offended him. Lowering his head, he took a deep breath before raising it again, his eyes wide open as he gazed at Dai Mubai. Very well, I shall unleash my full power. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. As he spoke, Lu Tianyu assumed an unusual stance. Crouching with his body leaning forward, his left hand pointing to the ground and his right hand directed skyward. Dai Mubai, observing Lu Tianyu's comical pose, felt his anger ignite. How could someone of only the 30th spirit level, a 2-ring spirit master, maintain dominance in this battle? Come on, show me your true capabilities. No sooner had he finished speaking than Dai Mubai lunged at Lu Tianyu like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Yet, Lu Tianyu's footwork appeared instantaneous as he sidestepped, completely evading Dai Mubai's claw imbued with overwhelming spirit power. 8 trigrams 2 palms. Lu Tianyu's hand struck Dai Mubai's chest and abdomen with an imperceptible speed, leaving Dai Mubai momentarily frozen, feeling as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Chapter 11. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. As Lu Tianyu shifted his stance once more, his hands moved like phantoms, relentlessly assaulting Dai Mubai. The 8 trigrams 4 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Dai Mubai's feet were firmly planted on the ground, yet the force of the strikes compelled him to stagger back a foot. It was only after the barrage of the 8 trigrams 64 palms that Dai Mubai was sent hurtling backward 3 meters, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. In truth, Dai Mubai had succumbed to unconsciousness even before the final blow of the 64 palms had been delivered. Exhausted after completing the entire sequence of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, Lu Tianyu felt utterly drained, still under the influence of his martial spirit. Should he release this state, he would undoubtedly collapse from exhaustion. For the soft punches he had delivered consumed more stamina than the hard strikes. At that moment, a stick of incense had just burned out, and Li Yusong and Zhao Wujie stood in a daze, gazing at Lu Tianyu, who was panting heavily in the courtyard. After a prolonged silence, Li Yusong finally reacted, exclaiming, "Quickly take the child to find Fatty Xiao. I fear Mubai will be bedridden for half a month." Struggling against waves of weakness, Lu Tianyu turned to Zhao Wujie, his expression filled with inquiry. Zhao Wujie, finally coming to his senses, began, "Congratulations on passing the 4th assessment. From now on, I will be." But before Zhao Wujie could finish his sentence, Lu Tianyu could no longer withstand the strain and relinquished his martial spirit state. Stripped of its enhancements, he immediately suffered the backlash from overexerting his physical abilities, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. The sight of Lu Tianyu following in Dai Mubai's footsteps shocked Zhao Wujie and Li Yusong. It was already extraordinary for a rank 2 soul master to defeat a rank 3, and they had assumed Lu Tianyu must have employed some forbidden technique to achieve such strength. In a flurry, they carried Dai Mubai to seek treatment from Xiao Xian, the food system soul saint. After a thorough examination, it was determined that Lu Tianyu had merely exhausted himself and was not in serious danger, while Dai Mubai had sustained severe internal injuries. Although Lu Tianyu had made an effort to avoid striking Dai Mubai's heart and kidneys during the 64 palms, he nonetheless inflicted significant damage to his internal organs. Reluctantly, Zhao Wujie took Dai Mubai to find a healing soul master, and even so, Dai Mubai remained in a coma for a full 5 days before regaining consciousness. Lu Tianyu, having overexerted himself, remained in a stupor for 3 days and nights before recovering. With the aid of the external spirit bone, the tiger leopard thunder, he awoke feeling revitalized and vigorous. To his surprise, he found himself sharing a room with Dai Mubai. While outside the door, he overheard some grumbling. Dai Lauda is truly pathetic, defeated by a rank 30 soul master still unconscious after 3 days and nights. Keep your mouth shut, you fat idiot. If Dai Lauda hears you, you won't fare well. But this newcomer, Lu Tianyu, is quite reckless, exhausting himself just to defeat Dai Lauda. Listening to the complaints, Lu Tianyu could roughly discern the identities of the speakers. However, his immediate concern was his own recovery, as Dai Mubai showed no signs of awakening. To spare Dai Mubai further embarrassment, Lu Tianyu pretended to be asleep until Dai Mubai regained consciousness, at which point he slowly feigned awakening. He even acted as if he could muster no strength, competing with Dai Mubai in who could lie down longer. Ultimately, Lu Tianyu could only maintain this charade for 10 days before he could no longer resist the urge to rise and move about, showing signs of recovery. While Dai Mubai remained bedridden for another 7 days before he mustered enough strength to stand. Upon Lu Tianyu's awakening, Dean Flinders summoned all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy to welcome him into their ranks. He also informed Lu Tianyu that he would be under the tutelage of Li Yusong as a true disciple, owing to Li Yusong's martial spirit being the dragon pattern staff. Though Lu Tianyu's tiger soul staff was an external spirit bone, he had cleverly disguised it as his second soul skill. During the time Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai competed in who could lie down longer, they were naturally cared for by Flinders' disciple, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Xian's disciple, Oscar. Thus, Lu Tianyu, lying down alongside Dai Mubai, became friends with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Once fully recovered, Flinder took Lu Tianyu to the Star Dough Forest to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Unaware that he was expected to traverse the Star Dough Forest alone, Lu Tianyu eagerly embraced the opportunity for long-distance training. Along the way, he donned the specially crafted weights, nearly failing to complete the distance Flinder had assigned on the first day. After resting, he managed to finish the designated route on the second day, reaching the destination set by Flinder to rest, and then continued training vigorously the following day. After exerting himself with the weights for 9 days, Lu Tianyu finally reached the outskirts of the Star Dough Forest. To prepare for absorbing his soul ring, he removed the weights. It seemed that the master had given Flinder specific instructions, as they soon captured a 3,000-year-old rampaging demon ape. This species of soul beast possessed the innate ability of rampage, allowing it to battle opponents 2 levels higher, yet it would deplete its soul power and vitality, often succumbing to exhaustion. Rampaging demon apes were common in the Star Dough Forest, and Flinder, with Lu Tianyu in tow, managed to capture one within an hour of their entry. A 3,000-year-old rampaging demon ape, if it unleashed its full potential, could contend with soul beasts around 5,000 years old, but against Flinder, a level 78 soul saint, it was utterly powerless, and Lu Tianyu swiftly dispatched it. Once the soul ring of the rampaging demon ape coalesced, Lu Tianyu sat down cross-legged, drawing the 3,000-year soul ring to himself with his soul power. Subsequently, Lu Tianyu's consciousness followed the soul ring into the realm of his martial spirit, where the soul ring emitted a wave of soul power, summoning 4 luminous orbs before him. It was evident that it was time for Lu Tianyu to choose a soul skill. Although there were 4 orbs, he could only select one. As the orbs settled, ethereal characters appeared above them, reading from left to right: White Strike, Steel Fist, 8 Charging Fist, and the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Lu Tianyu's gaze fixated upon the 4 characters of the 8 Gates of Duanjia, unable to look away. He had long contemplated whether the option for this body technique would ever manifest after witnessing the presence of Soft Fist and Steel Fist. To his astonishment, the option for the 8 Gates of Duanjia had presented itself so soon, prompting him to choose it without any hesitation. While the 8 Charging Fist was undeniably powerful and could serve as a nemesis to all defensive soul masters if learned, Lu Tianyu was confident that with the 8 Gates of Duanjia, he could contend with soul masters whose levels did not exceed his by 30. Should he unleash the 8 Gates of Duanjia, he could face even a title Douluo without fear. Furthermore, the might of body techniques would not be constrained by the age of the soul ring. As Lu Tianyu's soul power increased, so too would the potency of all body techniques. However, after Lu Tianyu absorbed the cultivation method of the 8 Gates of Duanjia, he stood frozen in place, having anticipated that the backlash would diminish once it was converted into a soul skill. He believed that after opening the 4th or 5th gate, there would be no further danger. Yet, in reality, the martial spirit attribute merely served as a baseline for the 8 Gates of Duanjia. The stronger the martial spirit attribute, the more terrifying the power increase upon opening the gates. In other words, Lu Tianyu, having cultivated to the level of Soul Douluo, could challenge a title Douluo using the 8 Gates of Duanjia formation. If he reached the title Douluo level, activating the 8 Gates of Duanjia would enable him to sweep across the entire Douluo continent. However, the aftereffects of the 8 Gates of Duanjia remained unchanged. Once activated, the user would face certain death. Undeterred, Lu Tianyu once again delved into the inherited memories concerning the 8 Gates of Duanjia, and finally discerned the transformations it underwent upon becoming a soul skill. First and foremost, Lu Tianyu could directly activate the 8th gate without undergoing various arduous trainings to fully manifest the 8 gates of Duanjia formation. Secondly, the 8 gates of Duanjia now constituted the third soul skill of Lu Tianyu's martial soul, with the backlash first impacting the martial soul and subsequently rebounding onto Lu Tianyu himself. In other words, both Lu Tianyu's martial soul and his own body would bear the backlash, theoretically allowing him to activate the 8 gates of Duanjia without succumbing to death. The backlash would first affect the martial soul, which would then retaliate against Lu Tianyu. Theoretically, as long as Lu Tianyu possessed sufficiently robust foundational attributes, he could even activate the 8 gates of Duanjia without sustaining any injuries. However, the notion of possessing the foundational attributes necessary for such an endeavor was rather unrealistic. These foundational attributes referred to the strength of Lu Tianyu's physique. Currently, Lu Tianyu's most pressing concern was indeed the strength of his physique, as its inadequacy often led to him suffering from the backlash of his martial soul. Given his current physical strength, he could only endure the backlash from activating 3 gates. If he attempted to open 6, he would be unable to withstand the martial soul's retaliation and would perish. Thus, he resolutely decided to abstain from utilizing this soul skill unless absolutely necessary, reserving it for desperate situations. Upon returning from the realm of martial soul consciousness to his own spiritual sea, Lu Tianyu found that the soul power within him had been thoroughly refined and stabilized. Upon opening his eyes, he indeed discovered Flinder gazing at him with an anxious expression. Flinder, seeing Lu Tianyu awaken, hurriedly inquired, "How are you, Xiaoyu? Why were you in a meditative state for so long?" Lu Tianyu felt somewhat unfamiliar towards Flinder and vaguely explained that he had been engrossed in further research due to the soul skill. When Flinder inquired about the third soul skill Lu Tianyu had acquired, Lu Tianyu merely disclosed its name, refraining from mentioning even a single word regarding the 8 gates of Duanjia. After obtaining the third soul ring, Lu Tianyu and Flinder departed from the Star Forest. Initially, Flinder intended to carry Lu Tianyu back to Shrek Academy via flight, but Lu Tianyu declined. He was now fervently resolved that as long as his physique grew strong enough, he could activate the 8 gates of Duanjia without injury. The mere thought of being able to activate the 8 gates of Duanjia without dying was incredibly enticing, especially when recalling the battle against the Striped Tyrant when the Emperor Kai activated the 8 gates of Duanjia. His original strength was merely at the level of a high ninja, yet upon activating the 8 gates of Duanjia, his power surged to a level capable of slaying 6 paths. The disparity between an elite high ninja and the 6 paths was immense, akin to the gap between a Soul King and a title Douluo in the Douluo continent. In pursuit of acquiring a robust physique capable of withstanding the backlash from activating the 8 gates of Duanjia, Lu Tianyu resolved to run back to Shrek Academy, thereby placing Flinder, a soul saint with flight capabilities, in a rather unfortunate predicament. Flinder regretted his previous impulsiveness when he had run to the Star Forest from Shrek Academy and now lamented even more the decision he had made. Nevertheless, Lu Tianyu's physical strength had significantly increased due to the absorption of the third soul ring, and his martial soul's attributes had risen to 5,300 power. Consequently, he managed to return to Shrek Academy from the Star Forest in just 7 days. Upon his return, Flinder vindicatively assigned Lu Tianyu an extensive array of training courses, including a mandatory 2-hour session under Zhao Wujia's gravity soul skill every 3 days. Other training concerning physique, stamina, soul power, and soul skills was also included, all while ensuring that Lu Tianyu had a mere 10 hours a day for basic necessities. Flinder initially aimed to exact some revenge on Lu Tianyu through this arrangement, yet he was oblivious to the fact that it perfectly aligned with Lu Tianyu's desires. After experiencing Zhao Wujia's gravity enhancement soul skill, Lu Tianyu found it to be the ideal training ground. He promptly requested to train for 2 hours daily under Zhao Wujia's gravity skill. Zhao Wujia, still vexed by the incident when Lu Tianyu had caused him to inhale watermelon pulp, readily acquiesced, threatening Lu Tianyu with an additional hour should he dare to skip class. The following day, Lu Tianyu deliberately missed class, and Zhao Wujia, true to his word, indeed added another hour to the gravity training session. In the subsequent days, Lu Tianyu embarked on a frenzied training regimen, rising at 6 in the morning for 2 hours of soul power cultivation. From 8 to 8:30, he would wash, dress, and have breakfast. 9:30 to 12:30 was reserved for theoretical courses with the supervising teacher. Lunch was from 12:30 to 1, followed by meditation and soul power refinement from 1 to 3. From 3 to 7 in the evening, he engaged in gravity skill training, with dinner from 7 to 7:30. The time from 7:30 to 9:30 was dedicated to physical and stamina training, and from 9 to 11, he meditated to refine his soul power. After completing his soul power cultivation, he had half an hour for bathing and laundry, The remaining time was reserved for resting and sleeping. After half a month of such regimented training, it was Zhao Wujie who first found himself unable to endure the pace. Chapter 12. The Ambush of the Spirit Hall, Part 1. Maintaining the enhanced gravity soul skill for 2 hours would consume 50% of his soul power, while sustaining it for 3 hours would deplete 70 to 80%. Subsequently, he would procure 3 restorative candies from Shao Xin and meditate to replenish his soul power. By the afternoon of the following day, he managed to barely restore his soul power, and then Lu Tianyu would timely seek out Zhao Wujing for a rigorous challenge. On the 10th day, Zhao Wujing felt he could endure no longer, yet, for the sake of his pride, he cheerfully unleashed his 4th soul skill. Within the weighty domain released by Zhao Wujing, Lu Tianyu joyfully trained for 3 hours. Although it was exhausting, fatigue signified the effectiveness of his training. Thus, Lu Tianyu was thoroughly engrossed in the endeavor. When he approached Zhao Wujing again on the 15th day, Zhao Wujing was utterly broken, candidly admitting his mistake and requesting that Lu Tianyu refrain from visiting him daily. However, Zhao Wujing's unique gravity training chamber was irreplaceable. Training in the enhanced gravity environment would provide comprehensive insights into his physical prowess. For Lu Tianyu, the gravity domain created by Zhao Wujing's soul skill was the most suitable simulated training environment. 3 hours of training in the gravity field could yield results equivalent to 12 hours in other locations. Ultimately, Zhao Wujing enlisted the help of Flander, Shao Xin, and Li Yusong to persuade Lu Tianyu to limit his visits to 3 hours every 2 days. After all, Zhao Wujing had initially boasted that he would accompany Lu Tianyu in training as long as he wished to do so in the gravity domain. Lu Tianyu possessed the stamina-restoring abilities conferred by his external spirit bone, enabling him to remain unfazed by fatigue. One day, a month after Lu Tianyu's entry into Shrek Academy, Oscar invited him to the Spirit Hall to collect Soul Master subsidies. It then dawned on Lu Tianyu that he had yet to register at the Spirit Hall after obtaining his 3rd Spirit Ring. According to the Spirit Hall's regulations, Soul Masters at the Soul Respect level were entitled to a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins, a substantial sum for Lu Tianyu. Upon requesting leave, Zhao Wujing felt an overwhelming urge to weep, thinking he could finally enjoy an extra day of rest. When Lu Tianyu and Oscar arrived at the Spirit Hall in Soto City, Oscar merely had to present his Soul Master booklet to claim his monthly subsidy. However, Lu Tianyu, having just ascended to true soul respect with his 3rd spirit ring, needed to undergo soul power level verification and other formalities. Thus, after Oscar received his subsidy, he departed, leaving Lu Tianyu to follow a Soul Master into the inner chamber for soul power assessment. During their brief conversation, Lu Tianyu learned that the Soul Master attending to him was named Chadley, an elder from the Soto City Spirit Hall, a powerful rank 61 assault-type spirit emperor with the spirit of a porcupine. He appeared to be in his 40s, tall and slender, not at all resembling a typical assault-type soul master. Dressed in the uniform of the Spirit Hall, his long brown hair was comically styled in a ponytail, leaving Lu Tianyu with the impression of a traitor. Thus, throughout their interaction, Lu Tianyu maintained a habitual smile, offering simple responses to Chadley's inquiries. Upon reaching the soul guide device for testing soul power, Lu Tianyu summoned his spirit and infused it with soul power, allowing the device to accurately assess his soul power level. As Lu Tianyu summoned his spirit, 2 purple and 1 yellow soul rings naturally manifested. Chadley, witnessing this, exhibited a look of shock, and upon examining the soul guide, discovered that Lu Tianyu's soul power was at level 32. After receiving Lu Tianyu's Soul Master booklet, he exclaimed, "Lu Tianyu, you are merely 13 years old." Lu Tianyu, with a warm smile gracing his cheeks, squinted and nodded lightly without speaking, if possible. He preferred to avoid conversing with Chadley. However, Chadley was undeterred, addressing Lu Tianyu, "Little one, you should join the Spirit Hall today. I will report your situation to the Sacred Hall. I believe they will take a keen interest in you and may even send you to Spirit City for the guidance of His Holiness the Pope." Whether to join the Spirit Hall was a decision Lu Tianyu had yet to contemplate, as he was currently focused on his training. After hearing Chadley's words, he politely declined. "Thank you, but I am content to train at the academy. There is no need to trouble the esteemed elder." Chadley had never encountered a soul master who declined the invitation to join the Spirit Hall. Typically, soul masters sought his assistance to gain entry. The sensation of being rebuffed left him displeased, and he retorted, "What does a little brat know? My invitation to the Spirit Hall is for your benefit." Lu Tianyu keenly sensed an unsettling shift in Chadley's demeanor and hastily clarified, "Sir, you misunderstand me. Upon my graduation from the academy, I will naturally join the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall is the rightful home for soul masters." I appreciate your concern, but for now, I wish to remain in the academy to train. Joining the Spirit Hall on his own accord was fundamentally different from being recommended by Chadley. The latter would yield substantial rewards for the elder. Moreover, Tianyu's extraordinary talent was unprecedented, and Chadley might even earn recognition from the Sacred Hall. Advancing from an elder of the Soto City Spirit Hall to an elder of the Sacred Hall in due time. Children should not waste words. When I say join the Spirit Hall, you shall join, Chadley said impatiently, raising an eyebrow. This matter is settled. I will now handle the procedures for your admission to the Spirit Hall. Tianyu had previously received invitations from the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Yet he had never encountered such a domineering figure as Chadley. Listening to Chadley's tone, he was involuntarily reminded of a superior from his past life, who always claimed that their arrangements were for his benefit. However, Tianyu had never found any of those arrangements advantageous. With a serious expression, he looked directly at Chadley and stated, Elder Chadley, I have made it clear that I do not wish to leave the academy. After I graduate, I will join the Spirit Hall. Chadley's expression darkened significantly, contemplating how he could allow this opportunity to slip away. Elder Chadley, please proceed with the soul power assessment for this child. Just as Chadley was on the verge of losing his temper, two figures entered from outside. With outsiders present, Chadley had to temper his demeanor, casting a threatening glance at Tianyu as he said, Tianyu, I hope you will reconsider. Come back later to collect your Soul Master booklet. In his previous life, Tianyu had endured countless injustices at a small company, unwilling to trouble his parents, thus tolerating the oppression from superiors and colleagues alike. Yet in this life, he was accountable solely to himself. He would not bow to Chadley's whims. According to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, no one could withhold a Soul Master booklet. What was Chadley's intention? The Soul Master booklet was akin to an identification card in his past life, and thus Tianyu was determined to reclaim it. At that moment, another child arrived for Soul Master qualification registration, guided by a Soul Master into the hall. Chadley glared furiously at Tianyu, inscribing the results of the assessment on the Soul Master booklet before tossing it at Tianyu's face. Tianyu reached out to catch his Soul Master hand letter, a warm smile gracing his cheeks as he squinted at Chadley, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder. After speaking, he turned and exited the Soul Power assessment room. Chadley watched as Tianyu's figure vanished at the door, fury bubbling within him. Having spent over a decade in the Soul Master subpalace of Soto City, he had finally awaited an opportunity for promotion, only to find Tianyu stubbornly resistant to his counsel to join the Spirit Hall. Turning to the Soul Master beside him, Chadley instructed, Modok, I have matters to attend to. You will be responsible for the Soul Power assessment. Modok, who merely held the position of a steward within the Soto City Spirit Hall, was usually not entrusted with such responsibilities. Thus, when he heard Chadley's orders, he eagerly agreed, showering him with expressions of gratitude. However, upon hearing Modok's words, Chadley's resentment towards Tianyu intensified. Just do your job. Chadley snapped at the obsequious Modok, clasping his hands behind his back as he strode out of the assessment room. Meanwhile, Tianyu arrived at the location to collect his Soul Master subsidy, receiving 300 gold soul coins thanks to his soul power level of 32. The elder responsible for dispersing subsidies instinctively assumed Tianyu had already become a Soul Master, thus retroactively granting him 2 months' worth of support. With 300 gold soul coins added to his account, Tianyu felt quite pleased, promptly forgetting about Chadley after leaving the assessment room. As he strolled through the streets of Soto City, he glanced up at the sky, noting that it was just past noon. Realizing he could no longer complete his training for the day, he decided to enjoy a day of leisure, having already taken leave. Thus, Tianyu meandered through the various streets of Soto City, inadvertently losing his way and arriving at the North Gate. By the time he retraced his steps to the South Gate, evening had set in, and he knew he would surely face Zhao Wujia's reprimand upon returning. However, Zhao Wujie was currently relishing a peaceful life free from Tianyu's presence, unconcerned about the extension of Tianyu's leave. If possible, he would grant Tianyu a 6-month break, as the past month had been quite trying. Upon exiting the South Gate of Soto City, a tall, slender shadow suddenly appeared atop the towering city walls, only to vanish as if it had never existed. As Tianyu hastened toward Shrek Academy, he instinctively sensed a malevolent presence behind him. With a powerful push from his feet against the ground, he instantly vanished from his spot, reappearing 15 meters away. When he turned, he saw Chadley standing where he had just been, a mocking smile on his face. Chadley raised an eyebrow slightly, remarking, Not bad, boy. How have you considered what we discussed today? You must think carefully before responding. Chadley's tone was laden with menace, but Lu Tianyu remained unfazed. His regard for the spirit hall significantly diminished. The smile faded from Lu Tianyu's face as he met Chadley's gaze, stating, I had indeed contemplated joining the spirit hall until today, but now I harbor no interest in becoming a part of it. Refusing to bow to Chadley's pressure, the elder's fury ignited, compelling him to summon his martial spirit. From beneath Chadley's feet, 6 soul rings emerged, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, while a colossal 4-meter-tall shadow of a porcupine materialized behind him. The oppressive aura of a soul emperor radiated from Chadley, crashing into Lu Tianyu like a tidal wave. Had this been a month prior, Lu Tianyu might have been intimidated by such a presence. However, after a month of rigorous training with Soul Saint-level techniques alongside Li Yusong, a soul emperor, he found himself undaunted by Chadley's might. Instead, the oppressive energy only served to ignite Lu Tianyu's wrath. He had endured a life of subservience for over 20 years in his past existence. Now, having finally seized the opportunity to command his own fate, he would not allow himself to be cowed again. Summoning his martial spirit, Lu Tianyu unleashed his own power. With 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings manifesting above him, emanating a force that countered Chadley's oppressive aura. Chadley scoffed, like a man is trying to stop a chariot, or an ant attempting to shake a tree. Allow me to teach you the rules of the Soul Master world. Second soul skill, Porcupine Rain. Seeing Lu Tianyu daring to summon his martial spirit in defiance only fueled Chadley's sense of failure. Although Lu Tianyu was a genius, he was still merely a soul master at the 32 level. To have a mere soul master disregard him was a profound humiliation, confirming his inadequacy. Without hesitation, he unleashed his second soul skill, determined to impart a painful lesson to Lu Tianyu. As Chadley's second soul ring flickered, the porcupine spirit descended to the ground. The quills on its back bristled menacingly, transforming into arrows aimed at Lu Tianyu. The quills, each nearly 2 meters long and the size of quail eggs, shot forth like arrows in a torrential downpour. As the quills, imbued with soul power, whistled through the air, they unleashed a cacophony of piercing sounds, raining down upon Lu Tianyu in a matter of moments, with 200 quills forming a deadly barrage that enveloped him entirely. With keen eyesight, Lu Tianyu discerned that these quills possessed formidable penetrating power, realizing that even if he employed his iron block technique to defend, he would still risk severe injury from the overwhelming force. Chapter 13, The Ambush of the Spirit Hall, Part 2, Regardless of the circumstances. I am merely a 32nd level soul master. Confronted with an opponent possessing 3 additional soul rings, the most prudent course of action would be to flee. Yet, in this desolate place, with no refuge in sight, how could I possibly escape from a soul emperor? Unable to run and unwilling to face him head-on, the only recourse left is to disperse all the soul power surrounding me. With the gentle fist technique, Bagua returning palm, Lu Tianyu swiftly crouched down, his hands flailing like willow branches in the wind, parting the soul power that approached him. Subsequently, leveraging the immense force from the soul power, he spun on the ground like a top, all the while using his keen eyesight to predict the incoming soul power. He then quickly struck out with the gentle fist to deflect it. However, in Chadley's eyes, a faint azure glow enveloped Lu Tianyu, forming a protective barrier that repelled all of his second soul technique. As Lu Tianyu's spinning body came to a halt, it left a 3-meter-wide crater on the ground. Chadley, brimming with confidence, believed that his second soul technique would be enough to subdue Lu Tianyu, only to be met with an unexpected slap to the face. Chadley, being in his 40s, should really learn to be more mature. Fighting over trivial matters is unbecoming of an elder from the spirit hall. Habitually, Lu Tianyu commented on Chadley's behavior, but it only sounded like mockery to Chadley's ears. Enraged, Chadley bellowed, "You little brat. Don't think that just because you defended against my second soul technique, you can lecture me." With the activation of his third soul technique, the porcupine charge, Chadley's third soul ring glimmered beneath him. The porcupine spirit, now in a frenzy, charged at Lu Tianyu with astonishing speed. With no time for deliberation, Lu Tianyu instinctively leaped into the air to evade Chadley's assault. Ah, the folly of youth. Did he truly believe that leaping into the air would guarantee his safety? Chadley seized the opportunity, launching his second soul technique, Porcupine Rain. As Lu Tianyu ascended, he became the perfect target for Chadley's next attack. Knowing he lacked the mastery to execute the gentle fist in midair, Lu Tianyu utilized the moon step to distance himself from Chadley while summoning the external soul bone, the tiger's fang staff, to aid him. Employing the technique of the gentle fist, returning palm with rapid motions, he spun the staff before him. Although he could not perform the full returning palm with the staff, its enhancement effectively doubled his defensive range. Furthermore, since Chadley's second soul technique was aimed directly at him, defending against the soul power was manageable. The sounds of impact echoed as Lu Tianyu, having honed his skills with the Tiger's Fong staff under Li Yusong's guidance for over a month, adeptly defended against Chadley's second soul technique, even in midair. When he landed back on the ground, he stood 6 meters away from Chadley. Raising his right foot, he unleashed the Gale Foot, Flying Swallow. A slender, azure blade of energy, merely a meter in length, struck the ground and slammed into Chadley's spirit. However, the attack failed to inflict significant damage, as beast spirits possess far superior defenses compared to weapon spirits, and Chadley's soul rings outnumbered Lu Tianyu's by 3. In this moment, Lu Tianyu's most formidable offensive technique remained the Gale Foot and its various derivatives, with the Flying Swallow being his most potent strike. Yet, upon colliding with Chadley's spirit, it had little effect. While Chadley's defenses were formidable, they could not ward off the Gentle Fist attack. However, executing the Gentle Fist required proximity to Chadley, a perilous move that could lead to his demise. In a situation of apparent disadvantage, one must never approach the enemy, a principle emphasized by his master for 5 long years. Lu Tianyu surmised that even if he managed to unleash the Gentle Fist, it would not be sufficient to incapacitate Chadley in one blow. At that moment, a single strike from Chadley could spell his end. Chadley, already inflamed with rage from his previous failures, saw Lu Tianyu emerge unscathed from his soul technique. His eyes blazing with fury, he shouted, "Die! Just die already!" With the activation of his 4th soul technique, Porcupine Stomp, the porcupine spirit behind Chadley rose, and a purple soul ring flickered at his side. He stomped the ground, unleashing a shockwave that rippled towards Lu Tianyu. The intense force propelled Lu Tianyu backward, while Chadley's towering figure loomed above him. Raising his right foot high, a terrifying wave of soul power radiated from it. Realizing that being struck by Chadley's technique would mean certain death, Lu Tianyu was gripped by an overwhelming fear. Yet, in the face of such terror, an unparalleled instinct for survival surged within him, pushing him to cast aside his dread and focus solely on the imperative to live. As Chadley smirked, convinced Lu Tianyu would be crushed beneath his foot, Lu Tianyu's purple soul ring suddenly glowed brightly, and in an instant, his form vanished from beneath Chadley's impending strike. With a thunderous crash, Chadley's foot struck the ground, creating a fissure that extended for several meters, resembling a spider's web. The 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Open. In a moment of desperation, Lu Tianyu unleashed a soul technique he had never employed before, harnessing the power of the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia to evade Chadley's lethal blow. Upon opening the 3rd gate, Lu Tianyu's soul power surged from 5,300 to 8,000. He had expected immense pain, yet felt none. As if the technique had no resistance or hindrance, a potential advantage of this soul technique. However, he was acutely aware that such power would come at a cost, leading to backlash against his soul. Chadley turned to face Lu Tianyu, now a staggering 15 meters away, his expression one of astonishment. He perceived Lu Tianyu's aura suddenly elevate to that of a soul king. Enveloped in a mist of azure energy, Lu Tianyu raised his right hand, feeling an unprecedented command over the explosive surge of power within him. In the original tale, those who opened the 8 gates often grappled with the overwhelming strength, finding it challenging to harness the sudden influx of energy. Chadley felt a chill. The realm of soul masters was rife with methods to rapidly enhance one's soul power, typically reserved for noble families and sections. But Chadley quickly dismissed this notion. If Lu Tianyu were truly a scion of a prominent family or sect, he would have been aware of it. As the moment drew near, Chadley realized he had no option but to eliminate Lu Tianyu to silence him. Humph. Even if you employ a life-saving secret technique, what can you achieve? My 4th soul technique lasts for half an hour. Chadley gazed at Lu Tianyu, brimming with murderous intent, and declared, "This time is ample for me to turn you into a pulp." As he spoke, he activated his movement technique and instantaneously appeared above Lu Tianyu, raising his left foot high to stomp down upon Lu Tianyu's head. Lu Tianyu's pupils constricted slightly as he adeptly swung his tiger chi pole, striking like a venomous serpent at Chadley's abdomen. The force of the Gentle Fist technique pierced through Chadley's martial soul defenses, exploding within his internal organs. Chadley felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by an abrupt halt in the flow of his soul power, as if the energy enveloping him had vanished entirely. After retracting the tiger chi pole, Lu Tianyu crashed down to the ground, The brilliance of the gentle fist lies in its ability to disregard defenses and directly target the vital organs and soft tissues. Although Chadley possessed 3 more soul rings than Lu Tianyu, at this moment, Lu Tianyu had activated the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, elevating his power to that of a Soul King. The impact of a Soul King's attack upon Chadley's innards rendered him momentarily incapacitated. Seeing Chadley collapse before him, Lu Tianyu habitually showcased a flourish with his pole and remarked, "With your skills, do you truly believe you can kill me? Perhaps it would be wise to practice more." Chadley harbored intentions of slaying Lu Tianyu, yet Lu Tianyu had no such desires. After all, in his previous life, he was a law-abiding youth nurtured under the red flag, devoid of any notion of taking a life. Coupled with his unwavering confidence in his gentle fist, he believed Chadley would not regain his capacity for action anytime soon. Thus he turned to continue his journey toward Shrek Academy. Just as Lu Tianyu contemplated whether to examine the attribute changes after activating the 8 gates of Duanjia, a peculiar surge of soul power emanated behind him. "You forced me to consume the life-saving red candle fruit. Prepare to die, you little pest." Lu Tianyu instinctively turned around to see Chadley swallowing a fruit the size of a baby's fist, glowing with a crimson hue. The mention of the red candle fruit reminded Lu Tianyu of the lessons from his time at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, where the master had explicitly cited it as an example of food-type soul master techniques. The red candle fruit, while merely an ordinary food with some medicinal value, had been enhanced by a cardinal within the spirit hall who had affixed 7 soul rings to it, allowing for the summoning of the true form of the red candle fruit martial soul. With the addition of 7 soul rings, the red candle fruit underwent a qualitative transformation, not only possessing formidable and sustained healing abilities, but also remaining viable for 2 years without spoiling after being summoned. Lu Tianyu was genuinely astonished that Chadley possessed a medicinal remedy crafted by a food-type soul master of soul sage rank. Chadley, after consuming the red candle fruit, soon unleashed his 6th soul skill, the porcupine flash wave, before the effects of the fruit could fully manifest and alleviate the intense pain in his abdomen. He directed this powerful attack toward Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu observed as the porcupine martial soul crouched down once more, a black soul ring appearing at its mouth. With a roar, a dazzling wave of soul power surged forth, resembling a laser beam aimed at Lu Tianyu, who found himself momentarily blinded. Instinctively, he executed a swift evasion, retreating 20 meters from Chadley, yet still within the range of the 6th soul skill. As Lu Tianyu prepared to defend using the amber chi pole technique, a resounding crack echoed as he swung his pole against the tangible silver sound wave. The impact shattered nearly a meter of his 150-centimeter-long tiger chi pole, which subsequently reformed into shimmering motes of light that reattached to his spine. Most of the sound wave's force was absorbed by his soul bone, and due to Chadley's hasty execution of his 6th soul skill, the attack lacked its full lethality. However, the residual force surged through Lu Tianyu, causing blood to flow from his ears, nose, and eyes, while his internal organs felt as though they were being scorched. Before he could hit the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and struggled for some time before shakily rising to his feet. At that moment, the effects of the red candle fruit took full effect, dulling the sharp pain in Chadley's abdomen. Nevertheless, he felt the lingering injury to his meridians, leaving him somewhat weak when channeling soul power. Witnessing that Lu Tianyu had survived his 6th soul skill, Chadley erupted in a frenzied scream. "How is this possible? How can you still be alive? I will kill you. I must kill you." 5th soul skill, Porcupine Spear. This time, Lu Tianyu truly sensed a life-threatening danger. His foggy mind had long forgotten any notions of lawfulness. Gazing at Chadley, he could only make out a vague silhouette. But the chilling killing intent radiating from Chadley was unmistakable. At this moment, a singular thought consumed Lu Tianyu's mind. He must kill Chadley before being killed himself. 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Open. With a surge of determination, Lu Tianyu activated the 5th gate, unleashing a formidable aura surpassing that of a typical soul emperor. As Chadley stood momentarily stunned, Lu Tianyu's figure abruptly vanished from his sight. Storm Step, Shattered Lotus. Lu Tianyu's voice resonated from above Chadley, who looked up to see a lotus the size of a basin, radiating a brilliant azure light, descending upon him like a meteor. Chapter 14. The Heavy Price. After Lu Tianyu unlocked the first 5 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the power of his martial soul surged beyond 16,000 daily. With such immense daily, a casual punch could rival the might of a 6th soul skill from a powerful attack-type soul emperor. The technique known as Shattered Lotus, which derived from the Gale Kick, consisted of 32 combined energy blades, Just a single energy blade was sufficient to cleave through Chadley's body. At this moment, Chadley's internal organs and meridians were compromised by the soft punches he received, rendering his defenses far weaker than during his peak. Boom. The energy blades unleashed by the Gale Kick struck Chadley with tremendous force, instantly tearing his body apart. The shockwaves carved a wide pit, 7 or 8 meters across and 3 or 4 meters deep, into the ground. Lu Tianyu's long black hair was swept upward by the ascending azure waves of energy, floating above his head like seaweed swaying in the ocean. Upon reaching the edge of the vast pit, Lu Tianyu, his vision impaired, found no traces of blood. Only a storage soul guide the size of an adult's fist, emanating a faint azure glow. At that moment, Lu Tianyu sensed a draining power leaving him. It was evident that his martial soul was nearing its limits from the backlash of utilizing the 8 gates of Duanjia. There was no time for meticulous cleanup. He carelessly unleashed the Gale Kick several more times to expand the already conspicuous pit and fill it in somewhat before hastily returning to Shrek Academy. Enduring wave after wave of weakness coursing through his body, Lu Tianyu delved his consciousness into Chadley's soul guide, searching frantically. Within it, he discovered 2 crimson, glowing Chiju fruits. Without a second thought, he consumed both fruits in haste. The healing properties of the Chiju fruits allowed him to endure until he reached his room, where he hung a sign indicating that he was in seclusion and requested no disturbances before releasing his martial soul. Without the enhancement of his martial soul, Lu Tianyu collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to unconsciousness due to the backlash from activating the first 5 gates of Duanjia. He was oblivious to how long he slumbered, but he could distinctly feel an overwhelming discomfort enveloping him, with vivid images of Richard attempting to kill him flashing through his mind. Even with the healing effects of the 2 Chiju fruits and the passive skill of his external soul bone, the discomfort persisted. Lu Tianyu remained secluded in his room for 7 days, during which turmoil continued to unfold at the Spirit Hall in Soto City. The elder Chadley had vanished without a trace, and no one knew his whereabouts. Following a meticulous investigation, it was revealed that Chadley's last known location was the north gate of Soto City, after which he completely disappeared. After a week of slumber, Lu Tianyu finally awoke, feeling as though flames consumed his entire being, unable to muster the strength to rise for water. After a prolonged struggle, he recalled the ability to summon his martial soul to regain mobility, and he staggered to the table to drink the lukewarm water he had boiled 7 days prior. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented level of discomfort, his head heavy and his vision blurred. Subsequently, he entered the bathroom, where he doused himself with cold water for half an hour, feeling slightly revitalized, though a haze still clouded his sight. No matter how he rubbed or rinsed his eyes, everything appeared obscured and indistinct. Due to his martial soul, Lu Tianyu's vision was significantly sharper than that of an ordinary soul master. Yet he found himself reduced to a state worse than that of an average soul master or even an ordinary person. As the cool water cascaded over his cheeks, memories resurfaced of the moment Chadley's 6th soul skill struck him. Reflecting on it, Lu Tianyu realized that the blinding light had adversely affected his vision. In a rush, he settled into a meditative posture and channeled his soul power to disperse the accumulated bruising around his eyes. Nourishing his eyes with soul power was merely a desperate measure. However, after dispersing the congestion, he felt his vision return to a normal state. Gazing into the mirror, he was met with a pale visage, bloodshot eyes, and cheeks that had lost their youthful plumpness, his once lustrous black hair now appearing somewhat dull. Lu Tianyu found it difficult to imagine the consequences had he not consumed the Chiju fruits. It was said that 1 fruit could heal all physical internal and external injuries. Yet he had ingested 2, and still, his body lay in a state of exhaustion. Aside from the injuries inflicted by Chadley's 6th soul skill, the more severe damage likely stemmed from the backlash of unlocking the first 5 gates of Duanjia. As he prepared to change out of his water-soaked clothing, a storage soul guide, the size of an adult's fist and glowing with azure light, fell from his garments. Upon seeing this soul guide, Lu Tianyu grasped the gravity of his actions. Despite Chadley's initial intent to kill him, he had ultimately slain a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall would undoubtedly seek retribution for the death of one of its own. In an instant, Lu Tianyu was engulfed by deep remorse and dread. Yet hunger soon overpowered all fears. He changed into clean clothing, resolved to venture out in search of sustenance. If he did not eat soon, he would perish before the Spirit Hall could even find him. Upon stepping outside, he realized it was already nightfall. Passing by Oscar's room, he caught sight of Oscar engrossed in a Riska book. "Oscar, could you fetch me some sausages?" Startled, Oscar hastily concealed the book beneath his pillow and summoned 2 sausages using his soul skill. Only then did he remember Tianyu had been in seclusion for 7 days. Exclaiming, "Little you truly are a relentless practitioner. 7 days and nights of seclusion. If I managed to stay secluded for 3 days, it would be a miracle." Gratefully accepting the sausages from Oscar, Tianyu nearly swallowed them whole. As he chewed, he suddenly realized that the discomfort of hunger was far worse than the guilt of taking a life. The latter only became unbearable once he had satisfied his hunger. No wonder I felt so famished. A whole 7 days have passed. After consuming the restorative sausages crafted by Oscar, Tianyu felt his hunger diminish. He then feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Has anything significant happened at the academy during the past few days, or in Soto City?" Oscar sensed something was amiss with Tianyu, but replied as usual, "What could possibly happen at the academy? While you were in seclusion, Teacher Zhao has been smiling every day. Yet, something major has occurred in Soto City. An elder from the Spirit Hall has gone missing." The Spirit Hall dispatched 2 bishops of the Soul Saint level to investigate, but no results have surfaced. The Dean has specifically instructed us to refrain from wandering around Soto City for the time being. He plans to take us to the Soto Great Soul Arena for practical lessons at the end of the month. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Tianyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then staggered to the Shrek Academy cafeteria in search of food. The cafeteria, managed by Xiao Xian, a food system soul saint, immediately recognized Tianyu's weakened state upon his arrival. Urgently, Xiao Xian summoned a candy-sized dragon eye fruit for Tianyu to consume. After eating the fruit, Tianyu felt warmth envelop him from within. He then rested his head on the dining table, drifting into a deep and peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, I found myself resting in my dormitory. Not only had my energy and vitality returned to their peak, but I also noticed through the adjacent window that it was afternoon. As I rose and stretched my body, a series of sounds reminiscent of popping beans echoed around me. Upon entering the bathroom, I discovered my dirty clothes had yet to be washed. The sight of them soaking in the wooden basin inevitably reminded me of the grim act of taking Chadley's life. Days had passed, and my feelings about the act of murder had dulled considerably. After thoroughly cleaning and hanging my clothes to dry, I finally retrieved Chadley's storage soul guide for a meticulous examination. Delving my consciousness into the soul guide, I was astounded to find its storage space larger than my own room, while the one given to me by Flan contained merely 6 cubic meters. Chadley's soul guide was filled with a multitude of items, seemingly containing everything he owned. Most shocking to me was a mound of golden soul coins, which I estimated to be no fewer than 100,000. I gasped, realizing that in 2 lifetimes, I had never encountered such a fortune. Additionally, there were numerous antiques, calligraphy, and unique treasures. Unfortunately, my limited knowledge rendered many of these curiosities unfamiliar to me. However, the golden soul coins were haphazardly piled in a corner of the storage space, while the other items were carefully arranged on shelves, indicating their immense value. In that moment, I comprehended the ancient adage about gold belts following murder and arson. Upon seeing that heap of golden coins, I suddenly felt that Chadley deserved his fate. Reflecting back, I realized that my animosity towards Chadley stemmed from the desire for the monthly stipend of 100 golden soul coins, meaning I had ultimately ended his life over that very sum. Just then, I was jolted from my thoughts by the voice of Li Yusong outside my door. "Xiaoyu, are you still sleeping?" Coming to my senses, I tucked Chadley's soul guide into my embrace and called out, "Come in, Teacher Li. I've been awake for a while." Li Yusong entered and, upon seeing my restored vigor, let out a sigh of relief. I stood and respectfully greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Li. What brings you here?" While other students might face reprimands for their laziness, Li Yusong had come to advise me against becoming too engrossed in training and to remind me to relax. I looked at him earnestly and assured, "Rest assured, Teacher Li. I am well aware of my limits. Thank you for your concern." Li Yusong understood my words, knowing that I still dedicated 14 hours daily to my training. Before encountering Chadley's assassination attempt, my intention had been merely to strengthen my physique to survive after unlocking the 8 gates of Duanjia. However, after the attempt on my life, I realized my power was insufficient to navigate the perilous world of Douluo continent freely, compelling me to remain diligent in my training to seize control of my destiny. Li Yusong hesitated, struggling to articulate the notion of indulging in leisure instead of relentless training. "You sigh, just manage your own balance," he finally advised. After he departed, I exhaled deeply and retrieved the notebook given to me by the master before leaving the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. It contained numerous training plans outlining priorities for physical fitness, stamina, soul power, and soul skills. Yet, due to the impairment of my eyesight, I had only managed to return to the normal level of a soul master, which significantly limited the effectiveness of my second soul skill, the soft fist. A regular practitioner could hardly harness much strength from it. Only with exceptional vision could one accurately target an opponent's weaknesses. Ultimately, I felt that without restoring my vision to its peak, I could not unleash the true power of the soft fist. After a night of contemplation, I decided to temporarily cease training the soft fist. Given my current visual limitations, I could not even execute the 8 trigram 64 palms, rendering the increasingly precise return to heaven palm unattainable. Forcing myself to train would only diminish my proficiency, leading to a sense of futility. However, the soft fist remained a core aspect of my combat repertoire. While I could not implement the absolute defense of the return to heaven palm, I could still utilize the distant offensive capabilities of the empty palm. Consequently, I adjusted my training schedule, replacing my morning theoretical classes with lessons in staff techniques under Liu Song, and alternating my afternoon gravity field training with Zhao Wujie. On the days when Zhao Wujie did not enhance my training with gravity, he would instead utilize the Great Strength Diamond Palm to assist me with continuous empty palms. While the rest of my physical, stamina, soul power, and soul skill training remained unchanged, both Zhao Wujie and Li Yusong expressed their enthusiastic approval of my revised plan, with Zhao Wujie so excited that he hardly slept the previous night. Reflecting on the past month spent solely restoring soul power and assisting my training without attending to any other matters. Chapter 15. Arrival at the Grand Soul Arena. The case of the missing elder from the Soto City Martial Soul Hall continued to escalate, prompting Flandre to impose a strict ban on the faculty and students of Shrek Academy from venturing to Soto City. This prohibition was a source of profound distress for Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, yet it bore little consequence for Lu Tianyu. After diligently adhering to his meticulously planned training regimen for 2 weeks, Lu Tianyu noted significant advancements in his physical stamina, overall capabilities, and the potency of his soul skills. Consequently, he remained resolute in his training for the subsequent 5 weeks, dedicating himself exclusively to rigorous practice and rest, a routine that inadvertently burdened Dai Mubai and his companions. Li Yusong frequently boasted of Lu Tianyu's diligence in front of Flandre, Zhao Wujie, and Xiao Xian. Remarkably, in the 4th week after revising his training program, Lu Tianyu's soul power escalated from level 32 to 33, a feat accomplished in a mere 3 months since his enrollment at Shrek Academy. While this achievement was largely attributed to the absorption of a 3,000-year-old soul ring, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had yet to experience any breakthroughs in their soul power, inciting considerable frustration among Flandre, Zhao Wujie, and Xiao Xian. This led to pressure on Dai Mubai and the others to emulate Lu Tianyu's training regimen, resulting in an intense week of training. However, due to Ma Hongjun's inherent soul weapon deficiencies, he nearly caused a catastrophic incident at Zhao Wujie's quarters. Oscar and Dai Mubai also exhibited signs of fatigue and latent injuries, prompting Flandre and Zhao Wujie to recognize that not everyone could endure such strenuous training for extended periods. Thus, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar concluded their dreaded week of grueling training. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu seemed blissfully unaware of fatigue or weariness, continuing his 14-hour training sessions with unwavering dedication, free from any physical ailments. In private, Dai Mubai and the others referred to Lu Tianyu as a humanoid soul beast, perceiving his singular focus on training as a disinterest in all else. Flandre discreetly communicated with the master, who reassured him that as long as Lu Tianyu's health remained intact, there was nothing to worry about. Of course, Lu Tianyu's health was sound, as Zhao Wujie and Li Yusong were willing to assist him in his training. Nevertheless, Flandre harbored fears of inadvertently nurturing Lu Tianyu into a liability. Once the incident involving the missing elder of the Soto Martial Soul Hall had subsided, Flandre notified Lu Tianyu to prepare for a visit to the Grand Soul Arena to participate in soul battles. The Grand Soul Arena was the premier venue for soul masters to enhance their skills, where they could engage in combat with opponents of comparable strength. Had it not been for the ambush by the Martial Soul Hall, Lu Tianyu would have eagerly sought to partake in the soul battles long ago. Upon receiving Flandre's notice, Lu Tianyu did not seek out Li Yusong or Zhao Wujie for training the following day as was his custom. Instead, he prepared himself in the evening and arrived at the Shrek Academy grounds. Compared to 6 months prior, his height appeared relatively unchanged, standing slightly shorter than Ma Hongjun when next to him. His long hair cascaded down his back, styled into a high ponytail, with a side-swept fringe framing his face, which bore a charming demeanor with pronounced cheekbones and a perpetually warm smile. despite his rigorous physical training. Lu Tianyu's physique did not exhibit the pronounced muscles characteristic of Daimubai. Instead, his build resembled that of a support-type soul master, incongruous for a battle soul master of a powerful beast martial soul. Nevertheless, both Daimubai and Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of unease in Lu Tianyu's presence. For this seemingly unassuming individual, perpetually smiling, had earned their moniker of humanoid soul beast. Lu Tianyu was the last to arrive at the training ground. Flandra exchanged glances with Daimubai, signaling him to gather the group. All right, Mubai, Xiaoyu, Fatty, tonight your assignment is to participate in soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena. Xiaoyu, this is your first time. Mubai, ensure you enlighten him about the arena's intricacies. Additionally, you two are to engage in a 2-on-2 battle after your 1-on-1 matches. Understood, Dean, teacher, responded Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and Lu Tianyu in unison. Nodding in approval, Flandra declared, let us depart. As they exited the gates of Shrek Academy, Daimubai approached Lu Tianyu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Xiaoyu, allow me to share some insights about the Grand Soul Arena. Though Lu Tianyu was likely more informed about the arena than Daimubai, he displayed no impatience, maintaining his gentle smile as he listened intently. Passing through the forest where he had defeated Chadley, Lu Tianyu observed the battle scars now overgrown with a foot-high expanse of wild grass. He pursed his lips and followed the footsteps of Daimubai and Ma Hongjun, continuing toward Soto City. By the time the trio arrived at the Grand Soul Arena, night had fully enveloped the sky. Yet, for the arena, this marked the commencement of its vibrant activities. Lu Tianyu accompanied Daimubai to the registration desk to enroll as an Iron Soul. After receiving his Iron Soul badge, he proceeded to the 1-on-1 registration window to sign up for the duel. Initially, Lu Tianyu intended to register for the 2-on-2 battle as well, but Daimubai advised waiting until after their 1-on-1 matches to evaluate the necessity of a 2-on-2 contest. Despite the lower mortality rate in the arena's duels, injuries were inevitable. Heeding Daimubai's counsel, Lu Tianyu refrained from insisting further. After observing 2 1-on-1 duels between Grand Soul Masters, he finally heard his own duel announcement. Iron Soul Lu Tianyu, please proceed to the 9th duel arena. Upon hearing his name echoed through the arena, Lu Tianyu felt his heart race. Daimubai, seated beside him, urged. Follow me, Xiaoyu. We can take the Soul Master passage directly to the 9th duel arena. To be candid, Lu Tianyu was entirely unaware of the existence of such passages that facilitated swift navigation between various duel arenas. Sensing Lu Tianyu's curiosity, Daimubai explained. This passage was specifically constructed for participating Soul Masters. After registering, they may not immediately find themselves in the arena. Thus, most Soul Masters opt to watch duels of interest, and the passage serves to expedite their movement between different arenas. As they traversed the passage, Daimubai and Lu Tianyu soon arrived at the 9th duel arena. The layout of the duel platform bore a striking resemblance to that of the 3rd duel arena they had just visited. It was a circular arena, approximately 300 square meters in size, situated lower than the surrounding spectator stands, providing an unobstructed view of the combat. After presenting his Iron Soul badge, the arena staff confirmed his identity, granting him access to the entrance of the duel platform. A beautiful woman in her 20s, adorned with a pair of white wings, hovered above the arena. Welcome everyone to the 4th 1-on-1 duel of the 9th duel arena. This duel will be presided over by me, Xiaomei. Each host at the commencement of a duel in the arena introduced themselves, as participants came and went after every battle. After the host, Xiaomei introduced herself. She continued, first to enter the arena is the Iron Soul, Wu Weiwei, who has achieved 98 victories in the Grand Soul Arena. He is a level 38 Assault System Soul Master, wielding the rare 8-edged steel hammer. A beam of light shot down at the entrance of the arena, revealing a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular frame bulging with strength. He hoisted a hammer the size of a basin, with a handle about 75 centimeters long, and each step he took resonated with a deep thud. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting, "Go, Big Hammer Wu." End the battle in 5 strikes, Wudazue. We've been waiting for your soul battle. We will support you forever. The spectators roared with excitement upon seeing Wu Weiwei, as he was on the verge of advancing to Copper Soul Master status. His imposing stature and formidable weapon made him immensely popular. After Xiaomei passionately recounted Wu Weiyu's achievements, she announced, next, we welcome the Iron Soul, Lu Tianyu, who is participating in his first soul battle. He is a level 33 Assault System Soul Master, wielding the relatively rare Beast Soul. Please welcome Soul Master Lu Tianyu to the stage. As Lu Tianyu, standing around 1 meter 50, stepped forward. His physique was not as imposing as other Assault or Beast Soul Masters, and a gentle smile graced his face. His eyes squinting innocently, as if unaware of the world's perils. The audience erupted in jeers when he approached the arena, stopping 30 meters away from Wu Weiwei. Despite the mocking remarks around him, Lu Tianyu kept his focus on Wu Weiwei, who instinctively felt a hint of threat emanating from Lu Tianyu's narrowed eyes. However, he could not discern any reason for concern, as his soul power was a full 5 levels above Lu Tianyu's. Moreover, his weapon, the 8-edged steel hammer, was renowned for its offensive prowess. Even defensive soul masters of the same rank would hesitate to confront him head-on. Xiaomei routinely explained the rules of the arena before declaring, "Now, I announce the commencement of the 4th match of the 9th Division's 4th round, a one-on-one soul battle." As her voice faded, Wu Weiwei summoned his soul power, and 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, materialized around his hammer. An overwhelming aura surged from him, pressing down on Lu Tianyu, who stood 30 meters away. In response, Lu Tianyu lightly snorted, activating his own soul power, causing 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, to slowly rise above his head, accompanied by the emergence of a 2-meter-tall human-like silhouette. 2,000-year soul rings? It can't be. This must be a trick. The audience gasped in disbelief at Lu Tianyu's soul ring configuration. Most soul masters typically possessed a white 10-year soul ring as their first, followed by a yellow 100-year ring for the second, and occasionally a 3rd yellow ring. Wu Weiwei's configuration of 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple was common. However, Lu Tianyu's 1 yellow and 2 purple rings were astonishingly rare. As Lu Tianyu summoned his soul, an even more formidable aura erupted, shattering Wu Weiwei's pressure and reversing the dominance onto him. Lu Tianyu's soul possessed unique attributes distinct from other beast-type souls. While most souls enhance specific attributes upon absorbing rings, Lu Tianyu's beast soul elevated all attributes. His soul skills merely synthesized his martial arts knowledge, allowing him to choose which techniques to cultivate. Consequently, when Lu Tianyu activated his soul, all its attributes were conferred upon him. This meant Lu Tianyu's current state was akin to other soul masters using their 3rd soul skill. While Wu Weiwei had only just activated his soul power and had not yet unleashed any skills, naturally placing him at a disadvantage. Feeling the pressure emanating from Lu Tianyu, Wu Weiwei's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Second soul skill, Mountain Hammer." While activating his soul power to unleash his skill, he swiftly closed the gap between them, knowing that Assault System soul masters excelled in close combat. As Lu Tianyu noticed Wu Weiwei's approach, a smirk played on his lips. Thinking, "I have secured this against a fool who only knows melee combat." Tempest Kick, decapitating axe. When Wu Weiwei was still 15 meters away, Lu Tianyu suddenly kicked out with his right foot. 5,500 units of strength were concentrated at the tip of his foot, and as he struck, a blade of air formed due to the immense force. With a swift whoosh, a bright azure blade, 3 meters long and reminiscent of an executioner's axe, sliced towards Wu Weiwei with a piercing whistle. The power of the Tempest Kick executed from the ground surpassed that of the same kick performed in the air by at least 30%. Wu Weiwei instinctively sensed danger as the blade rushed toward him. As the azure blade neared, Wu Weiwei swung his 8-edged steel hammer with a thunderous impact. The collision produced a shockwave that nearly sent Xiaomei, who was airborne, tumbling from the sky. What tremendous power! Soul Master Lu Tianyu's skill is equally matched with Wu Weiwei's 2nd soul skill. Wu Weiwei disregarded Xiaomei's commentary, feeling a lingering numbness in his right arm. Chapter 16. A Battle Beyond Limits. Lu Tianyu gazed in astonishment at Wu Weiwei's unwavering steps. The execution of the decapitation hammer, a derivative technique of the storm foot, represented the pinnacle of Lu Tianyu's current abilities. Should this technique fail to unseat Wu Weiwei, employing other derivative techniques would yield no better results. With this thought, Lu Tianyu deliberately revealed his 2nd soul ring, creating the illusion of invoking a soul skill, as he summoned the Tiger's Fang Staff, which adhered to his spine. 2nd soul skill, Tiger's Fang Staff. Although Wu Weiwei was surprised that Lu Tianyu's 2nd soul skill manifested as a weapon, he couldn't help but smirk at the staff, which was approximately his height. He thought to himself that such a weapon could be shattered with a single blow. With a swift motion, Lu Tianyu summoned the Tiger's Fang Staff, performing a flourish before suddenly dashing forward several paces. In an instant, he appeared behind Wu Weiwei, and the staff struck fiercely against Wu Weiwei's lower back. Despite the pain of the staff's blow, Wu Weiwei quickly pivoted, swinging his octagonal steel hammer towards Lu Tianyu's face. At that moment, Lu Tianyu's figure vanished from Wu Weiwei's sight, only to reappear behind him once more. 1st soul skill, precise strike. As Lu Tianyu attempted to exploit his superior speed to target Wu Weiyue's vulnerable areas, a white soul ring suddenly materialized around Wu Weiyue's octagonal hammer, which struck the Tiger S Fong staff at an angle impossible for a human arm to achieve. Crack! The Tiger S Fong staff in Lu Tianyu's grasp shattered approximately 60 centimeters, and the damage to the soul bone sent a peculiar ripple through his soul power. To onlookers, it appeared that Wu Weiyue had obliterated the staff, but in truth, the Tiger S Fong staff had not fully recovered since it was last shattered by Chadley S soul skill. With a thought, Lu Tianyu channeled his soul power into the soul bone in his hand, compelling the fragmented remnants on the arena floor to coalesce once more, restoring the Tiger S Fong staff. Your first soul skill must possess a locking characteristic. One cannot underestimate a decade's worth of soul skill mastery. At this moment, Lu Tianyu slightly opened his eyes to inquire about Wu Weiyue, having deduced that the angle of the attack with the octagonal hammer was beyond human capability. Thus, he was nearly certain that Wu Weiyue's first soul skill had a locking effect. Wu Weiyue, taken aback that Lu Tianyu had discerned the nature of his first soul skill, thought, what locking effect? If you're afraid, just admit defeat, kid. Aware that Wu Weiyue's first soul skill possessed a locking effect, Lu Tianyu understood that he could not afford to prolong the engagement. With this resolve, he swiftly approached Wu Weiyue. Lu Tianyu's punches and kicks seemed to meld seamlessly with the Tiger S Fong staff, each strike artfully evading Wu Weiyue's defenses and landing solidly upon him. Forced to respond, Wu Weiyue activated his first soul skill again. Observing this, Lu Tianyu consciously circled around Wu Weiyue, causing the octagonal hammer to follow his movements. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu reappeared behind Wu Weiyue, and the Tiger S Fong staff struck like a viper, puncturing Wu Weiyue's right shoulder. The unexpected force, combined with Wu Weiyue's own momentum from swinging the hammer, sent him tumbling in a forward flip onto the arena floor, the hammer crashing down and creating a web-like fracture across the surface. The audience in the viewing platform and the airborne host, Xiaomei, simultaneously gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend why it was Wu Weiyue who had fallen. Wu Weiyue quickly rose, clutching his lower back, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Lu Tianyu. He thought to himself that this little brat had struck with such treachery. Had he not been quick-witted enough to cancel his first soul skill and flip away, he would have surely injured his back. Damn it, kid. Third soul skill, mountain crumbling tornado. Suddenly, the purple soul ring beneath Wu Weiyue's feet shimmered, and he began to spin like a top. The force of the heavy octagonal hammer generated a visible whirlwind, prompting Xiaomei to exclaim in terror from the air. It's Wu Weiyue's third soul skill, a technique that guarantees victory once unleashed. How will our Lu Tianyu respond to this imminent crisis? Lu Tianyu, merely observing Wu Weiyue's spinning form, anticipated the effects of the soul skill. The rapidly rotating hammer would unleash a wide-area attack through the gale it generated. From another perspective, as long as Lu Tianyu's speed matched that of the hammer's rotation, he would remain unscathed. In a fleeting thought, he employed the shave technique, swiftly circling around Wu Weiyue. Shave was a rapid movement technique derived from the principle of the shave itself, effectively integrating the concept of charging energy into ordinary running. Each step involved 5 precise heel taps in place before advancing to the next, resulting in unparalleled speed. Fortunately, the arena was spacious enough to allow Lu Tianyu to execute the shave while darting around Wu Weiyue. 3 minutes later, Wu Weiyue's rotating speed began to wane, the ferocious whirlwind engulfing the entire arena. Typically, soul masters struck by Wu Weiyue's third soul skill would be left disoriented on the ground for an extended period. However, as Wu Weiyue gasped for breath and planted his hammer firmly on the arena, he was astonished to find Lu Tianyu, equally breathless, standing before him. Although the shave allowed for rapid movement, it was also immensely taxing, requiring precise control over each step. A miscalculation could easily lead to tripping and falling. Shave. Bagua empty palm. Without waiting for Wu Weiyue to react, Lu Tianyu executed the shave, instantly arriving before him and channeling his soft fist into Wu Weiyue's abdomen. Like a flowing stream, the energy permeated Wu Weiyue's defenses, invading his lungs before erupting and dispersing his internal soul power. With his lungs injured and soul power dissipating, Wu Weiyue felt an intense pain radiate from his abdomen, and his tall, sturdy frame crumpled to the arena floor. The octagonal hammer returned to Wu Weiyue's body, unable to sustain itself without his soul power, as Lu Tianyu finally exhaled deeply and stood upright. Upon dispelling his martial soul, Lu Tianyu did not feel fatigued. After all, he had merely unleashed a full-powered storm foot, executed the shave for about 3 minutes, and delivered a Bagua empty palm. considering the current strength of his martial soul. This only consumed approximately 30 to 40% of his soul power. Regardless, Xiaomei, as the host of the Grand Soul Arena, quickly regained her composure. Despite the fallen competitor being her favored candidate, descending beside Wu Weiwei, she announced loudly, countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The victor is Lu Tianyu, Soul Master. Congratulations to Lu Tianyu, the Soul Master, with a record of 1 victory and no defeats, while Wu Weiwei, the Soul Master, boasts 98 wins and 28 losses. Although Xiaomei has officially declared Lu Tianyu the victor of this soul battle, the audience seated in the viewing area holds a different opinion. How could this be? How could Wu Weiwei possibly lose? What on earth transpired? It appeared to me that Lu Tianyu merely gave him a gentle tap. Is this a staged match? Hey, do you think this is a staged match? Lu Tianyu lifted his head and caught sight of Dai Mubai, who was standing at the Soul Master viewing platform. Fist raised in excitement. Yet, a hint of astonishment lingered on Dai Mubai's face, for Lu Tianyu had defeated a Soul Master with a formidable soul power of 38 levels. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai believed that Wu Weiwei had indeed been bested by Lu Tianyu, as he had personally experienced the might of a gentle fist. Though it appeared to be just a light tap, the force contained within Lu Tianyu's palm was undeniably substantial. Otherwise, it would not have incapacitated Wu Weiwei with a single strike. Just as Dai Mubai exited the soul battle arena, he playfully punched Lu Tianyu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You truly are impressive. You managed to defeat Wu Dachui despite being 5 levels lower in soul power. Haha. With you on our team for the 2-on-2 battles. Victory is assured." Lu Tianyu shook his head gently, a warm smile gracing his face as he squinted his eyes and replied, "No. My victory over Wu Weiwei stemmed from his glaring weaknesses. Although his attack power is formidable, his speed is significantly lacking when he unleashed a soul skill with locking effects. It was only a matter of time before he was ensnared by his own technique." Dai Mubai, however, was too elated to listen to Lu Tianyu's explanation and enthusiastically led him to the front desk of the Great Soul Arena to collect the gold earned from his victory and register for the 2-on-2 battle. Upon returning to the Soul Master resting area, Lu Tianyu turned to Dai Mubai and inquired, "Mubai, hasn't your 1-on-1 battle yet begun? Is it truly fine to register for the 2-on-2 battle now?" Dai Mubai chuckled, "If the opponents are too strong, I will concede. I certainly won't hold you back in the battle." Lu Tianyu did not quite comprehend Dai Mubai's approach and settled into a cross-legged position, stating, "Do as you wish. I shall meditate to restore my soul power. I feel as if I'm merely assisting you in climbing the ranks, like playing duo matches in a game." Battling bronze and iron-level opponents, Lu Tianyu mused. Hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a twinge of discomfort, but replied, "Duo matches? Climbing ranks? Our purpose in the 2-on-2 battle is indeed to climb the ranks." Previously, he had participated in 1-on-1 battles at the Soto Great Soul Arena, with a win-loss record that balanced out, accumulating only 3 points thus far. He was still 97 points away from advancing to the Bronze Soul Master level. And even after that, he would need to win 100 matches to reach the Silver Soul Master level. It was uncertain how long it would take him to elevate to the Silver tier, but teaming up with Lu Tianyu for the 2-on-2 battles would ensure effortless victories. With proper execution, they could swiftly ascend to the Silver tier rank. Before long, an announcement summoned Dai Mubai to the 4th Division arena. Lu Tianyu squinted towards him and said, "Go on. I still need to recover my soul power, which will aid us in the upcoming 2-on-2 battle." Dai Mubai nodded and made his way through the Soul Master exclusive passage to the 4th Division arena. After approximately 7 minutes, he returned to the resting room, visibly excited. Upon seeing his demeanor, Lu Tianyu knew Dai Mubai had won. Yet he reminded him, "You should take the time to recover your state. You can celebrate once we return to the academy." Dai Mubai could only sit cross-legged and circulate his soul power, while inwardly he pondered, "What on earth is going on with Lu Tianyu? He behaves as if he is a teacher in the academy, displaying an air of indifference to everything." In reality, Lu Tianyu felt lost within. He was uncertain of what he truly sought. His pursuit of becoming a soul master was merely to live a more relaxed and carefree life. Often, he contemplated that even if he became a soul master, he would still be a mere drifter in life. To avoid sinking into despair, he sought solace in cultivation. Reminiscing about the regrets he had left behind in his previous life during the solitary 7 minutes he spent alone, please summon the Baiyu duo to the 3rd Division arena. Only 10 minutes had passed since Dai Mubai returned to the resting room when the announcement echoed once more. When registering for the 2-on-2 battle, Teams were required to choose a name, and Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai decided to combine the last characters of their names to form their team name. Lu Tianyu stood up and stretched, producing a series of popping sounds akin to frying beans. Let us go, Mubai. After our 2-on-2 battle, we can return to the academy and have a good rest. Dai Mubai replied, Xiaoyu, don't you find it tiresome to stay cooped up in the academy every day? Since we're out tonight, I'll take you somewhere special. Lu Tianyu turned to see the mischievous glint in Dai Mubai's eyes and, after a moment's thought, understood his intentions. Mubai, I think you should focus all your energy on cultivation right now. Indulging in frivolity is not what we should pursue at our age. Dai Mubai was oblivious to the slip he had made, believing Lu Tianyu simply misunderstood his situation. As they walked side by side towards the 3rd Division arena, Dai Mubai finally asked, Xiaoyu, what is the driving force behind your relentless cultivation? Lu Tianyu remained silent for a considerable time after hearing his question, as memories from his past life flickered through his mind like a slideshow, revealing scenes he dared not revisit. Chapter 17. The dual elephants. As he was on the verge of stepping out of the passageway, Lu Tianyu turned slightly and opened his eyes to Dai Mubai, saying, It's for no particular reason, merely to avoid actions that I might later regret. With that, Lu Tianyu emerged from the dim corridor. Arriving at the edge of the 3rd soul fighting platform, illuminated as if it were midday, Dai Mubai stood frozen, gazing at Lu Tianyu's retreating figure. In that moment, he realized how little he truly understood Lu Tianyu, even finding the ever-smiling visage of Lu Tianyu unfamiliar. Upon reaching the entrance of the soul fighting platform, Lu Tianyu presented the Iron Soul badge representing himself and Dai Mubai's team to the staff of the Soto Great Soul Arena. The staff member glanced at the name on the badge and remarked, There is still one contestant missing. Both participants must arrive simultaneously to enter the soul fighting platform. Lu Tianyu turned back to see Dai Mubai still dazed at the passageway's entrance and urged, Hurry up, Mubai? What are you thinking about? Having been reminded by Lu Tianyu, Dai Mubai snapped back to reality and hurried to Lu Tianyu's side, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought. Lu Tianyu merely smiled faintly at Dai Mubai, giving a reassuring pat on his shoulder without uttering a word. At that moment, the host on the soul fighting platform began introducing the 2 teams for the 2v2 match. This time, Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai's opponents were the Iron Soul duo known as the Dual Elephants, who had triumphed in 35 matches at the Soto Great Soul Arena, showcasing considerable strength. The newly formed Baiyu team of Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai had yet to establish a reputation, making it difficult for the host to provide a detailed introduction. Upon stepping onto the soul fighting platform, both Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai's gazes fixated on the 2 robust middle-aged men before them, whose corpulent forms unmistakably indicated their fraternal ties. Their heads were shaved around the edges, leaving only a tuft atop, which they braided into whimsical twists. Dai Mubai sighed, I despise the mountain elephant and earth elephant brothers. Their martial spirits are elephants, renowned not only for their remarkable defense but also their extraordinary strength. Just from the name of their team, one could surmise their martial spirits were elephants, creatures celebrated in nature for their might and resilience. Lu Tianyu chuckled softly, a combination of defense and strength, you say? As long as our strengths align with their weaknesses, we shall find a way to conquer them. Besides, Mubai, are you not aware that my soft fist is specifically designed to counter defensive soul masters? If they are indeed defensive-type soul masters, winning may require considerable effort. After the host habitually recited the rules of the soul fighting platform, he declared loudly, I announce, the soul fight begins. As his words echoed, all 4 participants simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. To Lu Tianyu's surprise, both members of the dual elephants possessed optimal soul ring configurations. Beneath their feet rotated 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, with one fighter at the 36th level of soul power and the other at 30. On the Baiyu team, Dai Mubai also had 36 levels of soul power, while Lu Tianyu possessed 33. However, they boasted an additional Millennium Soul Ring in their configuration. The first soul skill, Mighty Elephant Charge. The dual elephants, having achieved 36 victories at the Soto Great Soul Arena, were not intimidated by Lu Tianyu's soul ring configuration. They simultaneously unleashed their first soul skill, causing 2 towering elephant phantoms, each approximately 5 meters tall, to charge toward Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai. Divide and conquer. Lu Tianyu urged Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded and activated his soul power, declaring, Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. As Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill against the Earth Elephant, Lu Tianyu swiftly executed a powerful kick. Wind Step, Decapitating Axe. A 3-meter-long, bright azure blade of air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, collided with the earth elephant just as Dai Mubai's white tiger's radiant wave struck. Boom, boom. Despite the earth elephant's 35 levels of soul power, its defensive capabilities matched those of an ordinary defensive soul master at 38. However, the combined might of Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai's attacks reached the level of an ordinary soul master at 38. Dai Mubai's white tiger's radiant wave nearly shattered the earth elephant's defenses, followed closely by Lu Tianyu's wind step, landing a solid blow. The earth elephant's imposing and corpulent figure was sent flying, prompting Lu Tianyu to nod at Dai Mubai in acknowledgement. In a flash, Lu Tianyu darted past the mountain elephant and appeared above the earth elephant's head. Wind step, lotus. He executed swift kicks in the air, forming a lotus of light, the size of a bathtub, which bombarded the earth elephant. Rumble. The tremendous impact merely caused the earth elephant to stagger back a step. It lifted its head to glare at Lu Tianyu, its eyes flashing with fury as it roared. That hurts, you bastard. What kind of bizarre technique strikes so painfully? Meanwhile, Dai Mubai was engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with the mountain elephant, their combat accompanied by verbal jabs, as if they were old acquaintances. Lu Tianyu, leveraging his speed, circled the earth elephant, relentlessly executing wind step. Yet, the air blades produced by his kicks, while causing the earth elephant to cry out in pain, did little else, merely bruising its pride without significant damage. Curse that agile attacker. Don't let me catch you. The earth elephant, incensed by the relentless strikes of Lu Tianyu's wind step, unleashed its third soul skill, Mighty Elephant's Continuous Palms. Despite being repeatedly struck by Lu Tianyu's wind step, the earth elephant, unable to retaliate effectively, resorted to its swiftest attack. With a flash of its purple soul ring, the earth elephant's palms, resembling large fans, became enveloped in a layer of earthy soul power. It then unleashed a barrage of powerful slaps toward Lu Tianyu, each strike releasing a palm-sized shockwave that shattered the ground of the soul-fighting platform. The shockwaves created a series of cracks upon impact. Lu Tianyu realized that taking even one hit would likely result in serious injury. It became evident that his opponent could afford multiple mistakes, while he could only afford one. This reality dissuaded him from closing in to execute his soft fist and forced him to continue evading the earth elephant's relentless barrage while counterattacking with wind step, severely diminishing the latter's effectiveness. After much contemplation, Lu Tianyu quietly announced, second soul skill, Tiger's Soul Staff. In truth, while employing his body techniques, no visible changes in his soul rings occurred. He did this deliberately to conceal the fact that the tiger's soul staff was an external soul bone. Summoning the tiger's soul staff, Lu Tianyu caught it and instinctively performed a flourish before swinging it in the manner of wind step. Staff technique, Flying Swallow. A 5-meter-long azure blade of air sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp wind, crashing into the earth elephant's palm strike. Boom. The air blade sliced through the palm strike and ultimately struck the earth elephant. Due to leverage and centrifugal force, the blade generated by the tiger's soul staff proved more potent than a kick. Lu Tianyu even seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the entangled mountain elephant, leaving many spectators to question whether Lu Tianyu was employing a soul skill, as the air blades he released exhibited no discernible soul power fluctuations. Not only that, but he was capable of creating air blades with both his feet and the staff. Typically, the methods of utilizing soul skills are quite fixed. Even slight variations cannot completely alter the medium of application as Lu Tianyu has done. After approximately a minute of probing, Lu Tianyu discovered that without employing the third soul skill, 8 Gates of Duanjia, he could not defeat the earth element. Engaging in close combat with the gentle fist was perilous given his current circumstances, as a single hit from the earth element would render him incapacitated. For this reason, Lu Tianyu was reluctant to use the 8 Gates of Duanjia, despite its ability to significantly enhance his martial spirit's attributes. However, when his martial spirit faced backlash, he would also succumb to a state of weakness and discomfort. As Lu Tianyu hesitated over whether to employ the 8 Gates of Duanjia, Dai Mubai, facing the mountain element, was sent flying over 30 meters by the latter's second skill, nearly plummeting off the battle platform. After knocking Dai Mubai back, the mountain element turned towards Lu Tianyu and shouted, "Second brother, I'm coming to save you." Third soul skill, Trample. As the mountain element rushed forward, a purple soul ring suddenly illuminated beneath its feet, and it stomped down heavily on the battle platform. The audience felt their seats tremble, while Lu Tianyu was momentarily destabilized by the shockwave generated by the mountain element's skill. In that fleeting moment of his body coming to a halt, the earth element unleashed a palm attack toward Lu Tianyu's face, enveloped in earthy yellow soul power. 8 gates of Duanjia. Third gate, life gate. Open. A purple soul ring appeared before Lu Tianyu, radiating a terrifying aura that approached the level of a soul king. Gentle fist, Bagua empty palm. Just as the earth element's palm was within 3 feet of him, Lu Tianyu abruptly raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. The earth element felt an overwhelming force collide with its right hand, instantly dispersing the soul power within. A portion of that force seeped into the meridians and tendons of its hand. Yet, to the onlookers, it appeared as if Lu Tianyu merely extended his right hand, causing the earth element's soul power to dissipate. The robust, hefty figure of the earth element involuntarily staggered backward, its face a mask of shock as it gazed at Lu Tianyu, unable to comprehend how such strength could disrupt its soul skill and inflict harm upon its hand. After repelling the earth element, Lu Tianyu assumed a stance for the gentle fist. Daimubai, 30 meters away, stood up and, upon seeing Lu Tianyu's peculiar posture, couldn't help but smile broadly. Gentle fist, Bagua 128 palms. At that moment, the mountain element had approached Lu Tianyu, encircling him with the earth element, effectively cutting off his escape. However, before the mountain element could react, Lu Tianyu's body began to spin like a top. Bagua 4 palms. 2 ethereal arm shadows suddenly manifested before the abdomens of the mountain element and earth element, causing them to feel their internal soul power suddenly collapse. The cessation of their soul power disrupted their martial spirit embodiment, slightly diminishing their imposing figures. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. 128 palms. In less than a minute, Lu Tianyu unleashed a total of 128 full-powered gentle fists. When his spinning body finally came to a stop, a circular depression with a diameter of 3 meters appeared between the mountain element and the earth element. Thud. Just as Lu Tianyu sighed in relief, his martial spirit released its embodiment, leaving him utterly exhausted and collapsing into the depression. The host quickly announced, "The contestant Lu Tianyu from the Baiyu duo has collapsed due to exhaustion of soul power. Now, only Daimubai must face the twin elements alone. What will he do?" In the distance, Daimubai had also dispelled his martial spirit and was leisurely approaching the area where the mountain element and earth element stood. At that moment, both elements felt an utter lack of strength throughout their bodies, and the slightest deep breath sent sharp pains through their abdomens. The difficulty in breathing led to oxygen deprivation in their brains, causing them to sway and eventually collapse to the ground. At this juncture, Daimubai reached Lu Tianyu's side and helped him up, saying, "You are indeed terrifying. You single-handedly defeated 2 defense-type soul masters who possess higher soul power than you." Lu Tianyu could barely maintain his consciousness, having exhausted all his soul power through the use of the 8 gates of Duanjia and the overexertion of Gentle Fist. After all, Lu Tianyu had only mastered the 64 palms of Bagua, while mastering the 128 palms would require him to reach the level of a soul king. With his energy completely drained, Lu Tianyu struggled even to walk, leaving Daimubai to handle all subsequent matters. As Daimubai supported Lu Tianyu out of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, the voice of Flanders echoed behind them. "Mubai, let me take care of little you." A 33rd level Soul Master has consecutively defeated opponents of the 35th, 36th, and 38th levels, truly a remarkable feat. Daimubai understood that Flanders was concerned about Lu Tianyu's health and wanted to hurry him back to Shrek Academy for treatment. Naturally, Daimubai also wished not to miss this rare opportunity for relaxation due to Lu Tianyu's actions. As he watched Flanders summon his martial spirit and carry Lu Tianyu towards Shrek Academy, Daimubai exchanged glances with Ma Hongjun, and they each headed toward a place that had lingered in their memories during this time. Chapter 18. The Humanoid Soul Beast. Lu Tianyu. After approximately 30 seconds of flight, Flinder brought Lu Tianyu back to Shrek Academy. As soon as they landed on the playground, Flinder remarked, "Little you, the purpose of soul battles is to strengthen oneself. There is no need to exert yourself so desperately. In the future, if you encounter opponents whose soul power far exceeds your own, it is acceptable to concede. Look at you. In your quest to defeat a stronger opponent, you have exhausted yourself." Lu Tianyu smiled faintly at Flinder's words and replied weakly, "Dean, I am not one to embrace failure, not even in matters of little significance." Flinder was well aware of Lu Tianyu's tenacious character, reminiscent of the Master's resolve when he committed to a task. Perhaps this was the reason the Master chose to guide Lu Tianyu in his training. Flinder procured 3 candy beans from Xiao Xin for Lu Tianyu to consume, then escorted him back to his room, finally summoning Oscar to ensure Lu Tianyu's well-being. Lu Tianyu reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep slumber, aided by the external soul bone's influence. The combined effects of Xiao Xion's candy beans and the Tiger Leopard Thunder's power ensured that Lu Tianyu awakened promptly at 6 o'clock the following morning. Thus began a new cycle of training for Lu Tianyu, as he prepared to participate in the Soul Arena in Soto City, which required him to attend twice a month. Flinder had set a goal for Lu Tianyu and his peers to reach level 40 in soul power and obtain the Silver Soul Badge before turning 20 in order to graduate. At merely 13 years of age, Lu Tianyu had already reached level 33 in soul power, with 7 years of diligent training. Achieving the rank of Soul King was certainly within reach. Additionally, attaining the Silver Soul Badge was not a formidable challenge for him, as he could consecutively defeat opponents with soul power exceeding 35. Once Lu Tianyu's soul power reached levels 37 or 38, he would be capable of sweeping through the entire soul arena, overcoming soul emperors with ease. Flinder observed as Lu Tianyu immediately sought out Li Yusong to practice staff techniques early the next morning, and later approached Zhao Wujie to refine his soul skills in a gravity-enhanced environment. It was not until evening, as Lu Tianyu commenced his physical training, that Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai returned to the academy humming a cheerful tune. Upon arriving at the playground, they beheld Lu Tianyu, clad in weighted gear, sweat streaming down his face as he tirelessly circled the field. A humanoid soul beast is indeed a humanoid soul beast. It knows nothing but training. Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, preparing to retreat to his dormitory. However, just as he approached the dormitory building, he encountered Flinder, whose expression was decidedly unamused. "Evening, teacher." Ma Hongjun's face twitched involuntarily. Having trained alongside Flinder since childhood, he knew that such an expression signaled imminent misfortune. Flinder suppressed his impulse to strike Ma Hongjun and instead patted him on the shoulder, stating, "I have sealed your soul power. From now on, you will run alongside little you. You will stop when he stops. If you dare to slack off, you shall forego your meals tomorrow." Upon hearing Flinder's decree, Ma Hongjun protested urgently, "No, teacher. I sustained injuries at the soul arena. Even the slightest movement causes me great pain." As he spoke, he feigned weakness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Flinder's mouth twitched in exasperation. "Very well, then you may forego meals for the next 3 days. Teacher, I'll comply immediately." Upon hearing that he would be deprived of food for 3 days, Ma Hongjun's spirits revived, and he began to jog behind Lu Tianyu around the playground, his bulk jiggling with each stride. After merely 10 laps, Ma Hongjun felt as though his lungs were ablaze, while Lu Tianyu, drenched in sweat, exhibited no other signs of fatigue. In truth, long-distance running requires a careful approach. One must maintain a steady rhythm in breathing and pace, or they will soon find themselves gasping for air. Lu Tianyu recalled having shared such techniques with Ma Hongjun and the others. Yet it was evident that Ma Hongjun had failed to retain this knowledge. An hour later, Ma Hongjun could run no longer, collapsing onto the ground in a panting heap. Despite Flinder's threats, he remained unable to rise. Around 9 o'clock that evening, Lu Tianyu finally ceased his exertions, dragging his weary body back to his dormitory for a refreshing shower. Following a 2-hour session of soul power training, he allowed himself a well-deserved period of rest. For the ensuing 6 months, Lu Tianyu maintained this rigorous training regimen, and Flinder refrained from sending him to the Soto Soul Arena for battles. He recognized that Lu Tianyu's most pressing need was the enhancement of his soul power. While combat techniques and practical experience could be directly acquired from Li Yusong and Zhao Wujie, when Shrek Academy once again welcomed new students, Lu Tianyu's soul power had risen to 34, while Dai Mubai and Oscar had advanced by 2 levels, and Ma Hongjun had barely managed to increase by 1. Lu Tianyu distinctly recalled the cries of distress from Ma Hongjun during the days surrounding his breakthrough to level 34. With Li Yusong occasionally boasting about Lu Tianyu's progress in front of Flinder and Zhao Wujie. Upon hearing this, Flinder and Zhao Wujie summoned their disciples for intensified training. And this grueling routine persisted for over a month until interrupted by the arrival of new students. Shrek Academy granted a rare few days off, and Zhao Wujie and Li Yusong found legitimate excuses to decline Lu Tianyu's training requests. For Lu Tianyu, who had acclimatized to high-intensity training, the absence of collaboration from Li Yusong and Zhao Wujie rendered solitary training ineffectual. Thus, during the Academy's holiday, he ventured into Soto City to commission a blacksmith to forge a 300-pound weighted vest and ordered 5 sets of changeable clothing from a tailor. As night fell, he participated in one-on-one soul battles at the Soto Soul Arena, deliberately avoiding other types of contests that demanded life-or-death stakes. Although Soul Masters were permitted only one participation in a given type of contest each day, Lu Tianyu could freely observe all battles at the Soto Soul Arena. Others wishing to watch were required to pay an entrance fee, but after the day's events concluded, Lu Tianyu rested in a designated room for Soul Masters. At the Soto Soul Arena, aside from the registration fee, most services were complimentary, though special services incurred additional costs. Lu Tianyu spent 5 days at the Soto Soul Arena, completing his one-on-one battles before returning to Shrek Academy. The following day marked the commencement of classes at Shrek Academy, and according to the narrative of the anime, Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhu Xing, and Ning Rongrong were also expected to arrive. As he passed Oscar's room, Lu Tianyu spotted Tang San being tended to by Oscar. Notably, Oscar had abandoned his usual pastime of reading frivolous literature and sat idly in his room, staring at the wall, a dreamy expression gracing his face. Lu Tianyu merely chuckled softly at the sight before returning to his own room for a shower, followed by soul power training and a night's rest. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Lu Tianyu awoke as if summoned by an internal clock, meditating for 2 hours to refine his soul power. At 8, he arrived punctually at the dining hall, taking half an hour to enjoy his meal. Xiao Xian reminded Lu Tianyu that new students would be joining the academy that day, and Flinder would gather all students on the playground at 10 o'clock for an address, facilitating introductions among the students. Xiao Xian emphasized this to Lu Tianyu, concerned that he might begin training immediately after eating and miss the annual new student orientation. Lu Tianyu acknowledged Xiao Xian's words and, upon exiting the dining hall, donned the newly crafted 300-pound weighted vest. As he circled the village near Shrek Academy, he passed by an abandoned thatched cottage, now reduced to ashes by a fierce blaze. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, he realized there remained but half an hour until Flinder summoned the students, prompting Lu Tianyu to forego further physical training. Returning to his dormitory, he took a refreshing shower, then donned his newly tailored robe. Once he was properly prepared, he made his way to the academy's playground for assembly. Upon arriving at the edge of the playground, he spotted a gathering of 7 young individuals, 4 males and 3 females, each possessing a distinct aura. Among them, only 2 of the girls appeared unfamiliar to Lu Tianyu. His gaze swept across the scene, noting that Tang San and Xiaowu remained as close as ever. Lu Tianyu found himself puzzled by Xiaowu's penchant for whispering secrets to Tang San. At that moment, a mischievous desire to prank the duo took root in his mind, leading him to secretly summon his martial spirit. With a swift motion, Lu Tianyu activated his ability, allowing him to move approximately 30 meters with each use. After executing the technique twice, he found himself beside Tang San and Xiaowu, playfully declaring, "Take this." Tang San, realizing the intent behind Lu Tianyu's approach, immediately pushed Xiaowu aside, channeling his martial spirit to counter Lu Tianyu's incoming fist. As Lu Tianyu's kick aimed for Tang San's left abdomen, Tang San skillfully employed the Ghost Shadow Misty Step to evade the strike. Just as Tang San executed his evasive maneuver, Lu Tianyu transitioned into a rapid assault. Utilizing the shave technique, his hands transformed into fists and palms, relentlessly targeting Tang San. In response, Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eyes, effortlessly discerning the flaws in Lu Tianyu's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the Control Crane Ascending Dragon technique, momentarily repelling Lu Tianyu's onslaught. With a sly smile, Lu Tianyu widened his stance and declared, "Gentle step, twin lion fist." Instantly, a surge of soft energy coalesced in his hands. Although Tang San's Control Crane Ascending Dragon employed a strategy of yielding to the strong, it found itself floundering against the elusive and intangible nature of Lu Tianyu's soft strikes. Tang San was acutely aware that being struck by Lu Tianyu's gentle fists was no trivial matter. In a flash, Lu Tianyu's punch collided with Tang San, only to pass through his illusory form, crashing into the ground of the playground. The result was a resounding explosion, shattering an area of approximately 7 to 8 square meters. The sheer force left onlookers in stunned silence. Had it struck a person, it could have been lethal. After witnessing Tang San being attacked by this unknown assailant, Zhu Xuqing, having recognized Tang San through the previous day's battle, felt compelled to intervene. Summoning her martial spirit, she unleashed her first soul skill, Ghostly Piercing Stab. As she released her power, a wave of soul energy radiated from her, preparing to engage Lu Tianyu. Just as Zhu Xuqing's attack was about to connect, Lu Tianyu, anticipating the strike, leaped into the air with remarkable speed. Tang San, quick to react, summoned his martial spirit, and with a flash of his yellow soul ring, activated his first soul skill, Bind. Instantly, several blue-silver grass vines sprouted from the ground, ensnaring Lu Tianyu. Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily relieved, was alerted by Xiao Wu's warning. It's not over yet. Be careful. Just as Xiao Wu spoke, the vines around Lu Tianyu shattered effortlessly as he released a burst of soft energy, enveloping himself in a protective aura. In the blink of an eye, Lu Tianyu unleashed 3 azure energy blades towards Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Despite their commendable agility, they skillfully dodged the aerial assault, which left deep gouges in the ground where they landed. At that moment, Ning Rongrong reacted, channeling her soul power to summon her martial spirit. The 7 treasures glazed tile emitted a dazzling array of colors, infusing Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing with enhanced strength and speed. With newfound vigor, Xiao Wu declared, "Are you ready to take a beating? Today, we have reinforcements." As Xiao Wu activated her second soul skill, Lu Tianyu was enveloped in a haze of pink light. Though he quickly regained his senses, his body still succumbed to gravity. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing darted forward, leaving behind afterimages as she approached Lu Tianyu, who prepared to land. In a stunning display, Lu Tianyu executed the moon step, causing his body to glide sideways 5 meters in midair, evading Zhu Zhuqing's onslaught. The bewilderment on Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces was palpable as they exclaimed in unison, "What? How is this possible?" In a swift counter, Lu Tianyu was ensnared by Tang San's second soul skill, as numerous blue-silver grass vines sprouted, binding him tightly and precipitating his fall to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Wu charged towards Lu Tianyu, her yellow soul ring shimmering as she prepared to unleash her signature soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing, equally swift, manifested her own yellow soul ring as well. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Second soul skill, Ghostly 100 Claws. Lu Tianyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, recognized that he had perhaps underestimated his opponents, fully aware that both he and Tang San were well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 19. Innate deficiencies, acquired efforts. It is not to suggest that Lu Tianyu lacked the means to extricate himself from his current predicament. Rather, activating the 8 gates of Duanjia would simply transcend the bounds of friendly sparring. With this thought, Lu Tianyu resorted to a technique he had seldom employed, channeling all his soul power into his being. Iron Block. Upon executing one of his 6 techniques, the Iron Block, the onslaught from Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Their strikes shattered the blue-silver grass vines entwined around him, yet upon impact, it felt as though they were assaulting steel. "All right, you little rascals, let us conclude this sparring session here." After observing for a considerable time, Flandra finally interjected, clearly discerning that Lu Tianyu was deliberately restraining himself from deploying more formidable soul abilities. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing paused their vigorous assault, with Zhu Zhuqing casting a puzzled glance at Flandra before turning her attention to Xiao Wu. At this juncture, Lu Tianyu also relinquished his martial soul manifestation, causing the blue-silver grass vines, remnants of Tang San's spirit, to vanish. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing discern Lu Tianyu's true appearance. Realizing he was a youth nearly their age, his handsome visage adorned with a warm smile, and his eyes narrowed, exuding none of the previous chilling aura. "Impudent girl. Let me show you how I shall deal with you today." Lu Tianyu approached Xiao Wu, seizing the rabbit ear accessory atop her head. Earlier, when he had manifested the Iron Block, Xiao Wu had been particularly playful, targeting vital areas with her attacks. The rabbit ear accessory was not merely a decorative piece. Upon being grasped by Lu Tianyu, Xiao Wu hurriedly pleaded, "Brother Xiaoyu, I was wrong. Who told you to attack me indiscriminately?" She continued, "Moreover, your newly acquired soul ability is truly remarkable, capable of withstanding the combined onslaught from Zhuqing and me." Previously, at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, when Lu Tianyu had caught Xiao Wu's rabbit ear accessory, she would employ such charm and flattery to elicit his forgiveness. However, her playful demeanor now left everyone present, save for Tang San, utterly astonished, each for their own reasons. Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were bewildered by Lu Tianyu's familiarity with Xiao Wu, noting their apparent closeness. Flandra, on the other hand, was taken aback by Lu Tianyu's defensive technique against Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's soul abilities, as he had never witnessed Lu Tianyu employ such a protective skill. As for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, they were astonished to see the typically lively and spirited Xiao Wu behaving so coyly towards a boy, uttering compliments. While speaking, Xiao Wu frequently cast sidelong glances at Tang San, who usually intervened to extricate her from similar situations. Xiaoyu, please don't hold it against Xiaoyu. She acknowledges her mistake. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a knowing smile graced Lu Tianyu's face, eliciting gasps of surprise from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. This humanoid soul beast can genuinely smile. I must be mistaken, right, Boss Dai? Little Oscar. Ma Hongjun exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of the crowd. Ning Rongrong interjected, unable to contain herself. Is he the humanoid soul beast you speak of? He appears to be quite similar to us. Tang San and Xiao Wu were aware that Lu Tianyu was also training at Shrek Academy. And upon hearing Dai Mubai and Oscar mention a humanoid soul beast among the 4 students in attendance, they speculated whether it could be Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu cast a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun, fully aware that these fellows had been covertly referring to him as a humanoid soul beast. But to have Ma Hongjun do so openly in front of so many was rather brazen. More importantly, it meant Xiao Wu had learned of this, and he dreaded how this whimsical girl might tease him in the future. With this in mind, Lu Tianyu's thoughts turned vengeful as he turned to Flandra, wearing a smile, and said, Principal, I feel my soul power is on the verge of breaking through to level 35. I request an additional hour in Teacher Zhao's gravity training class. Level 35. The moment Lu Tianyu's words resonated in the air, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Tang San and Xiao Wu recalled that half a year ago, when Lu Tianyu had written to Master in them, he mentioned his soul power had reached level 33. In just 6 months, he had not only advanced a level, but was now on the cusp of level 35. As for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, they were genuinely taken aback, noting that Lu Tianyu appeared to be merely a year older than them. To achieve level 35 at the tender age of 13 was nothing short of extraordinary. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were aware that just 3 months prior, Lu Tianyu had only recently crossed into level 34. Now he was poised to break through yet again in such a short span. This was simply astounding. Flandra, initially taken aback by Lu Tianyu's declaration, soon erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Excellent, splendid. I shall convey your request to Teacher Xiao. Once Lu Tianyu had received Flandra's affirmation, he contentedly positioned himself beside Oscar, awaiting Flandra's instructions. Dai Mubai suddenly recalled the grueling training he had undergone at Zhao Wujia's hands 3 months ago, and his complexion paled instantly. He shot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun, gritting his teeth as he muttered, You gluttonous fool, this isn't over. Oscar, realizing the implications, turned to Lu Tianyu with urgency, Xiaoyu, you must be joking. Ha, how could you possibly break through to level 35 so quickly after just reaching level 34 3 months ago? Lu Tianyu shrugged nonchalantly, I'm not certain. While cultivating my soul power this morning, I sensed something hindering my soul power's flow. Perhaps I misinterpreted it. Everyone present understood the implications of Lu Tianyu's mention of a hindrance in soul power flow. For any soul master, such a sensation was both coveted and dreaded. It signified an impending breakthrough, yet the fear of being unable to overcome such a barrier haunted them. Flandra, with eyes sharp as a hawk, fixated on Ma Hongjun, who, since Lu Tianyu's arrival at Shrek Academy, had only managed to elevate his soul power by 2 levels. In stark contrast, Lu Tianyu had progressed nearly 5 levels in just a year, although 2 of those levels were attributed to the absorption and refinement of soul rings. Every soul master experienced some degree of enhancement post-absorption. Feeling the weight of Flandra's scrutinizing gaze, Ma Hongjun trembled, his ample form quaking under the pressure. I am Flandra, the principal of Shrek Academy, and on behalf of the Academy, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Retracting his gaze, Flandra declared, shortly, You will proceed to Teacher Li for financial matters and pay the tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins. Now, let us commence the lesson. In the battleground, support-type soul masters are often the most vulnerable targets, thus it is imperative they possess exceptional evasion skills. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, stepped forward. Upon hearing Flandra mention support-type soul masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong immediately surmised it pertained to them and were unsurprised to be called upon. Flandra directed his gaze at Oscar, instructing, Oscar, lead the way, 20 laps. Failure to complete them means no dinner tonight. Oscar let out a resigned sigh internally, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Lu Tianyu before addressing Ning Rongrong, follow me, please. With that, he dashed outside the academy with Ning Rongrong closely trailing behind him. Flandra continued, Your classes commence this evening. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult Dai Mubai. You are dismissed. Xiaoyu, curious, inquired, Brother Yu, have you really reached the 35th level? I recall your letter from 6 months ago stating your soul power was merely 33. As soon as Flandra finished speaking, Xiaowu hurriedly approached Lu Tianyu, asking for clarification. Lu Tianyu shrugged and smiled. Half a year has passed. It is only natural for one's soul power to increase. Zhu Zhuqing, initially intending to leave, paused upon hearing the exchange between Xiaowu and Lu Tianyu. Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun had grown accustomed to Lu Tianyu's eccentric remarks and found nothing amiss. Flinder turned to Tang San. You are Tang San, correct? Please follow me for a moment. Tang San glanced at Flinder before addressing Lu Tianyu. Xiaoyu. Keep an eye on Xiaowu for me. I shall return shortly. Go ahead. I assure you, Xiaowu is in safe hands with me. Lu Tianyu replied with a smile, waving him off. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Xiaowu blushed and exclaimed, Pa. Brother Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not a third wheel. Lu Tianyu chuckled, choosing not to engage further on this matter, and instead directed his attention to the rather stoic Zhu Zhuqing, saying, Xiaowu, why not introduce me to your newfound friend? Realizing her oversight, Xiaowu responded, This is Zhu Zhuqing. We only met yesterday. Lu Tianyu beamed at Zhu Zhuqing, gently opening his squinted eyes. Greetings, Zhu Zhuqing. I am Lu Tianyu, a 34th level assault type soul master with a beast martial soul. Hello, Lu Tianyu. I am Zhu Zhuqing, a 20th level agile attack soul master with a phantom spirit cat martial soul. Lu Tianyu nodded. You possess the speed of the fastest agile attack soul master I have encountered. Even a 32nd level agile attack soul master cannot match your swiftness. Zhu Zhuqing, awkward in social situations, merely nodded in response to Lu Tianyu's compliment. Just as the atmosphere threatened to grow awkward, Xiaowu eagerly exclaimed, Brother Yu, how about we explore Soto City? I've been there with Tang San for 3 days, and there are still many places we haven't visited. Shopping pales in comparison to training, especially since we are heading to the Soto Great Soul Arena tonight. That venue is far more exhilarating than mere shopping. Lu Tianyu countered. Ever since he had acquiesced to Xiaowu's request for a shopping trip, he had refrained from indulging her whims. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang San returned to the courtyard, prompting Lu Tianyu to say, I am off to conduct physical training. You all may roam the academy at your leisure. Xiaowu, puzzled, replied, Why engage in exhausting physical training when you could take us to Soto City for fun? Lu Tianyu explained, Alas, my innate talent does not match yours. I must compensate for our disparity through diligent effort. Brother Yu, do you not feel a twinge of guilt saying that? You are a genius with innate 9th level soul power. Xiaowu argued, observing Lu Tianyu intently while Zhu Zhuqing regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. She had assumed Lu Tianyu's awakened martial soul was merely slightly above 5th level, unaware that his innate soul power was, in fact, 9th level, surpassing her own at the time of awakening. Lu Tianyu, slightly pouting, said, It is easy for you to say. You both possess innate full soul power. I would need an entire year of effort to reach the level of your awakened soul power. He continued, let alone the challenges of future training. I have no choice but to devote more time and exert greater effort. With that, he bid them farewell and turned to leave the courtyard, making his way to Li Yusong's quarters. Upon entering, Li Yusong greeted him with great joy. Xiaoyu, you mentioned sensing a barrier in your soul power, correct? Lu Tianyu nodded at the exuberance radiating from Li Yusong's face. Indeed, I believe I can break through within a week. Splendid. Ha ha ha. Strive to surpass the disciple of Bear Blunder. This year had been the happiest for Li Yusong during his tenure at Shrek Academy. Able to speak confidently in front of both Flinder and Zhao Wujing. Following Lu Tianyu's request for guidance, Li Yusong felt as if he had achieved a breakthrough to Soul Sage himself. As evening approached, and with classes at the Soto Great Soul Arena scheduled, Lu Tianyu practiced until 3 in the afternoon before resting in his dormitory. When it was time to gather, he arrived at the courtyard where Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were already present. Soon after, Flinder arrived, first punishing Oscar as a warning by making him run 20 laps around the village. He then reprimanded Ning Rongrong for her failure to adhere to his training regimen. As the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong was not one to easily submit to Flinder's authority. An argument ensued, and Lu Tianyu felt as though he was watching a live broadcast, wishing for a seat and some snacks. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong, frustrated and in tears, stormed out of Shrek Academy, leading Flinder and the others towards Soto City. Along the way, Flinder instructed Daimu Bai to explain the Soto Great Soul Arena to Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing as they strolled leisurely, arriving just as the arena was opening. Daimu Bai was responsible for registering the newcomers and acquiring their Iron Soul badges, while Lu Tianyu opted to sign up for a one-on-one duel. observing Dai Mubai encouraging Tang San and Xiao Wu to register for a 2-on-2 battle. He could not help but interject, "Mubai, should we not also register for a 2-on-2 and let you carry us to victory?" Chapter 20. The Copper Soul Duel Terminator. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Dai Mubai turned to glance at Zhu Qing, then remarked, "I wish to team up with Zhu Qing and give it a try." Lu Tianyu looked at Zhu Qing, squinting with a smile, and said, "It's up to you. After all, your soul power at level 37 should be sufficient to elevate Zhu Qing's performance." Boredom lingered in the air as Zhu Qing coldly replied to Dai Mubai, then turned away, heading towards the Soul Master resting area. Lu Tianyu observed Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing with a quiet smile, then addressed Tang San and Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao San, Xiao Wu, the Soul Arena is fraught with all manner of stratagems. You must remain vigilant against various underhanded tactics, especially those utilizing martial spirits." Tang San nodded earnestly in response, fully trusting that Lu Tianyu would not offer him superfluous advice. Meanwhile, since entering the Soto Great Soul Arena, Xiao Wu's sparkling eyes had not ceased their movement. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to being overwhelmed by a myriad of sights. "Please summon Iron Soul Master Lu Tianyu to the second sub-arena." The announcement echoed through the Soto Great Soul Arena, prompting Dai Mubai to look at Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, saying, "Let us go and see together." For Tang San and Xiao Wu, witnessing the Soul Arena matches was akin to a maiden's first ride in a sedan chair. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, they promptly nodded in agreement. Ma Hongjun's eyes darted toward Zhu Qing, following her as she trailed behind Lu Tianyu to the second sub-arena. On their way, Tang San inquired, "Mubai, what level is your Soul Master badge currently?" Dai Mubai glanced at Lu Tianyu before responding to Tang San. "I began participating in the Great Soul Arena at level 29, and my current record stands at 31 victories and 27 defeats, accumulating 4 points." "What?" Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged incredulous glances with Dai Mubai. Previously, they had sparred with him in a hotel in Soto City, well aware of his formidable strength, yet he had only amassed 4 points. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Qing and said, "The Great Soul Arena is not as straightforward as you might think. Fatty, share your record." Ma Hongjun had longed to showcase his prowess before Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, but alas, Xiao Wu's attention was solely on Tang San, while Zhu Qing's icy demeanor rendered him hesitant. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai provided him with an opportunity. 21 victories, 12 defeats, accumulating 9 points. Ma Hongjun struck a pose he deemed impressive, beaming with pride at Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing regarded him with skepticism. Dai Mubai, with a soul power of 37, had merely 4 points, while Ma Hongjun, with a soul power of 28, had acquired 9. This was indeed peculiar. It was at this moment that Dai Mubai elucidated, the soul battles in the Great Soul Arena are categorized by levels. For instance, if you are a 2-ring Soul Master, your opponents on the arena will also be 2-ring Soul Masters. I advanced to level 30 shortly after starting my battles, facing adversaries of level 37 or 38, hence my current record. Xiao Wu nodded lightly, glancing at Lu Tianyu who led the way, asking, "Xiao Yu, what about you? How many points do you have?" 7 battles, 7 victories, accumulating 7 points. Lu Tianyu, with his habitual smile adorning his face, succinctly shared his current score, his eyes narrowing with the smile. Xiao Wu, upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, exclaimed, "Your luck seems extraordinary. 7 matches without encountering an opponent with higher soul power than yours." Dai Mubai interjected, "Not quite. Xiao Yu faced a formidable opponent with soul power reaching 38 on his very first match. Yet, against all odds, he emerged victorious, while that 38-level opponent faced defeat. Impossible." Zhu Qing, trailing behind, suddenly spoke up, but paused after uttering the 3 words. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun turned to her, and Dai Mubai chuckled lightly, saying, "Whether you believe it or not matters little. In time, you shall understand how absurd what is deemed common sense is before him." As they conversed, the group arrived at the second sub-arena of the Soto Great Soul Arena, where Lu Tianyu waved farewell to Tang San and Dai Mubai. He then proceeded towards the entrance of the arena, while Dai Mubai led Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others to a private viewing box for the Soul Masters. This venue was sufficiently secluded to ensure the Soul Masters could hear the arena announcements, as the raucous cheers from the general audience could easily drown out the broadcasts in the common viewing areas. "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the second sub-arena of the Soto Great Soul Arena. I am Douluo." A woman clad in a blue dress, adorned with a pair of white wings on her back, held a microphone aloft, calling out, Let me hear your enthusiastic cheers. The audience in the viewing area erupted into raucous cheers, and even those seated in the private box, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, could hear the jubilant uproar from outside. Tang San, marveling, remarked, "What a lively atmosphere. Does the Great Soul Arena always draw such crowds?" Dai Bai chuckled and explained, "This is merely the second sub-arena among the 18 within the Soto Great Soul Arena. If you seek excitement, you must head to the central main arena. There, every evening features one-on-one, two-on-two matches at the Silver Soul level, as well as the most thrilling team battles. Due to the exhilarating nature of these events, even Soul Masters must purchase tickets to access the central main arena." Xiao Wu, puzzled by Dai Bai's words, asked, "Why is that? Why does the central main arena charge for entry?" Dai Bai, recognizing Xiao Wu's genuine ignorance, replied with a hint of exasperation, "To generate revenue, of course. Maintaining the Great Soul Arena's operations requires substantial manpower and financial resources." The first contestant to take the stage was Iron Soul Master Hong Wenjun, who boasted 88 victories, a soul power of 39, and a martial spirit resembling a steel-spined hedgehog. As Dodo stirred the audience's emotions with her introduction, a man of average build, dressed in a robe reminiscent of a hedgehog, approximately 30 years of age, appeared on the arena. Upon hearing Dodo's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Yu's streak of good fortune has come to an end. He faces a 39-level opponent." Yet, Dodo continued, "Unfortunately for Soul Master Hong Wenjun, his luck is not in his favor, as he encounters the one known as the Copper Soul Dual Terminator, Lu Tianyu." "Lu Tianyu, I love you," echoed the synchronized shouts from the audience. As Dodo's words trailed off, the cheers from the viewing area crescendoed. In the private box, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged astonished glances at Lu Tianyu's entrance onto the arena, their minds flooded with countless scenarios of what might transpire. However, no matter how they speculated, they could not have anticipated the spectacle that unfolded as Lu Tianyu took to the stage. Dai Bai's expression bore a hint of a wry smile. Do not be deceived by Xiao Yu's warm smile. While he may appear amiable, there is much more beneath the surface. However, once the matters of soul combat and cultivation arise, he displays a ferocity akin to that of a soul beast. For this reason, we privately refer to him as a humanoid soul beast. Tang San also perceives a significant transformation in Lu Tianyu compared to a year ago. Yet he finds it challenging to articulate the specifics. On the soul fighting stage, Lu Tianyu stands 30 meters away from Hong Wenjun, his face still adorned with a warm smile. However, Hong Wenjun senses an unprecedented pressure emanating from Lu Tianyu's narrowed eyes. The moniker Copper Soul Combat Terminator was bestowed upon him by the Soul Masters of the Soto Great Soul Arena as 6 Soul Masters, on the verge of advancing from Iron to Copper Soul, had fallen before Lu Tianyu. Hong Wenjun had even battled 2 of them, suffering defeat to 1. The Soul Masters frequenting the Soto Great Soul Arena have shared their experiences of facing Lu Tianyu, with the foremost concern being his astonishing speed. Additionally, his seemingly soft and gentle techniques strike with the force of a Soul Sect Master's full assault. Ignoring Hong Wenjun's current thoughts, Dodo succinctly recounted Lu Tianyu's previous battle achievements. Then, he proclaimed loudly, "Next, I announce the commencement of the 3rd one-on-one soul combat in the 2nd division." As soon as Dodo's words fell, the purple soul ring beneath Hong Wenjun's feet began to shimmer. 3rd soul skill, Storm of Flying Needles. Just as Hong Wenjun completed his martial soul manifestation, the 4-meter-tall hedgehog phantom behind him crouched to the ground. Subsequently, the ethereal spikes on the phantom's back shot forth towards Lu Tianyu like a torrential downpour, enveloping the entire arena in a tempest of soul skills. At this moment, Lu Tianyu leisurely completed his martial soul manifestation, summoning the external soul bone, tiger's spirit, and the Chimai staff with a flicker of his purple soul ring. Returning Heaven Staff Dance. In an instant, the Chimai staff in Lu Tianyu's hands seemed to vanish, yet a 3-meter-wide milky white sphere materialized around him. The sound of crisp collisions echoed as Hong Wenjun's needle attack struck the sphere, rebounding off to the side. The needle assault persisted for a full minute, leaving the spectators and soul masters watching in stunned silence. Zhu Zhuqing involuntarily remarked, What soul skill is this? Its defensive power is astonishing. This is the returning Heaven Palm, renowned for its absolute defense with no blind spots. Zhu Zhuqing's companion, Xiao Wu, cheerfully explained. But how did Brother Yu manage to use his 2nd soul skill to execute the returning Heaven Palm? Tang Sin turned to Xiao Wu, affectionately stating, Lu Yu's physical techniques are not bound by the limitations of soul skills. He began training the returning Heaven Palm with the Chimai staff 3 years ago. However, it's peculiar. Lu Yu doesn't need to activate the returning Heaven Palm to such an impenetrable degree. Hearing Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai interjected. So, are you implying that Lu Yu is overdoing it? Tang San nodded slightly, choosing to focus his attention on the soul fighting stage. As Hong Wenjun's third soul skill attack concluded, he swiftly employed his second soul skill to rush towards Lu Tianyu. Second soul skill, Cracking Mountain Claw. As a level 39 agility-based battle soul master, Hong Wenjun's speed could only be described as lightning fast. Almost the instant the milky white sphere beside Lu Tianyu vanished, Hong Wenjun's claw shadow appeared before him. 8 gates of Duanjia, opening the life gate. Lu Tianyu, fully aware of the significant gap between him and the level 39 soul master, activated the 8 gates of Duanjia. A flash of his purple soul ring enveloped him in a pale blue mist. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams air palm. Upon opening the life gate, Lu Tianyu's martial soul strength surged to match that of a level 39 soul master, and he thrust forward, sending Hong Wenjun flying 3 meters back to the arena. Seeing Lu Tianyu prepare to unleash the 8 trigrams air palm, Hong Wenjun instinctively chose to retreat, thus avoiding a direct hit. However, his left shoulder was grazed by the gentle force, leaving him with a tingling sensation that rendered his entire left arm limp at his side. Storm Staff, Decapitating Axe. After repelling Hong Wenjun with a palm strike, Lu Tianyu swung his Chimai staff in a wide arc, unleashing a 3-meter-long, dazzling azure blade of energy. The blade, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, slashed towards Hong Wenjun's neck, prompting him to instinctively execute a precarious iron bridge maneuver to narrowly evade the attack. Boom. The energy blade soared across half the arena, crashing into a stone pillar at the edge, shattering it as if it were a mere basin-sized marble. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Is this the Storm Step? How could its power be so immense? It used to possess such destructive capability only within a 5-meter range." Tang San took a deep breath, glanced at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, then gently patted Xiao Wu's head before saying, "Did you not hear, Mubai? The so-called logic is laughable in front of Lu Yu. The Storm Step is indeed Lu Yu's first soul skill, but after countless refinements, it can unleash the might of a 4th-ring soul skill of a strong attack type. Lu Yu is truly a master of miracles." Ma Hongjun interjected, "Wait, isn't Lu Yu's first soul skill the Moon Step? The ability to leap freely in the void without any external support." As Ma Hongjun spoke, Lu Tianyu executed the Moon Step, leaping into the air and performing 2 consecutive jumps in the formless void, positioning himself directly above Hong Wenjun. Chapter 21, Deception, and more deception in a display of agility. Lu Tianyu's feet moved rapidly through the air, culminating in the formation of a pale blue lotus, roughly the size of a bathtub, which swiftly descended towards Hong Wenjun below. Had Hong Wenjun not been a sensitive attack-type soul master, he would have had no time to evade. Even so, he was forced to roll on the dual platform, disregarding his dignity, to avoid Lu Tianyu's aerial strike. With a thunderous crash, the bathtub-sized lotus, composed of sharp azure energy, struck the dual platform like a meteor, creating fissures over 10 meters long upon the otherwise smooth surface. The ferocious shockwave radiated outward, sending Hong Wenjun tumbling across the ground several times before he could regain his footing. Just as he stood up, he felt a chill at his neck, realizing that Lu Tianyu, who had been suspended in midair, was now directly before him. The tiger soul staff pressed against his throat, with just a slight application of force. Lu Tianyu could easily shatter Hong Wenjun's throat. Observing Lu Tianyu's flushed complexion and his long hair billowing in the pale blue mist, Hong Wenjun let out a resigned sigh. "I concede." After uttering those words, he clenched his fists and swiftly exited the dual platform. As Lu Tianyu retracted the tiger soul staff, he also ceased the 8 gates Duanjia technique, feeling utterly fatigued as if he had just completed an intense physical training session. Upon the announcement of his victory, he descended from the dual platform, enduring the lingering weakness in his body. While the 8 gates Duanjia greatly enhanced his combat capabilities for a brief period, it came at a considerable cost. Upon exiting the passage, he found only Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai present. At that moment, it was Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu's turn to take the stage. Concerned for Xiao Wu, Tang Sen accompanied her away from the second duel arena. Lu Tianyu turned to Dai Mubai with a hint of exhaustion. "Mubai, I need to find a place to rest. I'll come to you once everyone has completed their duels." Understanding Lu Tianyu's habits, Dai Mubai nodded and assisted him to a healing chamber specially designated for soul masters within the Grand Duel Arena. Please, Iron Soul Master Dai Mubai, proceed to the third duel arena. As Lu Tianyu settled into the healing room, an announcement echoed throughout the arena, signaling Dai Mubai's entrance into the duel. Go, Boss Dai, and you too, Zhu Qing. I have nothing to worry about here. Zhu Zhuqing cast a deep glance at Lu Tianyu before turning to leave. Dai Mubai, with an awkward smile, approached Lu Tianyu, saying, Little you, I have a favor to ask. It seems there's a misunderstanding between Zhu Qing and me. Could you possibly say a few good words for me? Lu Tianyu, sitting cross-legged, replied, Mubai, I can only tell you that sincerity begets sincerity. I won team medal in the misunderstanding between you and Zhu Zhuqing. Hearing this, Dai Mubai could only shake his head helplessly before departing the healing chamber towards the third duel arena. Left alone, Lu Tianyu meditated to recover his soul power. Approximately 2 hours later, Tang San and Dai Mubai returned to the healing room. Upon seeing Lu Tianyu, Tang San remarked, Little you, your ability to effortlessly defeat opponents with far superior soul power must be due to your third soul skill. You mentioned that your third soul ring is derived from hunting the rampaging demon ape. My guess is your third soul skill is some form of explosive strength. However, such power comes with its own backlash, does it not? Lu Tianyu detected the concern and reproach in Tang San's tone and slightly opened his eyes to meet his gaze. Little San, you're correct, but you should also understand my nature. If I don't step onto the dueling platform, I want to act recklessly. But once I'm up there, I will do whatever it takes to secure victory. Tang San immediately countered, You. Little you. The teacher often advises you not to take everything too seriously. Is it really necessary to take such risks in a friendly duel? Lu Tianyu took a deep breath, stating, It's worth it. The significant side effects of using my third soul skill mean I cannot train it like other skills. The dueling arena is my best opportunity to refine this skill. Don't worry, Little San. I know my limits. Tang San, hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. You've always been quite headstrong, but I still hope you will consider those who care about you. Lu Tianyu understood the truth in Tang San's words. While he had no family in the Douluo continent, he had a teacher who was like a father figure. A brotherly bond with Tang San and a mischievous sister in Xiaowu who often teased him. Tang San reached out to assist Lu Tianyu. But Lu Tianyu stood up on his own, smiling. Don't worry, Little San. I've rested for 2 hours and can manage on my own. Despite his insistence, his legs trembled slightly. Tang San, however, would not let Lu Tianyu's pretense go unchallenged. He placed Lu Tianyu's arm over his shoulder to alleviate some of his weight. Dai Mubai wanted to help as well, but it nearly won. 8 meters tall, it was more strenuous for Lu Tianyu, who stood below 1.6 meters, to lean on him. Realizing that Tang San was determined to assist him, Lu Tianyu allowed him to support him as they exited the Soto Great Arena. Little San, it's been a year, and you've grown taller than me. I remember you were half a head shorter last year. As Tang San helped Lu Tianyu, he noticed that he was indeed taller than Lu Tianyu, pondering. I suppose the food at Shrek Academy is better than that at the New Oding Primary Soul Master Academy. Lu Tianyu had never considered the matter of food. Whatever was served by Xiao Xian was what he ate. After hearing Tang San's comment, he replied, So that's why Mubai, Xiao Ao, and the fatty always rush to Soto City. It turns out they go there to dine out. What does dine out mean? Dai Mubai, walking alongside them, inquired in confusion. Genuinely not understanding Lu Tianyu's phrase, Tang San turned to look at Dai Mubai, perplexed, but Lu Tianyu's heart began to race involuntarily. Sensing Lu Tianyu's quickening heartbeat, Tang San realized the implication of Lu Tianyu's previous words. At that moment, they exited the Soto Great Arena, where Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun awaited. Xiao Wu rushed over, worry etched on her face. Little you, you're injured? Lu Tianyu maintained a warm smile, raising his hand with effort to ruffle Xiao Wu's hair. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. A good sleep will set me right. Xiao Wu, unconvinced by his reassurances, turned to Tang San, seeking confirmation. At that moment, Tang San's attention was not directed towards Xiao Wu and Lu Tianyu. Rather, it was evidently captivated by Lu Tianyu's inadvertent slip of the tongue. Lu Tianyu glanced around, noting the absence of Flinder, and swiftly diverted the conversation. Inquiring about the dean's whereabouts, Ma Hongjun chuckled, explaining that the dean had left due to some matters in the shop and had mentioned that they could do as they pleased that evening, with a prompt assembly at the playground at 9 the following morning. After speaking, Ma Hongjun merrily approached Dai Mubai, teasingly stating that it was now his turn to host. Lu Tianyu, narrowing his eyes at the increasingly icy expression of Zhu Zhiqing, declared his intention to return to the academy, indicating that they could manage on their own. As he attempted to retract his arm from Tang San's shoulder, he found it firmly grasped. Xiaowu, we should head back to the academy, Zhu Qing. What about you? Tang San calmly questioned Zhu Zhiqing, disregarding Xiaowu's resentful gaze. Daimu Bai was trying to dismiss Ma Hongjun, but the latter, lacking any sense of subtlety, bluntly recounted Daimu Bai's past romantic escapades. Zhu Zhiqing cast a scornful glance at Daimu Bai before turning to Tang San and coldly stating, I, too, shall return to the academy. With that, she pivoted and walked towards the southern gate of Soto City. Daimu Bai opened his mouth to speak as he watched Zhu Zhiqing's retreating figure, yet ultimately chose silence. Tang San discerned a certain connection between Zhu Zhiqing and Daimu Bai, but refrained from commenting on others' private matters. Lu Tianyu turned to Xiaowu, urging her to accompany Zhu Qing and prevent her from making any foolish decisions. In a fit of irritation, Xiaowu stepped on Tang San's foot before hastily pursuing Zhu Zhiqing. It was only then that Daimu Bai, filled with indignation, glared at Ma Hongjun, exclaiming, You glutton! Refrain from assigning me such tasks. In the future you can handle it yourself. With that, he thrust a handful of golden spirit coins into Ma Hongjun's palm and hurried after Zhu Zhiqing, while Xiaowu exited the Soto Great Soul Arena. Ma Hongjun, somewhat displeased, muttered about pretentiousness, insisting he would go regardless. He then turned and left the Soto Great Soul Arena, leaving only Tang San and Lu Tianyu behind. Tang San turned to Lu Tianyu, his voice low yet tinged with a forced smile. Xiaoyu, perhaps we need to have a serious discussion. Lu Tianyu felt a sense of discomfort hiding his identity as a traveler before Tang San. He could easily slip up in conversation. If Daimu Bai hadn't been present, Tang San would not have taken notice, but the mention was simply unconvincing, for there was no such concept as dining out or indulging in treats in the Douluo continent. Indeed, it was time for a serious discussion, particularly regarding the disciples of the Bashatang sect. Lu Tianyu resolved to reveal part of his truth. A mysterious smile gracing his lips as his already narrow eyes transformed into crescent moons. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine, as if the rich Bashu accent was something he believed he would never hear again in this lifetime. Yu Tang San turned, his eyes wide with astonishment as excitement. Curiosity and a sense of grievance surged within him, rendering him speechless, unsure of what to ask. Lu Tianyu, beaming, replied, Now that it is just the two of us, there are some things I have long wished to discuss with you. Indeed, I hail from the Basha region. Just like you, although I am merely an ordinary person with no martial arts heritage. At this, Lu Tianyu locked eyes with Tang San, revealing, I only recognized your identity after receiving the silent crossbow you gifted me. At that time, I was uncertain whether to share this with you. Xiaoyu, you have concealed this from me so well, Tang San remarked, his tone tinged with warmth. Xiao San, it matters little whether we speak of it or not. I am Lu Tianyu, and you are Tang San. That is an unalterable truth. Tang San inhaled deeply, stating, No? At least it reassures me that I am not alone. You must feel lonely too, Xiaoyu. How could one not feel lonely? Throughout his year at Shrek Academy, Lu Tianyu had been consumed with training and resting, feeling utterly out of place. With a soft chuckle, he patted Tang San on the shoulder. They were kindred spirits. In that instant, the solitude that had lingered in Lu Tianyu's heart dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness that crashed over him. As they approached the entrance of Shrek Academy, Lu Tianyu felt himself growing drowsy, hearing the voices of Tang San, Daimu Bai, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar nearby. However, he could not discern what they were saying, and before succumbing to sleep, he only recalled Tang San and Oscar escorting him back to his dormitory. The following morning at 6, Lu Tianyu awakened promptly due to his biological clock. Habitually meditating to cultivate his soul power, he effortlessly broke through the constraints of level 34. Reaching level 35, after stretching his body and feeling an unprecedented lightness, he dressed and made his way to the cafeteria for breakfast. It was then that Lu Tianyu realized that the meals at Shrek Academy were indeed inferior to those at Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy. Though Xiao Xian's dumplings were delightful, they lacked any hint of oil. The millet porridge was expertly brewed, yet the most nourishing option was likely the boiled eggs. Lu Tianyu devoured his breakfast heartily and turned to Xiao Xian with a bright smile, asking, Teacher Xiao, when will we improve our meals? Chapter 22. I desire meat. Xiaoxin gazed at the smile adorning Lu Tianyu's cheeks, a hint of confusion evident in his demeanor. What is the matter? Is the flavor to your disliking? In a hurried manner, Lu Tianyu clarified, Not at all, Teacher Xiao. The dishes you prepare are indeed to my taste. I merely wish to express that we cannot indulge in extravagant delicacies. Well, consuming some chicken, duck, or fish should be manageable, right? It seems to me that since arriving at the academy, I've scarcely had the pleasure of meat, aside from Oscar's sausages. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, a flicker of helplessness crossed Xiaoxin's eyes. Truth be told, he held a deep fondness for Lu Tianyu as a student. After listening to Lu Tianyu, he responded with resignation. Once our academy boasts 20 students, we might improve our meals. For now, with only 8 of you, this is how it must be. Lu Tianyu merely intended to share a suggestion, the acceptance of which rested with Xiaoxin and Flander. After conversing with Xiaoxin, the time Flander had indicated for class approached. Exiting the cafeteria, they made their way to the edge of the playground, where they spotted Ning Rongrong standing alone in the center. Lu Tianyu ambled over to her, a warm smile lighting up his face as he squinted his eyes into crescent shapes. Good morning, Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong. Her eyes tinged with redness, whether from lack of rest or another reason, turned to glance at Lu Tianyu, nodding gently in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Before long, the others began to arrive gradually, yet Oscar remained conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and Flander's figure appeared on the playground. Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shuqin hastily gathered beside Lu Tianyu and Ning Rongrong, casting their gazes toward Flander as they awaited the commencement of class. Flander's eyes scanned the faces of the students before he spoke coldly. Where is Oscar? Has he overslept again? Tang San, sharing a dormitory with Oscar, quickly interjected, Director. When I left, Oscar was still cultivating his soul power. He must have entered a meditative state and lost track of time. It was not uncommon for Oscar to sleep in, and Flander, dismissing Tang San's explanation, commanded, Tang San, go fetch Oscar. There's no need, Director, Oscar has arrived. At that moment, Daimubai spotted Oscar bouncing toward them at the edge of the playground, prompting everyone to turn their attention to him. Lu Tianyu, who had been wearing a gentle smile, now beamed with even greater delight as he witnessed Oscar inadvertently tumble into the dirt. Yet, upon rising, Oscar continued to bounce joyfully toward the group. Flander's expression twitched as he observed Oscar's antics, and when Oscar reached him, he exclaimed in exasperation, Oscar, are you planning to run laps again? No, Director. Let me explain. I have reached level 30. My soul power has surpassed level 30. Oscar rushed to clarify, and the others looked on in astonishment. Indeed, Oscar was a few months older than Lu Tianyu, and attaining level 30 at the age of nearly 14 was not entirely extraordinary. However, as a food system support soul master, he faced significant challenges. For food-type soul masters were the rarest on the continent. There had never been a food system soul master of title Douluo level, with 99% only reaching the ranks of soul scholar or soul king. Those at the soul emperor or soul sage levels were exceedingly rare, which is why Xiaoxin, despite being merely a soul sage at level 72, held considerable influence, rivaling that of the Academy's strongest directors, Flander and Zhao Wujing. Initially skeptical about Oscar's claim, Flander soon sensed the truth and confirmed that Oscar had indeed achieved level 30. Haha, Oscar, you have truly not disappointed me. Flander chuckled heartily, placing a hand on Oscar's shoulder. You are the third among this group to reach level 30. Congratulations, little one. Congratulations indeed. Achieving Soul Master level at 13. Daimubai, Lu Tianyu, and Tang Sen all chimed in, recognizing the significance of Oscar's breakthrough. With a new level attained, the next step was to seek suitable soul rings. Flander turned to Lu Tianyu and the others. Your task now is to accompany Vice Director Zhao Wujing to the Stardew Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his third soul ring. This is a trial set by the Academy for all of you. Yes, Director, they replied in unison. Fully aware that venturing into the Stardew Forest was a rare opportunity for experience. After arranging for Oscar's soul ring acquisition, Flander addressed the group again. Now, let us commence today's lesson. Oscar, prepare to unleash your soul skill. Your task today is to consume at least 1 sausage created by Oscar. Little Oscar, provide me with 10 of each flavor. Lu Tianyu interjected eagerly as soon as Flander finished speaking, prompting astonished glances from the surrounding youths. Why do you need to eat so many? Don't others consume soul skills without expending soul power? Flander, hearing Lu Tianyu's comment, adopted a stern expression. I forgot to mention. Today, little you is not required to participate in this lesson. Daimubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Flander. While Lu Tianyu quickly added, No, Director, I truly feel a strong desire for meat. If you have teacher shall prepare braised pork for lunch. I could forego eating. Upon hearing this, Flander promptly turned to Oscar. Little Oscar, prepare 10 large sausages and 10 small ones for little you. As Lu Tianyu smiled brightly at Oscar, Xiao Wu, from behind Tang San, gently tugged at Lu Tianyu's sleeve and whispered, Brother Yu, you can have my sausages. Flander glanced at Xiao Wu and replied, Xiao Wu, you go first. Little Oscar, get the sausages ready. Upon hearing Flander's words, Xiao Wu's expression soured considerably. She looked at Lu Tianyu and then weakly told Flander, I can give my sausages to little you. Flander grinned and retorted, Do you really think that is possible? You don't want to enjoy such excellent soul food? When you face a crisis later, will you dare to eat rats, worms, or cockroaches? Stop stalling and hurry up. Initially, Xiao Wu and the others were already reluctant to eat Oscar's sausages due to the lewd incantation he shouted while making them. Now, Flander's words made them feel even more nauseous. I'll do it. Just as Xiao Wu cast a pleading glance at Tang San, Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted and approached Oscar, snatching a sausage from his hands. She proceeded to devour it in several bites as if it were sugarcane. After finishing the sausage, Ning Rongrong turned to Flander and declared loudly, I want to stay. You shall not drive me away. Flander merely huffed in response and shifted his gaze to Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had yet to complete today's lesson. Under Flander's piercing gaze, one by one, they reluctantly took sausages from Oscar and struggled to consume them. The last to approach Oscar was Lu Tianyu, who noticed that Oscar's soul power had already diminished by 40%. Feeling somewhat awkward, Oscar remarked, Well, little you, I've exhausted too much of my soul power. How about we call it a day? Strangely, beads of sweat had formed on Oscar's forehead. Lu Tianyu sighed, I was hoping for a feast today. Remember, Oscar, you owe me 20 sausages. At that moment, Flanders interjected, All right, today's lesson concludes here. Everyone should prepare well. Tomorrow morning at 8. Gather at the Academy Gate to venture into the Stardew Forest to help Xiao Ao find his soul ring. With that, Flanders summoned his martial spirit and soared towards Soto City, leaving the students standing in the playground, lost in thought. Xiao Ao, why do you always mess things up at critical moments? Little you hasn't he even had a taste of the sausages you made. Dai Mubai seized Oscar by the neck, shouting, Why has everyone else eaten except for this guy? Hurry and make 2 sausages for little you. As Dai Mubai and Oscar began to playfully tussle, the others gathered around to join in the fun. After a while of merriment, they returned to prepare for the next day. For Lu Tianyu, there was nothing special to prepare. After lunch, he practiced stick techniques with Li Yusung for 3 hours and retired early for the night without further physical training. The next morning at 7:30, Lu Tianyu was ready and stepped out of his room. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, he arrived at the gate of Shrek Academy, the last among the students. Good morning, everyone. Lu Tianyu greeted with a habitual smile, his squinted eyes resembling crescent moons. Tang Sen approached and playfully thumped Lu Tianyu's shoulder, saying, Good morning. I thought you might be late. Lu Tianyu, beaming, glanced at Oscar and remarked, It must be that Xiao Ao's noise kept you from resting well. The fear of obtaining a soul ring is a common affliction among soul masters. Tang Sen responded helplessly, Last night, this guy didn't sleep at all, incessantly asking me what to do if he couldn't find a soul beast in the Stardew Forest. And if he absorbs a soul ring, but doesn't develop an excellent soul skill, what then? It's as if he really has a fear of obtaining a soul ring. Just then, Zhao Wujing stumbled out of the academy, his face bruised. Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai were momentarily stunned, then suppressed their laughter as they observed Zhao Wujing's stern expression. Zhao Wujing, noticing the amusement in their eyes, glared at them and growled, What are you looking at? You little rascals, itching for trouble? In the crowd, Xiao Wu muttered softly, Why not call him a little bear blind? Though her words were barely audible, to a soul saint like Zhao Wujing, it sounded as loud as a shout. What did you say? Xiao Wu, startled by Zhao Wujing's voice, quickly hid behind Lu Tianyu, who instinctively shielded her. Zhao Wujing glared at Tang San and proclaimed, Prepare to set off. Mubai, little you, since both of you have been to Stardew Forest, you will lead this expedition. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai and Lu Tianyu responded in unison, and soon Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar gathered around. Lu Tianyu cheerfully said, Boss Dai, you take charge. I'll do my best to cooperate. Dai Mubai nodded lightly. The Stardew Forest is filled with numerous soul beasts, some of which are thousands or even 10,000 years old, making it extremely perilous. Xiao San, you'll lead the way. Xiao Ao and Rongrong, follow little you in the middle. Lu Tianyu, Tang San, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong acknowledged the plan with nods. Dai Mubai turned to Lu Tianyu, saying, Little you, if any unexpected occurrences arise along the way, you must ensure the safety of Xiao Ao and Rongrong. Fatty, Xiao Wu, you two will secure the left and right flanks. Zhu Qing and I will bring up the rear to ensure safety. The remaining members, including Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, nodded in agreement. Dai Mubai spoke with utmost seriousness. Once we enter the Stardow Forest, we must maintain strict formation, especially for those without combat power like Xiao Ao and Rongrong. Standing nearby, Zhao Wujing added, During this expedition, I want to intervene lightly unless you encounter a 10,000-year-old beast or face other life-threatening dangers. Let us set off when you're ready. Dai Mubai looked to Tang San and Lu Tianyu, Little you, Xiao San. Once you're prepared, let us begin our journey. Tang San nodded and dashed ahead, while Lu Tianyu called to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, Xiao Ao, Rongrong, let us catch up. With that, the three pursued Tang San's figure, soon followed by Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai. After 3 hours of running across the plains, Ning Rongrong was nearly exhausted, her stamina insufficient even with Oscar's restorative sausages. Lu Tianyu sighed and lifted Ning Rongrong onto his back, saying, Our pace has slowed considerably. At this rate, we'll have to spend the night in the wilderness. He turned to Dai Mubai, Let us push ourselves to reach Fingmong Town today. We can rest there and work on our team coordination tomorrow. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, All right, take care of Rongrong. I'll look after Xiao Ao. Just try to reach Fingmong Town before nightfall. Ning Rongrong, resting on Lu Tianyu's back, whispered, Thank you, Lu Tianyu. He chuckled softly. It's really a challenge for you, joining the training right after entering the academy. Everyone, keep up with my pace, don't fall behind. With that, Lu Tianyu activated his speed and dashed forward, covering over 100 meters in less than 4 seconds, leaving Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu in astonishment. Chapter 23, The Ironclad Twilight, Part 1. Ma Hongjun lamented, Why does it feel like Xiao Yu is faster than running unencumbered? He is carrying Rongrong on his back. Dai Mubai gave Ma Hongjun a light tap on the head, urging, Hurry up and run, or you'll be spending the night alone in the wilderness. With that, he grabbed Oscar and sprinted forward with all his might. Initially, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing managed to keep pace with Lu Tianyu's speed quite comfortably. However, after 2 hours of running, they began to struggle, yet Lu Tianyu showed no signs of fatigue as he dashed ahead with Ning Rongrong on his back. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar wore grim expressions, all aware that this distance was insufficient to tire Lu Tianyu. Around 5:30 in the afternoon, Lu Tianyu arrived at the outskirts of a small town with approximately 2,000 inhabitants, with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing finally catching up after about 10 minutes of heavy panting. 100 meters behind them trailed Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. As the sun began to set, the trio finally reached Fengmong Town. Lu Tianyu remarked, The first leg of our journey to the Stardow Forest is barely complete. However, at our current pace, it seems we may take 10 days to reach our destination. Oh, 10 days. Lu Tianyu smiled brightly. If I were alone, 6 to 7 days would suffice, but we are a total of 8. At this moment, apart from Ning Rongrong, the others were reluctant to engage Lu Tianyu in conversation. After settling into a hotel in the town, Oscar distributed 2 recovery sausages among them. After dinner, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. As Lu Tianyu was about to head to his room, Zhao Wujing suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yu, tomorrow you'll take these youngsters on another vigorous run. They were unwilling to train alongside you before, so let them witness the fruits of your labor. For Lu Tianyu, such long-distance running hardly constituted training. After Zhao Wujing's words, he smiled and nodded. All right, teacher Zhao. The next morning, Zhao Wujing woke everyone for breakfast and urged them to continue their journey to the Stardow Forest. Before they set off, Lu Tianyu turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, saying, Little Ao, Rongrong, you both need to put in extra effort today. Our target distance is still 16 kilometers farther than yesterday. If they fail to reach their destination, they'd have to spend the night in the wilderness, where there would be no comfortable beds, and they would have to take turns keeping watch at night. Just to clarify, once I rest, I will surely sleep until morning. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask, So you were running so hard yesterday to avoid keeping watch? Lu Tianyu replied, What do you mean by running hard? That distance was merely a warm-up for me. I still have a long way to go before I reach my limits. You can boast all you want, but we were all exhausted yesterday. Ning Rongrong was unconvinced by Lu Tianyu's claims. Lu Tianyu slightly opened his squinted eyes. How about we do it again today? I haven't pushed my limits in days. Isn't that enough, Xiaoyu? We are just ordinary people. We are leagues apart from you, the humanoid. The copper-dose spirit terminator, Dai Mubai interjected, hastily interrupting Ning Rongrong. He then told Tang San, Xiao San, let's get moving. Tang San, upon hearing Dai Mubai, pursed his lips and dashed into the morning mist enveloping the wilderness. Having gained experience from their first long run, Ning Rongrong and Oscar managed to reach their destination on the second day. They then sought a restaurant that offered both rest and meals, taking a tower break before coming together to eat. Despite this, their fatigue was not easily dispelled. Xiaoyu slumped over the table, exclaiming, I'm so tired and hungry. Tang San produced a carrot from his soul guide and offered it to Xiaoyu, who perked up at the sight of it. She then turned to Oscar, thankfully. We have little AO's sausages. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it this far. Oscar quickly responded, no problem, but it's really Xiaoyu who is incredible. He completed the entire distance without consuming a single recovery sausage. A warm smile graced Lu Tianyu's face as he slightly opened his eyes. I was merely saving you some soul power. Throughout the journey, both Fatty and Rongrong needed continuous recovery sausages to sustain their energy. To be honest, Fatty. Lu Tianyu turned to Ma Hongjun. Rongrong, being a support-type soul master, naturally requires recovery sausages for stamina. But you are a powerful attack-type soul master with flight abilities. Although you haven't yet summoned your martial spirit wings, you should at least have stamina comparable to Zhu Qing's agility. Ma Hongjun, unfazed by Lu Tianyu's teasing, picked up the menu and said, don't even mention sausages. After eating so much today, I might just throw up. Let's order. Dai Mubai added with irritation. This glutton is beyond saving. Little AO, tomorrow, let us make sure this glutton doesn't get any sausages. Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun paid no heed to Dai Mubai's words and proceeded to order a dozen dishes from the tavern server. Tang San looked around and inquired of Lu Tianyu. Xiaoyu, it's time for a meal, but where is Teacher Zhao? I'll go call him. Lu Tianyu smiled and shook his head. No need. The principal has rules. Academy teachers cannot take advantage of the students' benefits. All expenses for our outing are to be borne by ourselves, and similarly, all expenses incurred by Teacher Zhao during his travels are his own responsibility. As soon as Lu Tianyu finished speaking, Ma Hongjun chimed in. I appreciate how transparent the academy is about everything, don't you agree? Unfortunately, Lu Tianyu, Dai Mubai, and Oscar did not respond to Ma Hongjun, while Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing, being new to the academy, were still grasping the situation. Soon, 13 dishes, each a feast for the senses, were laid out before them, and the weary travelers did their best to devour the food. Just then, the tavern door was kicked open, and a group of young men and women, dressed in matching uniforms and appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, strode in. Leading the group was a man of about 40, only standing at 1.70 meters, his hair styled with gel, and his flamboyant demeanor immediately caught Lu Tianyu's eye. The members of Shrek Academy turned to gaze at the group of haughty youths. And Ma Hongjun first cast his eyes on a girl with a curvaceous figure and delicate features before whispering, Dai, aren't these people from Songhui Academy? Songhui Academy is a prestigious soul master academy in the Fasnuo province, quite renowned within the Soto City area. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai snorted. Just a small Songhui Academy, what is there to boast about? The newly seated group from Songhui Academy caught wind of Dai Mubai's remarks, and one of the young men couldn't help but rise in response. However, as soon as he raised his hand, the middle-aged man pressed it down. The Songhui Academy is a colossal entity within the Fasno province. Yet, they were already far removed from the core area of Fasno province. And if they continued for half a day, they would completely exit the jurisdiction of Fasno province. Tang San glanced at Lu Tianyu, clearly aware that Dai Mubai had intentionally spoken that phrase loudly just now. Lu Tianyu, seemingly oblivious to Tang San's questioning gaze, continued to consume the food before him. Oscar, sitting beside Lu Tianyu, whispered, a good show is about to unfold. The principal's words. Any soul master who stirs up trouble is not a good soul master. Tang San instantly comprehended why Dai Mubai had so provocatively challenged Songhui Academy. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Xiao Wu immediately became excited. Lu Tianyu, puzzled by Xiao Wu's reaction, noted that despite her petite and delicate appearance, she had an affinity for fighting and leading. Tang San quickly reassured Xiao Wu, saying, if we put the principal's words together, it's merely the ramblings of a monster. At this moment, Lu Tianyu spoke up, it's best to heed the principal's words lightly. Engaging with a group of uncouth individuals will only diminish one's own decorum. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's remarks, Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words. Although Lu Tianyu suggested that provoking Tsanghui Academy was unnecessary, he was essentially stating that the students of Tsanghui Academy lacked refinement. Naturally, Lu Tianyu wanted to convey to Tang San the folly of heeding Flander's words. What does it mean that any soul master who stirs up trouble is not a good soul master? A truly commendable soul master maintains their dignity even when provoked by ordinary individuals, never presenting a haughty demeanor before them. Ultimately, only about 1% of the population in Douluo continent can become soul masters, and merely 1 in 1,000 may cultivate to the level of soul sovereign. The status of a soul master appears exceedingly noble, yet this nobility is attributed to them by the common folk of Douluo continent. Lu Tianyu held in contempt those soul masters who flaunted their status before ordinary people, and it was unfortunate that the members of Tsanghui Academy fell into this trap. As Daimubai and Lu Tianyu continued to provoke Tsanghui Academy, they did not immediately storm over to reprimand the Shrek Academy group. However, the middle-aged man cast a glance at the student beside him, who nodded subtly and stood up. As the hotel waiter approached him, the student intentionally tripped him. The waiter stumbled directly towards Daimubai, who was seated with his back to Tsanghui Academy, yet Tang San, sitting next to Daimubai, was fixated on the suddenly standing Tsanghui Academy student. At the moment the student tripped the waiter, Tang San swiftly stood up, employing the ghost shadow misty steps. He adeptly caught the food that the waiter had dropped with a plate, simultaneously pulling the waiter back to prevent him from falling. Be careful while walking. The waiter, feeling disoriented, sensed that he had been schemed against by the arrogant soul masters. After releasing the waiter, Tang San placed the food in front of Lu Tianyu, who smiled at Tang San and immediately began to eat. The Tsanghui Academy student, realizing he had failed to embarrass Daimubai, glanced around and fixed his gaze on Daimubai's chair. A sudden idea sparked in his mind, to make Daimubai look foolish. He pretended to walk towards the hotel front desk, approaching from behind Daimubai. He then aimed a kick at the leg of Daimubai's chair, intending to break it and send Daimubai tumbling. However, Daimubai, having initiated the provocation against Tsanghui Academy, was not unprepared for their students. Secretly channeling his soul power into his leg to shield the chair leg, the Tsanghui student kicked, only to feel as though he had struck a steel plate. Seizing the moment when the Tsanghui Academy student instinctively lifted his injured leg, Daimubai swiftly turned and pushed him, sending the student crashing back onto the dining table of Tsanghui Academy's faculty and students. What had previously been a subtle confrontation between Tsanghui Academy and Shrek Academy now escalated into an overt conflict. Members of Tsanghui Academy rose in unison, glaring at Shrek Academy. While aside from Lu Tianyu and Ma Hongjun, who were still eating, the others focused their attention on Tsanghui Academy's group. Daimubai, with a mocking expression, addressed the members of Tsanghui Academy. My apologies, I slipped. Truly, I am very sorry. The middle-aged man among Tsanghui Academy's members first shot a glare at the student who had been pushed, then turned to the group from Shrek Academy, sternly stating, I am Yujichio, the Director of External Affairs at Tsanghui Academy. Which academy are you from, and where are your superiors? This matter can only be resolved with their intervention. The overweight student, daring to compete with me. Yet, Lu Tianyu remained engaged in a food dispute with Ma Hongjun, and just as Yujichio was on the verge of exploding, Daimubai coldly remarked, Do you think you are worthy of negotiating? Suppressing his rage, Yujichio retorted, You ignorant little brat, if you summon your superiors now, there may still be room for negotiation, otherwise. Otherwise what? What can you do? Lu Tianyu had already spotted Zhao Wujia's shadow on the wall. He turned, squinting his eyes with a smile at Yujichio, and inquired. Upon seeing the smile on Lu Tianyu's face, a surge of anger erupted within Yujichio as he bellowed, Damn it, teach them a lesson. The students of Tsanghui Academy, already brimming with fury, raised their fists and charged forward, while Xiaowu, eager for a fight, broke free from Tang San's grasp. With a backflip, she leaped from her seat and landed before the students of Tsanghui Academy, declaring, Fighting is my favorite. Let your sister Xiaowu teach you a lesson. Chapter 24. The Unyielding Tsanghui, Part 2. As Xiaowu unleashed her elusive soft techniques, she effortlessly sent the Tsanghui Academy's students flying, landing them at Yujichio's feet. The merchants and travelers within the hotel, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, instinctively retreated to the edges of the lobby upon witnessing Xiao Wu's display of strength. Yujichio was equally astonished, realizing that the seemingly petite Xiao Wu possessed such formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu's smile grew ever broader, his eyes, which were already narrowed, now resembling crescent moons. Is this truly all you have? I expected a far greater challenge, yet it appears you are merely a collection of blustering cowards, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang San sighed in exasperation, covering his forehead. Lu Tianyu's barbs could be infuriating, indeed. Infuriated by Lu Tianyu's taunts, Yujichio summoned his martial spirit. A spectral green tortoise materializing alongside 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, casting an ethereal glow in the dimly lit lobby. Damubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun followed suit, summoning their own martial spirits, illuminating the surroundings with vibrant hues of yellow and purple. The merchants and travelers, many witnessing a soul master with 5 soul rings for the first time, could not suppress their excitement and gasps of awe. The hotel owner, equally terrified by the escalating situation, sought refuge behind the front desk. He feared that should a confrontation erupt, his establishment could be reduced to ruins, leaving him with nowhere to turn. With trepidation, he pleaded with the tense Yujichio and his companions. Lu Tianyu rose slightly, his gaze fixed on Yujichio. If you possess the courage, let us take this outside. Should you damage this place, you may find it difficult to secure lodging for the night. Though he feigned concern for their accommodations, his true fear lay in Yujichio's reckless actions within the confined lobby. Daimubai whispered. A level 50 soul king with a beast martial spirit, the green tortoise. Do you think we stand a chance, Xiao San? Lu Tianyu approached Daimubai and Tang San, subtly assuring them he's merely a lower-tier soul king. If you two can wear him down, I shall handle the rest. Daimubai and Tang San understood the potency of Lu Tianyu's soft fist technique, tailored to counter defensive martial spirits. With newfound confidence, Yujichio surveyed Daimubai, Tang San, and Lu Tianyu, declaring, Do you have the audacity to step outside? Lu Tianyu suspected Yujichio wished to avoid collateral damage to his students. Given the cramped conditions of the lobby, exchanging glances, Daimubai and Tang San stepped toward the exit, with Tang San quietly briefing the others on their strategy. Given the existing tensions among Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Daimubai, the plan relegated Ning Rongrong to a supportive role, igniting feelings of exclusion within her. As Shrek Academy and Songhui Academy exited the hotel lobby, onlookers followed suit, eager to witness the impending confrontation. Outside the hotel, Shrek Academy and Songhui Academy swiftly positioned themselves for battle, with Songhui Academy's students rallying behind Yujichio. The spectators, filled with excitement, anticipated a spectacle of soul masters clashing. Yujichio, addressing Shrek Academy, proclaimed, I offer you one last chance to concede. It is not too late. Daimubai chuckled, responding, First, defeat us before you make such grand declarations, old tortoise. Though Yujichio had retained some semblance of rationality until now, the mockery directed at his martial spirit shattered his composure. In a fit of rage, he summoned the green tortoise once more, and at that moment, everyone aside from Lu Tianyu and Shrek Academy summoned their martial spirits. The students of Songhui Academy were not mere spectators. Upon observing that only one member of Shrek Academy was a soul venerable, while the rest were merely great soul masters, they wore mocking smiles. Proceed as planned. Lu Tianyu whispered to Daimubai and Tang San. Daimubai, attuned to his thoughts, infused his soul rings with energy. Second soul skill, White Tiger Inferno Wave. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun and Tang San maneuvered to flank Yujichio, preparing to unleash their soul techniques, forming a tactical triangle against him. First soul skill, Bind. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. In an instant, Yujichio found himself besieged by the combined assault of Tang San, Daimubai, and Ma Hongjun. Just as Ma Hongjun believed he had incapacitated Yujichio, the latter countered with his first soul skill, Tortoise Shield. A chilling aura emanated from Yujichio, extinguishing Ma Hongjun's flames. Despite Ma Hongjun's status as a second-ring Great Soul Master, Yujichio, being a Soul King, was simply on another level. And the disparity of 3 soul rings could not be bridged by mere martial spirit quality. As Yujichio dissipated the surrounding flames, his yellow soul ring glowed brightly, gathering a frigid energy within his mouth. Second soul skill, Frozen Water. A towering ice pillar erupted from Yujichio's mouth, hurtling toward Daimubai, who posed the greatest threat given his higher soul power. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, having prepared for her opportunity, dashed toward Yujichio, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. First soul skill, Phantom Stab. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assault, Yujichio activated the innate skill of his green tortoise martial spirit. Retracting his head and vulnerable areas into his shell, he peered at Zhu Zhuqing with a sly grin, his third soul ring suddenly gleaming, the surrounding air growing heavy with an icy chill. Third soul skill, frozen water. Tang San, realizing the urgency, shouted, "Interrupt him." Second soul skill, parasitism. Heeding Tang San's command, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun swiftly unleashed their techniques to disrupt Yi Zhiqiu's casting of the third soul skill. Lu Tianyu urgently urged Ning Rongrong. Enhance Yuqing's speed. Ning Rongrong, a competent great soul master, immediately complied, amplifying Zhu Zhuqing's speed. Once freed from Yi Zhiqiu's grasp, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered, retreating 10 meters away. As the icy water surged, Yi Zhiqiu successfully activated his third soul skill, freezing the attacks of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun in their tracks. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu opened his eyes wide, addressing Ning Rongrong. "Grant me enhancements to strength and speed." Martial spirit manifestation. First gate of 8 gates, open. Ning Rongrong hurriedly imbued Lu Tianyu with boosts to his power and agility, marking his first experience receiving assistance from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As the radiant light enveloped him, he felt a newfound lightness and strength surging within. Shave, soft fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Just as Yi Zhiqiu descended from the air, Lu Tianyu's figure abruptly appeared before him, having traversed a distance of 15 meters in an instant. At the same time, Lu Tianyu assumed a rather comical posture, squatting slightly forward, with his left hand pointed straight down, while his right hand was angled back towards the sky. The 8 trigrams 2 palms. His palms, imbued with a gentle force, swiftly struck Yi Zhiqiu's abdominal tortoise shell. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu merely felt an indescribable force penetrating through the protective armor, seeping into his body. This immense power erupted around his dantian, causing the soul energy within his meridians to stagnate. The 8 trigrams 4 palms. Lu Tianyu's half-squatting form suddenly pivoted, his hand striking once more against the tortoise shell at Yi Zhiqiu's abdomen. This time, the soul energy within Yi Zhiqiu was completely dispersed, and without the support of his soul power, his martial spirit retracted automatically. The 8 trigrams 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. In less than a minute, Lu Tianyu executed 64 strikes, and his soul power ascended to the 35th level, unlocking the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Coupled with Ning Rongrong's soul skill enhancement, his offensive capability approached that of a 5-ringed soul king. Should Lu Tianyu open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he would undoubtedly possess the power to overpower Yi Zhiqiu. However, Yi Zhiqiu's soul power had already been depleted by approximately 40% due to the attacks from Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, and his cultivation direction was not strictly defensive. Instead, it balanced both defensive and control systems, which, while granting him decent combat responsiveness, left his defensive capabilities lacking compared to a traditional defensive Soul King. Under these circumstances, with Lu Tianyu unlocking the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia and aided by the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, he was sufficiently equipped to defeat Yi Zhiqiu. As Lu Tianyu unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu retracted their martial spirits, fully aware that even a Soul King would be rendered powerless after enduring 64 strikes from the gentle fist. Indeed, Yi Zhiqiu was sent flying 3 meters backward by Lu Tianyu's final strike, landing with a thud like a heap of soft flesh. Although Yi Zhiqiu intended to say something, the impact dispersed the pent-up energy in his chest, causing him to roll his eyes and faint. Lu Tianyu promptly closed the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, retracted his martial spirit, and returned to the gathering place of Shrek Academy with a warm smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Teacher." At that moment, a student from Tianheng Academy finally reacted, rushing to Yi Zhiqiu's side and calling out. Although Oscar and Ma Hongjun had heard from Dai Mubai about the power of the gentle fist, it was the first time for them, along with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, to witness Lu Tianyu in action. "You truly are an extraordinary anomaly. Even a Soul King cannot withstand your soul skill," Dai Mubai remarked, patting Lu Tianyu on the shoulder as he observed Yi Zhiqiu being supported by a fellow student from Tianheng Academy. Lu Tianyu, with a squint and a smile, replied, "You all share some credit for this. If it weren't for your exhausting him by 3 to 4/10 of his soul power, and with Rongrong's assistance, I wouldn't have been so confident in knocking out that old turtle. Well, we've eaten, we've fought. I'll return to my room to wash up and rest. You all should also pay attention to the time and get some rest." Everyone felt as if the events were surreal. 2 soul sovereigns and 6 great soul masters had effortlessly defeated a Soul King. Even Oscar and Xiao Wu had not found the opportunity to intervene, as the true combatants were merely 2 soul sovereigns and 4 great soul masters. Behind the window on the second floor of the hotel, Zhao Wujia watched the Shrek Academy students with a smug expression. His smile grew even more triumphant upon witnessing the disheveled retreat of the Tianheng Academy group. After returning to their rooms, the Shrek Academy members discussed the formidable power of Lu Tianyu's gentle fist. Tang San, sharing a room with Lu Tianyu, expressed his curiosity. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to enhance the power of the gentle fist to such an extent in just a year. Lu Tianyu replied with a beaming smile. The organs are inherently a weakness in all animals, even if Yu Zhiqiu were to cultivate his soul power to the 50th level. The strength of his organs would merely reach the defensive limits of a great soul master. Furthermore, since he has not cultivated towards a defensive battle spirit, the defensive capability of his organs might barely match that of a one-ringed soul master. Tang San could only shake his head with a helpless smile, acknowledging that the unique properties of the gentle fist made it exceedingly potent. Apart from its limitation of lacking long-range attack capabilities, in Tang San's view, the gentle fist could be considered a divine soul skill. Uncertain of how the others were faring, Lu Tianyu, after completing his evening soul power training, fell into a deep slumber until the following morning. When Zhao Wujia awakened everyone, he made no mention of the previous night's events. After breakfast, they continued their journey towards the Stardow Forest. Following the battle of the previous evening, the relationships among the members of Shrek Academy had significantly improved, particularly as Ning Rongrong gained the group's recognition. On the way, she intended to use the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda to enhance everyone's speed. But as she activated her soul power, Lu Tianyu intervened. Ning Rongrong had the weakest stamina among the 8 of Shrek Academy. Expending her soul power to enhance other speed would only tire her further. After 7 days, the Shrek Academy group finally arrived at the edge of the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo continent. The journey from Shrek Academy had spanned 9 days of arduous travel. To ensure they were in optimal condition, Zhao Wujia allowed everyone to rest for 16 hours at the forest's edge, entering the soul beast-infested Stardow Forest the following morning. Once inside, Zhao Wujia no longer trailed from a distance but personally protected the defenseless Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Chapter 25. The squinty-eyed monster. The perilous nature of the Stardow Forest far surpasses that of other locales. Even titled Douluo must remain vigilant when venturing into its depths. Upon their arrival at the periphery of the forest, Zhao Wujia convened the Shrek Academy students to impart a plethora of precautions necessary for their journey ahead. Although both Dai Mubai and Lu Tianyu acquired their 3rd spirit rings within the Stardow Forest, at that time, they were the only students present. With Flandra and Zhao Wujia, both possessing the strength of a spirit saint, safety was assured at the forest's edge. However, this time was different. Zhao Wujia, despite his spirit saint prowess, was tasked with overseeing 8 students, 2 of whom lacked any combat capability as support-type spirit masters. Among the remaining 4, only 2 possessed 2 spirit rings, leaving Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai as the only ones with a semblance of self-defense. Should they encounter spirit beasts over 3,000 years old, even Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai could find themselves in peril. As Zhao Wujia surveyed the 8 students before him, only Lu Tianyu's expression remained inscrutable. In contrast, Dai Mubai and Tang San maintained a constant state of alertness, while Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat distracted, their attention drawn to the peculiar vegetation surrounding them or to unfamiliar 10-year spirit beasts meandering about. The most outrageous was Xiao Wu, who had been bouncing around since entering the Stardow Forest. Despite Tang San's attempts to rein her in, she remained oblivious to Zhao Wujia's increasingly fiery glare. In the core region of the Stardow Forest, a colossal ape-like spirit beast, towering over 30 meters and exuding an ancient, formidable aura, lifted its head. Its skin resembled granite, while soul power, akin to gold, flowed languidly through the creases of its hide, sniffing the air. This giant ape turned its gaze toward Zhao Wujia and his group, then exhibited a surprising agility that belied its massive size. With a few leaps, it scaled a hill thousands of meters high before bounding down and racing toward the forest's periphery. Along its path, spirit beasts, whether aged in the thousands or tens of thousands of years, fled in terror, either scampering away or cowering in their lairs, trembling in fear. At the edge of the Stardow Forest, Zhao Wujia's nerves were taut as he led his students deeper into the woods. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu whispered, "Xiaoao, have you considered what kind of spirit beast you wish to seek for your 3rd spirit ring?" Oscar shook his head in response. "Not really. Isn't it just about hunting down any suitable spirit beast when we encounter one? Lu Tianyu felt a wave of discontent regarding the teaching standards at Shrek Academy. Recalling how the master had provided him and Tang San with an elaborate training plan, detailing the specific spirit beasts they should hunt for their first 5 spirit rings, allowing them to seek out areas where those creatures dwelled when the need arose. After traversing the dense forest for approximately 2 hours, they began to notice traces of thousand-year spirit beasts. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie and Zhu Zhuqing detected unusual sounds from afar, prompting Zhao Wujie to make a warning gesture. Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Dai Mubai quickly crouched down, concealing themselves amidst the underbrush. Zhao Wujie lowered his voice, prepare for battle. Xiao Ao, Rongrong, come to my side. Oscar and Ning Rongrong hurriedly bent low to join Zhao Wujie, while Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Dai Mubai spread out, readying themselves to summon their martial spirits for combat. Hiss! This time, even Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Dai Mubai heard the sounds emanating from the distance. Zhu Zhuqing softly suggested, I'll check from the trees. With that, she summoned her martial spirit, the Nether Cat, and swiftly leaped onto a tree trunk approximately 7 to 8 meters high, possessing exceptional vision and hearing. Zhu Zhuqing was the ideal choice for reconnaissance. Did you find anything? Zhao Wujie inquired, relying on his formidable strength to hear what the others could not. After a moment of searching, Zhu Zhuqing replied, it's not very clear, but it appears to be a flying snake with a bright red fleshy crest on its head, about 3 to 4 meters off the ground. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's description, Lu Tianyu turned to Tang San with a grin, suppressing his soul power fluctuations to summon his martial spirit. Tang San noticed the teasing glint in Lu Tianyu's eyes, but was unaware of the reason behind it. Zhao Wujie, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, displayed a flicker of excitement in his eyes and asked, what does its tail look like? It has a fan-shaped tail. A fan-shaped tail and a fleshy crest, ha ha ha. Xiao Ao, you are in for a treat. Zhao Wujie exclaimed, patting Oscar's shoulder before elaborating. This is an exceedingly rare phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, though it remains to be seen if its age is suitable. Lu Tianyu's smile widened at the mention of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, recalling the master's assertion that this species was indeed suitable for Tang San's spirit ring. Thus, both Lu Tianyu and Tang San were well-versed in discerning the age and weaknesses of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Tang San, somewhat surprised, glanced at Lu Tianyu and asked, Zhuqing, how long is that snake, and what color are its wings? About 4 meters long, with deep yellow at the base of the wings and a pale purple hue on the outer wings, Zhu Zhuqing answered promptly. Tang San then looked toward Zhao Wujie and Oscar, stating, this is a freshly surpassed 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, perfectly suited for Oscar. It's coming. It's already within 100 meters. Zhu Zhuqing, perched atop the tree, quickly alerted them. There was no time to question Tang San about his knowledge of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake's age, as Zhao Wujie stood up, declaring, prepare to hunt. However, before Zhao Wujie could finish his sentence, a black and red, flying snake, roughly the size of a basin, swooped down close to the group. With a swift motion, the spirit-possessed Lu Tianyu darted to the side of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, delivering a gentle yet powerful strike with his palm, aimed at the beast's flank. Boom! The 4-meter-long phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake was sent flying, colliding with a tree 4 meters away before crashing to the ground. Yet, even as it fell, the snake thrashed and writhed, its head, tail, and wings flailing desperately. Lu Tianyu turned to Oscar and said, fortune favors us. My soul skill struck the heart of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Xiao Ao, once it stops struggling, be swift in delivering the finishing blow. Otherwise, only I shall be able to absorb its spirit ring. Among those present, only Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Zhao Wujie had witnessed Lu Tianyu's decisive action, while the others were still in the process of summoning their martial spirits as the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake lay subdued. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, marveling at Lu Tianyu's sunny demeanor, their hearts whispering, the squinty-eyed truly is a monster. Zhao Wujie, giving Oscar a firm pat on the shoulder, urged, what are you waiting for? Did you not hear Xiao Yu's call to expedite the finishing blow? The heart of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent was struck by the 8 trigrams empty palm, and the collision of its inherent speed resulted in it being shattered instantaneously, while the hearts of other soul beasts would have ceased to function immediately upon shattering. This serpent managed to struggle for a while longer due to the energy stored within its fleshy crest that allowed it to prolong its life. Upon receiving a reminder from Zhao Wujie, Oscar promptly retrieved a dagger from his soul guide device. As the serpent's struggle weakened, he swiftly delivered a finishing blow. The crowd finally exhaled in relief when they observed strands of purple soul power drifting from the serpent, coalescing into a purple soul ring in midair. It was all over before it even began. I recall being hunted by a 10,000-year soul beast when I acquired my third soul ring. Dai Mubai relaxed his taut nerves as he watched Oscar begin to absorb and refine the soul ring, turning to Lu Tianyu and remarking, "The soft fist soul skill truly is extraordinary. It can slay even a 1,000-year soul beast in a single strike." Lu Tianyu, with his eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, chuckled and replied, "It is primarily due to my good fortune. Had I missed the heart of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent, it would have been my demise. Although the soft fist possesses great power, it necessitates close-quarters combat to be effective. Should I fail to strike true, I would be ensnared by the serpent. And with my slight frame, I would easily be twisted into a pretzel and swallowed whole." Xiao pouted and retorted, "You're mistaken. The defensive capability of the soft fist is its true strength. If it dared to entangle you, it would only meet a swifter end." Daimubai, upon hearing Xiao's words, blinked in disbelief and said, "That cannot be. How can the soft and yielding soft fist provide defense?" By enveloping the entire body with soft energy, Lu Tianyu interjected, "Both I and Xiao San have suffered greatly from the defensive prowess of the soft fist." After Xiao's comments, everyone turned their gaze to Lu Tianyu, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Tianyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled awkwardly and slightly opened his squinting eyes, saying, "Indeed, the defensive capacity of the soft fist surpasses its offensive power. Xiao San's soul skill entangles, and Xiao Wu's soft technique of the waist and bow would be repelled by the soft energy." Daimubai, after contemplating Lu Tianyu's words, blinked and expressed his confusion. "After so many sparring sessions, how was I unaware that your soul skill also had a defensive effect? That is because your power is too weak. Xiao need not exert the defensive capabilities of the soft fist to contend with you." Zhao Wujie suddenly interjected, his palm the size of a fan, landing on Dai Mubai's shoulder in a manner that conveyed disappointment. "You think your meager skills could compel Xiao to use his full strength?" Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's remarks, the crowd was taken aback, especially Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who looked incredulously at the smiling Lu Tianyu, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Dai Mubai was a soul sovereign with 37 soul power. Although Lu Tianyu had reached 34 or 35, the disparity of 2 levels in soul power was significant. However, Lu Tianyu merely smiled bitterly at Zhao Wujie's words. His sparring sessions with Dai Mubai did not occur without employing the soft fist returning palm. It was due to the injury inflicted upon his vision by the Spirit Hall's ambush that he could not execute the returning palm perfectly. A flawed returning palm would expose his weaknesses to his opponent, and any attack targeting those flaws would place him in perilous danger. Thus, since the ambush by the Spirit Hall, Lu Tianyu had refrained from using the returning palm, instead seeking to compensate for his defensive inadequacies with offensive strength. My phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. Just as the members of Shrek Academy were quietly discussing the attack and defense capabilities of the soft fist, a sudden shriek from a girl echoed through the forest. The crowd turned towards the sound, discovering 2 female soul masters emerging from the thicket, each wielding a serpent staff. One appeared to be around 60 years old, exuding a formidable aura, while the other, likely around 16 or 17, donned a short leather skirt that accentuated her curves. Her long legs instantly captivated the attention of many males present, and Lu Tianyu's smile grew more pronounced as he beheld the 2 female soul masters. He recalled that the older woman was named Chao Tianxiang, while the younger, who had been shouting since her arrival, was named Meng Iran. Meng Iran, her face a mask of disbelief, gazed at the corpse of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent and then turned to the group from Shrek Academy, shouting, You dare to steal my phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent?" Lu Tianyu replied with a grin, "So it was you who injured the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. By the time we encountered it, it was on the verge of death. We truly owe you a debt of gratitude for this fortuitous acquisition of a 1,000-year soul ring." Only then did the others notice the 3 gashes on the serpent's abdomen, which Lu Tianyu had observed when he struck it with the 8 trigrams empty palm. Meng Iran, already seething with rage, was further incensed by Lu Tianyu's words, her fury causing her to tremble with indignation. Chao Tianxiang, standing behind Meng Iran, hastily grasped her arm and activated her soul power to summon her soul rings, which manifested as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings, slowly descending to the ground and encircling her feet in a rhythmic motion. Zhao Wujie immediately deduced that Chao Tianxiang's martial soul was the serpent staff she wielded. as beast martial souls often caused physical changes, such as alterations in pupils or body shape, upon summoning. I am Chao Tianxiang. Chao Tianxiang. After summoning her martial soul, cast a proud glance at Zhao Wujie and Lu Tianyu. Zhao Wujie snorted softly and activated his soul power to summon his own martial soul, which manifested alongside 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, revealing his towering 5-meter-tall dreadbear martial soul behind him. Chapter 26 as Zhao Wujie summoned his martial spirit. Both Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran felt as though a formidable golden titan bear was roaring fiercely at them. In truth, it was Zhao Wujie's aura as a soul sage that cast an illusion upon them. Such pressure is ineffective against those with strong psychological fortitude. And both Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran were undeterred by the presence of a soul sage or a soul Douluo, unfazed by Zhao Wujie's imposing aura. Zhao Wujie spoke in a deep voice, I am Zhao Wujie. Chao Tianxiang furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words and inquired. I was just pondering when a soul sage so young emerged in the soul master realm. So, it is indeed the illustrious, immovable King Zhao Wujie. How disrespectful of me. Although she claimed to be disrespectful, her tone bore no hint of politeness. Zhao Wujie's expression grew serious as he clasped his hands in respect towards Chao Tianxiang. Senior, you are the illustrious serpent matriarch of the renowned dragon and serpent. Tang San, overhearing, muttered, what does renowned dragon and serpent mean? Dai Mubai hastily provided clarification, explaining that the renowned dragon and serpent referred to Long Gong Meng Shu and Shipa Chao Tianxiang, 2 rare individuals in the martial spirit world capable of executing martial spirit fusion techniques. Meng Shu, a soul Douluo level soul master, possessed the strength to contend with title Douluo level experts when fused with Chao Tianxiang, thus earning great respect from wandering soul masters. Having been raised with individuals like Zhao Wujie who showed utmost reverence towards her grandparents, Meng Yiran felt a surge of confidence, brandishing her serpent staff at Lu Tianyu. She demanded, how will you account for your audacity in stealing my phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Lu Tianyu's smile faded slightly as he opened his squinting eyes to regard Meng Yiran with indifference. Of course, it will return from whence it came. What else do you expect? My classmate is currently absorbing a soul ring, and if you dare to cause any more disturbances, you should weigh the consequences. Lu Tianyu had an inherent disdain for arrogant individuals, particularly those like Meng Yiran, who displayed unwarranted pride despite lacking the means to back it up. Infuriated by his words, Meng Yiran was about to unleash her soul power, but Chao Tianxiang quickly intervened, casting a warning glance at Lu Tianyu. Such bravado for a mere 6-ringed soul emperor. Lu Tianyu's face broke into a warm smile as he squinted at Chao Tianxiang. Had Long Gong Meng Shu been present, I would not have uttered those words. For indeed, there are few soul Douluo level experts on the continent. His statement left Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran momentarily speechless, as it bore a semblance of truth. However, they overlooked the fact that Lu Tianyu himself was merely a 3-ringed soul master, making his disdain for a 6-ringed soul emperor seem untenable. After a considerable pause, Chao Tianxiang regained her composure, her face flashing with anger as she directed her aura towards Lu Tianyu. Zhao Wujie's gaze turned sharp. Should Chao Tianxiang dare to act, he would not hold back. Although Lu Tianyu's words were bold, they were also factual. The renowned dragon and serpent indeed held great renown, yet with only Chao Tianxiang present, her ability to stir trouble in front of Zhao Wujie was limited. Moreover, standing behind him were Tang San and Ning Rongrong, both of whom had genuine title Douluo level power backing them. Zhao Wujie spoke firmly, Senior, the soul beasts within the Stardoe forest are not anyone's private property. Besides, the beast is already dead, and further dispute would only sour relations. Chao Tianxiang, initially irate, found clarity in Zhao Wujie's words. At this point, the soul beast had been slain, and they would not reclaim the soul ring through further commotion. Additionally, disturbing someone during their soul ring absorption was ill-advised. If any mishap were to occur due to their interference, Zhao Wujie would undoubtedly seek retribution. Finally, Chao Tianxiang understood Lu Tianyu's earlier remark regarding returning to where one came from. Their choices were limited. Had Meng Shu been present, they could have extorted some benefits from Shrek Academy. With a resigned sigh, Chao Tianxiang turned to Meng Yiran and said, Child, let us depart. We shall discuss this further once we locate your grandfather. Having never faced such indignity, Meng Yiran turned to Chao Tianxiang, pleading, Grandmother, how can you ignore the way I've been wronged? Upon her appeal, Chao Tianxiang felt her resolve falter, yet the current circumstances left her feeling powerless. She could only respond helplessly, what do you propose? The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has already been hunted. Even if I were to reclaim the soul ring, you would not be able to utilize it. Meng Yiran paused, taken aback by Chao Tianxiang's words, yet anger quickly returned to her features. I will make that squint-eyed brat kneel and apologize. Lu Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Meng Yiran's naivete, recognizing her as another youth unacquainted with the harsh realities of society. In such situations where a soul beast is stolen, the most prudent course of action would be to negotiate compensation for the loss. However, both Meng Yiran and Chao Tianxiang had escalated the atmosphere to one of palpable tension. Chao Tianxiang glanced at Zhao Wujie, then at Lu Tianyu, who wore a disarming smile, before addressing Meng Yiran. Your demands are excessive. Having lived for over 60 years, Chao Tianxiang was acutely aware that Lu Tianyu would not acquiesce to Meng Yiran's requests. Without the formidable reputation of the renowned dragon and serpent, Zhao Wujie might very well have taken drastic measures against the two of them. Lu Tianyu, wishing to avoid causing trouble for Oscar due to his own impulsiveness, remarked, Miss Ming, while it is your family's affair that you are cherished and pampered at home, once you step into the realm of soul masters, you must learn to interact with others in this domain. Your background merely protects you from being bullied. To bully others, you must possess sufficient strength. As it was their first foray into the world of soul masters, there was no reason for anyone to indulge or coddle her. The onlookers found merit in Lu Tianyu's assertions, and even Chao Tianxiang silently acknowledged the truth of his words. Yet, Meng Yiran was incensed by Lu Tianyu's comments. Although she recognized the validity in his words, her pride as a young lady made it impossible for her to swallow her indignation. Lu Tianyu, still wearing a warm smile, squinted at Meng Yiran and said, If you cannot bear this grievance, you may propose a soul duel. If you possess sufficient strength, you can vent your frustrations. However, should you lack the power to defeat me, you must learn to endure. After all, those from prominent families like yours have powerful allies to safeguard you. Zhao Wujie opened his mouth to interject, wishing to prevent Lu Tianyu from continuing, but found that Lu Tianyu's words resonated deeply within him. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's counsel, Chao Tianxiang's eyes brightened momentarily, only to realize the underlying motive behind his advice. Spotting Oscar, encircled by the students of Shrek Academy, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, and as she looked at Lu Tianyu, admiration sparkled in her gaze. At this moment, Meng Yiran was truly seething with rage, pointing her serpent staff at Lu Tianyu and declaring, Very well, today I shall challenge you. Do you have the audacity to accept? Zhao Wujie and Tang San, realizing the situation, understood that Lu Tianyu was drawing the conflict toward himself to buy time for Oscar to absorb and refine the soul ring. With a cheerful smile, Lu Tianyu replied, What is there to fear? As soul masters, dueling is merely a routine affair. Let us move to that open space over there. The confined area may hinder our performance. Seeing that Meng Yiran had taken the bait, Lu Tianyu instinctively began to execute his plan, gesturing toward a nearby area of approximately 30 square meters. A distance sufficient to keep Oscar safe while allowing Chao Tianxiang and Zhao Wujie to arrive swiftly. All right, watch how I deal with you. With that, Meng Yiran advanced toward the open ground, and Lu Tianyu turned to Zhao Wujie, Daimubai, and Tang San, offering them a nod of encouragement. They all nodded back confidently, knowing that with Meng Yiran's age, it was impossible for her to have reached the rank of a level 40 soul master. Zhao Wujie had already sensed that Meng Yiran possessed only a soul power of level 30 when she had activated her soul energy earlier. It was inconceivable that Lu Tianyu, who had already attained level 30 a year ago, would be intimidated by her. Once Lu Tianyu reached the designated area, Meng Yiran summoned her soul power to reveal her soul rings, stating, I am Meng Yiran, wielding the serpent staff as my martial spirit. A level 32 ringed battle soul master, specializing in offense. I welcome your guidance. At that moment, Lu Tianyu realized that his soul power vastly surpassed Meng Yiran's. Engaging in a genuine battle would be tantamount to bullying her. However, since Meng Yiran had already summoned her martial spirit and introduced her rank, Lu Tianyu felt obliged to reciprocate in accordance with the conventions of the soul master community. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianyu summoned his martial spirit, maintaining a warm smile as he gazed at Meng Yiran. With slightly opened eyes, he announced, I am Lu Tianyu, wielding the beast martial spirit. A level 35 battle soul master specializing in offense. As Lu Tianyu's martial spirit materialized, 3 soul rings appeared, 1 yellow, 2 purple. Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran stared in astonishment at the rotating soul rings before Lu Tianyu, noting that the optimal ratio of soul rings was 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Yet, Lu Tianyu's second soul ring was a 1,000-year purple ring, which was quite astonishing. More importantly, Lu Tianyu claimed to have attained a soul power of level 35. Truth be told, among the students at Shrek Academy, Lu Tianyu was the shortest, leading Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran to perceive him as the youngest, estimating his height to be just above 1.50 meters, likely not exceeding 14 years of age. Yet, for a 14-year-old to have cultivated to level 35 soul power was an unprecedented talent. Zhao Wujia, the soul sage, was taken aback. The child has truly reached level 35. Chao Tianxiang turned to Zhao Wujia, her disbelief evident as she asked, "When did this kid cultivate to level 35? Zhao Wujia, equally astonished, looked at Lu Tianyu and inquired, "When did you reach level 35? Lu Tianyu turned to Zhao Wujia with a smile, his crescent-shaped eyes gleaming. It was the day Oscar broke through his soul power. After addressing Zhao Wujia's question, he directed his attention back to Chao Tianxiang, senior snake lady. "My soul power exceeds Miss Ming's by a considerable margin. Perhaps we should have someone else step in." At that moment, Meng Yiran snapped out of her shock but lacked the courage to suggest a change in opponents. How could a 2-ring level 30 soul master compete against a 3-ring level 35 soul master, especially with Lu Tianyu's second soul ring being a 1,000-year purple ring? Observing Chao Tianxiang's silence, Lu Tianyu understood her acquiescence and looked to Tang San. "Little San, you go." In truth, it would have been more fitting for Xiao to step in, as both were girls, and even if Meng Yiran lost, it would not cause much resentment. Yet, Lu Tianyu ultimately passed the responsibility to Tang San, knowing that if he chose Xiao Wu, Tang San would surely complain. Moreover, in the animated series, Tang San had only elevated his soul power to level 30 after battling Meng Yiran. After hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Tang San nodded gently, patting Xiao on the head before proceeding toward the open area where Lu Tianyu and Meng Yiran stood. Lu Tianyu retracted his martial spirit, his habitual warm smile returning as he made an encouraging gesture toward Tang San, who approached. After listening to the conversation between Lu Tianyu and Zhao Wujia, Chao Tianxiang finally focused her attention on the Shrek Academy students. She noticed that among the 5 boys and 3 girls, all were quite young, with everyone except Dai Mubai being younger than Meng Yiran. "Zhao Wujia, where did you find all these little prodigies?" Chao Tianxiang asked, unable to contain her curiosity as Lu Tianyu walked to Zhao Wujia's side. Zhao Wujia smiled proudly, a flicker of smugness in his eyes as he replied, "I am a teacher at Shrek Academy, and these children are all our students." Chao Tianxiang expressed that she had never heard of Shrek Academy. But an academy with a soul sage in attendance must surely be a prestigious institution for advanced soul masters. Meanwhile, Tang San stepped before Meng Yiran and introduced himself. "I am Tang San, wielding the blue silver grass as my martial spirit, a level 29 control-type weapon soul master. I welcome your guidance." Upon hearing Tang San's martial spirit was blue silver grass, Meng Yiran could not help but scoff. Blue silver grass? Such a useless martial spirit can actually be cultivated? Tang San remained unfazed by Meng Yiran's mockery, knowing that soon she would discover the true potential of his blue silver grass. As Tang San summoned his martial spirit, Meng Yiran dashed forward, taunting, "Lu Tianyu, that coward, has made you his scapegoat. Very well, let me demonstrate my skills." Chapter 27. The flying mushroom intestine. Tang San felt a sense of helplessness as he observed Meng Yiran, a soul master who was unwilling to contemplate her situation. Indeed, the blue-silver grass martial spirit lacked the formidable strength of other martial spirits. However, with the addition of 2 soul rings, the potency of the blue-silver grass was not easily shattered. After evading Meng Yiran's attack with agility, he unleashed the soul skill of the blue-silver grass. The first soul skill, entanglement. Suddenly, a cluster of blue-silver grass vines sprouted beneath Meng Yiran's feet, swiftly ensnaring her and lifting her high into the air. At this moment, Tang San remarked, "Miss Ming, there are no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters." Typically, if one ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass did not promptly extricate themselves, they would succumb to the paralysis toxin inherent in the vines. Unfortunately, Meng Yiran was adept with toxins and thus disregarded the paralyzing effects of the blue-silver grass. The second soul skill, serpent transformation, encased in the vines. Meng Yiran activated her own second soul skill, transforming her body into that of a serpent and slipping away from the grasp of the blue-silver grass. Though her serpent form boasted smooth and resilient scales, she was still clad in clothing. She glided down the vines like a serpent, tearing her garments on the sharp thorns of the blue-silver grass. Through the tattered fabric, one could glimpse her fair and delicate skin, while the spectators from Shrek Academy, particularly the portly Ma Hongjun, found themselves unable to avert their gaze. Oh dear. This fellow, akin to Dai Mubai, was not discreet in his observation, emitting an exceedingly grating sound. The women present cast disdainful glances at Ma Hongjun, while the few men who were not riveted by Meng Yiran's predicament included only Zhao Wujia, Lu Tianyu, and Tang San. Zhao Wujia, with his extensive experience, was unfazed by such distractions, while Tang San, influenced by the decorum of his previous life, focused solely on Meng Yiran's face. As for Lu Tianyu, he simply lacked interest in the youthful Meng Yiran and was oblivious to her current predicament. Meng Yiran shot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun and then, in a fit of indignation, unleashed her soul skill. The first soul skill, Serpent Blade. A yellow soul ring shimmered before her, and an ethereal serpent staff shot forth toward Tang San. Tang San, having kept a vigilant eye on Meng Yiran's movements, effortlessly evaded her initial attack. Embarrassed and furious, Meng Yiran summoned all her might, invoking 7 martial spirit apparitions to assault Tang San. Realizing that prolonging the confrontation could attract Long Gong's attention, Tang San resolved to end the skirmish swiftly. Channeling his soul power into his hands, he activated his signature technique, the Mystic Jade Hand, causing his palms to gleam with a lustrous jade-like radiance. In a flurry of movement, Tang San closed the distance to Meng Yiran, seizing her serpent staff. In that instant, the serpent apparitions trailing toward him vanished. Meng Yiran let out a huff, exerting her soul power to wrench her weapon from Tang San's grip. Both engaged in a fierce competition of soul power, neither anticipating that their clash would evolve into a battle of wills. Meng Yiran believed herself to possess the advantage with her 30-level soul power, easily capable of overpowering Tang San, who was merely at level 29. However, she was unaware that Tang San practiced the Xiantian skill, which rendered his soul power exceptionally enduring, allowing him to match her strength. Seeing this, Chao Tianxiang sighed helplessly and turned to Zhao Wujia, suggesting, "Let us intervene together." Zhao Wujia, having clenched his fists at the sight of their soul power clash, understood the risks. If anything were to happen to Tang San, he would be condemned to live as a wild man in the Stardow forest, for he knew that stepping outside would mean facing Tang San's father. With Chao Tianxiang conceding, Zhao Wujia readily agreed, swiftly positioning himself behind Tang San. At the same time, Chao Tianxiang appeared behind her granddaughter, and together they channeled their soul power to sever the flow between Tang San and Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran rolled her eyes and fainted in Chao Tianxiang's embrace, while Tang San, utterly drained, sat cross-legged upon the ground. Brother. Xiao Wu, who had been suppressing her worries, hurried to Tang San's side. And Zhao Wujia reassured her, "Do not fret. He has merely exhausted his soul power. He will recover with some rest." After a brief period, Meng Yiran regained consciousness, and Chao Tianxiang, with a resigned tone, stated, "You have lost, Yiran. Let us depart." Despite her reluctance, Meng Yiran had no choice but to follow Chao Tianxiang out of the forest. Just as they approached the forest's edge, Chao Tianxiang added, "The immovable king. I shall remember today's events." Hearing Chao Tianxiang's words from afar, Lu Tianyu muttered, "Only now do you remember to make threats after we've traveled so far, Teacher Zhao. Do you think she is doing this on purpose?" Zhao Wujia shot Lu Tianyu a disapproving glare and lamented, "You truly are a source of worry. You should have mentioned your soul power surpassing level 35 earlier. You startled me." Before Zhao Wujia could finish, Dai Mubai interjected with a chuckle, "Indeed, you silently surpassed level 35 without a word." Lu Tianyu turned to Dai Mubai, a grin illuminating his face as he squinted his eyes into crescent moons. "Mubai, did you truly wish for me to announce my soul power breakthrough while in the academy?" Dai Mubai immediately grasped the implication behind Lu Tianyu's words, casting a timid glance at Zhao Wujia before patting Lu Tianyu's shoulder, signaling mutual understanding. "Lu Tianyu, I heard from Xiao Wu that you only entered Shrek Academy last year, with a soul power level of 30 at that time. It has only been a year. How did you manage to achieve such a feat? To elevate your soul power by 5 levels in just 1 year?" Ning Rongrong finally mustered the courage to voice her long-standing curiosity, her eyes filled with intrigue alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Tianyu chuckled lightly. "It is nothing extraordinary. I simply hunted a 3,000-year-old soul beast and absorbed its soul ring, elevating my soul power to nearly level 33. To be precise, I only advanced 2 levels in a year. Such a pace is still far from remarkable." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing stared at Lu Tianyu in disbelief, their expressions reflecting skepticism and astonishment. Dai Mubai turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "You often tend to downplay matters, Zhuqing. Rong, do not take his words too literally. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's remarks, Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong exhaled in relief, with Ning Rongrong asserting, I thought so. How could a 3,000-year-old soul beast be possible? Dai Mubai continued, in addition to surpassing limits to absorb the soul ring of a 3,000-year-old beast. He also maintains a rigorous training regimen of 14 hours daily. Aside from participating in the soul arena battles, he has dedicated himself to training. Hearing this, Zhao Wujia could not help but sigh, genuinely wishing to express that if Dai Mubai exerted similar effort as Lu Tianyu, his soul power would undoubtedly have reached level 38. However, he was apprehensive about the emergence of another tireless monster like Lu Tianyu. Indeed, in the eyes of the faculty at Shrek Academy, Lu Tianyu was an absolute enigma. Wow! At this moment, Oscar emitted a captivating groan that aroused the curiosity of those around him, prompting him to leap to his feet. Level 31. My soul power has reached level 31. Observing Oscar's exuberant display, the onlookers could not help but smirk, even when Lu Tianyu had advanced to level 35. He never made such a commotion. Zhao Wujian could not contain himself and exclaimed, What are you so proud of, you rascal? Quickly, tell us what your third soul skill is. We have risked defending the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, to protect you. If your soul skill disappoints, you shall face the consequences upon our return to the academy. Previously, Oscar had been engrossed in absorbing the soul ring and was entirely unaware of the predicament involving Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yuran. However, upon hearing Zhao Wujuan's words, he reined in his excitement and, somewhat bashfully, asked, Could we discuss this later? Dai Mubai placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder, wearing a teasing smile, and replied, What do you think? Faced with Dai Mubai's playful intimidation, Oscar had no retort and removed the hand from his shoulder, saying, Just promise you won't laugh at me. Lu Tianyu, chuckling, remarked, Little Oscar, you didn't end up with another peculiar soul curse, did you? Rest assured, we want to laugh at your first two soul skills. A faint blush crept onto Oscar's cheeks as he responded, All right, you promise not to laugh. Enough of the chatter, let us witness your third soul skill. Came the chorus of encouragement. Looking around, Oscar noted that aside from Xiao Wu and Tang San, everyone, including Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, was focused on him. Feeling a surge of confidence, he struck a pose that he deemed particularly impressive and summoned his soul power. A purple soul ring shimmered on his right hand. I possess a mushroom sausage. As Oscar recited the soul curse, a white sausage resembling a small mushroom emerged from the purple ring. Oscar, why don't you just disappear? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were immediately flushed with embarrassment and turned their backs to him. With Ning Rongrong unable to suppress a shrill exclamation, fiery and whimsical. Laughter erupted from Zhao Wujian, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, who struggled to contain their mirth. Eventually, Ma Hongjun was the first to break down in laughter, followed by Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujian, who joined in the hilarity. Oscar's face turned crimson as he bellowed at Ma Hongjun, You promised not to mock me. I did say I wouldn't laugh at you, unless I couldn't help it. Ha ha. Little Oscar, what a twisted mind you have. The soul curse is already bizarre enough. Ha ha. But the sausage you created is even more outrageous. While Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai laughed and teased Oscar, Lu Tianyu maintained a smile, revealing little in the way of mockery. Irritated, Oscar approached Lu Tianyu and declared, Laugh all you want. But no one is allowed to touch my mushroom sausage except for Xiaoyu. Lu Tianyu pinched his thigh to suppress his laughter, saying, Little Oscar, that sausage looks rather sinister. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's comment, Oscar momentarily froze. Yet Lu Tianyu still accepted the mushroom sausage from Oscar's hand and unhesitatingly consumed it. Indeed, Oscar's soul curse and the third soul skill produced quite a peculiar sausage. However, it only seemed lewd when viewed through the lens of one's own twisted thoughts, especially when compared to the experiences of Lu Tianyu in his past life, which seemed far more innocent. After consuming Oscar's mushroom sausage, Lu Tianyu felt an itch on his back. Suddenly, it appeared as if something unfurled from behind him, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, a pair of translucent wings, reminiscent of a phoenix's tail, sprouted from his back. A thrilling thought of soaring took root in Lu Tianyu's mind, and with a gentle shake of his wings, he lifted off the ground. Ha ha ha, little Oscar. Eating your mushroom sausage allows me to fly. Lu Tianyu joyfully circled above the trees, then excitedly called down to Oscar, who stood below. Oscar, beaming with pride, replied, Of course. Eating my mushroom sausage grants you the speed of a phoenix-tailed serpent for 1 minute. Everyone was well aware of the serpent's extraordinary speed. Flying for a minute could cover 8,000 meters, and with a tailwind, reaching 10 kilometers would be effortless. 1 minute later, Lu Tianyu landed before Oscar, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Little Oscar, may I have another? I wish to see how fast I can go combining your flying mushroom sausage with my moon step. Without a word, Oscar hastily activated his third soul skill to conjure another flying mushroom sausage. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun hurried to Oscar's side, only to be met with his disdainful glare. Weren't you just laughing joyfully a moment ago? After consuming the flying mushroom sausage, Lu Tianyu soared into the air once more and employed the moon step, although it did not significantly enhance his speed. Nevertheless, the moon step allowed him to alter his flight direction freely, unlike when relying solely on his wings. Should he encounter an adversary capable of flight, Lu Tianyu would possess the agility to engage them effectively. Before he could thoroughly test his flight duration, the time was up, and upon landing, he found Zhao Wujian reprimanding Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Chapter 28. The Titan Giant Ape. At this moment, the group remained in the Stardow Forest. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, having witnessed Lu Tianyu acquire the ability to fly after consuming the mushroom sausage crafted by Oscar, were eager to experience the freedom of soaring through the skies. Oscar, however, was particularly incensed by the earlier mockery from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Regardless of their threats and demands, Oscar remained resolute and unyielding, unable to bear the commotion any longer. Zhao Wujian struck each of them lightly on the head with a fire chestnut. Perhaps they had never faced the peril of being pursued by formidable soul beasts. If they had, they would not be causing such a ruckus. After receiving a scolding from Zhao Wujian, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun cast envious yet aggrieved glances at Lu Tianyu, who had just landed back on the ground. It was at this moment that Oscar recalled Lu Tianyu had been the one to help him capture the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake and hurriedly expressed, "Xiaoyu, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If it weren't for your intervention, that snake might have escaped." A warm smile graced Lu Tianyu's cheeks as he squinted at Oscar and replied, "It's nothing. I merely seized an opportunity. Had the coxcomb snake not been injured, my feeble skills would hardly have been sufficient to inflict any significant damage upon it." At this, Lu Tianyu gestured towards Tang San, who was meditating nearby to regain his soul power, and added, "If anyone deserves thanks, it is Xiao San. He bought you ample time to refine your soul ring." Oscar then noticed that Tang San's complexion appeared somewhat off, and Ma Hongjun, ever the braggart, embellished the tale of what had transpired during Tang San's soul ring absorption. After hearing Ma Hongjun's account, Oscar looked once more at Lu Tianyu with immense gratitude. Though it was Tang San who had vanquished Meng Yiran, it was Lu Tianyu who had orchestrated the circumstances to secure the necessary time. Zhao Wujian shook his head in resignation as he regarded Lu Tianyu, often perplexed by the enigma that was this young man. His astute intellect, unwavering composure, and keen observational skills were all concealed beneath a facade of harmlessness, with a perpetual smile adorning his face. Noticing Zhao Wujian's unwavering gaze, Lu Tianyu instinctively curled his lips into a crescent-shaped grin. The sight of this smile sent a chill down Zhao Wujian's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. "Everyone, remain vigilant. As soon as Xiao San has sufficiently recovered his soul power, we shall promptly depart from the Stardow Forest," Zhao Wujian urged. "Teacher Zhao, we might not be able to leave just yet." Tang San suddenly interjected, interrupting Zhao Wujian. "Xiao San, how do you feel? Are you improving?" Xiao Wu, ever anxious, inquired, while Zhao Wujian glared at Tang San in irritation, demanding, "Why?" Tang San gently placed his hand on Xiao Wu's head, rising to meet Zhao Wujian's gaze. "Please allow me to explain, Teacher Zhao. I too require a soul ring for my advancement." Zhao Wujian had already resolved that he would not acquiesce to any reasoning from Tang San. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Zhao Wujian asserted, "No means no. What do you mean you require a soul ring?" It was only halfway through his protest that Zhao Wujian realized, glancing at Tang San with surprise. "You've reached level 30. Tang San nodded with a smile. "I was fortunate enough to break through to level 30 during my soul power contest with Meng Yiran." Lu Tianyu, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart, congratulated Tang San. "Xiao San, congratulations. You truly are a genius, surpassing me by 3 months to reach level 30. It appears I am indeed lacking in innate talent." Sigh. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, everyone cast him disdainful glances. Achieving level 35 at merely 13 years of age was a talent that made the likes of Oscar, Zhao Wujian, and Dai Mubai wonder how they could possibly hold their heads high. After casting disdainful looks at Lu Tianyu, the group redirected their focus back to Tang San. "Xiao San, congratulations. Third brother, You're amazing, reaching level 30. Zhao Wujin, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed joyfully, "Ha! What a bunch of little monsters. If old Flander were to learn of your rapid advancement to level 30, he would surely be overjoyed." Tang San graciously acknowledged his classmates' congratulations and turned to Zhao Wujin, saying, "Teacher Zhao, can we stay a while longer to search for a suitable soul ring for me?" Zhao Wujin's mood brightened instantly as he laughed heartily. "Of course. Our purpose in coming to the Stardow Forest was indeed to seek out soul rings. Let us gather our things and head in this direction to assist Xiao San in a search for a soul ring." Zhao Wujin chose a path that led away from where Tianxiang and Meng Yiran had departed, and most of the group understood his reasoning. "Yes, Teacher Zhao." As the Shrek Academy team resumed their quest for soul rings, they encountered mostly 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. From noon until nightfall, they had yet to come across a 1,000-year soul beast. Despite Oscar's sausage providing sustenance, traversing the forest for an entire day proved exhausting for most of them. Upon reaching a suitable area to set up camp, Zhao Wujin declared, "All right, we will rest here for the night." Lu Tianyu, Daimo Bai. And Tang San promptly assessed the campsite, sprinkling powder around the perimeter to ward off snakes, insects, and rodents. Zhao Wujin directed the others to pitch tents. And for the sake of safety, he forbade the lighting of a fire. Although most soul beasts were averse to firelight, some were particularly attracted to it. Thus, soul masters rarely lit fires in forests teeming with soul beasts unless they had a titled Douluo-level guardian at their side. Once the campsite was established, everyone gathered together. Lu Tianyu cheerfully remarked, "Those who wish to rest early may do so now. I will take the first watch." Upon hearing his words, the others exchanged glances, seemingly devoid of any inclination to sleep. Lu Tianyu, feeling a sense of helplessness, added, "Since you all refuse to rest, I shall take my leave. However, once I do fall asleep, I cannot guarantee I will awaken if called." Those present, save for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, had witnessed Lu Tianyu's deep slumber firsthand. Zhao Wujin interjected, No. Once you fall asleep, it's as if a thunderstorm could not rouse you. The dangers of the Stardow Forest are most pronounced at night. I do not wish to be distracted by safeguarding you in the midst of peril. So you should meditate instead of sleeping." Lu Tianyu acquiesced, "Very well. For the sake of safety, I shall meditate in lieu of sleeping." With that, he settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to enter a state of deep meditation and cultivation of his soul power. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who were experiencing the Stardow Forest for the first time, were filled with excitement, eagerly sharing their encounters with the peculiar flora and soul beasts they had encountered that day. Zhao Wujin approached Tang San, saying, "Are you anxious, Xiao San? Worry not. We will assist you in finding a suitable soul ring." Tang San smiled and shook his head. "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I understand. The search for soul beasts is ultimately a matter of luck. In the past, even outside the Stardow Forest, there were abundant 1,000-year soul beasts, but this year, they have become exceedingly rare." Zhao Wujin lightly nodded after listening to Tang San's words, and with a sigh, remarked, "I wonder if these soul beasts have retreated deeper into the forest or what might have transpired." Tang San, upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, instinctively glanced at Lu Tianyu. He then spoke, "Regardless of the reason, it is bound to be related to us. Although soul beasts can be ferocious, humans are far more brutal. The cultivation of soul beasts is a slow process, taking centuries, even millennia, to gauge their prowess." When Tang San began to speak, everyone's attention shifted toward him, and he continued, "In contrast, a soul master's lifetime of cultivation spans only a few decades. On average, a soul master is required to slay 3 to 6 soul beasts throughout their lives, not to mention the countless soul beasts hunted by those who specialize in such pursuits. As this cycle of kill and be killed continues, the number of soul beasts dwindles. If this persists, it will inevitably lead to a day when soul masters find themselves devoid of soul rings, and they too will vanish with the extinction of soul beasts." The members of Shrek Academy were momentarily taken aback by Tang San's words, as they inherently agreed with his perspective. Zhao Wujin, still in a daze, eventually said, "Alas, these matters are beyond our control. We can only strive to minimize our killings within our abilities." A low, oppressive roar emanated from the depths of the forest, startling Lu Tianyu, who was meditating to cultivate his soul power, causing him to open his eyes abruptly. Tang San and Zhao Wujin, previously engaged in light conversation, instantly tensed up. Zhao Wujin urgently commanded, "Everyone, remain vigilant and prepare for battle." Lu Tianyu quickly stood and moved beside Zhao Wujin, his normally squinted eyes now wide open, scanning the surroundings with utmost alertness. Dai Bai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao hastily gathered around Zhao Wujing, Tang San, and Lu Tianyu, forming a protective circle around Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Just then, another deep roar resonated from the jungle, prompting numerous 10-year and 100-year soul beasts to flee in panic. A soft-boned rabbit, barely 10 years old, collided with Zhao Wujing's leg but did not linger, continuing its frantic escape. This spectacle was a first for Zhao Wujing. While Lu Tianyu's keen eyes fixated on the source of the thunderous roar deep within the forest. Prepare for escape, no matter what transpires. You must flee. Zhao Wujing realized the situation had turned dire and hastily instructed, Mubai, Xiaoyu. You two must ensure the safety of the others. Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai responded in unison, yes. Teacher Zhao. As Lu Tianyu prepared to lead Ning Rongrong and Oscar away, a roar echoed from another direction. An indescribable pressure swept through the air, accompanied by a fierce wind, making the members of Shrek Academy feel as though they were surrounded. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhao Wujing's forehead as he urged, Oscar, quickly prepare the flying mushroom sausage. Under the overwhelming pressure that even a soul sage could sense, Oscar, lacking any combat experience, was thrown into a panic. No incantation he attempted could conjure a single flying mushroom sausage, and those most attuned to the atmosphere felt the pressure intensifying. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps resonated from the depths of the forest, growing increasingly clear and oppressive. The ground trembled slightly with the third thud. Just as the group was still in disbelief, a shadow, vast enough to obscure the sun, descended from the treetops behind them, accompanied by a thunderous crash. A fierce gust of wind swept over them. Startled, they gazed upward, catching glimpses of shapes resembling small hills emerging from the forest. Upon landing, the shadow swept through the trees effortlessly. Massive trunks that required several adults to embrace were snapped like twigs. The members of Shrek Academy found themselves exposed in a clearing that spanned several meters. It was then they discerned the true form of the shadow, a colossal stone ape, towering over 10 meters, cloaked in dark brown fur. Upon recognizing the creature, they collectively shouted in their hearts, the Titan Great Ape. This formidable soul beast was widely known from the Soul Beast Compendium within the Soul Master community, and nearly every Soul Master was familiar with its might. Zhao Wujing forcefully steadied himself and bowed toward the Titan Great Ape, stating, Esteemed King of the Forest, if this is your territory, we shall withdraw immediately. It was said that the Titan Great Ape was inherently powerful, capable of contending with 10,000-year soul beasts even at a century of cultivation. Moreover, its intelligence ranked among the highest of soul beasts, and the creature before them clearly surpassed a millennium in cultivation. Thus, this Titan Great Ape likely possessed the intellect of a mature human. However, upon hearing Zhao Wujing's words, the Titan Great Ape let out a deafening roar. The sheer force of its voice left them momentarily dazed, and as Zhao Wujing felt the pressure emanating from the Titan Great Ape, he pondered his next move. Lu Tianyu glanced back at Xiao Wu. The Titan Great Ape had approached solely to protect her. In truth, all that was needed was for Xiao Wu to spend some time alone with the Titan Great Ape, yet everyone present, save for Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu, would not believe the Titan Great Ape bore no ill intentions. However, Xiao Wu's identity as a transformed soul beast must remain concealed, and she would rather fight to the death than reveal it. Honestly, Lu Tianyu had no desire to battle the Titan Great Ape, but for Xiao Wu's safety and his own, he had to feign ignorance. Chapter 29, The Peafowl's Descent. Under immense pressure, Zhao Wujie chose to take the initiative, angrily channeling his soul power to summon his martial spirit. Turning his back to Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai, he shouted, You two, quickly take them away. I will hold it off. With his third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement, seeing Zhao Wujie had taken the first move against the Titan Giant Ape, Dai Mubai turned to Lu Tianyu and said, Little you hurry and take them away. I will assist Teacher Zhao. Without waiting for Lu Tianyu to respond, Ning Rongrong also summoned her martial spirit, declaring, You all must leave. I want to help them. The 7 treasures glazed tower amplified their attributes, increasing their strength and speed by 30%. With his powerful golden armored palm and third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation, and second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, Zhao Wujie's soul power had reached level 76, and with the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tower, his attack power rivaled that of a soul Douluo. However, when he struck the Titan Giant Ape, it seemed as if the beast had not registered the attack at all. With a furious roar, the Titan Giant Ape sent Zhao Wujie flying to the ground, just as Dai Mubai's second soul skill struck the Titan Giant Ape's face. Boom. The explosion only enraged the Titan giant ape further, its entire body glowing with a faint red spirit light. Witnessing that both Daimubai and Zhao Wujie had failed to gain the upper hand against the Titan giant ape, Tang San shouted, "Let us attack together." First soul skill. Bind. Suddenly, several thick blue silver grass vines sprouted beside the Titan giant ape, ensnaring it. At that moment, Ma Hongjun rushed toward the Titan giant ape, his two yellow soul rings glowing as he prepared to unleash his soul skill. Phoenix Possession. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Though Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, the Fire Phoenix, was of comparable quality to the Titan giant ape, his soul power was too weak, and the flames he produced had little effect on the beast. The only ones remaining inactive were Lu Tianyu, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqing. The latter two exchanged a glance and charged toward the Titan giant ape, initiating their attack. Unfortunately, even the powerful Zhao Wujie could not harm the Titan giant ape, and the assaults from the two soul masters below level 30 were nothing more than a mere tickle. Roar. The Titan giant ape unleashed a deafening roar, the sheer force of the sound and wind sweeping over the group, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Zhao Wujie pressed himself to the ground to avoid being blown away, while Daimubai hastily shielded Zhu Shiqing, who had been knocked back by the Titan giant ape's roar, hiding behind a rock in terror at the chaos above. Lu Tianyu managed to push Ning Rongrong into a hollow to evade the wind, only to be thrown against a tree by the shockwave. Oscar was blown about like a rolling gourd until he landed at Ning Rongrong's feet, where she caught him. Meanwhile, Tang San quickly pulled Xiao Wu to his side with the blue silver grass, only to see Ma Hongjun on the verge of being affected by the sound wave. He turned to Xiao Wu and urged, "You must leave. Do not worry about us." In truth, Xiao Wu had considered fleeing the moment she heard the first roar, but at that time, Tang San, Daimubai, and Zhao Wujie were all cautiously protecting her, leaving her no chance to escape. Now that everyone was scattered by the Titan giant ape's roar, it was the perfect opportunity to flee. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu immediately turned and sprinted away. Seeing Xiao Wu leave, Lu Tianyu sighed in relief. He could no longer afford to hold back. After all, everyone had contributed to the attack on the Titan giant ape, while he had merely been idling. Just as he contemplated his next move, the Titan giant ape, moving with astonishing speed, covered over 50 meters in an instant. It reached out with its enormous hand and effortlessly snatched Xiao Wu from the air. Zhao Wujie and Tang San, who had just rescued Ma Hongjun, felt a sudden shock in their hearts, while Lu Tianyu helplessly sighed and opened his eyes wide. "No. Let Xiao Wu go." Tang San tossed Ma Hongjun behind a rock and swiftly began launching various hidden weapons at the Titan giant ape, creating a rain of projectiles. However, with Tang San's soul power barely reaching level 30, there was no way his thrown weapons could harm the Titan giant ape. Martial Spirit, True Body, Mighty Golden Bear. Zhao Wujie roared, channeling all his soul power into his 7th soul ring. The 7th soul skill of every soul master summoned their martial spirit's true form. Once manifested, both beast-type and weapon-type soul masters experienced a terrifying amplification of their strength. For instance, after Zhao Wujie summoned his martial spirit True Body, he could use all soul skills below the 7th ring without limitation for 30 minutes. With their power increasing by 150% and his defense rising by 200%, coupled with the enhancement from the 7 Treasures Glaze Tower, even a weaker soul Douluo would not stand a chance against him. Suddenly, a towering figure of a mighty golden bear, exuding golden fur, materialized beside Zhao Wujie. The bear lifted its massive paws and struck the Titan giant ape. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted between the two colossal creatures. Yet the Titan giant ape merely waved its hand dismissively, sending Zhao Wujie, who had summoned his martial spirit True Body, flying. The 6th gate of 8 doors Duanjia. Open. At this point, Lu Tianyu could no longer afford to remain passive. He infused all his soul power into his 3rd soul ring and soared into the air. Upon opening the 6th gate of 8 doors Duanjia, Lu Tianyu's martial spirit possessed at least 25,000 points of power. A faint azure aura enveloped him, like a gust of wind blowing through his hair, causing it to stand on end. Everyone present could sense Lu Tianyu's aura surge to an alarming level, rivaling that of Zhao Wujie. With a powerful kick aimed at the Titan giant ape, Lu Tianyu unleashed the Peafowl's blade, the azure energy blade igniting the air due to its immense force and friction. Boom! The fiercely burning energy blade struck the Titan giant ape's chest, creating a shockwave that rivaled the previous clash between Zhao Wujie and the Titan giant ape. Lu Tianyu felt that even with the 6th gate of 8 doors Duanjia opened, he could still deftly control the explosive power emanating from him. With a thought, he summoned the tiger's roar Chimai staff, grasping one end as he danced through the air, constantly shifting positions. With each movement, he unleashed a strike, invoking the staff technique, and soon, a dozen fireballs the size of bathtubs appeared above the Titan giant ape. The peafowl's descent. These fireballs were not mere flames. They were a lotus formed from 32 energy blades, igniting the air as they descended upon the Titan giant ape. Boom, 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 boom. The fireballs descended upon the Titan great ape like meteors, one of which was deftly dodged by the creature, crashing to the ground instead. With a thunderous roar, the earth and stones were sent flying several meters into the air, startling the Titan great ape with this sudden onslaught. Clutching Xiao Wu tightly to his chest, it used one arm to shield its head, bracing against Lu Tianyu's attack. In the sky, Lu Tianyu, who had been employing the moon step for rapid movement, came to a halt, acutely aware of the waning strength within him. This was an exceedingly perilous signal. Should he continue depleting his energy, he might not withstand the backlash from opening the 8th gate of Duanjia. As Lu Tianyu's assault ceased, the Titan great ape furiously raised its arm, swiping at Lu Tianyu in midair. Faced with the rapidly enlarging black palm, Lu Tianyu instinctively channeled his power into the tiger's roar staff, thrusting it forward. However, upon contact with the Titan great ape's hand, the staff disintegrated as if it had encountered a shredder. The 150-centimeter-long tiger's roar staff was reduced to a mere 40 centimeters in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, the staff was an external soul bone shed from a millennium-old soul beast, and with Lu Tianyu empowered by the 6th gate of Duanjia, he simply could not withstand the overwhelming force of the Titan great ape's palm. Just as Lu Tianyu prepared to desperately unlock the 7th gate of Duanjia, the Titan great ape seemed to receive some command, letting out a deafening roar before swiftly retreating deeper into the Star Dough forest. Lu Tianyu hastily ceased the usage of this soul skill, feeling all his strength dissipate upon the activation of his martial soul. His body, suspended in the air, began plummeting towards the ground, and as he gazed at the vanishing soul bone, a bitter smile crept onto his lips. During his last confrontation with Chadley, he had lost around 90 centimeters of the staff. This time, however, it was a staggering 110 centimeters. As Lu Tianyu was about to crash to the ground, a flash of purple appeared and caught him. Lu Tianyu. Xiaoyu. The one who intercepted him was none other than Zhu Xing, the swiftest among them. Yet at that moment, Lu Tianyu felt as if he were engulfed in flames. An unbearable sensation. Zhao Wujia stumbled over to Lu Tianyu's side, exclaiming, Oscar. Oscar, hurry with the recovery sausages. Oscar, who had been collapsed atop Ning Rongrong, finally reacted, hastily replying, Oh, I'm coming. At that moment, Lu Tianyu's muscles began to spasm involuntarily, a consequence of the backlash from opening the 8th gate of Duanjia. Although his martial soul had absorbed half of the backlash, the effects of the 6th gate still significantly strained his muscles and tendons. Oscar quickly produced 5 recovery sausages, with Zhao Wujie consuming 2 and Lu Tianyu 3. Meanwhile, the rest of the group remained in shock, still processing the events that had just unfolded. After consuming the recovery sausages, Lu Tianyu opened his eyes, feeling exceedingly weak. I'm sorry, I should have acted sooner. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong stared at the deep pit measuring 7 or 8 meters in depth and 15 or 16 meters in width, then glanced at Lu Tianyu, whose face had turned pale, rendered speechless. At that moment, Lu Tianyu did not feel faint. In fact, his consciousness was remarkably clear. After scanning the faces around him, he inquired, Where's Xiao San? Where did he go? Dai Mubai gestured silently towards the direction the Titan great ape had fled, while Oscar offered some reassurance. All right, Xiao Yu. You just rest easy. We will handle the matters concerning Xiao San and Xiao Wu. Lu Tianyu, desperate to succumb to unconsciousness, found himself unable to do so. His awareness sharply attuned to the injured muscles and tendons that throbbed painfully, even feeling his hair being trodden upon by Ma Hongjuan's foot. Unable to tolerate the current predicament, Lu Tianyu focused his thoughts, causing the strands of hair cascading over his shoulders to rise and coil together. Like a fist, they struck Ma Hongjuan's left leg. You fatso. You stepped on my hair. The group surrounding Lu Tianyu was startled by the sudden movement of his hair, causing Ma Hongjun to stumble backward in fright. 6 forms. Life restoration. As Lu Tianyu's hair attacked Ma Hongjun, the term flashed in his mind. Xiao Yu. You? Oscar, closest to Lu Tianyu's hair, stammered, unable to articulate a complete sentence. It was Dai Mubai who broke the silence, asking, Xiao Yu, what is happening with your hair? This is merely the effect of my soul skill. I need to heal now. Please remain quiet. Life restoration is a peculiar ability acquired by practitioners who have cultivated the 6 forms to a certain extent, allowing them to attach their consciousness to their body and control it at will. This includes organs, muscles, tendons, and even hair, enabling them to manipulate these parts for combat or to enhance their functions. Lu Tianyu was currently employing life restoration to accelerate the repair of his damaged muscles and tendons, instinctively helping to expel the stagnant blood from his body through muscle contraction. At this moment, Tang San, who had pursued the Titan Great Ape and Xiao Wu, returned with a forlorn expression. Lu Tianyu, utilizing life restoration, had completed the first round of his healing process. Chapter 30. The unfortunate Meng Iran. The duration of the ability to restore life is intertwined with one's mental fortitude. As Lu Tianyu sensed a depletion of his spiritual energy, the sensation of effortlessly controlling his body dissipated. What followed was an overwhelming fatigue. Initially, Lu Tianyu had intended to rest and rejuvenate. However, upon catching a glimpse of Tang San's forlorn expression, he mustered the energy to say, "Xiao San, fortune favors the worthy. Xiao will be fine." This was the only reassurance Lu Tianyu could offer, yet everyone present, including Tang San, perceived it as anything but a reminder. "Xiaoyu, how are you feeling?" Tang San inquired. He had intended to chastise Lu Tianyu for recklessly employing his third spirit skill at the expense of his own safety. Yet the words faltered on his lips. Lu Tianyu responded with a faint smile, "Rest assured, a few days of recuperation will suffice." Tang San grasped Lu Tianyu's right wrist, channeling a thread of soul energy to assess his injuries. Soon, he opened his eyes, reproaching, "Xiaoyu, you have been reckless. Were it not for your robust physique, you would not have survived the backlash from your third spirit skill." Lu Tianyu, devoid of the energy to engage in such discussions, simply closed his eyes to take a brief respite. At that moment, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar suddenly understood Lu Tianyu's fervent obsession with physical training. It was to master his third spirit skill. After consuming Oscar's restorative sausage, Zhao Wujin activated his soul power and regained his mobility. Gritting his teeth against the soreness in his body, he approached Lu Tianyu's group, apologizing, "I am sorry, everyone. It is my failure to protect you. Teacher Zhao, this is not your fault. It is I who failed to safeguard Shiwu. Xiaoyu risked everything to save her by using his third spirit skill." Tang San interjected, bowing his head and clenching his fists, accepting the blame. Zhao Wujin regarded Lu Tianyu with a complex gaze, feeling deeply moved since the moment Lu Tianyu had opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. In response to Zhao Wujin's profound expression, Lu Tianyu merely offered a gentle smile. Zhao Wujin hastily changed the subject. "Let us first recuperate before making further plans." Xiao San, regarding Xiaowu. The others, save for Lu Tianyu, believed that Xiaowu's abduction by the Titan giant ape would lead to her demise, yet they were reluctant to voice this to Tang San. Suddenly, Tang San opened his eyes, approached Oscar, and whispered, "Xiao Ao, if you are a brother, please give me a mushroom sausage." Do not be misled by Oscar's usual antics with Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing Tang San's request, he quickly grasped his intent. Tang San continued, "Keep it discreet. Oscar, I implore you." Recognizing the profound bond between Tang San and Xiaowu, Oscar gritted his teeth and secretly conjured a flying mushroom sausage to hand to Tang San. After receiving the flying sausage from Oscar, Tang San turned to Dai Mubai and said, "Boss Dai, I entrust Xiaoyu to your care. If the opportunity arises, I will repay this favor." With that, he patted Lu Tianyu's shoulder, rose, and swiftly consumed the hidden sausage. Before Zhao Wujin could react, Tang San soared into the sky, declaring, "Apologies, Teacher Zhao, but I cannot abandon Xiaowu." With a powerful flap of his wings, he followed the trail left by the Titan giant ape, leaving Zhao Wujin uncertain whether to chastise Tang San or Oscar. He could only stomp his foot in frustration. "Oscar, you. None of you communicate before acting." Oscar replied calmly, "Teacher Zhao, if blame is to be assigned, let it fall on me. You saw how Xiao San was. Even if I had withheld the mushroom sausage, he would have pursued without hesitation." Zhao Wujin felt exasperated by the current cohort of students. He lightly tapped Oscar on the head. "What is there to blame? Just conjure more flying mushroom sausages. We came together, and we shall return together. Mubai, take good care of Xiaoyu. We must pursue at once." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Wujin followed Tang San down the path of no return. After Zhao Wujin's command, Oscar quickly produced 6 more sausages. Dai Mubai hoisted Lu Tianyu onto his back, assuring, "Do not worry, Teacher Zhao. I will take good care of Xiaoyu." Lu Tianyu felt utterly drained. Akin to a mere heap of flesh, his Daimubai carried him, those capable of movement. Having consumed Oscar's flying mushroom sausages, sprouted a pair of translucent phoenix-tailed chicken wings. With a gentle flick, they ascended into the sky, trailing the Titan giant ape's remnants deep into the Douluo forest. On the opposite side of the Douluo forest, the Titan giant ape had placed Xiaowu upon a cliff. Upon landing, she anxiously admonished, "Erming, you should not have come to find me. Nor should you have recklessly harmed my friends." The Titan giant ape, who had effortlessly overpowered Zhao Wujin and withstood Lu Tianyu's full assault after unlocking the sixth gate, now displayed an expression of profound grievance before Xiaowu. "Erming, is Daming well?" The Titan giant ape nodded gently, affirming that Daming was in good health. "I must return quickly. My brother will surely worry about me if he discovers I have been captured." Xiaowu cast a worried glance towards the Douluo forest's outskirts, adding, "And Xiaoyu, he used his third spirit skill to save me. The backlash must be severe. Erming, next time you encounter me, do not act without permission. Understood?" The Titan giant ape nodded once more, its lantern-like eyes filled with sorrow and pity. Xiaowu extended her hand, prompting the Titan giant ape to lean its cheek towards her, closing its eyes in bliss as she gently caressed it. After calming the Titan giant ape, Xiaowu declared, "Since you have brought me out, I shall complete my third spirit ring. Erming, protect me." The once docile Titan giant ape suddenly emanated the fearsome aura of the Forest King upon hearing Xiaowu's words. It raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, causing soul beasts within a 30-mile radius to tremble and retreat to their lairs. Xiaowu leaped from the cliff, kneeling on the ground as she summoned her soul power to gather above her head, quickly manifesting a purple soul ring above her. Meanwhile, Tang Sen followed the trail left by the Titan giant ape deeper into the forest, only to find the traces growing increasingly faint until they ultimately vanished. Just as Tang San was preparing to tend to his injuries before continuing to track the Titan giant ape and Xiaowu, he encountered a 1,000-year-old face spider, a soul beast notorious for its insatiable bloodlust. Regardless of whether it was hunting or patrolling its territory, this creature would attack any living being it encountered, earning it the title of a malevolent soul beast among human soul masters. Tang San exerted tremendous effort, even employing his second martial soul. And with the aid of his crafted hidden weapons, he narrowly managed to slay the face spider. "Ah, my face spider." Just as Tang San was about to recover and absorb the soul ring, he heard a familiar scream echoing through the air. Turning to the sound, Tang San discovered that the newcomer was none other than Meng Yiran, accompanied by two elderly individuals, frail and decrepit. It dawned on him that these two were the legendary couple known as the Great Dragon and Serpent, Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Pa Chao Tian Xiang. One could not help but lament the misfortune of the young Meng Yiran. Her first encounter with an exceptional soul beast, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, had resulted in its becoming Oscar's soul ring. After that, her second opportunity with the remarkable soul beast, the human-faced demon spider, was snatched away by Tang San. Yet again, she found herself bereft of the soul ring from a superb soul beast. This time, however, the Great Dragon and Serpent were gathered, and they wasted no time in calling for bloodshed. Long Gong regarded Tang San as a promising talent, eager to recruit him into his family. Tang San, seeing an opportunity, contemplated leveraging the Great Dragon and Serpent's prowess to rescue Xiao Wu, who had been captured by the Titan giant ape, thus initiating a negotiation. As discussions between Meng Shu and Tang San were underway, Zhao Wujia arrived with the Shrek Academy students, landing beside Tang San. Daimobai hurriedly placed Lu Tianyu beneath a nearby tree, preparing for battle. Meng Shu had already heard from Chao Tian Xiang and Meng Yiran about how Zhao Wujia and Lu Tianyu had bullied the two elderly women. Upon seeing Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu unleashed his soul rings, and upon observing the 8 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, hovering above Meng Shu's head, Zhao Wujia felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The Shrek Academy students sensed an unsettling atmosphere and swiftly summoned their respective martial souls in readiness. Meng Yiran, noticing Lu Tianyu's pitiful demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction and couldn't resist mocking him. "Lu Tianyu, weren't you so arrogant? My grandmother is merely a soul emperor, and my grandfather a soul Douluo. Why do you hesitate to reveal your soul rings? It seems you have truly become a coward." Initially, Lu Tianyu had no intention of involving himself in this matter. But with Meng Yiran's incessant provocations, he steeled himself and replied, "A soul Douluo and a soul emperor, what of it? Even if a martial soul fusion technique grants the strength to contend with the title Douluo, what does that signify? Great dragon and serpent, if your granddaughter's naivety blinds her, I shall refrain from further comment. Can you not discern the strength we possess? Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang indeed paid little mind to the Shrek Academy students, focusing instead on Zhao Wujie, the unmovable king. After hearing Lu Tianyu's taunt, they finally directed their attention toward Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong. Recognizing the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul, the white tiger martial soul, and the nether cat martial soul, Meng Shu's heart sank. However, upon identifying Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial souls, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap his old companion. Lu Tianyu managed a strained smile and remarked, "Although I am unaware of the events transpiring between you and Tang San, I must offer this warning. Those who have assaulted Qian Sinji share a unique connection with him." "What did you say?" Meng Shu was taken aback. Losing control of his soul power, causing a terrifying aura to erupt from the dragon-headed staff in his hand. Lu Tianyu chuckled softly. "You may interpret my words as you wish, or simply dismiss them entirely, except for Zhao Wujie, who remained composed." The expressions of the great dragon and serpent became gravely serious, while the younger generation, including Tang San, appeared utterly bewildered. Zhao Wujie rubbed his nose and stated, "There is no need for doubt, esteemed seniors. My injuries are indeed the result of such encounters." With the keen observation skills of Long Gong Meng Shu and Shipa Chao Tianxiang, they could easily discern that the bruises on Zhao Wujie's face were not fully healed. Meng Yiran glanced between Zhao Wujie and Lu Tianyu, then turned to her grandparents. Unable to contain her curiosity, "Wait, who is Qian Sunji? What riddle are you all playing at?" Chao Tianxiang quickly grasped Meng Yiran's shoulders, her demeanor suddenly serious. "Child, that name is taboo. Forget it at once." Meng Yiran looked at her grandmother in disbelief, for this was the first time she had witnessed Chao Tianxiang speak to her in such a grave tone. Zhao Wujie, not wishing to prolong the conversation with the great dragon and serpent, addressed Meng Shu, "Esteemed Long Gong, may we speak privately for a moment?" Meng Shu cast a deep glance at Lu Tianyu before following Zhao Wujie to a secluded area for a low-voiced exchange. Soon, Meng Shu returned to Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran, signaling to Chao Tianxiang before addressing Tang San. "So, you are a disciple of the master. We have some acquaintance with him. Out of respect for the master, I shall overlook this matter. You may take the soul ring from the human-faced demon spider." Lu Tianyu gazed at Meng Shu with a smile. Perhaps unaware of the connections that Shrek Academy had with the top 3 sects of the Soul Master world and one of the 2 great empires, the Xingluo Empire, Tang San looked at Zhao Wujie with confusion, wondering if the master truly possessed such formidable connections in the Soul Master realm. At that moment, as Lu Tianyu sighed in relief, Meng Yiran spoke up again. "Grandfather, are you truly my grandfather? Your granddaughter's soul ring has been snatched away by these individuals twice. And you intend to let them go just like that?" In that instant, Lu Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy for Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. Had he been able to act, he would have done so already. However, the reality was that they were simply unable to provoke Shrek Academy. For even the Spirit Hall would think twice before antagonizing the top 3 sects in the Xingluo Empire. With his frail frame, Meng Shu knew that offending any of these factions could spell disaster for him. Yet, he could not convey to his granddaughter that he was powerless against the Shrek Academy. With a resigned sigh, Meng Shu replied, "Yiran, the soul ring is already manifested. Even if we were to seize it, you would be unable to absorb it. Why not treat it as a favor and let it go?" Chapter 31. Tang San's external spirit bone. Upon hearing Meng Shu's words, Meng Yiran felt a profound sense of loss, realizing that her grandfather had indeed been replaced. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed her grandfather extend such politeness to anyone. Disappointed by her grandfather's unwillingness to support her, Meng Yiran turned her gaze to her beloved grandmother, Chao Tianxiang. "Grandmother, do you simply stand by while they bully me?" With a bittersweet expression, Chao Tianxiang gently stroked Meng Yiran's head and replied, "Yiran, as you grow older, you must learn to be understanding. One day, you will come to comprehend why your grandfather behaves this way." Meng Yiran surmised that it was undoubtedly the person mentioned by Lu Tianyu who instilled great fear in her grandparents. However, the thought of leaving in such humiliation was unbearable for her. "Since you, grandfather and grandmother, are unwilling to seek justice for me, I shall take it upon myself." With that, Meng Yiran turned towards Shrek Academy and called out loudly, "Tang San, I wish to compete with you once more." As the crowd shifted their attention to Shrek Academy, they noticed that Lu Tianyu had fallen asleep against a tree, softly snoring. Tang San, recognizing the urgency of the moment, stepped forward and said, "Very well. I accept your challenge. Seeing Tang San agree to her request, Meng Ran assured him that she would not take undue advantage of his soul power. She produced 32 broken soul flying daggers from her spirit tool, declaring that this round of competition would determine who could hit more leaves. The members of Shrek Academy could not contain their amusement at Meng Ran's attempt to challenge Tang San with hidden weapons. Even Zhao Wujin felt that Meng Ran was quite unfortunate. Ultimately, Tang San demonstrated his extraordinary skills with hidden weapons, effortlessly subduing Meng Ran. Feeling a twinge of guilt for overpowering her, he decided to teach her the technique for throwing the bone-piercing nails. Meng Ran, now equipped with Tang San's skills, took her leave with Ming Shu and Xiao Tianxiang. It was only then that Zhao Wujin, Dai Mubai, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Tang San requested the others to protect him as he aimed to quickly absorb the spirit ring of the man-faced demon spider before seeking out Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, Zhu Shuqing, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar gathered to discuss the earlier mention of Qiang Sunji and the person who defeated him. Yet, only Dai Mubai seemed to recall the name Qiang Sunji, and upon inquiring with Zhao Wujin, he received a stern glare urging silence. Suddenly, as Tang San was absorbing the spirit ring, an unusual surge of soul power emanated from him, prompting Zhao Wujin to realize that the energy contained within the spirit ring exceeded Tang San's capacity to bear. However, at that moment, there was little that anyone could do to assist Tang San. They could only watch silently, offering silent encouragement. Just then, a rustling sound echoed through the forest. "Who is it?" Zhao Wujin barked, assuming a defensive stance, with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing immediately readying their soul power for battle. Emerging from the underbrush with somewhat disheveled hair was Xiao Wu, leaving everyone in shock at her unexpected appearance. "Xiao Wu, you're alive!" Oscar exclaimed. Unable to contain his excitement and joy, Xiao Wu, somewhat displeased, placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Oscar, do you wish for my demise?" Ning Rongrong, standing beside Oscar, shot him a disapproving glare before swiftly approaching Xiao Wu to inquire how she had escaped the Titan giant ape. Having prepared her narrative during her search for the group, Xiao Wu explained that the Titan giant ape had abandoned her after hearing a loud bellow. When she awoke, not only had her soul power reached the 30th level, but she had also encountered a suitable spirit beast. In summary, Xiao Wu had not only broken through to the 30th level but had also acquired a 1,000-year spirit ring. Everyone felt as though they were listening to a fantastical tale. Yet the sight of the purple spirit ring swirling beneath Xiao Wu's feet compelled him to accept the truth of her words. Zhao Wujin could not help but ask, "Xiao Wu, who is older, you or Tang San?" "I am a few months younger than Tang San." Just then, as everyone was struck dumb by the absurdity of the situation, Lu Tianyu, who had been resting nearby, suddenly burst into laughter, only to grimace in pain as the laughter strained his injured muscles. Dai Mubai, filled with joy, rushed to Lu Tianyu's side, asking, "Xiaoyu, you're awake. Do you feel better?" Lu Tianyu opened his eyes, saying, "I was sleeping soundly until Zhao Xiao woke me. And now I hear that Xiao Wu is telling tales." Unaware that Lu Tianyu was referring to her, Xiao Wu hurriedly approached him, asking, "Xiaoyu, how are you?" Lu Tianyu regarded her with a half-smile before closing his eyes again and suggested, "You should focus on Tang San instead. Thanks to you, I'm still alive for now. But it's quite possible that this may be your last chance to see Tang San." Xiao Wu, now truly concerned for Tang San, had previously held back her inquiries. After hearing Lu Tianyu's words, she could no longer contain herself and urgently asked Zhao Wujin and the others, "What about Tang San? How is he?" Lu Tianyu felt that resting to recover was his priority. He turned to Oscar and requested, "Oscar, bring me 2 recovery sausages." Oscar hurriedly prepared 2 recovery sausages for him. After consuming them, Lu Tianyu closed his eyes once more, preparing to drift back into slumber. As he closed his eyes, he suddenly recalled the new skill he had acquired, Life Return. Although he was uncertain how long he had been asleep, he sensed that his mental energy had largely returned. He then spread his consciousness throughout his body, expelling the stagnant blood from his muscles and tendons through his pores, with fresh blood nourishing his muscles and tendons. Lu Tianyu felt an immense sense of relief. He attempted to precisely control the blood flow to nurture the damaged areas of his muscles and tendons until his mental energy was exhausted, causing him to fall back into a deep sleep. In this dream state, Lu Tianyu felt the external spirit bone attached to his spine transform like flowing water, permeating his bones. A warm and comforting sensation enveloped him, yet this feeling was short-lived as he was awakened by the loud commotion of Xiao Wu and the others. Upon opening his eyes again, he found it was already the following morning. and Tang San had successfully refined the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring. However, 8 spider legs had emerged from behind him, leaving Zhao Wujin, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu in a state of alarm, unsure of how to respond. Lu Tianyu tested his arm's mobility and discovered that he could move, though his body was sore all over. "Oscar, bring me a sausage." The group was entirely focused on Tang San's external spirit bone, unaware that Lu Tianyu had awakened and regained some mobility. It was only when Lu Tianyu called out to Oscar that Zhao Wujin and Dai Mubai noticed him, realizing he had also regained consciousness and some ability to move. Oscar quickly rushed to Lu Tianyu's side, handing him a recovery sausage and exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, you're all right." After consuming Oscar's restorative sausage, Lu Tianyu remarked, "How is this possible? I can only barely regain my mobility. It will take several days to fully recover. Xiao San, stop standing there foolishly. Come help me with my injuries." In truth, Tang San had long been curious about Lu Tianyu's condition, however. The spider legs protruding from his back made him hesitant to approach. Ma Hongjun expressed his confusion. "Xiaoyu, don't you see the spider legs on Xiao San's back? He's already mutated. Aren't you afraid?" Xiao Wu immediately countered, "Pooh, pooh, pooh. You're the one who's mutated. Your whole family is mutated." Lu Tianyu chuckled. "It's your own ignorance. I understand Xiao San's situation quite well." "What? You know?" "Xiaoyu, why has Xiao San turned out this way?" Upon hearing Lu Tianyu claim he was aware of Tang San's condition, everyone became inquisitive. Particularly, Xiao Wu rushed to Lu Tianyu's side, grabbing his right arm. "Please tell me. What's wrong with Xiao San?" Lu Tianyu, with a playful glint in his eye, replied, "Well, I don't wish to disclose the details. Just know that it's a good thing." At that moment, Tang San, with the spider legs still on his back, settled down behind Lu Tianyu and said, "I will first use my energy to heal Xiaoyu. We can discuss the spider legs later." After Tang San's treatment, Lu Tianyu felt significantly relieved, and astonishingly, the spider legs retracted into Tang San's body and vanished. Xiao Wu, filled with anxiety, clutched Lu Tianyu's arm and pressed, "Xiaoyu, what exactly is going on with Xiao San's spider legs?" Lu Tianyu glanced at Tang San, somewhat troubled, while Zhao Wujie and Dai Mubai quickly grasped the situation. Zhao Wujie proclaimed, "Everyone, you've all worked hard to protect Xiao San. Let us find a place to rest." Dai Mubai nodded and pulled Ma Hongjun to sit by a nearby rock. While Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance and distanced themselves from Tang San and Xiao Wu, Oscar then created a restorative sausage for Tang San before departing. Lu Tianyu observed as Tang San consumed Oscar's sausage and said, "Xiao San, congratulations on obtaining your 3rd spirit ring." Tang San gently shook his head. "It's quite fortunate. I didn't expect this man-faced demon spider to be over 2,000 years old." In truth, Lu Tianyu was unaware of the exact age of the man-faced demon spider that Tang San absorbed. He only knew that Tang San had gained an external spirit bone from it, just as Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity and was about to inquire further. Lu Tianyu turned to her with a bright smile and said, "And Xiao Wu, congratulations on acquiring your 3rd spirit ring, reaching level 31 at just 11.5 years old. Indeed, I lack innate talent. I recall that at the same age, my spirit power was merely at level 29. Xiao Wu sensed that Lu Tianyu's words held deeper meaning, but pressed on. "Xiaoyu, what exactly is going on with Xiao San's spider legs? I'm almost dying of anxiety." Recognizing Xiao Wu's mounting impatience, Lu Tianyu lowered his voice. "The master once said, more rings, more bones, less rings, less bones, run away if needed. Do you remember?" Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Tang San immediately caught on and appeared enlightened. "I see now. You also." "Oh, well, that is all I know. If you want to learn more, you must consult the master." Lu Tianyu hastily interrupted Tang San, realizing that the fewer people who knew about the spirit bone, the better. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, having listened for a while, remained clueless about Lu Tianyu and Tang San's conversation, though she was certain that Tang San understood. Lu Tianyu flashed a grin at Xiao Wu before unsteadily making his way toward Zhao Wujie and Dai Mubai, leaving the matter of whether Tang San would reveal his spirit bone to Xiao Wu beyond his concern. "Little monster, why are you wandering around instead of resting properly?" Zhao Wujie's calling of Lu Tianyu as little monster stemmed from genuine sentiment. Even at this moment, he could not fathom how Lu Tianyu had unleashed such formidable power. With a warm smile adorning his cheeks and his eyes squinted as usual, Lu Tianyu replied, "The Stardow Forest is hardly a place for rest. I suggest we find a truly safe location to recuperate. Teacher Zhao's martial soul true body still has fully recovered, I presume." Zhao Wujie nodded at Lu Tianyu's suggestion. Indeed, if we encounter a powerful soul beast, we might not be so fortunate again. With that, Zhao Wujie arose and called out, "Everyone, gather around. Oscar, create a flying mushroom sausage for all of us." Now that Xiao San and Xiao Wu had both acquired their spirit rings, there was no need to linger in the Stardew Forest any longer. Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, a product of his soul skill, enabled even someone as injured as Lu Tianyu to soar. A minute of flying in the air could cover the distance others would traverse in the forest over 5 or 6 hours. By evening, the group arrived at the nearest into the Stardew Forest. Here, they no longer had to worry about ambushes from soul beasts. After relaxing for 3 days at the inn, Zhao Wujie felt particularly fatigued but managed to regain his strength. The group then utilized Oscar's flying mushroom sausage once more, making their journey back to Shrek Academy in just 2 days. After several days of recovery, Lu Tianyu's internal injuries were fully healed. In addition to the benefits from the external spirit bone and Oscar's restorative sausage, Lu Tianyu also employed the ability of life return to treat his muscle and tendon injuries daily. Chapter 32. Secrets unveiled. The group stood before the dilapidated gates of Shrek Academy, a gentle smile gracing their cheeks. Oscar, in a moment of affection, pressed his lips against the moss-covered gate, exclaiming, "At last, we have returned." Throughout their journey, Oscar had tirelessly supplied his companions with flying mushroom sausages, single-handedly transporting the others from the outskirts of the Stardew Forest back to the academy. Although Lu Tianyu had suggested that everyone could run back, only Oscar supported the idea, while the rest vehemently opposed it. Outnumbered, Oscar continued to maintain a state of half-expended soul power, providing the group with sustenance. Zhao Wujie let out a long sigh of relief, saying, "Everyone has worked hard during this time. Now, go back and rest well." Ma Hongjun patted his stomach, exclaiming, "I'm starving. Let us eat." With that, he pulled Oscar along as they jogged into the academy, while Zhu Zhuqing entered with her usual cold demeanor. This left Dai Mubai, who was at a loss for words, and Lu Tianyu, who squinted at Tang San and Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao San, what are your plans?" "I intend to do some rehabilitation training." Xiao Wu, puzzled, asked, "Rehabilitation? Didn't you say your injuries were fully healed?" Lu Tianyu replied, "Precisely because I have recovered can I undertake rehabilitation training. These past few days spent with you all have made my cultivation somewhat lax." He looked at Xiao Wu with an air of certainty. "I need to make up for the training I've missed out on. I won't chat with you any longer. If I do, I want to finish my 20-kilometer run before lunch." With that, Lu Tianyu began to circle the village surrounding Shrek Academy, feeling discomfort after a while and retrieving weighted gear from his soul tool to continue his run. Once equipped, the added weight brought a sense of fatigue, and he pushed himself to run with all his might. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong engaged in light-hearted conversation as they entered the academy. Dai Mubai inquired, "Xiao San, have you known Xiaoyu since childhood?" Tang San nodded slightly. "I met him when I entered the Junior Soul Master Academy." "What is on your mind, Dai?" Dai Mubai remarked. "Was Xiaoyu this fervent about cultivation in the past? He seems to know nothing beyond it." Tang San, slightly bewildered by Dai Mubai's words, replied, "Xiaoyu is indeed passionate about cultivation, but he knows far more than I do." Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, Xiao San. You can create silent darts in the Zhuge crossbow. Are you saying Xiaoyu can craft those as well, and perhaps even better?" Tang San quickly shook his head. No. Xiaoyu might not be able to create hidden weapons, but there are things he knows that I do not." Dai Mubai scratched his head, utterly perplexed by Tang San's statement. Elsewhere, upon returning to the academy, Zhao Wujie promptly sought out Flinder to report on the recent expedition into the Stardew Forest. Flinder listened intently, as if captivated by a tale, especially when he heard about the Forest King abducting Xiao Wu and how Lu Tianyu had displayed a might comparable to a soul sage. Tang San had single-handedly slain a 2,000-year-old faceless spider and safely absorbed its spirit ring, while Xiao Wu had escaped from a Titan great ape, even managing to break through to the 30th level of soul power, acquiring a 1,000-year spirit ring in the process. Flinder, touched by Zhao Wujie's account, remarked, "You cannot be blamed. Even if it were just the two of us leading the expedition, we might not have fared any better against a Titan great ape." Zhao Wujie sighed in agreement. "Indeed, I wonder what kind of soul beast produced the roar that frightened the Titan great ape." Flinder sipped his tea, furrowing his brow. "I have not heard of any roar that could instill fear in a Titan great ape. The roar you mentioned must belong to the sky blue bull python. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse male voice interrupted Flinder, and a middle-aged man of average build, with a somewhat pale complexion, stepped onto Flinder's balcony. Flinder, his beard bristling with excitement, stood and exclaimed, "Ah, a knowledgeable individual has arrived. Wujie, allow me to introduce you. This is my old partner, Yu Xiaojing. You may call him Master." Upon hearing Flinder's introduction, Zhao Wujie quickly rose. "So you are the Master. It's an honor to meet you. I am Zhao Wujie." The newcomer was none other than the revered teacher of Tang San and Lu Tianyu, who nodded slightly at Zhao Wujie. No need for such formalities. He continued, "You mentioned that during the encounter with the Titan Great Ape, Xiao Yu suddenly exhibited the might and attack power of a soul sage." Zhao Wujie had learned from the conversation between Lu Tianyu and Tang San that their mentor was the esteemed master before him. Indeed, he affirmed, though it was only for a brief moment, Xiao Yu's aura truly reached the level of a soul sage. The power of his soul skills when attacking the Titan Great Ape was not inferior to my sixth soul skill in my martial form. Flinder was particularly intrigued by the Master's mention of the Sky Blue Bull Python and eagerly asked, "Xiaojing, what exactly is the Sky Blue Bull Python?" He poured a cup of tea for the Master, inviting him to sit and elaborate. Though the Master was anxious about Lu Tianyu and Tang San, he took a seat to share the tale of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape with Flinder and Zhao Wujie. At lunchtime, Lu Tianyu completed his 20-kilometer run while still wearing the weighted gear, returned to his dormitory to freshen up, and then made his way to the dining hall for a meal. He was the last to arrive, and Xiao Xian had saved a portion of food for him. Upon seeing Lu Tianyu, Xiao Xian said, "Xiao, you shouldn't train this afternoon." Flinder said he has something to announce. Lu Tianyu nodded in understanding and swiftly devoured the meal left for him. The afternoon gathering Flinder mentioned referred to the conclusion of their midday soul power training course. Not wishing to walk further, Lu Tianyu directly went to the training ground to meditate and cultivate his soul power. After 2 hours, having fully restored his physical and soul power, he stood up and noticed that Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others had also arrived at the training ground. They stood chatting at a distance, not approaching the field, and as Lu Tianyu contemplated whether to join them, he spotted Flinder, Zhao Wujie, and the Master at the edge of the training ground. Tang San, who was chatting merrily with Xiao Wu, noticed the Master's arrival and hurriedly vaulted over the railing. Sprinting towards him, Lu Tianyu reached the Master first, a warm smile illuminating his face, his eyes crescent-shaped as he greeted, "Master, Dean, Teacher Zhao." The Master, observing the smile on Lu Tianyu's face, was momentarily taken aback. Flinder, witnessing the rare smile on the Master's visage, felt a sense of wonder. He could not recall the last time the Master had smiled, and this alone indicated the esteem the Master held for Lu Tianyu. "Master, when did you arrive?" Lu Tianyu asked. "Dean, Teacher Zhao." As Tang San jogged over, he first greeted the Master, followed by Flinder and Zhao Wujie. When the Master glanced at Tang San, a slight smile graced his cheeks, and he habitually placed his hands behind his back, saying, "I arrived a few days ago, during which time you were in the Stardew Forest." Flinder cleared his throat and remarked, "All right, little monsters, everyone is watching." The Master instructed Lu Tianyu and Tang San to return to their ranks, as both were now students of Shrek Academy. When Lu Tianyu and Tang San stood before Flinder, Dai Mubai and Oscar hurried over as well. Dai Mubai stood beside Lu Tianyu and whispered, "Little you, who is that uncle? It's the first time I've seen you take the initiative to greet someone." Lu Tianyu smiled warmly at Dai Mubai and replied, "He is the Master who guided my training at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and he is also Little San's teacher. So he is the Master." Dai Mubai realized, his curiosity about the Master's face intensifying. Flinder cleared his throat again to remind the chattering crowd and said, "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is the Master, who will be responsible for guiding your training." With that, Flinder gave the Master a knowing glance, prompting the Master to step forward with a stern expression and declare, "I have reviewed all of your profiles. I will now oversee your training, and I hope you are all prepared. Training will officially commence tomorrow morning, and I will announce the details then." After the Master finished speaking, he took his place behind Flinder. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, hearing the Master's words for the first time, looked utterly bewildered. They felt that this Master was hardly in line with what Lu Tianyu and Tang San had described. His expression was rigid, and his speech equally stiff. For Tang San and Lu Tianyu, however, this Master was already much more approachable. At the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, the Master's demeanor had been even colder. Flinder shot the Master an annoyed glance, but at that moment, he could only step in front of the crowd once more, saying, "All right, little monsters. You must be fully alert for the master's lessons. Just as Flander was speaking, Tang San's soul power suddenly surged behind him, sprouting 8 spider legs from the humanoid spirit bone. The others instinctively recoiled. Ma Hongjun, caught off guard, was scratched on the arm by the 8 spider legs, causing his plump left arm to visibly turn purple-black. He then fainted, his eyes rolling back, and his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Zhao Wujie had informed Flander and the master about Tang San's unusual condition, but they had yet to address the external spirit bone before it flared up again. Lu Tianyu understood that this was because Tang San had not fully absorbed and refined the spirit ring's power from the man-faced demon spider. In recent days, Tang San had been expending his soul power to help Lu Tianyu adjust his body, which had prevented the 8 spider legs from going berserk. Today, however, after resting for most of the day and regaining peak soul power, encountering the master had made Tang San exceedingly relaxed, to the point where a mere instinctive motion could trigger the spirit bone's rampage. Upon seeing the spider legs sprouting from Tang San, Xiao Wu grew anxious and turned to Lu Tianyu, saying, "Little you, think of a way. I can see little San is in distress." Lu Tianyu gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and reassured her, "Don't worry, this is normal. Once little San fully refines the spirit ring's power, it won't go berserk unexpectedly anymore." However, the unfortunate Ma Hongjun was in trouble. Without timely rescue, he could quickly turn into a puddle of pus. After saying this, Lu Tianyu seized the opportunity to drag the unconscious Ma Hongjun aside, instructing, "Little Ao, detoxifying sausage, hurry up." Flander glanced at the master, clearly having guessed that the spider legs were a spirit bone. Having heard Lu Tianyu's earlier words, the master was now fully convinced that the spider legs belonged to Tang San. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he approached the burdened Tang San and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "Relax, little San, do not resist, just regulate your breathing." Flander hurried over to Ma Hongjun, who had just consumed the detoxifying sausage, asking, "How is he? What is the status of this little fatty?" Lu Tianyu gently shook his head, replying, "Little Ao's detoxifying sausage can only slow the spread of the toxin. For complete detoxification, we still need little San's help." Flander nodded and quickly took Ma Hongjun back to his dormitory. At this moment, Daimubai finally realized that Lu Tianyu seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. "Little you, what has happened to little San? Why is everyone so secretive about it?" Daimubai asked, wrapping his arms around Lu Tianyu's neck, slightly displeased. Lu Tianyu turned his head, slightly opening his squinted eyes, and said, "Well, every soul master has secrets they prefer to keep from outsiders." Upon hearing this, Daimubai's frustration grew, and he retorted, Hey, what do you mean by outsiders? We are all comrades who have faced life and death together. Is that so? Then why don't you share your story with Xu Qing, your highness?" Lu Tianyu replied with a cryptic smile, his crescent-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. Dai Mubai paused at Lu Tianyu's words, and then his soul power involuntarily erupted. "You, what nonsense are you talking about?" After a moment of bewilderment, Dai Mubai hurriedly attempted to explain, while Lu Tianyu maintained a warm smile and replied, "Did I say anything?" Chapter 33. The contest. The onlookers were oblivious to the events unfolding between Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujin, somewhat irked, remarked, "What are you playing at during such a critical time?" Dai Mubai's sinister gaze was filled with fear and bewilderment. He had always believed his identity was well concealed, convinced that no one in the Balik Kingdom would recognize him. Lu Tianyu placed a reassuring hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder and said, "Each of us harbors secrets we wish to keep from others, yet our purpose in forging connections is not to unveil these mysteries. All I know is that you are Dai Mubai, the leader of Shrek Academy." "Understood." Dai Mubai gazed at the smile on Lu Tianyu's face, his crescent-shaped eyes narrowing, and a profound sense of dread washed over him. Indeed, those slitted eyes were monstrous. Meanwhile, Tang San, under the master's guidance, had just begun to grasp the manipulation of his soul bone. There was no time for further discussion as the master promptly led Tang San to detoxify Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai, Lu Tianyu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shuqing, and Xiao Wu followed Flandra and Zhao Wujin to wait outside Ma Hongjun's dormitory. Approximately 5 minutes later, the master and Tang San emerged from Ma Hongjun's room, with beads of sweat glistening on Tang San's forehead, indicating the considerable effort he had just exerted. The master clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Lu Tianyu, saying, "Xiao Yu, come with me. Xiao San, wait a moment before seeking me out." Originally, the master intended to include Tang San, but upon noticing Xiao Wu beside him, he abruptly changed his mind. Lu Tianyu had hoped to witness Ma Hongjun's embarrassing state, But with the master summoning him, he had no choice but to follow. Tang San affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, assuring her, "Don't worry, Xiao Wu, I'm fine now." "Xiao Yu, tell me about your third soul skill." Following the master into the woods behind Shrek Academy, Lu Tianyu ensured no one was nearby before inquiring. Standing tall before the master, Lu Tianyu squinted slightly and began, "All right, master, I have detailed the soul beasts, soul ring ages, and the names of the soul skills in my letter. Let me elaborate on the characteristics of the 8 Gates Duinjia soul skill. You may understand it as a technique that forcibly unlocks the potential of one's martial soul, comprising 8 distinct restrictions." He paused momentarily before continuing. The 8 gates are the open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, closure gate, scene gate, fright gate, and death gate. Each time a gate's restriction is lifted, my martial soul attributes receive a comprehensive enhancement, with the intensity of the enhancement increasing as I progress. Upon opening the 6th gate, my martial soul can unleash power equivalent to that of a soul sage. The master stared at Lu Tianyu, dumbfounded. Skills that temporarily amplify one's power were common, such as Dai Mubai's third soul skill, the White Tiger's diamond transformation. However, the master had never encountered a skill that divided the enhancement into 8 stages. After a significant pause, the master remarked, "Xiao Yu, I'm at a loss for words regarding your third soul skill. While it can elevate your strength beyond your level, the consequences must be severe, correct?" Lu Tianyu nodded gently. "Indeed, currently, I can only activate the 1st gate, the open gate, without injury. Opening the 3rd gate, the life gate, leads to a debilitating aftermath." The master nodded thoughtfully. This is a common issue with explosive soul skills. While they can significantly boost power in a short time, the after effects often leave one fatigued or with diminished attributes for a period. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu recalled an essential aspect of the 8 Gates Duinjia and quickly interjected. "By the way, master, the enhancement from the 8 Gates Duinjia ignores the foundation of soul power. Even if I cultivate my soul power to the level of a tidal Douluo, the lifting of the gates is still based on my soul power level to augment my strength." "What? Impossible!" the master exclaimed in astonishment. In the realm of soul masters, skills that enhance power regardless of the soul power foundation were deemed extraordinary. Likewise, martial souls that could amplify their power in such a manner were classified as top tier. Beside Lu Tianyu, Li Yusong possessed such a premier soul skill. Although his first soul ring was merely a 10-year white soul ring, it granted Li Yusong a skill that ignored soul power foundations, enhancing his martial soul's attack power by 200. With this 10-year soul skill, Li Yusong feared no assault-type soul master of the Soul Emperor rank. Good, good, good. After regaining his composure, the master repeated the word thrice. Soul masters with extraordinary skills could indeed look down upon their peers of the same rank. Lu Tianyu's third soul skill was even more terrifying. Merely lifting the first 3 gates would allow him to dominate soul masters of equal standing. By unlocking the middle 3 gates, he could battle beyond his level, and if he unlocked the final 2 gates, he could contend with Soul Douluo or Tidal Douluo level experts. The master struggled to find other words to describe Lu Tianyu's third soul skill beyond good. After a considerable pause, the master said, "Although the characteristics of the 8 Gates Duinjia are exceptional, the hazards of its after effects are rather severe. Master, there are indeed solutions to the after effects. The backlash from activating the 8 gates primarily affects my martial soul first, before it impacts me," Lu Tianyu swiftly explained. "This means that the after effects of the 8 gates Duinjia are shared between myself and my martial soul. As long as my attributes are sufficiently strong, theoretically, I can completely withstand the backlash after opening the 8 gates." "Teacher, Xiao Yu." At that moment, Tang San's voice echoed from outside the thicket. The master called out, "Come here, Xiao San, we are in the woods." Revealing their location, the master turned to Lu Tianyu and remarked, "It seems you will need to focus more on physical training in the future. Xiao Yu, while the 8 Gates Duinjia grants you formidable life-preserving capabilities, I hope you refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary, understand?" Lu Tianyu certainly would not gamble with his life, while activating the 8 Gates Duinjia was exhilarating. He would not relish the thrill of it if it meant losing his life. Tang San, following the sound of Lu Tianyu and the master's voices, ventured deeper into the woods. Upon finding them, he awkwardly said, "Teacher, Xiao Yu, I've arrived." As Tang San approached, Lu Tianyu affectionately wrapped an arm around his neck and whispered, "Xiao San, have you told Xiao Wu about the soul bone?" Tang San nodded slightly. "Xiao Yu, I don't wish to deceive Xiao Wu. There was no need for further explanation. Some secrets are best kept between partners. This was the first time Lu Tianyu had candidly spoken about his relationship with Xiao Wu in front of Tang San, prompting an embarrassed glare from Tang San. He then lowered his voice, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wu and I are merely siblings." Lu Tianyu nonchalantly replied, "I understand, Xiao San. By day, you are siblings, and by night, you are lovers. What are you two babbling about, Xiao San? Now that you're here, why not have a spar with Xiao Yu?" The master interrupted, attempting to halt Lu Tianyu's teasing of Tang San. "Xiao Yu, let me see the results of your training at Shrek Academy over the past year." "Yes, master," Lu Tianyu acquiesced, though a hint of reluctance lingered in his heart. Prior to embarking on his training at Shrek Academy, Master had mentioned that he would personally verify the results of his cultivation after a year. Retreating to a hill 30 meters away, Master stated, "My requirement is for you to exert your utmost effort. All means may be employed except for lethal techniques. Your objective is to achieve victory." Tang San, flexing his wrists and neck, turned to Lu Tianyu and said, "Xiao Yu, I have been anticipating this day since I lost to you last time. Allow me to witness the extent of your growth over the past year." Lu Tianyu, feeling a pang of discomfort, realized that the prohibition on lethal techniques implied he could not employ the 8 gates of Duanjia. Furthermore, he could not utilize the Gale Foot against Tang San. For after manifesting his martial soul, the Gale Foot could effortlessly eliminate Tang San within a 15-meter radius. In summary, the only technique at his disposal was the soft fist, which would not prove fatal unless it struck a critical area on Tang San. Assuming the stance of the soft fist, Lu Tianyu remarked, "Xiao San, do be gentle." Tang San, glancing at Lu Tianyu, gestured towards Master and said, "I would prefer to avoid reprimand from our teacher, so brace yourself." First soul skill, Entanglement. With a flash of his yellow soul ring, 3 strands of pale purple-blue-silver grass vines swiftly ensnared Lu Tianyu's body. Prepared for this, Lu Tianyu summoned his martial soul and, as he did so, transformed the soft energy into flowing currents that enveloped him. Soft fist technique, returning heaven palm. As the soft energy surged around Lu Tianyu, the vines binding him were obliterated, flung away. Tang San, aware that Lu Tianyu would counter his first soul skill, swiftly circled around him as Lu Tianyu executed the returning heaven palm. In an instant, a myriad of throwing knives appeared around Lu Tianyu. A composite attack combining the throwing technique of the swarm of locusts with the high speed of the phantom shadow steps. In the past, Lu Tianyu would have easily perceived the number and trajectory of Tang San's thrown knives with his exceptional eyesight. But now he could only discern points of shimmering light surrounding him. Soft fist technique, returning heaven 64 palms. Lu Tianyu relied on his mastery of the soft fist to establish a defensive barrier in all directions. Both Master and Tang San frowned slightly. Though Lu Tianyu successfully defended against Tang San's barrage of throwing knives, it seemed excessive. During their numerous sparring sessions at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Lu Tianyu had never resorted to such an extensive application of the returning heaven palm to counter Tang San's swarm of locusts. As the first round of their duel concluded, Tang San's figure suddenly materialized in front of Lu Tianyu. Mystic Jade Hand, Control Crane and Capture Dragon. Lu Tianyu's body swayed like reeds in the wind, his hands moving to deflect Tang San's assault. After exchanging several blows, Tang San inquired, "Xiao Yu, are you not going to use the Gale Foot?" Lu Tianyu pressed his lips together and replied, "After absorbing the 3rd soul ring, the power of the Gale Foot has undergone a qualitative enhancement. Within 15 meters, it poses a lethal threat to non-defensive soul masters of soul sovereign rank. I'm aware of your speed and your ability to evade my Gale Foot attacks. However, my enhancements extend beyond the Gale Foot's power. My speed and distance have also improved." As he spoke, Lu Tianyu concentrated his soul power to gather at his spine, intending to summon the Tiger Soul Chi Mei staff. Yet, to his surprise, the staff manifested at only about 40 centimeters in length. Upon grasping the ivory-like tip, countless particles, akin to the size of a pinky finger, coalesced to form the shape of the Tiger Soul Chi Mei staff. Such an occurrence with an external soul bone was unexpected. Since summoning it during his confrontation with Air Ming in the Stardow Forest, he had not experienced such peculiar changes until now, in his duel with Tang San. Although Master and Tang San were curious, they refrained from questioning further, as it was still the time for Lu Tianyu and Tang San to engage in combat. Upon summoning the Tiger Soul Chi Mei staff, Lu Tianyu immediately countered Tang San's onslaught. Under the tutelage of Li Yusong over the past year, Lu Tianyu was approaching the realm of unity between man and staff. In his hands, the Tiger Soul Chi Mei staff became an extension of his arms and legs. adept at exploiting the openings that Tang San revealed while attempting to execute Control Crane and Capture Dragon. After several attempts, Tang San found himself unable to counter Lu Tianyu's staff. Realizing he could not prevail, Tang San prepared for the next round. Second soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitism. With a flicker of his yellow soul ring, 7 blue silver grass vines sprouted from Lu Tianyu, wrapping around him. Anticipating this, Lu Tianyu unleashed the soft energy that had been accumulating within him, shattering the vines that ensnared him. However, he soon felt a sense of sluggishness creeping into his body. Damn, your poison has intensified. Lu Tianyu quickly realized he had succumbed to the paralyzing toxin inherent in the blue silver grass, and as his reflexes dulled, Tang San launched a rapid assault. Chapter 34. The Master unleashes his fury as Tang San urged his soul skills to maintain control over Lu Tianyu. He unleashed dozens of piercing bone nails from his hand. The first soul skill, Entanglement, and the piercing bone nails. In that moment, Lu Tianyu felt a sense of helplessness, but he quickly recalled a skill he had recently acquired, Life Restoration, the Heavenly Staff Dance. Although the paralyzing toxin had significantly diminished his reaction speed, upon invoking Life Restoration, he was able to use his consciousness to replace his neural responses. Instantly, Lu Tianyu's speed surged, wielding the tiger's roar staff to deflect all of Tang San's blue silver grass vines into thrown bone nails. With his purple extreme magic eyes activated, Tang San clearly observed that Lu Tianyu's speed surpassed anything he had previously demonstrated. The third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tang San hastily released the soul skill he had acquired from the man-faced demon spider. In an instant, a massive web of blue-silver grass vines enveloped a 30-meter radius around Lu Tianyu, qualifying as a crowd control ability. In response, Lu Tianyu could only continue to wield the tiger's roar staff, creating a protective barrier of staff shadows around him. With successive strikes, the staff shattered 3 blue-silver grass vines before abruptly slowing down. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San intensified his control. The Gale Strike. In the state of life restoration, Lu Tianyu could manipulate his body with utmost freedom. The Gale Strike was a technique executed after unleashing a blade of air with the tiger's roar staff. By employing soft fist techniques to maintain the air blade's contact with the staff, he swung the staff to sever the entangling blue-silver grass vines surrounding him. To the master, Lu Tianyu wielded the glowing, pale blue tiger's roar staff, effortlessly breaking through Tang San's third soul skill with sweeping strikes. However, as he sliced through the surrounding blue-silver grass vines, Lu Tianyu instinctively sensed something amiss. Tang San would not provide him the opportunity to destroy the vines. If he had, it would have constituted a trap, and he had already fallen into the snare that Tang San had laid. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Tianyu only heard the faint sounds of slicing wind, and before he could react, he felt a flash of golden light before collapsing to the ground. As if his strength had been drained, Tang San, having retrieved the dragon whisker needle, was momentarily stunned, as he had calculated that Lu Tianyu should have easily detected the fine needles he had shot. Yet, Lu Tianyu appeared oblivious, succumbing to the needles that had sealed 4 of his vital points. Observing from a distance, the master furrowed his brow and approached Lu Tianyu with an air of anger, asking, "What happened, little you?" Tang San hurriedly extracted the needles from Lu Tianyu's body, exclaiming, "Little you, what is wrong with you today? You seem more cautious than ever. Yet, you still could not evade the needle attack. You could completely avoid them 2 years ago." Lu Tianyu had long anticipated that his impaired vision would not escape the notice of the master and Tang San, for they were the ones who understood his abilities best. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master's expression sharpened. Lu Tianyu realized that unless he provided a satisfactory explanation, the master would become furious. Moreover, he felt compelled to disclose the truth to both Tang San and the master, as concealing it would only lead him into a more passive and perilous state. Suppressing the weakness coursing through his body, Lu Tianyu stood and said, "I apologize, master, little San. I have indeed concealed something from you." He continued, "You may have noticed that my vision is currently only at the level of a typical soul master." Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's confession, both Tang San and the master felt the previously unexplained unease dissipate, yet it only deepened their confusion. The master spoke solemnly, "Little you, recount everything you have not shared with me, from beginning to end. No omissions allowed." A bitter smile appeared on Lu Tianyu's lips as he replied, "I understand. Teacher, a year ago, I encountered an assassination attempt by the Spirit Hall." "What? The Spirit Hall attempted to assassinate you? How could this happen?" Just a single statement left the master and Tang San in turmoil. Lu Tianyu hastily explained, though I escaped the assassination. My eyesight was affected by the opponent's soul skill, resulting in my impaired vision. Wait, little you, take your time. The master quickly regained his composure, grasping Lu Tianyu's shoulders. Why would the spirit hall want to kill you? Lu Tianyu recounted his experience registering as a soul master at the spirit hall and the events that transpired thereafter. After listening, the master continued his inquiry. When you went to register at the spirit hall, why didn't T. Flinder and the others accompany you? With an awkward smile, Lu Tianyu replied, perhaps they were exhausted from my antics and wanted to rest well at the academy. Come now, teacher. I am fine, aren't I? No sooner had Lu Tianyu finished speaking than he received a sharp rap on the head from the master, who also delivered a similar reprimand to Tang San. What do you both take my words for? One of you has been targeted for assassination by the spirit hall, while the other is off chasing the forest king, the Titan Great Ape, to hunt and absorb a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. Both Tang San and Lu Tianyu lowered their heads, too afraid to meet the master's gaze. This was the first time they had faced the master's wrath, underscoring just how furious he was today. The master continued to scold them. Do you both take delight in seeing me, a white-haired man, send off black-haired youths? Little you, little San, you have both always been sensible children. I am sorry, master, I acted recklessly. Lu Tianyu lowered his head, tears brimming in his eyes, not from the master's reprimand, but from the feeling of long-lost care. On Douluo continent, many liked him and wished to befriend him, but that was due to the talents he displayed which warranted their affection and efforts to befriend him. However, the master's concern arose from genuine worry for his well-being, unlike those from the spirit hall who valued him solely for his potential. In the year he first awakened his martial soul, Lu Tianyu had contemplated joining the spirit hall or the 7 treasure glazed tile school. With his innate 9th-level soul power, he could easily catch the attention of tidal Douluo experts. Furthermore, possessing knowledge of subsequent events unknown to them would allow him to flourish in either the 7 treasure glazed tile school or the spirit hall. However, neither the 7 treasure glazed tile school nor the spirit hall would cultivate him without expecting something in return. While it was true that the resources available at the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the spirit hall might surpass those of the academy, those resources would require a steep price to repay. Lu Tianyu did not believe that either the 7 treasure glazed tile school or the spirit hall would passively watch as a talented individual they had painstakingly nurtured slipped from their control. Moreover, once he joined a sect or the spirit hall, he would have to prioritize the interests of his affiliated faction over his own. What was even more unfortunate was that if these factions ever deemed him uncontrollable, the fate of the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked would soon befall him. This was not mere hyperbole nor a figment of Lu Tianyu's imagination, but a lesson he had learned in his previous life. He was neither a direct descendant of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's leader nor of the spirit hall's pope. In their eyes, he was merely an enforcer or a bodyguard. When his strength surpassed their control, the outcome would either be his elimination or his preemptive strike against them. Regardless of the outcome, none of them were to Lu Tianyu's liking. Instead, he embraced the tutelage of Yu Shaojiang at Shrek Academy, believing it would grant him true freedom. Perhaps Yu Shaojiang was an irresponsible man, and perhaps Shrek Academy lacked even basic training facilities. However, their dedication to cultivating students was devoid of any ulterior motives. They sought to nurture talented soul masters for the sake of fostering genius. Upon graduating from the academy, there was no expectation for students to provide tangible benefits. Simply acknowledging oneself as a student of Shrek Academy, a disciple of the master, sufficed. With this realization, Lu Tianyu decided to remain until Tang Sen entered the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and everything unfolded as he had anticipated. It was only moments ago that the master, incensed by Lu Tianyu's recklessness, made him feel reassured about his chosen path. After calming down, the master affectionately ruffled Lu Tianyu's hair and said, "Little you, with your talent, it is easy to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. You must always take care to protect yourself and also look out for Xiao San. No matter the circumstances, safeguarding yourself must come before protecting others." Lu Tianyu and Tang San nodded in unison. "Yes, master." The master nodded lightly, expressing his confidence that they would learn from this lesson. "Very well, return and rest." At 6 o'clock the next morning, Lu Tianyu awoke, his biological clock prompting him to rise. Typically, he would engage in 2 hours of soul power cultivation, but starting today, the master would guide him and his peers in their training. He instructed everyone to arrive at the academy cafeteria for breakfast before 7. Lu Tianyu knew that when the master said 7, arriving by 6:30 was essential. arriving precisely at 7 would likely result in finding nothing to eat. After freshening up, he hastily left for the cafeteria, where he found Tang San and Oscar already enjoying their breakfast. Tianyu inhaled deeply, his heart brimming with joy. Braised pork, salt-baked chicken. After a year at the academy, I finally get to eat meat. However, as he approached the dining table, he realized it was the master who had been busy in the kitchen. Quickly composing himself, he smiled and said, "Master, I didn't expect it to be you." The master chuckled. "Hurry and eat. See how my cooking fares." With tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, Tianyu sat beside Tang San, savoring the warmth of having someone care for him. Soon after, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu arrived at the cafeteria. Although they didn't partake in the cafeteria's meals daily like Tianyu, they were aware that the academy's offerings rarely included meat, making today's feast a delightful surprise. Coupled with the master's culinary skills, which rivaled those of Xiao Xin, Tianyu felt this was the most exquisite breakfast he had experienced in years. At 8 o'clock, the 8 members of Shrek Academy gathered on the playground, standing in unison beneath the flagpole. The master approached, hands clasped behind his back, and said, "Excellent. You all arrived for breakfast as promised. This is a commendable start. From now on, I will prepare breakfast at 5:30. If you have not arrived an hour later, it will be too late to eat." The group quickly responded, "Yes, master." The master nodded approvingly. "Good. A hearty breakfast requires time to digest." Daimubai, Tianyu, stepped forward. The two complied, and the master scrutinized their faces before continuing. "Your task today is to defeat the others without causing any serious harm." "Understood, master," Dai Mubai replied, somewhat bewildered by the abruptness of the task. The master, casting a stern glance at Dai Mubai, stated, "The strongest among them is only at level 31, and the weakest at 28. With your level 37 soul power, is it not feasible for you to overcome them?" He then turned his gaze to Tianyu, "And you have Tianyu as your ally. Is there an issue in defeating them without inflicting injury?" Dai Mubai, feeling a twinge of apprehension, answered, "No problem, master. As long as you don't make me fight against little you." Tianyu's eyes sparkled with amusement, internally reassuring himself, "Don't worry, Dai," knowing the master. "It will surely end with the two of us facing off." The master's gaze swept across Tang San and Xiao Wu before finally settling on Tang San. "Tang San, step forward. Your opponent is Dai Mubai. You are not permitted to use your third soul skill or any hidden weapons. Begin when ready. Everyone else, step aside." Upon hearing that Tang San could not use his third soul skill, Dai Mubai protested, "Wait, that's not fair. Tang San's soul power is already inferior to mine. Not allowing him to use hidden weapons is one thing, but prohibiting a soul skill renders this meaningless." The master calmly regarded Dai Mubai and replied, "Very well, Xiao San. You may use your third soul skill." Tianyu and the others not called upon moved to the edge of the playground, excitement radiating from everyone except Tianyu. The prospect of a duel between Tang San and Dai Mubai stirred a fervor within him, prompting Tianyu to call out, "Dai, if you wish to win, don't give Xiao San a chance to strike." After uttering these words, Tianyu cast a cautious glance at the master, realizing that this was the best warning he could offer Dai Mubai. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai did not heed Tianyu's advice. He summoned his martial spirit and assumed a stance inviting Tang San to make the first move. Chapter 35, Practical Training upon witnessing the unfolding events. Tianyu slightly opened his squinting eyes and sighed. Alas, it seems that Dai Lauda is on the verge of defeat. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, retorted, "Surely not. Dai Lauda's soul power is 6 levels higher than Xiao San's. How could he possibly lose?" A gentle smile graced Tianyu's cheeks as he cast a sidelong glance at Ma Hongjun, saying, "Soul power does not entirely reflect one's true strength. For instance, although Xiao Ao possesses a soul power of 30, he is unable to defeat even a 10th level soul master, while Xiao San may also have a soul power of 30. He is a control-type soul master. Typically, control-type soul masters can fight above their level." On the training ground, Tang San did not rush to attack, but waited for Dai Mubai to unleash his soul skill before countering. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave. First soul skill, Bind. Before Dai Mubai's second soul skill could reach Tang San's position, blue-silver grass vines erupted from beneath him, binding Dai Mubai tightly. "Tang San, do you wish to use your first soul skill to control me?" Third soul skill, White Tiger's Vidra Transformation. As Dai Mubai activated his third soul skill, his attributes of attack, defense, and strength surged by 100%. With a slight tremor, He shattered the blue-silver grass vines that had ensnared him and swiftly lunged toward Tang San, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai's speed paled in comparison to Tang San's. Tang San evaded all of Dai Mubai's assaults with ghost-like agility, alternating between solid and ethereal forms. Tang San deliberately lured Dai Mubai to the vicinity of two dilapidated buildings, then infused his soul power into his second soul ring. Second soul skill, Parasite. The blue-silver grass seeds that had lain dormant within Dai Mubai's body rapidly sprouted, ensnaring him once more with their vines. With a sudden roar, Dai Mubai unleashed his inner strength, breaking free from the blue-silver grass vines that bound him. As Tang San retreated into the building cluster, Dai Mubai, emboldened by his recent victory, failed to notice the environmental changes around him. Ma Hongjun cast a teasing glance at Lu Tianyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, is this what you meant by Dai Laoda losing? It seems to me that Tang San has been under constant pressure from Dai Laoda." Lu Tianyu smiled back at Ma Hongjun, replying, "Given your current level of understanding, it is difficult for me to explain. But soon Xiao San will demonstrate how he triumphs over Dai Laoda." Third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. As Lu Tianyu finished speaking, a purple soul ring flashed before Tang San, who was cornered by Dai Mubai. Instantly, a multitude of blue-silver grass vines enveloped a 30-meter radius, surrounding Dai Mubai in layers of entrapment. "Is this your third soul skill?" "Unfortunately, it cannot bind me." Dai Mubai scoffed, observing the surrounding blue-silver grass vines. He infused his soul power into his tiger paw, launching 10 glistening tiger claws in retaliation. With a powerful sweep of his arms, the razor-sharp tiger claws effortlessly severed the blue-silver grass vines nearby. Seeing this, Lu Tianyu could only shake his head in silence, realizing that Dai Mubai had never truly engaged Tang San seriously. Witnessing Dai Mubai so easily fall into the trap Tang San had set, he knew it was time to close the net, lest he face reprimand from the master. Third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Tang San activated the spider web binding once more, leaving Dai Mubai, who had already limited mobility, with no room to evade. Ultimately, the layers of blue-silver grass vines securely ensnared Dai Mubai within the web. Lu Tianyu turned to Ma Hongjun, a smile illuminating his face as he remarked, "See? Dai Laoda has indeed been bested by Xiao San." Suspended in midair, Dai Mubai struggled fiercely for a while, but no matter how he exerted himself, he could not break free from the binding of the blue-silver grass vines. Even as he wore himself thin, the poison of the blue-silver grass became a potential threat. The master spoke solemnly, "Enough, Xiao San, lower him down." Tang San nodded and ceased the release of his soul skill. When Dai Mubai returned to the ground, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall. Fortunately, Tang San was there to catch him. Otherwise, Dai Mubai would have faced embarrassment today. "Do not worry. The weakness you feel is a result of the paralyzing toxin from the blue-silver grass. I shall now neutralize it for you." As he spoke, Tang San summoned his martial soul to absorb the toxin within Dai Mubai. Once the paralyzing poison was dispelled, Dai Mubai regained his ability to move independently. Dai Mubai and Tang San stood before the master once more, who nodded gently and instructed, "You two may step aside to rest. In a moment, I shall prepare for the next match." Now, Lu Tianyu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong stepped forward. The individuals named approached the master, who looked at Lu Tianyu and announced, "Lu Tianyu, you will face the combination of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. My requirement is that you must not use your third soul skill or any lethal techniques, and you cannot attack the support soul masters." Lu Tianyu maintained his warm smile. Turning to the master with a cheerful tone, "Master, this seems rather unfair to the chubby one. Perhaps we should allow Xing to assist him." The master pondered briefly before responding, "Very well, Zhu Xing, step forward. You and Ma Hongjun shall face Lu Tianyu with the support of Oscar and Ning Rongrong." Zhu Xing, unfazed by the master's words, joined Ma Hongjun, who immediately donned a mischievous smile. "Do not worry, Sister Zhu Xing. With Fatty here, you shall be safe." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun struck a pose he believed to be quite charming, while Oscar hurriedly prepared a recovery sausage and a flight mushroom sausage for Zhu Xing and Ma Hongjun. Ning Rongrong also summoned the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, augmenting their power and speed by 30%. Once everything was in readiness, the master declared, "The match begins." As the master's words echoed, Lu Tianyu summoned his martial soul for enhancement, instinctively causing his second soul ring to shimmer. Martial soul enhancement, second soul skill, Tiger Soul Staff. Lu Tianyu grasped the end of the staff, which measured only 40 centimeters, and thousands of shards coalesced around it, forming the Tiger Soul Staff. With a swift motion, He executed the soft fist technique, staff thrust. At the moment Lu Tianyu summoned the Tiger Soul Staff, he unleashed his attack. Ma Hongjun felt a sudden darkness envelop him as Lu Tianyu appeared before him. Simultaneously, the staff, infused with soft power, struck Ma Hongjun's abdomen. Though his ample flesh offered some resistance, Lu Tianyu utilized the staff as a conduit for the soft fist, allowing the soft force to penetrate into Ma Hongjun's dantian and explode forth. Ma Hongjun felt his soul power instantly severed from him, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen, rendering him powerless and collapsing to the ground. Lu Tianyu lifted his gaze, squinting at Zhu Shiqing hovering in the air, and nodded approvingly. Well done, Shiqing, you managed to evade my attack. Originally intending to conclude the battle in an instant, Lu Tianyu was surprised by Zhu Shiqing's vigilance. Zhu Shiqing, slightly apprehensive, gazed down at the ground, smiling at Lu Tianyu with narrowed eyes. If not for the speed enhancement granted by Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, she would have surely been unable to evade Lu Tianyu's assault. Lu Tianyu narrowed his eyes into crescent shapes and said, however, Zhu Qing, do not assume that soaring into the sky guarantees your safety. For I too possess the ability to maneuver freely in the air. As his words fell, Lu Tianyu executed a swift technique and appeared before Zhu Shiqing in an instant, striking down with his Tiger Soul Staff towards her shoulder. Zhu Shiqing sensed the danger and hurriedly maneuvered her flying mushroom-like ability to evade. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu's feet pursued her relentlessly in the air. Moon Step, Triple Strike. Yet, the speed of the Moon Step ultimately could not match that of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Although he could catch a glimpse of Zhu Shiqing, he could not close the distance. Realizing he could not overtake her, Lu Tianyu swung his Tiger Soul Staff, unleashing a 5-meter-long pale blue energy blade. This energy blade, powered by 600 units of force, retained its lethality within a 1-meter range. Beyond 5 meters, it dissipated into a mere gust of wind, devoid of any lethal intent. However, Zhu Shiqing was just about 4 meters away from Lu Tianyu, and as the dissipating energy blade grazed her, it felt akin to being kicked, causing her to tumble awkwardly to the ground. In the air, Lu Tianyu pushed off with his right foot, rapidly closing the distance to the fallen Zhu Shiqing. All present could discern that Lu Tianyu had intentionally held back against Zhu Shiqing, as they had all witnessed the true power of the storm steps. Yet, even with this leniency, Zhu Shiqing was left with no choice but to flee. Meanwhile, Oscar stuffed a recovery sausage into the mouth of Ma Hongjun, who lay on the ground for quite some time before feeling a semblance of strength return. However, he dared not move, keeping his breathing low, for even the slightest motion sent sharp pains through his abdomen. Dai Mubai, observing Ma Hongjun's pale complexion, chuckled, "Oh, rotund one, how did you get knocked down so quickly?" Ma Hongjun simply wished to lie quietly on the ground, having previously thought that Dai Mubai's feeble state after battling Lu Tianyu was merely an act. It was only after experiencing the tenderness of the soft fist himself that he understood the excruciating pain it could inflict despite its seemingly gentle touch. On the training ground, Zhu Shiqing was desperately evading Lu Tianyu's pursuit. It was undeniable that as a sensitive attack-type soul master, Zhu Shiqing possessed remarkable speed. Particularly after receiving a 30% power boost, she exhibited a movement speed that surpassed Lu Tianyu's. Lu Tianyu chuckled lightly. "Shiqing, be alert. I shall accelerate as well. Life Restoration, Shave." Upon invoking Life Restoration, Lu Tianyu enhanced his shave technique, increasing his ground speed by approximately 30 times. This resulted in a velocity that was 30% faster than before, with a distance extended by about 6 meters. To the spectators, the training ground became a canvas for 2 black phantoms in hot pursuit of one another. 5 minutes later, Zhu Shiqing appeared breathless in the center of the field, followed closely by Lu Tianyu's figure. I concede." Zhu Shiqing managed to utter the words with great difficulty, turning to face Lu Tianyu, her eyes filled with terror and confusion. She had maintained her high-speed movement for 5 minutes thanks to the support of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, while Lu Tianyu relied solely on his own strength to sustain his pace. More importantly, at that moment, Lu Tianyu exhibited no signs of fatigue, not even a change in his breathing pattern. The master nodded gently. "Well, the next match. Xiao-san, you shall spar with Xiao Wu." Lu Tianyu approached Zhu Shiqing with a beaming smile, saying, "Zhu Qing, you must maintain a consistent breathing rhythm. Only then can you enhance your endurance." Afterward, he turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, instructing, "Xiao Ao, provide Zhu Qing with another recovery sausage, and Rongrong, assist her to the side for a rest." Once Lu Tianyu and the others cleared the area, Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped onto the training ground. Xiao Wu, with her sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Xiao San, why are you so tense?" Tang San initially remained wary of Xiao Wu's second soul skill, but after hearing her words, he hurriedly explained, I am not. Second soul skill, a charm. However, when Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, he found himself entranced by the pink glow radiating from her eyes. In the eyes of others. As Xiao Wu's yellow soul ring shimmered, Tang San stood dazed and motionless. Witnessing this, Tianyu instinctively recoiled, making a mistake before the master was no light matter. Particularly when the same error could lead to harsher consequences. Xiao Wu was equally astonished to realize she had successfully cast charm on Tang San. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed toward him, but by then, Tang San had broken free from her enchantment. Having lost the initiative, Tang San could only protect himself. Channeling his soul power into his third soul ring. Third soul skill, a web binding. With a flash of his purple soul ring, numerous blue-silver grass vines erupted before Xiao Wu, weaving into a net. Typically, Tang San's web could effectively hinder an opponent's advance, but as Xiao Wu approached, she suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, she was already behind Tang San, her thick braided hair ensnaring his neck, and with a slight tug, his body was compelled to lean back. Xiao Wu then spun around and delivered a kick to Tang San's lower back, propelling him into the air. First soul skill, waist bow. Tang San understood that should he be struck by Xiao Wu's waist bow, he would lose the match. Just as she was about to unleash her attack, he activated his first soul skill, binding. The rapidly growing vines ensnared both Tang San and Xiao Wu back to back, plummeting toward the ground. In a swift motion, Tang San turned, flipping Xiao Wu so that she faced the sky while he became her cushion, crashing onto the training ground. Chapter 36, the team's harmonization. The smile that usually graced Tianyu's cheek had completely vanished, and his squinted eyes now opened slightly as he gazed at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, who had been attentively observing Tianyu, could not help but inquire, "Xiao Gu, what has happened to you?" Tianyu turned to Ning Rongrong, a chilling smile creeping across his face as he replied, "You will find out shortly." Once Tang San freed himself and Xiao Wu from the blue-silver grass vines, he recognized the gravity of the situation. As he lifted Xiao Wu from the ground, she playfully punched his chest in a shy manner. Tianyu, witnessing this, thought to himself, "What a time to be indulging in affection. I am keen to see how you will face the teacher's reprimand." The master, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a solemn tone, "Everyone, gather around and share your reflections." Mubai. Dai Mubai stepped forward and admitted, "Master, I underestimated my opponent." The master regarded Dai Mubai sternly, stating, "As a powerful assault-type soul master, your greatest vulnerability lies against control-type soul masters. In situations like today, you must either strike first to prevent Tang San from gaining control over you, or maintain a safe distance and be mindful of your surroundings during the battle." Dai Mubai was taken aback by the multitude of oversights he had made, recalling Tianyu's earlier warning not to let Tang San seize control. The master's gaze shifted from Tianyu to Tang San, prompting him to share his thoughts. Tang San stepped forward, apologizing, "I am sorry, master. I should not have been complacent and allowed myself to fall victim to Xiao Wu's charm skill. I recklessly used my third soul skill without knowing what hers was, which left me in an even more passive position after being struck by her waist bow. Even with all my effort, I could not secure a victory." The master scoffed lightly, "Even when battling a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. You have committed 2 critical errors in succession. This is the first time since you began my training." He continued, "The essence of a control-type soul master is not only to dominate their opponent completely, but also to master oneself." After this lecture, the master turned to Xiao Wu. "Your third soul skill must be teleportation, though it has distance limitations. Teleportation is indeed a rare and exceptional skill, allowing one to traverse obstacles and evade or advance with remarkable efficiency." Everyone, except for Tianyu, looked at Xiao Wu in astonishment. Aware of the rarity of such extraordinary skills, the master continued, "If I am not mistaken, your third soul ring must originate from a Millennium Lightning Rabbit, correct?" Tianyu wanted to inform the master that he was mistaken this time, yet he knew that Xiao Wu had indeed hunted a soul beast. He had expected the master to focus on Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing, but instead, he directed his attention back to Xiao Wu. "But why did you believe victory was assured when you kicked Tang San away? Why not teleport away from his soul skill and then strike with your waist bow again?" Xiao Wu had thought she would escape the master's admonitions, but fate had other plans, and she could only stick her tongue out at Tang San. Finally, the master turned his gaze to Ma Hongjun. asking, "Ma Hongjun, do you have anything to say about being defeated without even putting up a fight?" "Master, that is unfair. Xiaoyu ambushed me," Ma Hongjun hastily defended himself. "Besides, Xiaoyu's soul power has already reached level 35, while I am only at 28. The master retorted. "Will your enemies wait for you to prepare before attacking? Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing has only 27 levels of soul power, yet she managed to evade Xiaoyu's attack." Ma Hongjun glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, "Zhu Zhuqing is an agile attack-type soul master. Speed is her inherent advantage. I am a powerful assault-type soul master. If I could summon my martial soul..." "Enough, Lu Tianyu. You explained to him the essence of an assault-type soul master." The master interrupted Ma Hongjun's explanation, casting a weary glance at Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu was truly exasperated with Ma Hongjun. Didn't he notice how Daimu Bai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu had refrained from arguing further after the master's scolding? However, the master had tasked him with clarifying for Ma Hongjun. So Lu Tianyu stepped forward and stated, "Indeed, the essence of an assault-type soul master lies in eliminating their opponent with absolute speed and precision." He turned to Ma Hongjun with narrowed eyes, adding, "To be honest, fighting with you all bound up feels quite uncomfortable." At that moment, Ma Hongjun sensed the pressure emanating from the master and, after hearing Lu Tianyu's words, lowered his head in frustration. The master shot a stern glance at Lu Tianyu to halt his criticism of Ma Hongjun and then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "And you, Zhuqing, do you have anything to say?" Zhu Zhuqing met Lu Tianyu's eyes and remarked, "He is formidable. Lu Tianyu, despite being an assault-type soul master, possesses speed rivaling that of agile attack-type soul masters, coupled with his innate strength. I could not evade even the initial wave of attack without assistance from a support soul master." The master nodded approvingly at Zhu Zhuqing's insight. "Excellent. Only by recognizing oneself can one transcend their limitations." After signaling Zhu Zhuqing to rejoin the group, the master clasped his hands behind his back and approached everyone. His gaze sweeping over their faces. "Is this what they call a monstrous genius? Each of you is filled with shortcomings and weaknesses, and your performances have left me disappointed. Thus, you shall all face punishment." Lu Tianyu had anticipated the master's actions, so his expression remained unchanged, continuing to wear a warm smile as he cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. "At the entrance of the academy, there are bamboo baskets. You will carry them while running to Suatua City and back, a total of 10 times, without using soul power." The master then looked at Tang San. "Tang San, your errors are the most grievous. Run 12 times." "Yes, master." Tang San replied swiftly, not wishing to complicate matters any further. Finally, the master surveyed the group once more, his gaze settling on Lu Tianyu. "Remember, you are a collective. There is no perfect soul master in this world. But there can be a perfect team. Off you go. If you fail to complete today's punishment, you shall forego lunch." "Damu Bai, Tang San." And Lu Tianyu exchanged glances before turning to exit the academy gates. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun followed closely behind, leaving only Ning Rongrong and Oscar standing in place. The master glanced at the two with a calm demeanor. "Why are you two not going? Did you not hear what I just said?" In the past, during training, support-type soul masters had remained separate from their comrades, leading Oscar and Ning Rongrong to believe that the master's punishment was solely directed at Lu Tianyu and his group. Ning Rongrong hastily protested. "I am a support-type soul master and have not erred. Why must I be punished?" The master smiled broadly at Ning Rongrong's words, glancing at Ma Hongjun as he replied, "You are certainly not at fault. The error lies with your companions who failed to protect you. Had I not stipulated that support soul masters were off-limits for attack, the soft punches aimed at Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing would have been directed at you both." At this juncture, the master suddenly assumed a stern expression and declared, "Do you believe you can escape unscathed from Lu Tianyu's onslaught? From now on, you shall all partake in the consequences meted out to others. The reason being, you are the weakest." Initially, Ning Rongrong intended to argue her case with the master, yet Oscar, having grasped the underlying truth, quickly interjected, "I understand now, master. Rongrong, let us hasten to catch up." After Oscar and Ning Rongrong departed, Flender and Zhao Wujie, who had been spectating, approached the master. Flender, casting a concerned glance at the master, remarked, "Several hundred kilometers. Xiao Gang, might this punishment be excessively harsh?" The master replied with a dismissive snort, "Did you think that breakfast was merely a feast for naught? Moreover, would I conduct a training session without certainty?" Outside the gates of Shrek Academy, 7 bamboo baskets were arranged, each adorned with a slip of paper bearing a name. Upon inspection, the group noted that Lu Tianyu's name was conspicuously absent. Oscar could not restrain himself from exclaiming, So the master came prepared after all. But why is there no basket for you, Xiaoyu? Lu Tianyu pondered this absence and speculated. Perhaps the master anticipated that I would not err. Tang San approached the basket marked with his name and remarked, the master still treats us differently. I, Mu Bai, and the others follow in order of strength, with Rongrong's being the smallest. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Tang San's words and scrutinizing the baskets, smiled knowingly. It appears the master is not entirely devoid of compassion. As they spoke, everyone hoisted their bamboo baskets, and Lu Tianyu scratched the back of his head, pondering. Could it be that the master knows I possess the ability to bear weight? With that thought, he removed his robe and donned his specially crafted weighted attire, including iron armor, wrist guards, and leg guards. Once he had reclad himself in his robe, he declared, I am ready. Let us set forth. Except for Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, this was the first time the others beheld Lu Tianyu in his weighted gear. Flinder and the master stood side by side at the academy's entrance, observing the group as they gradually receded into the distance. Flinder adjusted his glasses and questioned, Xiao Gang, why did you not prepare a basket for Xiaoyu? This is not like you. The master replied with a knowing glance. Have you not noticed the aura of solitude that envelopes Xiaoyu? This child has endured a tumultuous life, accustomed to the harshness of the world, suffering the tribulations of the weak, thus appearing out of sync with his peers. Flinder had long sensed that Lu Tianyu was different from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Yet he could not articulate precisely how. Upon hearing the master's words, he finally understood, though a hint of doubt lingered. But I feel Xiaoyu is quite fine. The master turned to Flinder, gazing deeply. The solitude he conceals within is difficult to perceive. Perhaps he is even unaware of it himself. I hope he soon comprehends the purpose of this specialized training, for wounds of the heart are the most challenging to heal. Meanwhile, the group, burdened with their bamboo baskets and sprinting towards Sava City, save for Lu Tianyu, was panting heavily. Lu Tianyu, positioned beside Tang San and Xiao Wu, continuously instructed them on how to regulate their breathing rhythm. After running approximately 5 kilometers, Lu Tianyu noticed that Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong lagged significantly behind, prompting him to call for a pause. Let us rest for a moment and wait for those trailing. When Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Dai Mubai halted, the others soon followed suit. However, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong were so fatigued that they collapsed onto the ground without regard for appearances. Ning Rongrong, gasping for breath, looked at Lu Tianyu and asked, Xiaoyu, do you not feel tired at all? Lu Tianyu shrugged and replied, how could I? This distance is insufficient to exhaust me. Besides, you all neglected to synchronize your breathing with your strides. Tang San, recalling the master's earlier remarks, suddenly understood the deeper meaning behind the master's arrangements. He placed a hand on Lu Tianyu's shoulder and said, Xiaoyu, please refrain from speaking in such complex terms that we struggle to grasp. The master stated we are a united entity, and the punishments apply equally to all. He gestured toward Ning Rongrong. Rongrong's stamina is certainly insufficient to complete today's punishment. Hence the master's intention is for you to assist her. Lu Tianyu brushed Tang San's hand aside. Do you truly believe you can fulfill the master's punishment? I could manage on my own, yet your words have reminded me. With that, Lu Tianyu stored his weights back into his soul guide and turned to Dai Mubai. Dai, hand me your basket. Xiao San, pass your basket to Dai. Xiao Wu. You shall give yours to Xiao San, and Rongrong, yours to Xiao Wu. Fatty, Xiao Ao, and Zhu Qing, you three shall take turns swapping with Xiao Wu. This way, we stand a chance of completing the master's training task. The group exchanged glances, sensing a subtle change in Lu Tianyu. Dai Mubai handed his basket to Lu Tianyu, affirming, Xiaoyu is correct. We must strive to balance our individual strengths. Moreover, we shall run at Rongrong's pace, ensuring that we accommodate her while conserving our collective stamina. During their previous venture to the Stardow Forest in search of Oscar's soul ring, Dai Mubai and Lu Tianyu had been the core of the team, and now, with both stepping forward, the others felt a strong sense of trust. In no time, the bamboo baskets were exchanged as per Lu Tianyu's strategy. He approached Ning Rongrong, carrying Dai Mubai's basket, and said, allow me to teach you the harmony between breathing frequency and stride. This will greatly benefit your endurance in the future, everyone. Follow my lead. Inhale as you take your first step with the left foot, and exhale as you step with the left foot again. Chapter 37. Memory Recollection. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had undergone a period of training with Lu Tianyu, and were naturally familiar with the technique of synchronizing breathing with stepping. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing, although initially unaware, approached their learning with greater diligence than Dai Mubai and his companions. During their collective practice of harmonizing their breathing frequency with their steps, the group essentially engaged in a slow jog to Soto City, and then returned to Shrek Academy at the same pace. Upon their return, Master observed Lu Tianyu carrying Dai Mubai's bamboo basket, diligently correcting the breathing and stepping errors of his companions, and he nodded slightly in approval. He believed that with time and practice, Lu Tianyu would surely open his heart to those around him. However, he felt it necessary to apply adequate pressure, prompting everyone to accelerate their pace. Yet, Lu Tianyu, Dai Mubai, and Tang San unanimously agreed that to excel in their endeavors, one must first hone their tools. Only by mastering the synchronization of breathing and stepping could they hope to complete the training regimen set by the master within the allotted time. After running back and forth between Shrek Academy and Soto City 3 times, the group began to find their rhythm. From the 5th lap onward, Lu Tianyu intentionally increased his speed, prompting the others to quicken their pace as well. However, by the 8th lap, all but Lu Tianyu were nearing exhaustion, with still 4 laps remaining in the Master's prescribed training course. After careful consideration, Lu Tianyu transferred the stones from Tang San's basket into his own, redistributing some of the weight from Xiaowu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing's baskets to Tang San. Consequently, the weight Lu Tianyu bore constituted half of the total load, allowing him to push through to the 10th lap, which marked the limit of his endurance. Despite beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, Lu Tianyu maintained a consistent breathing rhythm. The others struggled to sync their breathing and steps, their inexperience leading to a chaotic state. This disarray resulted in their dwindling stamina. And by the 11th lap, Ning Rongrong, the weakest among them, succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang San instructed Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing to hand their baskets over to Dai Mubai and himself, while he and Dai Mubai took turns carrying Ning Rongrong as they continued to run. However, once Tang San and Dai Mubai shouldered Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing's baskets, their already limited stamina was quickly depleted, and Ma Hongjun and Oscar found themselves at their limits, struggling to take even a single step. At this moment, the remaining distance was merely the route back from Soto City to Shrek Academy, and it seemed that abandoning the stones in their baskets was the only way to return. Yet, Lu Tianyu was unwilling to concede so easily. He instructed Dai Mubai to support Ma Hongjun and Oscar, while he helped Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, positioning himself in the middle to allow others to lean on him for support. Lu Tianyu was unaware of the thoughts of his companions, but he personally found the experience of nearing the limits of physical endurance to be profoundly exhilarating. As long as they continued to move forward, there would inevitably come a moment of arrival at their destination. When Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Dai Mubai finally assisted the others to stand before Shrek Academy, they collectively exhaled in relief. Soon after, Dai Mubai and Tang San experienced a wave of dizziness, and they, along with the others, collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. After setting down the extra weight he had carried, Lu Tianyu also felt a sense of lightheadedness. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for rest. He forcibly engaged his life return control to help settle Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, while the village women assisted with Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Once he had completed these tasks, Lu Tianyu returned to his dormitory, washed up briefly, and then lay down on his bed, entering a state of life return. In that moment, he felt his consciousness plunge deep into the sea of knowledge, revisiting the memories that lay hidden within. Those recollections he had long forgotten and chosen to ignore unfolded vividly before him, and when Lu Tianyu awoke, he discovered his pillow soaked with tears. Although these memories stirred painful thoughts, they also rekindled his insights regarding physical training, particularly the cultivation of haki. Haki represented an innate power possessed by all humans, categorized into 3 types: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. However, the vast majority failed to recognize Haki's existence, and it was said that the 6 styles were developed to master this powerful force. As Lu Tianyu recollected fragments of memories that surfaced in his dreams, he hastily retrieved a notebook to record the methods of cultivating haki. Presently, Lu Tianyu found himself lacking in both vision and defense, and the observation and armament haki could effectively address these shortcomings. As for Conqueror's haki, it remained uncertain whether he possessed the innate talent, as it was the only type of haki that could not be acquired through training. After completing his notes on haki cultivation, Lu Tianyu felt an overwhelming hunger and promptly dressed to seek out a meal in the cafeteria. Upon his arrival, he found only Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing present. According to Xiaowu, Tang San and Dai Mubai had already eaten and returned to their dormitories to train. The mention of training reignited thoughts of haki cultivation in Lu Tianyu's mind, and he swiftly consumed his meal before rushing out of the cafeteria. He proceeded to the training grounds to diligently practice the 6 styles, focusing particularly on the techniques he had scarcely utilized: iron block, paper drawing, and finger gun. It was only then that Tianyu grasped the primary purposes of these 3 techniques. Iron block served as a foundation for cultivating armament hockey, while paper drawing was essential for mastering observation hockey. Finger gun and gale steps were foundational for adeptly employing both armament and observation hockey. Although Tianyu could skillfully execute iron block, paper drawing, and finger gun with the aid of his spirit rings, achieving mastery in these techniques would require a significant investment of time and effort. After weighing the pros and cons, Tianyu decided to focus on training iron block and paper drawing for a month before concentrating on the technique with the fastest progress. After all, the conditions to simultaneously complete the training for observation and armament hockey were challenging to meet, and most critically, no one could accurately guide him in mastering hockey. This endeavor would demand a considerable amount of patience and dedication to gradually practice and explore, for what he possessed was merely a general understanding of the training methods. At dawn, Tianyu had devised a comprehensive training plan, and he resolved to adhere strictly to it. During the morning class, the master distributed a training schedule, which included 3 hours of physical conditioning and body training in the morning, 3 hours of theoretical knowledge at noon, and 4 hours of group combat training in the afternoon. The remaining 14 hours were allotted for rest. This rigorous schedule was already beyond the limits for the others. Yet Tianyu found himself with an additional 4 hours to devote to practicing iron block and paper drawing. On the first day of training, the master imposed penalties as a means to establish authority, ensuring that the students understood the consequences of neglecting his guidance. In the days that followed, the knowledge imparted by the master felt like a review of lessons learned 4 years prior for Tianyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Consequently, their training felt particularly effortless. Unlike Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who still needed to memorize the material. After dinner, the remaining time was free for individual arrangements. Tianyu sought out Li Yusong, who had some downtime, and requested his assistance in practicing paper drawing, a technique that would be exceptionally suited to Li Yusong's strengths as an aggressive attack-type spirit master. It was merely that Tianyu overestimated his mastery over the iron block while underestimating the prowess of a powerful assault-type Soul Emperor. In just half an hour, he was thoroughly beaten by Li Yusong, leaving him bruised and battered. Yet, this ignited Tianyu's competitive spirit. He repeatedly recalled the techniques for wielding the iron block in his mind, concentrating fully on enduring Li Yusong's relentless attacks. Unfortunately, the gap in proficiency between Tianyu's grasp of the iron block and Li Yusong's strength was not something that could be bridged in a short time. The first day of training felt like enduring 4 grueling hours of punishment. Exhausted, he returned to his dormitory for a bath, practicing soul power simultaneously. After entering a deep slumber, the external soul bone's inherent healing properties began to mend Tianyu's injuries, easing his taut nerves. On the following morning, awakened by his biological clock, he found his vitality restored to its peak. After concluding the master's lesson, Tianyu sought out Zhao Wujie. He intended to practice the technique of paper drawing under Zhao Wujie's gravitational enhancement, utilizing the formidable Great Strength Vajra Palm. Zhao Wujie's strength surpassed that of Li Yusong, and the application of the Great Strength Vajra Palm under gravitational enhancement would not be hindered by the weight. However, Tianyu had to overcome the effects of the gravitational enhancement to execute paper drawing and evade the Great Strength Vajra Palm's onslaught, resulting in a brutal 4-hour session at Zhao Wujie's hands. Upon returning to his dormitory, he meditated and practiced soul power, then sought restorative sleep to heal his bodily injuries and alleviate mental strain. The next day, he exuberantly ventured out to embrace training from either the master, Zhao Wujie, or Li Yusong, and before long, a month had slipped by. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San bore witness to Tianyu's fervor, as he engaged in an uninterrupted regimen of 14 hours of intense training for 30 consecutive days. They themselves, maintaining 10 hours of daily practice, felt utterly exhausted. After a month of training in both paper drawing and the iron block, Tianyu realized significant progress in both disciplines. 3 days prior, he had come to understand that during training, he need not rely solely on one technique. Nonetheless, a focus remained essential, otherwise, he could not truly attain the pinnacle of mastery in either the iron block or paper drawing. From the second session onward, the master gradually reduced the theoretical instruction, redirecting the time towards the cultivation of their respective soul skills. To this end, the master conferred with Zhao Wujie and Tianyu, proposing that Zhao Wujie conduct gravity training classes every 3 days. The paramount objective was to alter Lu Tianyu's training strategy, as he had been training with Zhao Wujie for 4 hours every other day. For Lu Tianyu, modifying his training plan posed little challenge. He had been contemplating whether to focus on the iron block or on paper drawing. Having Zhao Wujie conduct gravity training every 3 days would allow Lu Tianyu to concentrate his efforts on iron block cultivation. During the second month's theoretical training session, Zhao Wujie and the master gathered on the training field. After surveying the faces of the students, the master announced, from this day forth, theoretical knowledge will transform into self-directed inquiry, shifting the focus of the course to the development of soul skills. For Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others, this notion of developing soul skills was entirely new. Anticipating their confusion, the master turned to Lu Tianyu and said, "Xiaoyu, please demonstrate how soul skills are developed." "Certainly, Master." Lu Tianyu promptly responded, stepping to the center of the field and squinting at Dai Mubai and the others. "I believe you're all curious as to why I possess so many techniques that resemble soul skills or appear to be self-created soul skills. Seizing this opportunity, I shall elucidate the relationship between them. Firstly, my first soul skill is called 6 Styles. At this, Lu Tianyu glanced at Tang San and continued, "Xiao San, come assist me for a clearer explanation." Tang San nodded and approached Lu Tianyu's side. Lu Tianyu elaborated, "The 6 styles are 6 techniques reliant on the body, which you have all seen: shave, moon step, and gale foot." With that, Lu Tianyu swiftly moved across the training field 5 times, then leaped into the air to displace 5 more times, before suddenly delivering a powerful kick that unleashed a faint azure energy blade, striking the ground with a resounding impact. Boom! In the wake of the thunderous sound, the flat training ground revealed a chasm approximately 8 to 9 meters long, a palm's width wide, and 5 to 6 centimeters deep. After landing, Lu Tianyu cast a glance at Tang San, who immediately summoned a dense mass of intertwined blue-silver grass vines, forming a massive vine as thick as a water vat. Next, I will demonstrate a technique derived from the development of gale foot. After observing, you will understand how soul skills are cultivated. With that, Lu Tianyu's figure vanished from sight, only to be followed by a sound of explosive energy in the air. Gale foot. Flying swallow. A flash of bright azure light streaked across the training field, instantly embedding itself into the substantial blue-silver grass vine summoned by Tang San. A cut, 5 to 6 meters long and 2 fingers wide, appeared on the vine, severing a third of its length. Lu Tianyu reappeared before the group, stating, "The greatest advantage of the flying swallow variant of gale foot lies in its attack speed, matching that of a second-ring agility-type soul master." Among those present, Zhu Zhuqing, being a second-ring agility-type soul master, nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. Chapter 38, Genius and Monster. Lu Tianyu continued, "Although the flying swallow technique, Lanjiao, possesses commendable attack speed, its damage output is evidently insufficient." Lanjiao, decapitating axe. As he spoke, Lu Tianyu delivered a kick towards a nearby blue-silver grass vine, unleashing a 3-meter-long, shimmering azure blade of energy that struck the vine, which was the size of a water tank. With a crisp sound, the azure blade effortlessly severed the blue-silver grass vine, continuing to soar over 30 meters before dissipating into a wispy pale blue mist that crashed against a nearby building. The tremendous force swept across the area, shattering several decayed wooden beams. Lu Tianyu elaborated, while the decapitating axe variant of Lanjiao boasts considerable attack power, its speed is somewhat lacking. At that moment, Dai Mubai and the others were utterly convinced by Lu Tianyu, their gazes filled with admiration. Lu Tianyu, seemingly indifferent to their reverent stares, wore a warm smile and, with narrowed eyes, said, "To overcome the shortcomings of swift yet weak attacks and powerful yet slow strikes, I have developed the third variant of Lanjiao, Lotus." Upon finishing his words, Lu Tianyu's figure appeared aloft, and, utilizing life restoration to control his feet, he swiftly executed 32 blades of energy in the air. These blades formed the shape of a lotus flower, which then struck the blue-silver grass stump with the force of a meteor. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud rose over 10 meters high from the training ground. Once the dust settled, a sizable pit, approximately 7 to 8 meters wide and 3 meters deep, was revealed. Before Daimubai and the others could regain their composure from the shock, Lu Tianyu squinted his eyes into crescent shapes and stated, "This concludes my exploration of the Lanjiao soul skill." After saying this, Lu Tianyu returned to his team, still smiling warmly at Master and Zhao Wujing. "Frankly, Even Master had not anticipated that Lu Tianyu could exhibit such an array of variations with the Lanjiao technique. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Well done, little you. You truly have surprised me greatly. Everyone has witnessed the development of soul skills. It's now time to ponder how to apply and further develop your own soul skills." He then turned to Zhao Wujin and requested, "Teacher Zhao, please activate the gravity domain." Zhao Wujin cast a deep glance at Lu Tianyu. And with a flicker of his purple soul ring, an immense gravitational force began to press down upon everyone. Lu Tianyu had nearly grown accustomed to the gravity domain released by Zhao Wujin, but the others felt as though a massive stone slab were pressing upon their chests. "Little you, I didn't expect you to hide your capabilities so deeply. How should I develop my soul skill?" Daimubai said, patting Lu Tianyu's shoulder. "After a year together, I only now truly understand a bit about you. You are quite adept at concealing your talents." Lu Tianyu turned to him with narrowed eyes and replied, "It's not that I can hide. Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. After all, your theoretical knowledge is quite lacking. As for how to develop your soul skills, that is your own dilemma. I am but an outsider, unaware of your soul skills characteristics or how you wish to expand upon them." After speaking, Lu Tianyu approached Zhao Wujin, but after a few steps, he turned back to Dai Mubai and added, "Dai, the purpose of cultivation is to grow stronger. And the path to strength lies in enhancing one's strengths while compensating for weaknesses." Lu Tianyu's voice was clear and resonated throughout the training ground, heard by all present. Dai Mubai clenched his fists as he watched Lu Tianyu's retreating figure, then glanced at Tang San, saying, "Indeed, the things little you knows are beyond our grasp." Lu Tianyu stood before Zhao Wujin, smiling brightly, and said, "Teacher Zhao, I entrust today's training to you." He performed a respectful gesture, and Zhao Wujin smiled. "Good lad. I truly underestimated you before. Get ready, I'm about to strike." Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, Lu Tianyu's smile vanished, and he opened his eyes to respond. "I am ready, Teacher Zhao. Let us begin." Boom. As soon as Lu Tianyu finished speaking, Zhao Wujin activated his first soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm, launching it towards Lu Tianyu, who swiftly dodged to the side to evade the strike. Zhao Wujin grinned and exclaimed, "Not done yet. Prepare for more." Great Strength Diamond Palm. Boom, 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 boom. Zhao Wujin's palms moved rapidly, and the first soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm, descended upon Lu Tianyu like a torrential storm. However, Lu Tianyu's feet remained firmly planted, his body swaying like a rapidly flipping book as he deftly evaded Zhao Wujin's barrage. Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Zhu Xing, and others stood agape, astonished by Lu Tianyu's movements. They had never imagined that Lu Tianyu's daily training with Zhao Wujin could be so formidable. Puff. After evading over 30 strikes from Zhao Wujin, Lu Tianyu finally exposed a flaw, and a palm struck him, sending him flying 5 to 6 meters. Realizing he could no longer evade Zhao Wujin's onslaught, Lu Tianyu quickly employed Iron Block for defense. Even so, Lu Tianyu felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. Although the Iron Block mitigated the direct impact of the Great Strength Diamond Palm, the immense force was not easily dissipated, causing a shockwave through his body. Lu Tianyu stood up and applied life restoration to reposition his dislocated organs before facing Zhao Wujin once more. Without a word, Zhao Wujin raised his palm and struck again, unleashing a series of powerful palm strikes that echoed across the training ground. 3 hours later, everyone present, including Zhao Wujin, was panting heavily. Seeing this, Master remarked, "All right, Teacher Zhao, today's gravity training session comes to an end. Please return in 3 days for another class." Once Zhao Wujin dispelled the gravity domain, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others felt a lightness in their bodies, their internal soul power flowing more freely. With a sooty face, Lu Tianyu turned to Zhao Wujin, smiling. "Thank you for your guidance today, Teacher Zhao." Looking at the courteous Lu Tianyu before him, Zhao Wujin weakly waved his hand and said, "No need for thanks. Just hope you can conclude this exhausting training with the little monster soon." Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, Lu Tianyu's smile grew even more pronounced, his narrowed eyes forming crescent shapes as he replied, "Then I shall take your good wishes, Teacher Zhao." Master approached Lu Tianyu and said, "All right, little you, go wash up. Lunchtime is approaching." "Understood, Master. I shall return at once." Lu Tianyu turned, smiling at Master with a slight bow, then headed towards his dormitory. Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged glances, their expressions filled with unprecedented seriousness as they observed Lu Tianyu's somewhat disheveled figure. Among the 8 students currently enrolled at Shrek Academy, Lu Tianyu stood out for both his strength and talent. However, Today they realized that the training Lu Tianyu engaged in was an entirely different realm compared to their own. Or rather, their efforts seemed to pale in comparison to his formidable practice. After completing the group practical training course in the afternoon, Tang San, Xiaowu, Daimubai, and Zhu Juqing did not return to their dormitories to rest as they usually did. Instead, they remained on the playground, each engaging in rigorous physical and stamina training. Previously, they were only aware of Lu Tianyu's formidable strength, but it was only today that they comprehended the reasons behind it. As Lu Tianyu passed the playground on his way to find Li Yusong for training, he smiled knowingly upon observing Tang San, Daimubai, Xiaowu, and Zhu Juqing diligently practicing. With Tang San and his companions making such changes, many new developments naturally began to unfold, especially after Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun joined the evening self-directed training sessions. The camaraderie among the Shrek Academy students truly flourished. By the end of the month, the master introduced a credit ranking system, which would be updated every 7 days. The student achieving the highest rank would be rewarded with a day off. The system operated on a deduction principle. For instance, answering questions incorrectly would incur penalties, as would distractions during training or clever tricks. During the group practical training, those who lost or made blatant mistakes would also be penalized. In the first ranking under this system, both Lu Tianyu and Tang San maintained a perfect score, sharing the top position. Subsequently, under the master's deliberate arrangement, Lu Tianyu and Tang San enjoyed a hot pot meal in the center of the playground, while the other students could only watch enviously as they received the master's guidance and swallowed their saliva. Daimubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Juqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu exhibited unprecedented performance in the following week, yet Lu Tianyu still claimed the top spot in the second week's ranking. Tang San, having lost to Lu Tianyu in the group practical training, incurred a penalty and thus ranked second, leaving Lu Tianyu the sole beneficiary of the hot pot feast. Amidst continuous stimulation, Zhu Juqing's spirit power surged from the 27th to the 20th level during the third week's credit tally. The master awarded Zhu Juqing 5 credits, allowing her to join Lu Tianyu and Tang San at the top of the rankings, earning a day off as well. Initially, Lu Tianyu planned to organize an outdoor barbecue, but Zhu Juqing expressed a desire to experience the taste of hot pot. Thus, Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Zhu Juqing shared another hot pot meal, further fueling the envy of Ma Hongjun and Xiaowu, who relished culinary delights. That evening, Zhu Juqing brought some hot pot ingredients to Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, who, tasting such delectable food for the first time, felt an overwhelming urge to indulge. In the fourth week, Ning Rongrong also broke through a level in her spirit power, while Xiaowu, having struck a deal with Tang San, triumphed over him in the group practical training, securing the top spot. Lu Tianyu declared his disinterest in taking a break, opting instead to train with Daimubai and Tang San. Recognizing that competition fosters progress, and seeing his own advancements, Lu Tianyu felt no need to squander time on leisure. After 2 months of such training, Ma Hongjun finally experienced a breakthrough in his spirit power. Initially, he thought he would be rewarded with a much-anticipated holiday, only to find that the first stage of training had concluded. All students were granted a half-month break, which varied in significance. For Lu Tianyu, it simply meant dedicating himself to the training of iron block and paper drawing. However, when Lu Tianyu sought Zhao Wujia's assistance to continue his paper drawing training, Zhao Wujia declined, citing the holiday as a reason. Over the past 3 months, Zhao Wujia had not had an easy time, having to conduct gravity training classes for the Shrek Academy disciples every 3 days. His spirit power would not allow him to cease until fully exhausted, and now that a break had finally come, he was unwilling to expend further effort assisting Lu Tianyu. Despite Zhao Wujia's refusal, Li Yusong readily accepted Lu Tianyu's request. Thus, Lu Tianyu devoted himself wholeheartedly to training in Li Yusong's courtyard, missing the drama of Tang San, Daimubai, Xiaowu, and Oscar vying for Ma Hongjun's attention. During the subsequent half-month break, Lu Tianyu visited Li Yusong's courtyard daily, mastering the iron block technique far beyond his proficiency in paper drawing. Yet, he felt he still had a long way to go before comprehending the concept of armament hockey, which could be likened to an invisible armor, converting into offensive power only after reaching a certain level of mastery. Lu Tianyu speculated that achieving a profound mastery of the iron block technique would naturally lead him to grasp armament hockey. Meanwhile, he had already perfected the gale kick technique. As long as he maintained the sensation of unleashing energy blades, he could easily wield armament hockey. When the academy reconvened after the break, Lu Tianyu finally appeared before the others, having diligently honed his skills alongside Li Yusong. Upon seeing Lu Tianyu, Dai Mubai could not help but exclaim, "Xiaoyu, could you not leave us, the underperformers, a chance? You are already so powerful, yet you remain so dedicated to your arduous training." With a warm smile gracing his cheeks, Lu Tianyu squinted at Dai Mubai and responded, "My martial soul characteristics differ from yours. Even if I learn soul skills, I must still exert effort to fully unleash their potential. Furthermore, I am merely a 35-level soul master, in the presence of soul emperors and soul saints. I scarcely possess battle prowess worth mentioning. Strength is a concept that bears no relation to me." Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Dai Mubai felt a desire to strike him, exclaiming, "With your 35-level spirit power, you can sweep through the ranks of soul masters. What more could you desire? Must you defeat the Spirit Hall and trample the Haotian school to be considered powerful?" Chapter 39. The Shrek team, in their code names as Dai Mubai and Lu Tianyu, engaged in quiet conversation. Tianheng gently nudged Lu Tianyu's shoulder and whispered, "The master has arrived." Dai Mubai and Lu Tianyu promptly stood at attention, while the others lined up respectfully beside Lu Tianyu, awaiting the master's address. The master, hands clasped behind his back, approached the group, his gaze sweeping over their faces. "Over the past 3 months, under the supervision and assistance of your teachers, you have successfully completed the first phase of your training. Your physical strength and control over soul skills have improved significantly. Yet this alone is insufficient to become an exceptional soul master. I have heard from Flinder that you have visited the Soto Great Soul Arena, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. Your second phase of training will take place at the Soto Great Soul Arena. At this point, the master's tone grew solemn as he continued, I require each of you to obtain an individual Silver Soul badge, as well as a Team Silver Soul badge. The moment you fulfill this requirement, the second phase of training will conclude. We will discuss the specifics of the second phase in greater detail once we reach Soto City." The master's urgency to depart for Soto City stemmed from the fact that the academy's funds for meals had been exhausted, leaving them unable to purchase even the ingredients for lunch. The faculty and students of Shrek Academy arrived in Soto City and rented a modest hotel not far from the Soto Great Soul Arena. This would serve as their residence moving forward, and due to limited room availability, Lu Tianyu shared a room with Tang San. Once they had settled in and organized their toiletries, the group reconvened in the hotel lobby. As everyone gathered, the master spoke. "You are all aware that battles in the Great Soul Arena can take the form of one-on-one, two-on-two, and team fights. In addition to one-on-one and team battles, you are free to form combinations for two-on-two soul duels. My expectation is that each of you participates in at least one team battle and one one-on-one or two-on-two duel each day. Furthermore, regardless of the type of battle, you must not disclose your true names or ages to your opponents." Dai Mubai raised his hand eagerly. "Master, while we can use pseudonyms for our names, how can we disguise our ages?" The master smiled slightly. "Do not worry, I have already devised a solution." With that, he retrieved 8 masks from his soul guide and declared, "From now on, you 8 will represent the Shrek team in the Great Soul Arena. Donning these masks, you will refer to each other solely by your code names, thus eliminating any concerns about revealing your true identities and ages." As he handed a mask to Dai Mubai, he announced, "Mubai, your code name shall be Evil-Eyed White Tiger. As the eldest in the Shrek team, you shall assume the role of captain." Dai Mubai accepted the mask and glanced at Lu Tianyu, who wore a warm smile. "Master, wouldn't it be better for Xiaoyu to take the lead?" The master regarded Lu Tianyu with a knowing look. "We shall address that later. Let me assign code names to the others first." He approached Oscar and said, "Xiao Ao, you rank second in age within the Shrek team. Your code name shall be Sausage Specialist." Oscar's face lit up with joy as he accepted the mask, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. From now on, no one is allowed to call me Uncle Sausage." Xiao Wu, overhearing Oscar, playfully remarked, "Even with the alias Sausage Specialist, you will always be Uncle Sausage in our hearts." The master chuckled lightly and turned to Lu Tianyu. "Xiao Wu, do not interrupt. Xiaoyu, being third in age, I have chosen the codename Body Technique Battle God for you, considering your martial spirit and soul skill characteristics. What do you think?" Lu Tianyu opened his eyes slightly and replied, "Battle God seems excessive. How about the Unmatched Battle Emperor instead?" Unmatched Battle Emperor. Everyone in the lobby silently repeated the codename Lu Tianyu proposed, finding it indeed more relatable than the master's initial choice. The master nodded. "Very well. Your codename shall henceforth be Unmatched Battle Emperor." Lu Tianyu accepted the mask with a smile, his eyes gleaming as he turned to the master, who was approaching Tang San. "Xiao San, You rank 4th in age within the Shrek team. I have assigned you the codename Thousand Hand Silvergrass. How does that sound? Xiaowu immediately objected. That sounds dull and unexciting. What do you think, Xiaoyu? Lu Tianyu smiled wider at Xiao Wu's comment and, with crescent-shaped eyes, remarked, when Xiao Xin uses hidden weapons, he truly embodies the essence of Thousand Hands. However, considering he may transform into a Shura at any moment, I believe Thousand Hand Shura suits him better. Tang San and Xiao Wu recognized the playful jab in Lu Tianyu's words, but shyly lowered their heads, avoiding further comment. Daimu Bai added, indeed. Thousand Hand Shura is a fitting nickname for Xiao San. Lu Tianyu continued, additionally, since San is part of Xiao San's name, many are accustomed to calling him third brother. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Xiaoyu or brother Xiaoyu. Let third brother remain with Xiao San. Mixing them up could lead to much confusion and awkwardness. Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential for confusion in addressing them. The master nodded lightly. It is merely a matter of habit. Now, let us proceed to Ma Hongjun. You rank 5th in age within the Shrek team, and your codename shall be Evil Fire Phoenix. I cannot think of a title more befitting. Ma Hongjun stood up excitedly, accepting the mask. Indeed, this codename feels tailor-made for me. The master smiled gently and turned to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you are of the same age as Ma Hongjun. Therefore, you shall also rank 5th. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu burst into laughter, drawing the attention of everyone present. Cough, cough. Xiao Wu, you and Xiao San have quite the connection. Lu Tianyu struggled to suppress his mirth, while Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar shared in the amusement, but they could not comprehend the reason behind Lu Tianyu's uncontrollable laughter. Xiao Wu cast a discreet glance at Lu Tianyu, sensing that his laughter was not solely due to her name and ranking. Lu Tianyu donned the mask he held and continued to stifle his laughter in silence. The master, undeterred by Lu Tianyu's amusement, focused on Xiao Wu. According to your martial spirit and soul skills, I think your codename should be Gentle Bone Enchantress. It is perfectly fitting, as your true form is a 10,000-year Gentle Bone Rabbit. Subsequently, the master bestowed the title of 7 Treasure Glazed Tile upon Ning Rongrong, ranked 6th, while Zhu Xing, ranked 7th, received the moniker of Nether Cat. Thus, the legendary Shrek team was established in a modest hotel in Soto City. After making the necessary arrangements for the Shrek team, the master instructed everyone to go out and procure food, while also acquiring himself a set of battle attire suitable for the Soul Arena, as clothing could inadvertently reveal their true identities. Lu Tianyu merely needed to remove his divine garment and don the standard black battle robe of a soul master to enter the arena, letting his long hair cascade down his back to effectively conceal his identity. As evening fell, the master, alongside Flandra and Zhao Wujing, led the Shrek team to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Perhaps influenced by Lu Tianyu, the other members of the Shrek team opted for black attire as well. To avoid drawing attention, they entered the arena in a dispersed manner, each registering anew at the enrollment window as Iron Soul Masters. Once these formalities were completed, they reconvened in the designated resting area for Soul Masters within the arena. The master then approached the enrollment window with the Iron Soul badges of the group, registering the Shrek team and acquiring a Team Iron Soul badge. At this juncture, with half an hour remaining until the commencement of battles, aside from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the auxiliary Soul Masters, the others had signed up for one-on-one duels. The master glanced at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, suggesting they team up for a 2-on-2 battle, thus hastening their progression towards becoming Silver Soul Masters. Upon hearing the master's suggestion, Oscar hastily approached Dai Mubai, stating, "Boss Dai, let us form a team. My support abilities will surely be of assistance." Although Dai Mubai had initially desired to team with Zhu Xing, he hesitated when he turned to look at her. Having known Oscar for quite some time, he ultimately acquiesced to Oscar's request. Seeing Oscar pair with Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong turned her attention to Lu Tianyu, imploring, "Brother Yu, please help me." A more pronounced smile graced Lu Tianyu's face as his eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. "Of course, I have long wished to experience the thrill of a one-on-two match," he replied. Tang San and Xiao Wu already formed a trio, leaving only Zhu Xing and Ma Hongjun without a team for the group battle. Ma Hongjun leered at Zhu Xing, and everyone present understood his intentions. Zhu Xing, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced toward Lu Tianyu and Tang San, wishing to team up with others for a 2-on-2 battle. However, Ma Hongjun's demeanor was truly off-putting. Lu Tianyu opened his eyes slightly and said, "Oscar, teaming up with Boss Dai would be akin to bullying. Our purpose in the Great Soul Arena is to hone our skills, so I suggest you team with the fatty. Only by flirting with failure can you hope to achieve future success. Dai Mubai shot a grateful look at Lu Tianyu, who then turned to him, adding, and Boss Dai, please take good care of Zhu Qing. Your martial spirits are quite similar. You might even unlock a martial spirit fusion. Zhu Qing gazed at Lu Tianyu in astonishment. But upon seeing Dai Mubai, she huffed and turned her face away. Ma Hongjun interjected hurriedly, wait. Brother you don't understand the hunger of the famished. Why must you separate me from Zhu Qing? A warm smile adorned Lu Tianyu's face as he looked at Ma Hongjun. Oh, fatty, what was that you just said? Although Lu Tianyu's expression remained unchanged, Ma Hongjun sensed a daunting aura emanating from him. Yet, for the sake of partnering with a beautiful girl, he swallowed his fear and replied, I said, why not team with Oscar? Why must you break me apart from Zhu Qing? Apologies, fatty, I didn't quite catch that. Please repeat, Lu Tianyu said, maintaining his gentle smile while slightly opening his eyes and looking at Ma Hongjun with a beaming expression. At that moment, a purple soul ring appeared beside Lu Tianyu, signaling his intent to summon his tiger soul staff. A chill coursed through Ma Hongjun as he felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly exclaimed, Brother you, I want to team with Oscar. After hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Lu Tianyu feigned understanding, saying, so you wish to partner with Oscar? Well then, let Boss Dai and Zhu Qing team up. I eagerly anticipate the fusion technique you two might create. Though cold and reticent, Zhu Qing was not oblivious to the implications of Lu Tianyu's repeated mentions of martial spirit fusion techniques, indicating his awareness of both Dai Mubai and her backgrounds. Sister 7. Some matters can indeed be resolved through communication. Wouldn't you agree, Boss Dai? Dai Mubai, bolstered by Lu Tianyu's gaze, summoned his courage, declaring, Qing, I will prove myself to you. Upon hearing the words of Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing finally turned to Dai Mubai and softly replied with a faint hum, leaving her intentions unclear. Ma Hongjun, feeling aggrieved, approached Oscar, who, being far more astute, did not display any signs of distress. He patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder reassuringly, saying, Come on, fatty, with our synergy, we can easily defeat even Boss Dai. Defeating those at the 36th or 7th level should be a walk in the park. Chapter 40. Illusion. The Tiger's Soul Blade, the Iron Dual Soul, number 1 Battle Emperor, is requested to proceed to the 9th Duel Arena. As the Shrek battle team finalized their pairing for the 2-on-2 match, the announcement for Lu Tianyu to enter the duel resonated throughout the Soto Great Soul Arena. Rising to his feet, Lu Tianyu remarked, I didn't expect to be the first to step onto the stage. Let me make a splendid entrance. With that, he donned his mask and stowed away his white ceremonial robe into the Soul Guide. At this moment, the master interjected, Let us go and witness Xiao Yu's duel. As Lu Tianyu entered the dimly lit passage designated for Soul Masters, he loosened the high ponytail atop his head and casually arranged his bangs and the hair on his crown into a neat bun at the back of his head. In that instant, Lu Tianyu's appearance underwent a profound transformation. Even the members of Shrek Academy only recognized him upon seeing the mask on his cheek. Welcome to the 9th Duel Arena of the Soto Great Soul Arena. I am your familiar host, Nual Lan. Now, let us invite Soul Masters Watang to the stage. Most hosts of the Grand Duel Arena are Soul Masters with the ability to fly. And Nual Lan sported a pair of bat-like wings on his back. Following a brief self-introduction, he promptly called the participating Soul Masters to the stage. A beam of light illuminating the arena's edge from above. Within that beam stood a robust man, approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a white garment and fiery red trousers. Muscles rippling, likely in his mid-20s. Zwatang's martial soul was a long-handled battle knife of formidable attack power, and his soul power boasted an astonishing rank of 39. 2 months prior, Zwatang had dominated the Soul Master Arena at Soto, achieving a record of 21 victories and 6 defeats as a Soul Master. From the observation platform, Dai Mubai scoffed, another Iron Dual Soul who will ascend to the Copper Duel. Xiao Yu truly lives up to the title of the Copper Duel Terminator. This moniker had faded from memory in the Soto Great Soul Arena 3 months ago, leaving few who still recalled Lu Tianyu's renown. As Nual Lan introduced Zwatang, he continued, next to take the stage is the unparalleled Battle Emperor Soul Master, boasting a soul power of 35. The Beast Martial Soul, unparalleled Battle Emperor, makes his debut in the Grand Duel Arena. Let us anticipate his performance. Lu Tianyu, standing at a mere 5 feet, felt dwarfed by Zwatang's towering presence on the duel stage. Zwatang, gazing at the mask on Lu Tianyu's cheek, displayed no contempt. He sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Lu Tianyu. Nuo Lan alighted between Lu Tianyu and Zuotang, declaring, "Soul Masters, you have 10 seconds to summon your martial souls. Attacks may commence only after I announce the start. Should either of you lose all combat capability or fall from the duel stage, it will be deemed a defeat. Now, please summon your martial souls." Upon hearing Nuo Lan's instruction, Zuotang swiftly conjured 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rising from beneath him. Golden Battle Blade, Zuotang, at your service. As the 3 soul rings floated before him, Zuotang grasped the air, summoning a radiant golden battle knife approximately 5 feet long, with a hilt measuring 2 feet and a blade extending 3 feet. The moment this weapon materialized on the duel stage, Lu Tianyu felt a chilling gust of murderous intent sweep towards him. Martial Soul Manifestation, Tiger's Soul Staff. Lu Tianyu summoned forth the towering human-shaped phantom over 3 meters high as he activated his soul power. With the appearance of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings above his head, he conjured a staff measuring around 16 inches in length. Thousands of glimmering, milky white particles coalesced around the staff, culminating in a staff approximately 5 feet long. Nuo Lan, having never presided over Lu Tianyu's previous duels, was unable to recognize him from his soul rings and techniques. However, several spectators, discerning the soul ring configuration, martial soul characteristics, and soul skills, identified Lu Tianyu, though their recognition bore no significance. As both combatants summoned their martial souls, Nuo Lan gently flapped his wings and ascended into the air. I hereby announce the commencement of the first one-on-one duel in the 9th duel arena. Now begins. First soul skill, Mountain Splitter. Storm Staff, Decapitating Axe. No sooner had Nuo Lan's words left his lips than Zuotang unleashed his first soul skill. With a swift swing of his battle knife, a yellow soul ring flickered at his wrist. Subsequently, a crescent-shaped blade of golden light, extending 7 meters, cleaved towards Lu Tianyu, standing 20 meters away. In response, Lu Tianyu firmly gripped the tiger's soul staff and executed a sweeping strike, generating a 3-meter-long azure blade of energy that surged vertically towards Zuotang. With a thunderous clash, the azure and golden energy blades collided in the center of the duel stage, their forceful impact shattering them into halves that careened towards their respective targets. With practiced agility, Lu Tianyu performed a flourish with his staff, rapidly springing forward and reappearing before Zuotang, who had just evaded the azure blade. With both hands tightly gripping the tiger's soul staff, Lu Tianyu aimed to strike towards Zuotang's face. Zuotang smirked slightly, thinking, "Navi." He quickly raised his golden battle knife to block Lu Tianyu's blow. Lu Tianyu chuckled softly in response, "Navi is you, falling horse staff." In an unexpected twist, the tiger's soul staff, aimed at Zuotang's visage, shifted direction, seamlessly appearing before Zuotang's knee. With a forceful sweep, Lu Tianyu struck Zuotang's legs apart, causing him to tumble to the ground. The staff is the progenitor of all weapons. Your golden battle knife may possess formidable lethality, but when it comes to close combat techniques, you still have much to learn. Lu Tianyu relished the moment, taunting Zuotang as he lay on the ground, a glint of malice flashing in Zuotang's eyes. Second soul skill, Attack Speed Amplification. With a flicker of the yellow soul ring on the hilt of his battle knife, Zuotang executed a sweeping kick to force Lu Tianyu back. Then, like a fish leaping from water, he sprang up, swinging his golden battle knife, conjuring a veil of golden light that enveloped Lu Tianyu. Many spectators shielded their eyes, recalling that 9 soul masters had perished under this very technique of Zuotang's in just 1 month. The golden battle knife, measuring a total of 5 feet, unleashed a rapid assault that could cover a radius of nearly 5 feet. Even agile assault-type soul masters would find it difficult to evade the swiftness of Zuotang's soul skill. Life Restoration, Heavenly Staff Dance. Lu Tianyu was momentarily taken aback by Zuotang's second soul skill, feeling as though he were facing a full-force assault from Liu Song. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, as he activated Life Restoration to enhance his response time. He also employed the Heavenly Palm technique to envelop himself in a dense defensive barrier with the tiger's soul staff above his head. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes resounded throughout the duel stage as both fighters retreated 5 meters to regain their stance. Zuotang gazed at Lu Tianyu with immense astonishment, stating, "Ever since I acquired my second soul skill, no one has been able to retreat unscathed from within half a meter of me. You are the first, but also the last." Second soul skill, Attack Acceleration. First soul skill, Mountain Split Slash. In a flash, the 2 yellow soul rings on Zuotang's arm shimmered, and dozens of golden blade energies, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind, enveloped Lu Tianyu, who stood 10 meters away. Anticipating Zhuotang's move, Lu Tianyu swiftly deduced that he would employ his second soul skill to hasten his attack speed, followed by a sweeping assault with his first soul skill. Naturally, an ordinary power-type soul master would be suppressed by such a technique, or even be directly overwhelmed. However, Lu Tianyu's body technique, Shave, unleashed at the state of life restoration, propelled into a speed comparable to agility-type soul masters. After evading a golden blade energy, he rapidly swung his tiger's roar staff to unleash a gust of air. Shave, storm staff, flying swallow. The soul fighting arena was filled with 7 or 8 phantoms of Lu Tianyu, deftly dodging the dense golden blade energies, while simultaneously sending forth dozens of pale blue air blades towards Zhuotang's position. Zhuotang was genuinely taken aback by Lu Tianyu's terrifying speed. To counter the onslaught of air blades, he had no choice but to cease the activation of his first soul skill, focusing instead on utilizing his second soul skill to meet the air blades launched by Lu Tianyu's staff. Boom, boom, boom. The pale blue air blades collided with the gilded battle knife, creating a series of explosive sounds. The immense force carried by the air blades surged through the gilded battle knife into Zhuotang's body, causing him to slide backward uncontrollably. After forcing Zhuotang to abandon the activation of his first soul skill, Lu Tianyu chose not to continue with Storm Staff and Shave, instead returning to a stable stance in the center of the arena. In midair, Nuo Lan could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "Is this truly a contest at the Soul Master level? The unparalleled Battle Emperor is actually holding his own against Zhuotang, who possesses 39 levels of soul power." Zhuotang's breathing grew labored. Although simultaneously deploying his first and second soul skills was formidable, the energy consumption was considerable. Upon hearing the host's astonishment, Zhuotang's gaze turned icy as he pointed the gilded battle knife at Lu Tianyu, declaring, "The physical prowess and explosive power of weapon soul masters do not compare to you beast soul masters. However, that does not imply that weapon soul masters are inherently weaker. Boy, if you perish, it will be due to your own lack of skill." Lu Tianyu understood the dynamics between weapon soul masters and beast soul masters, never believing that beast soul masters were superior. For instance, Zhuotang's strength exceeded that of a typical beast soul master of the same level. After all, not everyone possesses a martial soul like Lu Tianyu's, which amplifies all physical attributes. Third soul skill, power amplification. Zhuotang infused his third soul ring with soul power, causing the purple soul ring on his body to flicker slightly, before he charged toward Lu Tianyu. When he was 5 meters away, he suddenly swung the gilded battle knife, unleashing a pale golden blade energy from its edge. This was not a soul skill, but rather a testament to Zhuotang's enhanced strength resulting from the significant amplification. Lu Tianyu, wary of the threat, prepared to activate the 8th gate of Duanjia, simultaneously sweeping his tiger's roar staff to send forth a bright blue air blade. Storm staff, decapitating axe. The bright blue air blade collided with the pale golden blade energy, resulting in an explosion that created a shockwave across the arena. A pale golden shockwave pierced through the bright blue air blade, striking Lu Tianyu's staff, making him feel as though he had been struck by Zhao Wuji's mighty golden palm. Third soul skill, 8th gate of Duanjia. First gate open. A surge of alarm coursed through Lu Tianyu as he directed his soul power into his third soul ring, then raised his tiger's roar staff to block the incoming gilded battle knife. Boom. The arena beneath Lu Tianyu cracked under the tremendous force, causing the tiger's roar staff to shatter into countless fragments, leaving him with merely a 40-centimeter-long piece in hand. The master, observing from the spectator's platform, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, astonished that an external soul bone could be shattered by Zhuotang. As the gilded battle knife continued its descent towards Lu Tianyu's head, the onlookers from Shrek Academy presumed Lu Tianyu would employ shave or paper drawing to evade. However, the fragmented pieces of the tiger's roar staff suddenly adhered to the gilded battle knife, halting its blade just an inch from Lu Tianyu's head. An inexplicable thought emerged in Lu Tianyu's mind, prompting him to control the staff fragments with his will, causing them to coalesce. The fragments enveloping the gilded battle knife transformed into streams of milky white light, converging back into the remnant of the staff in Lu Tianyu's hand. Zhuotang stared in astonishment as the gilded battle knife in his grasp transformed into milky white light, gathering toward Lu Tianyu's staff. Ultimately, Lu Tianyu was left holding a milky white battle knife, approximately 150 centimeters in length, which, aside from its color, was identical in shape to Zhuotang's gilded battle knife. Meanwhile, Zhuotang's weapon had vanished, yet he could still sense his martial soul. With a mere thought, he summoned another gilded battle knife into his hand. Tianyu, bewildered, beheld the milky white weapon, which bore a tiger head hilt between the staff and blade. Just moments before, in the process of fully forming the battle knife, an inexplicable notion of phantom, tiger's roar battle knife had crossed his mind. Uncertain whether this was an evolution of the external soul bone or an inherent skill of the soul bone itself, he surmised that the transformation from staff to battle knife likely fell within the realm of evolution. Chapter 41. The Frenzied Battle Team among those present. Whether the onlookers in the audience or the members of Shrek Academy on the Soul Master observation platform, including Tang, all believed that the effect witnessed was the soul skill of Tianyu. Only the master, Tang San, and Tianyu understood that the transformation of the tiger soul staff into the tiger soul blade was far more intricate than it appeared. Now, the situation had taken an unexpected turn for Tianyu, and he no longer felt inclined to prolong the confrontation with Tang. With a mere thought, he retracted the external soul bone, his feet slightly apart, and leaned forward, placing his right palm before him. Addressing Tang, Tianyu remarked, "To be honest, you are among the finest weapon soul masters I have encountered. You have showcased all your soul skills. Now it is my turn to demonstrate my strength, soft fist technique." Bagua empty palm. As his words fell, Tianyu's figure darted forward, appearing 3 meters in front of Tang, simultaneously withdrawing his right hand. A wave of gentle force surged forth, akin to a block of water, striking Tang's abdomen. Tang felt as though he had been struck fiercely, his body involuntarily sliding backward. At that moment, with Tang's defenses down, Tianyu's form appeared mysteriously before him, adopting a stance with his body crouched and leaning forward, his left hand pointing straight to the ground and his right hand directed toward the heavens. Bagua 16 palms. 2 palms. Tianyu's hands rapidly struck Tang's abdomen, the gentle force penetrating deep, reaching the dantian, where it erupted. In an instant, the soul power within Tang was disrupted, the once flowing energy within him coming to a sudden halt. Without the support of soul power, his martial soul dissipated into specks of light. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. After the initial 2 strikes of the soft fist interrupted Tang's soul power, Tianyu swiftly unleashed the remaining 62 palms. Even a soul king would succumb to unconsciousness after being struck by the Bagua 64 palms. Tang, merely a 39th level weapon soul master, had already lost consciousness before Tianyu's assault concluded. As Tang flew back 3 meters, crashing onto the battle platform, Tianyu hastily closed the 8 gates Duanjia, realizing that his soul power had diminished by 60%. As Nualan descended onto the battle platform and confirmed Tang's unconsciousness, she proclaimed loudly, "The battle is concluded. The victor is the unparalleled Battle Emperor. Let us offer a rousing cheer to congratulate the unparalleled Battle Emperor on this victory." With a record of 1 win and 0 losses, Tang stood at 21 wins and 7 losses. Tianyu paid no mind to Nualan as congratulations. He hurriedly left the battle platform and encountered the master and others waiting at the exit. "Xiaoyu, congratulations. Brother Xiaoyu, congratulations." Upon seeing Tianyu, the Shrek team members all expressed their congratulations, and Tianyu could only nod in acceptance. The master spoke at an opportune moment. "Xiaoyu, you expended a considerable amount of soul power with that 3rd soul skill. Have a recovery sausage and rest for a bit." Oscar promptly offered Tianyu a recovery sausage, which he accepted and quickly consumed, stating, "Ning Rongrong, can we register for the duo battles after I recover some soul power?" Ning Rongrong eagerly nodded. "It's fine, Brother Xiaoyu. If your soul power is insufficient, there is no need to participate in the duo battles today. We still have the team battles later." The announcements echoed through the Soto Great Soul Arena. "Iron Battle Soul, Evil Eye White Tiger, please proceed to the 6th Battle Arena. Iron Battle Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix, please proceed to the 10th Battle Arena. Iron Battle Soul, Softbone Enchanting Rabbit, please proceed to the 7th Battle Arena. Iron Battle Soul, Nether Spirit Cat, please proceed to the 4th Battle Arena." Hearing their respective codenames, the members of the Shrek team encouraged one another before heading to their designated arenas. Zhao Wujin and Flander followed their disciples, and Tang San, knowing the master had matters to discuss with Tianyu, suggested, "Rongrong, would you like to accompany me to watch Xiao Wu's battle?" Ning Rongrong cheerfully agreed. "Sure. I want to see Sister Xiao Wu's impressive performance." As Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu departed, Only Lu Tianyu and the master remained at the Soul Master exclusive passageway. The master clasped his hands behind his back and addressed Lu Tianyu, "Follow me. We are heading to the team lounge." Lu Tianyu nodded gently, following the master to the lounge allocated to the Shrek team at the Soto Great Soul Arena. After Lu Tianyu closed the door, the master spoke urgently. "Xiaoyu, what is the nature of your soul bone?" "Teacher, I am uncertain." The feedback from the soul bone indicated transformation. The master frowned slightly upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, then relaxed, stating, "It seems our previous interpretation was incorrect. Your external soul bone possesses a skill." Lu Tianyu quickly grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that the transformation skill? The Chi-Mei staff is a product of this transformation, and the battle blade is as well? However, the Chi-Mei staff truly exists. If it is a transformation, then it should lack a physical form." The master gently shook his head. "No, I believe it is the entire soul bone that undergoes transformation. And the condition for transformation requires an imprint of the weapon soul." Lu Tianyu attempted to summon the external soul bone attached to his spine, indeed sensing that he could condense it into the Chi-Mei staff or the battle blade. Tiger soul blade. With a thought, a 40-centimeter-long staff tip appeared in Lu Tianyu's hand, followed by thousands of fragments coalescing around it to form the shape of the tiger soul blade. After playing with the tiger soul blade, Lu Tianyu unleashed his soul power to shatter the blade, reconstituting it into the tiger soul staff. Through some simple experiments, Lu Tianyu confirmed the master's assertion was correct. The skill of this external soul bone was transformation. However, how to trigger the transformation skill required further verification. After a series of tests, it became clear that the weapon produced through transformation did not carry any skills. It was merely a weapon born of the soul bone's transformation. If this external soul bone were to fall into the hands of another soul master, it would be utterly useless. Yet for Lu Tianyu, it felt as if it were tailor-made for him. His martial soul's characteristics significantly enhanced all his attributes. The physical technique was merely one avenue to utilize these attributes. Lu Tianyu could also wield the enhanced attributes through weaponry. This external soul bone, capable of transforming into weapons through the imprinting of weapon souls, resembled a treasure trove of weaponry, able to morph into various weapons for Lu Tianyu's use. However, at present, Lu Tianyu lacked the energy to practice with weaponry. If in the future, when absorbing soul rings and selecting soul skills, weapon options became available, he could then choose to train. After studying the external soul bone for a while, Lu Tianyu sat in meditation to restore his soul power. The other members of Shrek Academy, after completing their one-on-one battles, did not return to the lounge but proceeded to register for the duo battles. It was only after Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing, Tang San and Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun and Oscar completed their duo battles that they returned to the lounge. At this moment, Lu Tianyu's soul power had fully recovered. Originally, he intended to join Ning Rongrong for a duo battle, but time was no longer on their side. In 10 minutes, the soul masters participating in the team battles were required to gather in the team lounge. Team battles are undoubtedly the most lucrative aspect of the Soto Great Soul Arena. All participants intending to engage in team battles are required to report half an hour in advance. This is essential, given that the number of combatants for each team is fixed, ranging from 7 to 10 members. For instance, if Team A comprises 8 members and Team B has 10, they can only opt for a 7 versus 7 or an 8 versus 8 match. Soul Masters arriving at the arena may not always be there to participate in team battles, which is why it is mandated that they gather in the rest area half an hour prior to the commencement of the team combat. Upon hearing the master's explanation, Lu Tianyu felt somewhat embarrassed and turned to Rongrong, saying, "I apologize, Rongrong, that my presence has delayed your acquisition of soul points." Rongrong smiled and shook her head, responding, "Oh, don't say that, Xiaoyu. Joining forces with you is merely a means to elevate my score. Moreover, with your prowess, our win rate is an impressive 90%. Even the likes of Douluo, Sange, and Xiao Ao cannot boast such a high rate. They may not even reach the Silver Soul Arena by then." Lu Tianyu was taken aback by Rongrong's eloquence. Recognizing her as a direct descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, adept in the art of conversation. Just then, the head of the Soto Great Soul Arena approached to confirm the number of participants from the Shrek team. Master stood up, revealing the Shrek team's Iron Soul badge, and declared, "I am the leader. The Shrek team can dispatch 8 members for the battle." After verifying the number of individuals in the rest area, the official noted it down and instructed, "From this moment on, I hope the team leader can ensure the members adhere to the rules. Should your team fall below 7 members during the battle, it will be deemed a breach of contract, resulting in compensation for the arena's losses. Furthermore, tonight's match may not guarantee an 8-member team. You might have to settle for a 7 versus 7 battle. With that, the official exited the Shrek team's rest area. Unable to contain his thoughts, Tianyu remarked, "Master, if we can only participate in a 7 versus 7 battle, does that mean one person will be left out? What about the points?" The master reassured him, "There is no need for concern. Points in team battles are uniformly recorded. Even if one does not participate, points can still be earned." With the master's words, the team members felt relieved. At that moment, Flanders spoke up. "If we can only field 7 members tonight, then Fatty should sit this one out. After participating in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles, his soul power has not fully recovered." Ma Hongjun and Oscar had teamed up for a 2-on-2 match against a Soul Master team at the Soul Respect level. Their luck was neither exceptionally good nor bad, as they faced 2 opponents who had just broken through to the 30th level. However, Ma Hongjun expended 60% of his soul power to secure victory, though he had previously consumed Oscar's recovery sausage. Now, consuming another recovery item would yield suboptimal results, requiring at least 2 hours for full restoration. By the time 2 hours had passed, the team battle would likely approach its conclusion, leaving the timing of the Shrek team's entry uncertain. Prepare for a 7 versus 7 team battle. Prepare for a 7 versus 7 team battle. Within 10 minutes, an announcement echoed through the rest area, prompting Master to rise and state, "This is your first team battle. You may arrange yourselves as you see fit." Dai Mubai stood up and said, "Fatty's soul power has not yet fully recovered. He will rest on the sidelines. Xiao San, as a control-type soul master, you will lead us in this combat." The other members of the Shrek team looked toward Tang San, nodding lightly to indicate their willingness to follow his guidance. After surveying the expressions of his teammates, Tang San declared, "All right, when we take the stage, Dai Lao and Xiaoyu will be our primary attackers. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, you will support us from the center. Xiao Ao and Rong Rong, you will stay at the back to provide assistance. Xiao Wu, your main responsibility is to protect Xiao Ao and Rong Rong. Qing, you will primarily support Dai Lao and Xiaoyu." Tang San quickly outlined the strategy, adding, "If there are any changes to our formation, I will notify you." Tianyu approached Tang San and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Xiao San. I trust your tactics." After hearing Tang San's strategic arrangement, Master interjected, "Let us proceed to the preparation area for the team battle." Under Master S guidance, the group made their way to the team battle preparation zone within the Soto Great Soul Arena, where soul masters participating in team battles made their final preparations. Both teams could obtain a general overview of their opponents. According to the information, the Shrek team was set to face the Frenzy Battle team, a 7-member soul master squad. All members of this team possessed soul powers exceeding 35 levels, with their leader, the Frenzied Rhinoceros, boasting a soul power of 38 levels. However, the configuration of the Frenzy Battle team's soul rings was largely subpar, featuring a low-grade setup, the first soul ring being 10 years, the second 100 years, and the third 1,000 years. In contrast, the Shrek team enjoyed optimal soul ring configurations, and Tianyu's setup was particularly exceptional, showcasing a rare second soul master configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple rings. While the Shrek team was still analyzing the data on the Frenzy Battle team, a somewhat flippant voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Well, this young lady has quite an impressive figure. Why the mask?" Turning towards the voice, the members of the Shrek team beheld a burly man with bulging muscles and yellow hair, cradling a captivating woman clad in a black leather outfit. The muscular man leered at Zhu Qing and remarked, "Is it that you are so unattractive that you fear scaring people away, thus donning a mask?" Chapter 42. The Cost of Recklessness. The members of the Shrek team cast displeased glances at the uninvited guest, yet the muscular man showed no fear of their scrutiny. Instead, he audaciously approached Zhu Qing, raising his hand as if to remove the mask from her face, saying, "Come, let me see what you truly look like." Daimubai, who stood closest to Zhu Qing, stood up in indignation and positioned himself in front of her, clenching his fist and growling, "Get lost," with a resounding thud. As Dai Mubai swung his fist at the muscular man, he was unexpectedly knocked back 2 steps by the man's powerful blow. Tianyu and Tang San quickly realized that the muscular man had long been prepared for a fight. Seeing Dai Mubai being pushed back, Xiao Wu let out an angry huff and leaped over the table to stand beside him. Just as she was about to summon her martial spirit, Tang San suddenly grasped her shoulder. At that moment, a figure appeared between the Shrek team and the muscular giant. "This is a designated area for team preparation. Private duels are prohibited." Do you wish to be disqualified from the soul battle? The man, appearing to be around 40, was tall and slender, dressed in an exquisite tailcoat. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, the muscular giant quickly ingratiated himself, saying, "Director AO, it was my impulsiveness." Clearly, the middle-aged man was one of the supervisors of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Director AO coldly stated, "Guangxi, this is your first and final warning. Do not cause trouble on my turf." Yes, Director AO, rest assured, there will be no next time." Upon hearing Director AO address the muscular man as Guangxi, Lu Tianyu and Tang San understood the reason behind his provocation. Guangxi's purpose was to test the strength of the Shrek team, but unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong targets. After sending Guangxi away, Director AO turned to the Shrek team and said, "You are the newly registered Shrek team, I presume? You must be aware that your opponent is the crazy battle team led by the very Guangxi who just provoked you. A friendly reminder, do not be misled by Guangxi's appearance. His crazy battle team has been at the Soto Great Soul Arena for 7 days, achieving a remarkable record of 7 consecutive victories in team battles. All members of the crazy battle team are at least level 35, making them formidable opponents in the Iron Fighting Soul tier." As Director AO turned to leave, he suddenly looked back and added, "By the way, the crazy battle team tends to deal in either death or serious injury. If you feel threatened, I suggest you forfeit." Upon hearing Director AO's words, Lu Tianyu chuckled, "So you're saying I needn't hold back when we take the stage?" Ma Hongjun interjected, "What are you talking about, Xiaoyu? Did you ever hold back in your previous battles?" Indeed, Lu Tianyu had always been restrained in his efforts, aiming merely to incapacitate his opponents. However, he knew that his soft fists could easily target vital organs, potentially resulting in lethal consequences. Noticing Ma Hongjun's incredulous expression, Lu Tianyu sighed. "You don't honestly believe my soft fists lack lethality, do you?" Unbeknownst to him, Ma Hongjun thought Lu Tianyu's soft fists were harmless, never having witnessed them inflict serious injuries. During their last venture to the Star Doe Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his 3rd spirit ring, he had not seen Lu Tianyu's soft fists in action against the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. Furthermore, the cockatrice had already been injured by the Overlord Dragon Snake, leading Ma Hongjun to believe that Lu Tianyu had merely gotten lucky in defeating it. Lu Tianyu, now at Zhu Zhuqing's side, reassured her, "Don't worry, Zhuqing. This Guangxi has provoked me, and I shall entertain him well." He then patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, who nodded gently to indicate he was fine. Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, "It's all right, Xiaoyu, let's prioritize the team." With a light chuckle, Lu Tianyu remarked, "Guangxi is likely the strongest in the crazy battle team. Eliminating him would be greatly advantageous for us, don't you think, Xiao San?" Tang San glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai before replying to Lu Tianyu. "Indeed. Guangxi is the core of the crazy battle team. If we can take him out, we've already won half the battle. Leave this matter to me." Guangxi's martial spirit should be a rhinoceros, suggesting his abilities lean towards defense and strength. Lu Tianyu confidently declared, "And my soft fists are particularly effective against defensive soul masters. So I shall handle Guangxi." The Shrek team members were well aware of the power of Lu Tianyu's soft fists. Even a Soul King could be subdued with a single set of strikes, making them more than adequate against the 38-level Guangxi. Tang San nodded lightly, stating, "After Xiaoyu defeats Guangxi, we will implement a one-on-one strategy. Rongrong, Xiaoyao, ensure you provide good support." The members of the Shrek team nodded in agreement, and Tang San extended his right hand, saying, "Let us give it our all." Seeing Tang San extend his hand, Lu Tianyu chuckled and placed his hand atop Tang San's. Subsequently, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar all stacked their right hands together. After a moment of mutual breathing and eye contact, they proclaimed in unison, "Shrek shall prevail." At that moment, it was time for the Shrek team to take the stage. The Master, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and Ma Hongjun could not enter the Soul Battle Arena. Lu Tianyu, Dai Mubai, and the others departed the team preparation room first, heading to the exclusive observation platform for the Shrek team as they awaited the commencement of the team battle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Soto Great Soul Arena, where we have meticulously prepared a team battle for you, featuring the Crazy Battle Team, who boasts a record of 7 victories in 7 matches. The team battle was somewhat different from the one-on-one and two-on-two battles, as the sheer number of participants made it impossible to detail each Soul Master's achievements. The host briefly acknowledged the composition and impressive record of the Crazy Battle Team before inviting the Shrek team to ascend the battle platform. This was Lu Tianyu's first experience on the team battle stage, and he felt it was more than twice the size of the one-on-one or two-on-two platforms. The crowd in the general observation area was substantial, and the roaring cheers nearly overwhelmed him. Since the Shrek team had only just registered that day, there was little of note to introduce. Stopping 20 meters from the crazy battle team, Tang Sen softly instructed, "Assume the designated positions." The Shrek team members swiftly repositioned themselves, with Lu Tianyu and Dai Mubai standing at the forefront. Behind them, Xiaowu, Tang San, and Zhu Shiqing lined up, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the two support soul masters, took their place at the rear. The crazy battle team immediately established their tactical stance upon the Shrek team's arrival. Quan Shi snorted and declared, "Let's battle." He took his position at the forefront, with a strikingly dressed woman in leather standing behind him. To their left and right flanks were the agile twin monkey brothers and the powerful twin sheep brothers, while the support soul masters of the crazy battle team stood at the back. Both sides were poised for confrontation. Yet no one could act until the battle was officially announced. "Without further ado, please summon your martial spirits." Dai Mubai emitted a soft grunt, declaring, "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits." White Tiger Avatar. Almost simultaneously, the other members of the Shrek team summoned their martial spirits, illuminating the arena with brilliant hues of yellow and purple. At this moment, Lu Tianyu's soul ring ratio was not as prominent as it was during the one-on-one or two-on-two matches, although the Frenzy team boasted 6 10-year white soul rings. They were uniformly low-tier soul masters at level 35, with only one additional 1,000-year soul ring compared to Shrek. As both teams activated their martial spirits, the host boomed. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The soul battle begins. The Rui Disc, attack aura, and Rui Disc, defense light erupted into brilliance. At the signal, the auxiliary soul master of the Frenzy team promptly initiated their actions, bestowing attack and defense enhancements upon their teammates. The first soul skill, Charge, saw the Frenzy Rhino, empowered with augmented strength and defense, launch itself like a frenzied bull towards Dai Mubai and Lu Tianyu at the forefront of the Shrek team. The only female member of the Frenzy team, who also possessed the best soul ring ratio, swiftly ascended into the air to unleash her second soul skill, Web, summoning a massive spider web that spanned over 30 meters above the heads of the Shrek team. Lu Tianyu nodded at Dai Mubai, assuming a crouched stance. Left hand pointed forward towards the ground, and right hand raised skyward. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 128 palms. Tang San gazed at the spider web above, a slight smile gracing his lips as he infused his third soul ring with soul power. The third soul skill, Web Bind, manifested as hundreds of blue-silver grass vines erupted around the arena, weaving into a web that not only countered the Frenzy team's Control Master's web, but ensnared the enchanting woman in midair. The Frenzy Rhino had reached a mere 2 meters away from Lu Tianyu, while Ning Rongrong, at the back of the Shrek team, activated her enhancement soul skill. 7 treasure glaze tile. First, strength. Second, speed. Instantly, a radiant 7-colored light surged from the 7 treasure glaze tile, enveloping Lu Tianyu, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Shiqing. The third soul skill, 8 gates Duanjia, opened the first gate. Upon feeling the augmentation from the 7 treasure glaze tile, Lu Tianyu unlocked the first gate of the 8 gates Duanjia. Just as the Frenzy Rhino was about to collide with him, Lu Tianyu pivoted 90 degrees, swiftly striking the bull's abdomen with both palms. 8 trigrams 2 palms. The Frenzy Rhino felt an unusual force penetrate its dantian, unleashing an indescribable shockwave that scattered its internal soul power. In an instant, the flow of soul power within the Frenzy Rhino came to a halt, and its martial spirit, devoid of support, reverted to its original state. 8 trigrams 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. 128 palms. Although Lu Tianyu's soul power was 3 levels lower than the Frenzy Rhino's, the activation of the first gate had equalized his attack power with that of a 39-level Assault Soul Master. Despite the defensive augmentations provided by the Auxiliary Soul Master, Lu Tianyu also benefited from the unparalleled attack enhancements of the 7 treasure glaze tile. With merely the initial gentle fist strike, the Frenzy Rhino's internal soul power was dispersed. Subsequently, bolstered by the 7 treasure glaze tiles enhancements, Lu Tianyu unleashed a relentless barrage of 126 consecutive strikes within 30 seconds. The robust form of the Frenzy Rhino was sent reeling 5 meters back by Lu Tianyu's final blow, and before it could land on the arena, it spewed forth a mouthful of blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. "This is the price for your arrogance," Lu Tianyu murmured as he closed the first gate of the 8 gates Duanjia, glancing at the convulsing figure of the frenzy rhino on the ground. While Lu Tianyu dealt with the frenzy rhino, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing surged forward to engage the frenzy team's duo of monkeys and sheep. Despite the significant disparity in soul power levels, enhanced by the 7 treasure glaze tile, they maintained the upper hand. Zhu Zhuqing, facing a foe with an entire soul ring advantage, relied on her speed to remain entangled with her opponent. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, with a 2-level advantage over his adversary, swiftly subdued his opponent within 30 seconds, before hastening to assist Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing Lu Tianyu vanquish the frenzy rhino, Oscar quickly conjured a recovery sausage. Tossing it into the air, above you, Lu Tianyu raised his hand to catch the recovery sausage, swallowing it as he focused on the auxiliary soul master of the frenzy team. At that moment, the control master of the frenzy team returned to the arena, shooting a thread from his palm to retrieve the unconscious frenzy rhino. Quickly, revive him. The auxiliary soul master of the frenzy team, still in a state of shock, had never witnessed such a devastating onslaught before. Responding to the control master's urgent call, he hastily infused soul power into his martial spirit. Cut, 8 trigrams air palm. As a purple soul ring glimmered around the Rui disc, Lu Tianyu's figure abruptly appeared before the auxiliary soul master of the frenzy team, closing a 30-meter gap in an instant. He unleashed a devastating palm strike, sending the auxiliary soul master hurtling backward, but Lu Tianyu was a fraction too late. A crimson light surged from the Rui disc, entering the bodies of the 6 members of the frenzy team. Instantly, they entered a frenzied state, their attack power and speed soaring to levels comparable to 38 or 39. Chapter 43. Forced to achieve a pinnacle upon sensing something amiss, Tang San hastily activated the Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps to return to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, summoning his martial spirit to entwine the blue silver grass around the waist of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. The situation was dire. They needed to retreat quickly. Although Tang San intended to pull Lu Tianyu back as well, he was thwarted by the members of the frenzy squad, forcing him to abandon the effort. A glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the frenzy squad's control-type soul master as he infused all his soul power into his 3rd soul ring. With a flicker of his purple soul ring, the 3rd soul skill, Spider Web Breakthrough, was unleashed. Countless strands of soul power emerged from the battle arena, weaving together to form a colossal spider web that separated the Shrek team from the frenzy squad and Lu Tianyu. Xiaoyu, brother Xiaoyu. The members of the Shrek team gasped in shock, for the 4 fervently engaged soul masters of the frenzy squad had surrounded Lu Tianyu entirely. The control-type soul master of the frenzy squad, panting heavily, declared, "The tides have turned. You have severely injured our fierce rhinoceros. Now it is our turn to deal with you." With a resigned sigh, Lu Tianyu deliberately revealed his 2nd soul ring, stating, "2nd soul skill, Tiger's Roar Staff." The purple soul ring beneath his feet flickered and vanished as he conjured a 40-centimeter-long staff with a hollow grip, which swiftly coalesced into a milky white staff. While the Shrek team endeavored to dismantle the spider web, they soon realized it was woven from the Control Master's soul power in a fervent state. Dai Mubai could not break through the web, and neither could Xiao Wu, Tang San, or Zhu Zhuqing. If only Ma Hongjun's flames were present, this web would have been easily incinerated. Unfortunately, with only 7 members on each side, and Ma Hongjun absent, they had to contend without him. Holding the tiger's roar staff, Lu Tianyu performed a mesmerizing flourish, taunting, "Wouldn't it be wiser to concede rather than seek a beating? Do not assume that sheer numbers grant you the advantage." 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, open. Stubborn as a mule, incapacitate him. The control-type soul master of the frenzy squad sneered at Lu Tianyu's words, issuing an attack command to the 4 soul masters in a frenzied state. They charged at Lu Tianyu, who wielded the milky white staff with grace, engaging in fierce combat. The staff danced in his hands as if animated, executing techniques such as striking, lifting, slicing, covering, suppressing, sweeping, piercing, propping, lifting, flicking, and brushing with exquisite precision. The frenzy squad's 4 soul masters, seemingly impervious to pain, would rise immediately after being knocked down by Lu Tianyu, launching frenzied assaults once more. Lu Tianyu could not help but call out to the watching control-type soul master, "Hey, is this really acceptable? Though I've shown mercy, their injuries are by no means light. Do not think that an inability to feel pain grants you license to act recklessly in the face of absolute power. All cunning tricks are futile." In the brief moment of dialogue, Lu Tianyu had already struck the frenzy squad's 4 soul masters down 3 times. The control-type soul master gritted his teeth in fury, asserting, "Even if they are rendered crippled, it matters not. You will pay dearly for this." Tianyu sighed in resignation at the control-type Soul Master's words, replying, "Why persist? I am quite reluctant to suffer the backlash of using my third soul skill." Alas, alas. As the control-type Soul Master prepared to restrain Tianyu, a surge of Soul King-level aura erupted from Tianyu once more. 8 gates of Duanjia. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Upon unlocking the second gate, Tianyu's martial spirit unleashed an unparalleled force, nearing 10,000 in might. Shave. Soft staff. 5 strikes. Before the remaining 5 members of the Frenzy Squad, 5 images of Tianyu abruptly appeared, as his form solidified once more. The spider web that obstructed the Shrek team dissipated into glimmers of light, while Tianyu, weakened, leaned on the staff to avoid collapsing. Thud, 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 thud. The sounds of falling bodies echoed across the battle arena, leaving the audience, Soul Masters, and hosts bewildered as they witnessed the Frenzy Squad members suddenly collapse. They had not even seen how Tianyu struck. All members of the Frenzy Squad lay unconscious on the arena floor. The match is over. The victors are the Shrek team. The host of the battle arena, maintaining his professionalism, quickly recovered from the shock to announce the Shrek team's victory in the group battle. Tang San and Dai Mubai rushed to Tianyu's side, supporting his trembling legs, while Xiaowu hurried over with concern, asking, "Brother Xiaoyu, how do you feel?" The exhilaration of being forced to achieve a pinnacle was undeniable. Yet the cost was steep. It would likely take a full night's rest to fully recover his strength and spirit, even though the Shrek team had grown accustomed to Tianyu's astounding feats. The notion that one person could defeat 5 equally ranked Soul Masters and merely require a night of rest seemed implausible. Having exhausted all his soul power, energy, and stamina from activating the second gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he lacked the strength to claim his victory reward. Upon returning to their quarters in Soto City, he found Xiao Xian and consumed a candy bean, regaining some energy for the evening's review. In the living room, the members of the Shrek team gathered in small groups, chatting joyously until the Master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujin arrived, prompting them to sit upright. Although the Shrek team had triumphed in the group battle that evening, the reality was that Tianyu had single-handedly annihilated the Frenzy Squad. A sense of unease permeated their hearts as the Master scanned the faces of the Shrek team before stating, "What do you wish to express after today's battle?" The members of the Shrek team turned in unison to look at Dai Mubai, who had taken on the role of spokesperson during these discussions. Rising, Dai Mubai remarked, "I felt fine in the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles, but our performance in the group battle was utterly lacking." At this moment, Oscar chimed in, "During the group battle, I felt like a liability. Had it not been for Xiaoyu pushing through the backlash to activate the 8 gates of Duanjia, whether we could have won remains uncertain." Tianyu remained quietly seated on the sofa, a warm smile gracing his face as he squinted his eyes, refraining from speaking immediately. The Master then raised a hand, turning to address everyone, "Your assertions are misguided." Upon hearing the Master's words, an ominous feeling settled in the hearts of the Shrek team. Whenever he spoke in such a manner, it often preceded harsh reprimands. Continuing, the Master said, "I want to convey that you performed admirably today. Despite some minor errors, your performance was nothing short of spectacular." As the Master, hands clasped behind his back, approached the crowd, he continued, "This is your first participation in the team battle, and your cooperation is indeed lacking in synergy. However, your opponents are a formidable team, having achieved 7 victories without a loss, with each member possessing soul power exceeding level 35. Of course, Xiaoyu's strength is a significant factor in your victory, yet your contributions cannot be attributed solely to him." With a warm smile gracing his cheeks and his eyes narrowed in mirth, Tianyu interjected, "The Master speaks the truth. You are all aware of my circumstances. Although I triumphed over our adversaries using the 8 gates of Duanjia, I am left with limited mobility. Without your collective efforts to seize an early advantage, I would not have been able to achieve today's results." Upon hearing the Master's words, the members of the Shrek team beamed with excitement, for this was one of the rare moments of encouragement and praise from the Master. The Master concluded, "Each of you plays an indispensable role in our team battles. Shrek Academy is a cohesive unit. None can be absent." Meanwhile, Flanders, with his eyebrows and beard bristling in delight, clearly reveled in the recognition bestowed upon his students by the Master. Adjusting his crystal glasses, he quipped, "Master, you aren't intentionally flattering the children today, are you?" "Of course not," the Master replied with a calm demeanor. "I merely wish to convey to them, they are the best, though not yet perfect." He turned to Flanders and added, "I permit you all to take a day off tomorrow, but after your respite, you must reflect on the gains and losses of today's battle. and report back to me the day after tomorrow before the next duel. Yay! Oscar and Ma Hongjun exclaimed in elation, for this was their first genuine opportunity to receive the master's permission for a break. As Flanders, Zhao Wujie, and the master exchanged glances and prepared to depart, the members of the Shrek team endeavored to conceal their inner excitement. As the master reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and turned back, saying, "Oh, and during our absence, do not stir up trouble." The Shrek team members looked towards Flanders, who had previously asserted that a spirit master who shies away from conflict is not a worthy spirit master. Upon sensing the inquiring gazes upon him, Flanders cleared his throat and remarked, "The master is correct. Do not create unnecessary trouble for me, but refraining from trouble does not imply fear of it. If anyone dares to bully you, do not tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy." After delivering this admonition, Zhao Wujie, the master, and Flanders left the hotel where the team was staying, and once they were a distance away, the members erupted in joyous laughter. Ma Hongjun threw an arm around Dai Mubai's shoulders and declared, "Boss Dai, about that treat you promised. Let's go, let's feast on delicious food." Oscar chimed in. "Xiaoyu, Xiaosan, Xiaowu, Rong, Zhuqing. Tonight we shall feast until Boss Dai is bankrupt." Lu Tianyu, his eyes narrowed into crescent moons, teased, "Little Oscar, how large of an appetite do you possess to bankrupt Boss Dai?" Hastily, Dai Mubai rushed to Lu Tianyu's side and wrapped an arm around his neck, proclaiming, "Xiaoyu, as today's hero, I shall reward you with a bottle of the finest tulip." Lu Tianyu smiled brightly. "Tulips? You mean the flowers? If you are giving flowers, they should go to Zhuqing." "Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu, tulip is a very precious type of wine, classified into 10, 30, 50, and 100-year varieties," Ning Rongrong explained with a laugh. "Boss Dai is inviting you to drink the top-tier tulip, which costs at least 5,000 gold soul coins per bottle." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, even for a wealthy man, one should not treat money lightly. I cannot consume a wine worth 5,000 gold soul coins." Dai Mubai chuckled, "My friend, while I may lack many things, money is not one of them. Come, tonight we shall not return until we are intoxicated." Lu Tianyu quickly protested, I think I shall return to my room and rest. I have only regained a modicum of physical strength and soul power. My energy has yet to be restored, so I will retire now." As he began to rise to head to his room, Dai Mubai's arm remained firmly around his neck, insisting, "What rest? The master has granted us a holiday tomorrow. For you, a humanoid soul beast, today's exertion is nothing. A brief nap will have you bouncing back by morning." Ning Rongrong, witnessing Lu Tianyu's unusual expression for the first time, teased, "Xiaoyu, the master often emphasizes that our Shrek team is a cohesive unit, each member indispensable. We have finally been granted a collective holiday. How can you be absent? What do you all think?" Ma Hongjun and Oscar, genuinely excited, quickly joined in, with Ma Hongjun affirming, Yes, Rongrong is right. We are a unit. None can be absent." Oscar added, "Exactly. Xiaoyu, you are often busy with your training and seldom join our gatherings. Besides, if you want to drink the finest tulip, you can let me have it." Dai Mubai playfully slapped Oscar on the shoulder, saying, Scram. "Wait until you earn your golden soul badge before you ask me for the finest tulip." Though Dai Mubai claimed he wanted Lu Tianyu to honor him, he was already pulling Lu Tianyu toward the entrance of the hotel. At this moment, Lu Tianyu found himself unable to resist Dai Mubai's insistence and followed the group to the 5-star hotel in Suodo City. Upon seeing the exquisite tulip served on a golden tray held by a hotel staff member, he paused in surprise, recalling that he had a considerable stock of it in Chadley's storage soul guide. Unaware of its significance, he had previously overlooked it, only to discover that a single bottle was worth 5,000 gold soul coins. Now that he realized he possessed many of these prized bottles, Lu Tianyu felt at ease and began to indulge in the exquisite beverage. Chapter 44, the notorious name after consuming half a bottle of tulip wine. Lu Tianyu felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, indicating that he had succumbed to intoxication. Realizing his inebriation, he refrained from joining Oscar and Ma Hongjun in their revelry, as it was evident that they intended to celebrate through the night. Thus, he summoned the hotel manager to arrange a room for him, intending to rest for the night and depart the following morning. Observing Lu Tianyu's flushed cheeks, Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong recognized his true state of drunkenness and did not insist on his company, allowing him to retreat to his room. Lu Tianyu felt as though he were floating on clouds, soon drifting into a chaotic slumber filled with vivid dreams. Upon awakening the next morning, his biological clock roused him, leaving him merely parched, without the typical hangover symptoms of dizziness, throbbing, or headache. This affirmed the exquisite quality of the tulip wine. He exited his room to inquire about the others from the hotel manager, who informed him that Daimubai and the others had only just concluded their revelry and had only just settled into their rooms. Additionally, he learned that the group had racked up a bill of 8,000 gold soul coins, and the manager asked if Lu Tianyu would be settling the account. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Tianyu produced a gold card to clear the hotel expenses, politely declining the manager's offer of a prestigious membership card. Departing from the Soto City Grand Hotel, he returned to the modest and rented by Shrek Academy, where the instructors were present. Seeing Lu Tianyu return alone, they were understandably concerned about the others. Lu Tianyu reassured Flanders and the others that Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the rest were still resting at the Grand Hotel. Upon hearing about the night of revelry at the Grand Hotel, Flanders lost interest, as he lacked the financial means to indulge in such extravagant expenditure. Once back in his room, Lu Tianyu began to review the encounters with the frenzied battle team, both to fulfill the master's teachings and to identify his shortcomings. Although endowed with the 8 gates of Duanjia soul skill, which allowed him to vanquish all soul masters of the soul sovereign rank, it also fostered a sense of complacency within him. Furthermore, his mastery of various body techniques had led to a situation of overextension, prompting him to consider relinquishing some less effective techniques. The first technique he contemplated discarding was the 8 trigrams palm, as he found it excessively exhausting with frequent use during battles. While the advanced forms of the 8 trigrams palm, the 64 palms, and the 128 palms boasted impressive power, they required substantial soul power for execution, particularly when facing opponents with significantly greater soul power. He needed to activate the 8 gates to launch effective attacks with the 8 trigrams palm. Moreover, utilizing this technique necessitated close proximity to the adversary. And although Lu Tianyu had yet to encounter soul masters with triggering or passive soul skills, he recognized the potential peril of such encounters. Therefore, he resolved to focus on the defensive techniques of the returning heavenly palm and the offensive capabilities of the empty palm, while solely dedicating himself to the training of the Gale Foot and the Tiger's Roar Staff, alongside the external soul bone that manifested the Tiger's Roar Battle Blade. Though the techniques of the Tiger's Roar Staff could handle most combat scenarios, there were instances where its power paled in comparison to that of the Battle Blade. For instance, during team battles against the Frenzied Battle Team, if the battle stage were divided by an opponent's control-type Soul Master, a weapon or soul tool with formidable cutting power would be essential to break through their web of control. Contemplating this, Lu Tianyu envisioned employing the Gale Foot to unleash a blade of air with the Tiger's Roar Battle Blade, pondering whether this method would yield superior speed and power compared to attacks executed with his foot or the staff. With this thought igniting his enthusiasm, Lu Tianyu could no longer contain himself and ventured into the small courtyard behind the inn. However, upon seeing the modest space of merely a dozen square meters, he was compelled to abandon the idea of testing the Gale Foot technique with the battle blade, recognizing that the confined area would be insufficient for such an endeavor. When Flanders had rented the inn, he had sternly warned everyone against damaging any property within. Nevertheless, Lu Tianyu, undeterred, summoned the Tiger's Roar Battle Blade, measuring 150 centimeters in length. Since the external soul bone had transformed into the battle blade, Lu Tianyu had yet to thoroughly examine it. As he wielded the blade and practiced a few strikes, he found it remarkably intuitive. At that moment, he comprehended why the staff was deemed the progenitor of all weapons. For staff techniques encompass strikes, thrusts, sweeps, and more. Wielding the Tiger's Roar Battle Blade using these techniques felt entirely natural, even more so than with the Tiger's Roar Staff. Lu Tianyu continued to familiarize himself with the battle blade until 5:30 in the afternoon, when Dai Mubai and the others finally returned. Starting at 5, the master had been awaiting the group to gather for a review of their assignments, yet while Tang San appeared composed, the others wore expressions of distress. Faced with this, the master had no choice but to ask Lu Tianyu to share his reflections on the battle with the frenzied battle team. Lu Tianyu, suppressing his usual smile, turned to the master and said, "Master, I have reviewed our battle with the frenzied battle team. Overall, we lack coordination. Our individual combat styles are too pronounced, making it challenging for our teammates to find opportunities for collaboration. Consequently, we fell into a one-on-one situation from the outset, while our opponents generally possess superior soul power. Although we managed to hold our ground, we were unable to defeat them. Ultimately, we failed to focus on the opposing support soul master. And by the time I directed my attention toward him, it was already too late. While I did manage to engage the opponent's support soul master, I could not prevent him from casting his soul skill, which propelled the frenzied battle team into a frenzied state. Our soul power was already significantly inferior to theirs. And once they entered that state, the situation turned unfavorable. At this point, Lu Tianyu glanced at Tang San and added, in such circumstances, it was indeed prudent for Xiao San to quickly gather our teammates. Unfortunately, I found myself unable to regroup with them, trapped within the encirclement of the frenzied battle team. If it weren't for the formidable strength of my third soul skill, my outcome would surely have been far less favorable. Listening to Lu Tianyu's analysis, the master nodded gently and remarked, Xiaoyu, your summary is quite comprehensive. Therefore, in the upcoming team battles, you must pay attention to both your own and your teammates' combat styles. Particularly you, Xiao San, as a control-type soul master, you must ensure effective coordination among your allies. As the brief meeting concluded, it was time for the opening of the Soto Great Arena. The members of Shrek team returned to their quarters to don their battle attire and masks. They then entered the arena in small groups to register for one-on-one battles, with the two-on-two matches to follow once the former concluded. Perhaps it was Lu Tianyu's fortunate streak or Ning Rongrong's luck, but in the one-on-one matches, he faced an opponent whose soul power had just surpassed level 30. Battling an opponent with 4 levels less soul power was a matter of ease and enjoyment. Lu Tianyu simply utilized the shave technique to instantly appear before his adversary, incapacitating him with a single strike on the battle stage. The entire encounter lasted a mere 5 seconds. After stepping down from the battle stage, Lu Tianyu joined Ning Rongrong to register for the 2-on-2 matches. When naming their team, they opted for simplicity, combining the last character of Lu Tianyu's name with Ning Rongrong's to form the team name, Yurong. Unfortunately, they soon found themselves matched against the Ma-Ao duo of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. The outcome is self-evident. Ma Hongjun was soundly defeated by Lu Tianyu in their 2-on-2 soul battle. The occurrence of internal conflict was unexpected, as no one anticipated that Lu Tianyu would secure victory in a one-on-one duel within a mere 5 seconds. When the group reconvened in the team lounge, the master insisted on staggering the registration of 4 to 5 small teams. If Lu Tianyu and Ning Rongrong's pairing were to encounter the combination of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Daimo Bai, and Zhu Zhiqing, it would undoubtedly result in an internal skirmish. At 9:30 that evening, the team battles commenced at the Soto Great Soul Arena, where the Shrek team faced off against the Spirit Fire team. The Spirit Fire team comprised 11 members, allowing the Shrek team to field all their participants. Regrettably, the Spirit Fire team was significantly weaker compared to the Frenzied Fighting team, with only their vice-captain exceeding level 30 in soul power, while the rest hovered around levels 28 to 29. Consequently, the Shrek team achieved victory in the second team battle with relative ease. Upon returning to their lodging in Soto City, the group naturally gathered in the living room, as the weakness of their opponents left no room for error on the part of the Shrek team. The master offered a few casual words of encouragement before allowing everyone to retire for the night. After Lu Tianyu returned to his room, he habitually took a shower and then sat in meditation on his bed to cultivate his soul power. Tang San was well aware of Lu Tianyu's extreme self-discipline. His daily routine remained consistent unless exceptional circumstances arose. The next day, Lu Tianyu continued to practice with the Tiger Soul Blade in the rear courtyard of the small hotel. With just half a month dedicated to mastering the basic techniques of the Chime staff method, he had thoroughly grasped the characteristics of the Tiger Soul Blade. Whenever the opportunity arose on the battle platform, Lu Tianyu would summon the Tiger Soul Blade for combat, simultaneously testing the effectiveness of the Lan Jiao technique in conjunction with the blade. The resulting blade energy exhibited superior cutting power, attack speed, and effective range compared to the energy produced through foot strikes or the Chime staff, as the blade was the most suitable weapon for delivering slashing energy. With this revelation, Lu Tianyu fully transitioned to wielding the Tiger Soul Blade in the Great Soul Arena, as the blade energy posed a significant threat to soul masters at levels 38 and 39. In contrast, if he were to fight with the Chime staff or using soft punches, he would require the activation of the 8 gates of Duanjia to pose any threat to them. This exemplifies the timeless adage that no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, a simple kitchen knife can still pose a danger, regardless of one's mastery. A brick can still fell an opponent. For Lu Tianyu, substituting the Tiger Soul Blade for the Chime staff as his primary weapon was merely a different application of the enhanced attributes derived from his martial soul. Naturally, this was merely a choice for regular battles. Should he encounter an opponent that the Tiger Soul Blade could not defeat, he would still have to rely on the 8 gates of Duanjia. Over the course of a month, the Shrek team became a formidable presence in the Soto Great Soul Arena, instilling fear in other Soul Masters. Particularly, the duo of Wushuang Zhanhuang and Qian Shou Xiao Luo maintained an unblemished record in one-on-one duels, two-on-two battles, and team contests. As the final day approached, marking 1 month since the Shrek team arrived at the Soto Great Soul Arena, it was also time for the arena to assess their soul battle points. In the early morning, Tianyu engaged in his usual meditation, and as a natural progression, his soul power surged from level 35 to 36. The breakthrough was accompanied by a noticeable fluctuation of soul power. Yet Tang San, who shared a room with Tianyu, had already departed for the rooftop to cultivate, leaving no one aware of Tianyu's advancement. As evening fell, the members of the Shrek team, as per routine, dispersed into the Soto Great Soul Arena. Tianyu, Daimobai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiaowu, and Zhu Shuqing registered for one-on-one soul battles. They then awaited the commencement of the team battles in the lounge, where the master would also register the Shrek team for the group battle in his capacity as the team leader. Upon the staff's confirmation of the Master's Iron Soul Battle Badge, the attendant excitedly rose from their seat and inquired, "Are you the leader of the Shrek team?" The Shrek team had established a fearsome reputation within the Soto Great Soul Arena, which the master was accustomed to, prompting him to urge, "Indeed, please expedite the process." The attendant hastily replied, "Please wait a moment, leader." With that, the attendant took the Shrek team's Iron Soul Battle Badge and swiftly made their way into the main hall of the Soto Great Soul Arena. The master mused that he should not have come to this window for registration, though he knew that any window would yield similar results. Soon, the attendant returned with Supervisor Ao, who had met the Shrek team a month prior. Supervisor Ao greeted the master with a slight bow, saying, "Greetings, esteemed leader. I wish to discuss a collaboration with you. I assure you it will not take up too much of your time." Upon hearing Supervisor Ao's words, the master furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Collaboration? Is this in your personal capacity or on behalf of the Soto Great Soul Arena?" In truth, the master had received numerous invitations for collaboration lately, but most were from individuals seeking to exploit the Shrek team for profit, all of which he had tactfully declined. Supervisor Ao quickly clarified, "Of course, it is on behalf of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Allow me to get straight to the point. I hope that today's team battle for the Shrek team can be held in the central main battle arena." The master's interest was piqued at Supervisor Ao's suggestion, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, "Oh, our Shrek team is still classified as an Iron Soul Battle Tier team. To appear in the central main battle arena, one must at least be at the Silver Soul Battle Tier. This seems to contravene the regulations, does it not?" Chapter 45, The Melee Nemesis. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Director Ao maintained his professional smile as he addressed the master, saying, "You are being too modest. Given the Shrek team's performance this month, they are set to earn the Silver Spirit Soul Badge by tomorrow, and receiving it a day early would have little consequence." The master perceived that the Soto Great Spirit Arena was seeking the Shrek team's assistance and replied calmly, "In that case, you are not particularly pressed for time." Realizing that such reasoning would not sway the master, Director Ao decided to speak candidly. "Master, I shall not conceal the truth from you. 3 days ago, a Silver Spirit Soul team composed entirely of Soul Masters arrived at the Soto Great Spirit Arena, seemingly summoned by the local nobility from other regions. Over the past 2 days, the nobles have heavily invested in this team, which has, without a doubt, secured victories in the arena, resulting in significant losses for the Great Spirit Arena." Upon hearing this, the master's interest was piqued slightly. Director Ao continued, "You should be aware that Silver Spirit Soul teams generally possess strengths above level 40. However, our Soto Great Spirit Arena lacks a Silver Spirit Soul team of Soul Masters and can only dispatch a Copper Spirit Soul team to compete against them. Among them is the Frenzied Battle team, which has previously faced the Shrek team, yet they suffered a catastrophic defeat." The master had observed several matches of the Frenzied Battle team this month and was well aware of their capabilities. He turned to Director Ao and remarked, "The Frenzied Battle team's strength is already considerable among Soul Masters, yet they still fell to that Silver Spirit Soul team. Could it be that the Silver Spirit Soul team's power surpasses theirs?" Director Ao gently shook his head. "No, it is not a matter of soul power levels. Rather, it is the disparity in soul ring configurations. The members of that Silver Spirit Soul team possess the optimal soul ring combinations, akin to the Shrek team." At this point, the master felt somewhat inclined to have the Shrek team challenge the Silver Spirit Soul team, yet he understood the importance of negotiating the benefits. He turned to Director Ao and inquired, "Oh, how can the Great Spirit Arena be certain that the Shrek team can triumph over them?" Since the Soto Great Spirit Arena had opted to collaborate with the Shrek team, they evidently believed in the team's potential for victory. Not to mention, the Shrek team had previously defeated the Frenzied Battle team just a month ago. Now, after a month of rigorous training within the Soto Great Spirit Arena, their current strength was vastly superior to that time, significantly increasing their chances of overcoming the Silver Spirit Soul team. Director AO promised that should the Shrek team participate in the central arena of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, each member would receive a direct reward of 500 gold coins, with an additional reward of 10,000 gold soul coins for a victorious outcome. Despite this, the Master did not provide an immediate response to Director AO. However, upon reviewing the profiles of the Silver Spirit Soul team members, he promptly accepted the invitation from the Soto Great Spirit Arena. In the Shrek team's lounge, the members awaited notifications for the one-on-one matches. Only after the conclusion of these matches would they register for the two-on-two contests. Typically, the announcements for the one-on-one duels would have already commenced. Yet even with the Master's return, no one from the Shrek team had ventured to participate. The Master placed the fighter profiles on the table in the lounge and stated, "The one-on-one and two-on-two matches today will be arranged by the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Your primary focus should be on tonight's team battle." He then recounted the events he encountered at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. After listening, Flander expressed his regret. "Xiao Gang, you shouldn't have agreed so quickly. If you had negotiated further, the rewards could have been greater." The Master merely cast a sidelong glance at Flander and then turned to Lu Tianyu, whose warm smile remained, and said, "Xiaoyu, there is one opponent in tonight's team battle that you must pay special attention to." As he sifted through the fighter profiles, Lu Tianyu noticed the name of the captain of the Royal Battle Team, Tianheng, wielding the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit at level 39, a powerful assault-type Spirit Master, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit is renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities. Lu Tianyu lifted his gaze, slightly widening his eyes to look at the Master. Yet, no one in the room understood why Lu Tianyu had suddenly opened his eyes to the Master. The Master assumed Lu Tianyu did not comprehend the significance of his warning and clasped his hands behind his back, explaining, "The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit inherently possesses lightning attributes. If your Gentle Fist is designed to counter defensive Spirit Masters, then the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit is specifically tailored to counter the Gentle Fist." Lu Tianyu had anticipated the existence of counters to his Gentle Fist from the moment he chose it, including the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit. After the Master's words, Lu Tianyu narrowed his eyes, replying, "I understand, Master. I will refrain from employing the Gentle Fist against the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit Master, and will even avoid approaching him within a 5-meter radius." Flander, engrossed in his chess game with Zhao Wujia, could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "Xiao Gang, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit." However, before he could finish, the Master shot him a stern glance, leaving him to awkwardly adjust his crystal glasses. Returning to his game with Zhao Wujia, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit. Could it be that the captain of the Royal Battle Team is a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan? Although the Master had silenced Flander, he was unable to stop Ning Rongrong in time. Flander discreetly glanced at the Master and remarked, "Aside from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, I have not heard of any other Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit Masters." The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, indeed a prestigious lineage of Spirit Masters. Several members of the Shrek team were aware of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, and upon hearing Ning Rongrong and Flander's comments, they began discussing the clan's reputation. The Master, with a stern expression, interjected, "Focus on studying your opponents first. They are adversaries unlike any you have encountered before." Tang San, taking the Master's advice to heart, retrieved the fighter profiles from the table and turned to the next page, reading aloud, "Vice Captain Duga Yin, Spirit, Green-Scaled Snake, level 30, Control Type Spirit Master, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member Ao Douluo, Spirit, Ghost Leopard, level 36, Agility Type Spirit Master, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member Yufeng, Spirit, Wind Bell Bird, level 36, Agility Type Spirit Master, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member Yulingling, Spirit, 9 Heart Begonia, level 35, Support Type Spirit Master, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member Shur Mo, Spirit, Xuanwu Turtle, level 37, Defense Type Spirit Master, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team members Sure Mo, Spirit, Xuanwu Turtle, level 36, Defense type Spirit Master. With a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Tianyu, with his narrowed eyes now slightly widened, glanced at his teammates, sensing an air of gravitas. The Royal Battle Team appeared to be several times stronger than the Frenzied Battle Team. The Xuanwu Turtle was renowned for its defensive prowess, and it was a spirit that could potentially withstand the Gentle Fist's attacks entirely. The Xuanwu Turtle's shell is exceptionally thick, significantly enhancing the defense of the Spirit Master as well. Among them, the most formidable was the 9-Heart Begonia Spirit Master, whose area-wide healing ability could be exceedingly troublesome. In the lounge, the members of Shrek Academy fell into silence after hearing the basic information about the Royal Battle Team. After a while, Tianyu smiled and said, "It's all right, everyone. If necessary, I can use all 6 gates. I refuse to believe that the Royal Battle Team can withstand an attack of Soul Sage level." Xiaoyu, brother Xiaoyu. Just as Tianyu finished speaking, the others from Shrek Academy quickly interjected to stop him. Flanders, with a somewhat serious demeanor, remarked, "It's merely a battle of souls. It's not a matter of life and death. Please refrain from recklessly using your 8 gates Duinjia." Tang San also turned to Tianyu, saying, "Indeed, Xiaoyu, we agreed to use the 8 gates Duinjia sparingly. Besides, we do have a chance of winning." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Tianyu scratched the back of his head and replied, "I was merely concerned about your confidence. However, the Royal Battle Team comprises only 7 members, which means one of us doesn't need to participate." To alleviate the awkwardness, Tianyu quickly shifted the topic to the upcoming battle, and the members of Shrek Academy realized that the Royal Battle Team indeed had only 7 members. It should be noted that this was merely the minimum number required for a team battle. Typically, Soul Master teams specializing in large-scale competitions consist of over a dozen members. This ensures tactical diversity and provides ample rest for injured or unwell members. During their month-long participation in the Soto Great Soul Arena, Shrek Academy had only faced a situation with 7 participants on a couple of occasions, as everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of who should withdraw from the battle. It was clear that Tang San, Tianyu, and Dai Mu Bai, as the core of Shrek Academy, were guaranteed to take their places. The members of the Royal Battle Team all possess soul power above level 35, thus Oscar and Xiao Wu, both exceeding level 30, naturally had their roles as well. Ning Rongrong's support abilities were also indispensable to Shrek Academy, leaving only Ma Hongjun or Zhu Qing to rest. "I'll withdraw. I'll take a break." Upon meeting the gazes of Tang San, the Master, and Tianyu, Zhu Qing and Ma Hongjun understood that tonight's battle would only feature 7 members from Shrek Academy. Consequently, they both voiced their decision not to participate. Tang San waved his hand, stating, "One of their Soul Masters wields the Wind Bell Bird as their martial spirit, which should counteract the capabilities of the fatty. However, that Wind Bell Bird Soul Master specializes in agility, and I feel that the fatty might struggle against an agile opponent." As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Tianyu offered his thoughts, acknowledging that while Ma Hongjun's martial spirit possesses immense offensive power, his speed is indeed a significant drawback. If the opponent's martial spirit were not avian, he could rely on Oscar's flying mushroom sausage for mobility. Yet, the opponent's martial spirit happens to be the Wind Bell Bird, which, given its agile nature, undoubtedly possesses flight capabilities. Tang San, hearing Tianyu's remarks, glanced at Ma Hongjun with concern. Firstly, Ma Hongjun's soul power was insufficient, and secondly, his lack of speed would put him at a disadvantage against the Royal Battle Team's comprehensive strength. In truth, Tianyu had hoped for Xiao Wu to withdraw from the team battle, as in the original narrative. She had been severely injured by a member of the Royal Battle Team. However, Xiao Wu's soul power had reached level 31, making it impossible for Shrek Academy to allow her to step back. "Let it be Zhu Qing. We may need you and Mubai to turn the tide if necessary." At this moment, the Master looked at Zhu Qing, decisively making the call, while Flanders shot a disappointed glare at Ma Hongjun. Had Ma Hongjun's soul power reached level 30, there would have been no doubt about his participation. "Ah, fine. Is it that unappealing to have the fatty?" Ma Hongjun sighed helplessly, glancing at the Master and Tianyu, mumbling to himself. Tianyu's smile deepened, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as he suggested, "How about I take a break and let the fatty go instead? Didn't we agree to take turns resting?" "No way. What a joke. The opponents are all Soul Masters above level 35. The moment he spoke, the members of Shrek Academy voiced their unanimous opposition. Tianyu was undoubtedly the team's ace. Just as he had previously mentioned, using the 8 gates Duinjia at critical moments could turn the tide. Flanders exclaimed, Xiaoyu. Don't heed the fatty's nonsense. If you don't participate in tonight's battle, that reward of 10,000 gold soul coins will slip away. Lu Tianyu squinted at Ma Hongjun, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. Ma Hongjun quickly clarified, "It's all right, brother Xiaoyu. I'll be doing nothing and still earn points and gold soul coins. Such a delightful task is best left to me." The master regarded Ma Hongjun, then turned his gaze to Lu Tianyu, chuckling softly and shaking his head. He then addressed Tang-san, Xiao-san. Pay special attention to the vice-captain of the royal battle team. In soul battles, it is customary for control-type soul masters to dictate the flow of the match. And as Shrek Academy's control-type soul master, you must be vigilant of your opponent's control techniques. After reviewing the information regarding Dugu Yin from the participant records, Tang-san turned to the master and asked, "Master, the vice-captain of the royal battle team possesses a snake as her martial spirit. Generally, one would cultivate in the direction of agility or brute strength, yet she is a control-type soul master. What means does she employ for her control?" The master noted Tang-san's keen observation of the critical point and nodded gently toward Flanders. "Flanders, what are your impressions of the vice-captain of the royal battle team?" Engaged in a game of chess with Zhao Wujin, Flanders pondered the master's words and replied, "The azure scale snake, with the surname Dugu. Could it be?" Chapter 46. The royal fighting team. The master, observing Flanders' reaction, became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. He turned to the members of the Shrek team and remarked, "The blue-scaled serpent martial spirit is quite rare among soul masters. There is only one individual renowned for this spirit. I wonder if any of you have heard of the blue-scaled Douluo?" Lu Tianyu wore a gentle smile, his eyes narrowing as he regarded everyone with an air of tranquility. Tang-san, Xiaowu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun looked bewildered at the master. They were familiar with the terms Soul Douluo and Tidal Douluo, but the mention of blue-scaled Douluo was entirely new to them. However, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions shifted dramatically. Dai Mubai stammered, "Master, you can't be referring to the legendary poison Douluo, known as the Tyrant of Toxins?" "Indeed, that is the one." The master replied softly, renowned for his insidious and treacherous nature. Tang-san suddenly grasped the implication and said, "Teacher, you mean to suggest that the vice-captain of the royal fighting team employs poison as a means of control? If that is the case, our chances of victory against them increase by 30%. The members of Shrek Academy believed in Tang-san's insights, yet the master could not help but caution. "Do not underestimate them, Xiao-san. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, blue-scaled serpent, and black tortoise martial spirits are all particularly advantageous against melee-type assault soul masters, of which we have Mubai, Xiaoyu, Xiaowu, and Shuqing on our side. If Hongjun's soul power reaches level 30, things will become significantly easier. In any case, during the soul battle, ensure your safety, do you understand?" With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Tianyu raised his hand and stated, "Rest assured, Master, I am well prepared. I have 6 forms aside from my soft fist." Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, the others merely smiled and nodded, indicating their understanding. Yet they still felt that the royal fighting team posed a formidable challenge. After a prolonged silence, Ning Rongrong finally gathered her resolve and said, "Master, Brother San, may I propose an idea?" All present turned their attention to Ning Rongrong, eager to hear her thoughts. She continued, "During the upcoming soul battle, could we prioritize targeting their support-type soul masters?" The master, intrigued by Ning Rongrong's suggestion, asked, "Oh, Rongrong, what is your reasoning?" "I am aware of the 9-heart begonia martial spirit, which possesses a single soul skill, a comprehensive area, healing ability. The more soul rings it has, the greater the healing power it provides," Ning Rongrong explained, her fair cheeks flushing with shyness as she spoke before the Shrek Academy members for the first time. Still undeterred, she added, "My father once said, with a 9-heart begonia soul master present, it would be exceedingly difficult to perish." Facing the royal fighting team, Shrek's advantage was already minimal, and the existence of an exceptionally potent healing spirit on the opposing side added to their challenges. The master, moved by Ning Rongrong's words, felt a tremor of realization and remarked, "This is an almost flawless combination. It seems that victory will not come easily." Meanwhile, in another team's lounge at the Soto Great Soul Arena, 7 young individuals clad in resplendent robes were preparing for the forthcoming team battle. A somewhat effeminate young man inquired, "What kind of opponents do you think we will face tonight at the Soul Arena?" Next to him, a slender youth lounged on the sofa, exuding an air of arrogance as he replied, "No opponent is of any consequence. You must understand that no one at the Soto Great Soul Arena can stand against us. Rest assured, The young man, Yufeng, smirked at the slender youth and surreptitiously glanced at the quietly standing girl in a black dress in the corner of the lounge, saying, lingling, "If I sustain injuries during the battle, you must be the first to heal me." The girl in black merely nodded in silence, her icy demeanor radiating a chill that could freeze one in place. Yufeng, stop daydreaming. Lingling would never harbor feelings for you. The slender youth, Osro, stood up and directed his gaze at the coldly exuding Yi Lingling, saying, Lingling, you must be the first to heal me. Don't mind that daydreamer Yufeng. Osro quickly retreated behind a drowsy-looking young man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, declaring, "What's wrong with being a daydreamer? Daydreamer? Enough, you two. Can you not learn from the Shurja brothers and cultivate in peace?" The young man in front of Yufeng suddenly opened his eyes, halting the playful banter. After being interrupted, Yufeng and Osro turned their attention to the quiet figure seated against the wall. The two appeared to be under 20, their muscular builds should have conveyed strength. Yet they emanated an aura of restraint and composure. At that moment, a graceful woman with purple hair and green eyes approached, holding a glass of red wine. Tianheng, don't stop them. Let us see who can win Lingling's heart. Just then, a man in his 30s entered the lounge, holding a dossier labeled with the Shrek team's information. Teacher, Qinming, the Shurjiao brothers, Osro, and Yufeng all stood up promptly in respect toward the middle-aged man named Qinming, who was meditating to refine his soul power. This time, you may face formidable opponents. Here are your adversaries tonight. Take a look for yourselves. Qinming nodded slightly in acknowledgement and handed the dossier to the woman with the red wine. Duguyin set down her glass and took the dossier, reading aloud, Shrek Team, 8 members. Iron Fighting Soul Badge. Upon hearing the mention of the Iron Fighting Soul, the Royal Fighting Team erupted in laughter. Qinming snorted softly. Although the Shrek Team currently holds an Iron Fighting Soul Badge, they possess the strength of a Silver Fighting Soul. The Soto Great Soul Arena has preemptively awarded them a Silver Fighting Soul Badge as a challenge to you. Additionally, the City Lord of Soto has informed me that the Shrek Team has previously triumphed over the Frenzied Fighting Team, so do not underestimate them. Having faced the Frenzied Fighting Team, the Royal Fighting Team was well aware of their formidable strength. Yufeng could not help but exclaim, how is it possible? An Iron Fighting Soul Team defeating the Frenzied Fighting Team? Qinming nodded gently, emphasizing, the focus is on these two individuals. You must be cautious when they take the stage. Pointing at the dossier, Qinming directed Duguyin's attention to the details. She instinctively began to read. Vice Captain Qianshou Azura, Martial Spirit Blue Silvergrass. ISNT Blue Silvergrass, a worthless martial spirit? Upon seeing the mention of Blue Silvergrass, Duguyin couldn't help but scoff, but Qinming glared at her sharply. Have you forgotten what I just said? No matter the opponent, do not underestimate them, nor be careless. Feeling his girlfriend reprimanded by their teacher, Yu Tianheng quickly took the dossier from Duguyin's hands and read aloud. Captain Evil, I White Tiger. Martial Spirit White Tiger, level 37 Assault Type Soul Master, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Vice Captain Qianshou Azura, Martial Spirit Blue Silvergrass. Level 31 Control Type Soul Master, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member Sausage Vendor, Martial Spirit Sausage, level 31 Support Type Weapon Soul Master, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The team member, known as the Unmatched Battle Emperor, possesses a beast martial soul and is a formidable 35th level Assault Type Soul Master, with a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple. Earlier, when names were called, attention was drawn to the Unmatched Battle Emperor, yet Yu Tianheng did not digress and continued with the announcements. Another team member, the Evil Fire Phoenix, wields the Phoenix Martial Soul and is a 29th level Assault Type Soul Master, equipped with 2 yellow soul rings. The team member, the Gentle Bone Enchantress, has the Jade Rabbit Martial Soul and is a 31st level Assault Type Soul Master, boasting a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Another participant, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, is a 28th level Support Type Weapon Master with 2 yellow soul rings. The team member, the Nether Spirit Cat, is a 28th level Agile Assault Type Soul Master, also adorned with 2 yellow rings. Upon completing the listings, Yu Tianheng raised his gaze towards Qinming and remarked, Teacher Qinming, the strengths of the Shrek team appear rather inconsistent. Aside from a couple of noteworthy individuals, there seems to be nothing particularly exceptional. Yufeng took the information booklet from Yu Tianheng, inquiring, what is the background of the Unmatched Battle Emperor? The soul ring configuration is quite unusual, with 1 yellow and 2 purple. Qin Ming surveyed the faces of the royal battle team members and stated, "The unmatched battle emperor registered at the Soto Great Soul Arena a month ago, participating only in one-on-one soul battles, and has never faced defeat in two-on-two or team battles. The vice-captain of Shrek, the thousand-handed Shura, also maintains an unblemished record as a control-type soul master, but the unmatched battle emperor's perfect victories indicate his extraordinary prowess." The members of the royal battle team nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued about the true nature of the unmatched battle emperor. Qin Ming continued, "Furthermore, the captain of the Shrek team warrants attention. Although he has sustained a defeat in two-on-two battles, his stature as the inner captain is not to be underestimated. You are all aware of the formidable enhancement effects provided by the 7-treasure Glazed Tower Soul Master." The royal battle team members exchanged whispers as they perused the Shrek team's dossier. Once they had all reviewed the information, Qin Ming addressed them. "Lastly, I must emphasize that under no circumstances should you cause permanent injury to your opponents during the soul battles. Especially you, Yanzi. Should any of them fall victim to your poison, ensure they are cured immediately after the battle concludes." Doogie Yanzi, somewhat perplexed, looked towards Qin Ming and asked, "Teacher, do you not often state that life and death are inconsequential in the arena?" "I shall explain after the battles," Qin Ming replied, recalling an important detail. "Moreover, the Shrek team comprises 8 members, while we only have 7. Gently shaking his head, he did not immediately clarify for Doogie Yanzi, hastily adding, "Thus, one member of the Shrek team will not participate. Be cautious not to misuse your strategies." "Yes, teacher." "Yes, teacher." Qin Ming. The royal battle team had yet to determine which members of the Shrek team would take the field when the broadcast announcing the team battles at the Soto Great Soul Arena rang through the air. Whether orchestrated by the nobles of Soto City or the arena itself seeking to recoup losses, the announcement of the team battle between Shrek and the royal battle team followed shortly after the commencement of one-on-one battles. Upon hearing this news, the master subtly encouraged Flander to place a wager, confident that betting on Shrek's victory would yield significant returns. Unfortunately, Flander, being overly cautious, only placed a wager of 500 gold soul coins on both the Shrek and royal battle teams. The members of the Shrek team were completely unaware of Flander's betting activities, as their focus remained steadfastly on the impending soul battles. In the center of the Soto Great Soul Arena, the main fighting platform, which could accommodate up to 20,000 spectators, was already filled to capacity with eager onlookers. The guest viewing platforms, as well as those designated for soul masters, were bustling with activity. Had the Shrek team not been participating in the team battles, the master, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and Ma Hongjun would have found no space to observe the event. On the expansive, vintage-style fighting platform, 18 strikingly beautiful young women performed an opening dance, eliciting waves of applause from the male spectators. The atmosphere in the center arena soared to exhilarating heights, and after the dance concluded, the newly appointed host, Douluo, soared above the fighting platform. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Soto Great Soul Arena. I am your old friend, Douluo. Without further ado, let us welcome the Shrek team and the royal battle team to the stage." Those who gathered at the main arena primarily sought to witness the clash between the Shrek and royal battle teams, and Douluo wisely refrained from uttering anything that might incite discontent among the audience. As the entrances on either side of the fighting platform opened simultaneously, the Shrek and royal battle teams, having awaited for over 10 minutes, made their entrance. 2 beams of light descended from above, illuminating the participants. The members of the Shrek team donned black attire, their faces concealed behind identical masks. In stark contrast, the royal battle team members showcased garments distinctly reflective of their martial souls, allowing the Shrek team to discern their names merely by their attire. Lu Tianyu surveyed the crowd and mused, "There are so many people today. It feels as though the entire Soto city is turned out." Daimubai, leading the front of the team, responded, "Indeed, the turnout is remarkable. I hadn't anticipated the guest seats to be so crowded." As the members of the Shrek and royal battle teams gathered at the center of the fighting platform, they positioned themselves about 20 meters apart, sizing each other up. Lu Tianyu's gaze fell upon the royal battle team member clad in a black dress, adorned with a begonia flower in her hair, and a faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 47, Intense Battle, Part 1. As Daimubai firmly established his stance, he immediately unleashed his aura, drawing the attention of the royal fighting team. The soul masters of the royal fighting team, sensing Daimubai's powerful presence, redirected their focus upon him, precisely as Tang San and Lu Tianyu had anticipated. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu concealed his own aura, ensuring that the members of the royal fighting team overlooked his presence. The woman with purple hair and green eyes was undoubtedly Douluo, the control-type soul master of the royal fighting team. The two robust young men, even more muscular than Teacher Zhao, were likely the Xuanwu turtle soul masters. And the young man standing between them was undoubtedly the team leader, Tianheng. Tianyu and Tang San exchanged hushed words, informing the Shrek team of their adversaries. The black-clad woman adorned with a begonia hairpin was probably Yi Lingling, the nine-heart begonia soul master, and they aimed to eliminate her first once the battle commenced. The somewhat androgynous figure, likely Yu Feng, bore decorations resembling a bird on his attire. Lastly, the slender young man was Osro, the ghost leopard soul master. At this moment, Douluo finally completed the introduction of both the royal fighting team and the Shrek team, descending between the two groups. Attention, both teams. You have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. Attacks may commence only after I declare the battle to begin. The contest concludes once one side concedes, is rendered entirely incapable of fighting, or if all members fall from the battle platform. Now, summon your martial souls. In group battles, the initial contest is often one of aura. Both the Shrek team and the royal fighting team had participated in numerous battles, some even exceeding 100. Almost simultaneously, they summoned their martial souls as the yellow and purple light shimmered across the battle platform. Two powerful auras ascended from the members of both teams, converging and surging towards one another. Unfortunately, the Shrek team was at a disadvantage, as two of their members possessed soul power below level 30, resulting in a lesser number of soul rings compared to their opponents, though Tianyu possessed 2,000-year soul rings. The disparity in soul power levels meant that the royal fighting team held the upper hand in this moment of confrontation. Scatter, with Tang San as command. The members of the Shrek team swiftly dispersed to position themselves strategically. At the forefront were naturally Tianyu and Daimubai, followed closely by Zhu Qing to Daimubai's right rear and Xiao to Tianyu's left rear. 3 meters behind them stood Tang San, flanked by Ning Rongrong and Oscar on either side. As the Shrek team completed their formation, the royal fighting team also arranged themselves. Leading the front were the renowned defensive Xuanwu turtle soul masters, the Shimo brothers, followed by their captain, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master, Tianheng. The agile offensive soul masters, Yu Feng and Osro, positioned themselves on either side of Tianheng, with Douluo and Yu Lingling at the very back. Both sides prepared as the countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The battle began. The 7 treasure glaze tile emerged, with power and speed enhancements proclaimed. As soon as Douluo's voice faded, Ning Rongrong infused all her soul power into her 2 soul rings, boosting the strength and speed of Tang San, Tianyu, Daimubai, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu by 30%. After expending a significant amount of her soul power, Oscar hastily prepared a recovery sausage for Ning Rongrong to consume. Bolstered by the increase in power and speed, Daimubai, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu charged towards the royal fighting team simultaneously. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. First soul skill, Waste Bow. Daimubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing unleashed their most potent offensive soul skills, targeting the defensive Shimo brothers at the forefront of the royal fighting team. Tianheng had never anticipated that the Shrek team would initiate their assault against their defensive soul masters, a tactic that, upon a mere glance, seemed like a trap, leaving him momentarily bewildered. In all their previous battles, no team had ever set their sights on defensive soul masters from the outset. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Tianheng finally decided to send Osro to support the Shimo brothers. Just as Osro approached Shimo, the command was given. Scythe. With the speed and power enhancements from the 7 treasure glaze tile, Tianyu executed both the scythe and gale kick techniques, swiftly leaping over Tianheng's head towards Douluo and Yi Lingling. Though Tianheng had kept his focus on Tianyu, he was unprepared for the speed Tianyu exhibited, comparable to that of a soul master at the soul ancestor level. As Tianyu soared over Tianheng, a bright cyan energy blade struck him, prompting Tianheng to instinctively summon a lightning shield in front of him. With a thunderous crash, the lightning shield shattered under the impact of the energy blade, forcing Tianheng to take a step back involuntarily. At that moment, Tianyu had reached the front of Douluo and Yi Lingling, just as he prepared to attack Yi Lingling with the 8 trigrams empty palm. A vivid image of being engulfed by a purple toxic mist surged into his mind. In an instant, he halted the release of the 8 trigrams empty palm and swiftly retreated. Life restoration, gale kick, rushing swallows. As Tianyu retreated, A plume of purple toxic mist erupted before Douluo and Yi Lingling. The royal fighting team, confident in Douluo's ability to protect Yi Lingling, displayed their unwavering trust in her poison. Few in the Soul Master realm would dare to confront the poison of the Azure Scale snake with their bare face. As his body was propelled backward, Tianyu swiftly kicked out his right leg, releasing over 10 light cyan energy blades into the purple toxic mist. Yingling. Douluo's startled voice echoed, just as Tianyu sensed several cutting winds approaching from behind. Paper drawing, flying fluff. Tianyu's form transformed, akin to willow fluff dancing in the wind, evading the feathered assault from the agile Soul Master Yufeng of the royal fighting team. Meanwhile, Tang Xin observed Tianyu's deep infiltration into the royal fighting team's rear and urgently infused soul power into his third soul ring, preparing to unleash a soul skill. Third soul skill, spider web binding. In an instant, hundreds of blue-silver grass vines sprouted around Tianheng, Shimo, and Oscar, momentarily isolating the four from Yufeng. Yi Lingling and Douluo behind them. After evading Yufeng's wind blade attack, Tianyu suddenly leaped into the air, positioning himself before Yufeng. Second soul skill, Tiger Soul Staff. Yufeng gazed in shock at the suddenly appearing Tianyu. Aside from flying soul masters who dared to engage in aerial combat with their kind, no other soul masters would dare to challenge flying soul masters in the air. Contemplating this, Yufeng scoffed, an arrogant frog in a second soul skill, Iron Feather Slash. As an agile offensive soul master, Yufeng's speed in the air surpassed even that of his teammate Osro. Just as Tianyu began to fully summon the Tiger Soul Staff, Yufeng's arms transformed into blades of wind, swiftly approaching Tianyu. Moonstep in a critical moment, Tianyu rapidly stepped out with his right foot, evading Yufeng's attack. The wind-slicing arms grazed past Tianyu's ear, severing a strand of hair that fell to the battle platform. How could this be possible? Yufeng gasped in astonishment as he brushed past Tianyu. The manner in which Tianyu evaded his attack was beyond the capability of any mere human to perform in midair. At that moment, Tianyu had already summoned the Tiger's Soul Chime Staff, teasingly remarking, "There is nothing impossible, you frog at the bottom of a well." Although Yufeng possessed the ability to fly, executing a complete 180-degree turn in midair was utterly unattainable for him. He could only adjust his direction by spiraling. Raging Staff, Lotus. As Yufeng turned to face Tianyu, he was met with a pale blue lotus, the size of a bathtub, hurtling towards him. In an instant, Yufeng realized that avoiding it completely was impossible. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he declared, "Third soul skill, Gale Break." Boom. As the 32 pale blue energy blades that formed the lotus struck Yufeng, a moon-white orb of soul power coalesced in front of him. Regrettably, before Yufeng could fully unleash his soul skill, he was hit by Tianyu's raging staff, Lotus. Following the thunderous impact, Yufeng plummeted from an altitude of 8 or 9 meters, akin to a kite severed from its string, landing on the soul-fighting platform. At that moment, Tianheng also activated his own soul skill. Second soul skill, Thunderous Might. Crackle. The sound of electricity slicing through the air erupted as Tianheng unleashed his second soul skill. The immense force of lightning struck the blue-silver grass vines, annihilating them entirely on the soul-fighting platform. The powerful electric current surged through the ground, affecting Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Fortunately, Tang San swiftly reacted to the perilous situation and yanked the three back to his side with the blue-silver grass vines. Suspended in midair, Tianyu observed the unfolding chaos below, secretly astounded. A spirit hailed as the number one in the world was undeniably deserving of the title. Had Tang San been even slightly slower in his actions, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing would have likely been incapacitated by the electric shock. Even so, they now felt an overwhelming weakness coursing through their bodies. The Yufeng participant from the Royal Do battle team had been eliminated from the competition, while the unmatched battle monarch of the Shrek team once again showcased his formidable prowess. Hovering above Tianyu's head, Dodo finally began to commentate, realizing that less than 40 seconds had passed since the battle commenced. Tianheng, Osro, Shimo, and Shimo were all startled by Dodo's words. Finally noticing Tianyu gracefully standing above them, stepping lightly as if walking on the moon. "Shimo, come help," Douluo said urgently, glancing at Yi Lingling, who was wincing in pain, clutching her left shoulder. Although Tianyu had attempted to temper his power during the assault on Douluo and Yi Lingling, being a support-type soul master, lacked the physical resilience of combat soul masters. The attacks Douluo could withstand would incapacitate Yi Lingling. Upon hearing Dugu Yan's cry, Shimo rushed to her side, asking, "How is Lingling?" Damn it. He looked up at Lu Tianyu, who was floating above, filled with indignation. While Lu Tianyu remained focused on Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, who were still under the effects of the lightning paralysis. Although Shimo forced Yufeng back to protect Yulingling, Yu Tianheng's strength was genuinely formidable. Lu Tianyu's original plan had been to defeat Yulingling and Yufeng, severing the Royal Dou battle team's support and seizing aerial dominance. He intended to confront Dugu Yan afterward. And if any other members of the Royal Dou battle team came to support her, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and their companions would hold off Yu Tianheng. Lu Tianyu would then focus on defeating Dugu Yan and the supporting members of the Royal Dou battle team. If Yu Tianheng assisted Dugu Yan, Lu Tianyu would hold him back while Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu joined forces to vanquish Shimo, and Osro. In essence, regardless of any adjustments made by the Royal Dou battle team, the strategy of the Shrek team was to first eliminate the others and then unite their strength to overcome Yu Tianheng. However, at this moment, with Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu still paralyzed by electricity, Lu Tianyu was compelled to alter his plan and assist Tang San and the others. Raging foot, chaos. In midair, Lu Tianyu swiftly glided to a height of 10 meters above Yu Tianheng and his companions, then began to kick rapidly. Dozens of pale blue energy blades rained down like a torrential downpour upon Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Osro. Shimo hurriedly infused his first soul ring with soul power. First soul skill, Xuan Wu's protection. A flash of the yellow soul ring beneath Shimo signaled the sudden enlargement of the Xuan Wu tortoise shell's phantom behind him, shielding Yu Tianheng and Osro. Boom, boom, boom. The pale blue energy blades, accompanied by piercing sounds, bombarded the soul fighting platform and the Xuan Wu tortoise shell, creating a cacophony of explosions. Seizing the opportunity, Oscar crafted a recovery sausage and a detoxifying sausage for Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Only after consuming Oscar's sausages did they feel the tingling sensation in their bodies dissipate. Third soul skill, Xuan Wu Whirlwind. At that moment, Shimo, who was guarding Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling, unleashed his third soul skill, which fragmented his Xuan Wu tortoise shell into hundreds of tiny shards. Enveloped in soul power, these shards formed a whirlwind that attacked Lu Tianyu, who was instantly surrounded by the swirling fragments. Had this occurred on solid ground, he could have utilized the return to heaven palm for defense, but in midair, he was unable to execute such a maneuver. Iron block, steel. As the tortoise shell shards made contact with Lu Tianyu's body, he employed the iron block technique from his 6 styles for defense. However, the use of iron block rendered him immobile, causing him to plummet to the soul fighting platform. Chapter 48, The Fierce Battle, Part 2, with a thunderous crash. Lu Tianyu plummeted from a height of 5 or 6 meters, wielding the soul technique of the stone mill, landing forcefully on the Duhan stage, which cracked open several fissures measuring 8 to 9 meters in length. At that moment, the stone mill ceased its assault, allowing the shattered fragments of Lu Tianyu's Xuan Wu turtle shell to reassemble and return to its grasp. Lu Tianyu appeared rather disheveled. His long hair, now a tangled mess, fell to his waist. His clothing was in tatters, and more importantly, a corner of the mask on his face had been shattered, revealing a portion of his visage around his left eye. Behind him, Tianheng, the captain of the Huangdou team, along with his teammates Shimo and Silluo, gazed in bewilderment at the other members of the Shrek team. At that moment, Tianheng was torn between focusing on the main forces of the Shrek team or eliminating Lu Tianyu, who stood behind him. He understood that if he were to abandon Shimo and Silluo, they would soon fall victim to the main forces of Shrek. This would result in the Huangdou team losing half of their combat capability. Even if he managed to defeat Lu Tianyu, the advantage would still lie with Shrek. Conversely, if he chose to disregard Lu Tianyu and concentrate on Shrek's main forces, Lu Tianyu would likely target Yilingling, who was among the most vulnerable. Despite the protection offered by Shimo and Dugu Yan, facing Lu Tianyu, whose speed, defense, and attack were impeccable, would still leave them in a precarious situation. The members of the Shrek team were not inclined to grant Tianheng any time for contemplation. Rejuvenated, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, coordinated by Tang San, once again advanced toward Tianheng, Shimo, and Silluo. Drawing from their previous encounter, Tang San entwined a strand of blue silver grass around the waist of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. At a critical moment, he would utilize the control crane and ascend dragon technique to manipulate the blue silver grass, aiding them in evading the assaults from Tianheng and his team. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, the support soul master of the Huangdou team, finally regained her composure and swiftly activated her martial spirit to heal herself and Douluo. Tianyu narrowed his left eye and remarked, "Ah, I have refrained from striking with full force only because you are girls. Yet, not doing so may lead to complications." He then turned his gaze to Shimo, who stood in front of Douluo and Yilingling, and asked, "Brother, what do you suggest I do?" Shimo, taken aback by Lu Tianyu's words, scoffed. "Spare me your pretenses. If given the chance, would you not strike hard? On the Duhan stage, life and death are in the balance. Showing mercy will only burden oneself." Upon hearing Shimo's words, Lu Tianyu opened his previously narrowed eyes, causing Shimo to feel a shiver run down his spine, as if a primordial soul beast were scrutinizing him. "So be it. Do not blame me for my ruthless actions then." Lu Tianyu's gaze locked onto Shimo as he suddenly gripped the end of his Chimai staff, causing it to shatter into thousands of pieces. Huh? Tiger Soul Battle Blade, condense. With a mere thought, the scattered fragments reassembled into Lu Tianyu's right hand, forming a long-handled battle blade of pure white, measuring 150 centimeters in length. The hilt was 40 centimeters long, the blade's edge shaped like a tiger's tooth, measuring 10 centimeters. While the blade itself was 100 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, with the tip curving slightly upward. "Be cautious." Teacher Qin Ming warned us to be especially wary of this unparalleled battle emperor. Yilingling, having regained her strength, hastily warned Douluo and Shimo. Sensing that Lu Tianyu's words held a hidden scheme, Douluo coldly retorted, "If you seek your own demise, do not blame me." Shimo, Lingling. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Shimo and Yilingling understood and promptly retrieved a green pill emanating a spiritual glow from their soul-guiding devices, preparing to swallow it. In response, Lu Tianyu sprang into action as he saw them produce the pills, utilizing the shave technique to appear before Shimo in an instant. A gentle force radiated from Lu Tianyu's palm, striking Shimo squarely in the chest. Unprepared, Shimo stumbled backward, losing the pill intended for his mouth, which Lu Tianyu snatched away. What soul technique is this? Why does it hurt so much? Shimo could not help but cry out in pain, for a crimson handprint began to manifest on his chest. Lu Tianyu swiftly retreated to his previous position, holding a pea-sized green pill between his left index and middle fingers, and remarked, "Truly impressive, the top-tier defensive martial spirit, Xuanwu Turtle. If it were any other defensive soul master, a single palm strike from me would render them incapable of fighting, yet you merely sustained a minor impact. I am quite impressed." Realizing that his antidote pill had been stolen, Shimo glared at Lu Tianyu, who then turned to Douluo with a smirk, stating, "Using poison to control one's opponent is indeed a formidable tactic. However, poison does not discriminate between friend and foe. As long as I consume this pill, your poison will temporarily lose its effect on me. Of course, you could potentially unleash a toxin that this antidote cannot suppress, but in doing so, your teammates will also be vulnerable to your poison." With that, Lu Tianyu swallowed the pill, declaring, "From this point onward, I should no longer be affected by the green scale poison, so I kindly ask the three of you to withdraw from the Duhan stage." With a graceful flourish of his blade, Lu Tianyu pointed it towards Yilingling, asserting, "Had my previous attack been delivered with the blade, its power would have tripled. This is my final warning. I hope you possess some self-awareness." Douluo had never encountered such a humiliating battle. Lu Tianyu had seized Shimo's antidote, rendering her poison ineffective for a time. Should she enhance the potency of her toxin, her teammates, Yilingling and Shimo, would also be adversely affected. Stepping forward to shield Yilingling and Douluo, Shimo declared, "Yan, ensure Lingling's safety. I'll handle this adversary." With that, he prepared himself for the incoming assault, proclaiming, "Prepare to receive my strike." Severing axe slash. Seeing that Shimo had dismissed his advice, Lu Tianyu refrained from further persuasion, swinging his Tiger Soul Battle Blade to unleash a brilliant azure blade aura, aiming it diagonally towards Shimo's chest. First Soul Technique, Xuanwu Shield. Shimo hastily activated his first soul technique, and as the yellow soul ring beneath him flickered, the Xuanwu turtle shell expanded before him, serving as a barrier. With a resounding crash, the blade aura collided with the barrier. The destructive force of the blade aura was fundamentally different from that of a kick. While the latter primarily inflicted damage through impact, the blade aura first inflicted slicing damage before delivering a subsequent shockwave. The same technique executed with a foot and with a blade yielded drastically different results. Though Shimo attempted to shield himself with his turtle shell against the flying swallow slash, his expression shifted to one of astonishment as a deep gash appeared on the shell. This was damage that would typically require a third soul technique from a soul master of at least rank 39 to inflict. Lu Tianyu narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. That was merely a light demonstration. Now, I shall get serious. Third soul technique. 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate. Open. Severing axe / lotus. Upon activating the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Lu Tianyu wielded the Tiger Soul Battle Blade with a speed that far exceeded his earlier movements, unleashing 32 Azure Blade auras in an instant. The blade auras coalesced into a large azure lotus, resembling a meteor trailing a brilliant azure tail as it hurtled toward Shimo. A resounding crash echoed as the mysterious tortoise shell before the stone mill shattered, a fierce shockwave sweeping across the stone mill's chest. Instantly, the stone mill was propelled backward, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood before even hitting the ground. The third soul skill. Neither Dugu Yin nor Yi Lingling could fathom how easily Lu Tianyu had breached the stone mill's defenses. Yi Lingling intended to summon her martial soul to heal the stone mill, but before their gasps of surprise could fade, a milky white warblade appeared before Dugu Yan's throat. With his left hand forming a sword finger pointed at Yi Lingling's forehead, Lu Tianyu slightly opened his squinted left eye and stated, "Take your injured teammate off the battle platform." At this juncture, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling's refusal to concede was indeed foolish. Dugu Yin bit her lip tightly, and after a long pause, finally uttered, "We concede." Observing Lu Tianyu intently, Douluo hurriedly announced, "The members of the royal fighting team, Dugu Yin, Yi Lingling, and the Stone Mill, have been eliminated by the Shrek team's unparalleled battle emperor." At this moment, only the captain Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Osro remained in the royal fighting team, and the situation was exceedingly grim for them. Upon hearing Dodo's announcement, Lu Tianyu lowered the warblade pressed against Dugu Yan's neck, and the sword finger directed at Yi Lingling turned as he walked back to the main battlefield. "Wait, unparalleled battle emperor cannot be your true name. Can you reveal your true name?" Dugu Yin called after Lu Tianyu's retreating figure. Lu Tianyu paused slightly and replied, "Well, you'll find out later." Meanwhile, Tang San controlled Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, engaging Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Osro in a fierce battle. Whenever a mistake occurred on Shrek's side, Tang San would manipulate the blue-silver grass to assist his teammates in evading Yu Tianheng's assaults. Just as Yu Tianheng was contemplating whether to use his third soul skill, the host announced the elimination of Dugu Yin, Yi Lingling, and the Stone Mill by Lu Tianyu, leaving Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Osro in disbelief regarding the elimination of the Stone Mill and Dugu Yin. After hearing Dodo's words, Shrek's team shifted from a defensive to an aggressive stance. The third soul skill, Thunder Fury. At this point, Yu Tianheng could no longer hesitate. Ignoring Shimo and Osro beside him, he unleashed his third soul skill. Yu Tianheng's third soul skill, Thunder Fury, temporarily sent the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master into a berserk state, doubling the power and attack strength of his lightning, and increasing his soul power by 50%. Following the invocation of his third soul skill, Yu Tianheng immediately executed his second soul skill, Thunderbolt. The dazzling electric light illuminated the entire battle arena. Except for Tang San, who had cultivated the purple extreme demon eye, no one present could bear to look directly at the battlefield. Consequently, Tang San swiftly pulled Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu back to his side as Yu Tianheng's attack power rivaled that of a Soul Zone level offensive Soul Master, further amplified by the berserk state of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. Shrek's team found themselves enveloped in a web of electricity, and when the blinding white light faded, only Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Lu Tianyu remained standing, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong were rendered unconscious. One could only commend the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul for its formidable offensive power, nearly incapacitating Shrek's team with a single strike. Lu Tianyu hurriedly used shaving to reach Tang San and Dai Mubai, asking, "Xiao San, Boss Dai, are you all right?" At that moment, both Tang San and Dai Mubai felt a lingering numbness coursing through their bodies, unable to summon the strength to respond. Merely exchanging glances with Lu Tianyu to convey their well-being. Unparalleled Body Emperor. Do not presume that eliminating Yanzi with some despicable means guarantees your victory. Prepare to repent before the might of my strongest beast martial soul. Yu Tianheng's eyes glowed as if charged with electricity, arcs of electricity crackling around him, creating a fearsome spectacle. Lu Tianyu understood that Yu Tianheng's current state mirrored his own use of the 8 gates, with increasing backlash the longer it lasted. Thus, Yu Tianheng would strive to defeat him swiftly. "Xiao San, Boss Dai, I must take action now." You handle Shimo and Osro. With that, Lu Tianyu positioned himself before Dai Mubai and Tang San, addressing Yu Tianheng. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul is indeed formidable, but it is insufficient to defeat me. Yu Tianheng's pride in his martial soul surged as he inquired, "Oh, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul wields the power to control lightning. What do you possess?" "I wield physical combat skills," Lu Tianyu retorted lightly. "A waste of a martial soul that relies solely on punches and kicks could never rival my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. Today, I shall demonstrate the true strength of my martial soul." Yu Tianheng's frustration boiled as he raised his arm, summoning a bolt of electricity as thick as a barrel. Lu Tianyu chuckled, "Save your bravado for after you defeat me. 8 gates, 3rd gate, life gate. Open." Upon unlocking the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, a faint azure mist enveloped Lu Tianyu, tousling his hair in the breeze. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Decapitating Axe Slash, Lotus. Lu Tianyu swiftly swung the tiger blade, unleashing 32 streaks of bright azure blade energy, which converged into a lotus of considerable size, striking against Yu Tianheng's Dragon Claw. Chapter 49, Fierce Battle, Part 2. A lotus formed by 32 brilliant azure blades of energy collided with the silver-white arc of a dragon's claw in midair, causing a dazzling burst of light at the center of the soul-fighting arena. Boom! As the surrounding spectators closed their eyes, they were met with a tremendous roar, which soon faded as the blinding light dissipated, leaving arcs of electricity still flickering on the arena. Yu Tianheng gazed at his opponent, Lu Tianyu, with a hint of astonishment. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such a situation in battles of soul skills. His soul technique was shattered by what appeared to be either a soul skill or an original technique of Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu secretly marveled at the formidable power of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. After activating the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, his attack power had reached the level of a soul master. Moreover, using the Tiger's Soul Blade to unleash blade energy for the Lotus attack on Yu Tianheng represented Lu Tianyu's most potent strike thus far. Yet it merely shattered Yu Tianheng's soul technique. While Lu Tianyu and Yu Tianheng engaged in their fierce clash, Dai Mubai and Tang San faced off against Shimo and Osro. Shimo's soul power was only 1 rank below Dai Mubai's, but this slight disparity was not a considerable advantage for Dai Mubai. His attacks barely affected Shimo. In contrast, Osro was at a distinct disadvantage against Tang San, whose swift movements were akin to those of a 38th or 39th rank soul sovereign. Additionally, as a control-type soul master, Tang San was particularly adept at restraining attackers from agility and power types. Had Osro's martial spirit possessed a fire attribute, he might have withstood Tang San's blue silvergrass. However, with only his 1st and 2nd soul skills employed, Tang San managed to securely bind Osro, who was soon paralyzed by the poison accompanying the blue silvergrass. Lying helplessly on the arena while watching his companions being overwhelmed by the Shrek team's evil eye white tiger and unmatched battle emperor. Shaving steps, decapitating axe slash. On the other side, Lu Tianyu was unwilling to prolong the confrontation with Yu Tianheng. The residual effects from activating the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia were within tolerable limits, but prolonged use could lead to severe backlash on his martial spirit. Lu Tianyu executed shaving steps, swiftly darting around Yu Tianheng within a 10-meter radius, leaving behind numerous afterimages on the arena. As Lu Tianyu raced, he swung the Tiger Soul Blade, unleashing brilliant azure blade energy toward Yu Tianheng. Thunderous protection. Yu Tianheng, lacking Lu Tianyu's speed, could only construct a lightning shield around himself using the power of thunder. The azure blade energy struck the lightning shield with a series of explosive sounds. Although the shield mitigated the cutting damage of the blade energy, the shockwave was unavoidable, causing Yu Tianheng to feel his blood surge as blood seeped from his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. Furious, he shouted at Lu Tianyu's afterimages. "What kind of skill is this? If you have the guts, face me head-on." Realizing he would surely lose if this continued, Yu Tianheng lamented. "Am I foolish to attack where I am weakest?" Lu Tianyu's voice echoed from all directions, and Yu Tianheng could not discern whether it was due to Lu Tianyu's speed or his own injuries. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu's figure halted behind Yu Tianheng, his right hand gripping the Tiger Soul Blade, ready to strike. Decapitating axe slash, twin lotus. Hundreds of blade shadows flickered, and 2 azure lotuses, each the size of a bathtub, emerged on the arena, trailing long tails as they surged toward Yu Tianheng. 2nd soul skill, Thunderous Might. Yu Tianheng barely managed to defend against the first azure lotus, but the 2nd lotus crashed into his lightning shield. Boom. along with a deafening roar. The arena once again erupted in blinding light, compelling the spectators to instinctively close their eyes. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. As the audience opened their eyes, they beheld Douluo unleashing his second soul skill, sending Shimo flying 5 meters before collapsing onto the arena, unable to rise again. The crowd's focus shifted back to the battle between Tianyu and Tianheng. When they located the two, they were taken aback. Tianheng lay pale and bloodied, sprawled on the arena, his opulent attire torn to shreds from the tremendous impact, looking particularly tragic. Tianyu, on the other hand, was half kneeling on the arena, panting heavily, having exhausted all his soul power from activating the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, leaving him with scant energy. As the announcer's voice resonated, countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The battle concludes, and the victors are the Shrek team. Vibrant fireworks erupted around the grand arena. Among the Shrek team, only Tianheng retained the ability to move and rush to Tianyu's side, inquiring, "Xiaoyu, how are you faring?" Tianyu managed a bitter smile. "Ultimately, I have suffered the backlash from the 8 gates of Duanjia. Fear not, a night's rest will suffice. Yuqian, I will avenge you." Following the battle's conclusion, the other members of the Royal Duel team hurried onto the arena to check on Tianheng, Osro, and Shimo. Upon seeing Tianheng's dismal condition, Duguyan's murderous intent flared. With a flash of her purple soul ring, she raised her hand and released a cloud of shimmering purple poison gas toward Tianyu and Tianheng. This was the first release of her third soul ring, the Azure Scale purple poison. Even though Tianyu had previously ingested an antidote, he could not withstand the current onslaught of poison gas. "Stop. No." Duguyan's command came too late, as the poison gas threatened to engulf Tianyu and Tianheng. With a scoff, Tianheng swiftly retrieved a large pouch from his soul guide, tossing it into the air. He activated the Xian Jade hand, shattering the pouch, and the liquid within transformed into a vast cloud of wine mist. He then threw a fire starter into the mist, igniting it. Boom! The wine mist ignited, creating a massive orange flame that engulfed the arena, vanquishing Duguyan's Azure Scale purple poison. Duguyan realized her folly too late, and to her shock, her poison had been countered. Regret, astonishment, and disbelief flickered across her face as the Royal Duel team members gaped at Tianyu and Tianheng. "You, how is this possible? How could you dispel my Azure Scale purple poison?" A chill glinted in Tianheng's eyes as he regarded Duguyan, replying coolly, "It is merely a trivial snake venom from the Azure Scale 5 poisons. Is it so difficult to counter?" "My apologies, the Shrek team's vice-captain, the thousand-handed Azura, unmatched battle emperor, is simply our vice-captain's impulsive error." At that moment, Yi Lingling, who had arrived at the arena alongside Duguyan, Shimo, and Yufeng, suddenly bowed deeply to Tianyu and Tianheng. "I am aware that this cannot atone for the mistakes committed by Yan, but as a gesture of apology, allow me to tend to your injuries." With these words, Yi Lingling channeled her soul power, summoning her martial soul, the Nine-Heart Begonia, beneath her feet. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiated with brilliance. Subsequently, the Nine-Heart Begonia transformed into dozens of petals that spread across a significant portion of the battle arena. Propelled by her soul power, these petals gracefully descended onto the members of the Shrek team, as well as Tianheng, Shimo, and Aosluo. Tianyu felt a gentle, cool current flowing through him, entering his body along with the petals. This soothing energy coursed through his meridians, reaching every limb and bone, and he sensed that the shackles binding him were being lifted, granting him an extraordinary sense of ease. After approximately 10 seconds of Yi Lingling utilizing her Nine-Heart Begonia to heal, the unconscious Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar gradually regained consciousness. Damubai, Tianheng, Aosluo, and Shimo also felt their wounds healing rapidly, yet Tianyu and Tianheng remained unchanged. About 30 seconds later, Yi Lingling's complexion grew increasingly pale, and it was at this moment that the heavily injured Tianheng awoke. After about a minute, Yi Lingling exhausted all her soul power and collapsed into Duguyan's embrace. Tianyu realized that apart from lacking soul power and stamina, the backlash from opening the 8 gates had completely dissipated. Tianheng not only had to endure the repercussions of using his third soul skill, but also bore the external and internal injuries inflicted by Tianyu. Had Yi Lingling only healed Tianheng, it would not have drained all her soul power. However, she had also treated the entire Shrek team. At this juncture, the supervisor of the Soto Great Spirit Arena approached the stage, for Douluo had committed an act that the arena absolutely forbade. All Great Spirit arenas across the continent enforced this rule. Once a battle concluded, no further attacks on the opponent were permitted. Such incidents typically resulted in the revocation of all honors from the arena, barring entry for life. In severe cases, the price could be one's life. The severity of Douluo's punishment would now depend on the willingness of the Shrek team. If they expressed no objections, the arena would casually provide a resolution. However, both Dai Mubai and Tang Xin insisted on a strict punishment for Douluo, recognizing that had Tang Xin not been by Lu Tianyu's side, the latter might have been killed on the spot. Lu Tianyu did not possess a deep impression of Douluo, yet he held a vivid memory of her grandfather. More importantly, he was but a grassroots soul master, unlike Tang Xin, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhiqing, who had powerful factions as their backing. After weighing the situation, he spoke. Dai, San, since no one was gravely harmed, let it be. I only hope that Miss Douluo refrains from such impulsiveness in the future. Tang San, a bit anxious, replied, but Xiaoyu, you nearly lost your life. Lu Tianyu turned to Tang San and said, if someone severely injured Xiao Wu, would you treat that person kindly? Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Tang San fell silent, stealing a glance at Xiao Wu, attempting to justify, this is different. Lu Tianyu patted Tang San's shoulder. How is it different? It's merely a matter of empathy. Besides, the Imperial Battle Team has offered reparations. Respect begets respect. Let this matter conclude here, though I cannot intercede with the Great Spirit Arena. Yu Tianheng, supported by Shimo and Yufeng, approached Lu Tianyu and said, Unparalleled Battle Emperor, thank you for your understanding. If you require any further compensation, do not hesitate to ask. Lu Tianyu's left eye, visible outside his mask, curved into a crescent, appearing quite joyful. Yet inwardly, he cursed, thinking, if only I had a title Doa backing me, I would not be so magnanimous. The reality was, with no one to support him, he could only swallow his grievances. He waved his hand and said, never mind. I suppose I can only blame myself for being too lenient. After a light-hearted jab at Douluo, he turned to the Shrek team and asked, is everyone all right? By the way, Xiaoao, could you pass me 2 recovery sausages? Oscar promptly produced 2 recovery sausages and handed them over. Lu Tianyu consumed one and approached Douluo and Yi Lingling, offering the remaining sausage to Yi Lingling, a gesture of reciprocity. Why not try the support abilities of my auxiliary soul master? Yi Lingling accepted the sausage expressionlessly and swallowed it whole. Soon, she glanced at Oscar with surprise, feeling the fatigue dissipating rapidly from her body. At this moment, the Soto Great Spirit Arena announced the punishment for Douluo's rule violation, stripping her of all points earned in the arena and imposing a fine of 2,000 gold soul coins, along with a compensation of 5,000 gold soul coins to the Shrek team. With Lu Tianyu having persuaded Tang San to overlook Douluo's transgressions, the rest of the team naturally had no further objections. Although the Shrek team's victory over the Imperial Battle Team should have been a moment of great joy, it was somewhat overshadowed by Douluo's attack on Tang San and Lu Tianyu. Upon returning to the Shrek team's resting room, Master, Flinder, Zhao Wuji, and Ma Hongjun gathered to inquire about the handling of Douluo. After hearing Dai Mubai's account, Master and Flinder exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's helplessness. After all, standing behind Douluo was a ruthless and vindictive title Douluo, leaving them little choice but to downplay the incident. Knock, knock, knock. Dean Flinder. Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, disciple Qin Ming requests to apologize. A knock echoed from outside the Shrek team's resting room, followed by the voice of an unfamiliar male. Today, the path to godhood through body techniques has been officially released. I have been contemplating whether to write an author's note, and after careful consideration, I have decided to proceed. I became a fan of the original Douluo series at the end of 2013, and I sincerely apologize for my uncertainty regarding how contemporary readers perceive the original plot. I merely wish to express that preferences vary. I adore Shrek Academy, while others may favor the Spirit Hall. This does not conflict, it simply reflects differing tastes. If one does not enjoy the narrative following the original plot, there are countless other works to explore. Now, let me discuss the future direction of this book. The protagonist's soul skills will focus on enhancing physical prowess and capabilities, such as eternal body, free and unfettered techniques, and the King of Worlds fist, with the aim of crafting a divine figure in martial arts who ascends to the realm of gods through physical techniques. I am at a loss for further commentary, but I sincerely hope for your continued support of the path to godhood through body techniques in the times to come. Chapter 50. Golden Soul, the members of Shrek Academy curiously turned their gazes towards the door of the lounge as Qin Ming, the captain of the Emperor fighting team, pushed the door open and entered. Flinder's beard seemed to flutter with excitement, and even Zhao Wujie wore a goofy smile on his face. Among the Shrek team, only Lu Tianyu was puzzled by the current situation. Disciple Qin Ming, greetings to Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie. Upon entering the lounge, Qin Ming respectfully knelt on one knee before Zhao Wujie and Flinder. In the Douluo continent, such an act of kneeling was the highest form of respect. Even when facing an emperor, a mere hand-over-heart gesture sufficed. Ha ha ha, Xiaoming, you remain as formal as ever. Get up, there is no need for such formality. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily as he stepped forward to help Qin Ming rise, yet Qin Ming insisted on remaining on the floor. Vice Dean Zhao Wujie. It was my student who violated the rules of the battle arena. After the duel ended, he retaliated, and I truly feel ashamed to face you. Flinder approached Qin Ming and said, hasn't this matter already been resolved? Why bring it up again? Quickly rise. Tang San and Dai Mubai turned their heads to Lu Tianyu, with Dai Mubai whispering, Xiaoyu, do you know something we don't? Listening to the dean and the others, it seemed that the captain of the Emperor fighting team was once a disciple of the dean. Lu Tianyu gently shook his head without responding. As soon as Flinder helped Qin Ming up, his gaze immediately fell upon Tang San and Lu Tianyu. Thousand-handed Azura. Unmatched War Emperor, I sincerely apologize for what occurred on the battle platform. It was my negligence in disciplining my student that led to such an incident. Lu Tianyu lightly nudged Tang San with his shoulder and said, Senior Qin, do not dwell on it. Youthful exuberance is a privilege of the young. Zhao Wujie patted Qin Ming's shoulder, saying, all right, Xiao Ming, let us not mention this matter again. You and Xiaoyu are both sensible children. Flinder cleared his throat and said, by the way, where is the little monster? Allow me to introduce. Xiaoyu is right. Qin Ming was once a student of Shrek Academy like you. You may address him as senior from now on. Qin Ming smiled as he scanned the faces of the Shrek team and cheerfully said, greetings, junior brothers and sisters. Indeed. The students nurtured by Shrek Academy are superior to those from the Tianyu Royal Academy. Hello, Senior Qin. Senior Qin, greetings. The members of the Shrek team responded in a haphazard chorus after Qin Ming greeted them. Flinder then introduced, this is the master. He's also a teacher at Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Flinder's introduction, Qin Ming quickly thought to himself, Student Qin Ming, I pay my respects to the master. However, as Qin Ming attempted to bow to the master, he turned away, not accepting the gesture, which caused a slight change in Qin Ming's expression. Pondering whether the master still held a grudge regarding Dugu Yan's attack on Lu Tianyu and Tang San. At that moment, Flinder spoke, you are the teacher of Tianheng. So in a sense, you and he are of the same generation. Xiao Gang naturally will not accept your greeting. The members of the Shrek team became bystanders. As apart from Lu Tianyu, the others were unaware of the relationship between the master and Yu Tianheng. The master, upon hearing Flinder's words, shot him a glare. Flinder bluntly stated, even at this point, you still refuse to acknowledge that Yu Tianheng is your nephew? What? Yu Tianheng is the master's nephew? So, does that mean? Except for Lu Tianyu, who remained unfazed, both Zhao Wujie and Qin Ming looked at the master in astonishment. Flinder, how many times must I tell you? I have long severed ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Flinder's words thoroughly enraged the master, who, after expressing his frustration, left the Shrek team's lounge. Watching the master's departing figure, Flinder wore a helpless expression, adjusting his crystalline glasses. After all these years, I thought he had moved on. I didn't expect he still cares. Ma Hongjun could not contain his shock and exclaimed, wow. I didn't realize the master was from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. At that moment, Flinder realized why the master had suddenly lost his temper. It was only natural to explode when someone brought up a painful subject in front of so many people. Ahem, you all go settle your points. My money. Flinder reminded the Shrek team to calculate their respective points, suddenly recalling his betting situation. After you settle your points, return to the hotel and don't wander off, understood? Flinder anxiously instructed the Shrek team before ushering them out of the lounge. The 8 members of the Shrek team exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter, as Flinder's urgency suggested he had indeed won a considerable amount of money. Dai Mubai shook his head with a smile and said, let us go. We'll settle our points first. On the way, Tang San asked, do you know what the Tianyu Royal Academy is, as Senior Qin mentioned? It sounds quite prestigious. Dai Mubai, leading the group, responded with surprise, what? Xiao San, you've never heard of the Tianyu Royal Academy? Upon hearing Dai Mubai, Xiao quickly jumped to Tang San's side and said, I haven't heard of it either. Is the Tianyu Royal Academy really that famous? It's not just famous, it's renowned. The Tianyu Royal Academy is the largest advanced Soul Master Academy in the Tianyu Empire. Ning Rongrong, who was at the back of the group, couldn't help but explain, the successive deans of the Tianyu Royal Academy have all been emperors of the Tianyu Empire, making it quite illustrious in the Soul Master community. Tang San, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar exchanged glances, all admitting they had truly never heard of the Tianyu Royal Academy. Daimubai explained, it's quite normal that you haven't heard of it, as the Tianyu Royal Academy only accepts students with noble titles. Thus, its name isn't widely known among the common folk, but it is heavily supported by the entire Tianyu Empire, making it a prestigious academy in the Soul Master realm. After listening to Daimubai, Tang San and Xiaowu nodded in understanding. Xiaowu turned to the silent Lu Tianyu and asked, Xiaoyu, why are you so quiet today? Have you started holding a grudge against the vice-captain of the Emperor fighting team? I told you, you shouldn't have let her off so easily. Lu Tianyu lifted his head and gently tapped Xiaowu on the forehead, saying, am I the kind of petty person? I'm merely contemplating how I should proceed with my cultivation. If the others had heard this, they would have thought Lu Tianyu was making excuses. But the members of Shrek Academy knew that his silence indicated he was indeed pondering his training. Xiaowu rubbed her forehead and said, you're hopeless. Can't you think of anything other than cultivation? Of course, when are you and Xiaosan planning to hold your wedding ceremony? Xiaoyu. As soon as Lu Tianyu finished speaking, Tang San and Xiaowu shouted in unison as if their tails had been stepped on. The members of the Shrek team burst into light laughter, and Daimubai patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, exactly, Xiao San. When are you and Xiaowu planning to hold your wedding ceremony? In the midst of the unfolding drama, Tang San found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster a retort as he swiftly departed towards the point's settlement window, dismissing his companions with a curt remark. The Shrek team, renowned as the Star Squad of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, was escorted by the staff to a separate hall for the tallying of their scores. Upon learning of their arrival, Supervisor Ao made his way to the location, ready to distribute the promised 10,000 gold soul coins to Lu Tianyu and the compensation of 3,000 gold soul coins to Tang San. As the captain of the Shrek team, Daimubai naturally claimed the substantial sum for himself. Lu Tianyu, ever gracious, offered the 3,000 coins to Tang San, who hastily declined, insisting that Lu Tianyu should keep it instead. Amidst their back and forth, Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, interjected, lamenting his own lack of funds and suggesting he could hold on to the money for them. Daimubai firmly pulled Ma Hongjun aside, admonishing him to be more reserved, emphasizing that these coins were hard-earned through perilous battles. Ultimately, the 3,000 gold soul coins were entrusted to Xiaowu, inciting a mix of envy and admiration from Ma Hongjun. At that moment, a graceful and charming young woman approached, clutching a stack of score sheets, her smile radiant as she addressed the Shrek team. Ma Hongjun, who had been lost in jealousy, perked up at the mention of their names. Please come forward to collect your score sheets. Once verified, rewards and spirit badges will be issued accordingly. In due course, Lu Tianyu received his score sheet, which detailed his accomplishments, the title of Unmatched Battle Emperor, with 28 victories in one-on-one duels and an impressive 18 consecutive wins, earning him a total of 1,855 points. The Feathered Glory duo, competing in 2-on-2 battles, achieved a similar record, while the Shrek team collectively boasted an identical score, culminating in a grand total of 5,564 points, elevating their spirit badge to the prestigious gold level. Ning Rongrong soon joined Lu Tianyu, exclaiming her own achievement of reaching the silver level. Although she hadn't participated in one-on-one duels, her performance in 2-on-2 battles alongside Lu Tianyu, combined with their victories in group battles, propelled her to this new rank. Wow, you've ascended to the gold level, she exclaimed, drawing the attention of the other Shrek members. Lu Tianyu, slightly exasperated, redirected their focus back to Tang San, noting that his total score was merely a fraction less than Tang San's. Daimubai quickly compared the two scores, confirming Lu Tianyu's claim. Meanwhile, Supervisor Ao reflected on the unprecedented pace of advancement, noting that such rapid progress among Soul Masters was a rarity in the Soto Great Spirit Arena's history. As the group shifted their attention back to Tang San, Lu Tianyu began to mentally replay the day's battles against the Royal Battle Team. Suddenly, a loud exclamation from Ma Hongjun jolted everyone back to the present. Both Xiaoyu and Sangu have reached the gold level. In future team battles, we will be facing gold-level opponents, he proclaimed, prompting unease among the others regarding their next encounters. However, Supervisor Ao reassured them, stating that he had not heard of any gold-level teams composed of soul venerables in the area, implying that within their rank, they were indeed the strongest. The group found solace in his words as the enchanting young woman returned, presenting the spirit badges to the 8 members of the Shrek team. With badges in hand, they exited the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, Liu Tianyu adjusted his mask, preparing to store it in his soul guide while retrieving a ceremonial robe. He styled his long hair into a high ponytail, transforming into a more familiar visage, complete with a warm smile that exuded approachability. Upon leaving the arena, Daimubai couldn't resist a teasing remark about Liu Tianyu's effortless transformation. Liu Tianyu, with a playful squint, responded, suggesting that it was merely a matter of changing one's appearance without much difficulty. Back at their lodging, they donned their casual attire, only to find a note from Zhao Wujing instructing them to meet at the nearby restaurant for dinner, as he and the others had already gone ahead. Eagerly, Daimubai ushered everyone out, and Liu Tianyu felt an intense hunger stirring within him. After the ordeal of the day, he longed to indulge in a hearty meal, realizing that the residual effects of his previous exertion still required sustenance to restore his energy. Chapter 51. Cultivation is a vacation. The Shrek team strolled through the streets to their usual dining spot. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun, who was leading the group, spotted the room where Flinder was situated. He rushed inside, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, tonight there will be wine." As he reached for the bottle beside Flinder, he was swiftly rebuffed by Flinder's chopsticks. Ma Hongjun yelped in pain, hurriedly bringing his injured hand to his mouth to blow on it, just as Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Liu Tianyu entered the room. At first, Qin Ming thought Ma Hongjun looked somewhat familiar, but upon seeing Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing, he immediately realized that these young teenagers were indeed members of the Shrek team. He gazed in astonishment at Liu Tianyu, whose face bore a warm smile and whose eyes were narrowed in delight. Despite Liu Tianyu having his long hair tied up in a high ponytail, this feature set him apart from the other male members of the Shrek team. "You are the captain of the Shrek team, the Evil Eye White Tiger. You are the vice captain, Thousand-Handed Azura, and you are the Peerless Battle Emperor." Qin Ming stood up, his eyes sweeping over Daimubai, Tang San, and Liu Tianyu. He particularly struggled to reconcile Liu Tianyu with the Peerless Battle Emperor, who had single-handedly defeated 5 members of the royal fighting team on the battle platform. Seated beside Qin Ming, Zhao Wujie chuckled and said, "Xiao Ming, do not be deceived by Xiao Yu's seemingly harmless demeanor. He is indeed the Peerless Battle Emperor of the Shrek team." Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Liu Tianyu's squinted eyes formed a crescent shape as he chuckled softly. "Teacher Zhao, do you think I am some sort of ruthless villain in your eyes?" Zhao Wujie shuddered at Liu Tianyu's smile and quickly shook his head. No. That is not what I meant. I just wanted to say that today, your Dean Flinder is treating. Feel free to order whatever you desire." Flinder had previously worn a gloating expression, but he was caught off guard when Zhao Wujie turned around and revealed his plan. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, the Shrek team members looked at Flinder in astonishment. Soon, a knowing smile crept across their faces as Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Really, teacher?" Flinder, who valued his dignity, had indeed promised to treat Zhao Wujie and Qin Ming after making a small fortune today. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Indeed, little monsters. You deserve a reward for winning against the royal fighting team today. Order whatever you wish." Ma Hongjun grinned, snatching the menu from the table and calling out to the restaurant staff, "Hey, come over. We are ready to order." The restaurant staff, familiar with the Shrek Academy crowd, hurried over to Ma Hongjun, ready to take notes. Ma Hongjun glanced over the menu and pointed to the cheapest dishes, saying, this one, and this one. And this one too." Flinder secretly chuckled at Ma Hongjun's choices, thinking to himself, he has chosen all the least expensive dishes, very good. As expected of my disciple. He then added, "Forget what I ordered, bring me all the other dishes, and 2 barrels of fine wheat beer." Flinder nearly crushed his wine glass upon hearing this, his smug smile faltering as his expression darkened. The Shrek team members burst into laughter as they took their seats at the dining table. After the staff left, Ma Hongjun turned to Flinder and asked, "Teacher, why does your face look so grim? Did you not rest well last night?" "It's all right. How about a bottle of exquisite tulip wine to perk you up?" The others at the table chuckled at Flinder, and one could only say that Ma Hongjun had executed his plan splendidly. There was no reason for the dean to incur expenses. Let the disciples treat today's meal. Just as Flinder was about to erupt in frustration, Qin Ming stood up and said, "Junior brothers and sisters, let the senior take this opportunity. With Qin Ming's statement, the Shrek team had no choice but to comply. And Zhao Wuji sighed in resignation. Xiaoming, you remain as considerate as ever. I had hoped to witness Flinders splurge, but alas. I wonder if such an opportunity will arise again. Flinders' expression finally softened, albeit begrudgingly, as he shot a glare at the mischievous Ma Hongjun. Qin Ming's gaze swept over the members of the Shrek team once more, lamenting, if only you junior brothers and sisters were not members of the Shrek Academy. I would have found a way to bring you to the Royal Academy next year. Even though they were students of Shrek Academy, you could still take them to the Tianyu Royal Academy. The master, who had previously left in a huff from the Grand Soul Arena, spoke before even entering. Tianheng, please allow me to sit. As the dishes began to arrive, Ma Hongjun and Oscar hurriedly picked up their chopsticks. Tianyu, feeling quite hungry, elegantly joined in, though his speed surpassed that of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Meanwhile, Tianheng, Xiaowu, Daimubai, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong focused their attention on the master, Flinder, and Qin Ming. After all, the master's statement had surprised many, suggesting that Qin Ming could take the Shrek Academy students to the Tianyu Royal Academy. If it had been anyone else, such a statement would have been dismissed as a joke, but the Shrek Academy members knew the master was a serious and stern individual. Flinder's earlier smile vanished, and he looked at the master earnestly. Master, the children are from Shrek Academy. The master, as usual, regarded Flinder with a serious expression. If I recall correctly, the Tianyu Royal Academy has 2 slots in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent next year, correct? Qin Ming nodded. Uncertain of the master's intentions, yes, the Tianyu Royal Academy has 2 slots. Flinder, realizing that the master was ignoring him and instead asking an irrelevant question, was about to speak when the master interjected. Flinder, if you can answer me 2 questions, we shall drop this matter. Firstly, can you provide the children with a simulated training environment? Secondly, can you guarantee their qualification to participate in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies next year? Flinder stood frozen, for he knew he could not provide either of those. A simulated training environment would accelerate a Soul Master's training and deepen their understanding of their martial spirit, privileges reserved for the disciples of great powers, esteemed families, and major sections. The elite competition was a grand event held every 5 years, open to all legitimate advanced Soul Master Academies. However, Shrek Academy was not a recognized institution and lacked the qualifications to compete. The master, aware that his questions would stump Flinder, continued, moreover, my statement is not yet complete. For Shrek Academy to represent Tianyu Royal Academy, there are 2 conditions that must be met. Qin Ming, sensing the possibility of the Shrek team being allowed to join the Tianyu Royal Academy, eagerly asked, what are the conditions? Please, master, enlighten us. The master took a sip of his tea and stated, firstly, the Tianyu Royal Academy must accept all staff and students from Shrek Academy. Secondly, the students of Shrek Academy shall continue to be instructed by us even upon their arrival at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, which is not to intervene. As Qin Ming is recognized as the most gifted student of the Royal Academy, he holds a certain authority within its confines. After a moment of contemplation following the master's words, he replied, very well, I can agree to these 2 conditions on behalf of the Royal Academy. Flinder, who had hesitated several times, found himself at a loss for a rebuttal against the master. Flinder, have you forgotten the original intention behind establishing Shrek Academy? Although the children are endowed with great talent, without exceptional resources, their gifts will be squandered. The master's words became the final straw for Flinder, who, with a crestfallen expression, rose and said, Xiaogang, you are right. I cannot let my pride jeopardize the future of the children. Xiaoming, please discuss the specifics with Wuji and Xiaogang. I wish to be alone for a while. With that, Flinder picked up his wine glass and made his way to the balcony outside the restaurant. The master and Zhao Wuji exchanged helpless sighs as they watched Flinder's retreating figure. Zhao Wuji then nudged Ma Hongjun beside him, handing him a bottle of wine while nodding toward Flinder. Reluctantly, Ma Hongjun set down his utensils, and with the bottle in hand, he followed Flinder's silhouette onto the balcony. The master summoned Zhao Wuji and Qin Ming to the adjacent room to discuss the particulars of Shrek Academy's relocation to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, prompting the others from Shrek Academy to engage in hushed discussions. After deliberation, the master and Zhao Wuji confirmed that Shrek Academy would move to the Royal Academy in 3 months, with Qin Ming returning at the earliest opportunity to arrange everything for the transition. At this moment, the Shrek battle team had already been awarded the Silver Soul Badge, while Tianyu and Tianheng had received the Gold Soul Badge. Having completed the second phase of the master's training, the academy refrained from discussing the third phase due to the impending move. They were granted a half-month break to address personal matters in preparation for their journey to the Royal Academy. For Lu Tianyu, there were no personal matters to attend to. The notion of a break was but a fleeting thought. His past month spent at the Soto Great Soul Arena had been his form of leisure. And now the master's call for a break marked the true commencement of Lu Tianyu's training. Upon returning to the long-missed Shrek Academy, Lu Tianyu sought out Li Yusong that very afternoon to continue his training with the iron block technique. While others quietly debated the relocation of Shrek Academy to the Royal Academy, Lu Tianyu conducted a thorough review of the Shrek battle team's bout against the Emperor battle team. Through this encounter, he recognized numerous shortcomings within himself. Primarily, his soul skills had become increasingly challenging to wield against higher-level soul masters. The impairment of his vision hindered him from fully unleashing the power of his gentle fist, and soul masters beyond level 40 possess speed, defense, and battle experience far superior to those at levels 20 or 30. Moreover, the myriad of martial souls on the Douluo continent possessed peculiar capabilities that emerged as they were cultivated to a certain extent. For instance, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul commanded the power of lightning, the green-scaled serpent martial soul manipulated toxins, and the Xuanwu turtle martial soul significantly enhanced its defense. Such abilities posed a formidable counter to close combat techniques. In contrast, Lu Tianyu found himself defenseless against lightning and incapable of resisting toxins, rendering his former trump cards, the cudgel and gentle fist, ineffectual. Instead, the combat knife, iron block, and paper drawing, which he had previously undervalued, took on a decisive role. After careful consideration, Lu Tianyu resolved to shift the focus of his training, dedicating his energies toward mastering the Tiger Soul battle knife, iron block, and paper drawing. He particularly prioritized the training of the iron block and paper drawing techniques, as he sensed an impending event during his clash with the Emperor battle team. This premonition likely stemmed from an unconscious activation of his observation haki. With its awakening, he recognized the necessity of honing this skill to prepare for forthcoming battles. Additionally, he could not neglect the cultivation of armament haki. Should it awaken, his offensive and defensive capabilities would undergo a transformative enhancement. As for Conqueror's haki, it could not be attained through training. Its awakening depended solely on one's innate talent. The members of Shrek Academy had grown accustomed to Lu Tianyu's behavior, for the moniker of humanoid soul beast was not earned without merit. When he approached Zhao Wuji for assistance in refining his paper drawing technique, Zhao Wuji, this time, readily agreed. Lu Tianyu became engrossed in the training of paper drawing, iron block, and slashing techniques, while Tang San remained in the academy's forge to support him. Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and Zhu Xing, after enduring a week of fatigue, frequently ventured to Soto City. In a mere 10 days, they had exhausted the 3,000 gold soul coins gifted to Xiao Wu by Tang San and Lu Tianyu. Dai Mubai and Oscar remained obediently idle within the academy, while Ma Hongjun enjoyed a blissful nocturnal lifestyle. The master sensed that such laxity could not persist, and thus summoned the idle instructors to gather the students for theoretical courses or to encourage them in honing their soul power and attribute soul skills. In the span of 2 months, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing each advanced a level in their soul power from their previous foundations. Chapter 52. The Gamble. With only a week remaining before the scheduled time for Shrek Academy to journey to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Zhao Wujing and Li Yusong halted their collaborative training with Lu Tianyu. Unlike Lu Tianyu, who could depart at a moment's notice, they had matters of concern to attend to. Thus Lu Tianyu's training had to be set aside temporarily. After completing his morning soul power training, Lu Tianyu decided to practice his long-neglected soft fist technique on the academy's training ground. He believed that once he comprehended Kenbunchika haki, the efficacy of the soft fist would be significantly enhanced through its support, making it impossible to abandon entirely. About an hour into Lu Tianyu's training, Dai Mubai and Oscar arrived at the training ground. Oh, the humanoid soul beast has indeed gone out to seek punishment. How rare indeed. After nearly 2 years of camaraderie, Dai Mubai and Lu Tianyu had grown close enough to refer to each other by casual nicknames. It wasn't an exaggeration for Dai Mubai to say that Lu Tianyu's training was akin to seeking punishment, whether training with iron blocks or paper drawings. Lu Tianyu would never retaliate. While training with paper drawings was manageable, Zhao Wujing would average 15 or 16 strikes before landing a hit. Training with iron blocks meant standing still and taking blows, leaving Lu Tianyu bruised and battered by day's end. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's jest, Lu Tianyu ceased his practice of the soft fist. A warm smile gracing his face as he squinted at Dai Mubai and remarked, "Boss Dai, Oscar, where are Fatty and Tang San?" Within Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai shared a dorm with Ma Hongjun, while Tang San and Oscar resided together, leaving Lu Tianyu in solitary quarters. Recently, during Master S's first phase of training, if it weren't for Tang San and Dai Mubai's reminders, Oscar and Ma Hongjun would have been late numerous times. Typically, they would walk together in the mornings. So Lu Tianyu naturally wondered about the whereabouts of Tang San and Ma Hongjun upon only seeing Dai Mubai and Oscar. Dai Mubai approached Lu Tianyu and playfully thumped his right shoulder, saying, "Fatty is out enjoying himself and hasn't returned. You know his preferences well. As for Iron Man, Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, take a look at who is here." At that moment, the three girls residing in the female dormitory approached the edge of the training ground, seemingly preparing for a shopping spree in Soto City. It's Brother Yu. Is that really you, Brother Yu? Did the sun rise from the west? Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu were utterly astonished upon spotting Lu Tianyu. Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu exchanged remarks as they moved closer to him. "Brother Yu." Zhu Qing spoke upon reaching Lu Tianyu, then fell silent. Xiao Wu circled Lu Tianyu, asking, "Brother Yu, have you finished your training? Show us the results of your practice." Unbeknownst to her, Lu Tianyu's response was equally lighthearted. "Sure, why not? Come at me and see for yourselves." Excited by Lu Tianyu's invitation, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Great. It's been ages since we had a real practice match. How about we have a spar?" Lu Tianyu was eager for someone to train with, and upon hearing Xiao Wu's suggestion, he promptly agreed, saying, "All right, if I lose, I'll treat you all to the finest tulips. If you 5 lose, you'll treat me and the tulips instead." Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rong Rong, and Zhu Qing exchanged glances before Dai Mubai turned to Lu Tianyu, saying, "But you mustn't use your third soul skill." Lu Tianyu replied with a cheerful smile, "Rest assured, I won't use my third soul skill. Even activating the first gate of the 8 gates will consume a significant amount of soul power." The 6 of them quickly readied themselves, and Ning Rong Rong suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Also, Brother Yu, you mustn't hit me or Oscar." Lu Tianyu retrieved a black cloth bag from his soul guide, assuring them, "Don't worry. This is merely a friendly spar. It's not a team battle where we need to focus on support from the get-go." To ensure fairness, he added, "I'll even blindfold myself. If you still can't win, you'll have no one to blame but yourselves for being too weak." After 2 months of arduous training with paper drawings, Lu Tianyu had begun training with his eyes covered using a cloth strip half a month ago. Dai Mubai and the others watched in confusion as Lu Tianyu tied the strip over his eyes, aware of his strong sense of competition. Thus, they didn't think he was intentionally holding back, but the act of blindfolding himself was indeed puzzling. White Tiger possession, Jade Rabbit possession, Spirit Cat possession, Super Recovery Sausage. 7 treasures rotate with glazed light. Regardless of Lu Tianyu's intentions, Dai Mubai and the others summoned their martial spirits. Lu Tianyu, surprised, remarked, "Your soul power." Dai Mubai chuckled, "Only just realizing it? But it's too late now. Tonight's exquisite tulips are as good as ours." Lu Tianyu smiled slightly at Dai Mubai's words and summoned his martial spirit, activating it with a flourish. "Xiaoyu, it seems your soul power has also risen a level. With such subtle fluctuations, when did your soul power break through?" Dai Mubai noticed that Lu Tianyu had reached level 36, yet his soul power fluctuations were remarkably stable, unlike someone who had just broken through. "Probably the day we battled the royal fighting team. I can't recall it clearly," Lu Tianyu responded. Hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others fell silent, realizing that Lu Tianyu was the only one among them who didn't regard a soul power breakthrough as a major deal. "Come on, Boss Dai, Xiaowu, Zhiqing. I'm ready." After completing his martial spirit possession, Lu Tianyu summoned the Tiger Soul Staff and performed a casual flourish. Dai Mubai, regaining his focus after Lu Tianyu's words, managed a wry smile. "That makes sense. Our soul powers have all advanced a level, so it stands to reason yours wouldn't stagnate. However, Xiaoyu, we have 5 people on our side, 2 of whom are support-type soul masters, while you're on your own." Dai Mubai's expression turned serious as he addressed Lu Tianyu. "With such an arrangement, if we still can't win, I'll eat breakfast upside down tomorrow." Lu Tianyu chuckled at Dai Mubai's proclamation. "Boss Dai, don't make rash oaths. The me from 2 months ago is entirely different from the me now. Dai Mubai and the others had witnessed Lu Tianyu's training over the past 2 months. He had either been pummeled by Li Yusong or relentlessly pursued by Zhao Wujing. They didn't see the purpose behind Lu Tianyu's training. Yet they naturally believed he had grown stronger because of it. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai did not respond to Lu Tianyu's words, channeling his soul power to unleash his second soul skill. Without haste, Lu Tianyu calmly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Dai Mubai's initial attack. 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength, the second is speed. Second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. First soul skill, Waist Bow. In that moment, Ning Rongrong amplified Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's speed and strength, creating a purple and pink blur that surrounded Lu Tianyu. With a mere tilt of his head, a shift of his body, a raised hand, a stepping foot, and a lean forward, Lu Tianyu effortlessly evaded the combined swift assault of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. How was this possible? Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar stood in stunned silence, watching Lu Tianyu move with the grace of a leisurely stroll, fully aware of the incredible speed exhibited by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Moreover, Lu Tianyu was blindfolded at that moment, yet neither Zhu Zhuqing nor Xiao Wu could land a single hit on him. Realizing the futility of their attacks, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu retreated to Dai Mubai's side, astonished as they observed Lu Tianyu. Xiao Yu, how did you do that? This was Lu Tianyu's first demonstration of his masterful paper drawing technique in front of anyone other than Zhao Wujing. Without the influence of gravity, he felt his body extraordinarily light. By predicting the trajectory of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's attacks through the slightest changes in the air, he adeptly dodged their strikes with remarkable ease. Allow me to demonstrate, Dai Mubai declared, activating his third soul skill, White Tiger Barrier Transformation. After Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had retreated to his side, he charged towards Lu Tianyu. With a swift motion, he unleashed his tiger claw, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind aimed directly at Lu Tianyu. Yet, Lu Tianyu merely sidestepped, mirroring his earlier evasion of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's assault, avoiding Dai Mubai's attack effortlessly. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai, confident that his attack speed surpassed that of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, executed his second soul skill at close range. While Lu Tianyu could indeed dodge, a sudden impulse compelled him to test whether his iron block technique could withstand Dai Mubai's second soul skill. Iron block, steel skin. Lu Tianyu spread his feet apart, puffed out his chest, and took a deep breath, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. With a focused thought, he gathered this energy to the surface of his skin. Boom. The second soul skill unleashed by Dai Mubai struck Lu Tianyu's chest with a resounding crash. Yet he remained rooted in place without a hint of movement. Others on the playground observed a thin, ephemeral mist enveloping Lu Tianyu. Sensing that this moment presented a prime opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu reappeared beside Lu Tianyu, joining forces with Dai Mubai to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. However, their strikes felt as though they were hitting solid steel. Xiao Wu attempted to propel Lu Tianyu away with her waist bow technique. But no matter how hard she exerted herself, he remained immovable. Xiao, you haven't switched to a defense-oriented approach, have you? Even if you have, your defensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable, Dai Mubai questioned while delivering blows to Lu Tianyu. Yet, Lu Tianyu was so focused on maintaining his iron block technique that he could not respond. Speaking would dissipate the energy enveloping him. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu realized that the so-called armament haki allowed one to speak freely while still maintaining the gathered energy. With this revelation, he attempted to expel the energy from his chest, causing the mist surrounding his body to become chaotic. Boom. Xiao Wu's kick sent Lu Tianyu flying. And with a smirk, she teleported behind him, declaring, Xiao Yu, prepare for some serious pain today. Suspended in the air, Lu Tianyu dared not speak, concentrating entirely on controlling the chaotic energy within him to sustain the effects of iron block. However, each of Xiao Wu's graceful attacks disrupted his efforts, further unsettling the energy inside him. Ultimately, Xiao Wu's waist bow technique brought him crashing to the ground, thoroughly disbanding the energy within him. For Lu Tianyu, Xiao Wu's attacks were hardly painful. She had intentionally reduced her power when using her first soul skill. Furthermore, over the past 2 months, he had been training with Soul Sage and Soul Emperor level opponents. Although Zhao Wujing and Li Yusong had controlled their strength while attacking him, their power was undeniably greater than that of Xiao Wu. Rising to his feet, Lu Tianyu remarked, Dai Lauda, you're trying to distract me on purpose, aren't you? But this won't be enough to defeat me. At that moment, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu and Zhu Xing consumed the recovery sausages that Oscar had handed them. Daimubai added, Xiao Yu, don't just focus on evasion and defense. We were merely being polite earlier. Now it's time to get serious. The commotion on the playground had attracted the attention of Master, Flander, Xiao Xin, and other teachers. Lu Tianyu only heard one familiar set of footsteps, belonging to Master. With him present, everyone instinctively subdued their playful intentions, for the consequences of misbehavior would soon follow. Gripping the handle of his upachime staff, Lu Tianyu brandished it like a weapon, announcing, Attention, Dai Lauda, Xiao Wu, Xing. Storm Staff, Flying Swallow Flash. At this moment, Lu Tianyu wielded the Hupachime staff, unleashing an authentic energy blade rather than a mere blade aura. Had he used the Hupa Battle Blade, this technique would have been called Flying Swallow Continuous Slash. With a powerful swing of the staff, Lu Tianyu sent forth a series of pale blue energy blades towards Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu utilized their speed and teleportation to evade, while Dai Mubai relied on his first soul skill to withstand the assault. As Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu moved rapidly, the air crackled with the sound of their swift actions, prompting Lu Tianyu to stand firm. Following the sounds and launching energy blades in pursuit. Within a 30-meter radius around Lu Tianyu, layers of pale blue energy blades formed, with Dai Mubai being suppressed and unable to move freely. Chapter 53, Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Phantom White Tiger standing behind Dai Mubai. Oscar nudged Ning Rongrong with his shoulder, prompting her to hastily augment Dai Mubai's strength and speed attributes. Dai behind you. At that moment, Oscar tossed a flying mushroom sausage to Dai Mubai, who seized the opportunity to leap into the air and swallow it whole. Energized by the mushroom sausage, he charged fiercely towards Lu Tianyu. Anticipating the attack upon hearing Oscar's warning, Lu Tianyu grasped the Chime staff with his left hand and swiftly turned to counter. Just as Dai Mubai approached, he was struck down by a powerful blow. Dai Mubai's assault was not without consequence. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu capitalized on the moment to close in on Lu Tianyu. Unfortunately, Lu Tianyu had perfected his paper drawing technique within the gravitational field, rendering Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's attacks futile in the absence of gravity. Unless they possessed a soul skill with locking capabilities, their efforts would be in vain against Lu Tianyu. Xiao Yu, the master is. Xiao Wu whispered as she darted past Lu Tianyu, who sighed in resignation. Effortlessly, he swung the Chime staff to repel both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, then advanced to launch a counterattack. Were it not for the master observing the match, Lu Tianyu would have preferred to hone his skills further with paper drawing and iron block. Instead, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Come on, Dai Mubai, Xing. Xiao Wu. Especially you, Dai Mubai. If you lose, you'll have to eat breakfast while standing on your head tomorrow. And treat Xiao Yu to the finest tulips tonight. Lu Tianyu was uncertain when Ma Hongjun arrived on the scene, but his spirited encouragement was unmistakable. With the stakes heightened by Ma Hongjun's words, Lu Tianyu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu all adopted a serious demeanor. Soft staff, stab. Lu Tianyu, predicting Xiao Wu's landing based on the slight sound of her teleportation, enveloped the Chime staff with soft fist energy and thrust it forward. As Xiao Wu materialized, she found Lu Tianyu before her. Just as she prepared to evade with another teleport, the Chime staff struck her abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. She glared at Ma Hongjun, who leaned against the gates of Shrek Academy, reveling in the spectacle. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai caught up to Lu Tianyu, who pivoted and swept the Chime staff, forcing Zhu Zhuqing to hastily alter her course to avoid it. Boom. The force of Lu Tianyu's sweeping staff was caught by Dai Mubai, the tremendous impact reverberating through his arms as he gritted his teeth to maintain his grip on the Chime staff. Second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing darted to Lu Tianyu's side, and with a flicker of thought, the Chime staff in Dai Mubai's hands shattered into thousands of fragments. Simultaneously, Lu Tianyu employed paper drawing once more to evade Zhu Zhuqing's second soul skill attack, leaving the onlookers in awe at his evasive maneuvers. Tiger Soul Battle Blade, Condense. As Lu Tianyu concentrated to form the Tiger Soul Battle Blade, he swiftly struck Zhu Zhuqing's abdomen with the blade's flat side, launching her away. End it. Dai Mubai, Zhuqing, Flying Swallow Slash. Both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing understood the implications of Lu Tianyu materializing the Tiger Soul Battle Blade. His attack power had now surpassed that of Dai Mubai. However, having endured the rigors of the Great Soul Arena, they had both developed a profound aversion to the taste of defeat. They exchanged a resolute glance and simultaneously surged forward, channeling their soul power towards one another. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Phantom White Tiger. at the peak of their soul power. An extraordinary transformation occurred between Dai Mubai's White Tiger martial soul and Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Spirit Cat martial soul, exploding into a colossal soul power tiger that enveloped their forms. Boom! Lu Tianyu's blade aura struck the mass of soul power, only dispersing it momentarily before it swiftly reformed. So you finally unleashed it. I shall not hold back. Lu Tianyu, his eyes concealed beneath a black cloth, chuckled softly, speaking in a tone audible only to himself. Roar. Slash. The Phantom White Tiger, the fusion of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, manifested as an enormous soul power beast, immediately unleashing a powerful soul energy sphere towards Lu Tianyu. Yet, Lu Tianyu had anticipated this, utilizing his technique to sidestep to the right of the Phantom White Tiger as the energy sphere rippled through the air. Flying Swallow Slash. The instant Lu Tianyu appeared, he unleashed 32 swift strikes against the massive Phantom White Tiger, forming a lotus the size of a bathtub, trailing luminous tails as it collided with the beast. Boom. The resounding crash caused the Phantom White Tiger to dissipate, revealing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing emerging from the dust of the shockwave, both gasping for breath. It was evident that this was their first attempt at a martial soul fusion technique, fraught with imperfections, as it lasted less than a minute. Cough, cough, I concede. I admit defeat, Dai Mubai, Zhuqing. Lu Tianyu coughed amidst the dust, his words intended to provide Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing an easy exit. Dai Mubai quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Lu Tianyu's statement and promptly replied, "My soul power is depleted as well, let us call this a draw." Oscar rushed onto the field, presenting Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lu Tianyu with recovery sausages. After consuming them, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing felt their fatigue gradually dissipate, while Lu Tianyu did not remove the black cloth obscuring his eyes, because Lu Tianyu felt that in order to swiftly comprehend the observation haki, he must become accustomed to perceiving through his body and listening, rather than relying on his already conditioned eyes to see. The match has concluded. Why are you still blindfolded? Xiaoyu? Dai Mubai reminded Lu Tianyu, who approached him with his eyes covered. Lu Tianyu gently shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. The blindfold is merely for the next stage of my training." Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, those present felt a sense of bewilderment. Yet none dismissed his training as entirely futile. Not to mention, Lu Tianyu's evasion of Zhu Zhuqing's second soul skill was a testament to the progress he had made in recent training. The members of the Shrek team, standing at the edge of the playground, instinctively took their places, adopting an expectant posture for the Master's commentary. Observing this, Master and Flander approached the group. Flander cleared his throat and remarked, "Indeed, during these 2 months of rest, your soul power has improved. Xiaoyu, I sense your soul power is nearing level 37. When did you surpass level 36? Flander inquired, carefully sensing the soul power of the Shrek team, his strength allowing him to perceive finer details than Lu Tianyu and the others. Lu Tianyu pondered for a moment. It seems to have been over 2 months ago, during our battle against the Imperial fighting team. I can't recall the exact day. Instantly, Lu Tianyu felt several gazes directed at him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Flander, upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, cast a glare at Ma Hongjun, who had broken through to level 29 half a month prior and subsequently requested a month off from Flander, who had happily obliged. Since then, Ma Hongjun had indulged himself, and it had been over half a month since anyone had seen him. After Flander ceased speaking, Master continued, "Today, I shall refrain from offering extensive commentary on your match. Mubai, Zhuqing, accompany me. In 6 days, we shall depart for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Xiaoyu, Xiaosan, do not overexert yourselves. Take some time to rest." With that, Master glanced at Flander and led Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing away from the playground. Flander clenched his fists and turned to Ma Hongjun, shouting, "Fatty, run 20 laps around the village. Come find me once you've finished." Ma Hongjun hurriedly protested, "Teacher, I'm still on leave." 30 laps. But you said 40 laps. Ma Hongjun had never seen Flander's gaze so terrifying, and he dared not retort, muttering, "Yes, yes." Flander adjusted his crystal glasses, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will personally oversee you. If you dare to cut corners, you will face the consequences." Upon hearing Flander's words, Ma Hongjun's expression changed dramatically, while Lu Tianyu comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right, Fatty, I'll run with you. It's been quite a while since I practiced long-distance running." Suddenly feeling a sense of nostalgia, he added, "Xiaosan, Rongrong, Xiaoao, shall we all join?" Tang San, already aware that Xiaowu had been struck by Lu Tianyu's gentle punch, and that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had engaged in battle with Lu Tianyu due to Ma Hongjun's actions, exchanged glances with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar. All right, now that you mention it, I do feel a bit nostalgic for the sensation of long-distance running, he said. Rongrong, Xiao Wu's injuries have yet to heal. Please take care of her, Xiao Ao, give Xiao Wu some recovery sausages later. After giving his instructions to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, Tang Sen beamed at Ma Hongjun, saying, "Let us go, fatty, together." With that, Tang San and Lu Tianyu ran towards the gates of Shrek Academy, while Flander patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, urging him, "What are you still standing there for?" Ma Hongjun, with a dejected expression, replied, "But teacher, why are you suppressing my soul power? Just run when I tell you to, stop babbling." In a fit of frustration, Flander kicked Ma Hongjun, who understood well enough not to provoke Flander any further. He could only follow closely behind Lu Tianyu and Tang San as they exited Shrek Academy. Once outside, Tang San asked, "Xiaoyu, is it truly all right to run blindfolded?" Lu Tianyu smiled gently, replying, "This is a rare training opportunity. It may feel uncomfortable at first, but it will improve over time." In the blink of an eye, Lu Tianyu nearly stumbled twice on the uneven ground, purposefully stepping down with force to enhance his sense of perception. By gauging the changes in echoes, he attempted to discern the terrain, yet he still found himself tripping occasionally. Tang San, noticing Lu Tianyu's intent to judge the road conditions through sound, playfully increased the force of his own steps. With Tang San's assistance, Lu Tianyu felt he could better assess the state of the ground, gradually understanding why the observation hockey was referred to as the pinnacle of listening. This listening was not merely to hear with the ears, but rather to perceive with one's sixth sense. Lu Tianyu and Tang San completed 40 laps around the village where Shrek Academy was situated, and Lu Tianyu began to grasp the notion of listening through instinct. However, Tang San insisted that they would miss lunch if they lingered any longer, and he dragged Lu Tianyu to the cafeteria. Seated there, amidst the clattering of cutlery and the sounds of food being chewed, Lu Tianyu discovered that training in such an environment seemed more suitable than running. After lunch, Lu Tianyu wandered around the academy, attempting to use his sixth sense to listen to the surrounding sounds at every location he visited. Particularly, when he arrived outside Tang San's forging chamber, the sound of Tang San hammering steel sparked a newfound understanding in Lu Tianyu regarding the art of listening. Chapter 54. The Sylvis Great Soul Arena. Subsequently, Lu Tianyu entered the forge, allowing Tang San to attend to his own endeavors without concern for him. Tang San, blindfolded, seated Lu Tianyu in a corner, uncertain whether he was meditating on soul power or pondering cultivation issues. He paid no further attention to Lu Tianyu and resumed his work, employing the chaotic cloak hammer technique. The rhythmic clanging of the iron bore an indescribable charm. At dinner time, Tang San beckoned Lu Tianyu to depart the forge together. Along the way, he could not help but inquire, "Little you, are you practicing sound-based positioning? I heard Xiao Wu mention that you evaded Zhu Qing's attacks using a technique they had never witnessed before." Lu Tianyu mused that the observation hockey was akin to sound-based positioning. However, the former relied on intuition rather than mere auditory perception. "Well, in a sense, I find that listening to you forge enhances my training. Would it be alright if I practiced in your forge from now on?" Tang San chuckled in response. "It's no trouble at all, as long as you don't mind the noise." Thus, for the next 5 days, Lu Tianyu remained in Tang San's forge, distinguishing an increasing variety of sounds amidst the clashing of hammer and iron. He felt he was on the brink of awakening his observation hockey, needing only a final push to achieve it. Yet, that final step loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. The day before Shrek Academy's relocation to the Tianyu Royal Academy, Tang San concluded his forging. The members of the Shrek team gathered on the playground, where Tang San distributed the concealed weapons he had painstakingly crafted, the Sky Claw, to everyone. Though the Sky Claw held little utility for Lu Tianyu, he graciously accepted it as a gesture of goodwill from Tang San. Subsequently, Tang San unveiled another concealed weapon named the Flowerback Crossbow, claiming it could eliminate a level 40 defense-type Soul Master who had yet to summon their martial soul. This weapon also offered limited assistance to Lu Tianyu, as he possessed the strength to directly defeat a level 40 defense-type Soul Master. However, Tang San's words sparked a thought in Lu Tianyu regarding armament hockey. If he could envelop these mechanical concealed weapons with armament hockey, they would transform from instruments capable of harming only 30 or 40 level Soul Masters into formidable weapons that could slay 50 or 60 level Soul Masters. Furthermore, Armament hockey would significantly enhance both his physical techniques and concealed weapons, allowing him to refine the Tiger's Roar blade into a black-tier weapon. After securing Tang San's weapons, Dai Mubai proposed that the group dine in Soto City. This suggestion swiftly garnered unanimous agreement from everyone except Lu Tianyu and Tang San. Succumbing to the majority, Lu Tianyu and Tang San accompanied the others to the Soto Grand Hotel to express his gratitude for the concealed weapons. Dai Mubai generously ordered 2 bottles of tulip wine and an abundance of quality beer. After indulging in merriment, the group returned to Shrek Academy, supporting one another as they made their way to rest. The following morning at 6, Lu Tianyu, still blindfolded, was roused by his internal clock. For the past 7 days, he had maintained this routine, acknowledging that the blindfold affected his daily life. Nonetheless, he persisted, recalling that the protagonist of One Piece had similarly trained in observation hockey while blindfolded. Otherwise, he would unconsciously rely on sight for discernment, prolonging his path to mastering observation hockey. After a somewhat clumsy morning routine and breakfast, the faculty and students of Shrek Academy gathered on the playground. The usually boisterous Shrek team awaited quietly, for the academy was not a place they could not part with, although it held their most cherished memories. The team members were not yet of an age to reminisce about the past. Their quiet anticipation stemmed from the emotional turmoil of their teachers, led by Flander, who were leaving the place they had inhabited for over 20 years. Despite their reluctance, separation was inevitable. Once Flander adjusted his mindset, he summoned his martial soul, lifting the master into the air. "Hurry up, I can hardly wait to see the Tianyu Imperial City." The crowd on the playground expressed their exasperation at Flander's fickleness. Moments ago, he appeared heartbroken, yet now he was eager to depart without hesitation. The journey to Tianyu Royal Academy was indeed a considerable distance, prompting Lu Tianyu to suggest that they run to their destination. He reasoned that it would not only strengthen their bodies, but also broaden their horizons. However, aside from Tang San, who remained indifferent, the rest of the team resisted this notion. The master and Flander insisted that Lu Tianyu could not go alone and must follow the main group, relying on Oscar's flying mushroom sausage for travel. With Xiao Xian, a food system soul saint, in their midst, Oscar's soul power was unlikely to deplete. Remarkably, within a single day, they covered a distance that would typically take 7 to 8 days. Later, under Flander's insistence, the group settled at a modest inn for the night to rest and regain their strength before continuing their journey. Despite relying on Oscar's soul skill for travel, everyone still experienced notable soul power depletion. Upon returning to his room, Lu Tianyu fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the laughter and joy of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others. Not long after Lu Tianyu drifted off, Xiao invited Tang San out under the moonlight for a romantic rendezvous. Oscar, initially despondent, suddenly perked up as if rejuvenated, joining Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to eavesdrop. Upon Tang San's return, they staged a reenactment of his conversation with Xiao Wu. Infuriated, Tang San brandished his external soul bone, intending to give Ma Hongjun a thorough beating with the 8 spider lances. In the ensuing chaos, Ma Hongjun accidentally plopped down onto Lu Tianyu, awakening him with a fuming glare as he unleashed his external soul bone in retaliation. The uproar persisted until the late hours, eventually subsiding into silence. The following morning, Flander urged everyone to set off promptly. Their journey continued for approximately half a month, leading them to the capital of the Sylvis Kingdom. Lu Tianyu, still blindfolded, remained unaware of their specific location until Flander guided them to the Sylvis Great Soul Arena. "You haven't engaged in actual combat for quite some time. Let us have a little sparring session at the Sylvis Great Soul Arena tonight." As soon as Flander finished speaking, Lu Tianyu raised his hand. "Dean, I fear that may not be feasible." "Why not? This isn't right, little you. Weren't you once the most passionate about soul battles?" Flander initially mistook the voice for Ma Hongjun or Oscar attempting to shirk their responsibilities, only to realize halfway through that it was Lu Tianyu who was reluctant. Lu Tianyu quickly produced a golden badge from his soul guide. "Both Xiao San and I hold golden soul battle badges. Are you certain the Sylvis Great Soul Arena possesses a soul respect level golden soul battle team to contend with us?" Flander had indeed considered this, which prompted his suggestion for the Shrek team to participate in a soul battle at the Sylvis Great Soul Arena. "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. First, find accommodation nearby, then change into your team uniforms." Lu Tianyu shrugged, stowing away his golden soul battle badge, indicating he had said all he needed to say and offered his reminders. The members of Shrek Academy sought out a charming inn near the Soul Arena, donning their team uniforms and masks before making their way to the Sylvis Soul Arena. Upon finding Flandra and the Master, They discovered Flandra in a fervent dispute with the arena staff, lamenting the absence of a gold soul team at the soul arena, let alone a silver team. Such a situation surely could not permit a copper-level team to engage with Shrek Academy. However, the staff proposed a rather dubious suggestion, that Shrek Academy challenge a gold soul team of level 40. The highest ranked among Shrek, Daimubai, was merely at level 38, while the lowest, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun, were at 29. To confront a team of level 40 seemed nothing short of self-inflicted punishment. Flandra decisively remarked. Perhaps we should reconsider. Yet before he could finish, the master interjected, Xiao Gang, have you lost your mind? How could the children possibly face a team of soul masters at level 40? The master cast a sidelong glance at Flandra before addressing the arena staff. You mentioned we could choose our opponents at will. Are there any particularly ferocious gold soul teams available? Silva City was notorious for its chaos, teaming with those who thrived on peril. Soon enough, the master selected a team named the Fierce God Team, a notorious gold soul team of level 40. Known for their brutality in every encounter, often leaving opponents either dead or severely injured. Such a ruthless team was quite popular in Silva City. Flandra and Zhao Wujia were perplexed by the master's choice to engage with such a formidable team, fully aware of the potential devastating consequences for Shrek Academy. The master whispered a few words of explanation to Flandra, who, albeit with apprehension, ultimately consented. Once the staff ushered the Shrek team to their lounge, Tianyu sighed in resignation. What was bound to happen has finally arrived. Daimubai, intrigued, inquired, What do you mean by that? Who is coming? What are you talking about, Xiaoyu? Tianyu simply shook his head. You'll understand once we're on the arena stage. Let us cherish these moments, for after tonight, you shall no longer be the same Sai. Tang-san, growing increasingly perplexed, pondered what it meant to no longer be oneself after tonight. At that moment, the master entered the lounge, prompting everyone to rise and greet him. Master, with a stern expression, the master surveyed the faces of Shrek Academy's members and solemnly stated, for tonight's team battle, I permit you to utilize the Zhuge Divine crossbows crafted by Xiao San. Upon hearing this, Tang San rushed to interject, Master. The lethality of the Zhuge Divine crossbows. The master raised a hand, silencing him. No need for further discussion. You will have but one opportunity to strike Xiaoyu. Come with me. Uncertain of the master's intentions, Tianyu followed him outside the lounge. After ensuring that no prying eyes were nearby, the master quietly instructed. During the ensuing battle, remain vigilant of our opponents. If any among them retains combat capability, you must strike decisively. Understood? Tianyu, momentarily taken aback, asked in confusion, Master. Why me? The master merely patted Tianyu's shoulder, his silence conveying a clear message. He believed in Tianyu's strength. Following the encounter with the elder from the spirit hall, Tianyu had grown more desensitized to the act of killing. The world often proved far more ruthless to the weak than gold or silver. To thrive in the realm of Douluo, one must become a figure feared by all. Returning to the lounge, Tianyu found Daimubai and the others gathering around, eager to learn why the master had summoned him. The master asked me to ensure your safety. Our opponents are soul masters at level 40, Tianyu replied half-jokingly, but aside from Tang-san, who remained composed, the others were filled with anxiety. Approximately an hour later, the time arrived for the Fierce God team to face off against Shrek Academy in the arena. During this hour, Tang-san meticulously checked each Zhuge Divine crossbow for any malfunctions. Compared to Soto's Soul Arena, Silvis's was decidedly more rudimentary, with a significantly smaller central arena. As the 8 members of Shrek stepped onto the arena stage, the Fierce God team followed suit. Instantly, a faint crimson mist of blood enveloped them, causing Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others to recoil in fear at the oppressive killing intent emanating from the Fierce God team. Do not be afraid. Remember Xiao San's teachings. Do not shoot your bolts prematurely, and do not lag behind, Tianyu urged, comforting Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. As he whispered reassurances, the announcer proclaimed the commencement of the battle. The 8 soul masters from the Fierce God team unleashed their soul power simultaneously, summoning their respective martial spirits. Their killing intent intensifying. Kill, eliminate them. The hoarse voice of the team leader echoed, as the 8 soul masters, adorned with 4 soul rings each, charged towards Shrek Academy. Prepare. At this moment, Shrek Academy retrieved their Zhuge Divine crossbows, aiming them at the Fierce God team. Even Tianyu found himself momentarily daunted by the overwhelming aura of menace released by their opponents. Chapter 55, Confessions. The distance between the fearsome God team and the Shrek team was a full 20 meters. Yet they dashed to within 10 meters of the Shrek team in merely 2 seconds. Aside from Tang San and Lu Tianyu, who maintained their composure, the rest, including Dai Mubai, could not help but tremble. Lu Tianyu had already prepared to activate the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. If, after a volley of arrows from the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, any member of the Fearsome God team remained combat-capable, he would have to intervene. As the Fearsome God team closed in to 5 meters of the Shrek team, Tang San finally issued the command to launch the arrows. The members of the Shrek team simultaneously pulled the triggers of their Zhuge Divine Crossbows, unleashing 16 steel arrows. The sound of whistling arrows filled the air as a torrent of over 100 arrows formed a shimmering silver mist, akin to a locust swarm, swiftly penetrating the Fearsome God team. At that moment, the Soul Masters of the Fearsome God team halted, their murderous intent dissipating into thin air. 7 to 10 holes appeared on their bodies, from which crimson blood erupted like geysers. The vivid red blood quickly stained the fighting arena. And Lu Tianyu sighed in relief upon confirming that 8 members of the Fearsome God team lay powerless in pools of their own blood. It was then that he noticed the once boisterous arena had fallen eerily silent, as the spectators were taken aback by the ruthless response of the Shrek team. Gag. Zhu Zhuqing, whose martial spirit was the Nether Cat, possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Unable to withstand the pungent scent of blood, she retched and hurried off the fighting arena to find a place to vomit. Following suit were Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, while Dai Mubai, suppressing his own turmoil, stammered, "I'll go check on Zhuqing." With that, he hastily descended from the arena. At that moment, only Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu remained on the fighting stage. Tang San calmly stowed away the Zhuge Divine Crossbow and turned to the stunned referee. "Isn't it time to announce the results of the battle?" Xiao Wu, struggling to suppress her discomfort, quickly darted behind Tang San. Lu Tianyu took a step back, avoiding the blood that flowed across the arena's surface. The battle is concluded, and the victors are the Shrek team. Upon hearing the outcome, Lu Tianyu and Tang San exchanged glances before supporting the trembling Xiao Wu as they approached the arena. Feeling Xiao Wu's shivers, Lu Tianyu began to question whether she truly was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Such a strong reaction, had she really never engaged in battle before, despite her extensive training? In order to avoid further complications, the Shrek Academy group swiftly returned to their lodgings. At this point, Dai Mubai, Zhu Shiqing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong were on the verge of collapse from retching. Although Xiao Wu felt weak from fear, she did not vomit as uncontrollably as the others. In the team's resting area, Master and Flander had already consoled everyone, declaring that each member of the Fearsome God team deserved their fate. They had taken countless lives before, with over 60 killed and 90 severely wounded. Such villains deserved no better than to perish in the arena. Despite the teacher's valiant efforts to alleviate the Shrek team's guilt, escaping the weight of such feelings was not easily accomplished. Observing the distress on their faces, Lu Tianyu felt torn but ultimately resolved to personally offer some guidance. With a serious expression, he addressed his companions. "Congratulations on your transformation from quasi-soul masters to true soul masters. Comforting others requires finesse." The dualistic approach employed by Flander and Master had little effect. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Dai Mubai and the others glared at him with indignation. "Have you ever wondered why I can devote all my energy to cultivation? It is because I completed this transformation before any of you." Tang San regarded Lu Tianyu, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Dai Mubai, feeling faint, murmured, "Xiao you aren't implying you've killed before, are you?" "Yes, I have, and it was a soul emperor." "You're just boasting. A soul sovereign cannot kill a soul emperor." Ning Rongrong interjected, eager to dismiss Lu Tianyu's claim. Yet, the others were keen to forget the earlier events and were willing to listen to whatever Lu Tianyu had to say. Lu Tianyu cast a glance at Ning Rongrong before addressing Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. "It's true. Do you remember the disappearance of the Elder from the Spirit Hall in Soto City 2 years ago?" "Of course, we remember. We were confined for 6 months because of that incident," Ma Hongjun recalled painfully. Dai Mubai and Oscar, however, looked at Lu Tianyu in shock, recalling that he had secluded himself in his room for 7 days following Chadley's disappearance. "No, it can't be, Xiao. You truly killed the Soul Emperor Elder from the Spirit Hall?" Lu Tianyu turned to Xiao Wu, asking, "Xiao Wu, do you notice anything different about me now? Especially my eyes?" Leaning against Tang San's shoulder, Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. "Yes, Xiao. What happened to your eyes? I remember your vision was comparable to that of a reconnaissance soul master of the same rank." Lu Tianyu touched his eyes, explaining, that is the price I paid. My eyes were burned by the Soul Master Elder's soul skill. Thus, my vision has suffered, reduced to that of an ordinary Soul Master. So that's why you stopped practicing the soft fist. Your vision was insufficient to continue, Xiao Wu realized. Understanding why Lu Tianyu had shifted his focus since joining Shrek Academy, Lu Tianyu then produced 8 bottles of top-tier tulip wine, proclaiming, "These are the spoils from the defeat of the Spirit Hall Elder. Now you all know this secret, and can share in this drink." Among those present, only Tang Sen maintained a smile, while the others regarded Lu Tianyu as if he were a monster. Lu Tianyu uncorked one of the bottles and took a hearty swig, declaring, "The reason I share this with you is to impart a truth. The world of Soul Masters is far from the comfort you envision. At any moment, you may face life-threatening encounters, so do not dwell on the act of killing. To progress further along the path of a Soul Master, one must adapt to the necessity of taking lives." Tang San lifted his own tulip wine bottle, removing the cork, and declared, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one offends me, I will retaliate." Xiaoyu cheers. With that, Tang San clinked his bottle against Lu Tianyu's and both drank deeply from their bottles. At that moment, the Shrek team felt the remnants of their nausea dissipate. Their gazes now fixed intently upon Lu Tianyu. In light of Lu Tianyu's revelations, the earlier killings seemed trivial in comparison. "Xiaoyu, why did the elder from the Spirit Hall want to kill you?" Oscar, having regained his senses, urgently inquired, now convinced that Chadley's demise was indeed at Lu Tianyu's hands. Lu Tianyu set down the wine bottle and turned to Oscar, remarking, "Who knows? Perhaps it is because I declined his invitation to join the Spirit Hall, leading him to harbor resentment and ambush me along the way." Ning Rongrong, Daimyo Bai, and Zhu Qing exchanged skeptical glances upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words. They had heard rumors that some Soul Masters who refused to join the Spirit Hall faced harassment or even assassination. However, such tales were merely whispers. No one had ever witnessed the Spirit Hall's unprovoked pursuit of any Soul Master. After finishing the last drop of his tulip wine, Lu Tianyu waved his hand and produced several more bottles, declaring, "Tonight, the tulip wine is abundant. Drink as much as you desire." Daimyo Bai and the others felt pleasantly tipsy even before they began in earnest. After a brief exchange of glances, they uncorked their bottles and indulged heartily. Within half an hour, the members of the Shrek team were all slurring their words, struggling to articulate. Lu Tianyu, having consumed the most, had succumbed to intoxication and collapsed onto the sofa. Daimyo Bai and Ning Rongrong, though still somewhat conscious, perceived the world around them as a hazy mirage. Their heads light, yet their legs heavy, as if the ceiling were spinning. In just 2 hours, all 8 members of the Shrek team had fallen into a deep slumber. Outside the inn, Flinder and Zhao Wujin exchanged glances of embarrassment as they regarded Master. It was only that day they comprehended the secret Lu Tianyu had long concealed deep within his heart, and a flicker of trepidation welled up within them. Having navigated the Soul Master world for many years, Flinder and Zhao Wujin possessed a greater understanding of the Spirit Hall than Daimyo Bai and Ning Rongrong. It was their disdain for the Spirit Hall's actions that had compelled them to establish Shrek Academy to nurture promising students. That night, Lu Tianyu enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber, as if a heavy stone weighing upon his heart had been lifted. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Lu Tianyu was awakened by his internal clock. Sitting up, he found Daimyo Bai embracing Zhu Qing, Tang San holding Xiao Wu, and Oscar wrapped around Ning Rongrong in the hall. Ma Hongjun lay sprawled, snoring against the table leg. Lu Tianyu then felt a wave of relief, grateful for having chosen the sofa for his rest. The mere thought of waking up entangled with the chubby Ma Hongjun sent shivers down his spine. As his drowsy thoughts cleared, he regretted not having a phone or camera to capture the scene before him. Taking a deep breath, he began his morning soul power training. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tang Sen was roused by his own internal clock. Immediately sensing something was amiss in his embrace, he opened his eyes to behold Xiao Wu's delicate features. Lifting his head, he saw Lu Tianyu meditating on the sofa, and it felt as though a hammer had struck his mind. Carefully attempting to extricate himself from Xiao Wu's grasp, he was thwarted when she wrapped her arms around his neck. Tang San froze, as if struck by lightning, cautiously meeting Lu Tianyu's teasing gaze. If there had been an opening, he would have undoubtedly slipped away without hesitation. About 30 minutes later, Flinder kicked open the door, exclaiming, "What time is it? Still asleep? How shameless." However, upon seeing the scene in the hall, he quickly altered his words and disappeared from view. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Tianyu had covered his eyes with a black cloth and remarked, "I just heard the dean's voice. He said he was disturbing. Disturbing what exactly?" Daimyo Bai, Zhu Qing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun were roused by Flinder's abrupt entrance, quickly realizing the compromising positions they found themselves in. Lu Tianyu stood up, stretching his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans. I wish to have breakfast. You all should hurry after your training, or else the dean will come to urge you. Daimu Bai, eager to join, responded, wait for me, Xiaoyu. I just finished my training. Let's go together. His eyes shot daggers at Ma Hongjun, silently warning him against any foolish remarks. Tang San and Xiao Wu hastily released one another, with Xiao Wu blushing as she said, Brother Xiaoyu, I'm done with my training too. Rong, Zhu Qing, let's go. Ma Hongjun, wide-eyed, observed the unfolding scene, grappling with a flood of incredulous thoughts. Was this farce self-deception, or did he believe he had successfully concealed it from Lu Tianyu? Xiao Wu beckoned Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing to exit the hall, while Oscar, Daimu Bai, and Tang San exchanged knowing glances and patted Lu Tianyu's shoulder. Due to the morning's awkwardness, Flinder refrained from his usual prodding, and for the next 3 days, the Shrek team returned to their rooms each evening. Xiao Wu, who frequently sought out Tang San, ceased her visits, and it wasn't until the 4th day, when Flinder began his urging again, that Lu Tianyu sensed the atmosphere returning to normal. After spending 5 more days traveling, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the imperial capital of the Heavendo Empire, where the Heavendo Royal Academy was situated. Flinder, studying the map provided by Qin Ming, expressed his confusion. According to this map, the Heavendo Royal Academy should be just ahead, yet all I see is a mountain. Lu Tianyu, upon learning they had reached their destination, removed the black cloth from his eyes, only to discover he stood at the foot of a grand mountain. Observing the surroundings, he was awestruck by the sprawling city behind him, as if to say, truly, this is the imperial capital of the Heavendo Empire. Not even 100 Soto cities could rival the magnificence of this vast city built against the mountains and rivers. Ning Rongrong, having visited the Heavendo Royal Academy before, quickly interjected, indeed, Dean, this is the Heavendo Royal Academy. Chapter 56. The Royal Academy of Heavendo, as Ning Rongrong spoke. All eyes from Shrek Academy turned toward her, including Lu Tianyu, who was captivated by the grandeur of Heavendo Imperial City. With a smile, he gazed at Ning Rongrong. When I was a child, my father brought me here, not only to the mountain before us, but also to the lake behind it. All part of the Heavendo Royal Academy. Ning Rongrong was accustomed to the attention from her peers at Shrek Academy and confidently began to share her knowledge. Just as they were about to enter the academy, a throng of elegantly dressed young men and women emerged from within. Lu Tianyu's smile took on an oddly mischievous expression as he squinted at the leader of this group. He thought to himself that this unfortunate soul must be the Avalanche Prince, who had almost driven his father to despair. Flander, unaware of the newcomers' backgrounds, candidly declared his identity and purpose. Unfortunately, not everyone was aware of Shrek Academy's visit to Heavendo Royal Academy, and Avalanche displayed an attitude suggesting that everyone owed him a debt of 3 silver coins. After being thoroughly beaten by Daimu Bai, he ceased his antics only when a teacher from Heavendo Royal Academy intervened. Teachers possessed knowledge far beyond that of students. Among them, admiration for the Academy's youngest and most talented instructor, Qin Ming, was unanimous. Rumors suggested that Qin Ming would become the chief commissioner of the Academy, and it was Shrek Academy that developed such talent. Furthermore, Flander and Zhao Wujin were both soul saints with power exceeding level 70, whereas Avalanche, barely surpassing level 50, dared not engage too deeply with the Shrek students. He personally led the Shrek group to find Qin Ming, which infuriated Avalanche to the point of swearing vengeance. Meanwhile, the Shrek group, under Qin Ming's guidance, arrived at the commissioner's office of Heavendo Royal Academy, which was overseen by the Emperor of the Heavendo Empire. The Emperor could not manage the Academy directly. That responsibility lay with the Commission. The Commission's members, renowned in the Soul Master world, were formidable, with 3 individuals at the Soul Douluo level. Even Flander, at level 78, had to pay his respects upon meeting the 3 commissioners, introducing himself with his name, Martial Soul, Soul Power Level, and Cultivation Direction. In return, the commissioners introduced themselves. Chief Commissioner Mengshinji, Martial Soul Black Demon, level 86 Control System Soul Douluo, Second Commissioner by Baoshan. Martial Soul Heavenly Star Furnace, level 85 Defense System Soul Douluo, and 3rd Commissioner Ji Lin, Martial Soul Heavenly Green Vine, level 82 Control System Soul Douluo. Among the Shrek team, only Oscar and Ma Hongjun had not encountered Soul Masters exceeding level 80, while Lu Tianyu had at least met Tang Hao, a title de law. The Shrek members bowed to Commissioners Meng Shinji, by Baoshan, and Ji Lin, acknowledging their esteemed status as seniors with soul power above level 80. Everyone, including Tang San, failed to notice that Xiaowu, who usually rushed to the front, was now cautiously hiding behind Tang San. After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Xinji invited the Shrek group to sit in the commissioner's building and discuss matters at ease. Tianyu intentionally lagged behind, entering the reception hall last with Xiaowu. The Shrek group and Heaven Do Academy members took their respective seats, with students standing behind their teachers. Tianyu and Xiaowu positioned themselves at the far end of the Shrek side, inadvertently blocking the view of Meng Xinji by Baoshan and Jilin from seeing Xiaowu. At that moment, Xiaowu noticed Tianyu's unusual behavior, causing her heart to race. Tianyu wore a warm smile, squinting as he observed Flander and Meng Xinji deliberating the treatment of Shrek Academy members at Heaven Do Royal Academy. After they settled on terms, Jilin stood and inquired, "I have heard from Teacher Qin Ming that your academy possesses an exceptional control system soul master. May I know who it is?" Both Jilin and Meng Xinji, being control system soul Douluos, were particularly interested in Tang San. At the master's urging, Tang San stepped forward, and Jilin publicly tested Tang San's abilities. Within Shrek Academy, Tang San's prowess was comparable to Tianyu and Dai Mubai, though the latter two were assault system soul masters, while Tang San specialized in control. At this juncture, most attendees' attention shifted to the interaction between Tang San and Jilin. Tianyu leaned toward Xiaowu and whispered, "Do not fear, Xiaowu. I am aware of your identity. If we remain at Heaven Do Royal Academy, I will find a way to return you to Stardew Forest." Upon hearing this, Tianyu opened his squinted eyes, meeting Xiaowu's fearful gaze, which calmed her considerably. The eyes are windows to the soul, and Xiaowu could discern Tianyu's genuine intentions. "Brother Yu, when did you find out?" Tianyu had prepared his response, wearing a gentle smile as he replied softly, "Do you remember what I said before? I was fortunate enough to escape the Titan giant ape's deadly strike." At that moment, Tang San's external spirit bone integrated under Jilin's soul pressure, and upon hearing the master's words, Tianyu realized that his external spirit bone had indeed been shattered by the Titan giant ape before fusing with his body. Once the assessment of Tang San's abilities concluded, both Jilin and Tang San returned to their seats. At that point, Bai Baoshan rose, scanning the faces of the Shrek team, and spoke solemnly. "Which assault system soul master defeated our academy's top student?" The members of Shrek Academy, including Qin Ming, turned their gaze toward Tianyu. Just as he prepared to step into the center of the hall, an aged voice called from outside, "Is Chief Meng Xinji present?" The door swung open, and two squads of well-equipped, highly trained guards swiftly entered the hall. The sudden commotion caused both Shrek Academy and the three commissioners of Heaven Do Royal Academy to rise. Tianyu hastily retreated to Xiaowu's side, pulling her behind him. At that moment, Avalanche, who had recently endured a severe beating from Dai Mubai, entered the hall alongside an elderly man clad in resplendent attire, followed by another elder with hair and beard of deep green. Prince Xuexing, Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, Jilin, and Qin Ming simultaneously paid their respects to the elderly figure beside Avalanche. While Tianyu's eyes widened as he scrutinized the green-haired elder trailing behind Xuexing and Avalanche. If memory served, this elder, with green hair and beard, was the poison Douluo mentioned by the master in Flander, the one most likely to uncover Xiaowu's true identity. Fortunately, Avalanche, Xuexing, and the poison Douluo did not notice Tianyu and Xiaowu, who stood closest to the entrance, though Flander, the master, and Dai Mubai were not so fortunate in avoiding Xuexing's scrutiny. Flander had to bow to the sole Douluo level Meng Xinji, and even more so when faced with the title Douluo, he dared not act rashly. Ultimately, they could only depart in a dejected manner, which was the sole source of joy for Tianyu and Xiaowu. As the members of Shrek Academy found themselves compelled to retreat by Snowstar and Poison Douluo, Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin stepped forward to confront Poison Douluo. Among those present, only Tianyu anticipated the current predicament, especially Snowstar and Avalanche, who had initially sought to pressure Shrek Academy with the assistance of Dugubo not to engage in conflict with the Heavenly Do Royal Academy's committee. However, upon observing the stance of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, Shrek Academy realized it was prudent to withdraw and not become a further nuisance. Consequently, the members of Shrek Academy chose to depart, with Tianyu and Xiaowu moving swiftly. They nearly collided with a purple-haired young woman as they exited the hall. Xiaowu recognized her as Du Yin, the vice-captain of the Royal Combat Team. After brushing past Du Yin, Xiao Xian, Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, Zhu Xing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar followed suit. ultimately leading to the exit of Zhao Wuji, Flander, the Master, Daimubai, and Tang San. At this moment, the members of Shrek Academy were in a state of agitation, reluctant to engage in conversation, desiring only to leave expeditiously. Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu intentionally slowed their pace to linger at the rear of the group. Xiao Wu, it seems you no longer need to navigate the Star Doe forest, Lu Tianyu teased softly, but this time Xiao Wu did not respond with her customary shyness or irritation. Turning to him, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "Brother Yu, are you truly not afraid of me?" Upon hearing her question, Lu Tianyu's narrowed eyes widened into crescents as he replied, "Xiao Wu, do you believe I should fear you? Do not forget my nickname. I am but a soul beast masquerading in human form, the very antithesis of your being." Just then, Qin Ming dashed forward, calling out, "Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji. Esteemed teachers, fellow students." The members of Shrek Academy halted to allow Qin Ming to catch up. Upon reaching Flander, he knelt and said, "Dean, it is my fault that everyone has suffered such indignities. Yet, the events of the day were not solely Qin Ming's doing. Had Shrek Academy lingered at the Heavenly Doe Royal Academy, a confrontation with Avalanche would have been inevitable. Flander, Zhao Wuji, and the Master were reasonable individuals and would not hold Qin Ming accountable." As Flander assisted Qin Ming to his feet, Qin Ming candidly stated that he had resigned from the Heavenly Doe Royal Academy's committee. With this, Flander and the others could no longer voice their opinions. When Qin Ming caught up, Tang San sensed something was amiss with Xiao Wu and hurriedly approached Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu to inquire about the situation. Xiao Wu quickly reassured him, "It's nothing. I was merely startled." Even the younger members of Shrek Academy, let alone Flander and Zhao Wuji, had never experienced a standoff involving 3 soul Douluo and a tidal Douluo. As they gazed at the setting sun drifting toward the mountains, Flander prepared to lead everyone to find shelter in the Heavenly Doe Imperial City before contemplating their next steps. Lu Tianyu recalled that in the original narrative, the members of Shrek Academy sought the last member of the Golden Iron Triangle immediately after leaving the Heavenly Doe Royal Academy. While watching the animation, he had not perceived any issues, yet now he sensed Flander was eager for their group to be expelled from the Heavenly Doe Royal Academy. Thus, as they made their way to the Heavenly Doe Imperial City, Lu Tianyu focused intently on Flander, hoping to glean some clues from him. Unfortunately, even after their journey to the gates of the Heavenly Doe Imperial City, Lu Tianyu could not discern any peculiar expressions from Flander. Just as he was about to give up, Flander's attention was suddenly captured by a notice on the city gate, which sought to recruit Soul Masters to teach at the Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Qin Ming informed them that the Lamba Academy was located within the Heavenly Doe Imperial City, with a mission statement directly opposed to that of the Heavenly Doe Royal Academy. While entry to the Heavenly Doe Royal Academy required noble titles, Lamba Academy only accepted commoners, rejecting all aristocrats. This revelation piqued the interest of the members of Shrek Academy, and under Qin Ming's guidance, they proceeded to Lamba Academy. For the 8 members of Shrek, it was merely a chance to observe, primarily witnessing a group of Soul Saints and Soul Emperors bullying a single Soul Emperor. However, Lu Tianyu still found no evidence to prove that Flander had already communicated with the final member of the Golden Iron Triangle. Reflecting on this, Lu Tianyu turned to Tang San with a smile, knowing that according to the original storyline, Tang San was about to meet his Master's wife. When he glanced at the Master, he noticed no signs of distress on the Master's face, suggesting that he had yet to realize he had fallen into Flander's trap. Due to the inability of the Foreign Affairs Director of Lamba Academy to assess Soul Masters of Soul Saint rank, they could only lead the members of Shrek Academy to meet the Academy's Dean. As they began to hear a rather mournful song, the Master's expression suddenly shifted, and he turned to flee. However, Flander seized him, exclaiming, "Xiao Gang, it has been 20 years, how much longer will you hide?" The members of Shrek Academy looked on with curiosity, sensing that a significant revelation was about to unfold. Chapter 57. Apprenticeship under Lu Erlong. As Flander spoke, he intentionally raised his voice, abruptly halting the somewhat mournful song. A vivid image of a woman suddenly appeared in Lu Tianyu's mind, and before he could regain his composure, a gust of wind swept past him. In that moment, a woman dressed in azure, her face filled with astonishment, truly materialized before Lu Tianyu. Gazing at the side profile of the Master, she trembled and said, Xiaojiang, I must be dreaming." All present were filled with curiosity as they observed the interaction between the Master and the blue-clad woman. Despite their myriad questions, they found themselves at a loss for words. Flander cleared his throat and said, "It has been a long time, Erlong. I did not expect to find you here. How have you fared over the years? It was only then that Lu Erlong regained her senses. Turning to Flander, she pondered for a moment before responding, Old Flander, you remain unchanged after all these years. Flander, offering a self-deprecating smile, replied, I have aged. By the way, allow me to introduce everyone. These are the teachers and students from Shrek Academy, who happened upon your academy's recruitment notice and thus came to seek their fortune here. The members of Shrek Academy hurriedly bowed to Lu Erlong, and Flander continued. And this is Lu Erlong, the final piece of the golden iron triangle alongside me and the master. Lu Erlong was still somewhat dazed at this point. After returning the greeting, she turned to glance at the master, who wore an expression of anguish and struggle, unable to meet her gaze. The people from Shrek Academy exchanged awkward glances, unsure whether to give space for the golden iron triangle to reminisce or to remain and await Lu Erlong's instructions. Erlong, aren't you going to invite us in for a seat? Flander finally broke the silence, prompting Lu Erlong to snap back to reality and hurriedly motion for everyone to enter and rest. Lu Erlong's residence was nestled in a picturesque valley within the back mountains of the Blue Tyrant Academy, surrounded by flourishing flowers and greenery, a clear testament to years of careful tending. Fortunately, the group from Shrek Academy numbered less than 20, making Lu Erlong's abode feel quite spacious. At this juncture, Lu Erlong finally organized her thoughts and turned to Flander, observing the weary appearance of him and the master. She couldn't help but ask, Flander, what on earth has happened to you all? The events of the day weighed heavily on everyone, making them hesitant to speak. But Flander recounted their journey from Soto City to the Royal Academy of Tianyu, and subsequently to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon hearing Flander's narrative, Lu Erlong's brows furrowed in anger as she slammed her palm down, knocking over her teacup. What audacity from a Royal Academy student! How dare that poisoned doa bully even you, old Flander? A look of grievance crossed Flander's face, and Lu Tianyu, seated across from him, felt his worldview shifting. Lu Erlong cast a sly glance at the master and said, You needn't say anything, old Flander. My home is your home. Everyone can stay here comfortably. Normally, negotiations would fall to the master, yet he had not uttered a single word since encountering Lu Erlong. Flander glanced at the master, realizing he could not rely on him, and thus spoke up, Erlong, our demands for treatment are rather high. Can you manage? Upon hearing Flander's words, a smile graced Lu Erlong's face as she patted his shoulder, saying, Is it a matter of treatment? That is now your concern, Flander. You are the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle. From now on, this academy is yours. I shall change its name to Shrek Academy by tomorrow. The teachers and students of Shrek Academy stood flabbergasted at Lu Erlong's declaration. To simply give away a prestigious Soul Master Academy was not merely an act of extravagance or wastefulness. However, Lu Tianyu quickly caught on and cast a sympathetic glance at Flander. Lu Erlong, having offloaded the burdens of the academy onto Flander, could now devote herself to her romantic endeavors with the master. Prior to arriving at Blue Tyrant Academy, the members of Shrek Academy had been discussing pooling their resources to rebuild their own academy. To their astonishment, Lu Erlong had directly gifted Flander an academy. Once he regained his composure, Flander said, Erlong, I know you are a woman of your word. Since you have bestowed upon me an academy, I shall gift you a disciple in return. With that, Flander turned his gaze upon Lu Tianyu and asked, Shall you? Would you be willing to take Lu Erlong as your master? Lu Tianyu felt like an onlooker, merely wishing to enjoy the unfolding drama quietly. All eyes in the living room turned to him, and his smile faded slightly. He rose, squinting at Flander, pondering what scheme he might be concocting. However, Lu Tianyu held no objections to apprenticing under Lu Erlong, as he remembered her as someone deeply sentimental and fiercely protective, with considerable strength. His only concern was his own lack of talent. He feared that becoming her disciple would tarnish her reputation. Lu Tianyu's thoughts trailed off as the members of Shrek Academy simultaneously scoffed at him. Flander turned to Lu Erlong and said, Erlong, do not be deceived by this little fellow's seemingly harmless demeanor. He possesses innate level 9 soul power, a beast martial spirit, and at just 14 years of age boasts level 36 soul power, unrivaled among soul masters of his rank. Flander leaned in closer to Lu Erlong, whispering, at level 33, he has slain a level 61 soul emperor. Among our golden iron triangle, you are the most suitable to be his teacher. Initially, Lu Erlong was merely astonished by Flander's words, but the final statement rendered her utterly speechless. A mere level 33 soul master could kill a level 61 soul emperor? Surely this was a jest. Flander, noticing her disbelief and shock, gestured toward the master, saying, Xiaojing can attest to this as well. And do not mention this in front of others. Is it true, Xiaojing? Old Flander? Lu Erlong's lips moved, though her words were inaudible. The teachers from Shrek Academy recognized the technique of sound manipulation, a skill acquired by soul masters whose power exceeded level 50. The master looked at Lu Tianyu and urged, Xiaoyu, you should accept her as your master. Very well, master. Disciple Lu Tianyu pays respects to my teacher. After the master's words, Lu Tianyu performed a respectful gesture towards Lu Erlong. In the Douluo continent, while the act of apprenticeship was still taken seriously, it was far simpler in terms of etiquette compared to the traditions of the Huaxia Empire. Lu Erlong smiled warmly at Lu Tianyu, saying, no need for excessive formalities. Lu Tianyu. From now on, I shall call you Tianyu. The name Xiaoyu sounded too feminine, lacking in masculinity. The members of Shrek Academy were momentarily stunned by Lu Erlong's words, for her demeanor starkly contrasted with her gender. Yes, teacher. Lu Tianyu had no objections to this. Moreover, the name Xiaoyu was merely a nickname. Tianyu was an affectionate title from teacher to student, posing no conflict. Flander laughed heartily. Now it is settled. Our golden iron triangle has its own successor. At this moment, Flander finally realized how far his disciple was from Lu Tianyu and Tang San. The smile on his face froze before it could fully blossom. All right, Flander. Let's put the matter of successors aside for now. Teacher Ishu, please arrange a lavish banquet on the second floor of the Academy's dining hall to welcome everyone. Lu Erlong seemed oblivious to Flinder's embarrassment and addressed the waiting teacher Toolman outside the living room. Also, tomorrow I will convene a faculty-student meeting to announce the renaming of the Academy and the new principal. Yes, principal. At this point, teacher Ishu still felt his legs trembling. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, he hurriedly complied. Lu Erlong quickly clarified, I am no longer the principal, I am the vice principal. To teacher Ishu, a soul king or a soul sage, whether principal or vice principal, were formidable figures he could not provoke. Indeed, vice principal. After responding, teacher Ishu summoned his martial soul and hastily departed from the valley. Lu Erlong then engaged Flinder in a discussion about the current state of Blue Tyrant Academy, seemingly intent on swiftly transferring the principal's burdens onto Flinder. Xiaoyu, no. Tianyu, congratulations on acquiring your own teacher. Daimu Bai leaned closer to Lu Tianyu, quietly offering his congratulations. Lu Tianyu sported a warm smile, squinting slightly in acknowledgement. Brother Tianyu, congratulations. It felt more pleasant to call him Brother Tianyu rather than Xiaoyu. Thus, they decided to refer to him as Brother Tianyu from now on. The other members of the Shrek team gathered around Lu Tianyu, whispering their own congratulations. The teachers of Shrek Academy were all soul masters with a soul power exceeding 60 levels, although they appeared merely to sit quietly in their seats. Who could know if they were not secretly communicating through sound waves? As night fell, the group, led by Lu Erlong, arrived at the second floor of the Blue Tyrant Academy dining hall. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Ma Hongjun rubbed his belly and exclaimed, I just remembered, we haven't eaten all day. With that, he and Oscar rushed to the table, grabbing a salt-baked chicken to devour. Flinder added, everyone has worked hard today. Let's eat well and rest for the night. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Xiaoyu took their seats at the table and began to eat heartily. Just as Ma Hongjun had said, they were exceptionally hungry after a day without food. Xiao-san, come take a walk with me. Among the crowd, only the usually taciturn master showed no appetite. Perhaps he had come to a realization or wished to express something. After glancing over Lu Tianyu, Xiaoyu, and Tang San, his gaze finally settled on Tang San. Although Tang San had not yet finished his meal, he could only set down his bowl and accompany the master out of the dining hall. Lu Tianyu slightly opened his squinting eyes, watching the master and Tang San leave, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smile. The greatest benefit of his friendship with Tang San was the celestial herbs that Tang San had brought back after being captured by the poisoned Douluo. Many might wonder, if he knew the celestial herbs grew in the eye of ice and fire, why not seek them out himself? Setting aside the poisonous formation set by the poisoned Douluo surrounding the eye, even if one entered the eye, would they recognize those celestial herbs? One must understand that the poisoned Douluo regarded the eye of ice and fire as his medicinal garden, containing not only celestial herbs but also other poisonous insects and plants. Approaching the eye without substantial knowledge of herbal medicine could easily lead to poisoning or even death. Furthermore, celestial herbs cannot be casually harvested. Incorrect methods could result in the loss of their efficacy. In summary, professional tasks must be entrusted to professionals. Attempting them with only partial knowledge or complete ignorance would yield unsatisfactory results. After the master and Tang San departed, Lu Erlong and Flinder also left. Subsequently, Flinder, Lu Erlong, the master, and Tang San did not return to the dining hall. After the Shrek team had their fill, they followed the arrangements of the Foreign Affairs Director, Teacher Inshu, and settled into the academy dormitories for a good rest. It must be noted that Blue Tyrant Academy's facilities were impressive. All staff accommodations were single rooms. Besides the sleeping quarters, the dormitories featured a study for research and a separate bathroom, as well as a dedicated meditation room for soul power cultivation. Compared to the conditions at the old Shrek Academy, this truly resembled the facilities one would expect from a Soul Master Academy. Sleeping soundly until 6 o'clock the next morning, Lu Tianyu awoke to his biological clock and began his morning routine. He then entered the meditation room for 2 hours of soul power cultivation. And just as he was about to cease his cultivation, he broke through the bottleneck of his 36th level soul power, reaching the 37th level. Consequently, Lu Tianyu spent an additional half-hour consolidating his soul power before stepping out of the dormitory. Upon arriving at the playground, he discovered the Shrek team gathered. Except for Tang San. Brother Xiaoyu, have you seen Xiao San? Xiao Wu, upon noticing Lu Tianyu exiting the dormitory, eagerly inquired. As Lu Tianyu approached the group, Dai Mubai suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaoyu, your soul power." Among those present, Dai Mubai boasted the highest soul power at 38 levels, and upon Lu Tianyu's proximity, he could feel the fluctuations of Lu Tianyu's soul power. The fluctuation indicated that Lu Tianyu had achieved a breakthrough. Lu Tianyu slightly opened his squinting eyes and replied, "I was fortunate. I made a minor breakthrough during my morning meditation." The Shrek team was momentarily taken aback before Dai Mubai, with a wry smile, shook his head and said, "Never mind, I won't hold it against you, human-shaped soul beast. In any case, congratulations on reaching the 37th level." Chapter 58, Testing Strength, Part 1. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the other members of the Shrek team finally came to their senses. "Congratulations, Brother Tianyu." "No, wait. Didn't we agree to call you Brother Tianyu yesterday?" "Brother Tianyu, congratulations." "Brother Tianyu, congratulations to you." A knowing smile spread across Lu Tianyu's face, his squinted eyes curving into crescents. "Brother Tianyu, have you seen Tang San? It's quite late, and he's still not here." After congratulating Lu Tianyu on his soul power breakthrough, Xiao Wu raised this question again. Naturally, Lu Tianyu was aware of Tang San's whereabouts, but he could not reveal the truth to Xiao Wu. He gently shook his head and replied, "How would I know? I was also half an hour late due to my soul power breakthrough. Tang San is never late. Since he hasn't arrived by now, he must have been called out by the master for some special training. I noticed that the educational facilities at Lamba Academy are quite comprehensive." Ma Hongjun, upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, remarked with a hint of dirtiness, "Brother Tianyu, do you think we might also be taken by the teachers for special training?" Lu Tianyu slightly opened his squinted eyes and glanced at Ma Hongjun, saying, "I can't say for sure about myself, but judging by my teacher's demeanor, he probably doesn't have time to worry about me. However, you are quite likely to be taken by Dean Flinder for special training, since you, I, and Tang San formed the Golden Triangle. Yet you are the only one whose soul power has yet to break through level 30. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjuan's ample flesh began to tremble uncontrollably. Dai Mubai chuckled and patted Lu Tianyu's shoulder, saying, "Don't scare the fatty. If the dean finds out that your soul power has reached 37, I imagine he would eliminate him to preserve the Academy's reputation. How could he allow someone who tarnishes the name to continue ruining it?" After hearing Dai Mubai's words, the color drained from Ma Hongjuan's face. It was unlikely that Flinder would kill him, but it was indeed possible that he would wish him a fate worse than death. The others burst into laughter at the sight of Ma Hongjun trembling in fear, as he often enjoyed teasing and joking with them. At that moment, Tang San had yet to join the group. Following the suggestions of Dai Mubai and Lu Tianyu, they decided to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Most of the students at Lamba Academy were around 17 or 18 years old, nearing adulthood, all dressed in the Academy's uniforms. In contrast, the Shrek Academy members were not only younger but also sported a variety of styles. During the dormitory allocation the previous night, Inshu had provided everyone with a meal card, which supposedly allowed them to obtain food for all 3 meals simply by presenting it. After they finished their meal, Zhao Wujie approached to inform everyone to remain within the academy for the day and that if anything urgent arose, they must inform him. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's serious tone, Lu Tianyu pursed his lips, indicating that something significant must have occurred. Fortunately, Xiaowu did not associate this with Tang San or the master. Rather, she believed that the master had taken Tang San for some specialized training. It was not until evening that the Shrek team received word from Zhao Wujia to gather at the forested mountain behind Lu Erlong's residence. By the time they arrived in the valley, the master, Flinder, Xiao Exin, Lu Qibin, Qin Ming, and Lu Erlong were already waiting there. "Master, where is Tang San?" Xiao Wu, not seeing Tang San's figure, anxiously rushed to inquire. The master, maintaining his usual stern expression, replied, "I will explain in detail shortly. First, fall in line." The Shrek team stood in formation before Flinder, Zhao Wujia, Lu Erlong, and the master. Flinder cleared his throat and addressed them, "Little monsters. In preparation for the elite tournament of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent that will take place in a year, we will commence the third phase of training starting tonight. This phase will focus primarily on individual strength development, rather than collective instruction as in the previous two phases." At this, Flinder turned to the master and continued, "The master will assign you specific training regimens. I will leave it to him to arrange." With that, Flinder stepped back to stand beside Lu Erlong. The master, hands clasped behind his back, approached the group and stated, "Last night, I took a thorough look at Lamba Academy, now renamed Shrek Academy. The Academy's simulated training environment has numerous aspects that are quite suitable for your martial spirits. As Flinder mentioned, the third phase will primarily focus on enhancing your individual strengths. Therefore, Zhao Wujia and Qin Ming will oversee the training and guidance of Mubai and Zhu Qing, while teacher Xiao Xin will be in charge of Oscar's training. Vice President Lu Erlong will handle the training and guidance of Tianyu and Xiao Wu. Flinder will oversee Ma Hongjuan's training, and I will be responsible for Tang San's training. Teacher Lu Qibin will supervise Rong's training. The goal of this training is to maximize the enhancement of your soul power and the development of your martial spirits within the year leading up to the tournament. Tang San has already gone to a suitable simulated training environment to focus on his cultivation." All members of the Shrek team, except for Lu Tianyu, gazed at the master with solemn expressions, as it was unheard of for a teacher to be responsible for only 1 or 2 students' training. "Your training schedules will be arranged by your respective supervising teachers, and I will periodically check on your progress," the master added. Xiao Wu looked at the master and said, "Master, I want to see Tang San." The master interrupted her, "Before Tang San's soul power breaks through 35, it is not appropriate for him to be disturbed. Rest assured, Xiao Wu, when the time is right, I will allow you to meet Tang San." Without waiting for Xiao Wu to finish, the master turned to the teachers beside him and said, "The next phase will require your efforts, teachers." Xiao Exin, Lu Qibin, and Zhao Wujia all quickly nodded, calling their respective students to leave the valley. Flinder patted the master's shoulder and turned to Lu Erlong, saying, "Erlong, you will take care of Tianyu and Xiao Wu's training." Lu Erlong waved his hand impatiently. I know. You can rest assured about these 2 kids." Flinder had full confidence in Lu Erlong, however. He was concerned about Lu Tianyu, the humanoid soul beast. Yet, he could not advise Lu Tianyu against training vigorously. Nor could he suggest he learn to enjoy life and employ cunning tactics. Sighing, Flinder gazed at Lu Tianyu, who was squinting with a warm smile, and helplessly remarked to Lu Erlong, "Ah, Erlong, you take care of him." With that, Flinder departed with Ma Hongjun and the master. Now, only Lu Tianyu, Xiao Wu, and Lu Erlong remained in the valley. After surveying Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu, Lu Erlong, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Tianyu, your soul power has broken through." Lu Tianyu continued to wear a gentle smile, slightly opening his squinted eyes to meet Lu Erlong's gaze. "Yes, teacher. I had a bit of good fortune this morning and made a small breakthrough." As he spoke, Lu Tianyu discreetly glanced at Xiao Wu, noting that despite the presence of numerous soul emperors and soul saints, no one had detected his soul power breakthrough. This indicated that the teachers were preoccupied with their own matters and had not been attentive to the Shrek team's situation. Lu Erlong could not help but ask, "Wait a moment, Tianyu. Honestly tell me, how old are you this year?" "Teacher, I grew up eating the food of many families. I'm not quite sure how old I am specifically," Lu Tianyu replied, his warm smile reappearing as he squinted his eyes, however. "Counting from the time I awakened my martial spirit, I will be 14 in 2 months. Hiss. After listening to Lu Tianyu's words, Lu Erlong couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. She had never heard of anyone possessing a soul power level of 37 at the tender age of 14. Turning to Xiao Wu, she inquired, "And you, Xiao Wu, how old are you this year?" "Teacher Erlong, I just turned 13. 13 years old. With 33 levels of soul power. If you exert enough effort, by the time you turn 14, you too could reach 37 or 38. Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed with an unprecedented excitement, and she nodded in satisfaction, truly deserving of being a student from the Monster Academy. Now, let us commence our lesson in earnest. Tianyu, please elaborate on the characteristics of your martial soul and the effects of your soul skills. I must ascertain how you have cultivated. Lu Tianyu replied with a bright smile. Yes, teacher. My martial soul is a beast martial soul, and once it manifests, it greatly enhances my attributes across the board. My first soul skill is called Six Forms, which, as the name implies, consists of 6 distinct techniques: shave, moonstep, gale foot, finger gun, paper drawing, and iron block. My second soul skill is called Soft Fist, which enables my strength to flow like water or air, providing a soft yet penetrating force that can attack the internal organs and meridians of my enemies. It can also envelop my body, forming a protective shield that nullifies all physical and solid elemental attacks, balancing offense and defense. My third soul skill is called 8 Gates, which temporarily enhances my martial soul's attributes. There are 8 restrictions in total, and unlocking each gate provides a significant boost. Lu Erlong felt somewhat bewildered as Lu Tianyu began to describe his first soul skill, and her confusion only deepened with each subsequent explanation. Currently, I have abandoned the cultivation of Soft Fist, as fully realizing its potential requires exceptionally keen eyesight, which I have compromised due to an incident. I am now primarily focusing on the techniques of paper drawing, iron block, and gale foot from the 6 forms. Wait, hold on. I believe I have a general understanding of your situation now. Xiaowu, please share your soul skills. Lu Erlong would never admit to Lu Tianyu that she struggled to comprehend his explanations. Thus, she hastily turned to Xiaowu to hear about her abilities. Xiaowu nodded gently. All right, Teacher Erlong. My first soul skill is called Waist Bow, the second is Charm, and the third is Teleportation. Lu Erlong felt that Xiaowu's soul skills were indeed genuine, while Lu Tianyu seemed more like self-created techniques. After hearing Xiaowu's description, Lu Erlong said, Now, I would like the two of you to combine your efforts and launch an attack against me. I wish to assess your mastery over your soul skills. Lu Tianyu furrowed his brow slightly at Lu Erlong's words and, opening his previously squinted eyes, asked, Teacher, are you evaluating our strength or our soul skills? Lu Erlong replied, Of course it is strength. Utilize whatever means you possess. Without further ado, she urged, Summon your martial souls. Lu Tianyu retracted his smile, exchanging a glance with Xiaowu before declaring, Jade Rabbit Manifestation. Martial Soul Manifestation. Xiaowu and Lu Tianyu summoned their martial souls in succession, and it was Lu Erlong's first time witnessing Lu Tianyu's martial soul. 2,000-year soul rings? How is this possible? Lu Erlong gasped in astonishment, as it was common knowledge in the Soul Master community that a Soul Master's second soul ring could only absorb those below 1,000 years. Teacher, we are ready. We can begin at any time, Lu Tianyu explained, noticing Lu Erlong's astonishment at his soul ring configuration. My master once mentioned that my martial soul is an original martial soul, thus my capacity is double that of an ordinary soul master, which is why my second soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring. Lu Erlong felt the need to consult with Flanders or her master to better understand Lu Tianyu's circumstances. She found this boy, with his ever-present smile and squinted eyes, exceedingly peculiar. Feel free to attack. After receiving Lu Tianyu's prompt, Lu Erlong finally snapped back to reality and assumed a combat stance. Teacher, please be cautious. Gale foot, flying swallow. With those words, Lu Tianyu thrust his right foot forward, unleashing a 5-meter-long, pale blue energy blade that sliced through the air towards Lu Erlong with a sharp whoosh. Teleportation, Charm. At that moment, Xiaowu activated her third soul skill, teleporting in front of Lu Erlong and casting her second soul skill, Charm, before immediately teleporting to Lu Erlong's left side. Lu Erlong, momentarily stunned, broke free from Xiaowu's charm just as Lu Tianyu's attack approached. Boom. Lu Erlong quickly unleashed her soul power to deflect the pale blue energy blade, but by the time she looked back, Lu Tianyu had already vanished from sight. Gale Staff, Twin Lotus. Suddenly, Lu Erlong heard a sharp slicing sound from above. She looked up to see a lotus, glowing bright blue and the size of a bathtub, descending towards her. Rather swift, but not enough to impress. As she spoke, Lu Erlong concentrated her soul power into her arm and launched a punch. With a resounding crash, the bright blue lotus shattered, sending forth a fierce shockwave. Without her martial soul summoned, Lu Erlong was knocked back 2 steps, but before she could regain her composure, another bright blue energy blade struck her. Boom. This time, Lu Erlong staggered back 5 or 6 steps before steadying herself, gritting her teeth to suppress a cry of pain. Chapter 59, Strength Comparison, Part 2. Lu Erlong never believed that the attacks from Lu Tianyu and Xiaowu could inflict any harm upon her. Unfortunately, Lu Tianyu employed body techniques, converting his soul power into physical strength under the characteristics of his martial soul. As the fiery dragon enveloped him, Lu Erlong could no longer afford to be careless. She hastily summoned her martial soul. The 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings gradually manifested above her head. Seeing this, Lu Tianyu remained vigilant, signaling for Xiaowu to wait for an opportune moment to strike. In the absence of a control-type soul master, engaging in close combat against an opponent of significantly superior strength was ill-advised. With a flourish, Lu Tianyu unleashed his martial skill, Phantom Transformation, Tiger Soul Battle Blade. The gentle force encircling his right hand released, shattering the Tiger Soul Staff into a mere 40-centimeter-long stub. Subsequently, thousands of shards coalesced back into the stub, ultimately forming a formidable, milky white battle blade. What manner of weapon is this? It radiates a soul power fluctuation and can change form at will. Yet it is not a soul guide. Upon summoning her martial soul, Lu Erlong felt a tremendous enhancement to her physical attributes, rendering the pain from Lu Tianyu's previous attacks utterly non-existent. Her teacher was indeed correct. This was an external soul bone, akin to Tang San's 8 spider lances. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Lu Erlong gasped in astonishment. An external soul bone, just like Tang San's. Lu Tianyu casually elaborated on his external soul bone, then warned. Pay attention, teacher. I am about to get serious. Flying Swallow / Chaotic Lotus. In an instant, Lu Tianyu's right hand became a blur, unleashing hundreds of bright azure blade energies that enveloped Lu Erlong. 4th soul skill, Crimson Dragon Flame. Lu Erlong's 4th soul ring flickered, and an orange-red flame erupted from her mouth, obliterating the blade energies Lu Tianyu had unleashed with devastating force. Boom. Using Moonstep, Lu Tianyu leaped into the air just before Lu Erlong's soul skill struck him, simultaneously wielding his Tiger Soul Battle Blade. 32 translucent blade energies, resembling jade, coalesced into a jade lotus, trailing a brilliant azure light as it hurtled towards Lu Erlong like a meteor. 5th soul skill, Heaven Burning Fury. Lu Erlong could discern the ominous sound of wind slicing through the air. The jade lotus descending from above bore the might of a level 40 soul master of the assault type. Boom. As the jade lotus was about to collide with Lu Erlong, a wall of flames suddenly erupted beside her. The blade energies merely exploded a hole in the flame wall, which quickly mended itself. In that moment, Xiaowu utilized her teleportation to leap over the flaming barrier, swiftly approaching Lu Erlong to unleash her 1st soul skill. Unfortunately, Xiaowu's soul power level paled in comparison to Lu Erlong's, leaving her no chance to fully execute her ability. With precision, Lu Tianyu seized the opportunity to employ the shave technique, darting 3 meters before Lu Erlong and launching a gentle force towards her right hand. Lu Erlong's attempt to seize Xiaowu was thwarted, and Xiaowu successfully teleported out of Lu Erlong's grasp. Well done, but if that girl escapes, you shall take her place. Lu Erlong praised the cooperation between Lu Tianyu and Xiaowu. However, her attention swiftly shifted back to Lu Tianyu as she lunged towards him, extending her dragon claw to grasp him. Paper drawing, flying fluff. Like willowy catkins dancing in the wind, Lu Tianyu adeptly evaded Lu Erlong's grasp time and again, narrowly escaping her clutches. After failing to catch him over 20 times, Lu Erlong felt a sting to her pride, compelled to use her 5th soul skill. She wondered whether she would need to resort to her 6th soul skill in front of her student. No matter how fiercely she pursued him, Lu Tianyu always managed to evade her attacks at the last moment. The situation became even more infuriating for Lu Erlong when she noticed Lu Tianyu had closed his eyes, an act that, while not particularly harmful, was deeply insulting. 6th soul skill, Dragon Flame Claw. Suddenly, a vision of her own chest being struck by a fiery dragon claw flashed through Lu Tianyu's mind. He intended to evade using the shave technique, but his body instinctively gathered energy to form a protective barrier, only for a claw shrouded in flames to strike his chest. Boom. Lu Tianyu felt a powerful force propel him backward, and as he lowered his head, he noticed a faint azure substance coiling around his chest. Armament Haki. Though it was his first encounter with this phenomenon, Lu Tianyu recognized it as Armament Haki. As he focused on the Haki enveloping his chest, it dissipated uncontrollably. Previously, he had only sporadically employed observation Haki, such as when he anticipated Lu Erlong's attack moments ago. Yet, this unintentional manifestation of armament haki marked a first for him. And the realization that both haki types were on the verge of awakening filled him with exhilaration. Raising his head to gaze at Lu Erlong, he laughed heartily. Teacher. Let us continue. Third soul skill. 8 gates of Duanjia. Opening of the third gate. Life gate. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, witnessing Lu Tianyu's reckless awakening of the first 3 gates, anxiously interjected, Tianyu, you only need to open 1 gate. Why are you opening 3? If you open 3, you will suffer backlash from the soul skill. Teacher Erlong is merely testing our strength. This is not a duel for victory. Inner Lotus, chaotic swallows. However, Lu Tianyu could no longer contain his excitement and unleashed a speed and power akin to the Inner Lotus level against Lu Erlong, continuously slashing with his blade energies. In an instant, hundreds of bright azure blades materialized before Lu Erlong, who hastily swung her arms to block the relentless onslaught. Occasionally, blade energy struck her. And while Lu Tianyu's attacks could not breach her defenses, the explosive force of the impact left her reeling. Known as the killing angle within the golden iron triangle, Lu Erlong was famed for her explosive temper. After being struck 3 times by Lu Tianyu's blade energies, her fury erupted. You little rascal. This is what you forced me into. 7th soul skill, Crimson Dragon form. Typically, soul masters at level 70 would avoid using their martial soul's true form unless in dire circumstances, as doing so would incur backlash requiring roughly 7 days of recovery. As Lu Erlong transformed into a fiery red dragon, she gained the ability to fly. Lu Tianyu utilized Moonstep to chase after her in the air. With Xiao Wu sensing that if they continued to battle, Lu Tianyu might open the 4th, 5th, and even 6th gates of Duanjia. In haste, they rushed to the academy to find someone, as it was imperative to halt the ongoing conflict between Lu Tianyu and Lu Erlong. Furthermore, it was evident that Lu Tianyu's use of the 8 gates of Duanjia would inevitably result in a backlash from his martial soul, necessitating immediate medical attention. In the sky, Lu Erlong pursued Lu Tianyu, wielding her martial soul's true form, yet she refrained from unleashing her full power upon him. Lu Tianyu, employing the Moonstep, continuously slashed with his right hand, unleashing blades of energy towards Lu Erlong. He fervently hoped that Lu Erlong would apply sufficient pressure to catalyze the complete awakening of his observation haki and armament haki. As Lu Erlong manifested her martial soul's true form, the Soul Saint-level spirit masters within Shrek Academy, Blue Tyrant Academy, sensed her fluctuations in soul power. Flander, Zhao Wujie, and Xiao Xian simultaneously cursed under their breath before hastening towards the valley at the foot of the Academy's rear mountain. Upon entering the forest, they encountered Xiao Wu, who was frantically seeking assistance. Seeing Flander, Zhao Wujie, and Xiao Xian arrive brought her immense relief. By the time they reached the valley, Lu Erlong was already consumed by fury, intensifying her assaults on Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu perceived that this very pressure was essential for him to fully awaken his haki. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he declared, 8th gate Duanjia, 5th gate, Duman. You little rascal, what do you intend to do? Cease your actions at once. Zhao Wujie, acutely aware that if Lu Tianyu unleashed the latent combat spirit within him, he would be impervious to outside counsel, initiated his 3rd and 4th soul abilities. Lu Tianyu's aerial movements were hindered by the gravitational force exerted by Zhao Wujie, leaving him vulnerable to Lu Erlong's breath attack, which sent him crashing into the valley. The onlookers were taken aback, and Flander urgently called out, Erlong, cease your attacks. Although Lu Erlong was furious, she retained her reason. Having not anticipated Zhao Wujie would intervene so directly, preventing Lu Tianyu from evading her strike. Struck down by Lu Erlong's breath, Lu Tianyu lost consciousness, and before succumbing, he deactivated the 8 gates of Duanjia. Under the dual impact of the martial soul backlash and severe internal injuries, he fell into a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Xian rushed to Lu Tianyu's side, activating his 7th soul ability to summon a candy the size of a longan, which he placed in Lu Tianyu's mouth. Afterward, he began to examine Lu Tianyu's injuries, discovering that only his internal organs had been slightly displaced due to the impact. Such injuries, in Lu Tianyu's case, would necessitate merely a night's rest for full recovery. At this moment, Lu Erlong, having dispelled her martial soul's true form, was joined by Zhao Wujie, Flander, and Xiao Wu. Flander anxiously inquired, how is the little monster? Is he all right? Xiao Xian shook his head, assuring, nothing serious. A good night's sleep will restore him completely. As he spoke, Xiao Xian summoned a 6-colored candy for Lu Erlong to consume before turning to Zhao Wujie, saying, what were you thinking, meddling in such a manner? Lu Erlong retorted, If I hadn't restrained my power, that little monster could have perished at my hands. Zhao Wujie regretted his hasty intervention, realizing he had acted without comprehending the situation fully. He had reacted impulsively upon hearing Lu Tianyu mention the activation of the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. All right, Erlong, this cannot be entirely blamed on Wujie. It is I who failed to elucidate the temperament of this little monster to you. Flander, standing by Zhao Wujie, added, I assumed you would merely converse with him, perhaps to ascertain the situation, and leave it at that. I had no inkling a confrontation would ensue. Lu Erlong, grappling with waves of weakness, cast a concerned glance at the unconscious Lu Tianyu and remarked, Flander, what on earth is this monster's story? He seemed to lose his mind mid-fight. A collective sigh escaped from Flander, Zhao Wujie, Xiao Xian, and Xiao Wu. Flander replied, I suppose I bear some responsibility. When this little monster first arrived at our academy, due to our negligence, he registered as a soul master at the Martial Soul Hall alone and subsequently rejected their invitation, thereby incurring the ire of an elder from the hall. I have previously shared this matter with you. The little monster fought valiantly to slay that soul emperor, and we were entirely unaware of it. He has borne the burden of having killed an elder from the Martial Soul Hall alone, leading to an increasingly extreme disposition over time. Flander adjusted his glasses as he continued, Xiao Wu, why did you not intervene when Lu Tianyu and Erlong began to spar? Surely you understood the consequences of the little monster's actions. It is not Xiao Wu's fault. I was the one who suggested they test their strengths, Flander clarified, prompting nods of agreement from Zhao Wujie, Xiao Xian, and Xiao Wu. In truth, ever since Lu Tianyu had shared the secrets of his heart, his demeanor had shifted considerably. Had it not been for Lu Erlong's provocative words, such an incident would likely never have transpired. Flander placed a comforting hand on Zhao Wujie's shoulder, saying, Wujie, please escort Lu Tianyu back to rest. I will discuss the matter of Lu Tianyu with Erlong. Zhao Wujie hoisted Lu Tianyu onto his back, departing the chaotic valley alongside Xiao Xian and Xiao Wu. Flander supported Lu Erlong as they moved to a nearby thatched cottage, pouring her a cup of tea before speaking. Erlong, in truth, you have little to teach Lu Tianyu. He is a student molded by Xiao Gang, with a clear purpose in his cultivation. The only reason he wishes for you to take him as a disciple is to have a rightful elder to care for and look after him. Reflecting on her earlier confrontation with Lu Tianyu, Lu Erlong realized that she indeed had little to offer him in terms of guidance. Whether in the cultivation of soul abilities or combat techniques, it was evident that Lu Tianyu's only deficiency lay in his soul power. Suddenly, she recalled Lu Tianyu mentioning that he had grown up relying on the kindness of many. At that moment, Flander's words illuminated the true meaning behind his statement. Chapter 60. Forbidden Techniques. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. After a tower discussion with Lu Erlong, Flander departed from the valley behind the academy to seek out the master. The master had recently learned about Lu Tianyu's engagement in battle using the 8 Gates of Duanjia against Lu Erlong, and Flander expressed his concerns. Xiaojiang, this child, Xiaoyu, has encountered trials in his youth that many may never face in a lifetime. To us, he appears as a mature individual, well-versed in the complexities of the world, needing little guidance from us. Yet, this very notion has led to a neglect in our communication with him. I believe we must teach him how to embrace his childhood. Not only Flander, but even the master sensed that Lu Tianyu's maturity far exceeded that of an average youth. After a moment of contemplation, the master replied, You make a compelling point. Compared to others, Xiaoyu indeed lacks the playful spirit characteristic of youth. Here is what we'll do, Erlong. In the future, you should allow Xiaoyu to observe your training with Xiaowu without assigning him any tasks or agreeing to his request for participation. Flander nodded gently, adding, Furthermore, Xiaoyu must refrain from using his third soul skill indiscriminately. This little monster exhibits an alarming sense of lawlessness because of it. The master nodded in agreement. Very well. I will seek an opportunity to address this with him. Erlong, as Xiaoyu's mentor, you must be present when we prohibit the use of his third soul skill. Lu Erlong, wishing to remain close to the master, had only agreed to teach because it was requested of her. However, upon hearing the master's words, she readily agreed. Rest assured, I will take good care of this little monster. Previously, Lu Erlong had perceived Flander as term of endearment for the Shrek team as slightly teasing. But at this moment, she genuinely felt that Lu Tianyu was indeed a monster. After a lengthy discussion among the Golden Triangle, they each returned to their respective quarters to rest, as there were many preparations to be made for the renaming of Lanba Academy to Shrek Academy. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Lu Tianyu awoke to the call of his biological clock. His injuries had fully healed under the treatment of Xiao Xian's healing beans, and the external soul bones tiger leopard thunder sound. After freshening up, he entered the secret chamber of his dormitory to meditate and cultivate his soul power. After 2 hours of cultivation, Tianyu made his way to the academy's dining hall, where the students of the former Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy were just beginning to stir. Upon entering the dining hall, he discovered that the chefs were now Xiao Xian and Oscar, for whom the kitchen served as the ideal environment for physical training. "Good morning, Teacher Xiao Oscar. You're in charge of the kitchen today." Xiao Xian smiled broadly at Tianyu, saying, "The little monster has arrived. From now on, the dining hall will provide ample meat dishes, so you won't have to pester me about it daily." Tianyu had barely sat down when the rest of the Shrek team began to trickle in, all accustomed to the routine of early rising. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were the last to enter, by which time Tianyu had already finished breakfast and was chatting with Oscar and Dai Mubai. "Brother Tianyu, your injuries are all healed, right?" Xiao Wu inquired as she took a seat beside Tianyu. He gently shook his head. "What could possibly be wrong? I feel ready to spar with the teacher today." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian quickly interjected, "You little rascal, don't go overboard. If it weren't for the timely intervention of Bear Blind last night, do you think you would be up and about today?" "Well, I was just trying to cultivate. I feel that my training is nearly complete, but I need a life and death battle to finalize it," Tianyu explained passionately, citing that in the original One Piece, it was mentioned that mastery of armed and observation hockey required extensive combat experience, even to the brink of death. Xiao Xian was too weary to debate Tianyu on matters of cultivation. While Tianyu might be inattentive to many things, his insights on cultivation were indisputable. After breakfast, the Shrek team made their way to their respective training grounds, and Tianyu turned to Xiao Wu, asking, "Did the teacher mention where we would train today?" Xiao Wu shook her head gently. "I don't know. Teacher Erlong didn't have the chance to tell us anything before we left last night." With no other option, Tianyu and Xiao Wu set off to locate Lu Erlong in the valley behind the academy, but after waiting a considerable time without any sign of her, they returned to the academy, only to discover that Lu Erlong was holding a meeting for all the faculty and students. During the meeting, it was announced that Lamba Academy would be renamed Shrek Academy, with Flanders serving as the principal, having reached the rank of 78 in soul power. Simultaneously, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujie, and Xiao Xian were appointed as vice principals, while Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, and the master, among other veteran teachers from the old Shrek Academy, would serve as lead instructors for the entire faculty and student body of Lamba Academy. The sudden influx of so many soul saints and soul emperors was a cause for celebration. The name of the academy mattered little to them. What mattered was that the principal, vice principals, and teachers were powerful soul masters. Only in the evening did Lu Erlong finally hand over all principal duties to Flander. Just as she returned to her quarters, Tianyu and Xiao Wu appeared at her door. Lu Erlong had exerted her martial spirit and was operating at a 50% reduction in all attributes, making her participation in the meeting a strenuous endeavor. Just as she anticipated a moment of respite, a knock on her door interrupted her. Opening it, she was greeted by Tianyu's warm smile and crescent-shaped eyes. "Teacher, what are your plans for Xiao Wu and me for training today?" At that moment, Lu Erlong felt as though Flander and the master had intentionally sent Tianyu to vex her. Other students were content to have their teachers preoccupied with matters, while Tianyu's eagerness to pursue training was truly unprecedented. You should go rest first. Come back tomorrow morning at 10 to see me." Lu Erlong took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of anger within her, and after hastily uttering those words, she closed the door. Xiao Wu pouted beside Tianyu. "See, Brother Tianyu, you've upset Teacher Erlong." However, Tianyu was too preoccupied with his fervent desire to master armed and observation hockey to care about Lu Erlong's feelings. He had been working tirelessly on his cultivation, and now he was on the brink of reaping the rewards of his hard work. If he could not achieve his goal, how could he find peace of mind? Xiao Wu expressed that since Lu Erlong had said to rest tonight and reconvene at 10 tomorrow, she would return to the dormitory to sleep rather than accompany Tianyu in seeking further training. As Tianyu left Lu Erlong's residence, he encountered Zhao Wujie and Lu Qibin. "Good morning, Teacher Zhao, Teacher Lu." Upon seeing Tianyu's smiling face, Zhao Wujie and Lu Qibin felt a pang of trepidation. Lu Qibin hastily said, "Xiaoyu, good to see you. I have a matter to attend to, so I'll take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from Zhao Wujie and Lu Tianyu's sight. Zhao Wujie glared at the direction Lu Qibin had disappeared, then managed to muster a strained smile. "Ah, Xiaoyu, if all is well, I shall go find Mubai." Yes, I need to guide Mubai and Shuqing in their training. Originally, teacher Zhao was also going to guide Mubai and Shuqing in their training. How I wish to join them. I haven't practiced at all today. Zhao Wujia felt like slapping himself. Mentioning training in front of Lu Tianyu was just asking for trouble. Xiaoyu, the one responsible for guiding your training now is Vice Dean Lu Erlong. I cannot disrupt Vice Dean Lu's training schedule, he said apologetically. Lu Tianyu slightly opened his squinted eyes and, noticing Zhao Wujia's troubled expression, replied with a hint of displeasure, Teacher Zhao, my training is almost complete. Could you spare some time to accompany me for a while longer? Xiaoyu, follow me. Just as Zhao Wujia was at a loss on how to refuse Lu Tianyu, the master's voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Accompanying the master were Lu Qibin and Flender. Zhao Wujia, upon seeing them, realized he had misjudged Lu Qibin. He hadn't abandoned him. Rather, he was seeking assistance. Lu Tianyu was unaware of the master's intentions, but sensed that there was something important to discuss. Dean, Master, Teacher Lu. Lu Tianyu approached Flender and the master, politely greeting the esteemed teachers. The master nodded and said, let us discuss this in my office. Teacher Lu, could you please summon Teacher Li Yusong and Vice Dean Lu Erlong to my office? Soon, the master's office was filled with Shrek Academy's 4 deans, Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, and the master, along with 3 elite teachers. Lu Tianyu found himself standing alone in the center of the office, resembling a solitary figure awaiting judgment. At that moment, Lu Tianyu could no longer maintain a smile. He opened his eyes slightly to gaze at the master, Flender, and Lu Erlong, awaiting their words. Xiaoyu, after discussions among us teachers and deans, we formally convey a request to you, the master began slowly. Due to the extraordinary nature of your 3rd soul skill, it cannot be utilized as a conventional soul skill. We collectively designate the 8 Gates Duanjia soul skill as a forbidden technique. Henceforth, its use is strictly prohibited during your training and in soul battles. Do you understand? Upon hearing the master's words, Lu Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. The 8 Gates Duanjia, known as a forbidden technique in Naruto, made him wonder if his frequent use of it had inflicted some irreparable damage upon his body. Yes, teachers, deans, master, and esteemed teachers. He responded, though besides the master, everyone else felt that Lu Tianyu's reply was too straightforward, lacking any inquiry into the reasoning behind the decision. Flender, Zhao Wujia, and others quickly pressed the master for confirmation that this was sufficient. The master gestured for Lu Tianyu to leave, saying, you may return to rest. Vice Dean Lu has many trivial matters to attend to over the next 7 days. You and Xiaowu can focus on basic physical and stamina training for now. Once your teacher has addressed these matters, she will seek you out. By the way, all simulated training environments at the academy are open to you. You may practice there at your convenience. A warm smile returned to Lu Tianyu's face as he squinted, bowing respectfully. I understand, Master. I shall take my leave now. After Lu Tianyu departed, the deans and teachers of Shrek Academy exhaled deeply. The master remarked, Xiaoyu is a sensible child. If there is anything, you should communicate directly with him. Beating around the bush will only lead to unnecessary troubles. Now, esteemed teachers, please return and focus on guiding your respective students. Back in his dormitory, Lu Tianyu took a shower and lay on his bed, contemplating the master's words. He didn't feel any discomfort but acknowledged that the after effects of the 8 Gates Duanjia were indeed troublesome. It would be wise to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Since the 8 Gates Duanjia had been classified as forbidden, he must swiftly master the techniques of armament haki and observation haki. Under the hypnotic influence of the tiger leopard thunder sound, Lu Tianyu fell asleep approximately 4 hours earlier than usual. He was awakened by his biological clock at 6 o'clock the following morning. Following his routine, he washed up, meditated to cultivate his soul power, and proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast. However, only Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Lu Tianyu were present. Oscar informed him that Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun were all diligently training in their respective simulated environments, and he was planning to head to another physical training environment shortly. When he inquired about Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu's training plans, Lu Tianyu, with a resigned expression, replied, I envy you all so much. Each of you is happily training. Xiao Wu and I aren't as fortunate. We have no scheduled training for the next 7 days. The master told us to find a place to practice ourselves. Oscar stared at Lu Tianyu in disbelief and then patted him on the shoulder, saying, You truly are oblivious to your own blessings. Lu Tianyu looked at Oscar, feigning sorrow, and retorted, You all are the ones unaware of your fortune. I genuinely need to train right now. Feeling that further conversation with Lu Tianyu was futile, Oscar could only grumble about how others were envious of his circumstances. After an exasperating breakfast, Oscar reluctantly left the cafeteria with Xiao Xian. Lu Tianyu turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, you should find a place to train. I'll seek out teacher Zhao to see if I can seize an opportunity to practice." Chapter 61. The Soul Hunting Team. After numerous twists and turns, Lu Tianyu finally located Zhao Wujing, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing Lu Tianyu, Zhao Wujing candidly stated that he intended to guide Dai Mubai and the others in their training, leaving no time to attend to Lu Tianyu, suggesting he seek out others. With no alternative, Lu Tianyu sought out the financial director of Shrek Academy, Li Yusong, who bluntly informed him that he was too occupied, having just taken over the financial duties of the new Shrek Academy. Consequently, Lu Tianyu turned to other instructors, only to find himself busy from morning until night without securing any training opportunities, which bred resentment among the Shrek battle team towards their guiding teacher. They were unwilling to endure such exhausting training, while Lu Tianyu tirelessly sought companions for his practice. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Tianyu meandered through the academy, and it was only upon discovering a training ground focused on offensive soul techniques that he finally settled there for 4 days. However, his thoughts remained consumed by the desire to master armament hockey and observation hockey. Achieving comprehension of these 2 abilities would be tantamount to acquiring 2 exceptional soul techniques. On the morning of the 7th day, only Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu leisurely made their way to the cafeteria for breakfast, while the rest of the Shrek battle team sweated profusely in their respective simulated training environments. After a week of recuperation, Lu Erlong finally appeared before Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu, leading them to a valley at the foot of the academy's back mountain. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Erlong addressed Lu Tianyu and Xiao Wu, apologizing for her recent busyness with the academy's trivial matters. She declared that from today onward, she would earnestly guide their training, mentioning that Boss Fu had informed her of their extensive theoretical knowledge in martial soul training, having followed Xiao Gang since childhood. Lu Tianyu maintained a warm smile on his face, though his slightly squinted eyes widened with impatience. Lu Erlong, seemingly oblivious to Lu Tianyu's eager gaze, continued, stating that in terms of soul technique comprehension and practical combat, Xiao Wu lagged behind Lu Tianyu. Thus, she would focus on a month of specialized training for Xiao Wu. As for you, Tianyu, you have performed exceptionally across the board, so for the next month, you need only engage in necessary soul power cultivation. The rest is up to you. If you wish to leave the academy, feel free to explore the Heaven Dome Imperial City. Xiao Wu, taken aback by Lu Erlong's words, glanced at Lu Tianyu, pondering whether the teachers felt they had nothing left to teach him. No, teacher, I still feel my strength is far from sufficient. Lu Tianyu could hardly believe that after enduring 7 days of trial, he was now met with a month of unstructured freedom. Lu Erlong affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, I heard from Boss Fu that you are referred to as the humanoid soul beast who only knows cultivation at the old Shrek Academy. Humph. Now that you are my disciple, you may play freely. Just ensure that your soul power reaches level 40 before the elite competition among the continent's advanced soul master academies begins. Lu Tianyu could not recall the last time someone had ruffled his hair, and Lu Erlong's gesture extinguished the fervor within him. Lu Erlong banished Lu Tianyu's urgency, secretly reveling in her cleverness, convinced that no one could resist the allure of play, especially at the tender age of 13 or 14. In a daze, Lu Tianyu returned to his dormitory, only to realize by afternoon that his training had once again stalled. In a rush, he sought out Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu. Discovering Lu Erlong engaged in combat drills with a group of 10-year-old tree spirits. Teacher, I truly stand at a critical juncture in my training. I need you to give your all in our fight. Lu Erlong, hearing Lu Tianyu's plea, scoffed, You child, I told you to play. Stop fixating on training. At your age, you are not at the last stage of cultivation. It's not as if your soul power is about to break through to level 90. Lu Tianyu longed to express that he was on the verge of mastering armament hockey and observation hockey, yet he knew no one would believe that such abilities were real. As Lu Erlong continued to dismiss him, she retrieved 100 gold soul coins from her soul tool and pressed them into Lu Tianyu's hands, saying, Are you short on funds? I have plenty here. Spend it all and come back for more. Prior to arriving in Heaven Dome City, Lu Tianyu had been quite affluent, possessing around 100,000 gold soul coins, alongside a collection of exquisite tulips, antiques, and rare treasures amounting to 600,000 gold soul coins, far surpassing even Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Returning to his dormitory with the 100 gold soul coins, Lu Tianyu entered the training chamber, his expression clouded with frustration. After clearing his mind, he meticulously reflected on the events of recent days and concluded that the anomaly had arisen during his previous sparring with Lu Erlong. Initially, the master had summoned him to specifically designate the 8 gates of Duanjia Soul technique as a forbidden skill. Subsequently, all the teachers had declined his requests, as if they were all too busy to assist him in his training. This led Lu Tianyu to increasingly suspect that his excessive use of the 8 gates of Duanjia had inflicted serious harm upon his body. However, the 8 gates of Duanjia did not directly impact him. Rather, it affected his martial soul. After brooding for most of the day, Lu Tianyu resolved to investigate further. Whether his suspicions were true or false, he needed to discern the truth. The fact that the master and others had not divulged anything indicated either their unwillingness to share or some other reason. Thus, Lu Tianyu sought out healing and food system soul masters residing within the imperial city for inquiries, while also needing to address the spoils acquired from Chadley. These items, stored within his soul tool, served little purpose and would be better exchanged for something of value to him. Lu Tianyu approached Flinder to request a leave of absence, expressing his desire to explore Heavendo City. Flinder, upon hearing this, chuckled and readily granted permission, cautioning Lu Tianyu not to stir up trouble. As a top-tier expert in Soto City, he was unconcerned about his students causing trouble. However, the Heavendo Imperial City was another matter entirely. Not only were there influential nobles and royals, but also numerous soul masters at the Soul Douluo level. Lu Tianyu smiled at Flinder, teasingly retorting, "Dean, don't you always say that a soul master who shies away from trouble isn't a good soul master?" Flinder, hearing Lu Tianyu's words, felt a flush of embarrassment and shot him a glare, promptly ejecting him from his office. Flinder was confident that Lu Tianyu would not cause any trouble. His demeanor hardly suggested a penchant for conflict. If Lu Tianyu found himself in trouble, it would likely be others seeking him out. And with the golden triangle of power united, Flinder was certain he could handle any Soul Douluo level soul master. On the other hand, Lu Tianyu, clutching the authorization from Flinder, exited Shrek Academy and found himself at a loss in the vast expanse of Heavendo City. The sheer size of the city, combined with the similarity of its streets, left him unsure of where to begin. To avoid getting lost, he ventured down the first street to his left, marking each intersection in his notebook. When it came time to return to the academy, he would count his markings. If he still managed to lose his way despite such precautions, he would have to accept his own lack of direction. After wandering along the street for approximately an hour, Lu Tianyu encountered a soul master hospital run by a rank 63 food-type soul master. Under the pretense of seeking treatment for his eyes, Lu Tianyu requested a physical examination. Following a thorough assessment, the healing-oriented soul master confirmed that Lu Tianyu's health was excellent, with no issues to report. After paying a consultation fee of 5,000 gold soul coins, Lu Tianyu exited the hospital and continued to stroll towards the end of the street. At noon, he dined at a handmade beef ball shop, where he inquired with the server about the proximity of any soul sage-level food or healing-type soul masters. The server informed him that if he proceeded westward for approximately half an hour, he would find a hospital run by a rank 78 healing-type soul sage. Furthermore, the server explained that beyond the hospital lay the Soul Master Employment District. In addition to sects and families, the continent is home to civilian soul masters. Those with exceptional talents or unique martial spirits typically join the Spirit Hall, sects, or soul master families. The remaining soul masters often become mercenaries or form hunting teams focused on soul beast extermination to acquire soul bones. The roles of mercenaries and hunting teams are distinctly different. Mercenaries usually handle security for high-end venues or provide protection for long-distance caravans, with most soul masters in this line of work not exceeding level 30. Conversely, hunting teams are primarily hired to hunt soul beasts, assisting those in need of soul rings. It is not common for individuals to have powerful mentors to aid them in hunting soul beasts, particularly for support-type soul masters who lack offensive capabilities. To obtain soul rings, they must enlist the assistance of hunting teams, which predominantly consist of soul masters above level 30. With a clear objective in mind, Lu Tianyu soon arrived at an exceptionally luxurious soul master hospital, where he spent 10,000 gold soul coins to consult the healing-type soul sage. Again, under the guise of seeking eye treatment, he had the esteemed healing soul master examine his body. The soul sage, demonstrating remarkable insight, deduced that Lu Tianyu's eye injury had persisted for 2 years, rendering it no longer curable due to the prolonged delay. Lu Tianyu's primary concern remained his physical condition, and the results mirrored those obtained from the previous food-type soul master. if his body was indeed unblemished. He pondered why his master had gone to such lengths to warn him against carelessly employing the 8 gates of Tianyu. After exiting the hospital, Tianyu felt it was still early before dusk, prompting him to explore the area where soul masters sought mercenary work and hunting team assignments. The barbaric bear hunting team specialized in soul beast hunts for soul masters of levels 30 and 40, charging 2,000 gold soul coins for level 30 soul masters and 5,000 for level 40 ones. Brother, would you like to hire us, the hammer hunting team? We guarantee to hunt down the most suitable soul beast for you. The twin blade hunting team was also recruiting, welcoming all assault type, agility type, defense type, and control type soul masters with soul power above level 35. Tianyu felt as though he had stumbled into a bustling market of soul masters, where the soul masters themselves were the commodities. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could join a hunting team and hone his haki through combat with soul beasts. Although joining a hunting team could be perilous, fortune often favors the bold. Without substantial real-world combat experience, awakening one's haki seemed improbable. After careful deliberation, Tianyu resolved to return to the academy to discuss his plans with his master and Flinder. He intended to either arrange for Zhao Wujia and others to accompany him on practical combat lessons or seek out a hunting team for real combat experience against soul beasts. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, he immediately sought out Lu Erlong. But before he could fully articulate his thoughts, she dismissed him, with no other option. Tianyu approached his master and Flinder, but despite searching high and low within Shrek Academy, he could not locate them. He then found Zhao Wudre and shared his intentions. Yet Zhao remained unwilling to assist Tianyu in his training, advising him to refrain from any dubious schemes and simply enjoy himself. Returning empty-handed once more left Tianyu feeling despondent. Back in his dormitory, frustration mounted, leading him to resolutely decide to join a hunting team to awaken his haki through hunting soul beasts. However, he knew meticulous preparation was essential. Firstly, he aimed to stock up on auxiliary foods crafted by food-type soul masters, ideally acquiring several valuable items akin to the red candle fruit. Additionally, he planned to bring along all the hidden weapons gifted by Tang San. These were not intended for hunting soul beasts, but rather for self-defense against any ill-intentioned soul masters within the hunting team. Finally, he needed to select a suitable hunting team, ensuring that no members had soul power exceeding level 60 and avoiding teams led by soul ancestor or soul zone level soul masters, as their hunts would typically focus on soul beasts not exceeding a millennium in age. His objective in joining a hunting team was to challenge his limits to awaken his haki. Thus, it would be ideal to join a team led by a soul king, as their targets generally consisted of soul beasts over 1,000 or even 2,000 years old, which would be comparatively safer. Moreover, should the hunting team harbor malicious intentions, he could rely on the hidden weapons provided by Tang San and the 8 gates of Duanjia to extricate himself from peril. Having meticulously crafted his plan in his mind, Tianyu finally enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The following morning, he set out early to purchase restorative and healing foods made by food-type soul masters within the Tianyu Imperial City. Chapter 62. Garo. After spending 5 days wandering through the imperial city of Tianyu, Tianyu successfully procured 2 red candle fruits and 3 snow pears with restorative properties. Additionally, he acquired a rainbow candy and 5 colorful candies from Xiao Xin. With all preparations in place, Tianyu left a letter for Lu Erlong, Master, and Flander, explaining his whereabouts, before heading to the Soul Master employment market with the supplies he had painstakingly obtained. To conceal his true identity, Tianyu donned the attire of the Peerless Battle Emperor as he exited Shrek Academy. The Soul Hunting Legion was recruiting, with an employer seeking to slay a Millennium-level power-type soul beast, looking for 3 soul masters with a level exceeding 50. The Swift Leopard Soul Hunting Team, led by a 33rd-level Agile Attack Soul King, boasted 6 soul masters above level 40 and 2 auxiliary soul masters with a level exceeding 35, presenting an unparalleled opportunity for beast hunting. They were offering 15,000 gold soul coins for the hunt of a 1,000-year Agile Attack Soul Beast. The Earthwolf Soul Hunting Team was also seeking members, with an employer aiming to hunt a 1,000-year Mantis Crab lurking in the streams of the Sunset Forest. Led by a 51st-level Strong Attack Soul King, they urgently required a Strong Attack Soul Master with a level exceeding 35. Tianyu's attention was drawn to this Earthwolf Soul Hunting Team. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and inquired, "What is the reward upon success? If you assist me in capturing the Mantis Crab, I shall pay you 20,000 gold soul coins. But neither I nor my grandfather will engage in combat." Upon hearing this, a youthful girl, approximately 15 or 16 years old, clad in a red and white dress and adorned with a white mask with long wine-red hair. Chirped brightly. Accompanying her was an elderly man with a hunchback, leaning on a cane. As Lu Tianyu's gaze fell upon the girl, he was momentarily captivated. Her figure, perfectly proportioned with a golden ratio, was striking. Although her face was partially obscured by the mask, the elegance of her features was evident. Her sparkling, expressive eyes seemed to communicate silently, creating an irresistible allure. Are you interested in joining our team, brother? I am Hulk, the captain of the Earth Wolf Soul Hunting Team. My martial soul is the Earth Wolf, and I am a 51st level strong attack soul king. Just as Lu Tianyu was lost in admiration of the girl in the red and white robe, a robust middle-aged man, over 2 meters tall and clad in a black robe, approached him. Reluctantly, Lu Tianyu turned his head to acknowledge Hulk, hesitating for a moment before responding, peerless. My martial soul is the beast martial soul, and I am a 37th level strong attack soul master. Hulk chuckled upon hearing Lu Tianyu's introduction. Ah, so you are peerless. After we succeed, at least 3,000 gold soul coins shall be yours. If your contributions are significant, I can certainly allocate more. Lu Tianyu nodded gently in response. Thank you, Captain Hulk, for your guidance. Hulk laughed heartily. Brothers, pay attention. Brother Peerless has decided to join our Earth Wolf Soul Hunting Team. We shall set off for the Sunset Forest. Immediately, 6 Soul Masters responded, and Lu Tianyu followed the group as they exited the Soul Master Employment Market. After leaving the west city gate of Tianyu Imperial City, the 9 members each rented a sturdy steed from a nearby stable. As they ventured onto the main road, a stout man in his 40s approached Lu Tianyu and exclaimed, Haha, Brother Peerless, welcome to the Earth Wolf Soul Hunting Team. I am Niero, the Vice Captain, with a martial soul of the Mongoose and a 48th level Agile Attack Soul Master. I hope we can collaborate sincerely on this hunt. Lu Tianyu nodded lightly, certainly. If there are any needs, Vice Captain, please do not hesitate to let me know. I shall do my utmost to assist the team in completing our mission. Niero chuckled. You are too polite, Brother Peerless. Allow me to introduce our hunting team members. He introduced Zhou Fei, a 41st level strong attack weapon soul master with a martial soul of the Iron Rod. This is Lin Fengmian, a 34th level food type weapon soul master with a martial soul of the tomato. This is Wang Firen, a 43rd level strong attack soul master with a martial soul of the black bear. This is Zhang Fuxing, a 44th level control type weapon soul master with a martial soul of the hemp rope. Lastly, this is Teddy, a 38th level strong attack soul master with a martial soul of the mastiff. With each introduction, Lu Tianyu greeted the members with a respectful nod. He could hardly suppress a smile as he observed Teddy, who seemed preoccupied with secretly glancing at the employer girl, embodying the essence of his name. This marked Lu Tianyu's first foray into a soul hunting team. Following the teachings of Master, he understood that he should neither stand out ostentatiously nor adopt an aloof demeanor. Intentionally guiding his horse between Teddy and the girl, he said, Brother Teddy, this is my first time participating in a soul hunt. I lack experience and would like to learn from you regarding hunting soul beasts. I would greatly appreciate your guidance. This tactic, imparted by Master, aimed to present himself as a novice in the group. Such an approach not only lowered the other soul master's guard, but also revealed their potential hostility toward him. Engaging Teddy in conversation, Lu Tianyu feigned ignorance and asked several naive questions. Although the employer girl shot him a scornful glance, he successfully eased the apprehension of the Earth Wolf Soul Hunting team members. Throughout the journey, Lu Tianyu maintained a deliberately clumsy demeanor while subtly gathering insights about the Earth Wolf Soul Hunting team. Within the team, Hulk and Niero and Wang Firen formed a small faction, while Lin Fengmian, Teddy, and Zhang Fuxing constituted another. Zhou Fei, the Iron Rod Weapon Soul Master at level 41, had joined the team prior to Lu Tianyu, and when Lu Tianyu greeted him, Zhou Fei displayed an indifferent attitude. The group rode from morning until afternoon before finally arriving at a steed rental station, where they dismounted to grab a quick bite before continuing on fresh mounts. They reached the next station around 9 o'clock in the evening, where they enjoyed dinner and retired to their quarters to rest for the next day's journey. After 3 days and 2 nights of riding, the Earth Wolf Soul Hunting team finally reached the outskirts of the Sunset Forest by the evening of the 3rd day. Crossing the meadow at the western foothills of the forest, they found themselves at the border of a duchy under the rule of the Tianyu Empire. With no villages or inns in sight, they could only camp in the wilderness. The team members, along with the elder and the young employer, set up their tents. As they gathered around the campfire to share provisions, Lu Tianyu seized the opportunity to approach the girl and asked, May I be so bold as to inquire about your martial soul? He had developed a keen interest in her abilities upon hearing about the hunt for the mantis crab. A soul beast deemed inferior by master. The mantis crab possessed 2 pairs of pincers, with one pair resembling the scythe-like claws of a mantis, hence its name. It was considered lacking due to its unique ability to rapidly launch its claw-like pincers from its abdomen, capable of shattering the tough shells of turtle and mollusk soul beasts with ease, regardless of whether they are battle spirit masters or weapon spirit masters. Upon absorbing the soul ring of the mantis crab, the soul abilities they acquire are akin to a soul master unleashing all their spirit power in a concentrated strike. Hee. You are the first one to call me young lady. I just turned 15 this year. My martial spirit is a bow, said the girl named Garo. Garo, finish your food quickly and go to sleep, her grandfather, who had just interrupted her brief conversation with Lu Tianyu, urged her. Garo timidly glanced at her grandfather and softly acknowledged him, reluctantly turning back to steal a glance at Lu Tianyu as she returned to her tent. Upon returning to his own tent, Lu Tianyu was greeted by Teddy, who approached with a grin, exclaiming, Brother Wushuang, you truly are impressive. Who would have thought this little beauty's name is Garo? Hee. Not only is she beautiful, but her name is lovely as well, if circumstances allowed. Lu Tianyu genuinely wished to wipe that smirk off Teddy's face. Previously, he had found Ma Hongjuan's smile particularly sleazy, but after witnessing Teddy's grin, he realized Ma Hongjuan's demeanor appeared rather innocent in comparison. Teddy's smile was the epitome of lewdness. All right, Teddy, keep your frivolous thoughts to yourself. Since you're so excited, you can keep watch tonight, came the voice of Captain Hulk. Teddy hurriedly replied, Captain, I feel very tired. Humph. Hulk gave a light snort, causing Teddy to shiver and quickly respond, Don't worry, Captain. I'll take care of the night watch. Let me handle the night watch instead. At that moment, the usually taciturn Zhou Fei suddenly spoke up, leaving the members of the 2-wolf hunting team utterly astonished. Could it be that after 3 days of silence, he finally wished to integrate into the group? Lu Tianyu cast a discreet glance at Zhou Fei, sensing that this individual had ulterior motives. Over the past 3 days, Lu Tianyu had sought opportunities to converse with him, but each time met with failure. In truth, Zhou Fei was the one Lu Tianyu regarded with the utmost caution within the 2-wolf hunting team. However, Zhou Fei's willingness to take the night watch undoubtedly indicated he intended to act. For Lu Tianyu, this was an opportunity to understand him better. After exchanging greetings with the other members of the 2-wolf hunting team, he returned to his tent and lay down. Secretly, he had already set up the mechanisms for his Zhuge crossbow and Huabei crossbow, ready to unleash these lethal hidden weapons should anyone harbor ill intentions toward him. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Tianyu soon fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by his biological clock at 6 o'clock the following morning. Upon waking, he stowed the Zhuge crossbow back into his soul guide, quietly lifting the tent flap to survey the situation outside the camp. He observed Zhou Fei's gaze fixed on Garo and her grandfather's tent, leading Lu Tianyu to speculate whether Zhou Fei harbored impure thoughts akin to Teddy's. Silently lowering the curtain, he settled into a cross-legged position to commence his morning soul power cultivation. 2 hours later, members of the 2-wolf hunting team began to rise, packing their tents and preparing their morning meals. After completing his soul power training, Lu Tianyu began to tidy up his own tent, only for Garo to be called awake by her grandfather at that moment. Once Garo and her grandfather were ready, the 2-wolf hunting team officially commenced another soul beast hunt. After all, this was the western foothills of the setting sun forest, where 10-year and 100-year soul beasts were abundant. Venturing 20 miles into the meadow could potentially lead to encounters with 1,000-year soul beasts. However, after wandering around the meadow's periphery for some time, they still failed to locate a path into the deeper parts of the meadow, as the ground below was a quagmire several meters deep, the perfect habitat for mantis crabs. The 2-wolf hunting team returned to their original position, much to Garo's displeasure as she exclaimed, Captain Hulk, can you all manage? Garo, I apologize. My granddaughter is simply too impatient, her grandfather interjected. In truth, it was not just Garo who was dissatisfied. Everyone in the 2-wolf hunting team felt the burden of their lack of progress. Lu Tianyu mused that if he refrained from intervening, this bunch would likely have meandered around the meadow's edge for 3 days. Captain, allow me to lead the way. For days had passed since departing from Shrek Academy, and Lu Tianyu was certain the teachers there, particularly, must be quite worried about him. In fact, on the very first night after leaving Shrek Academy, Lu Tianyu felt a twinge of regret, but by then, the arrow was already knocked. He had no choice but to release it. He could only write a letter asking the stable owner to deliver it to Shrek Academy. The members of the 2-wolf hunting team, along with Garo, gazed curiously at Lu Tianyu, while Hulk furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Wushuang, leading the way through the meadow is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could not only ensnare you in the mire, but also jeopardize the entire team. Rest assured, Captain Hulk, since I dare to offer my guidance, I am undoubtedly confident in my capabilities," Lu Tianyu interjected impatiently, darting ahead to the front of the group. In environments like meadows and swamps, seeking out soul beasts requires certain auxiliary tools. Are you not aware of this? As he spoke, Lu Tianyu retrieved 2 wooden planks fashioned into mud shoes from his soul guide and donned them on his feet. He then casually walked a few circles on the surrounding mud, stating, "With the planks fashioned this way, even in the mire, it feels like walking on solid ground." The onlookers, including Garo, gazed in awe at the wooden planks beneath Lu Tianyu's feet, realizing they had never considered such a method for traversing the meadow and swamp. The hunting team had wooden planks prepared in their soul guides, and under Lu Tianyu's guidance, they fashioned their own mud shoes. With the aid of these mud shoes, they finally managed to venture into the depths of the meadow. Lu Tianyu led the way, promptly identifying any soul beasts active in the vicinity. In truth, soul beasts inhabiting meadows and muddy environments typically lacked formidable offensive capabilities, with common varieties including turtles, frogs, shellfish, and crab-like soul beasts. After approximately 2 hours of walking, Lu Tianyu suddenly halted and called out, "Captain, take a look. Does this appear to be the footprint of a crab-like soul beast?" Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's call, Hulk hurried over to investigate. Chapter 63, The Hunt for the Mantis Crab. Before them lay a swamp, marked by 2 neatly aligned rows of footprints. Although Lu Tianyu had heard tales from the master about the mantis crab, he had never truly encountered one. These footprints could indeed belong to a soul beast. Hulk, clad in mud-caked shoes, approached the prints and gently cleared the mud for a closer inspection. Indeed, these were the tracks of a mantis crab, still quite fresh. Rising to his feet, Hulk turned to Lu Tianyu with a jovial smile, saying, "Brother Wushuang, according to the rules of the soul hunting team, the first person to discover a soul beast is entitled to a reward of 1/10 of the commission. Should you also exhibit exceptional performance in the hunt, additional rewards await you." For Lu Tianyu, a few thousand gold soul coins were of little consequence. After cautiously surveying his surroundings to determine potential escape routes in case of danger, he decided to follow the mantis crab's tracks further into the swamp. While it was true that large predatory soul beasts did not inhabit the marshes, creatures such as snakes, crocodiles, and leeches were present, particularly the venomous snake-type soul beasts, whose toxins were exceedingly dangerous. Traversing the swamp was physically taxing. After following the tracks for over 3 hours without locating the mantis crab's lair, Lu Tianyu remained confident that persistence would lead them to their quarry. "Brother Wushuang, let us take a moment to rest and replenish our strength," he suggested. Feeling fatigue creeping into his body, while the other members of the Dust Wolf soul hunting team had long since felt their legs grow weary. Despite Lu Tianyu being the least powerful among them, they could only grit their teeth and endure since he had not yet voiced his exhaustion. At last, Hulk, unable to continue, urged Lu Tianyu to halt and take a break. Lu Tianyu turned to the Dust Wolf team and said, "Very well. You may construct a camp here using planks and water plants. I shall scout the perimeter to ensure we are not ambushed by other soul beasts." Normally, it was the duty of the agile attack-type soul masters to assess the surroundings. However, the vice-captain of the Dust Wolf team was trembling with fatigue. Wishing for the chance to sit down, leaving him with little energy to survey the area, Hulk patted Lu Tianyu's shoulder, saying, "Thank you, Brother Wushuang. This time, I shall allocate an extra 500 gold soul coins to you." Lu Tianyu glanced at the elderly duo, Garo and his grandson, before turning to inspect the surroundings. He wondered if the Dust Wolf team had noticed anything unusual about Garo and his grandson. Among them, Garo possessed only a soul power of level 30. Yet she showed no signs of fatigue, and neither did her grandfather, who leaned heavily on a cane. This suggested that the seemingly frail old man was not as simple as he appeared. Lu Tianyu even suspected he might be a soul emperor or perhaps of even higher caliber. If he truly possessed such formidable strength, why would he hire a soul hunting team to assist his granddaughter in hunting soul beasts? The mantis crab, while adept at fleeing in the swamp, was not particularly difficult to deal with. With a controlling soul beast to restrain its legs, the mantis crab would be as vulnerable as meat on a chopping board. Its pincers, resembling those of a mantis, were merely for show. As long as one did not venture too close to their range, danger could be avoided. However, Lu Tianyu kept such thoughts to himself, uninterested in the reasons behind another's decision to hire the soul hunting team. After meticulously inspecting a 3-meter radius around the camp and finding nothing of note, he returned to the makeshift encampment. "Brother Wushuang, I must admit, I am genuinely impressed," said Eru, the vice-captain of the Dust Wolf team, giving Lu Tianyu a thumbs up upon his return. The others, including Zhou Fei, regarded Lu Tianyu with expressions of astonishment. Lu Tianyu chuckled lightly. "Captain, I have thoroughly checked the vicinity and found no suspicious signs." Hulk nodded with a grin. "Thank you for your efforts, Brother Wushuang. Please take a moment to rest. We shall set out to find the mantis crab as dusk approaches. It typically emerges to forage at that time." Lu Tianyu smiled inwardly at Hulk's words, finding a spot on the ground to sit cross-legged, channeling his soul power to hasten his recovery. Though the mantis crab came out to forage at dusk, the optimal time to capture it was during midday when the sun was at its zenith. At that moment, the mantis crab would be lazily basking in the sun beneath the mud, easily identifiable by the small mounds it created. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu's gaze caught sight of a small mound, about 200 meters ahead, resembling a barn. Could it be that a mantis crab was hidden within? "What is it, Brother Wushuang? What small mound?" The Dust Wolf team was puzzled by Lu Tianyu's seemingly random exclamation. Upon hearing Hulk's inquiry, Lu Tianyu replied, "I believe I have spotted the mantis crab's lair. Let us investigate further." With an 80% certainty that the small mound concealed the mantis crab, he knew it was imperative to have a soul master proficient in the relevant attributes accompany him for verification. Hulk's excitement was palpable at Lu Tianyu's words. Luck in hunting soul beasts often meant encountering one as soon as entering their territory, while misfortune could lead to weeks without sighting any. "Ha ha ha, Brother Wushuang. You truly are our lucky star," Hulk whispered with a grin. "Old and I, continue your rest. Old Zhang, let us go check if it is indeed a mantis crab." Zhang Fuxing, the control-type soul master of the Dust Wolf team, was essential for capturing the mantis crab. In the muddy marshes, the mantis crab moved with remarkable speed, and only agile attack-type soul masters could hope to outpace it in flight. Others would struggle to navigate the mire. Lu Tianyu, along with Hulk and Zhang Fuxing, cautiously approached the mound he had previously spotted. Upon seeing it, Hulk's eyes gleamed with excitement. He gently patted Lu Tianyu and Zhang Fuxing on the shoulders, and Zhang Fuxing's face broke into a smile of anticipation. They carefully surrounded the small mound, setting traps with their soul skills. Lu Tianyu thought that if members of the Shrek team had come to hunt this mantis crab, they would not have needed to go to such lengths. From a distance, Eru observed Hulk's signal and promptly led the soul bodies cautiously over. Garo and her grandson, whether drawn by curiosity or some other motive, followed the group to the location. After approximately an hour, Zhang Fuxing returned, glistening with sweat. Eru took a large gulp from the fresh water Zhang Fuxing offered and exclaimed, "All 360 traps are set. This beast will have no chance of escape." Hulk nodded lightly. "Excellent. Let us prepare to strike. Let us hope this mantis crab is of sufficient age." "Lin Fengmian, bring us 2 tomatoes," Hulk instructed. "If it is a substantial catch, we may be in for a tough battle." Lin Fengmian nodded and summoned a dozen pink tomatoes with his soul skills. Food-type soul masters typically wield weapons of fruits, vegetables, and confections, with only a few possessing martial souls associated with medicinal herbs or meat products. Lu Tianyu accepted the tomatoes Lin Fengmian handed him and consumed one. Though the taste and restorative properties paled in comparison to Oscar's sausages, the tart flavor did invigorate him somewhat. Once all preparations were complete, the members of the Coyote soul hunting team advanced in a fan-like formation towards a small mound. Just as they were about 10 meters away, a massive crab, its shell a stunning purple-brown and measuring 2 meters in diameter, suddenly leapt forth. This creature, with its formidable pincers and a pair of mantis-like claws hanging from its abdomen, was none other than their target, the mantis crab. At this moment, Zhang Fuxing unleashed his third soul skill, Heavenly Net, causing hundreds of shimmering yellow ropes to surge from the mud and ensnare the mantis crab. However, the ropes binding its abdomen were quickly shattered, though its 4 legs remained tightly bound. Simultaneously, Hulk and Wang Firen activated their 4th soul skills. Lu Tianyu, having already drawn considerable attention, refrained from intervening, mindful not to overshadow his companions. While Teddy, Zhou Fei, and Eru summoned their martial souls to attack the mantis crab, Lu Tianyu and Lin Fengmian stood aside, allowing others to take their turns. Before long, the mantis crab was brought to the brink of defeat, prompting Hulk to urge Garo to deliver the finishing blow. Having absorbed 2 soul rings, Garo understood that only by slaying the soul beast herself could she absorb its soul ring. Channeling her soul power, she conjured a magnificent longbow. Its body a serene azure adorned with golden flowing cloud patterns, and its string radiating a mystical blue light. Lu Tianyu marveled at the beauty of Garo's martial soul, deeming it even more exquisite than Ningrongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower. With her left hand gripping the bow and her right fingers drawing back the glimmering string, 2 yellow soul rings materialized before the bow. As Garo fully drew the bowstring, her soul power melded with the rings, forming a golden arrow, 1.5 meters long and as thick as her thumb. The soul-piercing arrow was released with a swiftness that seemed to transcend the constraints of space, striking the mantis crab directly in its eye. Almost immediately, purple soul power began to emanate from the creature, coalescing in the air into a purple soul ring. At this moment, Lu Tianyu noted that Garo's soul power had diminished to 60%, and as she released the azure longbow, it disintegrated into sparkling motes before their eyes. With a sigh of relief, Hulk declared, "All right, everyone, let's set up camp here. After a night of rest, we can return in the morning." Joyful smiles emerged on the faces of the coyote soul hunting team, for typically, the commission for hunting a 1,000-year soul beast would be around 10,000 gold soul coins. Even when factoring in the challenges of the marshlands, a sum of 15,000 gold soul coins would be considered substantial. However, Garo's grandfather had secured the commission for a remarkable 20,000 gold soul coins, much to the delight of the team, especially since they had encountered their target soul beast almost immediately upon arrival and dispatched it with relative ease. Lu Tianyu approached the mantis crab's corpse, applying the teachings of his master to estimate its age. Noting the 8 clusters of purple spots and 1 cluster of yellow spots on its abdomen, he deduced that the mantis crab was approximately 1,800 years old. Meanwhile, Garo sat at the makeshift campsite constructed from wooden planks and aquatic plants, recovering her soul power. In a spirit of goodwill, Lu Tianyu cautioned her, "Garo, this mantis crab's age exceeds 1,800 years. Are you certain you wish to absorb this soul ring? It surpasses the limits of what a soul master can withstand for a 3rd soul ring." As Lu Tianyu's words echoed, everyone turned to him in astonishment. It dawned on him that not all soul masters were aware of the age limitations for 3rd soul rings. Fortunately, the members of the coyote soul hunting team were not particularly interested in his observations, as most had already absorbed their 3rd or 4th soul rings. "Thank you for your concern. This soul ring is quite suitable," Garo's grandfather replied, and Lu Tianyu felt he had overstepped. Finding a quiet corner of the campsite, he retrieved his provisions from his soul guide and began to eat. Initially, Lu Tianyu had hoped to refine his abilities through the hunting of soul beasts, aiming to awaken the observation haki and the armament haki. However, he soon realized that hunting a 1,000-year soul beast did little to hone his skills, while challenging a 3,000-year soul beast was far too perilous. Just as Lu Tianyu wrestled with his frustrations, Garo commenced the absorption of the soul ring. As she drew the mantis crab's soul ring into her being, an overwhelming surge of soul power flooded her, causing her internal organs to tremble under the force of the initial wave. Observing her distress, Lu Tianyu bit back his urge to speak. But the second wave of soul power struck, forcing Garo to cough up blood. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Tianyu quickly moved to her side, saying, "Do not rush, clear your thoughts, and listen to me. Focus on controlling the soul power you can manage, and do not let it spiral out of control. Gradually refine the soul power within the 3rd soul ring." Garo, heeding Lu Tianyu's advice, concentrated on her inner strength, striving to contain the tumultuous flow of soul power within her. Chapter 64, Awakening and the Observation of Colorful Haki Gradually. The soul energy fluctuations emanating from Gallo began to stabilize. Lu Tianyu continued, "Do not rush. Take your time. If you feel the soul energy becoming uncontrollable, direct it into your martial spirit, as it can also withstand a measure of soul energy." The knowledge Lu Tianyu imparted was drawn from Tang San's experiences while absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider in the Stardow Forest, an endeavor that surpassed his capabilities. Gallo's grandfather observed Lu Tianyu, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. The earlier surge of soul energy from Gallo had nearly exposed his disguise. However, once a soul master commenced the absorption of a soul ring, external interference became impossible. The ability to refine the soul ring lay entirely with the absorber. Soon, beads of glistening sweat began to form on Gallo's smooth forehead, the perspiration visibly coalescing into droplets the size of mung beans, cascading down her cheeks. After half an hour, Gallo's soul energy surged once more, causing her vitality to churn violently, resulting in a spurt of blood from her mouth. "Steady your mind. Do not let your thoughts wander. Focus on absorbing the soul energy. Tianheng had once absorbed a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, a peril far greater than what Gallo faced. Gallo gritted her teeth against the pain radiating through her meridians, resolutely suppressing any errant thoughts. After enduring this torment for 5 hours, she finally fully absorbed and refined the soul energy from the Manus Crab Soul Ring. Next came the transformation phase, which posed little danger to a soul master. As Lu Tianyu sensed the fluctuations of Gallo's soul energy settle completely, both he and her grandfather exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the members of the Earth Wolf soul hunting team sat quietly nearby, resting. Their duty was solely to hunt soul beasts. The safety of the host during the absorption of the soul ring was beyond their purview. Young brother, thank you for your assistance. May I inquire about your teacher and from which Soul Master Academy you graduated? Gallo's grandfather rasped his gratitude to Lu Tianyu, wishing to learn more about his background. The members of the Earth Wolf team perked up, having noted the stark contrast in Lu Tianyu's recent performance compared to his earlier demeanor. Lu Tianyu gently shook his head, opting for silence as he returned to his position to meditate quietly. Gallo had accumulated an excess of soul energy. Despite not fully refining it, her power had already risen to the 31st level. By the time she completely refined her soul energy, it was around 8:30 the following morning. The Earth Wolf team members had packed their belongings, preparing to return to the Heaven Do Imperial City. Hulk roused Gallo from her trance, addressing her grandfather, guest. The absorption of the soul ring is complete. Our transaction concludes here. Lu Tianyu remained unaware of the details surrounding the transaction between the Earth Wolf team and Gallo's grandfather. Typically, hiring a soul hunting team required an initial payment of 30%, with the remaining 70% settled upon successful acquisition of the soul ring and return to the Heaven Do Imperial City. Gallo's grandfather retrieved a golden card from his soul guide, presenting it to Hulk. This card contains 20,000 gold soul coins. The extra 3,000 is my gratitude to young brother Wushuang. Ha ha ha, golly brother. I traveled countless miles from Tianyu City to reach here. What do you intend to offer as thanks? A sudden, boisterous laughter echoed from the sky, reverberating like thunder in the ears of the Earth Wolf team. Lu Tianyu sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the north and instinctively turned to see a formidable middle-aged man, standing in midair, towering at 3 meters tall. His muscular frame defined by a square jaw. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings gradually appeared above his head, revealing him to be a formidable soul Douluo. Su Lian. Zhou Fei, I have met you, City Lord Su. Gallo instinctively called out upon recognizing the newcomer. While Zhou Fei from the Earth Wolf team bowed respectfully to the floating figure, Lu Tianyu felt an oppressive chill radiating from Gali, who soon released her own soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, shocking everyone as she too was revealed to be a soul Douluo. Turning to Zhou Fei, Gali coldly remarked, so it was you who leaked my whereabouts. In that moment, her voice bore none of the weariness or raspiness of age, as she straightened her posture and looked defiantly at Su Lian, saying, Su Lian, do you truly intend to eradicate me? Eradicate you? Let me clarify. It is not I who seeks your annihilation. Lu Tianyu felt himself ensnared in a colossal predicament. The confrontation between 2 soul Douluos was not a scenario in which he could easily intervene. He would require the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia for self-preservation. Yet given his physical condition, reaching the 6th gate was already his limit. Pushing to the 7th would surely cost him his life. Surround her. Gali is here. Quickly, send the signal. At that moment, several agile attack-type soul masters surged from the periphery of the meadow, with 4 possessing flight capabilities. The black guards of Yuqing, Li Xian. It was you who betrayed me. Gali shouted in disbelief upon seeing the sudden appearance of the black-clad soul masters. Brother Gali, you are truly out of touch. Aligning with City Lord Su brings far greater benefits than an alliance with you. A strikingly handsome man dressed in resplendent white garments, standing atop a flying soul master, approached Su Lian. Upon his arrival, Li Xian unleashed his soul energy, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings. Lu Tianyu internally sighed in relief, realizing he was merely facing a soul saint. Li Xian's gaze swept over the members of the Earth Wolf team, and he spoke coolly. Zhou Fei? Are these the individuals you mentioned from the Earth Wolf hunting team? Zhou Fei hurriedly responded, I have seen the master. They are indeed the Earth Wolf hunting team. Li Xian nodded slightly, addressing Lu Tianyu and the others. We seek only Gali and her father. The rest of you may step aside. Lu Tianyu discerned the malicious intent behind Li Xian's words, recognizing that by ordering the Earth Wolf team to retreat, They intended to deal with Gali first before turning their attention to the team. Hulk and the others, visibly pale from the pressure of the soul Douluo, quickly bowed and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your keen insight. I have no association with them. No, if you wish to survive. Capture that young beauty. Su Lian interjected, causing the Earth Wolf team to exchange alarmed glances. Gallo attempted to retreat behind Gali, but found herself unable to move. In truth, since Gali had released her soul power, she had been secretly contending with Su Lian and Li Xian. Now, the three of them were unable to make any rash movements. Hulk, Inai Eru, Wang Firen, and the others exchanged glances, recognizing that assisting Su Lian in subduing Gali was their best option. However, more than 40 additional soul masters had appeared at the meadow's edge. Though their movement was hampered by the mud, Lu Tianyu pondered his next course of action. Assisting Su Lian could lead to his demise at the hands of Gali or Li Xian, leaving no hope for survival. If he were to open the sixth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia to flee, it would likely provoke a simultaneous attack from both Su Lian and Li Xian, resulting in certain death. The only means of survival lies in assisting Gali. Galro must evade the relentless pursuit of Su Nia and Li Xian. Yet this necessitates confronting the soul masters they have summoned. We are willing to aid you, my lords, with the hope that you will spare us once this turmoil concludes. At this moment, the Earthwolf Soul Hunting Group has made their choice, to side with Su Nia against Gali. How can you do this? Galro could hardly fathom that the Soul Hunting Group, which had once shared laughter with them, had swiftly become their adversary. Ha ha ha. Do you see, Brother Gali? This is what it means to be pragmatic, Lu Tianyu scoffed lightly, dismissing the notion of pragmatism. Whether the Earthwolf Soul Hunting Group chose to intervene or remain neutral, their fate was sealed. Yet, upon turning his gaze towards Galro, Lu Tianyu comprehended Su Nia's strategy in deploying the Earthwolf Soul Hunting Group to control her. As long as Galro was restrained, Gali would be hindered in his actions. Realizing this, Lu Tianyu clarified his thoughts. To ensure his own survival, he must safeguard Galro. Only then would Gali confront Su Nia and Li Xian with full force, allowing Lu Tianyu to seize the opportunity to strike when the enemy was weakened. Act swiftly, or death awaits. The second soul technique, binding. Under the urging of Zhou Fei, Zhang Fuxing unleashed his second soul technique, sending forth a rope imbued with a yellow spirit light, ensnaring Gali. In the skies, Su Nia and Li Xian concentrated all their pressure upon Gali, who could only watch helplessly as Galro was dragged towards the Earthwolf Soul Hunting Group by Zhang Fuxing's rope. A bunch of fools. Do they really believe they can escape so easily? Lu Tianyu had yet to devise a plan when Zhang Fuxing seized Galro. With no other option, Lu Tianyu sprang into action, channeling his soul power to summon his martial soul in one fluid motion. Shave, 8 trigrams empty palm. In an instant, Lu Tianyu appeared before Zhang Fuxing, his right palm crashing mercilessly against Zhang Fuxing's chest. The gentle force within his hand penetrated the ribcage, erupting near his heart. None present anticipated Lu Tianyu's sudden betrayal, as Zhang Fuxing's heart shattered under the impact of Lu Tianyu's 5,500 units of soft strength, leading to his instantaneous demise. The rope binding Galro dissipated, and Lu Tianyu extended his left hand to catch Galro, who was flung towards him by Zhang Fuxing. Drawing his meticulously crafted Juga crossbow from his soul guide, he aimed it at Zhou Fei, Hulk, and Wang Firen, pulling the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 16 steel bolts, accompanied by a piercing whistle, pierced through the bodies of Zhou Fei, Hulk, Wang Firen, and Enai Eru, before Lu Tianyu swiftly employed Shave, retreating with Galro to the remains of a mantis crab, a distance of several meters behind Gali. Only then did Galro realize. Instinctively reaching for something to grasp, she seized the mask on Lu Tianyu's cheek, pulling it off with slight force. From Lu Tianyu's strike against Zhang Fuxing, to his swift rescue of Galro, and the subsequent assault on the Earthwolf Soul Hunting Group, all transpired in a mere 2 seconds. The events unfolded so rapidly that even the 2 Soul Douluos and 1 Soul Saint present were caught off guard. Those members of the Earthwolf Soul Hunting Group struck by the Juga crossbow fell lifelessly into the pool of blood alongside Zhang Fuxing. Lu Tianyu placed the still-shocked Galro beside him, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Prepare for battle." Turning towards Gali, he declared, "Gali, our survival rests in your hands. Galro and I will hold our ground for as long as we can. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Kill them, Captain Fuxing." It was only then that Su Nia, Li Xian, and the surviving members of the Earthwolf Soul Hunting Group, including Teddy and Lin Fengmian, realized the gravity of the situation. Enraged, Su Nia issued a kill order to the agile soul masters surrounding the meadow. Teddy and Lin Fengmian barely registered the command before a swift attack from a Sparrow Martial Soul Master snapped Teddy's neck, while the others rushed toward Lu Tianyu and Galro. These agile Soul Masters were predominantly at the Soul Master level, and the 30-meter distance was but a momentary span for them to traverse. A sense of impending doom washed over Lu Tianyu, as he suddenly found himself capable of perceiving the attack trajectories of the 19 agile Soul Masters surrounding them. Gentle Fist Technique, 8 trigrams empty palm, 19 strikes. Without the luxury of understanding how he could perceive the previously hidden agile Soul Masters and their attack paths, Lu Tianyu bent down, pressing Galro low, and gathered 5,500 units of gentle strength in his palms. With a flurry of rapid movements, Lu Tianyu spun atop the man as crab's remains, launching himself towards the 19 agile Soul Masters, sending them hurtling backward. Before they could touch the ground, they had already breathed their last. At that moment, Lu Tianyu exhaled deeply, discovering that he could now perceive all living beings within a 50-meter radius, including the eels and loaches hidden within the mud. Raising his hands before him, he murmured, "Is this the observation hockey?" A satisfied smile spread across Lu Tianyu's face, realizing that only through the crucible of life and death could such power awaken. With the foresight granted by the observation hockey, Lu Tianyu accurately struck at the hearts of his foes using the gentle fist, resulting in the demise of the 19 agile Soul Masters, their hearts shattered by his 8 trigrams empty palm. Chapter 65. The swamp chase not far away. Su Lian, Li Xian, and Jia Li remained locked in a standoff, while Lu Tianyu had swiftly dispatched 19 agile attack-type Soul Masters. At present, only one Sparrow Spirit Master remained near the meadow, intent on eliminating Teddy and Lin Fengmian. Fortunately, he had chosen to target them. Had he aimed for Lu Tianyu and Jia Li, he would have met the same fate as his 19 comrades, lying lifeless on the ground. What just transpired? What is happening with these individuals? Jia Li felt a gentle tap on her shoulder from Lu Tianyu, causing her to kneel upon the mantis crab beneath her. A sudden gust of wind brushed past her, and when she lifted her gaze, she beheld the silhouettes of 19 figures being flung backward. Lu Tianyu glanced at Jia Li with a hint of exasperation. Had they been teammates from the Shrek team, they would not have posed such a question at this critical moment. "My lady, we are surrounded by 51 Soul Masters. Shouldn't you summon your spirit and prepare for battle?" Upon receiving Lu Tianyu's reminder, Jia Li finally came to her senses, channeling her soul power to summon her spirit, which manifested 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The true forms of the rock pillar, water python, and snow leopard were summoned, and simultaneously, Su Lian, Li Xian, and Jia Li unleashed their spirit forms, engaging in combat. Lu Tianyu swiftly lifted Jia Li onto his back and activated his shaving technique, sprinting across the soft mud. Though the mud offered less resistance than solid ground, the speed of his shaving was remarkable. Before the mud could yield under his weight, his feet had already departed its surface, allowing him to escape 200 meters in mere breaths. This was a battlefield where 2 Soul Douluo and 1 Soul Sage engaged in combat, rendering the 200-meter radius around them perilous. In a rocky forest or hilly terrain, the surrounding area would feel the repercussions of their battle. Lu Tianyu effortlessly maneuvered past the encirclement formed by Su Lian and Li Xian's subordinates. Although most of these Soul Masters were at the Soul Master level, with a few reaching Soul King status, their movements in the marshy environment were akin to being ensnared by a control-type Soul Master. Their reflexes and pursuit speed were significantly hindered. "Father, wait. Father is still in danger." Jia Li felt as if she were soaring through the clouds, swiftly breaking free from the enemy's encirclement. Turning to glance at Jia Li, Su Lian, and Li Xian's battle circle, she realized she was rapidly pulling away and urgently shouted. However, in her haste, she clung to Lu Tianyu's neck and shook him, causing him to stumble and fall into the aquatic plants. "Ugh, my lady, please do not jostle me." Lu Tianyu sputtered, spitting out the vegetation from his mouth, exasperatedly addressing Jia Li. "That is a battle of Soul Douluo and Soul Sage. We, as mere Soul Masters, should not meddle in such affairs." Since being rescued by Lu Tianyu, Jia Li had been in a daze, only to be jolted back to reality after their fall. "Listen up. Capture that little brat and the insufferable girl for a bounty of 5,000. A furious shout from Li Xian echoed from a distance, invigorating those struggling through the swamp. One by one, they summoned their spirits, unleashing their full soul power in a desperate charge toward the meadow where Lu Tianyu and Jia Li had retreated. Realizing the urgency, Lu Tianyu rose swiftly and urged Jia Li, "We must leave now. It will soon be too late." After their tumble, Jiali's veil slipped from her face, revealing her exquisitely delicate features, a perfect blend of almond-shaped eyes, elegant brows, a petite nose, and cherry-like lips on an oval face. Upon beholding Jiali's visage, Lu Tianyu found himself momentarily speechless. The girls he was accustomed to were typically 13 or 14 years old, still in their youthful innocence, like Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing. While Zhu Zhiqing possessed a more mature figure, their faces bore the marks of youth, rendering them quite juvenile, though Jiali was merely 15. Her youthful innocence had completely faded, exuding an aura of sophistication. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Tianyu was captivated as she anxiously turned her gaze toward the distant chaos of battle. Obscured from view. Fourth soul skill, Feather Split Arrow. The last surviving Sparrow Spirit Master had now reached above Lu Tianyu and Jiali. Aware that Lu Tianyu's ability to instantly eliminate his 19 companions indicated he too possessed overwhelming strength, he refrained from engaging in close combat. Instead, he expended a significant amount of soul power to continuously unleash his fourth soul skill. Before him, a purple soul ring materialized, and initially, 7 or 8 feather arrows emerged. However, as they passed through the ring, they multiplied into a flurry of more than 10 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Tianyu's observation haki instinctively sensed the incoming arrows, and his body instinctively adopted the posture for his soft fist technique, Heavenly Palm. Yet, in the marshy terrain, he could not execute the technique and had to improvise with a solid block defense, Steel Block. As Lu Tianyu manifested his defense, he felt an unusual surge of energy within him. As this energy coursed to the surface, the feather arrows descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Initially believing the arrows would possess formidable impact, he soon realized their power was comparable only to a strong attack-type Soul Master's second soul skill, the Sparrow Spirit Master. Recognizing his soul skill had successfully delayed Lu Tianyu and Jiali, swiftly retreated. Soaring above the other Soul Masters, he called out, "Form a human wall. Hong Tu and I will block their path. Do not let these two little rabbits escape." Exchanging glances, the struggling Soul Masters in the swamp formed 4 lines and, through sheer force, propelled their comrades toward the direction of Lu Tianyu and Jiali in the meadow. Although this tactic would not completely encircle them, their approach speed had increased significantly. As the Sparrow Spirit Master, accompanied by a Soul King level master, flew above Lu Tianyu and Jiali, he dropped the ladder. Lu Tianyu knew he and Jiali could not afford to be ensnared by the Soul King. He swiftly cradled Jiali in his arms and dashed to the left. Fifth soul skill, Earth Spear. Seeing Lu Tianyu carrying Jiali as he fled, the Soul King swiftly infused his soul power into his fifth soul ring, unleashing his most potent soul skill. Instantly, dozens of yellow earth spears appeared behind Lu Tianyu, raining down upon him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fifth soul skill of a Soul King was exponentially more powerful than the fourth soul skill of the Sparrow Spirit Master. Lu Tianyu activated his observation haki. Even without turning to look, he could accurately predict the trajectory of the Earth Spear's assault. Embracing Garo amidst the meadow, deftly maneuvering through the marsh, he completely evaded the onslaught of the Soul King. The Soul King, filled with rage, bellowed, "Damn it, continue the pursuit. This little brat is utterly uncanny. How could one run so swiftly across a swamp while carrying another?" Even more bizarrely, it seemed as though he anticipated the trajectory of my soul skills. Fortunately, this was a marshland, where an adult would sink knee-deep into the muck with a single step. Although those Soul Masters tried to close in on Lu Tianyu and Garo using various methods, it was no easy feat for a sensitive attack-type Soul Master, endowed with flight capabilities, to corner Lu Tianyu. With Garo cradled in his arms, her delicate, oval face flushed with a rosy hue, Lu Tianyu realized that continuing this way was unsustainable. If he could eliminate the Flying Soul Master, his burden would be significantly lightened. "Garo, wake up. Find a way to shoot down that sparrow." As they dashed, Lu Tianyu leaned down toward Garo, urging, "If we let them pursue us any longer, we will inevitably be captured." Upon receiving Lu Tianyu's prompt, Garo attempted to summon her martial spirit, but she was accustomed to standing on solid ground to accurately hit her target. After missing 6 shots in succession, her soul power dwindled to about half. Although Garo's arrows were potent, each shot consumed approximately 10% of her soul power. It was evident that the more soul power expended, the greater the arrows might. Moreover, maintaining the shave technique while carrying someone was exhausting, even more so than the Soul Masters who traversed the marsh by transferring their weight. After much contemplation, Lu Tianyu resolved to take risks and eliminate the Sparrow Soul-wielding Soul Master. If he allowed this harassment to persist, both he and Garo would soon find themselves ensnared. Using his observation haki to monitor the movements of the Sparrow Soul-wielding Soul Master, Tianyu seized an opportunity when the Soul Master, accompanied by a Soul Emperor-level companion, approached his path. He swiftly tossed Garo 3 meters onto the water grass behind him, just as the Sparrow Soul-wielding Soul Master released his Soul King-level beast. At that moment, Tianyu sprang into the air, his feet forcefully pushing against the soft ground. Utilizing life restoration, Moonstep, Tianyu accelerated his aerial movement fivefold. With just 2 moonsteps, he positioned himself directly beneath the Sparrow Soul-wielding Soul Master. He arched his back, lowered his head, and unleashed a concealed crossbow attached to his back. The crossbow bolt, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, pierced through the chest of the Sparrow Soul-wielding Soul Master, who then plummeted awkwardly into the marsh below. Ma Wu, that damned brat. The enraged Soul King, whose feet were mired in the muck, glared furiously at Tianyu, who had intended to assist Garo in her escape. The pursuing Soul Masters were merely 40 meters away from Garo. If they closed in by another 10 meters, they would enter the effective range of their soul techniques. However, upon witnessing the Soul King sinking deeper into the marsh, Tianyu swiftly altered his strategy, using Moonstep to position himself directly above the Soul King, grinning widely. With Gale Foot, Double Lotus, Tianyu rapidly unleashed 64 bright azure energy blades, forming 2 lotus blossoms the size of bathtubs that crashed down upon the Soul King's head. Boom, boom. The Soul King, unable to move, exerted all his strength to fend off Tianyu's onslaught. Although he successfully blocked the twin lotus attacks, the mud had already engulfed him up to his chest. Without external assistance, he would soon perish in the marsh. After rendering the Soul King helpless in the mire, Garo found herself within the attack range of the pursuing Soul Masters. With a mere thought, she summoned her Tiger Blade and swiftly struck at the Soul Masters who were approximately 30 meters away. The decapitating axe chaos unleashed hundreds of jade-like crystalline blades that descended upon the marsh. The Soul Masters, all at least rank 43, braced themselves, deploying their most proficient defensive techniques against Tianyu's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Tianyu used Moonstep to reach Garo's side, lifting her once more and sprinting in a different direction. Within 10 breaths, he had distanced himself from the Soul Masters by 200 meters. After another 10 breaths of relentless running, he finally found a sizable patch of watergrass where he set Garo down. Tianyu had never felt so exhausted. He paid no heed to whether the ground beneath the grass was foul water or muck, lying flat on the grass to recuperate through deep breaths, hastening his recovery from fatigue. Garo, now smeared with mud, recognized that without Tianyu's desperate efforts, she would have long been captured by the Soul Masters. Hastily retrieving a flask of clean water from her soul guide, she offered it to Tianyu, saying, "Wu Shuang, water." Tianyu gratefully accepted the water, drinking heartily before retrieving 2 colorful candies from his own soul guide. These were special treats he had procured from Xiao Xin when departing from Shrek Academy. Known for rapidly replenishing a Soul Master's stamina. After consuming one, he handed the other to Garo, stating, "Wu Shuang is a shortened version of my code name. I am Tianyu, a 37th level powerful attack-type Soul Master." Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the colorful candy, Garo, despite her reservations, accepted it and swallowed it without hesitation. She then looked at Tianyu and introduced herself. "I am Garo, wielder of the Soul-Breaking Bow, a 31st level powerful attack-type weapon Soul Master." Chapter 66, Awakening. Armament Haki. The colorful candy is Xiao Xion's 5th soul skill, and its efficacy in restoring stamina surpasses that of Oscar's recovery sausage by 5-fold. In just about a minute, Tianyu felt significantly refreshed, while in the distance, the chaotic battle among Su Li, Li Xian, and Jili continued unabated. The Soul Masters under Li Xion's command struggled to navigate through the treacherous marsh, laboriously trudging through the mire. Even with food-type Soul Masters providing soul power recovery, the mental fatigue could not be entirely alleviated by mere sustenance. Seizing the moment of respite, Tianyu deftly prepared the crossbow bolts for his concealed weapons. Contemplating that should he master the armament Haki, he would no longer fear those at the Soul Sect or Soul King levels. With the enhancement of Haki, even a defensive Soul Master utilizing their 4th soul skill would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the Zhuge crossbow and the concealed crossbow. One might wonder why he did not employ the 8 gates of Duanjia. After all, a Soul Sect or Soul King level master could be dealt with by merely opening the first 3 gates. The reason Tianyu refrained from using the 8 gates at this juncture was to remain vigilant for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, With the ability to utilize the shave technique to evade danger, there was no necessity to confront those soul masters head-on. To Lu Tianyu, those soul masters posed little threat. It was the duo of Su Li and Li Xian engaged in battle with Jelly that truly concerned him. The 8 gates were a contingency plan reserved for these two individuals, for one must always be prepared for the unexpected. Golly! Observing Lu Tianyu as he organized his hidden weapons, could not help but inquire, Lu Tianyu, is this a special soul guiding device? I have never encountered such a contraption. Lu Tianyu, retracting the well-prepared Zhuge crossbow into his storage soul tool, replied, this is called a concealed weapon. I shall elaborate on it when the opportunity arises. We must hasten our recovery. When facing opponents of the Soul Sect and Soul King levels, we can utilize the environment to our advantage. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Golly probed further, how do you manage to run across the marsh? It's quite simple. One merely needs to step away before the mire engulfs their feet, Lu Tianyu answered. Half jokingly and half seriously. Golly, momentarily taken aback, soon realized, that is beyond what a mere human can accomplish. Indeed, such feats require transcending the limits of humanity, allowing one to perform many extraordinary actions beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Lu Tianyu himself was uncertain why he felt such enjoyment in conversing with Golly. Suddenly, Lu Tianyu noticed a massive water python, glowing with an eerie green luminescence in the size of a water barrel, emerging 50 meters behind him, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Li Xian. Lu Tianyu's heart raced as he swiftly retrieved a wooden plank from his soul-guiding device, discarding it onto the marsh before swiftly pushing Golly onto it. Just as the plank touched the mire, he stepped on its edges multiple times, causing Golly to exclaim as she lay on the wooden board. The plank slid over the surface of the marsh for over 70 meters before coming to a halt. The entire operation took Lu Tianyu merely 2 seconds, during which the enormous green water python appeared behind him. A bunch of useless fools, unable to capture even a couple of insignificant brats. The water python raised its head and uttered those words, before resigning, fine, I'll settle the score later. Die, you little pests. The massive python opened its gaping maw, aiming to swallow Lu Tianyu whole. Clearly a ploy by Li Xian to utilize his martial spirit's true form against him. From a distance, Golly witnessed the colossal python poised to strike at Lu Tianyu's position. As Lu Tianyu activated his observation haki, he sensed Li Xian's martial spirit's true form and prepared to unleash the 8 gates of Duanjia. As Li Xian launched his attack, Lu Tianyu placed the Qizhu fruit and the colorful candy crafted by Shao Xian within arm's reach, ensuring he could consume these life-saving items even in a state of exhaustion. Lu Tianyu. 6th gate of the 8 gates. Open. Golly managed to call out Lu Tianyu's name just as a faint azure gust erupted from him. Lu Tianyu's waist-length hair stood on end, while an aura rivaling that of a soul sage emanated from him, causing the water python's attack to falter momentarily. Peacock, decapitating axe. Lu Tianyu swiftly kicked his right leg, generating immense force that ignited the air. The air blades, enveloped in orange flames, struck the python's abdomen with a resounding explosion. Boom. A massive surge of orange flames erupted before Li Xian's martial spirit, the tremendous impact flipping the python onto the marsh. Following this, Lu Tianyu took a slight leap into the air. Hucking Battle Blade. Grasping the air, he summoned a milky white Hucking Battle Blade. As it took form, he launched a ferocious assault on Li Xian's martial spirit. Peacock, Flame Lotus Meteor Shower. Lu Tianyu's figure vanished from Golly and Li Xian's sight, only for hundreds of bathtub-sized orange fire lotuses to appear in the sky, trailing long fiery tails as they descended upon Li Xian's martial spirit. Boom, 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 boom. The fire lotuses collided with Li Xian's martial spirit, erupting into a massive conflagration of orange flames, releasing an impact akin to a soul sage unleashing their 6th soul skill. In an instant, Li Xian's martial spirit was enveloped by a towering inferno, sending warmth radiating even to Golly, who stood over 70 meters away. At this moment, Lu Tianyu reappeared in midair, gracefully suspended as he executed the moonwalk technique. Utilizing his observation haki, he perceived no movements from Li Xian, fully grasping the vast chasm between himself and a soul sage-level master. Although he had attained the power level of a soul sage through the activation of the 6th gate, this merely reflected the general attributes of a soul sage. The physical attributes of soul sage-level masters could vary significantly due to their martial spirits. For instance, a weapon martial spirit's attributes would be inferior to those of a beast martial spirit. especially considering that Li Xian had invoked the true form of a beast martial spirit, amplifying all his attributes by 3 to 5 times. What a monster! This pain is unbearable. Die, you wretched fiend. As the pain began to subside, Li Xian controlled his martial spirit's true form to unleash its massive jaws. And Lu Tianyu sensed a wave of soul power emanating from him. Subsequently, a stream of deep blue water erupted from the mouth of the water python, surging towards Lu Tianyu, who lingered in midair due to the moon step technique. Despite the fluctuation of soul power, no soul ring shimmered. Lu Tianyu speculated that this skill was likely derived from the soul bone possessed by Li Xian. After unlocking the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Lu Tianyu executed the moon step with a swiftness akin to that of the shave technique on the ground. In 2 quick flashes, he appeared at the right side of Li Xian's true martial spirit, gripping the hilt of the tiger soul battle blade tightly against the python's neck, channeling all his inner strength into a diagonal slash with the blade. With a resounding boom, the 1.5-meter-long tiger soul battle blade struck the water python's neck, transferring the immense impact through to Li Xian's true martial spirit, ultimately shattering the blade's edge from the resultant recoil. You little brat, I will swallow you whole. The injuries sustained by Li Xian's true martial spirit would manifest as genuine pain for him. And Lu Tianyu's recent assault was far more potent than his previous barrage of blade energy. The excruciating agony drove Li Xian into a frenzy, thrashing the massive, thick body of the water python in the swamp, lashing out with its tail. Lu Tianyu, clutching a 40-centimeter-long staff, observed the thrashing, struggling water python in the mire. With a mere thought, the shattered blade reformed upon the staff's tip. He had reached a critical juncture. Even attacking Li Xian's true martial spirit directly with the tiger soul battle blade had failed to breach his defenses. 3 choices lay before him: abandon Garo and flee alone. Activate the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia to unleash a daylight-level power to instantly eliminate Li Xian, knowing full well that doing so would be his own demise, or awaken the armament color Haki, which was the sole means to defeat Li Xian while in the 6th gate state. Turning his gaze toward Garo, who stood on the board with a worried expression, Lu Tianyu then glanced back at Li Xian, who was regaining control of his martial spirit, pursing his lips. Upon witnessing Garo's anxious eyes, Lu Tianyu resolved inwardly that he would never abandon her. You little brat, perish. Lu Tianyu distinctly sensed a sudden depletion of 50% of Li Xian's soul power, accompanied by a terrifying surge of energy emanating from the water python's mouth. Once again, no soul rings appeared, indicating that Li Xian was still utilizing a soul bone skill. And the immense soul power required for such a technique was beyond Lu Tianyu's endurance. A life-threatening sense of urgency surged within Lu Tianyu, compelling him to make one final stand. Gripping the hilt of the tiger soul battle blade with renewed determination, he employed the observation Haki to locate Li Xian hidden within his true martial spirit. Water chain spear. In an instant, dozens of deep blue water spears shot forth from the python's mouth. If he did not evade, he would be pierced through by these spears. In that critical moment, Lu Tianyu forgot to breathe, his mind solely focused on gathering the armament color Haki and tracking the trajectory of the water spears. Just before the spears emerged, he stepped with the moon step to the edge of their trajectory, deftly maneuvering past them to arrive at the water python's abdomen, where Li Xian was concealed. Lu Tianyu's right arm became enveloped in a layer of purplish-brown light, which rapidly spread to the hilt of the tiger soul battle blade, eventually wrapping around its blade. Armament, decapitating axe. Slash. As the radiant white light of the tiger soul battle blade transformed into a purplish-brown hue, Lu Tianyu swung his arm, unleashing a blade of energy as translucent as jade. This jade-like blade of energy instantly severed the body of the water python, simultaneously slicing through Li Xian's neck. To Garo's astonishment, she witnessed dozens of blue water spears materialize at Lu Tianyu's position, followed by the blade of energy that decapitated the python's head. It was only at this moment that she saw Lu Tianyu's figure plummeting from the sky, alongside the severed head of Li Xian. Upon confirming that Li Xian's head had been cleaved from his body, Lu Tianyu hastily closed the 8 gates of Duanjia, his body falling weakly into the swamp. As he descended, he noticed the purplish-brown energy membrane enveloping his right arm and the tiger soul battle blade, and with a thought, the armament color Haki dissipated, revealing the radiant white blade. So this is the armament color Haki, Lu Tianyu mused, suddenly feeling lightheaded as he recalled the long period without breathing. In his peripheral vision, he saw a glimmering blue light emerge from Li Xian's severed head, and with a thought, the object radiating blue light floated before him. It was the soul bone, specifically a head soul bone. Although this was Lu Tianyu's first encounter with a genuine soul bone, he could ascertain its identity based on the skills Li Xin had previously exhibited and the location of the dropped bone. With a thud, both Lu Tianyu and Li Xin's severed head fell into the swamp, the soft, mushy mud cushioning their landing and preventing any injury. Once safely settled in the mire, Lu Tianyu recalled the food prepared by the food-type soul master. With another thought, he transferred the red candle fruit and colorful candy from his soul guide into his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, he also stored the blue head soul bone into his soul guide, and with these tasks complete, he could only resign himself to fate regarding what would come next. Chapter 67. Zhang Liang's Strategy. The wall-climbing ladder. Gradually, Lu Tianyu felt an increasing heat within his body, accompanied by labored breaths. This time, the duration he engaged the sixth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia far exceeded his previous experience in the Starry Forest. However, he was adequately prepared this time. After consuming a chishu fruit and a colorful candy bean, Lu Tianyu estimated that he would only require a few days of rest to regain his mobility. Before long, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Yet he dared not succumb to sleep at that moment. Lu Tianyu, how are you holding up? Approximately 3 minutes later, Jialuo hurriedly reached Lu Tianyu's side, panting. Upon seeing Lu Tianyu's pallid face, eyes closed and motionless in the marsh, Jialuo called out in alarm. For Jialuo, Lu Tianyu was her only reliance. Having undertaken countless extraordinary actions for her sake, both emotionally and rationally, she could not bear the thought of him coming to harm. Stop swaying. I'm not dead yet, just immobilized. As Jialuo was on the verge of tears, Lu Tianyu finally opened his eyes and spoke slowly, startling Jialuo into a somewhat flustered stance. He continued, this is not the time for daydreaming. Do you have a plan for what to do next? 200 meters away in the marsh, the soul masters under Li Xin's command were still struggling through the mire. While a fierce battle between Suyi and Jieli persisted further afield, Jialuo glanced around, then looked down at Lu Tianyu, saying, you lead the way. I will follow your instructions. At that moment, Jialuo felt utterly bewildered by their predicament. She was reluctant to stray too far from her father, but was at a loss regarding how to handle the immediate dangers surrounding them. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tianyu instructed, first, check Li Xin's soul guide device to see if there is any food made by food-type soul masters stored within. Then, we must evade the enemy's pursuit. Of course, you may choose to leave me behind if you wish. Lu Tianyu's words provoked an indignant rebuttal from Jialuo. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly abandon you? If it weren't for your rescue earlier, I would have perished long ago. After speaking, Jialuo painfully approached Li Xin, suppressing her fear and disgust as she retrieved his soul guide device. Upon inspection, she discovered that over half of its contents were intimate clothing belonging to women, with the remainder consisting of some gold soul coins, food, and beverages. Previously, she had found Li Xin to be quite dashing and suave, but she never imagined he would possess such a sordid side. Failing to locate any food made by food-type soul masters, she could no longer endure the chill of revulsion and hurled Li Xin's soul guide device far away. Upon returning to Lu Tianyu's side, her cheeks were flushed. Through his observation haki, Lu Tianyu could clearly perceive Jialuo's actions and even sense her current emotions. It was said that high-level observation haki could listen to another's thoughts, even influencing their mindset. However, Lu Tianyu had only just awakened his observation haki, allowing him to vaguely sense Jialuo's feelings, but not yet discern her thoughts. Speak quickly. We must leave this place. Retrieve the wooden plank I just discarded, place me upon it, and you should be able to maneuver more swiftly using it. Now is not the time for shyness or disgust. Without waiting for Jialuo to respond, Lu Tianyu directed her on their next steps. Truth be told, it was solely due to the expansive meadows and marshes that both he and Jialuo, as soul sovereigns, could escape the pursuit of soul sects and soul kings. In any other environment, their survival would have been far less assured. Hastily, Jialuo dragged Lu Tianyu onto the wooden plank. However, she realized that using a pole for propulsion required suitable materials, which were non-existent in the meadow. After searching through his soul guide device, Lu Tianyu found no appropriate items. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded, let it be a waste, then. I possess a chi mei staff you can tie a piece of clothing to the end to conserve energy. As he spoke, Lu Tianyu summoned his attached soul bone. Upon hearing the mention of clothing, Jialuo recalled the scene she had witnessed in the Xin's soul guide device. Lu Tianyu, using his observation haki, noticed a soul master appearing 50 meters away and urged, once you've evaded this calamity, You can take your time to feel shy and indignant. Quickly. If we are caught by those behind us, the consequences need not be elaborated, he added. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Douluo swiftly seized the floating Chi Mei staff before retrieving a water blue coat from her soul guide device to wrap around the staff's end. Utilizing the wooden plank as a makeshift paddle indeed expedited their movement, and Lu Tianyu further instructed, stay close to the water that will save some strength. Following Lu Tianyu's guidance, Douluo promptly adjusted their course, finding that paddling near the water's edge did indeed require less effort. At that moment, Douluo felt a twinge of admiration for Lu Tianyu's vast knowledge. Although he lay on the plank doing nothing, he continuously employed his observation haki to monitor their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, they had already ventured deeper into the marsh. This area might be home to soul beasts that had existed for 3,000 to 5,000 years. And in Lu Tianyu's current state, even encountering a century-old soul beast would pose a significant threat. After some time, Lu Tianyu squinted and remarked, Douluo, I feel as if our pursuers are quickening their pace. Douluo's forehead was now beaded with sweat as she turned to glance back at the relentless soul masters in pursuit. They've taken off their shoes, ha. I thought they were unaware of how to manage their situation. But now, it seems they've realized that traversing the muddy terrain barefoot is indeed the most efficient means. Lu Tianyu chuckled in response, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Douluo, somewhat exasperated, exclaimed, what are you praising them for at a time like this? If we don't come up with a plan soon, they'll catch up to us. Do not fret. They have Zhang Liang's strategy. But we possess the wall-climbing ladder, Lu Tianyu replied with a grin. Who is Zhang Liang? Where does this ladder come from? What purpose can a ladder serve in this marsh? Douluo inquired, momentarily bewildered. Lu Tianyu, realizing there was no time to explain the idiom, focused his thoughts and summoned the needle-like hidden weapons from his soul guide device. Douluo, insert these needles into the mud, try to choose suitable spots for them. Upon seeing the fine needles Lu Tianyu produced, Douluo finally understood his intentions. This plan is rather treacherous, isn't it? Lu Tianyu slightly opened his narrowed eyes to look at Douluo and whispered, my dear, those individuals are here to kill us. In a fight for survival, one must resort to all means necessary. Anything that ensures our survival and victory is fair game. Have you never been to the Great Soul Arena? Douluo gently shook her head, replying, my father always said that the Great Soul Arena is not a good place, and he has never allowed me to go there. Hearing this, Lu Tianyu silently nodded within. Had Douluo been to the Great Soul Arena, she would not be so naive as to be unaware of the harsh realities they faced. One can only say that a child with a father is truly fortunate, able to peacefully relish the splendors of this world without confronting its darkness. Let us first embed these needles into the mire. Alas, had I known we would encounter such a predicament today, I would have retained the poisonous needles. Garo, with a tremor in her hands, turned to Lu Tianyu. Poisonous needles. How did you come to associate with such perilous objects? Lu Tianyu expressed his reluctance to engage with someone who had not endured the harsh realities of society. For some, the poisonous needles are indeed formidable, yet for others, they are the most reliable of tools. In no time, hundreds of slender needles were embedded into the muck behind Garo, while the pursuing spirit masters felt their target drawing ever closer. Each of them summoned their final reserves of strength to hasten their chase, fearful that others might seize their glory. Ah, my foot, there's something in the mud. Everyone, pay attention, I've been pricked by something. Finally, 3 unfortunate souls stepped onto the needles lodged in the mire, causing the spirit masters chasing Lu Tianyu and Garo to halt. Once one of the spirit masters extracted the needle from his foot, he exclaimed in frustration, damn it. It's a sewing needle. They embedded sewing needles in the mud. Though needles do not pose a fatal threat, being pricked is no pleasant experience. While a layer of soul power could protect against such pricks, the swampy terrain here made it nearly impossible to maintain that barrier. One could plunge deep enough to be ensnared up to the thigh. One spirit master, undeterred by superstition, fled towards the aquatic vegetation. Ah, there's more here. Upon hearing the anguished cries from the thicket behind, Lu Tianyu chuckled softly. Do you see? The barefoot have no fear of the shod. But the shod are wary of being pricked. Garo turned her gaze, clearly observing the expressions of rage on the faces of those spirit masters, a comical sight. Torn between the desire to pursue and the fear of the unknown. All right, Garo, you may take a moment to rest. Let us wait until they devise a means to counter the needles before we strategize further. Garo felt as though her arms had been infused with 100 pounds of vinegar, both sore and exceedingly heavy. Lu Tianyu retrieved a colorful candy from his soul guide device and offered it to her. Garo, Consume this candy. It will hasten your recovery. Previously, Lu Tianyu had given her a similar candy, and though she bore the soreness in her arms, she accepted the colorful confection and sat beside him. Unbeknownst to Lu Tianyu, Garo had noticed the absence of the explosive sounds of spirit techniques colliding, indicating that the battle between Garo and Su Nye had concluded, though the victor remained unknown. Lu Tianyu, how old are you? You appear to be merely 13 or 14. A baby face, perhaps? To stave off her wandering thoughts, Garo initiated a casual conversation with Lu Tianyu, who felt a fog settling over his mind, a consequence of overexerting his observation haki, yet he remained vigilant of his surroundings. I am but a year younger than you, having just turned 14 this year. Garo paused, taken aback by his statement, before responding, you must be deceiving me. Your soul power betrays your age, and your knowledge suggests you are at least 24 or 25. Lu Tianyu had little interest in discussing such matters with Garo, as the previously audible clashes of spirit techniques had vanished. However, he wrestled with whether to divulge the truth to her, knowing her personality. She would undoubtedly seek to ascertain her father's safety. Yet if Su Nye emerged victorious, her departure would be akin to walking into a trap. Just then, Lu Tianyu caught sight of a snow leopard, stretching an impressive 6 meters in length, charging toward him and Garo. He barely had time to open his eyes before he felt himself spiraling into a soft cocoon of soul power. Father. In that moment, Lu Tianyu heard Garo's voice, filled with surprise, followed by the sensation of being swiftly drawn deeper into the swamp. Cough, cough, young brother, thank you. Thank you for protecting my daughter. Lu Tianyu recognized Garo's father's voice, though it sounded strained. Contemplating for a moment, he withdrew another colorful candy from his soul guide. You are too kind, senior. I merely seek to survive. I have a confection made by a food-type soul master. If you do not mind, please partake. Colorful candy, where did you acquire this? Who are you in relation to Xiao Xian? Upon hearing Garo's father's words, Lu Tianyu could not help but open his eyes wide. He had not anticipated that Garo's father would be acquainted with Xiao Xian. Senior knows the soul sage, Xiao Xian. Of course, how could I not? His 6th soul ring was obtained with my assistance in hunting the soul beast. Cough, cough. Without hesitation, Garo's father consumed the colorful candy, continuing. That was over 20 years ago. I recall Xiao Xian mentioning that once created, colorful candy can only be stored for half a month. Yet your candy is vibrant with soul power. It must not have been more than 5 days since its creation. Could it be that Xiao Xian is in the Heaven Do Imperial City? If Xiao Xian were indeed in the Heaven Do Imperial City, Lu Tianyu would certainly have been informed. To be honest, senior, Xiao Xian is one of my mentors. He arrived in the Heaven Do Imperial City less than a month ago. What? A student of Xiao Xian, by the way. I have yet to ask your name. Father, this is Lu Tianyu. Chapter 68. Gravely wounded and on the brink of death before Garo could finish her words. Gary, maintaining his martial spirit form, stumbled and fell into the swamp, carrying both Lu Tianyu and Garo. The sudden turn of events caused Lu Tianyu and Garo to tumble off Gary's back, sinking deeply into the muck. Garo hurriedly struggled to extricate herself from the mire, only to see that both Lu Tianyu and Gary were ensnared in the swamp, unable to move. She rushed to Gary's side, exclaiming, Father, dear father, how are you? Just as Garo was about to pull Gary from the sludge, he suddenly coughed violently, expelling a copious amount of purple blood. Gary's already aged face grew even paler, his breath becoming labored, and the muscles in his body began to twitch uncontrollably. Ah, father, what has happened to you? Garo gasped, having never witnessed someone lose so much blood. She sat beside him, helplessly weeping. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu, trapped in the mud, sensed Gary's dire condition through his observation abilities. After expelling the blood that had been trapped in his chest, Gary's spirit had sharply diminished. The feedback from his perception indicated that Gary's situation was grave. If help did not arrive soon, he might very well perish. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianyu summoned the last remnants of his mental energy to initiate the life restoration process, struggling to control his muscles to crawl out of the mire. Once he shakily stood up, he realized they had reached the edge of the sunset forest. He retrieved the last remaining red candle fruit from his soul guide and placed it into Gary's mouth. However, upon seeing the pool of congealed blood, Lu Tianyu's heart sank further, as it was mixed with fragments of internal organs. Observing Gary's robust yet somewhat emaciated physique, it became apparent that he had long been plagued by chronic illness. This confrontation with Su Nye had already weakened him significantly, even if his injuries were healed. He would likely only survive another 2 or 3 years, suffering from the debilitating effects of his frail condition. Yet, finding someone to treat his injuries was now a pressing concern, as any delay would only exacerbate his condition. The red candle fruit might only sustain him for 3 days. After that, its medicinal properties would wane, marking the end of his life. Lu Tianyu, what has happened to my father? Please, save him, Garo pleaded. Clutching Lu Tianyu's right arm in desperation, struggling to maintain his composure while utilizing life restoration, Lu Tianyu found himself yanked down beside Garo. Suppressing the urge to curse, he turned to her and said, Miss Garo, are you not aware that I am also a patient? Your father is gravely injured and unconscious. I can hold on for a while, but we must leave the meadow for the forest. It will soon grow dark, and staying here is perilous. With Lu Tianyu's guidance, Garo steadied herself and began to gather some branches to fashion a raft, carefully placing Gary onto it before dragging it toward the sunset forest. Lu Tianyu gritted his teeth and trailed behind, moving slowly. As dusk approached, Garo finally reached the boundary where the sunset forest met the meadow. Spotting a cave formed by 2 boulders leaning against each other, Lu Tianyu suggested they use it as a temporary shelter for the night. Once Garo had moved Gary inside, Lu Tianyu leaned against the cave wall and slowly sat down. Garo, regardless of how cold it gets tonight, do not light a fire. I can't hold on much longer. I need to rest. Lu Tianyu's voice dwindled, and before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Having completely exhausted his mental energy, unconscious, both Lu Tianyu and Gary felt nothing, but for Garo. It was as if she were on the brink of a feral beast's jaws. Just yesterday morning, she had been thrilled to witness the vast meadow for the first time, but now, under the dim starlight, it felt utterly terrifying. Before long, Garo felt an intense chill enveloping her. It was not merely the cold wind from the meadow, but an icy dread creeping into her heart. Yet she dared not leave the cave, nor attempt to gather firewood. Although Garo was inexperienced in the ways of the world and lacked the savvy of a seasoned soul master, she was far from foolish. On the contrary, she was quite astute. She believed that Lu Tianyu's warning against lighting a fire was for a significant reason. Shivering, Garo made her way to where Lu Tianyu lay, leaning against the stone wall beside him, finding some comfort in his presence. Memories of the day flooded her mind, particularly Lu Tianyu's astonishing abilities. Effortlessly traversing the muck of the meadow, he had faced a soul saint head-on with the power of a soul emperor, employing clever tactics to elude their pursuers. At that moment, Garo felt an unprecedented curiosity about Lu Tianyu's origins. From the conversation between her father and Lu Tianyu, it seemed that Lu Tianyu's mentor was an acquaintance of her father. Truth be told, many of the events of the day had far exceeded Garo's understanding, and upon reflection, Lu Tianyu's actions seemed utterly unfathomable. She could only describe his behavior as extraordinary, particularly the way he had slain Li Exine, which was not only astonishing but beyond imagination. Unbeknownst to her, Garo leaned her head against Lu Tianyu's shoulder and drifted into a deep slumber, dreaming that she was being pursued by many. She ran desperately through the muddy meadow, but no matter how fast she sprinted, she could not escape her pursuers. As dawn broke, Garo awoke with a start, realizing she was pressed closely against Lu Tianyu. A blush crept over her cheeks, and recalling her dream where she had been calling out while fleeing only deepened her embarrassment. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Gary, lying on the raft, suddenly began to cough. Garo rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Father, dear father, you have awakened at last." Gary appeared even more frail than before, his lips covered in a thick layer of frost, his breathing erratic, and his muscles twitching sporadically, creating a frightful sight. Garo, for father. I'm fine. Gary strained to utter those words. Hearing his hoarse voice, Garo remembered that she had some fresh water. Hastily, she retrieved it from her soul guide and helped Gary drink, then approached Lu Tianyu to offer him some water as well. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Tianyu's biological clock had kicked in, but due to the excessive mental strain from the previous day, he struggled to awaken. Realizing Garo was giving him water, he finally roused from his slumber, only to choke as he disrupted his drinking rhythm. Lu Tianyu, you're awake. How do you feel? Garo asked. After a night's rest, Lu Tianyu felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his muscles and tendons. It's nothing serious. It's merely the aftermath of using forbidden techniques. The cave fell into a tranquil silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, with Garo's support, Gary managed to sit up on the raft. He looked toward Lu Tianyu, his voice hoarse, and said, "Little brother Lu Tianyu, we truly do not know how to express our gratitude for your help. Young brother, you claim to be a disciple of Xiao Xian. But Xiao Xian is a master of the food department. How could he choose you as a student? Lu Tianyu slightly opened his squinted eyes and replied, Senior, you misunderstand. I am not a true disciple of teacher Xiao Xian. I merely study at the Soul Master Academy where he teaches. After hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Jilly became increasingly puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I see. Then who is the teacher guiding your cultivation? A mentor capable of producing such an outstanding student must be no ordinary figure. Lu Tianyu thought to himself that Jelly would not survive for long, so there was no need to conceal certain truths from him. My teacher is the Killing Corner Lu Erlong from the Golden Iron Triangle, and my cultivation mentor is the Wisdom Corner Master Yu Xiaojiang from the same esteemed group. The Golden Iron Triangle, the Wisdom Corner. No wonder. As a Soul Douluo level master, Jelly was naturally aware of the Golden Iron Triangle. After listening to Lu Tianyu's explanation, he finally understood. Jielu, on the other hand, felt as though she were deciphering an ancient text, and she anxiously interjected, Wait, what is the Golden Iron Triangle? What do you mean by the Killing Corner and Wisdom Corner? Surprised by Jialu's ignorance, Lu Tianyu glanced at her. Jelly coughed lightly and said, Please don't take offense. Young brother, my daughter has been pampered since childhood, so it is not unusual for her not to have heard of your esteemed teacher's name. Senior, you jest. The Golden Iron Triangle is a matter from over 20 years ago. In fact, I only learned a month ago that Master Yu Xiaojiang, who teaches me, is part of the Wisdom Corner of the Golden Iron Triangle. But who exactly are the Golden Iron Triangle figures? I have never heard of the Wisdom Corner Master Yu Xiaojiang. Jelly felt frustrated that he could not interject, while Jelly looked at Lu Tianyu with a sense of helplessness. It was Lu Tianyu who spoke up. If you have not heard of them, then so be it. If you have the chance, you might visit Shrek Academy. The Golden Iron Triangle is now based there. Ah, Shrek Academy. The institution that only admits prodigies and not ordinary individuals? Jialu recalled upon hearing Lu Tianyu mention Shrek Academy, and she turned to him, saying, But I heard that Shrek Academy is in the Barak Kingdom. Indeed, the old Shrek Academy was in the Barak Kingdom. Just a month ago, we merged with Lambo Academy to form the new Shrek Academy. Jialu was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, exclaiming, Wait, you are only 14 years old, and you are a student of Shrek Academy? Lu Tianyu nodded gently in response to Jialu's words, remaining silent. Just as Jialu was about to speak, Lu Tianyu's observation haki suddenly detected a black-clad soul master with flight capabilities approaching the edge of the meadow. He quickly gestured for Jialu to be silent. And in that instant, Lu Tianyu felt as if his body had ignited like a firecracker. The flying soul master skimmed past the edge of the meadow before vanishing from the range of Lu Tianyu's observation haki. Only then did he exhale a breath of turbid air and whisper, Someone has come here. We must evacuate immediately. This place is no longer safe. Jelly had also sensed the presence of the flying soul master and, struggling to stand, said with immense fury, Damn it. Are Su Lian and Li Xian still not giving up? Cough, cough. Father. Jelly's anger aggravated his injuries, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Observing this, Lu Tianyu thought to himself that Jelly's wounds appeared to be more severe than he had imagined. At this rate, he could only last until tomorrow at most. Jelly waved his hand at Jialu, who looked worriedly at him, saying, I'm fine. I can walk on my own. You should assist young brother Lu. Wait, Jialu. You must clean up the bloodstains before we leave. Jialu hesitated at Lu Tianyu's suggestion, but Jelly intervened at that moment, saying, Listen to young brother Lu. After speaking, Jelly glanced at Lu Tianyu, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. Lu Tianyu then activated his life return ability, forcing himself to stand against the stone wall. After instructing Jelly to clean the blood, he cautiously exited the cave with Jialu's support. Jelly weakly asked, Young brother Lu, in your opinion, what should we do next? Although Lu Tianyu was uncertain why Jelly was asking him, he replied, Senior, both of us are injured and lack any combat capability. Therefore, returning to the meadow is the best choice, but the environment there is harsh, with no place to conceal ourselves. If we are discovered by the enemy, we will be immediately surrounded. Thus, I suggest we take refuge in the Sunset Forest. Although it is home to many powerful soul beasts, evading them is simpler than escaping pursuit from human soul masters. After hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Jelly nodded lightly, saying, All right, Jialu. We will seek refuge in the Sunset Forest. But, Father, Jialu protested, to which Jelly gently interrupted. Have faith in the student of the Wisdom Corner from the Golden Iron Triangle. He then turned and stepped into the Sunset Forest. Jialu supported Lu Tianyu, following closely behind Jelly, and whispered, Hey, Lu Tianyu, Is Master Yu Xiaojing really that formidable? Lu Tianyu chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, that depends on your perspective. In terms of soul power, Master is merely at the 29th level. 29th level? Huh. So he is just a great soul master? However, when it comes to the theory of martial soul cultivation, Master is an unrivaled figure in the soul master realm. Lu Tianyu then added a remark that made Jialu stop her mocking laughter. Perhaps Master Yu's references in the materials he sought were not solely his own collection, but the breadth of knowledge he possessed was unmatched in the soul master community. Chapter 69. The Ulcer of Attachment. Garo glanced at Gali, who was leading the way ahead. In her eyes, only soul masters whose soul power reached levels of 70 or 80, like her father, could be deemed as formidable. What used were eloquent words. No matter how much she spoke, she was merely a 29th level great soul master. Initially, Lu Tianyu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Garo. He merely wished to find a suitable hiding place to recuperate from his injuries. However, after hearing Garo's words, he could no longer contain himself. He turned, opened his squinting eyes, and looked into Garo's eyes, saying, the tragedy of ignorance. Knowledge may not inflict direct harm upon your adversaries, yet it can render them vulnerable and riddled with flaws. Take you, for instance. If I am not mistaken, your martial soul, the breaking bow, possesses only one skill. An extreme martial soul naturally bears extreme characteristics. Judging by the attack speed and lethality you've previously exhibited, the fundamental attribute of the breaking bow should solely be attack speed, while its attack power is determined by the amount of soul power infused. To unleash an arrow at full power, you require approximately 5 to 6 seconds to accumulate soul power. Considering your soul power consumption, you can at most shoot 8 arrows at full attack power before exhausting your reserves. Moreover, when a soul master consumes more than half of their soul power in a short duration, they begin to feel fatigue. This means you can shoot only 4 arrows at full power before feeling weary. After firing the 5th arrow, you will lack the strength to move or escape. After this lengthy discourse, both Lu Tianyu and Garo felt a wave of dizziness. Lu Tianyu was lightheaded from speaking excessively and reducing his breathing, leading to a mild state of cerebral hypoxia. Garo, on the other hand, was astonished by the precision and comprehensiveness of Lu Tianyu's assessment of her martial soul, leaving her momentarily dazed. Even Gali was taken aback by Lu Tianyu's words. After several deep breaths, Lu Tianyu continued, though your martial soul exhibits extreme characteristics, its attack power is quite formidable. A defensive soul master whose soul power exceeds yours by 5 levels would not necessarily withstand your arrows at full force. Your attack power is comparable to that of a 38 or 39 level assault-type soul elder. This is indeed an advantage of extreme characteristic martial souls. Garo remained speechless for a while before addressing Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu, what manner of being are you? Even my esteemed father has never provided such a thorough and accurate evaluation of my martial soul. What you have stated contains aspects that I, its master, am unaware of. A faint smile appeared on Lu Tianyu's face as he squinted at Garo, replying, the Shrek Academy is inherently a school for monsters. Those who gain admission to study there are unequivocally extraordinary. At this juncture, Lu Tianyu paused slightly before continuing, however, I must remind you, while your martial soul grants you exceptional attack power, the enhancement to your other attributes is not as pronounced. Should you find yourself within the attack range of a speed or control type soul master, you will have no strength left to resist and will be taken by your opponent. Thus, I suggest that in addition to mastering shooting accuracy, you should also focus on learning self-created soul skills for escape or self-defense. It would be prudent to seek a soul bone endowed with teleportation or instantaneous acceleration abilities. Only then can you effectively enhance your survival capabilities on the battlefield. In that moment, Garo truly felt a sense of admiration for Lu Tianyu, realizing her own fragility in his presence. Noticing Garo's silence, Lu Tianyu internally sighed in relief. If he continued to engage her further, his mental fortitude would surely be depleted. Garo, this is the strength of the wisdom corner of the Golden Iron Triangle. In the realm of martial souls, even soul masters of the title Douluo level would not underestimate the wisdom of the master. At this moment, Gali's hoarse voice emerged, recounting the illustrious achievements of the Golden Iron Triangle from over 20 years past. The trio traversed the sunset forest for approximately 3 hours until they reached a sunlit hillside. Atop the hill was a forest of large trees, while below lay a grassy expanse of about 40 acres, bordered by a clear mountain stream. Remarkably, in the center of the hill was a small cave approximately 8 or 9 meters deep, seemingly carved by natural water erosion during the rainy season. The soul beasts inhabiting the large forest were mostly non-aggressive towards humans, making this location ideal for setting up camp and recuperating. Unable to contain herself, Garo exclaimed, "It's just a mere little cave. How can you speak of it so eloquently?" "Garo, do not be disrespectful. What Lu is saying are indeed precious words of wisdom in the Soul Beast Forest," Gali interjected hurriedly, turning to Lu Tianyu. "I beg your pardon, young brother Lu. My daughter has been quite impudent. Please do not take offense." Lu Tianyu reclined on a patch of wild grass, saying, "Senior, you jest. I merely articulated what you were already inclined to express." Gali also settled onto the grass and turned to Garo, saying, "Garo, please fetch some clean water from the stream for young brother Lu." From the moment she spotted the stream, Garo's gaze had been scanning the hillside. And upon hearing Gali's request, excitement gleamed in her eyes. "Garo, you may only collect water. Absolutely do not wash your face or engage in any other activities in the stream." Garo's excitement was quickly replaced by confusion as Lu Tianyu explained. "We must strive to leave no trace behind to avoid detection by those with ulterior motives. Furthermore, this stream flows into unknown territories, which may attract soul beasts that hunt by tracking scent." "Garo, young brother Lu is correct. Alas, it seems I have truly spoiled you in the past." Gali reflected, unable to find fault with Lu Tianyu's words and thus humorously acknowledging his overindulgence of Garo. Before long, Garo returned with a vessel of clear water for Lu Tianyu and Gali. In truth, the water from the Soul Beast Forest was not advisable for direct consumption. However, at that moment, Lu Tianyu and Gali paid little heed to such considerations. Drinking the water Garo had brought before reclining on the wild grass to bask in the sun and rest. Exhausted from their journey, Garo soon fell into a deep slumber on the grass. "Young brother Lu, thank you for not disclosing my condition to Garo." Gali, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly spoke, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Tianyu, who merely shook his head lightly. "Senior, you jest. I cannot possibly know what your condition is. Young brother, with your knowledge, how could you be unaware of my current state? I can only hold on until noon tomorrow at best." Gali forced a grim smile, adding, "Had it not been for you giving me the red candle fruit, I would have perished last night." Coughing slightly, he continued, "In truth, I am not afraid of death at all, since Garo's mother departed from me. My heart has long since perished." Lu Tianyu sensed a precarious situation unfolding, interpreting Gali's words as a prelude to entrusting him with a legacy. "Young brother, may I impose upon you a request?" While Lu Tianyu was still contemplating what Gali might say next, he was taken aback when Gali immediately voiced this request. "Senior, please speak freely. I will do my utmost to assist if within my capabilities." At this moment, Lu Tianyu could only acquiesce to Gali's intentions. Although Gali was gravely injured, it would still be quite simple for him to dispose of Lu Tianyu if he so desired. When one is on the verge of death, who knows what their true intentions may be? Gali turned his head with a tender gaze towards the sleeping Garo beside him, then shifted his attention to Lu Tianyu, saying, "After I am gone, I wish to ask you, young brother, to take care of my daughter. I wonder if you would consent to this." Lu Tianyu sensed the underlying sincerity in Gali's words through his observation haki. He could vaguely perceive Gali's contemplation and indecision at that moment. Uncertain of how to respond, Lu Tianyu remained silent for a long while before finally saying, "Senior, do you truly have such faith in me? Although we fought side by side, it was merely a matter of survival for me. We are but strangers. Is it not a bit clutch to entrust such a burden?" Just then, Garo, who had only recently fallen asleep, suddenly awoke with a start, calling out the name Li Xian. This abruptness triggered an outburst of soul energy from Gali, who stood up alertly, scanning the surroundings. Lu Tianyu, startled by Garo's sudden awakening from her nightmare, spoke gently, "Lady Garo, please, refrain from such alarm. Li Xian is already deceased. Did you not witness it with your own eyes yesterday?" "What? Li Xian is dead? How could that be?" Cough, cough. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, Gali became agitated, causing his internal injuries to flare up, resulting in a fit of coughing that expelled a copious amount of black blood. Lu Tianyu caught a whiff of sulfur in the air, a scent unusual for blood, which typically bears only a metallic or putrid odor. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from a conversation with his master, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Garo rushed to support her father, urging him to sit down. "Father, are you all right? Your coughing fits have become more frequent lately." Gali waved his hand towards Garo and turned to Lu Tianyu, inquiring, "How did Li Xian die?" "It is impossible for him to perish. Father, Uncle Li Xian, he fell at the hands of Lu Tianyu. My daughter witnessed it yesterday." Garo's assertion, though firsthand, seemed hard to believe, even for her. Lu Tianyu struggled to rise and approached Gali, saying, "Senior, may I examine your elbow?" At that moment, Gali's mind was clouded, allowing Lu Tianyu to push his sleeve up to reveal his arm. What met Lu Tianyu's eyes was Gali's robust bone structure, typically indicative of muscularity in a person, yet Gali's arm bore only prominent veins and a layer of skin devoid of muscle. More alarmingly, large brownish spots marred his elbow area, appearing as if they had emerged directly on his bones. Indeed, as I suspected, Garo understood that Lu Tianyu would not undertake frivolous actions, and as he lowered Gali's arm, she quickly interjected, "Lu Tianyu, have you discovered something? You know what ailment my father suffers from, do you not?" Lu Tianyu's gaze swept across Gali's face, and upon meeting Garo's eyes, he nodded gently in affirmation. "Truly, this is splendid news. My father is saved," Garo exclaimed joyfully, embracing Gali and looking up at Lu Tianyu, pleading, "Please, tell me, what affliction has befallen my father? Do you possess a remedy? If you can cure my father, I would be willing to pay any price." Lu Tianyu shook his head with a bitter smile, responding, "Lady Garo, while I may understand the nature of your father's illness, there is no one in this world capable of curing it." "Ah, impossible. If it is a disease, there must be a means to treat it," Garo retorted immediately, convinced that knowledge of her father's ailment would imply a solution. Gali raised his hand and affectionately ruffled Garo's hair, saying, "Garo, Lu, please enlighten us as to what disease I have. Even if I must die, I wish to die with understanding." Cough, cough. "Father," Garo exclaimed in protest. But Gali suddenly coughed up another significant amount of sulphurous black blood. "It's all right, Garo, young brother. Please, enlighten us," Gali implored, bowing slightly in gratitude. Lu Tianyu quickly supported Gali, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, senior. I shall certainly clarify your doubts." Lu Tianyu addressed both Gali and Garo. "Have you ever heard the term bone-invading carbuncle?" Garo looked at him with some confusion, replying, "Of course, but how does that relate to my father's affliction?" Lu Tianyu nodded. "It is indeed relevant, for your father's condition stems from this very ailment. Bone-invading carbuncle." Garo and Gali gazed at Lu Tianyu in bewilderment, and Lu Tianyu continued, "This affliction is a peculiar entity that lies somewhere between a disease and a venomous insect. To date, no one has accurately classified it. And curing it requires the extraction of the infected bone within 3 days of its invasion. Otherwise, the opportunity to eradicate it will be lost forever. Even if the contaminated bone is removed, other bones will soon become reinfected. This condition perpetuates itself, consuming the host's bone structure. Bones that have been invaded become extremely brittle, easily reduced to powder. Due to this unique reproductive characteristic, the bone-invading carbuncle was a notorious method employed 4 centuries ago among spirit masters to seize other soul bones." Chapter 70, The Control Water Skull of Elemental Condensation, the Explosive Power Attack Trunk Bone. At this juncture, Lu Tianyu began to comprehend the implications of the conversation he had overheard between Li Xian and Su Nian yesterday. They had mentioned that Jieli had usurped something that did not rightfully belong to him, and upon reflection, it seemed to refer to the soul bones possessed by Jieli. "Ha. So that was it. Cough, cough, cough." It appeared that Jieli had come to some realizations as he suddenly threw back his head in laughter, only to be met with renewed pain, resulting in a spurt of dark blood. "Father." Garo promptly patted Jieli's back and retrieved some fresh water from the soul guide device for him to rinse his mouth. After expelling the dark blood, Jieli felt a measure of relief, and the pallor of his cheeks regained some color. Garo turned to Lu Tianyu and asked, "Lu Tianyu, is there truly no remedy for the bone parasite?" Lu Tianyu shook his head gently and replied, "For 100 years ago, the Pope of the Spirit Hall issued a decree prohibiting any soul master, family, or sect from cultivating the bone parasite. The Spirit Hall has also destroyed all related records. Now, only a few ancient powers have references to it in their archives." Jieli reached out to gently stroke Garo's head and said to Lu Tianyu, "Little brother, thank you. Thank you for unraveling this enigma that has plagued me for 15 years. Lu Tianyu, however, was not particularly interested in the riddle that Jieli spoke of. Instead, he pondered what kind of soul bone could provoke Sun Yin and Li Xian to resort to the bone parasite against Jieli. Typically, to seize a soul master's soul bone, one merely needed to slay the master, allowing the bone to detach naturally. The only soul bones that required such insidious methods to acquire were the most precious among the 6, the trunk bone. The trunk bone envelopes the entire torso of the soul master, and killing a soul master who possesses it risks damaging the soul bone. Hence, employing the bone parasite to corrupt Jieli's bones would ensure that upon his demise, the soul bone would fall away intact. Noticing Lu Tianyu sitting cross-legged on the grass, eyes narrowed in contemplation, Jelly too began to reflect on certain matters. However, he was soon reminded of Lu Tianyu's earlier mention of Li Xin's death. And he turned to Lu Tianyu and inquired, "Little brother, you truly killed Li Xin?" At that moment, Lu Tianyu wished to avoid invoking Jelly's ire. And with a thought, he retrieved the head soul bone that had fallen from Li Xin's body from his soul guide, the control water skull of elemental condensation. Upon seeing the head soul bone emanating a brilliant blue glow, Jelly instinctively exclaimed its full name. After hearing Jelly's words, Lu Tianyu felt a profound sense of regret. This soul bone was unsuitable for him and for anyone in the Shrek team. Soul bones come in various attributes, most commonly categorized as mental, power, elemental, speed, defense, and support. Li Xin's control water skull of elemental condensation belonged to the elemental category, whereas head soul bones are typically of the mental type, with only a slim chance of being of other kinds. Among those he knew, Garo seemed the most appropriate candidate to absorb this soul bone, as her martial soul leaned towards the water attribute. By absorbing this soul bone, she would be able to manipulate water elements as arrows, significantly enhancing her sustained combat capabilities. "Garo, please go check on the cave. Set up our camp." Garo, upon hearing Jelly's words, turned to cast a deep glance at Lu Tianyu, clearly discerning that her father intended to send her away. As previously mentioned, Garo was an astute girl, well aware of what she should and should not do. She obediently stood up and made her way to the cave at the center of the slope, without making excuses or seeking to linger. At that moment, Lu Tianyu's mind echoed with Jelly's words, "Little brother, the impact you have brought me grows ever greater. Rest assured, I will not inquire about how you killed Li Xin. I merely wish to propose a trade." This marked the first time Lu Tianyu had encountered the advanced soul master technique of sound manipulation. Just as he was about to respond, Jelly's voice resonated in his mind once more. "Just listen to what I have to say. There is no need for you to speak. I wish to exchange the explosive power attack trunk bone within me for the control water skull of elemental condensation. And I also require your protection for my daughter for 5 years." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu abruptly opened his narrowed eyes, gazing at Jelly in disbelief. Generally, power-type soul bones are born from the bones of the arms, yet Jelly's soul bone was a power-type trunk bone. "I suspect you have also deduced that I possess a soul bone. The explosive power attack trunk bone I carry was obtained when I hunted the 70,000-year-old saber-toothed Tiger King during my ascension to Douluo. My good brothers Sun Yin and Li Xin aided me in that hunt, and they both insisted that the soul beast I hunted rightfully granted me the soul bone. Little did I know they remained obsessed with it, even devising a plot against me 16 years ago. Lu Tianyu could only think that had he known of the soul bone within Jelly, he would have sought to eliminate him with the bone parasite. The trunk bone is the most coveted among the 6 main soul bones due to the substantial enhancement it provides to a soul master's attributes. As the master once stated, a single trunk bone is equivalent in value to the combined worth of 4 other bones from the arms and legs. Moreover, a power-type soul bone would be the most suitable for him. Should he absorb Jelly's trunk bone, he could confidently absorb a 10,000-year soul ring upon reaching the 4th. Even more precious, his second soul and external soul bone also originated from the saber-toothed tiger. Absorbing this trunk bone could potentially lead to the evolution of his external soul bone, trading a soul bone of lesser value, which held little utility for him, for one that was highly compatible and beneficial seemed most advantageous. For this reason, Lu Tianyu struggled to find a reason to refuse Jelly's offer. "Very well, I shall agree. But regarding Garo," Lu Tianyu managed a voice, suppressing his inner excitement. Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's concern for Garo, a satisfied glimmer appeared in Jelly's eyes. "Though he did not express it outwardly, the trade is established, but I wish for you to first hand over the control water skull of elemental condensation. You may obtain it after I pass, when the soul bone falls away." Without hesitation, Lu Tianyu tossed the azure soul bone beside Jelly. Jelly instinctively looked at Lu Tianyu with a hint of surprise. He felt an increasing sense of satisfaction towards this young man, and a subtle smile crept onto his face as he said, "Leave Garo to me." By evening, Garo had finally organized the cave and approached Jelly and Lu Tianyu, inviting them to rest within. Upon entering the cave, they discovered that Garo had prepared a resting area with soft pine needles, prompting Lu Tianyu to acknowledge her attentiveness. After surveying the cave, he calculated a plan and turned to Garo, saying, "Garo, please use your martial soul to create a ventilation opening in that direction. Tonight, We can light a fire beneath it, and additionally, hang these small bells on the nearby bushes and grass. After spending the past few days together, Garo no longer questioned Lu Tianyu's words. Following his instructions, she shot a ventilation hole into the cave wall with her broken soul bow. Subsequently, she hung the bells Lu Tianyu had retrieved within a 50-meter radius outside the cave. By the time Garo returned to the cave, she was utterly exhausted. Originally, Lu Tianyu intended to offer his last colorful candy to her, yet he realized that this single piece was all that remained of his supplies. Thus, he merely instructed Gallo to tend to the fire and rest well. Golly, observing Lu Tianyu's weary demeanor, remarked, "Young brother, if you're tired, you should take a moment to rest." Lu Tianyu understood that Gali was preparing to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Gallo, and he gently nodded before reclining on his resting platform. He closed his eyes and quickly drifted into slumber, having kept himself alert and focused for an extended period. "Gallo, what do you think of Lu Tianyu, this young man?" Gali inquired, gently stroking Gallo's mud-streaked hair. Gallo turned to him and replied, "He is the most remarkable peer I have ever encountered. It is unlikely that one could find another youth in the Spirit Master realm who possesses such exceptional talent, knowledge, strength, and character." Upon hearing Gallo's words, Gali added, "Gallo, I have entrusted you to Lu Tianyu's care. He has also promised to look after you for 5 years. Father, what are you saying?" Gallo's cheeks flushed red as she cast a furtive glance at Lu Tianyu before burying her face in her chest. Gali, observing Gallo's reaction, felt a pang of regret regarding his decision, yet he reconsidered. Perhaps a relationship between Gallo and Lu Tianyu would not be so bad after all. He held a very favorable impression of Lu Tianyu, and if he were to select a son-in-law, Lu Tianyu would undoubtedly surpass all the young men he knew. However, he reminded himself that each generation has its own fortune, and there was no need for him to fret over Gallo's future. "My dear Gallo, you have always been a well-behaved and understanding girl. Given the circumstances, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. I must be honest." Gali's expression turned grave as he continued, "I have at most 12 hours left to live. After 12 hours, I shall either succumb to the resurgence of my affliction or die from internal injuries." "Father." Gallo's face contorted in desperation as she tried to halt Gali's words. But he simply raised his hand to gently pat her head, urging her to remain calm. "I apologize, Gallo, for having deceived you in the past." Gallo recognized the sincerity in her father's serious demeanor, and at that moment, her world began to crumble. For the man who had held up her sky was on the brink of departing from this world. Gali smiled warmly at Gallo, saying, "Gallo, my daughter, there are no eternal banquets in this world. I believe that even in my absence, you will live a splendid life." He then presented her with a gift, retrieving a brilliantly radiant blue elemental soul bone from his soul guide. This soul bone was exchanged with Lu Tianyu for one of mine. The agreement also included caring for you for 5 years. With your innate full soul power, after 5 more years of cultivation, you will undoubtedly become an outstanding spirit master. Gallo bit her lip to suppress her tears, but they flowed freely down her cheeks like a string of pearls. "Father, dear father." Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, she threw herself into Gali's embrace and wept. Gali gently patted her back, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet he remained silent. After an indeterminate time, Gallo finally ceased her crying and looked up at her increasingly aged father, speechless. "Good child, such is life. Do you remember my teachings?" Gallo nodded, her voice still laced with tears. "Yes, to face everything with a smile, whether in sorrow or joy." Gali nodded approvingly. "Very well, you remember. Then I can rest easy. Now, absorb this soul bone, and let me protect you once more." Gallo, with tears in her eyes, accepted the elemental soul bone from Gali. Under his guidance, she absorbed it into her body. The soul bone transformed into a surge of energy that flowed into her head, prompting her to close her eyes and concentrate on refining the soul power within. Coughing violently, Gali expelled a large spout of dark blood, grimacing at the flames before him. "Ha ha ha, Sunya. Should I thank you or resent you?" Gali felt increasingly overwhelmed. At this rate, he would not survive until the following noon, succumbing either to internal injuries or the resurgence of his affliction. Yet, upon seeing Gallo meditating and refining the soul bone nearby, his resolve strengthened. He channeled his soul power to forcibly suppress the escalating turmoil within him. As dawn broke the next day, a surge of soul power emanated from Gallo, signaling her breakthrough to level 32. After a moment, she stirred, awakening from her deep meditation, only to find that her father's hair had turned completely silver. "Father." "Ah, splendid. This soul bone from Li Xian truly suits you," Gali rasped. "Gallo, my journey has reached its end. I sincerely wish for you to remain joyful every day. At that moment, as Gali's mind loosened, the internal injuries and affliction he had been suppressing erupted simultaneously. With a sickening sound, Gali's body deflated like a punctured balloon. His bones disintegrated into powder, scattered by the uncontrollable surge of soul power within him. Father! Startled awake by Gallo's terrified cry, Lu Tianyu opened his eyes to witness Gali's form rapidly dissipating. In his final moments, Gali cast a meaningful glance at Lu Tianyu. Filled with trust and urgency, Lu Tianyu felt the backlash from his own injuries intensify beyond yesterday's severity. He struggled to rise, but could only vow, "Rest assured, Senior. I, Lu Tianyu, swear by my martial soul, I shall surely take good care of Miss Gallo." Chapter 71. Full revival upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words. Jelly peacefully closed his eyes, ultimately succumbing to the rapid engulfment of his head by the necrotic affliction. All that remained before them were Jelly's garments and a shard of soul bone emanating a lustrous obsidian hue. Father! Galro did not wail as Lu Tianyu had anticipated. Rather, he sat vacantly on the ground, softly calling out and shedding silent tears. Lu Tianyu lay quietly upon the pine needles, expressing his utter helplessness. Had he not provided Jelly with the red candle fruit, Jelly would have perished the previous night. To divert his mind, Lu Tianyu closed his eyes and began to reflect on the events of the past few days. After thorough contemplation, he recognized numerous shortcomings within himself, primarily stemming from the arrogance associated with the 8 gates of bypass. Previously, he had believed that by opening the 6th gate, he could challenge a soul saint directly. But his battle with Li Xin revealed that not all soul saints could be easily subdued by merely opening 6 gates. Additionally, he realized he had not diligently practiced his swordsmanship. In the world of One Piece, swordsmen are considered a branch of physical combat training. Although they do not heavily train in hand-to-hand combat, they equally emphasize physical strength, stamina, and overall fitness. The power gained from such training could be harnessed to wield swords and blades effectively. If he had grasped the essence of breathing in all things, he would not have needed to reach the 6th gate to defeat Li Xin. However, it was the pressure exerted by Li Xin that enabled him to comprehend the concept of armament haki. Having attained both observation haki and armament haki, Lu Tianyu felt compelled to revise his future training regimen, with observation haki allowing him to foresee an opponent's attack trajectory. The efficacy of his soft fist technique would be significantly enhanced. Moreover, the spear techniques he had neglected could now be refined with the assistance of armament haki. Upon mastering the 6 forms, he anticipated achieving the 6 King's Spear, which would surpass the 6 forms in power. As for his swordsmanship, with armament haki aiding him, he had embarked on the path of a swordmaster. Further refinement of the Tiger's Roar War blade into a black blade would elevate him to the status of a formidable swordsman capable of cleaving mountains with a single strike. At that moment, Lu Tianyu felt overwhelmed by the multitude of skills he needed to cultivate, yet he understood that one's energy is ultimately finite. He had to prioritize. And after much contemplation, he resolved to focus solely on observation haki, armament haki, and sword techniques until he absorbed the 4th soul ring. As for the soft fist and the 6 forms, their power, augmented by observation and armament haki, was sufficiently formidable. Lu Tianyu also felt that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from employing the 8 gates of bypass due to the excruciating backlash it inflicted upon him, a pain he was currently enduring. Lu Tianyu, how are you faring? Just as Lu Tianyu redirected his focus to the repercussions of the 8 gates of bypass, he suddenly felt a wave of intense discomfort coursing through his organs and limbs. Meanwhile, Gaoro, who had been gathering her father's belongings, hurried to Lu Tianyu's side, inquiring about his condition. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at Gaoro, he noticed that aside from her slightly swollen eyes, she appeared otherwise untroubled. Gently shaking his head, he replied, "To slay a soul saint as a soul master comes at a cost. Though I may survive, this sensation is more agonizing than death itself." As he spoke, his teeth chattered, causing Gaoro to feel an urgent concern, yet she was at a loss for how to assist him. After a moment's thought, Gaoro retrieved the torso bone left behind by her father from her soul guide and looked at Lu Tianyu. "Lu Tianyu, do you still possess the strength to absorb the soul bone? Absorbing it requires only soul power, not physical strength." Upon hearing his words, Gaoro placed the explosive attack torso bone upon him, stating, "In accordance with my father's last wishes, this soul bone is now yours. Please absorb it." Lying supine upon the pine needles, Lu Tianyu turned his head to meet Gaoro's gaze, his expression earnest. "Rest assured, Miss Gaoro. I shall honor the promise I made before your esteemed father. I will take good care of you. Stop jesting. We still do not know who is caring for whom, Douluo retorted, her cheeks flushing slightly at Lu Tianyu's words, turning her head shyly toward the cave entrance. Lu Tianyu, feeling equally embarrassed by the situation, concentrated and summoned his soul power to envelop the explosive attack torso bone. As the soul bone made contact with Lu Tianyu's soul power, it transformed into streams of warmth, flowing into his body. Simultaneously, the external soul bone affixed to his spine was also influenced, merging into the torso bone as a gentle warmth. The soul power within the explosive attack torso bone coursed through Lu Tianyu's meridians, simultaneously enhancing his physical attributes. However, as he endured the backlash from his martial soul, the warm soul energy coursing through him only exacerbated his bodily aches. Yet, soon after, a wave of comforting warmth enveloped him, and this paradoxical blend of pain and pleasure persisted until the evening, ultimately dissipating. Following the absorption of the torso bone, the backlash injuries Lu Tianyu had sustained began to heal, and throughout his dreams, three thoughts echoed in his mind. The passive skill of the explosive attack torso bone was to enhance his strength by 200%, while its active skill, unmatched power, would disregard his soul power foundation to amplify his attack power by 500% for a duration of 1 hour. Upon the fusion of the external soul bone and the explosive attack torso bone, an evolutionary effect occurred, granting the external soul bone a permanent increase of 100% to its attack power. Lu Tianyu felt as though these thoughts churned within his mind throughout the night. And at 6 o'clock in the morning, his biological clock roused him. Sitting up, he glanced around, noting that Douluo lay on the opposite resting platform, her back turned to him. The campfire nearby had died down, only embers still flickering with a faint red glow. As he rose, Lu Tianyu felt a desire to stretch. But fearing he might disturb Douluo's rest, he suppressed his discomfort and stepped outside the cave. There, he freely moved his body, hearing a series of popping sounds akin to frying beans emanating from within. Returning to the cave entrance, he sat cross-legged to cultivate his soul power. It was at this moment that he realized his soul power had actually advanced to the 38th level. After circulating his soul power in a complete cycle, he sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to the 39th level. A development that seemed only natural considering the soul bone he had absorbed was from a 70,000-year-old soul beast, and among the most precious soul bones, the torso bone. 2 hours later, the sky brightened considerably, and the eastern dawn was painted golden by the sunlight, a sight of exquisite beauty. At this moment, Lu Tianyu involuntarily thought of Tang San, pondering whether he had also completed his soul power cultivation and was now practicing his eye techniques amidst the morning's first rays. Contemplating Tang San led him to reflect on each member of the Shrek Academy. He wondered what they were all doing at that moment. It had been 7 or 8 days since he had ventured out on his own. Although he had encountered life-threatening dangers, the rewards had been immensely fruitful: observation haki, armament haki, and the torso bone, each acquisition sufficient to counterbalance the crises he had faced. Lu Tianyu turned to look at the still sleeping Douluo, contemplating his next steps. For the purpose of their stay here was to recuperate from their injuries. At this moment, the injuries on my body have healed after absorbing the essence of the skeletal frame, and there is no longer a need to linger in the perilous sunset forest. However, it is impossible for just Douluo and me to return by the same route. Traversing the meadows on the western slopes of the sunset forest back to the Heaven-Do Imperial City is fraught with uncertainty. Who knows if Su Lian has set his sights on the meadow? Thus, I can only guide Douluo through the sunset forest, exiting from its main entrance. Had I not awakened the observation haki, I would not have dared to entertain such thoughts, yet now, with its assistance, I possess a considerable degree of confidence in crossing the sunset forest. The only variable, however, is Douluo. I do not deny her intelligence and understanding of the broader picture. Unfortunately, these attributes hold no value against the soul beast within the sunset forest, so before embarking on our traversal, I must impart some knowledge to her. Gurgle. In the past, I would have been indulging in a feast in the Academy's cafeteria by now. Feeling my stomach, I realize I have not consumed any food for 2 or 3 days. I rummaged through my soul guide but found no sustenance. Activating my observation haki, I discovered that I could clearly see all the animals within a 70-meter radius. Particularly, I spotted the presence of snowfish in the stream, causing my mouth to water uncontrollably. With a flash, I employed the shave technique, and in just 2 quick movements, I arrived at the creek. My observation haki had already locked onto 2 plump snowfish. Appearing as if I could reach out and seize 2 fish weighing 5 or 6 pounds from the water. gently tapping the head of one snowfish with my index finger. An immense force instantly disrupted its brain function. I then swiftly removed the scales, innards, and gills, carrying the two pristine snowfish back to the cave. Glancing at the glowing charcoal in the campfire, I was inspired to cook. I retrieved a dozen copper coins from my soul guide. Covering my right hand with armament hockey, I squeezed lightly, transforming the coins into copper ingots. Subsequently, I crafted 2 sheets of copper foil and filled the fish's abdomen with spices and seasonings from my soul guide. Finally, I wrapped the fish tightly in the copper foil and placed them in the charcoal fire. After completing these tasks, my hunger intensified. Murmur. At that moment, Garo awakened, her eyes fluttering open to find me squatting beside the fire. Her spirit lifted as she spoke. Tianyu, you are all right. I slightly opened my squinted eyes and turned to Garo, saying, Miss Garo, you are awake as well. From now on, just call me Tianyu or Xiaoyu. Oh. And please refrain from calling me Miss. Just Garo will suffice. Perhaps due to just waking up, Garo appeared much better than the previous day. Garo. We shall soon leave this place to seek another campsite. Should we not erect a grave for our fallen comrade? I inquired, noticing Garo's silence. Upon hearing my words, she gently shook her head, saying, My father had given specific instructions, no memorials or mourning after his death. Nodding in response to Garo's words, I said, Garo, I do not know what your elder said to you, but from this day forth, I shall look after you. In truth, I have no family, only a few classmates akin to siblings and a newly appointed teacher. Thus, I plan to take you to Shrek Academy with your talents. You should be able to train there. Garo concealed her sorrow deep within, sitting beside me and saying, I possess innate full soul power. Achieving level 30 by the age of 15. Is this not a remarkable talent? Rubbing my head, I realized both our hair was caked with mud. Squinting at Garo, I remarked, while innate full soul power indeed marks you as a small genius, achieving level 30 at 15. In Shrek Academy, that would only be considered below average. No, perhaps now it could be deemed as above average, especially since our academy has merged with Lambo Academy. Garo's eyes widened at my words. In the Thousand Cave City, she was regarded as an extraordinary talent. Hey, don't think you're a monster and look down upon me. In Thousand Cave City, I am hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. Regarding her talent, Garo was determined to clarify matters with me. I sighed, slightly opening my squinted eyes, and said, All right, let me casually share some information about our Shrek team. Our team leader, Daimubai, is 16 years old, with soul power nearing 38 or 39. The second, Oscar, is the prized disciple of teacher Xiao Xin, an innate full soul power food type soul master, aged 15, with soul power at 33. As for me, I will not elaborate further, but the third member, Tang San, is only 13, and just a month ago, he reached level 34. The fifth member, Xiao Wu, claims to be a few months younger than Tang San. Let us say she is 13, with soul power at 33. Additionally, it is said that Ma Hongjun, who is of similar age to Xiao Wu, can achieve level 30 within a month. The youngest, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, are still under 13, and likely will reach level 30 in a month or two. Garo listened with a bewildered expression throughout my recounting, realizing that the talents of those I mentioned far surpassed her own, particularly the innate full soul power food type soul master, Oscar, and the 13-year-old Tang San, who had reached level 34, made Garo feel as though my words bore embellishment. Chapter 72, Traversing the Sunset Forest with a Look of Skepticism. Gallo gazed at Lu Tianyu's squinted eyes and inquired, Is it true? Are all the students at Shrek Academy monsters? Lu Tianyu chuckled softly. You'll discover the truth once you arrive at Shrek Academy. By the way, Gallo, if you're not afraid of the cold, you may wash in the stream. We are preparing to leave, so there is no need to worry about leaving any traces. Gallo had longed for a refreshing wash and, upon hearing Lu Tianyu's words, eagerly dashed out of the cave to the stream's edge. It was at this moment that she recalled the ability granted by the soul bone she had absorbed, which allowed her to control the water flow. With a mere thought, the stream enveloped her in its gentle embrace. Lu Tianyu maintained a vigilant watch using his observation hockey, ready to respond to any unexpected occurrences. He sensed the fluctuations of Gallo's soul power and the unusual movement of the water, quickly deducing that Gallo possessed the water-controlling soul bone. This particular soul bone suited her perfectly, and it reminded him of the water release techniques from Naruto, prompting a curiosity about the similarities between the soul bone's water manipulation and the ninjutsu. After a good while, Gallo returned to the cave clad in a vibrant green dress. Lu Tianyu remarked, I'll wash up as well. We can eat once I return. Gallo looked at him in confusion, unaware of what they might feast upon. Lu Tianyu swiftly traversed to a small waterfall, where he stood beneath the cascading water. Within minutes, the torrent washed away the grime from his body. He stowed his damp clothes into a corner of his soul guide and donned a clean outfit. Upon returning to the cave, he tied his long hair into a high ponytail, only to notice that Gallo had done the same. Their eyes met, and they were momentarily captivated by each other's appearance. After a prolonged gaze, Lu Tianyu hastily retrieved the copper foil buried in the embers. He instructed Gallo to extinguish the remaining embers before stepping outside onto the lawn, where they savored the delectable grilled fish beneath the rising sun. Since the upheaval in the meadow, they had not enjoyed a proper meal. Lu Tianyu devoured the 5 to 6 pound snow fish in one sitting, feeling he could easily consume another, while Gallo felt quite full after her portion. Just as Lu Tianyu prepared to fetch some fresh water from the stream before departing, his observation hockey suddenly detected the presence of 4 black-clad soul masters with flight capabilities. He swiftly lifted Gallo into his arms and dashed into the coniferous forest atop a nearby hill. They found us, Lu Tianyu thought, aware that his observation hockey only extended to a 70-meter radius. By the time they sought refuge in the forest, it was already too late. Once hidden among the trees, he said to Gallo, "Indeed, these fellows are not giving up. However, their ambitions are futile now that we are in the sunset forest." Gallo quietly nestled against Lu Tianyu's back, surprised that a simple bath had attracted such relentless pursuers. The flying soul masters were naturally faster, but in the dense forest, they soon lost sight of Lu Tianyu and Gallo. Remembering that the sunset forest lay to the northwest of the Tianyu imperial city, Lu Tianyu realized he needed to head southeast to return. Utilizing his wide-ranging observation hockey, he skillfully evaded the soul beasts lurking within the forest. For 2 hours, Lu Tianyu carried Gallo through the woods. She eventually spoke up. "Lu Tianyu, perhaps you should set me down. You've been running for 2 hours. You must be exhausted." To be honest, Lu Tianyu felt no fatigue. After hearing Gallo's words, he chuckled. "Has it already been 2 hours? I feel as though I could run for another 2. Also, Gallo, let us minimize our conversation while moving through the forest. We are nearing the territory where 10,000-year soul beasts reside." Gallo gasped at his words, quickly biting her lip to stifle a scream. As they spoke, Lu Tianyu leapt into a deep ravine, approximately 3,000 meters deep, and dashed eastward. After about an hour, he veered southward along a ridge. Gallo, resting on his back, pondered why they had yet to encounter any soul beasts despite the numerous reports of their presence in the sunset forest. In truth, the stronger the soul beast, the larger its territory. Lu Tianyu could vaguely sense the presence of 10,000-year soul beasts from 70 meters away, enabling him to avoid them entirely. Even if the ancient soul beasts sensed their presence, most would ignore them, allowing Lu Tianyu to carry Gallo away without incident. After another 2 hours, Lu Tianyu arrived at a picturesque riverside, where a group of round-toothed beasts grazed leisurely on the aquatic vegetation. He stopped about 300 meters from these creatures, gently placing Gallo down and catching his breath. "Let us rest here for the night." Gallo timidly glanced at the round-toothed beasts and whispered, "But there are soul beasts over there. Camping here seems too dangerous." Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged and explained, "Those are round-toothed beasts, known for their docile nature and herbivorous diet. Generally, as long as we don't approach them too closely, we should be safe. In fact, being near them may help us avoid predatory soul beasts. Though they are gentle, they can exhibit aggression when faced with threats." Upon hearing Lu Tianyu's explanation, Gallo nodded in understanding but couldn't help but ask, "Do all the students at Shrek Academy learn these things?" Lu Tianyu recalled that the master had taught this knowledge to the Shrek team, but he couldn't guarantee that everyone remembered it. He gently shook his head. "The master covered this in class, but I can't speak for others. I remember it, though." As they conversed, Lu Tianyu's attention was drawn to a dense thicket of fragrant shrubs. "Dinner is secured. Follow me," he said, leading Gallo into the thicket, where clusters of thumb-sized berries hung in abundance, some green, some red, and others a mix of both. This plant, known as water luohan, naturally emitted a delightful aroma, making it a favored food of many omnivorous and herbivorous soul beasts. Lu Tianyu sat down and explained to Gallo. "The fruit of the water luohan ripens to a vibrant red, exuding a sweet fragrance and a refreshing aftertaste. Give it a try." He plucked 2 bright red berries and popped them into his mouth, savoring the delightful sweetness that spread throughout his palate. Gallo imitated Lu Tianyu, picking a berry and tasting it, instantly captivated by the indescribable flavor. As they feasted, Lu Tianyu added, "Moreover, by hiding among the water luohan bushes, the fragrance they emit will mask our scent. In this manner, they became less likely to be detected by predatory soul beasts, with the water luohan fruits serving as sustenance. Within the soul beast forest, the thickets of water luohan are regarded as the most ideal resting grounds for soul masters. After listening to Lu Tianyu, Douluo appeared enlightened. And Lu Tianyu continued, suggesting that if she had the energy, she should collect more water luohan fruits for storage. It remained uncertain how long it would take to exit the setting sun forest, and he emphasized the importance of stockpiling food whenever possible. Following this, Lu Tianyu reclined lazily against the water luohan thicket, exhaling deeply, stating that they would spend the night there. Many predatory soul beasts are primarily active at night, returning to their lairs to rest in the morning and emerging again by dusk. Thus, they aim to avoid evening and nighttime activities in the soul beast forest, opting instead to find a place to hide until dawn. Douluo, harboring great trust in Lu Tianyu's knowledge, nodded gently and expressed her desire for him to guide her training in the future. Lu Tianyu, slightly opening his squinted eyes and glancing at Douluo's delicate features, readily agreed, stating that she could train alongside him. He candidly noted that with her innate full soul power, reaching level 32 at the age of 15 was indeed a waste of her potential. Fortunately, she still had a chance for redemption if she reached 20 without improvement. That opportunity would vanish. Douluo, somewhat displeased by Lu Tianyu's words, pouted slightly before expressing her gratitude and determination to strive harder. Lu Tianyu closed his eyes, contemplating a training plan for her. He intended to assess her physical attributes, martial soul characteristics, and practical abilities when the opportunity arose, adjusting her training regimen accordingly. Douluo's previous training consisted of 2 hours of meditation each morning and evening, along with attending classes at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in Tianyu City for theoretical knowledge on martial soul cultivation, followed by 4 hours of archery practice in the afternoon. After hearing Lu Tianyu's suggestions, she voiced her concern about the need to test practical abilities, worrying about the potential of inadvertently injuring someone. Understanding her apprehension, Lu Tianyu reassured her, explaining that the unique characteristic of her martial soul, the soul-breaking bow, endowed her with exceptionally high attack power. He reminded her that, aside from enhancing attack power, her martial soul offered little in terms of defense, strength, or speed. Therefore, she needed to focus on improving these weaknesses to become a formidable soul master. Moreover, he emphasized that the path of martial soul cultivation is fraught with challenges, and sustaining injuries during training is inevitable. In his view, enduring physical strain was preferable to the regret that followed inaction. Douluo, reflecting on her past neglect of training, particularly after witnessing Lu Tianyu's decisive defeat of Li Xian, felt a surge of regret. She often pondered whether her father's demise could have been averted had she possessed skills akin to Lu Tianyu's. Throughout the afternoon, she diligently gathered water luohan fruits, and as night fell, she followed Lu Tianyu's example, reclining on the water luohan thicket, gazing at the stars and reminiscing about her father. She gradually succumbed to slumber. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Lu Tianyu awoke, prompted by his internal clock, only to find his arm enveloped in warmth. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Douluo peacefully sleeping while clutching his arm. It took him a moment to gather his thoughts, realizing that they were in the perilous setting sun forest. Though he relished this unfamiliar intimacy, he recognized the necessity of ensuring both their survival. Gently lifting the slumbering Douluo, he made his way through the dense forest towards the southeast. Douluo did not awaken until around 8:30, at which point she realized they were swiftly traversing a wide river. Panic surged through her as she instinctively activated her soul bone's water manipulation ability, enveloping both herself and Lu Tianyu in a large mass of river water. At that moment, Lu Tianyu, utilizing his life return technique in conjunction with swift movement, found himself unexpectedly hindered as the river's surface suddenly buckled beneath him. Both he and Douluo fell into the water, but Douluo quickly regained her composure and used her water control to lift them from the depths. Turning to her, Lu Tianyu, exasperated yet speechless, noticed Douluo's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she apologized for the mishap. He reassured her that her water manipulation skills were indeed impressive and urged her to expedite their exit from the river. After several moments of hesitation, he refrained from voicing any further criticisms, instead encouraging her to guide them to the riverbank. Upon reaching the shore, Lu Tianyu spotted tracks left by soul beasts in the sandy area and measured them with his hand before informing Douluo that they had entered a territory inhabited by soul beasts exceeding level 60,000. He urged her to remain calm, regardless of the circumstances, and to avoid making any noise. Douluo, apprehensively glancing around, nodded in acknowledgement. And Lu Tianyu had faith in her cooperation. After a brief respite, and consuming approximately 3 pounds of water luoan fruit, Lu Tianyu hoisted Jelua onto his back and continued their journey towards the dense forest in the southeast. Chapter 73. Safe return. On the evening of the 20th day, Lu Tianyu and Garo found themselves nestled in a cave approximately 20 meters above the ground, savoring the exquisite flavor of mutton. They were nearing the edge of the sunset forest. The iron-horned yellow goat, with an impressive cultivation of around 6,000 years, served as the perfect testament to their arduous journey through the forest for over 20 days, typically subsisting on wild fruits and vegetables. Lu Tianyu had decided to take a bold gamble and hunt after encountering a herd of iron-horned yellow goats near the precipice. A month prior, he would have never dared to provoke a soul beast of such age, but at that moment, Lu Tianyu had not only mastered observation haki and armament haki, but also acquired a prime-quality soul bone. With Garo's assistance from a distance, he effortlessly succeeded in taking down one of the goats. For precaution, Lu Tianyu had carved out a temporary camp in the cliff, creating a cave 3 to 4 meters deep and 4 to 5 meters high. After feasting, he leaned against the rock wall, watching Garo as she prepared smoked meat, nodding in approval. Although Garo's martial spirit training did not rival that of the Shrek team, her practical skills outshone many. After spending over 20 days together, Lu Tianyu increasingly recognized Garo as an exceptionally talented young woman. Intelligent and resourceful, she also possessed a remarkable ability to care for others. Whenever they found a suitable resting place, Garo would go above and beyond to prepare the finest meals for him. Only after ensuring his satisfaction would she inquire about the questions weighing on her mind, making Lu Tianyu feel as though she had transformed entirely from the girl he had known a month ago. As he gazed at the sunset near the mountain's edge, Lu Tianyu reminisced about the moment he hunted the iron-horned yellow goat, recalling how Garo had swiftly fired 2 soul-breaking arrows. These arrows had struck the goat's eyes with remarkable precision, leading to its heavy injury at the hands of Lu Tianyu's armament haki-wrapped Zhuge Divine crossbow. This experience confirmed that combining armament haki with Tang San's crafted hidden weapons significantly amplified their lethality. While silent darts in the hands of Tang San and his companions were effective only against soul masters of the great soul master level, Lu Tianyu's silent darts, when enhanced with armament haki, could unleash the power of heavy hidden weapons like the Zhuge Divine crossbow and the crossbow of the Sorrowful Back. By enveloping the arrows of the Zhuge Divine crossbow and the crossbow of the Sorrowful Back with armament haki, he could inflict devastating damage on soul masters below the soul sage rank. Even a soul emperor level defensive soul master, upon summoning their martial spirit, would suffer grievous injuries from the armament haki-infused Zhuge Divine crossbow and the crossbow of the Sorrowful Back. Presently, Lu Tianyu had only just begun to grasp armament haki. Now, should he cultivate it to the point where he could launch attacks without relying on any physical object, or achieve the level of flowing cherry, the power of the Zhuge Divine crossbow and similar heavy weapons could potentially deliver fatal blows to soul sages and soul Douluo level masters. After reflecting on his cultivation issues, Lu Tianyu turned his thoughts to Garo's martial spirit. The prowess of the soul-breaking bow was undeniable. In one-on-one combat, Lu Tianyu felt that most members of the Shrek team would struggle against Garo. However, her physical strength and endurance were genuinely lacking, even falling short compared to support-type soul masters like Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Moreover, Garo's soul power consumption posed a significant issue. A single shot from the fully powered soul-breaking arrow would deplete over 10% of her soul power. Given the extreme attributes of the soul-breaking bow, even reaching level 70 and summoning her martial spirit's true form would not alleviate her energy consumption problem. This led Lu Tianyu to recall his battle with Li Xin, where Li Xin had utilized the elemental condensation water skull to unleash a water spear. Perhaps Garo's acquisition of the elemental condensation water skull was a strategic move to address her soul power consumption woes when using soul skills. Simultaneously, Lu Tianyu developed a keen interest in Garo's water control abilities with her skull. If harnessed effectively, this skill could significantly enhance her survival capability. Garo, does the ability of your head soul bone allow you to control water or water elements? Garo, diligently crafting smoked meat, responded without hesitation. It allows me to manipulate water elements. Controlling water directly is much simpler. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianyu felt a surge of realization, pondering that he had perhaps underestimated the potential of this ability. Manipulating water elements and controlling water were fundamentally distinct concepts, if developed well. It could allow her to extract water elements from the human body, regardless of whether one was a soul Douluo or a title Douluo. Once the water elements within their body were stripped away, they would face certain death. Garo, why not attempt to extract the water elements from the mutton? Smoked meat is essentially dehydrated meat. If Garo, he then woke up Garo, urging her to rise and partake in the lamb offal soup. As it was not a dish easily transported, meant to be consumed in one sitting. At 8:30 in the morning, Lu Tianyu shouldered Garo and continued his journey towards the southeastern forest. After more than 20 days, Garo had nearly adapted to this mode of travel. Approximately an hour later, Lu Tianyu and Garo found themselves pursued by a 6,000-year-old flowery-bellied viper, likely drawn by the scent of the iron-horned sheep on them, mistaking the two for prey. In the forest, the flowery-bellied viper was exceptionally agile, and despite Lu Tianyu exerting all his speed, he could not shake off its relentless pursuit. Reluctantly, he chose to fight back, tossing Garo onto a branch of a large tree. As he summoned the tiger's soul blade, he also enveloped his right arm and the blade in a layer of armed color haki. Utilizing his observation haki, Lu Tianyu discerned the trajectory of the viper's attacks and, seizing the moment, he swung the tiger's soul blade with great force. A 5-meter-long blade aura, as translucent as jade, sliced through the trees, cleaving 2 massive trees that required 4 adults to encircle before striking the viper's abdomen. The sound of crashing echoed as the 2 trees fell, and the flowery-bellied viper halted its pursuit. Its massive body, over 3 meters in diameter, thrashed violently within the woods, its thick tail smashing against trees and rocks, sending wood and stone splinters flying. It was evident that Lu Tianyu's strike had severely injured the viper. After all, he had only utilized the power gained from his martial soul's manifestation in conjunction with armed color haki. Had he been in a state of 8 gates, that blow would have likely severed the viper in 2. After confirming that the viper would not pursue them again in the short term, Lu Tianyu gracefully approached Garo, instructing her to retract her martial soul before continuing their journey with her on his back. Along the way, Lu Tianyu was not always able to evade the soul beasts dwelling within the Sunset Forest. The most perilous encounter was with the 20,000-year-old lightning weasel. In that instance, Lu Tianyu activated the first 3 gates of the 8 gates, combined with the active skill unmatched power from his skeletal structure, which amplified his attack power by 500%, successfully repelling the lightning weasel. It was during this encounter that Lu Tianyu realized the immense enhancement his skeletal structure provided to his attributes. Previously, activating the first 3 gates would deplete all his soul power, and a more severe strain could lead to exhaustion. However, after absorbing the explosive power of the skeletal structure, he found that activating the first 3 gates consumed only 60% of his soul power. This indicated that due to the skeletal structure, the first 3 gates could now be utilized as a regular soul skill. As they ventured further southeast, the soul beasts exhibited increasingly lower ages. After approximately 5 more days, Lu Tianyu and Garo finally exited the Sunset Forest, finding a lodge established on the outskirts for a well-deserved night of rest. Upon inquiring with the proprietor about the direction to Heaven-Do Imperial City, Lu Tianyu secretly felt fortunate. A mere 2-hour walk south from the lodge would lead to a main road, following which they could reach the southern city gate of Heaven-Do. Once they departed the Sunset Forest, the dangers diminished significantly, prompting Garo to allow Lu Tianyu to cease carrying her. Although traveling at a swifter pace on his back was beneficial, by this point, Lu Tianyu was not in a hurry to return to Heaven-Do Imperial City. After approximately 6 hours on the main road, Garo's stamina and soul power were fully depleted, while Lu Tianyu appeared unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. He carried Garo for an entire day and night before settling into a seemingly luxurious inn. This establishment boasted far superior amenities compared to the one near the Sunset Forest, with each guest room featuring a private bathing area. While Lu Tianyu remained indifferent, Garo eagerly anticipated a long, relaxing soak in hot water. The following morning, Lu Tianyu awakened Garo and continued to carry her until they reached the southern city gate of Heaven-Do Imperial City around 9 in the evening. Upon sighting the city, Lu Tianyu felt a surge of urgency, dismissing Garo's suggestion to rest before returning to Shrek Academy. Following the directional signs within the city, it took Lu Tianyu over 3 hours to traverse from the southern gate to the entrance of Shrek Academy, located in the north. By this time, it was nearly midnight, and the academy's gates closed after 9 in the evening, remaining shut until 7:30 the following morning. In truth, the academy's gates were largely ornamental for soul masters. Lu Tianyu, carrying Garo, gracefully stepped into Shrek Academy. To avoid attracting the attention of the duty instructors, he utilized his observation haki to evade all individuals, leading Garo to the residence of the master. Truth be told, Lu Tianyu's greatest fear was not of Flander or his own teacher, Lu Erlong, but rather the master himself. After all, he had left the academy without permission for over a month, and he bore the responsibility for his actions. Garo, witnessing the fear etched on Lu Tianyu's face for the first time, grew increasingly curious about the legendary master. With the aid of his observation haki, Lu Tianyu noticed the master still perusing materials in his study. Gathering his courage, he knocked on the door. "Come in," the master's somewhat stiff voice echoed from within. "Xiaoyu." As Lu Tianyu pushed the door open, peering into the room, the master exclaimed excitedly, rising too abruptly and knocking over the ink on his desk. Chapter 74. The Three Teachers. The exclamation from the master was laden with deep emotion. Although Lu Tianyu was not his direct disciple, he held him in the same regard as those who were. The knowledge imparted to Tang San was shared without reservation with Lu Tianyu, and he had watched Lu Tianyu, Tang San, and Xiaowu grow up. Among the Shrek team, he felt a particular closeness to Tang San, Lu Tianyu, and Xiaowu. Yet, upon arriving in Heavendo City, his direct disciple had been captured by Douluo and taken to the Sunset Forest. Soon after, Lu Tianyu left a note and ran away from home, leading the master to feel increasingly that he had failed in his guidance of Lu Tianyu. Master Lu Tianyu called out, lowering his gaze, unable to look the master in the eye. The master quickly composed himself, suppressing his excitement, and sternly asked, "What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and come in." Oh, Lu Tianyu turned to give Garo a look that signaled her to follow him before stepping into the master's room. Initially, the master had been mentally preparing to reprimand Lu Tianyu, but he was taken aback to find a young girl of around 15 or 16 accompanying him. Once Garo closed the door, Lu Tianyu spoke, "I apologize, master. It was reckless of me to leave the academy without permission in the presence of the master." Acknowledging one's mistakes promptly was essential, otherwise, the master would not easily overlook them. The master cast a glance at Lu Tianyu, sighing inwardly. Lu Tianyu's transgressions were few and far between, but this particular error was significant. After much deliberation, the master finally said, "Well, you know your mistake. There is no point in my reiterating it. However, mistakes come with consequences. I expect you to elevate your soul power to level 38 within a month. Do you understand?" Upon hearing the master's words, Lu Tianyu nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. "Yes, I understand." The master nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Garo, asking, "Who is this young lady? What brings you here with her?" At that moment, Lu Tianyu realized he had yet to introduce Garo. "Oh, I forgot to mention. This is Garo, a friend I made during my recent outing. Garo, this is the wise master Yu Xiaojing. One of the golden iron triangle I told you about. You can simply call him Master." Master Garo said, and after Lu Tianyu's formal introduction, she addressed the master with a sense of ease. The master, as was his custom, responded gently to Garo, as only a select few could evoke such warmth from him. Lu Tianyu cast a reassuring glance at Garo before turning back to the master, continuing, "Due to certain circumstances, I would like Garo to enroll at Shrek Academy." Upon hearing this, the master understood that to admit a student, one would typically approach Flinder, Zhao Wujia, or Lu Erlong. However, Lu Tianyu's intention was clearly for the master to guide Garo's training. The master was responsible solely for the training of the Shrek team and usually did not concern himself with other students. If it were anyone else seeking his assistance, he would have declined, but Lu Tianyu's request piqued his interest. "Oh, do tell me about her situation." A knowing smile appeared on Lu Tianyu's face, his eyes narrowing with delight. After glancing at Garo, he smiled and said, "Garo's martial soul, the soul-breaking bell, is similar to Yu Lingling's nine-hearted sea pearl from the Royal Combat Team, possessing only one soul skill and exhibiting extremely extreme characteristics." Knowing the master's preferences, Lu Tianyu understood that sharing Garo's martial soul attributes would captivate the master's interest. The master immediately focused his attention on Garo, clearly intrigued by her martial soul. "Release your martial soul for me to see." The soul-breaking bow. Seeing Lu Tianyu's eager expression, Garo nodded and summoned her martial soul. Above her head, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared, and with her left hand, she conjured a long bow that shimmered a water blue, adorned with golden flowing cloud patterns along its edges, the bowstring radiating a mystical azure light. At this moment, Lu Tianyu interjected, "The soul skill of the soul-breaking bow is called the soul-breaking arrow. Its attack power is directly proportional to the amount of soul power infused. A fully charged soul-breaking arrow can instantly annihilate a level 39 defensive soul master." Upon hearing this, The master immediately grasped the unique characteristics and limitations of Garo's martial soul. Extreme attribute martial souls naturally possess extreme characteristics. If I am not mistaken, the enhancements to other attributes of the soul-breaking bow must be negligible. Garo looked at Lu Tianyu, astonished. For the master had made the same deduction Lu Tianyu had once made. Lu Tianyu nodded gently. Indeed, Garo's attack power is formidable. But her other attributes are akin to those of a 20-level soul master. Oh, the disparity in basic attributes, is that significant? She shall train under your guidance for 3 months, and once her basic attributes reach the level of a soul sovereign, I will devise a training plan for her. Thank you. Master Lu Tianyu's smile grew even brighter at the master's words, and after expressing his gratitude, he subtly tugged at Garo's sleeve. Garo then realized. Bowing respectfully, thank you, Master. By the way, Master, Garo and I just returned, and she is yet to find a place to stay. The master then recalled that Lu Tianyu had only just returned after running away from home and, with a stern expression, said, Go find your own teacher. Lu Tianyu smiled brightly. Certainly, Master. Garo and I shall take our leave now. With that, he turned, taking Garo's hand, and hurriedly exited the master's room. Garo was completely unaware of Lu Tianyu's urgency to leave. Lu Tianyu's haste stemmed from the fact that the master had yet to comprehend his strategy. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, he should have sought out his teacher, Lu Erlong. However, Lu Tianyu was somewhat apprehensive of Lu Erlong's temperament and devised a plan to circumvent that. His strategy involved bringing Garo to the master first. Securing the master's approval would shield him from Lu Erlong's ire. Simultaneously, it would address Garo's training needs, making it a dual-purpose scheme for Lu Tianyu. Garo's delicate features flushed with color, as this was the first time Lu Tianyu had taken the initiative to hold her hand. Xiaoyu, as Lu Tianyu held Garo's hand and stepped into the corridor, they unexpectedly collided with Li Yusong, who had just returned. Lu Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled cheerfully. Good evening, Teacher Li. Originally, Li Yusong intended to reprimand Lu Tianyu for leaving the academy without permission, but upon noticing Garo holding his hand, he quickly understood. A knowing smile spread across his face as he patted Lu Tianyu on the shoulder, saying, What brings you to the teacher's dormitory at this hour? Garo could hardly endure Li Yusong's scrutinizing gaze and hastily pulled her hand away from Lu Tianyu. It was then that Lu Tianyu realized Garo was still beside him and quickly said, Teacher Li, allow me to introduce her. This is Garo, the new member of our Shrek team, recently recognized by the master. Gal, he is my instructor in stick fighting, Master Li Yusong. Gal's cheeks flushed crimson. And after listening to Lu Tianyu's introduction, she gracefully bowed to Master Li Yusong, saying, Hello, Teacher Li. Good, all is well. Li Yusong, with a cheerful smile, kept his gaze shifting between Lu Tianyu and Gal, sensing the delightful compatibility of the two young individuals who favored high ponytails. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lu Tianyu chuckled awkwardly and squinted as he said, Teacher Li, Gal and I still need to find my teacher. We will come to train with you when we have the time. With that, he beckoned Gal to head towards Lu Erlong's residence. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gal inquired, Tianyu, just how many teachers do you have? You mentioned that the Grandmaster teaches you cultivation, and now this Teacher Li instructs you in stick fighting. The teacher we are about to meet is your current instructor. Lu Tianyu brushed his bangs aside and turned to Gal with a smile, explaining, I believe the Grandmaster is my mentor in the theoretical aspects of martial soul cultivation. Teacher Li Yusong is my instructor for practical training, while Teacher Erlong. Suddenly, a voice echoed from ahead, Little brat, where have you been for the past month? As Lu Tianyu and Gal reached the vicinity of Lu Erlong's residence, Lu Erlong's voice rang out. Through his observation, Lu Tianyu perceived Lu Erlong leaping from her window, swiftly arriving before him. Turning around, Lu Tianyu found Lu Erlong before him. Her grip firmly on his ear as she scolded, You little rascal, I instructed you to train independently, yet you left the academy without permission. You vanished for over a month without a word. What if something happened to you? How am I supposed to face Xiaogang? For some inexplicable reason, Lu Tianyu felt that Lu Erlong's reprimanding tone mirrored that of his mother in his previous life. Recalling the last time he was scolded for sneaking off to play by the reservoir, nearly drowning, he remembered his mother lamenting how she would confront his father if anything were to happen to him. Mom, teacher, I'm sorry. I was too thoughtless and headstrong. Lu Tianyu had always believed he had forgotten his parents from his past life, escaping the confines of familial bonds, but in this moment, he realized he had merely been deceiving himself. Seeing the tears on Lu Tianyu's cheeks, Lu Erlong's heart tightened with empathy. Releasing her grip on his ear, She softly patted his head, saying, "It's good that you understand your mistake. I have heard from Fu Laoda and Xiao Gang about your situation. You lost your parents at a young age and endured the hardships of being alone. Thus, it is only natural for you to value your strength. But now, things are different. You are my disciple, Lu Erlong. From now on, I will be your support. Anyone who dares to bully you is challenging me, Lu Erlong. Although I am merely a soul sage, I will protect you with my life. Do you understand, Tianyu?" Through his perception, Lu Tianyu could sense Lu Erlong's earnestness, even catching a fleeting thought of hers wishing that this little monster was her own son. In that moment, he understood that Lu Erlong was guiding him to recognize that his heart was still alive, pulling him from the delusions of self-deception. Hastily wiping away the traces of tears with his sleeve, he opened his eyes slightly to look at Lu Erlong and said, "Teacher." Lu Erlong nodded in satisfaction. Realizing the time and urging, "It's late. Why are you still running around without resting?" At that moment, Lu Tianyu remembered the need to arrange accommodation for Gao and quickly said, "By the way, teacher, allow me to introduce you. This is Gao, who has just received the Grandmaster's recognition and is the newest member of the Shrek battle team. I brought her to you to help arrange her dormitory. Gao, this is my teacher, Lu Erlong. You may call her Teacher Erlong." Gao had been stunned by Lu Erlong's words and was taken aback to learn that Lu Tianyu had been an orphan since childhood. "Oh, Teacher Erlong, it's a pleasure to meet you." Lu Erlong scrutinized Gao for a moment, then glanced at Lu Tianyu, her expression shifting to one of understanding. After pondering for a moment, she retrieved a key from her soul guide and handed it to Lu Tianyu, saying, "To facilitate management, the dormitories for the Shrek battle team have been arranged in the same building where you reside. The boys' rooms are in the double digits, while the girls' rooms are single digits. You may take her to her dormitory to rest." Lu Tianyu respectfully accepted the key from Lu Erlong, expressing, "Thank you, teacher. Gao and I will head back to our dormitory now." Lu Erlong looked at Gao with a warm smile and said, "You are Gao, right? If you need anything or have any requests, feel free to come to me directly." Gao felt her cheeks flush under Lu Erlong's gaze, but she responded with grace, "Okay, Teacher Erlong." With that, she followed Lu Tianyu as they made their way to the dormitory of the Shrek battle team. Upon entering the dormitory building, Lu Tianyu, using his perception, noticed Daimubai, Oscar, and Xiaowu within the building, while Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and the chubby Ma Hongjun were nowhere to be found. The dormitory assigned to Gao was directly across from Lu Tianyu's. After unlocking the door to Gao's room and turning on the lights, he casually surveyed the space. Noticing it was quite similar to his own, featuring a private bedroom, a study, a meditation chamber for soul power cultivation, and a separate bathing area. He handed the key to Gao, saying, "Gao, it's getting late, so you should rest early. My dormitory is right across from yours. So if you need anything, just come over." Gao nodded gently in response, then entered her dormitory and turned to Lu Tianyu, saying, "Tianyu, thank you. Good night." Chapter 75. The cold treatment. Upon hearing Gallo's words, Lu Tianyu merely smiled gently and replied, "What is there to thank for? It's merely my duty. Good night." After speaking, Lu Tianyu assisted Gallo in closing the door to her room, while he pondered over the tasks awaiting him the following day as he made his way to his own dormitory. Tianyu. Just as Lu Tianyu reached the entrance of his dormitory and opened the door, he was startled by Gallo's voice, filled with panic, calling out from behind him. Turning around, he saw Gallo peering out from her room, her delicate features etched with profound fear and anxiety. The moment Lu Tianyu had closed the door, an inexplicable dread had washed over Gallo, as though some great terror lurked in the shadowy corners surrounding her. In that instant, her foremost thought was to seek out Lu Tianyu. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than her hand had already flung open the door, and she called out. Hurriedly, Lu Tianyu rushed to Gallo's side, asking, "What's wrong, Gallo?" "I am here." Gallo swiftly clung to Lu Tianyu's right arm, stammering, I'm afraid. Over the past month, Lu Tianyu and Gallo had been inseparable, and unbeknownst to her, Gallo had developed a profound reliance on him. Sensing her inner turmoil through his observation haki, Lu Tianyu gently ruffled Gallo's hair, reassuring her, "Do not fear, Gallo. I am always here. I will protect you forever." With Lu Tianyu's comforting words, Gallo's tense emotions gradually began to subside. However, the thought of Lu Tianyu leaving her stirred a new wave of inexplicable fear within her heart. Lu Tianyu found himself at a loss, pondering the situation, thinking perhaps Gallo was simply feeling anxious in this unfamiliar environment. At that moment, Xiwu had already fallen asleep, while Rongrong and Shiqing were nowhere to be found. It would be impractical to seek solace from Lu Erlong with Gallo in tow.